So it's just a rumor? What's a rumor? It's real, and everyone is talking about it. Two voices continued arguing playfully, but Jacqueline barely paid attention. That guy, he finally came out. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Meanwhile, Hicks, who was in seclusion in a remote part of space, also heard the news of Amiri's escape from the black hole and was stunned. To destroy a mini black hole and escape from it? This kid's strength is extraordinary. He summoned an underling and declared loudly, "Go invite Amiri over and tell him I need to speak with him. Remember to be polite." "Yes, sir." The subordinate was surprised but immediately bowed in response. Back at Amiri's residence within the main base of Tai Sui Mansion, Amiri was immersed in cultivation, eyes half closed. Although active and passive cultivation now had the same effect, he patiently waited for Jacqueline's return by continuing to cultivate to pass time. At that moment, the courtyard door opened and Jacqueline walked in. Amiri stepped out of his cultivation room. "Arvidshu, long time no see. Brother Amiri." They smiled at each other and embraced tightly. Jacqueline seized the opportunity to pinch Amiri's waist, but found it impossible to twist. She gave up, and Amiri chuckled. "My body is 10,000 times harder than meteoric iron. How could you twist it?" Jacqueline rolled her eyes. "You finally returned after 13 years. After some tender moments, Amiri suggested, "To make it up to you, let's take a trip together. We'll visit every life-bearing planet in the southern star sea and explore different landscapes and cultures. Let's leave our footprints across countless mountains and rivers." "Okay." Jacqueline smiled softly. Without delay, they boarded a teleportation array and departed. Hicks's messenger arrived just as they left and had to return empty-handed. Meanwhile, Amiri and Jacqueline disguised themselves and toured all life-bearing planets within the Tai Sui Mansion domain, enjoying scenic views and indulging in local delicacies. Sometimes they flew freely through space, and sometimes they measured the land with their feet. Soon, their footsteps covered more than 60 planets under Tai Sui Mansion's jurisdiction. Chapter 268, Teaching the Laws. During their travels, Master Hicks learned that they had gone out together and personally communicated through the consciousness space to Jacqueline, informing her about searching for Amiri. The use of the consciousness space required an elder-level existence who had pre-recorded soul fluctuations and completed a complex master recognition procedure to enable long-distance communication. Therefore, Hicks informed Jacqueline about his intentions to find Amiri. "Sinclairin, please convey to Amiri that after your travels end, I wish to invite him to explore the chaotic star region with me." Jacqueline's heart stirred. Chaotic star region? Could it be because he values Amiri's survival skills? She immediately replied, "I will inform Amiri, but whether or not he agrees, I need to ask him first." After exiting the consciousness space, Jacqueline relayed Hicks's words and also introduced the situation of the chaotic star region. Easy to comprehend laws, along with various rare treasures? It might be worth checking out. How about we go together after you finish your travels? Amiri was now aware of some of Jacqueline's circumstances, knowing that she hadn't yet comprehended any laws. So, while agreeing, he invited her as well. Jacqueline nodded and re-entered the consciousness space to relay Amiri's response. "Great. In that case, we'll wait for you both to return. Then the three of us will enter the chaotic star region for exploration." Hicks smiled slightly. Jacqueline once again exited the consciousness space and continued exploring various planets with Amiri. Soon, they finished touring Tai Sui Mansion and began traveling to other territories via flying shuttle. Their first target was the Azure Dragon Society, one of the neighboring forces friendly with Tai Sui Mansion. The Azure Dragon Society, a top-tier force with a relatively open policy, didn't strictly limit entrant strength levels. However, only authorized visitors could enter specific planets unless they were on official missions from Tai Sui Mansion and had registered in advance. Since Amiri and Jacqueline were merely sightseeing, the Azure Dragon Society would not allow them entry. If it were just Amiri alone, he could have infiltrated by changing identities, but Jacqueline couldn't transform. Nevertheless, Amiri still dragged Jacqueline towards the Azure Dragon Society. "Are we really going to break in?" Jacqueline asked in surprise. "Don't worry," Amiri assured her as he boarded the shuttle normally. When they spotted a blue planet in space, he pulled her hand and teleported consecutively. With his current origin level, vast teleportation, each teleport covered up to 10,000 kilometers. He teleported nearly 10 times per second at a speed approaching 1/3 of light speed without stopping. At such incredible speed, they appeared on the planet's surface without catching the attention of the patrolling dragon race experts near the atmosphere. Infiltration successful. Amiri grinned, showing his white teeth. Jacqueline looked at him in astonishment. "You're already this fast? Even I couldn't keep up? Burning it to learn? I can teach you." Amiri smiled confidently. His cultivation level was origin grade, signifying complete mastery of spatial teleportation. He could now impart knowledge effectively. "Forget it. That might hinder my future understanding of laws. I'd rather figure it out on my own." Jacqueline hesitated before shaking her head. "Trust me, I'll start with foundational principles to guide your comprehension. This won't hinder you but enhance your understanding of spatial teleportation laws and significantly assist you later." "Really? Teach me then. I want to freely teleport around. It sounds awesome." Excitedly, Jacqueline cheered. They began exploring various areas of the Azure Dragon Society, occasionally stopping somewhere to focus on teaching the spatial teleportation law. Since the Azure Dragon Society was predominantly inhabited by dragons, having two humans enter a city would easily attract notice. Thus, Amiri transformed into a dragon and had Jacqueline pose as his servant. They toured various Azure Dragon Society planets openly. However, even the best-laid plans sometimes go awry. One day, while visiting a city, they entered its largest tavern as usual. The societal structure of the Azure Dragon Society mirrored Tai Sui Mansion. Upon entering the tavern, a waiter with a dragon's head and human body, dressed in rough fabric, welcomed them politely. "Please come this way. Bring us the best dish and 2 jugs of the finest wine." Amiri casually tossed a spirit stone and said loudly. The waiter received it joyfully, guiding them upstairs to a window-side seat. While waiting for the dishes, they chatted idly, glancing outside the window at the scenery and occasionally eavesdropping on conversations at nearby tables. At a corner table sat two dragons wearing splendid martial attire, one in green and the other in purple. Noticing Amiri and Jacqueline sit down, the purple-clad dragon frowned. The green-clad one, noticing the discomfort, whispered, "How dare a human sit with noble dragons? Let me teach them a lesson. Brother Muhammad, please wait here." Muhammad, calm and composed, replied, "It's none of our business, but disgracing the dragon race cannot be tolerated. Just mind your boundaries, Brother Lu Abelardo Kong." Lu Abelardo Kong nodded, saying, "Understood." He knew that in Muhammad's eyes, dragons were superior, the strongest race in the universe. Even allied humans maintained friendly relations only due to the higher-ups' efforts. He understood how strongly Muhammad felt about racial pride, especially his deep-seated resentment toward humans. Seeing a human lounging leisurely in the Azure Dragon Society territory infuriated him. As Muhammad's subordinate, Lu Abelardo Kong knew what to do. He walked towards Amiri's table and coldly shouted, "A mere human dares enter the core city of the Azure Dragon Society and dines arrogantly in a tavern? Who gave you the guts?" He glanced at Jacqueline with disdain before pretending to notice Amiri. His expression softened, and he politely inquired, "Apologies for almost missing it. Sir, is this human your slave?" Amiri turned his head, indifferent, and muttered, "Scram!" Stefank a thunderclap echoing simultaneously in the ears of the two dragons. Lu Abelardo Kong's eardrums rang, leaving him unable to hear anything for a moment. Shaken, he stumbled a few steps before steadying himself. Across the room, Muhammad similarly shuddered, his expression turning grave. Chapter 269, 5 years. Muhammad stood up, pulling out his identity token from his storage ring. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "I am Muhammad, an 8-star member of the Azure Dragon Draper. May I ask what this friend's name is? And what is this human's status?" An 8-star member was equivalent to a high-ranking guardian on any life planet, outranking even city lords or regional governors. Naturally, he had the authority to interrogate unknown powerful figures. However, Amiri did not intend to acknowledge them. He glanced at the two dragons and calmly said, "I'm just here for sightseeing. Don't interfere with my mood. Otherwise, there won't be another chance at life. Get lost." Although Muhammad felt a bit intimidated by Amiri's earlier roar, he wasn't afraid. He continued in a grave tone, "This is the territory of the Azure Dragon Draper. When encountering humans of unknown origin, it's my duty to clarify their identities. Please cooperate. Otherwise, the vast Azure Dragon Draper, with countless strong warriors, isn't something you can resist." Amiri responded nonchalantly, "She is my Dao companion. Is that enough?" Before Muhammad could respond, another dragon named Lu Abelardo Kong finally snapped out of his daze. Hearing Amiri's words, he looked at Jacqueline's delicate face in disbelief and said, "How is that possible? A noble dragon warrior would unite with an ugly human? With a completely featureless flat face, ordinary facial features, and no tendrils or scales, she doesn't even look strong. I wouldn't want her as a servant due to her ugliness. How could a prestigious dragon warrior unite with such an unsightly human?" His words hit Jacqueline hard despite her having long adapted to different racial aesthetics. She almost lost control of her emotions. Amiri, already irritated, burst into laughter at this. Looking at Jacqueline, he teased, "He says you have a flat face and calls you ugly. What do you say we do?" Jensen. Jacqueline was truly angry now. The dignity of a divine realm powerhouse should not be challenged so easily, especially since she knew they were just looking for trouble. Without holding back, she extended her left hand, grabbing at Lu Abelardo Kong's body remotely. A large aura hand instantly formed, tightly encasing him before crushing him with force. The muffled sound of breaking bones echoed in the air. Seeing this, the other dragon, Muhammad, immediately leaped into the sky, smashing through the roof while sending out a distress signal via his identity token. He understood that anyone who could kill an 8-star member instantly would also defeat him easily. Moreover, such a powerful human appearing quietly in the heart of the Azure Dragon Draper was akin to an alien invasion. Add to that the fact that this human was accompanied by a dragon powerhouse, implying internal collusion within the guild. At this thought, Muhammad grew alarmed, subconsciously imagining a massive conspiracy. Back in the tavern downstairs, after killing the dragon, Jacqueline's anger subsided slightly. Controlling the aura hand, she flung the corpse far away. Then she glared at Amiri. "Others criticize me like that, and you find it amusing? You prefer ugliness?" Amiri immediately sobered up, saying seriously, "They're the ones who are bizarre looking. They don't understand beauty. Ignore what they say." He then turned to shout downstairs, "Waiter, bring us more wine quickly." In the tavern, chaos reigned as patrons fled from the death of the dragon warrior, spreading news to the ground floor. Even the innkeeper and the waiter were terrified. To commoners, an 8-star Azure Dragon Draper member was already a towering figure, now fleeing to the sky because of a companion's death. Clearly, the remaining human and dragon on the second floor weren't people to mess with. The waiter, under orders from the innkeeper, hesitantly approached and bowed deeply upon hearing Amiri's command. "Yes, sir." Soon, a large table full of exquisite dishes and 2 barrels of fine wine were brought up. "The honorable guests, please enjoy your meal." The waiter hurriedly retreated. Amiri smiled and said, "Arvidshu, forget about those unpleasant remarks. Let's drink." Pouring a bowl for Jacqueline, she huffed but returned his smile. Leisurely drinking together, they paid no attention to the other dragon's escape. Not long after, a flying shuttle appeared above the tavern. 3 9-star dragons emerged from the cabin to join Muhammad. 3 senior brothers, I am Muhammad, an 8-star member. Muhammad activated his identity token and pointed towards the tavern below, solemnly stating, "I've reported the events already. The target is still inside the tavern, and I've been monitoring from here. But they are very powerful, please be cautious, senior brothers." The 3 9-stars immediately flew towards the tavern, probing with soul power. Surprisingly, no soul energy was detected on the second floor. Summoning the innkeeper and waiter, no one found any sign of the targets leaving or when they disappeared. Unbeknownst to them, Amiri and Jacqueline had already teleported to a majestic mountain peak, sitting leisurely and chatting. Each planet had its own unique characteristics, culture, customs, and scenery. After adjusting their mindset, they could appreciate the distinct charm. They didn't take the local guards too seriously and continued traveling to famous mountains and rivers. Once done, they directly teleported into space. Traveling at immense speed, they soon returned to a previously visited planet and used a teleportation array to reach the next destination. To avoid trouble, Jacqueline learned how to change her appearance, subtly altering her looks on each new planet. Encountering issues, they solved them swiftly and moved on before things escalated. Within the entire southern star sea, there were over 100 factions, thousands of life planets, and countless races. It took Amiri and Jacqueline 5 years to visit all known life planets. During this time, apart from sightseeing, both gained significant advancements. Jacqueline mastered spatial teleportation and deeper insights into Swallow Heaven creation art. Meanwhile, Amiri's Swallow Heaven creation art had long transcended the need for seclusion, constantly achieving peak cultivation efficiency. After 5 years of travel, he gained another 18 trillion potential points. Adding this to his existing total, he reached 103 trillion potential points, just enough for upgrading another origin-level technique. Chapter 270, Chaotic Star Region. At the same time, Amiri used the secret technique, Infinite Star Map, to pinpoint one life-bearing planet after another in the entire southern Bright Sea, and finally drew an accurate star map in his mind. The entire southern Bright Sea roughly formed a sphere, with the Tai Sui Manor located near the surface of this spherical region. Could there be something special at the center of this sphere? Amiri's thoughts stirred but decided not to explore it immediately, as he still had Hicks's invitation to attend. Thus, Amiri and his companion returned to the main base of Tai Sui Manor after 5 years. During the journey, Amiri briefly pondered and allocated potential points to the Heaven-Earth Forbidden technique, spending 101 trillion potential points to elevate it directly from sacred level to origin level. The current Heaven-Earth Forbidden technique could now envelop a 100-mile radius, greatly restricting all living beings within that area. He could also specifically exempt any being from these restrictions as per his will. Everything would go as he desired. When used for individual sealing, it could transform a living being into something akin to stone, an existence without consciousness, soul, or any biological activity, impervious to the passage of time. No powerful entity could sense its soul fluctuations. It would be a perfect seal. The new Heaven-Earth Forbidden technique was not only an excellent support tool in group battles, but also an unmatched sealing technique. After digesting all the information, Amiri finally met the highest leader of Tai Sui Manor, Manor Lord Hicks. The three met somewhere in space. Below them lay the immense structure of Tai Sui Manor, resembling a giant celestial beast, while above, endless stars twinkled. Sitting cross-legged in mid-air, they greeted each other. Hicks laughed heartily. I've heard much about you but didn't expect to meet you officially now. Manor Lord flatters me. I apologize for failing to live up to your expectations despite your efforts to save me last time, Amiri replied with a slight smile. No matter. Actually, I wasn't very confident either. Fortunately, since you didn't come out, it saved me some embarrassment. Hicks waved it off casually, laughing. But surviving 13 years inside a black hole's core, and even walking out on your own truly leaves me in awe. Jacqueline added gently, Manor Lord. When Amiri wasn't yet strong enough, he dared challenge the rampant Stephanon alliance. That's already quite audacious. Now, with your praise, who knows? He might get carried away and think of wiping out all other forces soon. They both chuckled at her remark. Hicks said, that would be a grand feat together. We can unify the entire southern Bright Sea and achieve unprecedented greatness for the human race. Let humanity dominate the universe eternally. Amiri smiled. Since Manor Lord has such ambitions, I will naturally give my full cooperation. Hicks didn't delve further into this topic, but remarked, still, other forces aren't easy opponents. No matter how strong we are, we must consider the lives of our subordinates and civilians. Our situation is promising, and with both of you as unprecedented talents, the southern Bright Sea will eventually belong to our race if we proceed steadily. Now, we need to strengthen our foundations to ensure we can protect our territory in case of a major war. Amiri nodded and asked, so, Manor Lord wants to venture into the chaotic star region? Hicks gave a mysterious smile. It's not just for luck. With your robust physique, compared to others, you'll have an easier time acquiring various treasures and divine relics. Of course, some dangerous areas should still be avoided. Though they won't necessarily kill you, they can bring a lot of trouble. You mustn't be careless. After discussing further details and dividing the spoils, they set off. Using a teleportation array to reach the border planet, they boarded a flying shuttle towards the vast expanse of space. Sitting cross-legged, they rested and conserved energy. 2 days later, the shuttle stopped. We're here. Amiri stood up and looked out the window. Far away, a vast expanse of distorted space devoid of any light stretched out, appearing as if nothing existed except the primordial chaos of the universe. Jacqueline also stood up, gazing at the distant scene with a slightly serious expression. She was the weakest among the three, and her survival skills were the poorest. Even with Amiri's protection, sudden events could put her in mortal danger. Let's go, she said, taking a deep breath. They disembarked from the shuttle and flew toward the chaotic star region, while the shuttle turned back toward Tai Sui Manor's territory. The most common occurrence in the chaotic star region is spatial distortion, which shouldn't be a problem for us. Just be mindful of the changes around you, Hicks explained seriously. Though he had briefed them earlier, he reassured Jacqueline, noticing her tense expression. As they flew closer, the distorted space became clearer, and the ebb and flow of spiritual energy grew more intense. Finally, they entered the distorted space. Numerous powerful forces in the void tugged at their bodies in every direction, trying to tear everything apart. After a slight jolt, they quickly adjusted. Such distortions can easily shatter any powerhouse below 7 stars and significantly hinder those below 9 stars, Hicks explained. As he spoke, a burst of fire suddenly appeared in a distant direction, erupting into a sea of flames that persisted. That's a common rule eruption, not too lethal. Regular elder-level practitioners can handle it easily. Each eruption starts small and intensifies, giving a hint before fully manifesting. For instance, a flame rule eruption starts with a spark and turns into a sea of flames in about 2 seconds. Other rule eruptions behave similarly. These are the 2 most common dangers in the chaotic star region. While flying, Hicks continued explaining. Soon, a thunderclap erupted from another distant point. Stefanu Lau entering the Grandview Garden. Amiri and his companion curiously observed their surroundings, staying alert. Suddenly, inspiration struck Amiri. He transformed into a nearly 2-kilometer-tall giant, scooped Jacqueline into his hand. Should be pretty safe now, right? The giant Amiri grinned, his booming voice resonating through space. Hicks turned and was surprised. Being so large will attract attacks and draw attention from others in the chaotic star region, increasing your risk. Are you sure about this? Hashtag chapter 271. Heavenly Crystal. Amiri said indifferently, don't worry. I'm not afraid of any danger. Kaylee's hand moved in his, curiously sensing the warmth of his palm, and then she smiled. Thank you, Brother Amiri, but I'll go to your shoulder. That way, I can fight normally. With that, she gracefully flew up and sat cross-legged on Amiri's broad shoulders. Amiri's body had been proportionally enlarged 1,000 times, standing nearly 2 kilometers tall, with palms over 100 meters long and shoulders about 100 meters thick. For Kaylee, it was like an expansive training square. Hicks saw this and didn't say more. The 3 continued forward. At this moment, a blue arc of lightning flickered nearby. Dodge! Hicks shouted immediately. Amiri quickly retreated 10 miles with Kaylee. In the blink of an eye, the electric arc sparkled and continuously expanded. In about 2 seconds, it formed a sea of thunder. This is the manifestation of the thunder law. Try not to attack it prematurely, as it's difficult to extinguish. Dodging is the best choice. Sinclairin, if you need to comprehend a law, we can stay here for a few days. Observing from such close range will make it easier to gain insights compared to outside. The 3 watched the blue-white lightning from afar. Kaylee shook her head and said, forget it. Hicks did not urge further and continued on their journey. Despite the chaos region being called dangerous, which made Kaylee nervous at first, they roamed for nearly a month without encountering any special dangers or treasures. This relaxed Kaylee's nerves considerably. One day, while traveling through the twisted star field, Hicks suddenly stopped and said, we have something? Following his gaze, Amiri and Kaylee saw a floating, irregular-shaped sky-blue crystal in the distance, swaying like a boat on the surface of the sea under the omnipresent spiritual chi tide. That's a heavenly crystal, a highly pure spiritual chi crystalline structure born under the special conditions of the chaotic star domain. The energy density per unit volume is about 10,000 times that of spirit stones, and its purity is several dozen times higher. Even for deity kings, it's a top-notch cultivation resource. While flying rapidly toward the heavenly crystal, Hicks explained to them as usual. Soon, they arrived near the crystal. A white sword beam condensed in Hicks's hand, slicing the nearly half-human height crystal into 3 uneven pieces with 2 swift swings. According to the previously agreed-upon distribution ratio, Hicks, as the team leader with the strongest power, received 50% due to leading the exploration and providing intelligence. Amiri, as the second strongest with unmatched physical defense, who might need to explore dangerous situations, received 40%. Kaylee, with the weakest strength requiring protection, received 10%. Each of them stored their share of the heavenly crystal in their storage rings. Amiri estimated that his piece's volume was equivalent to about 100 spirit stones. Based on Hicks's explanation, since the energy density was 10,000 times that of spirit stones, 1 heavenly crystal could be converted into approximately 10 billion potential points. Therefore, this harvest was roughly worth over 1 trillion potential points, equal to over 100 days of cultivation. The chaotic star domain is vast. Seeking gains cannot be rushed. My previous explorations often lasted decades, Hicks remarked. Amiri suddenly asked, aren't you worried about unexpected incidents at the manor when you leave so confidently? What if it gets attacked by a top-tier force, with their leader acting personally? No one could resist. Hicks smiled and said, you don't need to worry about those issues. Ordinarily, the elders can handle most situations. Even if a top-tier force gets offended, their leader usually won't escalate things while I'm still alive. Everyone knows that if a leader acts rashly and excessively, once I return, the offending force will face dire consequences. That kind of mutual destruction is unacceptable. Deity King level experts are the core of any organization. As long as I live, others will fear me. Even if someone took advantage of my absence to destroy the Taizue Manor, it would remove my constraints. If driven mad, I could cause chaos for any top-tier force, even destroying them. Therefore, to destroy any powerful force, their strongest must be killed first, followed by a blitzkrieg to seize their territory, just like our elimination of the Mad Stephanon Alliance. Amiri nodded thoughtfully, muttering, the strongest individual forms the foundation of an organization. Exactly. The stronger the leader, the stronger the force. Conversely, if the leader dies, the force collapses instantly. So, as long as I live and continue to grow stronger, Taizue Manor will thrive. Hicks said confidently. Behind us, Dodge. Suddenly, Kaylee shouted. Nearby, strong winds swept wildly, disrupting the chaotic star domain's already messy spiritual chi fluctuations. It was impossible to detect various crises via spiritual chi alone, relying mostly on vision. The wind law isn't as easily noticed as flames or thunder, appearing insignificant at first until it has grown significantly by the time it's detected. Complete avoidance is extremely difficult. For instance, when Kaylee discovered it, endless wind blades were already ravaging within hundreds of meters and rapidly expanding. Luckily, their reactions were fast. She warned them the instant she saw it, and Amiri and Hicks shot forward the moment they heard her. Simultaneously, Amiri formed a hemispherical protective shield with his left hand over Kaylee on his shoulder, shielding her tightly. Hicks's protective aura instantly surged, extending nearly half a meter out from his body. Fierce wind blades swept in, covering nearly 10 miles in an instant and continuing to wreak havoc. The trio weathered the relentless wind blades, emerging unscathed from the storm domain. Let's keep going. None of them considered the incident significant. Such a level of storm barely counted as dangerous. Chapter 272, Demon Race Braden. Amiri and his two companions wandered through the chaotic star region. They didn't travel continuously, even though before they left, the Asher had given each of them a specially made positioning stone from twin stones and other precious materials. The sensing range of these stones was much greater than identity tokens or void flyers, but they still had limits. If they exceeded the sensing range, they might be lost in the chaotic star region forever. Amiri also chose not to reveal that he owned the endless star map, keeping it as his trump card. A year passed quickly. During this time, the three experienced countless outbreaks of laws, all of which were uneventful. They also obtained some relatively common treasures like celestial crystals and void stones. Amiri and Hicks became thoroughly accustomed to the environment of the chaotic star region and gained significant understanding of various dangers. At one point during their journey, the trio noticed an area ahead filled with numerous spatial rifts, a chaotic flow. Move aside. I'll handle this. Amiri set Jacqueline down from his shoulder, then darted forward into the space-time turbulence. Countless spatial rifts swirled like storms, completely engulfing his massive body. However, the moment they touched him, they silently dissipated. In front of Amiri floated an irregular piece of stone. Objects that could exist in the chaotic star region were necessarily valuable treasures. This stone block was a void stone used for crafting storage rings. Bearing the countless spatial rifts, Amiri charged into the center of the chaos, grabbed the stone, returned to the two, and chuckled. This isn't small. It's worth at least 2 million spirit stones. He casually sliced the void stone into 3 pieces, and each stored their share into their storage rings. At this moment, Amiri's gaze swept across below unintentionally, immediately focusing. What's that? Jacqueline and Hicks followed his gaze. In the distance, beams of bright white light intermittently shone, occasionally illuminating like a searchlight, then vanishing swiftly. Let's go check it out. The three immediately changed direction by 90 degrees, flying swiftly towards the source of the white light. This doesn't seem like the result of a law burst, more like some kind of treasure, Hicks said excitedly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the chaotic star region, a tall figure flew recklessly through the distorted space. With insect-like blue armor covering his entire body and a thin, sword-tipped tail at the end, if Amiri were present, he would recognize this as a strong member of the demon race. In the spherical layout of the South Star Sea, the demon territory was located opposite Tai Sui Manor side, quite far away, so there was minimal interaction between them. If Amiri hadn't proactively explored the entire South Star Sea, he probably wouldn't have encountered a demon in his lifetime. The demon's gaze landed on the distant flickering white light. A treasure? He moved towards the source of the white light. In the chaotic star region, due to the distortion of space, rays of light always refracted randomly. Seeing distant objects with the naked eye revealed only vague positions, making everything more surreal than a mirage. Additionally, since the white light was rather far, Amiri and company had to constantly adjust their course while flying, gradually closing in on their target. Finally, after over 10 minutes, they arrived near the white light and saw its true form, a delicately crafted longsword emitting concentrated white light. All three clearly felt the powerful law fluctuations coming from the longsword. That's a divine artifact containing law power. It's perfect for Sinclairin. Hicks smiled. Jacqueline examined it seriously. A divine artifact's embedded law power could not only be comprehended and learned, but also used as a weapon. Even without mastering laws, one could trigger it using one's spiritual energy. This allowed someone who hadn't grasped the law to normally wield law power, making it perfectly suitable for Jacqueline's current situation. Amiri took the initiative and approached the sword. Jamming next to Amiri's colossal body, the meter-long sword looked tiny. He extended 2 fingers and gently picked it up. Instantly, the white light surged, and law power gushed forth. Beam after beam of white light shot out, but was ignored by Amiri. The sword vibrated violently, its blade ringing repeatedly, yet couldn't escape Amiri's grip. Amiri easily carried the long sword back to the others. Jensenry and bind it. Otherwise, you can't take it with you. Hicks urged hurriedly. Jacqueline nodded gravely, took the long sword from Amiri's fingertips, and released a massive amount of spiritual energy to suppress the sword's violent reactions. As the sword's white glow weakened, she started probing it with her soul force to integrate and refine it. At this moment, the demon got closer. His gaze was cruel and evil, crimson pupils glaring fiercely. Even seeing Amiri's group of 3 did not deter him in the slightest. Hicks? Heh. The demon's lips curled into a sinister smile as he transformed into a 20-meter-high form. You're Braden? Hicks frowned and whispered to Amiri, protect Sinclairin. Leave the demon to me. Hicks approached, waving his right hand and launching a tornado formed by space cracks toward the towering demon. Amiri immediately supported Jacqueline and moved her away from the battlefield, quietly observing the ensuing battle. The demon named Braden waved his hand and shattered the tornado, sustaining merely minor cuts on his arm, which healed almost instantly. As Braden swung his palm again, Hicks dodged, steadying the previously chaotic space around him. Confronting Braden's swift attacks, Hicks multiplied himself into thousands, encircling the demon with numerous spatial slashes. SSSSSD. SSSSSD. Though the slashes broke through the demon's shell and created deep wounds on his flesh, they seemed insignificant on his colossal frame. After over 10,000 years, you've indeed improved significantly, but only so much. Braden laughed maniacally, ignoring the minor injuries as he swung both arms wildly and swept his tail around, creating an impenetrable defense. Bam! In just moments, Hicks was thrown back thousands of meters by the demon's steel-like tail. His chest caved inward. Chapter 273, Play a Trump Card. Lord of the Mansion, let me handle it. Amiri's figure moved. While still protecting Sereniti's body with one hand, he swiftly flew forward, his left hand pushing forward. The already massive palm, originally over 100 meters long, continued to expand wildly, transforming into a sky-blocking palm that stretched for 100 miles and swept down in an overwhelming manner. With first stage, Celestial Deity Realm Cultivation, the explosion of Origin Level, Universal Annihilation, the amplification of Origin Level, 10,000 Calamities, Immortal Heaven Art, the enhancement of Tao Level, Immeasurable Illusory Body, and the boost from Tao Level, Star Picking Hand. This was the first time he had formally acted in over a decade, and even more so, his first time unleashing full power. Although his cultivation lagged far behind the opponent, under the cumulative amplification of various powerful techniques, his first stage Celestial Deity Realm Cultivation was magnified by at least 10,000 times. The spiritual energy in the void surged continuously. Diego didn't dodge or retreat. His mouth still curled with a savage smile as he charged up toward the overwhelming palm. Not even Hicks could be my match, and you, a mere human descendant, dare. Before he could finish speaking, his fist made contact with Amiri's palm. Instantly, he felt an unstoppable, immense force surge through his body from his fist, creating waves that seemed to tear everything apart, exploding within every part of him. His expression changed drastically. SSSHHHHH. Innumerable, dense injuries appeared all over his body, tearing apart every inch of skin and flesh. Simultaneously, his entire arm was compressed to the elbow under the terrifying force, splattering massive amounts of blood plasma. Amiri's palm continued pressing down, striking Diego's head and embedding it into his neck. Diego's body involuntarily sank thousands of meters down. Hicks, who had just been pushed back, saw Amiri charge forward while considering whether to assist him. Before he could open his mouth to stop Amiri, he witnessed this astonishing scene. It left him utterly stunned. He knew about Amiri's strong physical defense. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to survive for so long in the black hole. But he never imagined that Amiri's offensive power had reached such a terrifying level. All previous intelligence emphasized Amiri's focus on defense over explosive power, barely able to match elder-level beings in terms of burst power. In other words, during the 13 years sealed in the black hole and the 5 years of wandering, Amiri's explosive power had at least increased by 100-fold. Considering Amiri's formidable defense, his strength likely surpassed Hicks's long ago. At that moment, Amiri calmly said, "Your strength is merely a..." Amiri's figure moved, rapidly chasing after Diego. Watching the battle helplessly from afar, Hicks's face flushed slightly. Though he knew Amiri's words were directed at Diego and meant to stand up for him, Hicks felt an intense burning pain on his face when he heard them. Previously, he had always taken it for granted that he was the strongest member of the team, enjoying the highest share of the rewards. But now, he realized everything had only been due to Amiri's humility. What a peerless talent, incomparably powerful yet humble and polite. Thinking of this, Hicks hurriedly shouted, "Amiri, Diego controls the law of Stephanf, automatically recovering from any injury. His vitality is extremely resilient. Do not underestimate him." Law of Stephanf? Automatic recovery? Sounds impressive, but can it compare to me? Let me blow you up and see. Amiri sneered and slapped another palm towards Diego. At this moment, Diego no longer bore the cruel expression he had earlier, but instead wore a grave look. His head had already emerged from his neck, and his arm visibly regrew at an incredible speed. These injuries looked terrible, but on a flesh-cultivating god like himself, they weren't severe at all, especially given his control over the law of Stephanf recovery. As long as he wasn't directly killed, any wound could slowly heal. But what Diego feared was Amiri's terrifying power. He had been a divine king for over 100,000 years. With the Tao-level skill of matching heaven and earth, he possessed explosive power amplified by 100 times, and with the ability to infinitely recover life force, he had been invincible among divine kings for 10,000 years. Yet, in front of this unknown human, he was easily crushed. His strongest flesh was at a disadvantage. Did he have to resort to relying on life force to outlast the opponent? Seeing Amiri chase after him, Diego dodged without hesitation. He needed to wait until his arm fully recovered before exchanging blows and engaging in a fierce fight. Not recklessly. Diego, being a top-tier divine king, was indeed faster than Amiri, who was actually only a celestial deity. Chasing for a while, Amiri couldn't even touch the hem of Diego's clothes. What? Is the strength of a divine king just running away fast? Afraid to fight a late-stage celestial deity like me? Amiri laughed derisively. He waved his left hand, causing endless spatial cracks to sweep forward. Diego's face darkened but remained silent, continuing to evade. For over 100,000 years as a divine king, he had long forgotten the feeling of being bullied when he was weak, getting accustomed to the awe and reverence of countless people. But he remembered the lesson. When at a disadvantage, one must endure humiliation. So, despite his internal rage, he endured. Seeing that Diego remained unmoved by his deliberate taunts, Amiri finally stopped, sighing. Unfortunately, I have to play a trump card. His gaze suddenly sharpened. His figure vanished instantly from the spot and reappeared not far in front of Diego. Then, he used Universal Annihilation, combined with Star Picking Hand. 100-mile-wide palm fell, blocking the sky. Diego instinctively froze, desperately trying to dodge in another direction. However, the attack range of Tao level, Star Picking Hand, was too wide, covering 100 miles, and close enough that even the elite divine king couldn't escape. Far away, Hicks watched in horror. How is this possible? In the chaotic star domain, with space warping everywhere, how did he manage to teleport? During his earlier battle with Diego, Hicks had also attempted space teleportation but had deliberately controlled and stabilized the surrounding space to enable limited-range teleportation. But Amiri's recent teleportation was clear to everyone. It occurred in an area where space was still twisting and warping. In such conditions, even a divine king who mastered the path of space would find direct teleportation impossible. Chapter 274, Exceptional Stefan Threatening Ability. How did he manage that? Hicks was filled with confusion. No matter how hard he tried, it was impossible for him to imagine that Amiri's spatial great teleportation had already reached the origin level, touching upon the very essence of spatial laws. However, Amiri hadn't directly comprehended the laws. Instead, he had mastered them through the upgrade of his cultivation technique. As a result, unlike others who could easily infer related spatial laws, he didn't possess this breadth of understanding. But when it came to pure spatial teleportation, it was absolutely on par with any normal origin level technique, 10 times stronger than Dao level and 100 times stronger than Law level. To put it simply, the breadth of his ability wasn't as extensive as other origin level powers, but in terms of depth and strength, it was undoubtedly at the standard origin level. And reaching the origin level with spatial great teleportation didn't just mean increasing the distance he could teleport by tenfold. Its intrinsic power allowed it to somewhat ignore certain spatial obstacles, like spatial fluctuations, distortions, locks, and barriers. Imagine an old car that could only travel on wide, flat roads, coming to a halt at mountainous terrain. After upgrading, it became an amphibious aircraft capable of flying over most obstacles. His spatial teleportation worked similarly. In the chaotic star domain, he could teleport freely, although the distance was slightly less than outside, which did not affect combat. Such sudden teleportations naturally took everyone by surprise. In a rush, the demon race's powerhouse Simusuo's body shuddered. An invisible force field surged from his surface as defense, while his intact left arm extended to block Amiri's massive palm. In the next moment, Colt's body was completely enveloped. Overwhelming power flooded into his body from all directions, and countless spatial cracks erupted around him. His body was squeezed mercilessly. Additionally, countless spatial cracks acted like rapidly spinning meat grinders, slicing him from all angles. I'll turn you into mincemeat, see if you can recover then. Amiri maintained the star-plucking hand covering 100 miles, repeatedly unleashing Annihilation of the universe. Meanwhile, Jacqueline, protected within Amiri's right hand, seemed to have completed the refinement of the divine longsword. Amiri opened his hand. Jacqueline flew out from his palm, her face beaming with excitement. How is it? Have you finished refining it? Amiri asked with a smile. Yes, the refinement is complete. Jacqueline made a flourish with the sword, inspecting the blade closely. At this point, there was no trace of white light on the sword, but it still emitted faint law fluctuations. From now on, this sword will be called White Fulton Sword, Jacqueline said happily. Amiri looked at her helplessly. That sounds too plain. Why not call it Bright Fulton Sword? All right, let's call it Bright Fulton Sword. Jacqueline agreed readily, testing the law power of the Bright Fulton Sword while swinging it forward lightly. Instantly, a beam of white laser shot out toward the distance. Another swing produced a 10-mile-long streak of white sword chi that slashed through the air like lightning, traveling tens of miles before gradually dissipating. Truly an excellent divine weapon, Jacqueline thought briefly, and the Bright Fulton Sword was stored within her body. At that moment, Amiri suddenly sensed some unusual activity in his left hand and immediately told Jacqueline, move back. Jacqueline decisively flew toward Hicks. Amiri focused on dealing with Colt. Boom. With a low rumble, something in Amiri's palm exploded violently. But under his tight grip, his hand did not relax. Instead, it contained the blast within. He clearly felt that after the explosion, Colt's struggles significantly weakened but were still faint. Amiri continued unleashing boundless spatial cracks and immense power from his palm. Several minutes later, Amiri felt his palm becoming much emptier as Colt's flesh and blood turned entirely into a mist of blood. Only then did he release his left hand, letting the blood mist drift in the distorted space. Phew. He exhaled gently, transforming the breath into a hurricane that swept through the void, thoroughly dispersing the blood mist. All done. Amiri turned, looking at Jacqueline and the others with a bright smile. To kill even Colt, Amiri, your strength is incredible. Hicks marveled. Who is Colt? One of the leaders of the demon race? Amiri asked curiously. Yes, he is one of the leaders of the demon race. In the Southern Star Sea, many races don't have just one major power. For example, the Jinsaman race, Tiger Clan, Blade Donald's clan, etc. But the demon race has only one top power, the Demon City. For instance, our Jinsaman race is divided into different factions mainly because we exist throughout the Southern Star Sea. If all our forces were concentrated in one place, distant humans would be without support. Distributing across several locations avoids splitting too many strong forces and ensures the safety of various human groups. However, Demon City is different. All their elites are concentrated in one faction, and they largely ignore the survival of weaker members, regardless of the dwindling numbers of the demon race. So, despite having 5 divine king-level powerhouses, Demon City employs many external race powerhouses, and internal power struggles prevent unity. Otherwise, surrounding major powers wouldn't stand a chance against Demon City's invasions. But, that's beside the point. Regardless of its internal issues, Demon City remains one of the top powers in the Southern Star Sea. Colt is the second in command of Demon City. Even among the entire Southern Star Sea, his overall strength should rank within the top 10. Due to his exceptional life-saving abilities, he could arguably be considered unbeatable among divine kings. Amiri nodded thoughtfully. This comparison gave him a clearer idea of his own strength. If the opponent was in the top 10 of the Southern Star Sea, where did that place him? Top 3? Or perhaps the strongest? Suddenly, Amiri remembered something. By the way, looking at your reactions, did you know him before? Hicks coughed lightly. More or less. I fought him once 10,000 years ago and almost died. So, I have a deep impression of someone with such strong life-saving abilities. So, that's why Master initially favored me and invited me to explore together. Partly, strong life-saving abilities are quite useful in the chaotic star domain. Hicks added, casting a complex glance at Amiri. Just what I couldn't foresee was that you're not only good at saving lives, but also exceptionally deadly. Chapter 275. Did you take a fancy to my long spear? Amiri grinned. Governor, you flatter me. My strength is merely above average, not as strong as you say. I'm just in the top 10 of the Southern Star Sea. Praise me after I defeat the first place holder. Hicks laughed heartily and then suddenly asked, by the way, did you fail to snatch Seamus's war spoils? Amiri's expression froze instantly. During intense battles, who cares about those trivialities? The storage rings are relatively fragile and can easily be destroyed. He forced a smile but couldn't help feeling a bit heartbroken. The storage ring of a top-tier Divine King Realm powerhouse must have contained many treasures, at least numerous spirit stones or even celestial crystals. But he had habitually overlooked them. Each time he encountered an evenly matched battle, a wild fighting spirit would surge within him, driving him to defeat and kill his opponent. It seems I need to restrain myself a bit more. Amiri silently warned himself. At least try to seize the spoils first. The three set off again. Hicks took out a locator stone, sensed the approximate distance to the main base of Taishir Manor, and said, we're almost out of range. Let's head this way. They immediately changed direction. Oh, right, Amiri. Hicks suddenly spoke. Amiri and Jacqueline focused their attention on him. I think we should adjust our loot distribution ratio. Your strength is the greatest, and when encountering dangers, it's always you who takes the lead. So, you deserve the highest share. Most of the time, it's usually me who acts, plus leading the team, so I should take 40%, essentially swapping shares with you. Alfred Elder will still get 10%. What do you think? Amiri and Jacqueline nodded. No problem. The scenery in the chaotic star region was monotonous, dark, vast, twisted, and chaotic. Most of the journey was boring, so they occasionally chatted. Jacqueline summoned her bright light sword from within her body, sometimes attempting to activate it or comprehend its principles of light. Occasionally, the bright white flashes were quite prominent in the dark chaos, but none of the three cared. After all, the probability of attracting enemies was low. Besides, with their strength, if they did encounter an enemy, it was uncertain who would be the hunter and who the prey. Meanwhile, somewhere in the chaotic star region, a figure with 16 wings flying through the warped space paused now and then, facing bursts of various principal attacks without evading, rushing straight into them. Under these powerful natural principal attacks, he remained unharmed. Instead, all the chaotic principles calmed down in front of him, the distorted space smoothed out, the explosive principles vanished, and spatial rifts healed instantly as if nature bowed before him. Damn it, mech, I'll kill you. This figure, filled with undying hatred, continued to roar angrily. His 8 pairs of pure white wings looked smooth and lustrous, radiating endless white light, giving him an appearance like a sacred divine messenger. He was from the divine race, a non-existent race in the Southern Star Sea. In this directionless, coordinate-less, reference-free chaotic star region, he had been lost for thousands of years. Over those millennia, he occasionally encountered other life forms, most of whom were also lost, killed by him casually. For most life forms, once lost in the chaotic star region, it meant being trapped for eternity, but he could never accept that fate. He still had deep-seated enmity, an eternal life, and formidable power. Mech, when I return, it will be your end. The divine powerhouse halted abruptly, raising a hand, from which emerged a long spear radiating boundless white light, floating quietly in midair. Infinite principal energy emanated from the spear, whose brilliance exceeded any stars by hundreds of times, illuminating the vast darkness brighter than daylight, simultaneously expanding and growing into a massive 100-meter-long spear. Its shaft resembled a massive metallic column 5 people could barely encircle. Similarly, the divine powerhouse emitted dazzling white light, standing beside the spear as one with it, blending effortlessly. It was his bait, a lure to attract other life forms to him. He believed that sooner or later, he would encounter someone with coordinates from the outside world, guiding him back. The white light illuminated far across the chaotic star region. Amiri's trio happened to notice this white light during their journey. Another one? With sharp eyes, Amiri saw the beam of white light first. But if it's another light principle, it doesn't seem very useful anymore. Jacqueline chuckled. Despite her words, they still turned toward the white light immediately. They weren't sure if it would be helpful, but encountering others was worth checking out. Amiri maintained his giant form, Jacqueline on his shoulder, with Hicks leading ahead. Carefully navigating around and avoiding various principal attacks, they slowly approached their target. Meanwhile, 2 teams in different directions also discovered the target and cautiously headed towards it. One team comprised 2 members of the Bladeclaw race, and the other team, 2 members of the Giant race, each formidable top-tier powerhouses. From 3 different angles, all converging on the white light, they moved forward. After over 12 hours, the 2 Bladeclaw powerhouses reached the light source first. Before them lay an expanse of blinding white. As a divine king realm and a peak true god realm powerhouse, the Bladeclaw duo clearly discerned through the radiant light what lay within. Powerful principal energy flowed endlessly from the long spear, stirring the surrounding laws continuously. That's principal energy. That's a holy artifact. The leading Bladeclaw shouted excitedly. Artifacts contain principles, while holy artifacts contain higher-level Dao principles. Being a divine king realm powerhouse, he could distinctly differentiate between principle and Dao principle. Holy artifacts were supreme treasures sought by every god realm powerhouse. Without understanding Dao principles, one could harness its power. For those who understood Dao principles, it could amplify their capabilities. Of course, it had to align with the same principles. Neither of the 2 Bladeclaw powerhouses had comprehended Dao principles, making the holy artifact incredibly valuable to them. To master the Flash Dao principle from scratch was entirely worth it. As they flew closer, until the spear was within their perception, their expressions suddenly changed. Someone else. The divine powerhouse stepped out from behind the spear, smiling faintly at the two Bladeclaw powerhouses. Do you two take a fancy to my long spear? Chapter 276. An existence beyond the Divine King realm. The two Blade Clan experts wore solemn expressions. By now, they could clearly see that everything before them was deliberately orchestrated by this foreign race powerhouse. Including the sacred artifact before their eyes, it must surely be something possessed by this alien powerhouse. Regardless of his actual strength, someone who could wield a sacred artifact was undoubtedly extremely powerful. This friend, you deliberately drew us here. What do you require? The Blade Clan leader asked in a grave tone. I merely got lost in the chaotic star domain and was looking for someone to guide me. Do you have any coordinates leading outside? The divine race expert smiled warmly. The Blade Clan leader glanced at the 8 pairs of pure white wings behind the divine being, then asked calmly, May I know which race you belong to, and where you come from? I come from the divine race of the Heavenly Fountain Star System. You may call me Lord Aiden. Now, can you answer my question? Do you have any coordinates leading out? The divine race expert continued to smile warmly. The two Blade Clan experts frowned, sensing an air of superiority in his smile. Although he was asking for help, not only did he lack any semblance of humility, but also showed no interest in learning their names or race. His tone was filled with arrogance. Aiden, is it? We indeed have coordinates back, but what benefit can you offer us if we lead you out? The Blade Clan leader, though wary, suppressed his irritation and said coolly. Benefit? The so-called Aiden's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible sneer. A benefit is leaving you your lowly life. Sufficient enough? The faces of the two Blade Clan experts instantly flushed with anger. With the situation escalating to this extent, it was clear the other side harbored hostility. There was no need to salvage the situation further. As they spread out, each unleashed a powerful rule-based attack. Aiden's figure moved, flashing across the void like a white light, causing the sky to instantly shatter in a shower of lightning wherever he went. He appeared before the Blade Clan leader in an instant, striking him on the forehead. Only then did the Blade Clan leader barely react, just managing to widen his eyes in terror before a terrible force smashed his head into his chest. Next moment, his entire body began to glow with crystal-like clarity as if containing boundless light. As the light reached its peak, the first thread of white radiance emerged, shooting off into the endless expanse. More threads followed in quick succession, breaking free from his body until his entire form stretched and shimmered as if becoming a pure source of radiant white light, dissolving entirely afterwards. A storage ring quietly floated in his place. Aiden casually picked up the storage ring, smiling at the stunned remaining Blade Clan expert. That would be you. Let me out. Aiden's handsome face wore a warm spring breeze-like smile. All right, I'll lead you out. The Blade Clan expert swallowed hard and immediately responded compliantly. It was wise to act prudently. To kill a Divine King realm leader in an instant was definitely the work of a supreme being beyond the Divine King realm, someone too terrifying to resist. It was best to obediently follow his orders. Moreover, the likes of a supreme existence beyond the Divine King realm were unprecedented in the Southern Star Sea's history. It was an honor to serve such a one. With this thought, the Blade Clan quickly retrieved a sky-blue spherical stone from his storage ring, activated his soul power, and bowed respectfully, extending a hand toward a direction. Lord Aiden this way. Aiden, either due to finally finding direction or being amused by the other's actions, laughed heartily. Nice. I like compliant powerhouses. From now on, you will obediently follow me. He extended his hand, causing a massive spear nearby to fly into it, shrinking continuously mid-air to fit his palm perfectly. Just as he was about to leave, he paused and looked towards another direction. Soon more fish on the hook. Looks like we're not far from the outside world anymore. Aiden's mood brightened even more. His face radiating a brilliant smile, he watched the 3 figures rapidly approaching from afar. Well, let's wait a while. Since I've summoned them, proper hospitality should be extended. A saint who lives as long as heaven deserves some decorum, wouldn't you agree? He spoke without turning around. Beyond the Divine King realm, are saints? The Blade Clan expert muttered inwardly. Knowing Aiden addressed him yet unsure of his temperament, he humbly replied, Lord Aiden, esteemed as a saint, naturally commands all. Your willingness to show respect is their honor. Aiden laughed heartily, seemingly thrilled about escaping the chaotic star domain, talking more than usual. Glancing at the Blade Clan expert, his smile never wavered. From now on, you'll be called Draparangii. You are my first servant, remember that? The expression on the Blade Clan expert froze, waves of humiliation and rage surging within. Having a name of his own, the other didn't even bother asking before bestowing a name so frivolously, outright declaring him a mere servant. As an elder of a top-tier force controlling trillions of lives, he belonged to the upper echelons of the Star Sea. Yet this so-called winged deity openly insulted him. Didn't hear? Aiden's brows furrowed, cold eyes landing on the Blade Clan expert. Though he emitted no killing intent, aura, or spiritual energy, the Blade Clan felt an icy chill, as if facing imminent death. Sorry, Lord. Draparangii bowed deeply, betraying no emotion. Aiden's brows eased, speaking coldly, since I'm in a good mood today, I give you this one chance. As my servant, obedience is paramount, understood? Understood, Draparangii said gravely, still bowed at 90 degrees. Moments later, standing straight, he saw Aiden gazing at the 3 fast-approaching figures. He hid all emotions, glancing indifferently at Aiden, then at the approaching trio. Gentleman race Hicks? A touch of schadenfreude stirred in his gaze before his expression turned calm again. Amiri and the others swiftly approached, comprehending the situation. Seems like bait intentionally set, Amiri remarked, eyeing the spear in Aiden's hand still emanating a soft luminescence. Chapter 277. The Golden Fulton Barrier. Hix's gaze also fell upon the spear. He observed that it naturally emitted a faint white glow, with vague Tao principles swirling around it endlessly. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, "That's a sacred artifact." Jacqueline looked over in confusion. A sacred artifact? Is it stronger than a divine artifact? Hix's face was a mix of complexity, seriousness, and excitement as he stared intently at the spear, unwilling to look away. Above law are the Tao principles. An object containing law is a divine artifact. One containing Tao principles is a sacred artifact, which is undoubtedly far stronger than divine artifacts. Upon hearing this, Amiri also grew interested, looking towards Aiden with great interest. As Amiri and his companions drew closer, Aiden's brows furrowed, and his eyes were filled with disdain and loathing. At the sound of their words, his expression turned even more unpleasant. Jensenmans? Truly abominable pests. You can be found anywhere. Aiden moved instantly, transforming into a streak of white light, and in a blink, appeared before the most conspicuous figure, Amiri, the giant. With a palm strike. This attack indeed came suddenly, its speed beyond comprehension. By the time Amiri reacted, the seemingly insignificant palm had already landed on his chest. Infinite power exploded outwards, mysterious law forces attempted to penetrate Amiri's body. However, all of this was partly resisted by the invisible force field surrounding Amiri, only then affecting his skin. A flash of white light, everything returned to calm. Amiri and his two companions were stunned. The speed exhibited by the opponent was so rapid that none of them could react. Had it not been for Amiri's formidable bodily defenses, any other person receiving this blow would have surely perished. Stefan did they know. Aiden was even more shocked. To him, the opponent's body deliberately remained still, accepting his blow without moving, yet emerged unscathed. Such formidable bodily defense was rare, even among those in the sage realm. Not to mention, this might not even be his limit. This is at least a peer of mine in strength. Deliberately meeting my palm strike to show off? Aiden's expression turned grim. Gripping the spear tightly in his right hand, he said gravely, "Impressive. You have earned the right to see me wield my spear." Regardless of how cautiously he felt inside, he must display confidence. The long spear in his hand shone brightly, Tao principles surging wildly. "You two step back. I'll take care of this Birdman." Amiri spoke gravely as well. Without hesitation, Jacqueline and Hix flew away to a distance. "Birdman?" Aiden finally erupted in rage. His form shifted into a streak of white light swirling around Amiri's body in a frenzied rotation, forming a white cocoon within an instant. Blasts of white laser beams shot from the surface of the cocoon towards the center, creating a massive cage that completely enveloped Amiri's body. "Pathetic human, daring to insult the mighty god race. You must die." Aiden's voice emanated from the cocoon. No one present could follow his movements or locate him accurately. From a distance, Jacqueline and Hix watched the battle anxiously. Though they couldn't assess Aiden's specific strength, based on his brief performance, they deduced his power clearly surpassed Hix's. Even considering the turmoil of law energies, his power was overwhelmingly superior. Suddenly, Hix's gaze shifted towards the Blade Donald clan warrior. He asked gravely, "Are you an elder of the Blade Donald Assembly? Why are you with these unknown warriors? Who are they?" Draparangii paused momentarily before scoffing. "Lord Aiden is a strong god, an existence known as a sage above the level of Divine King. Even the president of the Blade Donald Assembly, Elank, was killed instantly by Lord Aiden. You will all meet the same fate." Long-suppressed emotions seemed to release at this moment. Facing life and death dangers and a dramatic shift in status, Draparangii developed a psychological distortion where only seeing others' misfortune gave him relief. Thus, watching Jacqueline in the large white cocoon, imagining the other person inside being torn to pieces, brought him genuine satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Jacqueline remained relatively calm, having blind faith in Amiri. However, Hix couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Having broken through to the Divine King realm for tens of thousands of years, he understood the difficulty of further breakthroughs all too well. Additionally, no records existed of beings above the Divine King realm in South Star Sea history, making him deeply fascinated by and reverent of such powerful beings. That is an existence unmatched by countless Divine Kings combined. Can Amiri withstand the opponent's attack? Even if he can, what can Jacqueline and I do? He definitely won't be able to protect both of us. Hix's thoughts were chaotic, filled with worry for Amiri, himself, and Jacqueline, as well as countless strong warriors and civilians of the Taishui mansion. At this moment, the battle scene abruptly changed. Centered around the white cocoon, a golden spherical barrier rapidly expanded like a small golden ball, instantly growing larger, enveloping the cocoon and surrounding space. The three outside didn't know what had happened. The barrier completely blocked their view and isolated any internal fluctuations. It divided the entire world into two distinct spaces, inside and outside the barrier. Outside the barrier, Jacqueline and her companion watched the golden barrier with bewilderment. What is this? Jacqueline's eyes suddenly focused on some details of the barrier. She noticed it wasn't smooth but composed of countless tiny golden dragons intricately woven together, giving her a familiar feeling. This is Brother Amiri's cosmic sealing technique. A delighted smile spread across Jacqueline's face. Hix asked in astonishment, "You mean this was released by Amiri?" "Yes. It's a powerful sealing technique of Brother Amiri. I've seen him use it before." "In that case, Amiri is doing well." Hix breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt extremely astonished. Amiri's strength continually exceeded expectations, never seeming to reach its limits. Facing a sage realm above the Divine King realm, he could still contend with such an entity. Regardless of the final outcome, it was enough to amaze anyone. Relaxing slightly, Hix glanced around and said gravely, "Since we can't assist Amiri in this fight, let's take this opportunity to eliminate that God Warrior's subordinates." Chapter 278. Sage, Great Sage, Sacred King. As the two figures bypassed the golden light sphere, Fulton 1, a formidable Blade Clan warrior, was now plunged into confusion and uncertainty. He had initially believed that Aiden would easily slay the Xuanhuan race's powerful expert who had cast Law of Heaven and Earth, then proceed to kill Hicks and his companion. But why is it getting so complicated now? When he killed our leader, it only took one palm strike to end it. Now to take down this unknown human, why has it become such a major operation? Once again transforming into a cocoon of light to surround the opponent, and using a golden sphere spell. Could he possibly still get away? You're dragging your feet like this. Where am I supposed to run if Hicks comes over here to cause trouble later? Right as xuanhuan thought this, he saw Hicks and his companion fly over past the golden sphere. His heart skipped a beat. He knew he was no match for Hicks, the head of the Grand Master's manor. But he quickly had an idea and pretended to be furious, saying, "What do you think you're doing? Aiden is currently raging, severely punishing that human race individual, and you two haven't even seized the opportunity to escape yet? We are all people of the Southern Star Sea. I earnestly advise you, don't try to oppose Aiden. He is above the Divine King realm, an existence that no one in the Southern Star Sea can face alone. Your goal right now should be to flee as quickly as possible, go back and inform other factions, unite and resist together. Otherwise, the Southern Star Sea will face annihilation. I will mislead him during this time, stalling Aiden as much as possible, delaying his arrival at the Southern Star Sea. You must seize this time difference. Jensen, up and leave." xuanhuan spoke with an increasingly urgent tone, seemingly worried about the impending calamity of the entire Southern Star Sea. "Manor Lord, stop wasting time. Let's kill him." Serenidio looked coldly at the other party, completely unmoved by their expressions or words. Hicks sneered, silently flying forward and striking out with a palm. "Wait, no." xuanhuan screamed in terror, showing no intention of resisting, and instead tried to flee. In the next instant, countless spatial rifts erupted forward, shredding xuanhuan's body into a mist of blood that drifted in the void before vanishing completely. Inside the light barrier space, Aiden's speed had significantly slowed under the restriction of the Antonio Kuan prohibition spell. Although not slow enough to be comparable to Amiri, it was at a level Amiri could easily handle. Aiden ceased his attack, shocked by the immense restrictions imposed by the Antonio Kuan prohibition spell, and more astonished by Amiri's unharmed condition. How is this possible? Such a powerful physique? He couldn't help but exclaim. Amiri chuckled, not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he asked curiously, "You're beyond the Divine King realm, called the Sage realm? Is there anything stronger beyond Sage?" Aiden gave him a deep look but didn't respond, continuing to incite the spear in his hand. A dense white glow brewed within it, and Tao Principle's fluctuations grew more turbulent. Amiri neither dodged nor blocked, but instead actively flew towards the opponent. Suddenly, a thick white beam, several meters in diameter, shot out, instantly reaching Amiri's forehead. Compared to Amiri's enormous body, this thick light pillar was only as wide as chopsticks, barely touching Amiri's forehead like a tickle. "Can you answer my question now?" Amiri asked again. Finally, Aiden lowered his hands, seeming resigned, remaining silent for a moment before speaking heavily. "Beyond the Divine King realm is called the Sage realm. Beyond the Sage realm, there is also the Great Sage realm and the Sacred King realm. That's where the true universe-striding powerhouses exist. And what marks each realm? Me in the Sage realm, Tao Principle's force is integrated into oneself, making heavenly laws submit. As for Great Sage and Sacred King, I'm not sure." Amiri nodded, asking more questions about the other's origins and the approximate state of their star domain. "I've always disliked killing. Moreover, I can't control the force of my attacks well. Since you've been cooperative, I won't harm you. Hand over your storage ring, and you may leave. Just remember not to harm the Southern Star Sea." Amiri smiled warmly. Hearing this, Aiden hesitated. Being able to withstand such powerful attacks from him without injury meant that his strength must be terrifying, at least far stronger than himself. In this situation, the other party allowed him to attack continuously without retaliating. Could it be that the other party genuinely dislikes killing and cannot control the force of their strikes? Fearful that attacking might injure or even kill him. But handing over his storage ring, forget it, there wasn't much especially precious inside anyway. Give it, give it. If he could finally escape, as long as he stayed alive, everything else was negotiable. Aiden clenched his teeth, removing a storage ring and tossing it over. "Here, this is my storage ring. I hope you keep your word." Amiri reached out to catch it. The flesh on his palm writhed as if growing a mouth, swallowing the storage ring. He saw the somewhat serious expression on the other's face and smiled, saying, "Of course, I'll keep my word. You can leave freely." Aiden's expression turned cold immediately. "Do you mean I have to break through this golden light barrier space myself?" Amiri shrugged. "I said, go as you please. How you choose to leave is up to you." Without saying anything, Aiden transformed into a stream of white light once more, appearing before the golden light barrier and pressing down with a palm. Yet his palm effortlessly pierced through the barrier, breaking free entirely as if the barrier was nothing but an illusion. Upon leaving the golden barrier area, he clearly felt a heavy layer of restraint lifted from his body, feeling significantly lighter and more at ease. This confirmed the barrier's real existence, or at least its effects. Just as Aiden prepared to depart, Amiri's massive form flashed and reappeared before him, the huge golden barrier enclosing him once more. It was as if he was covered in strong adhesive, sticking to the surrounding empty space. Every action and movement was met with intense resistance. Now upgraded to origin level, the Antonio Kuan prohibition spell acted almost like a domain centered around Amiri. Attempting to break through the boundary and crack the prohibition spell as before was practically impossible. Wherever Amiri was, the prohibition spell followed. Or rather, it remained fixed wherever he wished. "Jensen race, you want to renege on your word?" Aiden growled deeply. "No, I already let you leave. You chose not to. That can't be blamed on me." Amiri grinned. "Come on, let me see the strength of the Sage realm." Amiri raised a hand, and countless golden chains appeared within the prohibition barrier, wrapping around Aiden's body. ####Chapter 279. Golden Statue. Infinite golden chains spread throughout the entire boundary, making it impossible for Aiden to avoid them. His entire body trembled as he generated an endless amount of white light within him. The next moment, Aiden's body transformed like a sun, emitting boundless white light that shot out from within him, confronting the surrounding golden chains. To his surprise, those seemingly powerful golden chains were actually brittle and fragile, being instantly destroyed by the white laser beams. Even though more golden chains kept flying in, they still offered no resistance against his white lasers. In the blink of an eye, Aiden's released white lasers occupied the entire boundary, causing any new golden chain to be destroyed upon appearance. He's not so formidable after all. Aiden felt both shocked and delighted. Just as he was about to try escaping the boundary again, a black sky seemed to descend over him. No, it wasn't a sky. It was an enormous hand, spanning 100 miles. Aiden clenched his right fist, readying himself for an instant, then hurled a devastating blow toward the giant palm. A colossal fist made of white light immediately tore through the air and collided with the giant palm. The two forces remained deadlocked for a moment before the massive light fist started disintegrating, scattering infinite white luminescence like countless fireflies dancing through the night sky. Meanwhile, the attack from the giant palm also ceased. What horrified Aiden, however, was that despite Amiri's continuous attacks, golden chains continued to emerge from the void, relentlessly wrapping around him. Aiden quickly retransformed into a blazing sun, emitting infinite light to fend off the golden chains. Although he hadn't been hit yet, he knew that these chains would undoubtedly impose even greater restrictions on his movements. He absolutely could not be ensnared by them. Otherwise, his situation would worsen significantly. Just as Aiden was thinking this, Amiri's enormous palm finally obliterated the light fist and continued advancing towards Aiden's body. On one side was the massive palm's attack, and on the other, the entangling golden chains. Both occurred simultaneously, leaving Aiden momentarily perplexed. Emitting light from his whole body provided broad coverage, but couldn't withstand the palm's forceful assault. Conversely, targeted attacks like the light fist couldn't counteract the relentless chains. He could only choose one. After a brief moment of thought, he made up his mind. He decided to withstand Amiri's attack. If he found the opponent's explosive power exceeded his tolerance, he could still evade subsequent attacks. However, once entangled by the chains, there might be no way to escape. Come on, I want to see if you're really that strong. Aiden roared angrily as his body glowed even brighter, the white light becoming more intense. The next moment, Amiri's giant palm struck down. Aiden's entire body shook as he felt an overwhelming force rush into him, accompanied by numerous spatial cracks engulfing his body like countless blades in a meat grinder, spinning and cutting wildly. Yet, in the face of Aiden's immortal body, the attack had no effect. Doctrine rules? But why is his attack so weak? Aiden felt a slight surprise. In his home galaxy, Marissa, there was a saying, once an immortal emerges, the heavens submit. It meant that before an immortal body, any doctrine-based attack would be nullified. Only someone who had comprehended the higher law could potentially harm an immortal. Amiri's current attack hadn't been nullified, along with its powerful vibrations, clearly indicating the level of doctrine rule. However, its actual burst power was weaker than Aiden imagined. Could it be that he isn't an immortal realm but a divine king realm, having merely strengthened his physique through special methods? This thought flashed through Aiden's mind subconsciously. Before he could think further, Amiri's fingers bent, intending to grab him. Aiden's glowing body barely managed to slip through the fingers at the last second. Seeing his attack ineffective, Amiri stopped trying to attack further. The huge palm continuously moved through the void, attempting to catch Aiden. Meanwhile, golden chains kept emerging from the void, swarming towards Aiden. Coupled with the boundary's potent restrictive effects, this left Aiden struggling desperately, making it increasingly difficult to evade. Finally, at a certain moment, Aiden's evasion was delayed just a fraction of a second, allowing Amiri's palm to seize him. Let's see where you can run now, Amiri chuckled, clenching his hand tightly. Enormous force erupted in the palm, with countless spatial rifts wreaking havoc within. Haha, so, you're not so impressive either. A derisive laugh rang out. Although Aiden was being squeezed in Amiri's palm and enduring continuous attacks, his immortal body remained unharmed. You're only physically stronger, your burst power is far inferior. Even if I stood here, you couldn't do anything to me. Aiden laughed loudly. He recalled his previous futile attempts to harm Amiri, feeling utterly powerless despite giving it his all. This left him feeling frustrated and helpless. Now seeing the other side experience this frustration, Aiden felt a surge of satisfaction. Hearing his words, Amiri sneered, saying, if that's the case, try this. Numerous golden chains emerged from Amiri's palm, wrapping around Aiden. Trapped in the palm, Aiden had nowhere to go and saw no need to evade. So what if you trap me? You fundamentally can't. Aiden laughed haughtily but soon felt a numbing sensation where the chains wrapped around him, losing some of his tactile senses, and his doctrinal powers struggled to operate. More golden chains continually enveloped him. No, is this a seal? Aiden exclaimed in shock, bursting forth with his power, unleashing his doctrinal energies, and radiating infinite white light to destroy the chains. But it was too late. After prolonged resistance, the golden chains eventually dominated, gradually covering Aiden's entire body and even penetrating into every part of him, thoroughly sealing him. After a long while, Amiri released his grip. A towering statue with 16 wings sprouted from its back lay in his palm. The statue's face was handsome, expressing both pain and anger. Its arms stretched out horizontally, forming a crucifix pose, frozen in midair with a skyward scream. Beside the statue was a completely golden spear. This was something Amiri specifically sealed separately as his trophy. Since I can't kill you now, let you sleep for a few hundred years until I reach the immortal realm, and then I'll deal with you. With a mental command, Amiri stored the statue in his storage ring. His current Antoniacan forbidden law could fully seal any living being into a stone-like state, rendering them non-living, which could be safely stored in space rings and similar dimensions. Chapter 280. The chaotic star region is truly a treasure. With a thought, the forbidden boundary dissolved. Jacqueline and Hicks, who had been eagerly waiting outside, immediately showed their joy on their faces. Amiri, it's good that you're fine. Jacqueline flew forward and said happily. Hicks looked around in surprise and asked, what about that Sage Realm powerhouse? Did he die? Amiri didn't want to explain the wonders of his sealing technique in detail and simply nodded. He's dead. An existence beyond the Deity King realm, unprecedented in the Sage Realm, and you could kill him face to face. That's just... Hicks marveled for a moment but couldn't find the right words to describe it, so he continued, that's just too amazing. Amiri stretched out his hand, revealing the golden spear in his palm. This is the holy artifact of the God Race powerhouse named Aiden, temporarily sealed by me. Hicks immediately said, killing Aiden was entirely your doing, so his spoils belong to you. Amiri nodded and extended his hand to Jacqueline, saying with a smile, here you go. Now that you've comprehended the Flash Law, you can continue to comprehend the Flash Dao Rule. This spear is destined to be yours as it shares lineage with the bright Fulton sword. Jacqueline flew into his palm, picked up the golden spear, placed it in her storage ring, and silently nodded in gratitude. Some feelings are better left unsaid, stored in the heart instead. As the three were about to leave, they suddenly saw two figures flying toward them from the distance. I'll take care of this battle. Hicks moved his figure and went to greet the two figures. Everyone should make a contribution. I'll join you. Jacqueline also moved her figure and followed behind Hicks. Amiri's towering body quietly followed them. Hicks, long time no see. I wonder if your strength has improved. The leading 10-meter-tall giant man laughed loudly. Alaire, enough chatter. Let's fight. Hicks didn't hesitate, rushing towards the opponent, unleashing countless spatial rifts. Alaire, the giant, rushed forward, his body enveloped in flashing lightning. A single punch unleashed a massive thunder dragon that collided with the spatial rifts, mutually annihilating each other. On the other side, Jacqueline continuously swung her long sword, launching one white laser cannon after another. The other giant tried to dodge but found the laser cannons too fast. Just as he attempted to evade, one struck his left arm, exploding instantly. Blood and flesh splattered, leaving a large wound on his arm. However, compared to the 10-meter-tall giant, it was only a superficial injury. He stopped trying to dodge and crossed his arms in front of his head, summoning an endless hurricane that formed a massive wind shield in front of him. He charged forward while braving the relentless barrage of laser cannons. Jacqueline, moving swiftly, pointed her sword at him, firing laser cannons non-stop like a machine gun. The greatest feature of the Flash Law was its speed, making it almost impossible to dodge when the cultivation levels were close. However, the defensive power of the windshield was astonishing, easily blocking all the laser cannons. Jacqueline changed her tactic, swinging her sword to unleash pure white sword beams. The giant reached out and countless sharp wind blades transformed into a hurricane, colliding with the sword beams. On both sides, the battlefield was filled with surging elemental energies and chaotic spirit chi. Amiri, nearly 2 kilometers tall, watched calmly from afar. Before long, one battlefield saw a change. Hicks's right hand swung, creating a huge spatial rift that slashed through Alaire's body. Immediately, an arm flew off. Alaire's figure flashed, and his intact left hand grabbed the airborne arm, pressing it against his severed limb. Flesh began to reconnect. He laughed dismissively. Hicks, your strength has indeed improved. You've even mastered the spatial Dao rule. This time, you win. Retreat. Glancing at the other battlefield, he shouted and quickly flew away. Amiri immediately moved to block his path. Losing and thinking of running? Leave your storage ring. His towering figure stood like a mountain, eyes like a supreme deity overlooking mortals. He coldly watched Alaire. Hicks, do you wish to fight to the death? Alaire ignored Amiri, instead glancing at Hicks. In his eyes, Amiri and Jacqueline were merely elder-level subordinates Hicks brought along, not worth considering. Only Hicks was his true rival, the only one worthy of his attention. It seems you need a lesson. Seeing Alaire ignore him, Amiri wasn't angry. He remained calm. Then his figure flashed, instantly appearing before Alaire, a massive palm striking down. This sudden teleportation and attack startled Alaire, forcing him to meet with a fist. A thunder dragon collided with the giant palm. To Alaire's horror, the thunder dragon instantly shattered, and the palm continued pressing down, landing on his body. The incomparable force caused his entire body to tremble. Endless spatial rifts erupted around him, cutting deep wounds several feet deep. From afar, Hicks shrugged, responding jokingly, sorry, you chose to fight to the death, but we don't have to. He then moved to the other battlefield, quickly slaying the other giant. When he returned with Jacqueline to watch, they saw Amiri gripping Alaire's body with one hand, while pulling off his arm with 2 fingers. Wouldn't it have been better to hand over your storage ring willingly? Must you force my hand? Amiri sighed helplessly, took the storage ring from the severed arm, which was reabsorbed into his body as usual. Then he clasped his hands together, tightly gripping Alaire's entire body. Boundless force erupted from his palms, endless spatial rifts ravaging Alaire's body. Several minutes passed. After thousands of consecutive attacks, Alaire's body finally dissipated into a cloud of blood mist. Turning to look at Jacqueline and Hicks, he smiled. The chaotic star region is truly a treasure land, abundant with treasures. Hicks laughed heartily. Of course, with your strength, you can seize others' treasures. Naturally, it seems plentiful, haha. According to our old rules, since Alaire was killed by you alone, his spoils belong to you. We'll distribute the spoils of his subordinate according to the standard ratio. Hicks took out a storage ring, roughly allocated the items inside, and then the three set off again, flying in a certain direction. Chapter 281. A Decade's Harvest. Burnell, this so-called divine race, must be a powerhouse from beyond the southern star sea in another star domain. On the other side of the chaotic star region, there might be an even vaster expanse. Hicks gazed into the distance with a hint of longing. Amiri spoke in his deep voice. I asked Burnell, and he said that on the other side of the chaotic star region is called the xuanhuan star system, an endless territory that contains at least thousands of star seas. And from what he said, their star seas seem to be of the same level as our southern star sea, each containing thousands to 10,000 life-bearing planets. Hicks and Leah couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The territory of the southern star sea was already vast. It would probably take tens of thousands of years to cross by shuttle. And the xuanhuan star system contained thousands of star seas? How vast would that space be? How many powerhouses would there be? Hicks's gaze turned distant, and he asked curiously, above the divine king realm is the sage realm. What lies above the sage realm? Are there even stronger beings? Yes, the great sage realm and the sage emperor realm. Sage, great sage, sage emperor. After transcending the divine realm, one enters the sage realm. Martial arts are truly boundless. We've all been like frogs at the bottom of a well. Hicks sighed deeply. Leah sat cross-legged on Amiri's shoulder, holding the Mingguang sword, silently comprehending the spark law within it. Amiri's gaze fell into the distant darkness, as if piercing through the chaotic star region to see the grandeur of the xuanhuan star system on the other side. Of course, he wasn't sure about the xuanhuan star system's exact location either. Space is three-dimensional, and even Burnell couldn't pinpoint the xuanhuan star system's position. Stefank a sphere with its center as the starting point, there could be countless directions. If they used only the position of the southern star sea as a reference, passing through the chaotic star region and flying straight in the opposite direction, no one knew where they would end up or how far it would take to reach the end of the chaotic star region. Therefore, the safest way to leave the southern star sea in the future would be to first determine the specific direction of the xuanhuan star system. Over the next period, Amiri, Hicks, and Leah continued exploring, encountering no significant disturbances. 10 years had passed since they entered the chaotic star region. During this time, they encountered one of the most terrifying natural disasters in the chaotic star region, a spatial collapse. Ginseng areas of space shattered like mirrors, forming vast voids. The spiritual energy surged like a devastating tidal wave, shaking everything. The sight was apocalyptic, and the three were solemn. Once a spatial collapse occurred, it spread widely and rapidly, and even a divine king could easily be drawn into it, facing a high risk of death. Eventually, Amiri relied on his colossal form under the law emulation state to block it. Apart from that, nothing major happened. One day, after collecting a small piece of sky crystal, Hicks said, "We've had quite a good harvest. Should we return?" Leah looked at Amiri, waiting for his reaction. Amiri nodded, "Sure. With these gains, we can focus on cultivation. Arvikshu also needs time to comprehend the spark law." Leah smiled brightly, "I agree. Let's go back." Hicks immediately took out a positioning stone to sense the direction. This way, the three changed direction and flew away at full speed. Soon after, Hicks said, "Once we return, I plan to prepare for unifying the southern star sea." Amiri and Leah both looked at him. "I support it." Amiri responded, "Prepare ahead, master of the mansion. I need some time in seclusion when I return, and once I'm out, feel free to give me any tasks." Leah agreed, "I also support it. I feel I'm about to break through, just one step away from mastering the spark law. Once I emerge from seclusion, I can contribute more." Hicks grinned, "That's great. As long as we work together, the entire southern star sea will belong to the Taishui mansion." About a month later, Amiri and the others finally exited the chaotic star region. The space no longer twisted, the spiritual energy no longer surged, and the external starlight dotted the void. The world seemed suddenly calm and beautiful, a feeling reflected in their hearts. A shuttle quickly approached from afar, stopping not far from them. Amiri returned to his normal size and flew into the shuttle with the two others. "Let's go back to headquarters," Hicks commanded. The shuttle immediately transformed into a streak of light, racing through the starry sky. Upon returning to headquarters, Amiri and Leah bid farewell to Hicks and began their seclusion for cultivation. Over the 10-year adventure, Amiri had accumulated 386 trillion potential points solely from automatic cultivation using the origin level, swallowing heaven transmutation art, along with prior surplus. His share of the spoils from the expedition added up to half. Additionally, he acquired storage rings from a sage and a divine king. After expending all the sky crystals and spirit stones, his potential points reached 1,680 trillion. Amiri upgraded his cultivation continuously, spending 1,500 trillion potential points to advance from the first tier of the heavenly god realm to the 6th tier. With over 100 trillion remaining, Amiri pondered for a moment, and then upgraded the Boundless Phantom Body technique to the origin level. The current Boundless Phantom Body allowed him to enlarge his body by 10,000 times, or shrink it to 1/10,000th of its original size. Thus, almost all of the decade's accumulation was spent. Of course, aside from this, his storage space still contained Burnell's golden statue and other items. Amiri retrieved a delicately crafted purple token. It bore the image of the 16-winged divine race identical to Burnell's appearance, with Burnell engraved on the back. Clearly, this was Burnell's identity token. After briefly examining it, Amiri gripped it tightly, closed his eyes, and activated the secret art, Endless Star Map. Instantly, the token in his hand glowed with bright white light, mirroring a faint white glow in a distant direction. Amiri sensed a faint call from afar. "Indeed, I can sense the location of the xuanhuan star system." Amiri couldn't help but smile. The secret art, Endless Star Map, evolved from tracking techniques for people and objects. Its core function was finding and locating. Upon reaching the Tao level, it not only mapped stars mentally but also set markers on anyone or anything and could locate their origin. Using Burnell's token as an example, Amiri could use Endless Star Map to sense the most frequent location associated with it, whether it was Burnell's birthplace or a place of seclusion. With such a precise coordinate, Amiri could successfully travel to the Marisiquan star system. ##### Chapter 282. I have a better plan. While Amiri was in seclusion, in the neighboring residence, Serenidio was also intensely cultivating. Her swallowing heaven transmutation art had significantly improved over the past 5 years of traveling with Amiri's continuous guidance. Her efficiency in absorbing spirit stones had greatly increased. Moreover, she had long reached the peak true deity realm. With an abundance of spirit stones and celestial crystals now available to her, she finally reached the brink of breaking through. Breakthrough Pearl, upgrade. As Serenidio focused her intent, her body and soul core underwent a dramatic transformation. Vast waves of spiritual energy surged ceaselessly. She broke through to the first stage of the Divine King realm. After a while, everything calmed down. Serenidio opened her eyes, got up, and sensed the changes within herself for a moment before calmly continuing her cultivation. It wasn't until a month later, after depleting all the cultivation resources, that Serenidio emerged from seclusion and went to Amiri's residence. At that time, Amiri was holding a jar of wine, lying in a wicker chair in the courtyard, drinking deeply. Arvid Shuo, you're out of seclusion? Another breakthrough? Amiri smiled leisurely, his eyes slightly hazy. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Serenidio stared at him in surprise for a moment before saying, I feel like you've changed since coming back from the black hole. First, you accompanied me on my journey across the southern star sea, and now you're relaxing here with wine. This isn't like you at all. At this point, Serenidio looked at Amiri warily. Are you sure you're not someone impersonating him? Amiri transformed himself, randomly choosing the appearance of a famous star from his previous life, changing into their likeness. Believe me now? The information about his previous life on Waterblue Star was a secret known only to them, making it the easiest way to verify his identity. Amiri quickly returned to his original form and chuckled. The reason for the change is because I neglected you for 13 years in the black hole, feeling guilty and wanting to spend more time with you. And besides, after all the hard work to gain such strength, shouldn't the goal be to enjoy freedom every day? Why put so much pressure on myself? Thank you. Touched, Serenidio squeezed into Amiri's embrace. I never blamed you. I don't have the right to blame you. If anything, I only blame myself for being powerless when you were in danger. I feel like I'm just holding you back, always lagging behind your pace. You should rest well, and by the time my strength surpasses yours, I'll take turns protecting you. Serenidio nuzzled her head against Amiri's chest, speaking gently. Amiri scratched his head. He wanted to tell Serenidio that no matter how long he rested, his potential points would automatically grow rapidly, making his strength unstoppable. Arvid Shuo, you can never catch up to me. But he kept this thought to himself, instead responding emotionally, don't exhaust yourself too much. Let's progress together. After some intimate moments, they sought out Hicks. As per their previous agreement, the end of their seclusion marked the start of actions against other forces. Again, they gathered in space outside the main base, sitting cross-legged opposite each other. Over 100 major and minor forces exist in the southern star sea, and at least 50 are worthy of our attention. Once our actions alert everyone, we will face attacks from multiple fronts. We must find a way to strike one by one. Given Amiri's previous actions with the rampant Stephanon alliance, I have a simple plan requiring Amiri's effort, Hicks said with a smile. You mean causing chaos on their turf, drawing out their leaders, and killing them? Amiri asked thoughtfully. Hicks nodded. Yes, basically. Wars caused by conflict and those initiated purposefully are perceived differently, helping us avoid revealing our intentions to other forces. But, you'd have to bear the infamy of causing trouble everywhere. Serenidio added, this might work once or twice, but after eliminating several forces, others will see we're deliberately stirring trouble and starting wars. In that case, we'll still be seen as enemies by major forces. Hicks shook his head. No, this war will last a long time. Our first goal is to eliminate surrounding large forces, stationing many humans and developing these territories as ours, which will take a few centuries. After expanding and stabilizing, we'll plot against neighboring forces, repeating this cycle slowly over millennia, achieving our ultimate plan. This prevents other forces from uniting against us decisively. Amiri expressed concern. This still carries great risk, possibly making humans public enemies of other forces. Continuous wars will cause internal unrest. Top powerhouses are crucial, but not the only factor. Attacking planets and occupying territory requires many strong individuals. Heavy casualties will make recovery difficult, let alone ruling the entire southern star sea in the future. Hicks paused, then said firmly, I understand these risks, but this step is necessary, like in the Great Age realm. Only by reshuffling everything can we achieve lasting peace and prosperity for humanity. Then, Amiri smiled mysteriously. I have a better plan. A plan that won't burden me with infamy, prevent humans from becoming targets, avoid heavy losses, and even earn us admiration as saviors. Hicks's eyes gleamed, looking astonished at Amiri. What plan? Serenidio had an inkling of his idea and fell into contemplation. Without speaking, Amiri transformed. In the next moment, a towering figure with handsome features and 16 wings floating in space gazed indifferently at Hicks, emitting a faint white glow like fireflies drifting through the stars, radiating Taoist principles continuously. Jensen Man race? What detestable vermin, present everywhere. He said coldly, disdain and disgust evident in his eyes. Seeing this, Hicks felt his hair stand on end, his mind nearly blank, shouting instinctively, it's Aiden, run. As he tried to pull Serenidio away, Aiden laughed softly. Governor, it's me, Amiri. Hicks froze, momentarily stunned. Serenidio reassured him, Governor, it's Amiri indeed. He has a secret technique to transform into others. Chapter 283. I am the Great Demon King. After a detailed explanation, Hicks, still doubtful, reluctantly sat down again, but kept glancing warily at Amiri, who had resumed his original form. Amiri's transformation earlier had been terrifying. His appearance was identical to Aiden's. Not only that, the aura, behavior, and even the soul fluctuations were exactly like Aiden's. Who could tell if it was Amiri transforming into Aiden, or if Aiden had already disguised himself as Amiri in the chaotic star domain? Could the current Amiri be a mysterious third party who had taken on this identity at some point? These thoughts sent chills down Hicks's spine. Furthermore, considering Amiri's unimaginable speed of power growth, which didn't follow any normal trajectory of life, has the identity of Amiri been replaced by a mysterious person long ago? With such formidable strength yet so deliberately concealed, what could his true intentions be? Hicks's gaze flickered uncertainly. Amiri smiled at him, oblivious to his concerns, and said, "Master of the estate, you don't need to worry. I am Amiri. The transformation technique is something I've had for a long time. Back then in the Mad Stephanon Alliance, I managed to escape safely thanks to this secret technique. Let's get back to our plan." At this point, Amiri's expression turned serious. "My idea is to enter the territory of one of the forces using Aiden's identity, causing chaos, perhaps even triggering an attack from multiple surrounding forces. Of course, no one can defeat Aiden. So either these factions' leaders will perish at the hands of Aiden, or they'll seek more powerful allies and additional forces to join in the effort against Aiden. Once the war escalates to a certain extent, causing turmoil throughout the Southern Star Sea, Taishur Manor can step in, kill this invader named Aiden, and under the guise of a savior, unify the entire Southern Star Sea. We gain both fame and fortune without endangering myself, and the losses for Taishur Manor are minimized. What do you think?" Serenity glanced at Hicks and nodded in agreement. "I think it's fine. The only thing to be careful about is that you should not show too many of your special abilities, lest someone connects Aiden to you." She was completely confident in Amiri's strength. After all, he could defeat beings at the Sage Realm level. How much more difficult would mere deity realms of the Southern Star Sea be? Hicks continued pondering deeply. He wasn't skeptical about the plan itself, but still concerned about Amiri's identity. However, after a moment's reflection, considering that Amiri hadn't done anything to harm Taishur Manor's interests or gentlemanity, he concluded. Perhaps he just has an extraordinarily high talent or encountered some great fortune, leading to such rapid cultivation. He must be the real Amiri from the 5th Taishur world. Putting aside his doubts temporarily, Hicks nodded with a smile. "I agree with your suggestion. Let's proceed as planned." "Great." Amiri nodded. "Next, I'll randomly choose a distant faction to stir up chaos until the entire Southern Star Sea is in turmoil. You can intervene when the time is right. At the appropriate moment, we'll trigger a final battle, arranging for all God King realm powers to attack together, allowing me to resolve everything in one go." The three quickly ironed out the details of the plan. Amiri and Serenity bid farewell and left. Hicks sat cross-legged in the starry sky, lost in thought. The final battle, resolving everything in one go. What if he means including me in that resolution? The entire Southern Star Sea would be his personal domain. Because of his suspicion regarding Amiri's identity, this thought crossed his mind, but he quickly shook it off. This is impossible. With Amiri's current strength, if his identity truly had issues or he harbored malice, no one could stop him. There would be no need to continue pretending. Convincing himself, Hicks put his worries aside. Elsewhere, Amiri and Serenity didn't rush to execute the plan. Instead, they teleported to a planet and leisurely spent 2 days exploring. "I'm going to play the role of the Great Demon King. You stay here to cultivate and wait for my return," Amiri said. Serenity, thinking of something, smiled. "That suits you perfectly. Great Demon King, take care." Amiri agreed, thinking it made sense. From the initial Demon Realm, to the Maple Leaf Star trip, then to the Chaos and Twin Tower Star, and even during the Small World Struggle War, he had always acted as the Great Demon King. Amiri laughed heartily. The Great Demon King departs. He soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, disappearing before Serenity's eyes. Through multiple identity changes, several teleportation arrays, and space shuttles, Amiri arrived at the other end of the Southern Star Sea. Following the coordinates of major inhabited planets, he first teleported away from the outermost boundary, then transformed into the appearance of the 16-winged divine race member, Aiden. He flew boldly through the starfield. Although his transformation could be convincing, he couldn't replicate Aiden's flash-based law. Therefore, he decided to only showcase his indestructible physique, the Cosmic Annihilation Spatial Rift Attack, and Spatial Teleportation. This combination best highlighted his power without exposing his identity. If he used Heaven and Earth Prohibition, Star Plucking Hand, or Law of Nature techniques, even slightly informed individuals might immediately connect him to Amiri. Amiri needed to make many enemies. Unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't expose his identity, not even his Jensen race affiliation. Soon enough, Amiri reached the outskirts of a planet. He knew this planet, called Capone Star, belonged to the Devil City and was one of the farthest from Taishur Manor in the Southern Star Sea. A space shuttle patrolling the atmosphere spotted Amiri and transmitted a warning signal, heading towards him. "Stop immediately. This is Devil City territory, Capone Star. Who are you, and where are you coming from?" A Devil Race powerhouse disembarked from the shuttle, shouting at Amiri from a distance. Ignoring them, Amiri continued undeterred. "Attack." Seeing this, the Devil Race powerhouse charged forward without hesitation. The front of the shuttle glowed, forming a dazzling light ball. In the next moment, a thick beam of spiritual energy shot out. Amiri neither dodged nor deflected it, instead shattering the light column head-on, then grinned ferociously and slapped the Devil Race powerhouse into fragments, continuing towards the shuttle. "Call for help. Turn back." Seeing Amiri's astonishing display, the other strong individuals in the shuttle screamed in panic, sending distress signals while trying to turn around. Suddenly, under the sweep of a spatial rift, the entire shuttle, along with its occupants, was utterly destroyed. ##### Chapter 284, Visitor from Demon City. Amiri calmly descended through the atmosphere, heading toward the surface of Capone Star. At this moment, within the depths of Cape Star, the news of a mysterious powerful intruder had finally reached the higher echelons stationed in the outposts after being relayed layer by layer. 2 flying shuttles immediately went to provide support. 5 9-star powerhouses within the outpost simultaneously took off, flying towards Amiri. The invader is a strange race with 16 white bird wings and has at least 9-star strength. Everyone must be extremely careful. The aerial shuttles just need to maintain surveillance, reporting the intruder's position at all times without making any rash moves. The 5 powerhouses issued orders while rapidly flying. Among them were 3 Demon Clan members and 2 Blade Clan members, led naturally by a Demon Clan powerhouse. Soon, they caught sight of Amiri from afar. "Halt right there!" A leading Demon Clan powerhouse shouted. Amiri turned his gaze towards the 5 approaching powerhouses, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. "Disrespecting me, you deserve to die." In an instant, he appeared before the 5 and delivered a punch. Endless spatial rifts, like black whirlwinds, swept over 4 of them. Immediately, 2 Demon Clan powerhouses and 2 Blade Clan powerhouses were reduced to blood mist, leaving only 1 trembling Demon Clan member standing on the outskirts. "Tell me, where is the leader of this planet?" Amiri's gaze was proud and cold as he casually asked. The Demon Clan member swallowed hard. An opponent who could instantly kill 4 9-star powerhouses with a single strike must be at least at the true God Elder level. No one on the entire Cape Star could match him. If he wanted to survive, he had no choice but to obediently follow the other's commands. He stood up straight in midair, cautiously saying, "Great sir, the leader of this planet was just killed by you." Amiri furrowed his brows, his gaze resting on the remaining Demon Clan member. "Then who can make decisions now?" The Demon Clan member trembled and said, "I can make decisions. Please give any commands, great sir, and I will comply. Arrange a residence for me and bring 5 million spirit stones. How long will it take?" 1 hour. "It takes an hour? Half an hour. I'll go arrange it right away." "Go ahead. I'll wait here." Amiri closed his eyes, crossing his arms and standing tall in the air. The Demon Clan member sighed in relief, turning around carefully and returning to the outpost. He believed it so easily. This Birdman might be strong, but he doesn't seem very smart, falling for such an easy trick. He wants us to arrange a residence and supply him with spirit stones? He can keep waiting foolishly. With a sneer, he used the teleportation array to return to the main base of Demon City, urgently reporting the situation to the on-duty Elder. "Elder Giselbert, that Birdman wields the laws of space, teleported right in front of us, and killed the other 4 with 1 strike, leaving me alive to report back. I had no choice but to pretend to agree due to his overwhelming strength. His power is undoubtedly at the Elder level, and it's a never-before-seen mysterious race." Giselbert Elder mused for a moment, muttering, "A mysterious race coming from space, perhaps a powerhouse from outside the chaotic star region?" Looking at the Demon Clan member below, he spoke aloud. "Wilson, you return and stall him. Just to be safe, I'll contact 2 more elders to suppress him together." "Yes." Demon Clan member Wilson bowed and turned to leave. Giselbert Elder immediately summoned the other elders, shared the intelligence, and set off along with 2 other elders via the teleportation array towards Cape Star. Meanwhile, on Cape Star, to buy time, the 9-star Demon Clan member Wilson reluctantly began arranging what Amiri had requested. A luxurious mansion on the outskirts of the city and 5 million spirit stones were provided on time. "Sir, is there anything else you need?" Wilson followed Amiri respectfully. "When will they arrive?" Amiri asked without turning around. "What?" Wilson was puzzled, his heart tightening. "When will your higher-ups arrive? The more, the better. Otherwise, there won't be enough to show my authority." Amiri turned, looking at him with a half-smile. "Sir." Wilson trembled nervously, afraid Amiri would kill him casually. At that moment, 3 figures approached from afar. "I am Elder Giselbert from Demon City. Noble stranger, what brings you here?" 3 elders hovered in the sky, with Giselbert speaking solemnly. Seeing this, Wilson secretly relaxed. At last, hopefully this Birdman overlooks me. He glanced at Amiri and saw his attention focused on the 3 elders, instantly feeling relieved. There's still a chance to live. He inconspicuously stepped back a little. Just then, he saw Amiri vanish suddenly. He knew the latter must have teleported into the air to fight the 3 elders. This arrogant bird clan, daring to initiate a fight against 3 elders, truly seeking death. But as Wilson looked up at the sky, he saw Amiri punch out, creating endless spatial rifts that engulfed the 3 elders, reducing them to blood mist scattered in the air. This, Wilson froze, stiff as a board, unable to think. Amiri reappeared nearby. "Continue reporting upward. Also, dismiss all servants. I don't need anyone to serve me." Amiri walked away step by step. Wilson remained stunned for a moment before turning and flying away. Now, whether for loyalty to Demon City or following the mysterious powerhouse's command, he had to quickly report the deaths of the 3 elders. Instantly killing 3 elders, he's definitely an invincible divine king-level powerhouse. Only if the 5 city lords personally intervene can he be defeated. A battle between such a powerhouse on Cape Star isn't good. Wilson inwardly groaned. Before long, the intelligence was reported and immediately drew the attention of the upper echelons. The simultaneous death of 3 elders was earth-shattering. More importantly, the identity of the mysterious star-traveling powerhouse was of utmost concern. Did it represent an unknown force from beyond the Southbright Star Sea? And how many such powerhouses were there? After a brief discussion, the elders hurriedly tried to rouse several divine king-level city lords, receiving responses from only 3. The acknowledged strongest first city lord ignored their calls as usual. Hashtag Chapter 285, The West Falls. A mysterious race with 16 wings on their back, capable of instantly killing 3 true God Realm elders? Amiri's intelligence immediately caught the attention of the 3 city lords, while also igniting their fury. So what if he's a divine king realm expert? Just a mere birdman dares to kill our people and then brazenly report it, waiting for our retaliation. This is an outright provocation against Demon City. Let's join forces and suppress this mysterious race's expert. We should thoroughly interrogate him about his origins. The three Divine King Realm City Lords reached a consensus and immediately set out from their secluded places, rushing to planet Kapong at top speed. Thanks to the teleportation array, they arrived quickly and were led by Wilson to the sky above Amiri's luxurious estate. Birdman, get out here. The Cory bellowed fiercely, the booming sound echoing like thunder across several dozen miles. All the inhabitants in the nearby city trembled at this sudden roar, some frozen in fear, others cursing loudly. The city erupted into chaos. Beneath the three city lords, Amiri broke through the roof and soared into the sky. 8 pairs of pure white wings gently flapped as he floated quietly before the three elders. Amiri's face darkened as he scrutinized them. Just a few insect-like demon race members dare to challenge the noble god race? You're asking for death. With that, he blurred forward, appearing right in front of them and landing a punch. An endless black storm of spatial rifts surged toward the three city lords. Arrogant. Seeing him attack first, the three city lords flew into a rage and retaliated simultaneously. Though they spoke disparagingly of Amiri, intending to subdue him, they were extremely cautious in reality. No one knew if this mysterious race's expert had any hidden cards. Thus, they unleashed all their power from the start. Storms raged, lightning cracked, and flames roared. Various powerful law forces clashed with spatial rifts but were easily extinguished. The weakened spatial rifts continued to sweep towards the three. The faces of the three city lords changed drastically as they hurriedly dodged. Their combined attacks couldn't completely resist the other side. This mysterious race's strength was far superior to any of them individually. Unbeknownst to them, Amiri was also somewhat troubled. In the chaotic star domain, he could crush Divine King realm experts, but now, despite advancing a few minor realms in cultivation, he lacked the enhancements of the infinite illusory body and star plucking hand techniques. This increase and decrease left his burst power slightly weaker. He sighed inwardly but gave a cold laugh. I didn't think you three insects still have some capability. Since that's the case, let me show you my true strength. He moved and flew towards the three. Unable to crush all three, he would create an environment for a one-on-one fight. Powerful law attacks came at him from all sides, yet Amiri charged straight through, bathed in wind, fire, lightning, and thunder, arriving like an invincible war god before one of the city lords. Seeing his unscathed state, the three city lords felt a chill run through their hearts. What kind of physique is this? Completely indestructible. You two, try to restrain him while I perform the sealing technique, the Cory roared sternly. They quickly avoided Amiri's position, each unleashing law attacks to find the right opportunity. At that moment, Amiri suddenly blurred, appearing behind one of the city lords. Before the latter could react, he grabbed his arm. You can't escape. Amiri's lips curled up, his handsome face filled with savagery. The West's expression changed drastically as he attempted to counterattack. His sharp tail pierced through the air like a sword, striking Amiri's chest, while his right hand slapped down with a flaming palm. But Amiri ignored these attacks. His free right hand pressed onto the city lord's body, and infinite spatial rifts swept out, enveloping him entirely. Sizzle, sizzle. Dense sounds arose as countless wounds appeared on the West's body, increasing and deepening rapidly. Meanwhile, the other two city lords watched in shock as Amiri teleported instantaneously through intense attacks and space distortions, managing to successfully ambush the target. Storms tearing everything apart, and destructive lightning mixed together fell upon Amiri, but quietly dissipated after wreaking havoc. Instead, their companion, the West, was injured by their attacks. Damn, what do we do? The two city lords exchanged glances, seeing confusion and hesitation in each other's eyes. Confronting a powerhouse who could ignore all attacks, did they even need to attack? Attacking only harmed their own without damaging the enemy. Not attacking meant watching their comrades suffer. Steffenving for hundreds of thousands of years, they had faced countless battles but never felt such frustration. Amiri's attacks continued unabated on the West, like a giant meat grinder enveloping his body. The West had long given up on attacking, focusing his entire strength on forming intangible defensive fields on his surface. These fields were easily shattered by Amiri's attacks, regenerated, and shattered again. A relentless cycle. The West soon became covered in injuries, bleeding profusely. Gillis, hold on. We'll call Fadi and Donald to come help. The Aslan shouted, and turned to leave with the Cory. You. The West barely managed to yell in anger before being interrupted by Amiri's next attack. He hadn't expected that, amidst his pitiful state, his two companions would so readily turn and leave, completely disregarding his life. Fadi was the first city lord of Demon City, the strongest acknowledged expert who ranked among the top 3 in the entire Southern Star Sea. Donald, the Aslan, had superb survival skills and might stand a chance against this self-proclaimed god race expert. But given the situation, calling the first city lord now, would it even be in time? The West was already grievously wounded. In despair, he took a deep breath and forced a powerful energy surge within him amid the rampant spatial rifts. Law forces raged wildly. Next, he reached out and pressed his palm against Amiri's body. A black flame suddenly appeared in his palm, growing rapidly before bursting into flames that warped space and burned away light. This was the West's ultimate move, carrying his last hope for a comeback. The flame struck Amiri's surface and quietly dissipated, leaving not a trace. Finally defeated, under the onslaught of endless spatial rifts from Amiri, the West disintegrated into a mist of blood. The West had fallen. Chapter 286. Why not just rob? Meanwhile, the 3rd and 4th city lords had already returned to the main headquarters via the teleportation array. Several elders who were waiting for news of the battle immediately gathered around them. However, before they could ask anything, the 2 city lords bellowed angrily, "All of you, get out of here." The elders instantly complied. After the 2 city lords left, They looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them hesitantly said, "It seems the battle didn't go well? City Lord Gillis hasn't returned, and City Lords Blaine and Bo are so irritable. Could it be that they lost? How could 3 invincible powerhouses at the Divine King realm lose? And in such a short time? But apart from this, we can't think of any other explanation." The elders fell silent one by one. Upon entering the main headquarters, the 2 city lords sat cross-legged in a palace and entered the consciousness space to attempt calling the first city lord Craig and the Aslan Seamus. Despite their continuous calls, there was no response. Their expressions grew darker as a result. Although the battle with the self-proclaimed divine race powerhouse only lasted less than a minute, they had lost confidence in contending against him. With the 2 most powerful senior brothers not responding, they felt even more helpless. There were only 3 possibilities when there was no response in the consciousness space. Either they were too far away to sense, or they were already dead, or they were busy meditating and couldn't be bothered to respond. If it was the last one, the 2 senior brothers might still respond later. But if it were the first 2, they would have to accept whatever fate Amiri brought upon them in Demon City. They awakened all the elders in the consciousness space and said gravely, "Everyone, the intruder is from the divine race. His strength far surpasses our city lords. At present, City Lord Gillis may have already been defeated. We can only wait for City Lords Craig and Seamus to return and possibly join forces against the invader. Now, let's discuss how we should face this divine race powerhouse." Over 20 elders simultaneously fell silent, stunned and beginning to contemplate. From the brief description given by the 2 city lords, they could imagine the battle scene. 3 divine king realm city lords rushing forward, but facing this shepherd, they showed no resistance. 1 died, and 2 fled, losing the courage to fight back. They could only wait for the return of the other 2 city lords to dare oppose him again. Between the lines, it was clear they had already conceded. By summoning them for discussion, they merely wanted the elders to suggest surrender, then justify hiding. One elder hesitated and spoke, "Since the enemy is so powerful, perhaps we should temporarily retreat. After all, life is the top priority. Compared to our eternal lives, nothing else matters." Corey Blaine nodded. "That makes sense." Another elder added, "This shepherd deliberately had his information reported, clearly prepared. If he has any demands, Stefank wantonly killing and destroying or plundering wealth, should we obediently comply?" The other elders turned to look at the 2 city lords, awaiting instructions. 4th City Lord Bo frowned and called out lightly, "I asked for your suggestions. Aren't you using your brains?" Another elder hurriedly replied, "If we decide to retreat, we should do our best to meet his demands. If we resist when he attacks, what will we do? So, whatever exorbitant demands he makes, we should fulfill them. Otherwise, it's better to fight until the end. The only problem is, if the treasury doesn't have enough." In reports, the divine race intruder initially demanded 5 million spirit stones. Who knew if he would demand even more next? If he really required an astronomical sum, how would they make up the deficit in the public treasury? And who would bear the cost? This was their primary concern. Corey Blaine solemnly said, "We're just trying to temporarily placate the intruder until our senior brothers return. We will naturally kill him then. Even if he plunders wealth, he can't use it all, so we can take it back later. Why worry so much?" His fierce gaze swept over every elder. "Since you think we should retreat for now, we'll comply and try to meet his demands. If the treasury falls short, you 22 elders will share the burden. After killing the intruder, we'll reimburse you proportionally." 4th City Lord Bo also said, "Don't worry too much. The rate one person consumes spirit stones while cultivating is limited. Plus, based on his character, he doesn't seem like someone who spends money. So, he probably won't need too many spirit stones." The 22 elders exchanged looks. "Well then, let's adjourn the meeting. You handle calming him down, and we'll call for further instructions when the senior brothers return." With that, the 2 city lords left the consciousness space. The elders remained silent for a moment before one sighed. "Let's hope that bird doesn't demand an exorbitant amount. Never thought there would come a day when someone rides roughshod over Demon City, and we must endure it and pamper him. Let's have Raphael keep appeasing him. I wonder what this bird really wants." Some chuckled coldly, others resented it, but none dared to propose resistance. Soon after, Raphael, receiving orders from above, once again trembled as he approached Amiri's estate, forcing a smile onto his face. "Your might is unparalleled. Our 2 city lords greatly admire you, and ordered me to serve you well. What do you require?" Amiri appeared before him with a half-smile. "You 2 city lords gave in so easily? No one dares defy your might." Raphael bowed obsequiously, grinning. "Then prepare 100 million spirit stones for me. I need to meditate." Raphael gasped. Such an astronomical sum shook even a 9-star celestial deity like him just to hear. He quickly bowed again. "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll report it immediately." Turning, he flew back toward the subordinate headquarters. "What? 100 million spirit stones? This damn bird, why doesn't he just rob us?" One elder couldn't help but curse. Another elder quietly remarked, "He is robbing us now." The first elder faltered. Chapter 287. Opportunity for cooperation? Damn it. He really went all out, demanding 100 million spirit stones outright. One of the elders asked, "Elder Baxter, how much can we allocate from the public treasury?" After Elder Giselbert, the duty elder originally responsible for daily operations, was killed by Amiri, Elder Baxter took over the management of daily affairs. Fortunately, he had been prepared and had already familiarized himself with the organization's recent situation. He spoke gravely. "Currently, there are around 300 million spirit stones in the public treasury. However, to maintain the organization's operations and reward members for their tasks, we need to keep at least 250 million spirit stones. In other words, the flexible funds we can reallocate now are at most 50 million spirit stones." Another elder, looking grim, said, "In that case, not only do we lose this month's income, but each of us will also have to contribute over 2 million spirit stones?" Bad luck? Forget it. Let's be optimistic. Dealing with such a powerful person, using this money to appease him is already not bad. 100 million spirit stones should be enough for him to go into deep seclusion for quite some time. Perhaps this way we can avoid trouble. After discussing for a while, the elders sighed and agreed to Amiri's demands. They hurriedly gathered the funds and instructed Gay to deliver them to Amiri. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Gay's hands almost trembled. This was the largest sum of wealth he had ever dealt with in his nearly 10,000-year life, although unfortunately, it was meant to be given to someone else. As long as one has enough strength, others will willingly offer up their wealth and follow orders. One day, will I also receive such treatment? Gay was lost in thought, but soon he arrived outside Amiri's estate. He put aside his fantasies and humbly called out to the estate. My lord, the spirit stones you requested are here. Please accept them. Amiri flashed into view before him, took the storage ring and said with a smile, this time it's good. The efficiency is pretty high. You may leave now. He teleported again, appearing inside a room within the estate. It seems there's still a lot of potential to exploit in Demon City. Smiling, he sat down cross-legged, recognized the ownership of the storage ring, then started to cultivate using the spirit stones. Even with his terrifying cultivation speed, it would take about 10 days to deplete 100 million spirit stones. Meanwhile, seeing Amiri finally settle down, the elders and the two city lords who were keeping an eye on the situation breathed a sigh of relief. Just for the sake of acquiring wealth is acceptable. Let's treat these 100 million spirit stones as tribute. At least it will be enough for him to cultivate for several decades. Perhaps we can gradually build a relationship with him and get him to join Demon City, thereby increasing our strength. Considering what he can bring, 100 million spirit stones isn't much. The elders became optimistic about the future, even planning to understand Amiri's character better and devise various strategies to build a closer relationship. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, even though they had just been extorted. 10 days later, after consuming all the spirit stones, Amiri's potential points reached 181 trillion. Unfortunately, with his current cultivation level and the levels of his cultivation techniques, this amount barely made a difference. Amiri shouted, Gay. The booming voice echoed outside the estate. Gay, who had been waiting outside, immediately bowed and responded, My lord, please give your instructions. Bring another 100 million spirit stones. He wasn't unwilling to ask for more, but he was afraid that if he pushed too hard all at once, it might force the other side to resist directly, leaving him with nothing. Startled, Gay replied immediately, Yes, my lord, please wait. He immediately turned and flew toward the branch office. The elders want me to probe his preferences and build a relationship, but it looks like this lord isn't easily satisfied and might intentionally find fault. This doesn't look good. Sighing inwardly, Gay quickly returned to the main base to report the situation. Hearing this, Duty Elder Baxter couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, stunned by Amiri's voracious appetite. He immediately entered the consciousness space and woke the other elders, sharing the news with everyone. What? Another 100 million? An elder angrily said, We gave him 100 million spirit stones 10 days ago, and he hasn't used them all yet. Now he's demanding more. He's clearly making trouble. No matter what, we can't give him any more. Right. If this goes on, 100 million after another, when will it end? Besides, the public treasury is now depleted, and the money has to come from us. Where do we get so much to satisfy him? Various elders angrily retorted. At this point, someone asked, What should we do now? The question brought silence, and everyone exchanged uneasy glances. After a long pause, someone suggested, How about trying to negotiate with him to see if he'll accept a compromise? Someone sneered, Who goes to talk to him? They all glanced at each other, but no one spoke up. None of them could guarantee survival in front of Amiri. If they provoked him, it would surely mean death. No one wanted to take that risk. Suddenly, an elder said, Let Gay handle it. We can't possibly do it ourselves. Everyone agreed. Right. Gay has the most interaction with him. It's natural to let him handle the negotiation. What will be the bottom line for this negotiation? Half, at most 50 million spirit stones, and we require him not to make such demands for the next 10 years. Half? Impossible. I won't contribute another single spirit stone. An elder finally couldn't hold back, speaking harshly. Do we all think too naively? With the intruder holding the absolute advantage, why would he concede? Do we really think we're on equal footing with him? His words silenced the crowd. The elder continued earnestly. Fellow elders, we face an unparalleled superpower house, not those minor factions we usually deal with. I believe at the very least, we must show humility and beg him to ease his terms rather than directly provoke him through negotiation. Otherwise, if he acts, who among us can stop him? How many of us will die? I don't want to follow in Elder Giselbert's footsteps. Another elder snapped back. So according to you, if he insists on 100 million spirit stones, we should still give it to him? Can you pay for these spirit stones? The elder remained calm, replying, Since he has made his demands, begging or negotiating will be seen as opposition and will anger him. Therefore, I suggest we obediently provide the spirit stones. Other elders frowned in disagreement. Before they could protest further, he continued, After giving the spirit stones, we can then negotiate with him without making him too resentful. And it could also be an opportunity for cooperation. Chapter 288. Call me Lord Aiden. An opportunity for cooperation? The elders looked bewildered. The elder nodded and said, Exactly. We can take advantage of the moment when we offer him spirit stones, when he is in his best mood and satisfied with us, to propose our cooperation. If he wants spirit stones, shouldn't giving him more be a good thing? He smiled at the expressions of the other elders. We can use this divine race powerhouse's strength to conquer surrounding major forces. He could help eliminate their leaders, and each time we'll give him 100 million spirit stones. For divine king-level powerhouses like ourselves, it would be hard for several city lords to kill the enemy leader without worrying about hidden cards. Thus, they dare not fight recklessly. But for that divine race powerhouse, it should be no problem. This is a win-win. He gets a large amount of spirit stones, we get a bigger territory, and the 100 million spirit stones paid out mean almost nothing to us while gaining much more in return. This way, not only do we transfer the risk of further exploitation to him, but it might also be an opportunity for Demon City's rise. The elders spoke excitedly and confidently. The other elders were gradually swayed, seriously discussing the feasibility of the proposal. In the end, many elders gritted their teeth and agreed. Then we'll do as you say. This time we will agree to his request, gathering 100 million spirit stones to show our sincerity and then propose cooperation. Not long after, Raphael came back to Amiri's estate with a storage ring containing 100 million spirit stones. Lord, here are your spirit stones. Raphael greeted with a fawning smile. Amiri instantly appeared before him, taking the storage ring and casually praising him. Raphael bowed deeply and cautiously suggested, Lord, our elders held a special meeting. The organization's supply of spirit stones is low, but we dared not delay Lord's needs. We've thought of a way to gather more spirit stones for you. Do you wish to hear it, Lord? Amiri gave him a faint look and replied calmly, Tell me, Lord, our organization indeed has limited spirit stones left, but the powers across South Star Sea are numerous. We could plunder surrounding major forces to meet your demands. The only issue is that these forces' leaders are mostly divine kings. Our city lords have no confidence in killing them. So, if you, Lord, could take action, it would be foolproof. Raphael cautiously observed Amiri's reaction and continued when he didn't show displeasure. Don't worry, Lord, it won't be too troublesome. You just need to personally kill their leaders. Everything else will be handled by the elders. After every such operation, elders will scrape together 100 million spirit stones from other forces for you. With this, your request will never be delayed again. How does that sound, Lord? Initially amused, Amiri became genuinely interested as he listened. It wasn't because of the spirit stones, but rather for his grand scheme. Following the elder's suggestion, his intervention would enable capturing significant territories quickly but would also draw hostility from various forces and even provoke joint attacks. Thus, Demon City would become a public enemy, which would benefit Great Ear Manor's unification plan. This would make things easier for him. Demon City would do the dirty work, bearing the blame, while he could focus on cultivation, occasionally emerging to eliminate a few key targets. Thinking this over, Amiri's lips curved into a slight smile. Raphael, who had been observing him discreetly, felt elated, thinking, fantastic, looks promising. Sure enough, Amiri smiled and said, Your elders are thoughtful. Tell them I agree. Raphael bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Lord. Truly merciful and understanding. I'll convey this good news to the elders immediately. As Raphael turned to leave, Amiri called after him calmly, Remember, call me Lord Aiden henceforth. Surprised, Raphael stopped midair, turned, and bowed deeply. Yes, Lord Aiden. During Amiri's 10-day stay, besides hinting he was of divine origin, he revealed nothing personal. Now revealing his name was a sign of cooperation, a positive omen. It indicated that Lord Aiden was truly satisfied with them. Overjoyed, Raphael informed Duty Elder Fulton, who promptly convened a meeting to share the good news. Wonderful. This is a promising start. Now, let's prepare to conquer surrounding forces, aiming to swiftly capture all 6 nearby major powers. As this is settled, we should inform the 2 city lords too. Many elders inwardly grumbled. In difficult times, the city lords, as top leaders, vanished, leaving the losses for them to bear. Despite resolving potential threats and achieving success, they still needed to respectfully report back to the city lords. But in this world, status was defined by strength. Divine kings, regardless of competence or dedication, reigned supreme, enjoying highest positions and benefits. And they, not daring to voice grievances, followed orders silently. Still, reporting this good news would bring some pride, showcasing their contributions. After deliberating details, they summoned the 4 city lords. Only 3rd and 4th lords responded. What's happened? 3rd Lord Phraziarch asked sternly. The elders excitedly reported the agreement, stunning the 2 city lords. He agreed to cooperate with us? Exchanging glances, both saw hints of joy in each other's eyes. Initially hostile, they felt helpless once realizing they couldn't match Amiri. Hence, they used seclusion as an excuse to evade. Unbelievably, within this short span, elders devised a solution, turning adversity into opportunity, even bringing growth prospects for the organization. Having fought Amiri, they knew better about his formidable combat abilities. They believed even the other 2 city lords would likely fall short against him. With such terrifying strength, conquering other forces would be effortless. Satisfied, 4th Lord Bo said, Since it's settled, proceed with your plans. With us as support, everyone can rest assured. 3rd Lord added, Work well with Lord Aiden to grow Demon City. One day, all of South Star Sea will be ours. And all of you will rule it. Chapter 289, Feeding War with War. While Amiri was in seclusion for cultivation, the Demon City hastily assembled an army to attack the neighboring territories of the werewolf clan. A swift raid resulted in the quick capture of 2 border planets, followed by rampant pillaging and destruction. This act enraged the werewolf clan's leadership. Led personally by 5 elders, the werewolf clan swiftly organized a counterattack. However, they failed to anticipate that Demon City had already prepared for a full-scale assault when it decided to consecutively attack multiple factions. At the border planets, 1 city lord and 10 elders were personally stationed to intercept the werewolf forces, wiping out their army and killing all 5 of their leading elders. Typically, leaders rarely involve themselves directly in combat to kill opposing elders, as it not only violates a size disadvantage but also breaches unwritten war rules, further escalating tensions into an endless, bitter conflict. Predictably, upon receiving this news, the werewolf clan's high command was thoroughly enraged. The werewolf leader personally intervened, leading 10 elders to the occupied planet. Meanwhile, anticipating these moves, Demon City dispatched someone to Kaiping Star, inviting Amiri to assist after having eliminated the 5 elders. Efficient indeed. Amiri inspected the spirit stones in his storage ring. Only 9 days had passed since Demon City's second tribute, and the 100 million spirit stones had been mostly depleted, leaving about 10%. He accompanied a powerful demon race warrior to the front line. With the werewolf leader yet to arrive, Amiri resumed his seclusion in Demon City's temporary camp. Before long, the werewolf leader, leading several legions, arrived outside the planet's atmosphere, confronting Demon City's forces. Frazier, are you seeking a full-scale war? The werewolf leader roared angrily. As fellow divine kings, you can't kill me, nor can I defeat you. This fight will only lead to mutual ruin. Why are you doing this? Corey Frazier sneered. Why? Naturally, to occupy your territory. The werewolf leader laughed mockingly. Arrogant words. Let's see how you'll seize my territory. With that, he charged forward. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. A tall, handsome man with 16 wings, radiating pride and cold disdain. The werewolf leader tightened but remained calm. He raised his right hand, forming countless wind blades, then unleashed a dragon-shaped windstorm towards his opponent. Amiri appeared behind the werewolf leader, pressing a palm on his neck, instantly enveloping him in a space rift resembling a black tornado. SSSSHHHH. The werewolf leader's brown fur shredded, his body riddled with wounds. Despite shock, he didn't hesitate, sending endless wind blades spiraling around him in defense. Simultaneously, he delivered a fierce elbow strike to Amiri, who, shockingly, stood unharmed after taking the blow. How is this possible? More space rifts surrounded the werewolf leader, slicing through him repeatedly. Panic set in as his injuries worsened, limbs severed, and blood smeared across his body. Both sides watched in awe at this lopsided display of power until the werewolf leader dissipated into blood mist. Panic spread among the werewolves, who fled while demons cheered in pursuit. An elder bowed respectfully beside Amiri, handing over a storage ring containing another 100 million spirit stones. Lord Aiden, thank you for your assistance. Meanwhile, third leader Frazier plunged into the battle without acknowledging Amiri, preferring not to show fear or grovel. Amiri, indifferent, accepted the ring and returned to Kaiping Star for continued seclusion. The war within werewolf territory escalated, making complete occupation challenging even after the extermination of leaders. Thus, Demon City focused on attracting 9-star warriors to claim planets under colonial governance rather than direct rule. Demon City, already comprising various strong races, could rapidly expand by recruiting more. As long as they maintained top-tier combat strength, significant risks would be minimized. 10 days later, seeing Demon City still attacking werewolf planets, Amiri ordered Emerson to convey Jensenry up and attack other factions. My spirit stones are depleted. The elders' heads throbbed. They realized Amiri expected 100 million every 10 days, which was unrealistic given the time needed to conquer an entire faction's numerous planets. They estimated conquering 5 planets simultaneously, plus recruitment and policy enforcement, took at least a month, even with overwhelming strength. Completing 26 werewolf planets would take 4 months at best. To speed up, they considered constant raids without securing control. Yet, this would only benefit Amiri, with no gain for Demon City itself, as most wealth went to him and the army's expenses. Without tangible benefits, maintaining prolonged warfare was unsustainable, especially in dangerous conflicts. After deliberation, the elders resolved. Increase pace. We abandon occupation for constant plunder. We'll aggressively recruit 5-star and above warriors to bolster our forces and compensate for losses. Feeding war with war, we will sweep the world. This chapter conveys the escalating conflict between Demon City and the werewolf clan, highlighting Amiri's role and the strategic decisions made by Demon City to sustain their expansion efforts. Chapter 290. The 3 Sacred Artifacts. Under Amiri's pressure, the upper echelons of the Demon Clan were forced to expedite the war efforts and did not have the time to consolidate their rule. This may actually be a good thing. Our manpower is too limited. We can't possibly govern such a vast territory in a short period. Now, with this frantic plundering, all resources will belong to our Demon City without needing to divide our strength for management. We can always maintain peak combat power. And those planets we've raided can be left to develop new orders on their own. When we're ready, we can rely on our overwhelming strength and the fear we've instilled in them to possibly subdue them without losing a single soldier. There's no need to expend energy on ruling at this moment. Since our ultimate goal is resources, isn't direct plundering more efficient? After discussing, the elders of Demon City and the 2 city lords convinced themselves. They gathered the majority of Demon City's powerful figures, formed 10 armies led by 20 elders and 1 city lord, and began an intense campaign of conquest and plundering. In no time, half of the southern Star Sea was plunged into turmoil. Those near Demon City were especially on edge, and several major forces started uniting. 5 leaders at the Divine King realm met, secretly somewhere in space. Fellow leaders, Demon City has been arrogantly raiding everywhere. In just a month, they've annihilated 3 major forces. No one knows when it will be our turn. We must unite. I'm sure everyone has received reports about a 16-winged god race warrior named Aiden who appeared in Demon City. 3 divine kings have already died under his hands. If it were only Demon City, we could easily crush them, but the most troublesome factor is this formidable warrior. How should we deal with him? Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim. As leaders of top-tier forces, their intelligence network was naturally strong, especially concerning matters of survival. They were extremely cautious, and they had long memorized every detail about the god race warrior Aiden. After all, he could effortlessly kill divine kings, making him undeniably the strongest figure in the entire southern Star Sea based on achievements alone. Faced with such a powerhouse, even after thousands of years of confidence building, none of them dared challenge him alone. For someone like this, deceit won't work. Only brute force can prevail. We need to create opportunities for a collective ambush. One person said solemnly. Also, none of us can hold back on our trump cards. Aiden relies on his invincible physical defense and barely resists any attack. If our trump cards only injure him once without killing him, it might make him wary. So, there's only one chance. Once the battle starts, everyone reveals their trumps simultaneously. If he survives by some miracle, we rush in together to finish him off, giving him no chance at all. The 5 locked eyes, their gazes heavy. Agreed. 1 hit, 1 kill. A fleet of nearly 100 flying shuttles sailed through the starry sky. On each shuttle, simple sketches depicted faces with evil grins and crimson lips, a representative symbol of the demon clan. Amiri sat cross-legged inside one of the shuttles, meditating. Ever since Demon City began its campaigns, Amiri had joined the army to ensure he engaged with enemy leaders as soon as possible, fulfilling his side of the cooperation. Lord Aiden, we're almost there, a voice from the cockpit announced respectfully. Amiri acknowledged, opening his eyes slowly. Inside the shuttle, besides the 2 pilots and Amiri, it was eerily empty. He stood up and walked to the window, his gaze resting on a distant green planet. Noticing the approach of the Demon City fleet, countless shuttles emerged from the planet and formed a tight defensive formation in the atmosphere. As the distance shortened, numerous warriors flew out from both sides, converging towards each other. A fierce battle loomed. Tiny human figures clashed against each other in the starry sky, causing ripples of heavenly energy to spread like tidal waves. Occasionally, blood splattered through the cosmos. Amiri stood with his hands behind his back, watching the chaos coldly. Before long, a slightly urgent voice came from the cockpit. Lord Aiden, the enemy leader is moving. Instantly, Amiri vanished from the shuttle. Amidst the battlefield in space, Corey Blaine was fighting an ugly frog-faced creature with green skin. Their battle zone extended over 100 miles, uninhabited by anyone else. At that moment, Amiri materialized a short distance behind Blaine. Both combatants sensed his arrival and retreated hastily. Lord Aiden, I leave this to you. Blaine spoke firmly, then departed to target other enemy leaders. Don't hesitate, shouted the frog-faced warrior abruptly. 4 figures immediately rushed out from the surroundings, surrounding Amiri with various rule-based attacks engulfing him. This sudden move stunned many observers. Even Blaine hesitated for a moment, but did not return to aid. 5 divine kings? Makes it easier then. Amiri grinned instead of panicking. Spreading his arms, he laughed and faced the incoming assault. Suddenly, 3 mysterious items flew towards him. 2 were semi-transparent crystals, 1 fiery red with a blazing flame inside, and 1 deep blue with sparking lightning. The third was a palm-sized black orb. Amiri recognized it instantly. It was the miniature black hole that sealed him for 13 years. Each item unleashed terrifying power while speeding through the cosmos. Flames spread into a sea of fire, distorting space, while lightning shattered the fabric of reality and stirred up towering waves of spiritual energy. The miniature black hole exerted incredible gravitational pull, pulling flames and lightning towards it. These 3 potent attacks intermingled, colliding and erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that seemed to destroy heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the 5 divine kings had withdrawn early to observe cautiously, not even questioning why 2 among them hadn't used their trump cards. Stronger figures further away couldn't help but be drawn by the events unfolding here. Chapter 291, Great Rout. The micro-black hole landed on Amiri's chest. Infinite gravity erupted, attempting to twist his body. Flames and thunder surrounded Amiri's body, trying to incinerate him completely. But under everyone's stunned gaze, Amiri stood upright, unscathed. So this is your trump card? Is that all? Amiri glanced at the micro-black hole adhering to his body and the raging flames around him. With a casual shift, he avoided the black hole in front of him and flew towards the 5 divine kings without any change in expression. The crowd's faces paled, especially the 5 divine kings who were first in line. They stared with wide eyes as Amiri moved through flames and thunder, escaping the powerful gravity of the micro-black hole, emerging as if nothing had happened. What the hell is this guy? Could he be in existence beyond the divine king realm? Otherwise, how could he possess such strength? We've even unleashed the holy artifact, yet we can't touch him in the slightest. How do we fight? Is a siege even useful? Run. Everyone, retreat. The 5 divine kings exchanged glances, shouted, and immediately turned to flee. There was no intention to engage Amiri in direct combat or concern for their subordinates' survival. To them, leaders were supreme. Subordinates were just disposable tools. Even entire factions could be abandoned at critical moments. And now was one of those moments. Preserving their lives mattered most. With divine king strength, they could always rebuild. So, what did factions and subordinates matter? Their mission was to create chaos on the battlefield, providing themselves with a chance to escape. The battlefield indeed fell into turmoil upon hearing their cries. Countless frog-faced, hideous beings fled in panic. Some distant shuttles activated prematurely, flying away without waiting for their masters to return. The Demon City forces cheered, pursuing and slaughtering indiscriminately. All this happened in a split second. By then, Amiri had left the strong gravitational pull of the micro-black hole, with space stabilizing slightly around him. He flashed, appearing before one of the divine kings, blocking his path. Die! A palm descended, capturing the opponent as an endless spatial storm enveloped and tore at the captured body. Ignoring the desperate counterattack, Amiri shouted, "Order someone to destroy the teleportation array immediately. Don't let the other 4 escape. I want them all dead." Hearing this, Sinclairin immediately took several 9-star experts aboard a shuttle, speeding towards the planet's surface. "Lord Aiden, I'm willing to serve you, and bring the entire spirit frog race under your command. Please spare my life." The captured divine king ceased resisting and begged loudly. However, facing Amiri's relentless attacks, after a moment of pleading, he resumed frantic resistance until he was ultimately destroyed. Amiri turned, looking down at the planet. The infinite star map, revealed the positions of the remaining 4 divine kings clearly in his mind. He had already left location markers on them when they approached, so no matter the distance, he could sense their positions easily. Currently, the 4 were in space on the opposite side of the planet, moving rapidly away. It seems the teleportation array was successfully destroyed. Amiri smiled confidently. Without direct interstellar teleportation, they couldn't escape his pursuit relying solely on shuttle speed. Several instantaneous movements later, Amiri caught up to the second divine king. After a brief and uneventful battle, he teleported elsewhere. Soon, Amiri returned to where City Lord Sinclaren was stationed, startling him almost into an instinctive retaliation. The 5 divine kings are all dead. Remember to provide the 5 billion spirit stones promptly. With that, Amiri instantly returned to his shuttle in the starfield, extracting spirit stones to sit in meditation. Back on the planet, the war continued. With the high-ranking members of the Spirit Frog clan in disarray, the entire defensive force collapsed rapidly. The destroyed teleportation array left no means of escape from the planet. Under the Demon City's merciless pursuit, everyone fled for their lives in chaos. A one-sided chase lasted half a day. Then, Demon City forces spread across the planet, plundering wealth indiscriminately. Merchants, high-level officials, guilds, banks, none were spared. The planet echoed with cries of anguish. Shortly thereafter, news of the battle spread among neighboring factions, causing panic among the elite and unrest among the populace. From the actions of Demon City these past few days, it seems 9-star experts can survive by surrendering. But any Elder rank expert and above has no chance of living. We must consider our options early. Leaders convened urgently, from elders to commanders, all wearing solemn or panicked expressions. Options? Not even the combined eruption of 3 holy artifacts harmed Aiden in the slightest. 5 divine kings fell to him sequentially. What options do we have before Aiden? I suggest we abandon resistance. If Demon City is scavenging resources, let's take our organization's treasury and leave. As long as we preserve our lives, what do factions matter? With our strength, we can thrive anywhere. Rebuilding won't be difficult. Previously, none would dare speak such words before their leader. But faced with such peril, preserving their lives and interests became paramount. The leaders agreed decisively. They didn't want to die either. Fine. Let's gather all the spirit stones from the treasury, distribute them, and leave immediately. Let's go to the other side of the southern star sea and occupy other planets. After the meeting, the elites acted secretly, leaving with a small entourage. Similar actions occurred in multiple factions. The other 4 factions whose leaders were killed by Amiri descended into complete chaos. Many knew that after Demon City finished plundering the spirit frogs, they'd be next. Leadership gone, elders scattered, and territories fell into disorder, filled with looting, burning, and killing. Those with money and power fled en masse to the other side of the southern star sea. In a short time, numerous forces surrounding Demon City crumbled without attack. Chapter 292, the Enfeefment Plan. Across dozens of planets, the Demon Clan's elite forces split into multiple groups, simultaneously carrying out raids. Everywhere they went, they encountered virtually no significant resistance. It was clear to anyone observing the situation that the City of Devils was unstoppable. Most of the strong individuals from various planets had long since fled this star region via shuttles. The remaining few not only offered no resistance but joined the City of Devils with enthusiasm under their recruitment drive, becoming part of the raiding forces. Thus, wave after wave of raids did not weaken the City of Devils' military strength. Instead, it grew exponentially like a snowball rolling downhill, expanding from 10 legions to 12, then 15. All the high-ranking officials within the City of Devils fell into a state of euphoria. Haha, thanks to Lord Iter and Eustace's plan. The City of Devils is now the undisputed strongest force in all of Southern Star Sea. Enemies crumble before us without a fight, and countless powerful figures come to pledge allegiance. The entire Southern Star Sea will become our private garden in no time. Someone laughed out loud, drawing the attention of many elders toward one individual, Eustace. He was the elder who initially proposed collaborating with Amiri to subjugate other forces. His suggestion not only helped the City of Devils turn a critical situation around, but also led to its current prosperity. At that moment, Eustace's face beamed with pride as his crimson lips curled up slightly. Maintaining an outward appearance of calm, he said, "Fellows, we must remain optimistic and confident when in adversity, and stay cautious even in favorable times. Currently, the City of Devils indeed sweeps everything in its path, and our power continues to grow, yet there are still 2 severe issues." He scanned the faces of the elders before speaking gravely. The scope of the Southern Star Sea is too vast. Even at our current rate of plunder, we can only maintain high efficiency for a short period. Once our raiding range expands further, our legions may be trillions of miles away from headquarters, making disconnection likely. At such times, if our headquarters are attacked by any force, it could result in enormous losses for us. Logistics, intelligence, support, all present major challenges. Our elder-level combatants are too few in number to sustain prolonged large-scale operations. After a moment's thought, someone replied, "The City of Devils has always aimed to preserve the purity of our leadership. If you intend to recruit true God Realm powerhouses from other races, it might create significant risks for the future." Presently, the City of Devils strategy involved both raiding and aggressively recruiting strong individuals. However, recruits were limited to those between 5-star and 9-star ranks, while elder-level figures were spared none and Divine King Realm leaders relentlessly hunted down, to ensure absolute dominance and stability. "I never said we should recruit true God Realm powerhouses from other races." Eustace shook his head and smiled faintly. "I have another plan that can solve these problems easily." Eyes brightened, everyone focused intently on him. "Simple. If our strength isn't sufficient and efficiency low, then we need to focus on attacking specific planets," Eustace explained confidently. They exchanged glances and someone hesitated, asking, "What kind of method is this? Are we abandoning attacks on other planets?" Eustace gently shook his head, "Yes and no. These specific planets aren't chosen randomly but determined by them. Consider this, with our current might, if we declare that all planets must surrender willingly or face immediate attack, how do you think other forces will react? One person immediately answered, naturally, they would surrender without hesitation. Another countered, however, many forces are already in chaos internally, with leaders fleeing and no unified voice. Who could represent the planet in a surrender? That's true. Once we make this announcement, many powerful figures might flee even faster. Everyone agreed, showing skepticism. Eustace laughed unperturbed. Gentlemen, people run because they fear being raided by us. We can ease their fears and even offer benefits. My proposal is to issue an official declaration. Any powerful figure who can unify a chaotic planet and willingly submit it to the City of Devils will be formally recognized in his position and his interests protected. We won't raid him but provide protection. In return, he merely needs to pay 20 million spirit stones annually. With these conditions, we can gain many allies to suppress chaos without having to risk ourselves in widespread raids. We'll get what we want in terms of territory and interests. To put it simply, any powerful individual who secures territory and pays spirit stones can join us under the name of the City of Devils. One elder couldn't help but exclaim, brilliant. Without sending a single soldier, we can continuously annex various planets. So, when you mention targeting certain planets, you mean those few that refuse to submit or remain in turmoil to intimidate others? Eustace nodded smiling. Exactly. As long as we maintain absolute deterrence and occasionally wage a war to demonstrate our might to distant forces, we can continue to annex more planets, enlarging the City of Devils territory. The unification of the entire Southern Star Sea lies in our near future. As the elders praised the idea, someone suddenly asked, what about the spirit stones negotiated with Lord Eider? Previously, it was agreed that every Divine King Realm powerhouse killed would earn him 100 million spirit stones. But now, many Divine King Realm figures have fled, and with this new strategy, upcoming battles will be far fewer. Lord Eider's presence alone as a deterrent suffices. There's no need for active participation. Eustace decisively replied, of course, give him 100 million spirit stones every 10 days. Lord Eider is the most crucial deterrent in our strategic plans. With his formidable power, he deserves ample reverence. Alienating him over contractual conditions would be unwise. From initially referring to him as Birdman, to calling him Eider, and now even in secret elder meetings, respectfully addressing him as Lord Eider, this reflected genuine respect and recognition from the elders. Because of his immense strength, and because he brought unprecedented opportunities to the City of Devils, giving them superiority over other forces and confidence to dominate the entire Southern Star Sea. In this world where strength was revered, the demon clan valued both interests and power above all. Thus, despite Amiri once threatening, robbing, and even killing 3 of their elders, the lingering resentment had dissipated entirely. Chapter 293. The only way out is to kill Aiden. Inside an empty shuttle, Amiri sat cross-legged alone in the cabin. He continuously drew out large amounts of spirit stones from his storage ring, rapidly absorbing the pure spiritual energy that was as thick as liquid. He had traveled far and wide with the demon clan's plundering army. Yet, as his notorious reputation spread, no God King Realm powerhouse dared to confront him face to face anymore. So, he spent his downtime immersed in cultivation. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the announcement made by Demon City indeed caused a great uproar. Any 9-star powerhouses, or groups of them, could become the supreme rulers of any planet they conquered, as long as they paid 20 million spirit stones annually to Demon City, and would also be under its protection. Such conditions would have attracted numerous 9-star powerhouses even during previous peaceful times. After all, before, 9-star powerhouses were only high-level guardians on planets, earning commissions from missions and limited benefits. Most of the planet's interests went to the organization. But now, one could become a planetary emperor just by subduing a planet. A mere annual tribute of 20 million spirit stones, compared to the entire planet's interests, was insignificant, leaving much room for profits. Let alone it being such an unusual time, Demon City swept through half of Southern Star Sea, always threatening to invade any planet at any moment. Anyone could become a casualty under Demon City's heel. Under such circumstances, Demon City giving everyone a way to survive, even allowing them to retain some interests, was already an enormous boon. Regardless of how genuine the announcement from Demon City was, for many powerhouses, it was definitely better than struggling for survival in chaotic times, or fleeing far away. Thus, numerous 9-star powerhouses acted alone or joined forces, fiercely competing and suppressing across various planets. Under the formidable might of 9-star heavenly deities, chaos on major planets gradually subsided. Planet after planet submitted to and paid tribute to Demon City. The territory of Demon City expanded at an incredibly rapid pace. For many people in Demon City, this was an unprecedented era of prosperity and flourishing beauty. But this wasn't enough because Lord Aiden lashed them on constantly. Every 10 days, 100 million spirit stones. Only by maintaining a rapid expansion could they satisfy Lord Aiden's massive demands. Therefore, Demon City's activities never ceased. On every planet that submitted, the teleportation arrays were immediately upgraded to integrate into Demon City's network, ensuring the highest efficiency for intelligence and logistics. Yet, troop movements were not so swift. Due to the considerable size of the crucial warships, they needed to be disassembled by professionals into smaller components before entering the teleportation arrays, and then reassembled at the destination. This was also why Eustace mentioned that reinforcements couldn't arrive promptly. Thus, as Demon City's plundering armies fought countless battles, they moved farther away from the main base, eventually reaching the central star regions of the entire Southern Star Sea. 20 regular armies dispersed like locusts, looting wildly while promoting their enfeoffment policy. Demon City's fame thus completely spread throughout the Southern Star Sea. In a vast area of space, more than 30 powerful beings from various races gathered secretly here. They were leaders of top-tier forces, each an unparalleled existence at the God King realm, the most powerful and influential individuals in the entire Southern Star Sea. Hicks, leader of Tai Sui Mansion, was among them. Demon City comes aggressively, relying on the strength of that so-called God race member, Aiden, annihilating no less than 20 major and minor forces and subjugating over 100 planets. Clearly, they aim to sweep through the entire Southern Star Sea. Each of you leads a top-tier force. What are your thoughts on this? The one who spoke first was a graceful Rena named Lizzie. She had a nearly identical human form but possessed wings as thin as cicada wings, emitting points of greenish radiance. Her charming appearance looked fantastically beautiful. She belonged to the Wind Demon Clan, a powerful race within the Southern Star Sea. Although Lizzie appeared delicate and had a gentle voice, she was ranked in the top 10 powerhouses in the higher echelons of the Southern Star Sea. What else can we think? He is our common enemy. We should unite and finish him. A towering bear-like figure gruffly said. Everyone agreed. Demon City openly aims to conquer the entire Southern Star Sea, giving no living path to true God-level powerhouses and above. We can't all commit suicide, can we? Right. The only way out is to kill Aiden. Once Aiden dies, Demon City will be like mud huts against brick houses when facing our united efforts. That expansive territory and more than 100 planets under their control seem strong, but they're like flowers in the mirror, moons in the water. Once the situation changes, everything will collapse. So, we just need to figure out how to kill Aiden. With this statement, everyone fell silent again, looking at each other, uncertain. After a while, someone remarked, even a simultaneous attack by the 3 holy relics couldn't harm Aiden at all. How do we kill him? Is he truly beyond the God King realm? But even if that's the case, being just one realm higher, his physical defense shouldn't be near invincible, right? Isn't that too unfair? His explosive attack ability seems quite average. Based on reports, each battle with a God King realm powerhouse took several minutes of continuous attacks to defeat the opponent. At this point, one person pondered aloud. Invincible body, average burst? This feature reminds me of a piece of intelligence, or a person. The speaker's gaze landed on Hicks, saying oddly, I heard that Tai Sui Mansion has a celestial deity realm powerhouse named Amiri who can defeat true God realm elders and completely nullify the attacks of God Kings. The conflict between Tai Sui Mansion and Wild Stephanon Alliance seemed to originate from him. Upon hearing this, several leaders also recalled the information about Amiri. The massive battle between the two forces garnered attention from surrounding factions, but few bothered to understand the cause, especially those leaders who were in constant seclusion. Only a few leaders had noted the detailed intelligence, thus learning about this unique existence named Amiri. All eyes turned to this person, waiting for him to continue. Chapter 294, Yushir Kong. Without prolonging the suspense, the man continued. This special divine deity realm powerhouse named Amiri has many famous exploits, but his 2 most shocking victories are these. First, during a skirmish over a small world, he fought 4 adversaries alone. With his invincible physical defense, he forced the 4 elders of the Wild Stephanon Alliance to concede and pay compensation, also compelling all the elders of the 5 major forces to retreat. The second was from the same battle over the small world. After the Wild Stephanon Alliance's team withdrew, their leader Dominique personally appeared and fought a great battle with Amiri. No one witnessed the fight on site, but the result was, Dominique used a holy artifact, a mini black hole, to seal Amiri. Upon hearing this, someone couldn't help frowning. I thought you were going to tell us something significant? Even if Amiri shares some similarities with Aiden, what's the point of discussing him now? He's been dead for over 20 years. The man shook his head and said seriously, who says he died? Everyone present was startled and looked at him in shock. He calmly added, Amiri broke out of the black hole after being sealed within it for 13 years. Many saw the explosion of the black hole, and passing flyers rescued him and brought him back to Tai Sui Mansion. How is that possible? Someone cried out in disbelief. Sealed by a mini black hole for 13 years? Ignoring the fact that survival in the center of a black hole is impossible, how could a divine deity realm expert break out of a black hole? It's sheer fantasy. None of us here would be confident enough to do such a thing. Just a divine deity realm, no matter how extraordinary, how could they achieve this? If such an absurd event had really happened, we would have received intelligence about it. The man shook his head again. You find it absurd, so naturally your subordinates would too, thus not reporting such fake intelligence. So, this information spread widely among the common folk instead. I like to walk among the people, and I've heard this story multiple times. Although I didn't fully believe it either, I ordered an investigation and found it highly likely to be true. Right, Ephraim Tianji? His gaze fixed on Ephraim Tianji, who had remained silent throughout. Everyone turned to look. Yes, everything Cord said is true. Ephraim Tianji nodded calmly. The crowd involuntarily gasped. A powerhouse who could withstand a mini black hole was formidable enough that even they had to take him seriously and with caution. Cord continued. Just like the reported Aiden, Amiri possesses an invincible physique and average explosive power. They also share 2 commonalities. They both master spatial teleportation and spatial fragmentation laws. Everyone's expressions became peculiar. With so many special and rare common points, it seemed far-fetched to call it coincidence. Noticing the gazes, Ephraim Tianji spoke calmly. What do you want to say? Cord asked directly. Is there any connection between them? No. Ephraim Tianji replied firmly. When I learned about Aiden, I also suspected a possible connection. But after thorough investigation, I confirmed they are not the same person. He took out a green oval jade from his storage ring. This is a soul capture jade containing Amiri's soul vibrations. With your intelligence networks, acquiring Aiden's soul vibrations shouldn't be difficult. You can compare them yourselves. Several people accepted the jade without hesitation. After sensing it, one of them chuckled and shook his head. Ephraim Tianji, I hope you don't misunderstand. This is serious, and it's only natural for everyone to be cautious. In their knowledge, soul vibrations cannot be altered. Thus, this confirmation immediately dispelled everyone's doubts. It's like two entirely different people in appearance, build, and voice. No matter how many similarities, it would only be seen as coincidence, not identity. Suddenly, someone had an idea. That's right. Since Amiri has such formidable physical defenses, we could invite him to deal with Aiden. Let Amiri hold off Aiden while we assist from the sides. We stand a chance to win. Facing this disaster affecting the entire southern Star Sea, as top-tier powerhouses, every one of us has the duty to act. Xianxia, why don't you invite Amiri here so we can discuss together? The leaders finally saw a glimmer of hope and looked eagerly at Xianxia. But Xianxia shook his head slightly. Sorry, not that I don't want to invite him, but he has been in seclusion for a long time. No one knows his whereabouts or how to contact him. What a pity. Someone sighed. It seems we have to figure out how to deal with Aiden ourselves. They returned to square one, and a moment of silence ensued. For any powerful opponent, they believed unity could lead to victory, but the prerequisite was having a way to harm him. As for Aiden, his defense, displayed in past battles, seemed almost invincible, completely sapping their confidence. *CK it. He's just a damn birdman. I might as well flee to the Chaotic Star region. A hulking, bear-like man couldn't resist cursing. My senior brother left for the Chaotic Star region 8,000 years ago, seeking wider horizons. Maybe he already found a way to break through the Divine King realm and become a supreme existence in a new star domain. He set the path. I should follow him. Compared to the danger of opposing Aiden, the Chaotic Star region is safer. Why risk my life here? If I can't provoke him, can't I at least hide from him? Hearing this, someone beside him couldn't help laughing sarcastically. You talk big, but you're just running away. The man immediately got angry. So what if I run? Have the guts to face Aiden yourself. The other person's face turned cold, about to retort. Enough. A voice interrupted. It was a dark shadow, like a black hole swallowing nearby light, obscuring its features and details, barely revealing a humanoid outline. It resembled both a cloud of black smoke and a black curtain, its edges flickering, as if trying to escape or urgently wishing to consume everything around it. This shadow stood out even among the divine kings, prompting those nearby to instinctively keep their distance. He was named Kong, the leader of the top-tier force, the Nether Union, one of the 3 acknowledged strongest in the entire southern Star Sea. Chapter 295, the Giant of Fulton. Kong looked at everyone and said gravely, Our South Bright Star Sea is the home for all of us. We cannot tolerate an outsider to tyrannize here. Besides, our bases, our tribesmen, our friends and relatives are all here. How can we speak of retreat easily if it's not an absolute last resort? Everyone knows the condition of the Chaotic Star region. Once deeply involved in it, one could easily get lost. No one can guarantee when they would reach the end. Even though we are all Deity King realm powerhouses, I believe none of us can endure endless loneliness. So, stop talking about fleeing. After he finished speaking, someone from the other side opened his mouth. Whatever grievances everyone had in the past, now that a powerful enemy stands before us, let's cast them aside. The most important thing now is to unite as one and stand against Aiden. The speaker had a sharp, single horn atop his head, with a white carapace shimmering with a metallic luster, much like a bright armor. He exuded an awe-inspiring demeanor, surpassing even ordinary nobility. His name was Elio, the leader of the top-tier faction Holy Fulton Hall, acknowledged as one of the top 3 powerhouses in the entire South Bright Star Sea. In fact, apart from the first mayor of Demon City, Kale, and the second mayor, Donald, all acknowledged top 10 powerhouses were present here. Among these, Kong and Elio were standout figures. With such strong figures giving their statements, everyone stopped engaging in mutual verbal barbs and no one mentioned fleeing anymore. Instead, they seriously discussed strategies. Finally, Kong spoke solemnly. I think we should have 2 plans ready. I specialize in sealing techniques. My trump card is a sealing method even stronger than a micro black hole. If all our cards fail to defeat Aiden, I can try the sealing technique. Hicks added, I'm proficient in control, which can restrict Aiden's spatial teleportation and briefly immobilize him using space solidification. Others also voiced out their own trump cards proactively. As leaders of top-tier forces, everyone saw through the current situation clearly, knowing that it wasn't the time to keep secrets. Faced with an extremely powerful Aiden, any person's ultimate ability might be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Therefore, each individual must exert every effort. Elio looked at everyone and also spoke up. I have an enhancing sacred artifact capable of generating explosive power beyond the limits of Deity King realm. This time, we all unprecedentedly united, capable of unleashing terrifying combat power beyond anyone's imagination. Even if Aiden truly transcends Deity King realm, we swear to kill him. Vow to kill Aiden. Everyone chorused together with solemn faces. In the starry sky, over 100 spacecrafts were sailing magnificently. Third mayor of Demon City, Blaine, stood by the window, looking into the boundless starry sky with a slight smile on his face, filled with arrogance. A demon clan elder came from behind and asked softly, Mayor, Hall Master Elio of Holy Fulton Hall has declared war on us personally, saying he will fight us to death on Mobius Planet. Do you suspect there might be ambushes? Should we respond? Blaine smiled wide. This is a straightforward strategy. If we don't respond to Elio's personal challenge, won't we appear afraid of him? The invincible reputation we've built over such a long time would be destroyed, and no one would submit or pay tribute anymore. So, we must respond and battle them honorably. As for ambushes, Blaine smirked slightly. In front of Lord Aiden, they're nothing but chickens and dogs. The elder nodded and turned to give orders. Transmit the order. Change course to Mobius Planet. Shortly, over 100 spacecrafts adjusted direction in unison. 3 days later, a verdant planet appeared on the horizon. Not only did the people of Demon City feel no anxiety, but instead felt delighted. Over the past few months, they had swept through one powerful force after another, subduing countless powerhouses along the way. This experience cultivated in them an immense confidence. Each one firmly believed Demon City was invincible and destined to sweep across the entire South Bright Star Sea. Mobius Planet ahead was going to be just another trophy under Demon City's feet. Everyone brimmed with fighting spirit and fierce momentum. As they closed in, a solitary spacecraft emerged from Mobius Planet. A figure clad in white floated out. With natural white radiance emanating around, this figure in the starry sky became a soft lighthouse drawing everyone's attention. Aiden, come out and fight. Elio roared. Powerful sound waves resonated through the starry sky. Completely ignoring Demon City's vast fleet and its supreme commander Blaine, he targeted Aiden directly. Inside the leading spacecraft, Blaine remained calm, showing no anger at being ignored, waiting quietly for Aiden to appear. The whole Demon City fleet fell silent temporarily. In the spacious rear spacecraft, Amiri opened his eyes from cultivation. His gaze pierced through the window to look at the distant white figure. Another battle? Amiri laughed without care. After several months of frenzied cultivation, he consumed a vast amount of spirit stones, advancing his cultivation level from the 6th layer of Heavenly Deity Realm to the 8th layer. Though only 2 minor realms improvement, it brought a noticeable boost to his strength. Fighting Deity King realm experts would be easier. In an instant, his figure flashed repeatedly and appeared in front of Elio. At the same moment, dark shadows flickered from the spacecraft behind Elio, quickly forming a group of people encircling Amiri. At the same time, Hicks raised a hand, instantly solidifying the space into a transparent crystal, trapping Amiri inside. Attack! He roared. Everyone sprang into action. Various powerful rule-based attacks erupted simultaneously. Elio summoned a unique short rod glowing white light with Tao essence flowing within. The lower part was about 2 fingers thick, while the upper end bore a hexagram-shaped delicate surface. Gripping the short rod tightly, he raised it high. The hexagram pattern emitted dazzling white light, drawing celestial rays from the universe to wrap around the rod and attach to Elio's body. The white light behaved like bricks, stacking onto his body to transform him into a progressively larger giant of light. All this occurred in an extremely short period. Just as Elio transformed into a giant of light, others' attacks landed on the transparent crystal enclosing Amiri. This crystal barrier, formed by Hicks's space solidification, restricted Amiri's movements while also serving as a protective wall. To attack Amiri, they had to break through the spatial barrier first. So, countless attacks shattered the spatial barrier and completely engulfed Amiri's body. Chapter 296, Space Collapse and Sealing. In the starry expanse, water, fire, wind, and lightning raged violently, the spiritual energy undulating like a ceaseless tidal wave. This was just the beginning. Among the dozens of deity kings, most wielded consumable holy artifacts similar to miniature black holes, which they activated without hesitation and hurled towards Amiri's position. Even more terrifying fluctuations of law and Tao essence shook the starry void. Elsewhere, Bo Draperang, transformed into a giant of light, pressed his hands together, palms facing Amiri's location. A large mass of increasingly brilliant white light gathered before him. In an instant, it became as dazzling as the sun. The distant group from Demon City stood dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events, unable to think clearly, watching helplessly as this world-ending scene unfolded. Finally, this sun-like ball of white light burst forth, forming a beam of light dozens of meters thick that struck Amiri's position. Under countless terrifying attacks from various laws, space was already extremely unstable. Now, with the addition of this formidable light beam, an even more horrifying scenario emerged. Vast swathes of space shattered and crumbled like mirrors, swallowing everything in their path. Whether it was the eruption of any type of holy artifact or law attack, all dissipated into nothingness. Only an abyss of pure darkness remained, a vacuum of nothingness. An attraction force far stronger than a miniature black hole suddenly erupted, creating a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy. Several nearby deity kings, caught off guard, were forcefully pulled into the chaos, disappearing without a trace. It's a space collapse. Flee quickly. Dozens of deity kings hastily glanced at Amiri's original position. That was the epicenter of the most fearsome attacks and the site of the space collapse. Under the terrifying gravitational pull, they couldn't see anything or confirm Eider's condition. However, given such a violent space collapse, they believed that even with Eider's formidable defensive capabilities, he might have perished. Efren Marissa G, on the other hand, casually glanced over as well, differing from the others in that he did not believe Amiri could be so easily killed. Even though this space collapse was far more intense than the one encountered in the chaotic star domain, he felt it impossible for Amiri to be harmed. The 10 years spent together in the chaotic star domain had instilled in him blind confidence in Amiri's survival skills. Meanwhile, the crowd from Demon City stared in disbelief. The third mayor, Sinclairin, grew solemn. Though he desired Eider's death, it wasn't supposed to happen now. He knew the consequences of being caught in a space collapse. No deity king could survive. Despite Eider's robust physique, being at the heart of the collapse, enduring numerous terrifying attacks, and now engulfed by the collapse itself. Even if you must die, kill those deity kings first. Sinclairin thought to himself. Vast areas of space continued to collapse and shatter. The dozens of deity kings retreated hurriedly towards Mobius Planet. At this moment, a figure emerged nonchalantly from the apocalyptic scene, 8 pairs of pure white wings fluttering gently behind, endless streams of white light flowing around him, exuding sanctity and nobility. The people of Demon City immediately cheered. Lord Eider didn't die. Lord Eider has emerged. I said no one could defeat Lord Eider. Such a minor space collapse is like a gentle breeze to him. Some of the fleeing deity kings instinctively glanced towards Amiri's direction and shouted in shock. He's alive. He's out. Others turned to look as well. Amiri flew out of the space collapse's range and instantly appeared close to everyone. The battle has just begun, and you want to escape? Amiri smiled calmly. His demeanor showed no signs of distress or injury, as if he had merely strolled through a gentle breeze rather than survived a catastrophic space collapse. Faces grim, they exchanged glances. Efren Marissa G suddenly struck out, causing vast swaths of space to violently oscillate like surging waves, restricting Amiri's teleportation. The others followed suit, water ropes binding, wind curtains wrapping, using every means possible to limit Amiri's movements. Suddenly, Marissa Kong appeared behind Amiri. In his hand was a small black orb, emitting dense black smoke upon activation, warping the surrounding space madly. It wasn't a holy artifact but a special item created by Marissa Kong, based on black hole characteristics, using rare materials and his mastery of space and darkness laws. Designed specifically for sealing, it amplified his already proficient sealing abilities. Not only could it cause space to collapse, forming a gravitational force stronger and more concentrated than a miniature black hole, but it also included dark law effects that could corrode the opponent's flesh and devour their spiritual power. Struck by it, even a deity king would be powerless to resist. Though uncertain if it could successfully seal Eider, it was now their only chance. Under various restraints, Amiri did not struggle too forcefully, allowing them to try different attacks. The black orb landed on him as expected. Instantly, black smoke enveloped the area, vast expanses of space collapsing. Surrounding law attacks and spiritual energy tides were affected, converging on Amiri and tightly encasing his body. As if the entire space was a soft sponge, compressed into a tiny ball by an unknown force, Amiri lay at its core. The other deity kings had long retreated, watching the black substance closely as they continued their flight towards the planet's surface. Suddenly, a pair of hands stretched out from within the black sphere, tearing apart the sides, the black smoke rapidly dispersing. Amiri's head emerged, followed by his upper body and 16 pristine wings. Stefink, a bird breaking free from its shell, he gracefully spread his wings once out. By the time his feet exited, the black smoke had completely dissipated, and the collapsed space had fully restored. The second round is over, Amiri said calmly. Is it my turn next? Dozens of deity kings felt a chill run down their spines. Flee! Someone screamed in terror. Dozens of figures sped toward the planet's surface as streaks of light. From a distance, Sinclairin shouted loudly, Lord Eider, I've already arranged for the destruction of the transmission array on Mobius planet. You can rest assured. Amiri grinned, muttering softly to himself, is that so? Then I can rest easy. Hashtag chapter 297. Still head to the chaotic star region. Amiri flashed forward, appearing in front of a divine king realm powerhouse. He casually slapped out. An endless spatial rift swirled like a tornado storm toward the divine king realm powerhouse. Die! The powerhouse screamed in terror. With a wave of his hand, countless streams of water materialized in the void, forming crystal-clear arrows that spun and shot towards Amiri en masse. However, in front of Amiri's spatial rifts, they were effortlessly torn apart. The barely weakened spatial rifts enveloped his body, brutally shredding him. After a minute, as blood mist filled the sky, this divine king realm powerhouse fell among the stars. Meanwhile, many divine king realm powerhouses arrived at the teleportation array on Mobistar. But what enraged them was that the array located in their branch base was already destroyed, turning the entire area into ruins. How dare they? Where's Rhea? Why was the branch base silently annihilated? Elio, who had returned to his normal form, angrily shouted. He could never have imagined that Rhea, the head of the branch base, had planned to defect to Demon City and thus cooperated with them to destroy the teleportation array while going into hiding. In Rhea's view, even someone as strong as Elio would be no match for the legendary 8. Elio declaring war was just seeking death. He didn't want to die alongside Elio. Moreover, Elio hadn't informed his subordinates about the plan to ambush multiple divine king realm leaders to prevent any leaks. This made Rhea lose all confidence in resistance, so he decided to surrender to save his own life and possibly gain wealth. Let's go. Check the other teleportation array. Another divine king realm leader shouted. Although everyone harbored little hope, it was now the only way to escape, so they flew off to the other array location. Soon, when they reached the city's airspace, their ominous premonition came true. They saw chaos in the city, especially on the vast and prominent teleportation plaza which was drenched in blood, filled with whales. The plaza was in ruins. As expected, everyone's hearts sank. Each planet had at most 2 teleportation arrays. With both now destroyed, to leave Mobistar, the fastest method left was to use shuttles. Yet with Amiri's instantaneous movement, they couldn't get far. Everyone, we can only escape using shuttles. We must scatter. Who lives or dies will be up to fate. After escaping, let's all head to the chaotic star region. South Bright Star Sea is no longer a place for us to stand. Elio said gloomily. He was one of the top 3 acknowledged powerhouses in the entire South Bright Star Sea. The Holy Fulton Hall he led was one of the largest forces in the South Bright Star Sea territory. His glory was unmatched. Wealth, status, and strength made him an idol revered by many. Even though he rarely appeared publicly in the past 10,000 years, he remained a legend in the hearts of many powerhouses. But now, after just one encounter with Amiri, he had no choice but to flee the South Bright Star Sea, seeking refuge in the chaotic star region for a slim chance of survival. Other divine king realm powerhouses also looked dejected. Even the bear-like powerhouse who suggested fleeing to the chaotic star region trembled internally because he knew once they left, there'd be no coming back. The South Bright Star Sea would become Demon City's territory under strict lockdown. If they returned, they might face ruthless pursuit and death. Demon City wouldn't allow such powerful figures to live. Thus, they had to either stay in the chaotic star region forever or find new paths. Everyone silently dispersed. While they didn't prepare armies on Mobistar, the number of shuttles was sufficient. 30 divine king realm powerhouses boarded shuttles and flew in different directions at full speed. No one flew toward Demon City. Although they hated it deeply, they wanted to avoid shuttle destruction and being tangled up, fearing an encounter with the terrifying Amiri. Unfortunately, they had no idea that Amiri possessed the powerful secret technique, Infinite Star Map, marking all of them from the start. Now, with unparalleled physique defense, faster spatial teleportation than any other South Bright Starsea powerhouse, and long-distance positioning via infinite star map, anyone who tried to escape would be hunted down if Amiri so wished. Even scattered in the vast starry sky, they couldn't escape him. After killing the Divine King Realm powerhouse in front of him, Amiri immediately activated the infinite star map secret technique. Following the markers in his mind, he teleported continuously, one by one, killing the fleeing Divine King Realm powerhouses. In the end, after slaying Elio who had transformed back into the Giant of Light, over 30 leaders of top-tier factions, all Supreme Divine King Realm powerhouses except Hicks, had fallen in the starry sky. Then he teleported directly to Hicks's shuttle. Upon seeing his iconic pure white wings, the holy Fulton Hall members aboard the shuttle showed fear. One person even knelt down, tremblingly saying, "Lord Aiden, I am willing to submit and join Demon City." Amiri smiled faintly. "All right." Just as the man rejoiced and others prepared to follow suit, Amiri added, "Unfortunately, Demon City is my enemy too." Amiri quickly moved, slaying several powerhouses one by one. Inside the shuttle, only he and Hicks remained. Though slightly different from the original plan, everything went smoother than expected. Amiri sat down not far from Hicks, laughing leisurely. "What do you plan next?" Hicks asked. "Let Demon City thrive for a while. The South Bright Starsea is vast, with many factions yet to be eliminated, so Demon City still has its uses. When Demon City grows sufficiently, I'll announce seclusion and secretly return to Taishui Manor, attacking Demon City headquarters as myself and killing all high-ranking officials. And finally stage a battle between Amiri and Aiden. By stepping on Aiden, I will achieve fame and awe the world." Amiri laughed. Hicks nodded. "At this time, only Taishui Manor retains complete strength. Adding your presence, unifying the South Bright Starsea would be justified. But it's not enough. No matter how strong I am, I can only temporarily maintain control, creating a superficial prosperity like Demon City now, making long-term stability difficult." Amiri shook his head and smiled mysteriously. "So, I have a new idea. Chapter 298. The Unstoppable Devil City. We can fabricate intelligence about an impending invasion by the extraterrestrial deity race to pressure everyone. With the infamous reputation of the deity race's powerful figure Aiden preceding us, everyone will inevitably fear the existence of deities. Naturally, they would be eager to accept the protection of a powerful protector. Only I can provide that protection. And we can use the threat of the deity race to justify implementing authoritarian rule to reduce internal friction across the southern Starsea, accelerate cultural unification, centralize management, and eradicate all instability. Our Gentleman race not only aims to unify the entire southern Starsea but also make every race, every strong individual willingly accept our rule." Amiri smiled as he expressed his thoughts. Hicks's eyes brightened increasingly as he happily agreed. "Amiri, your idea is excellent. Let's do as you say." After discussing some details further, Amiri teleported away. Hicks then piloted his void shuttle alone towards another nearby planet. Outside Moby Star, the phenomenon of space collapse did not abate. Instead, it expanded in scope, becoming more severe. Vast expanses of space turned into sheer nothingness. All matter was devoured and disappeared. Laws of nature kept raging unpredictably. Surrounding spirit energy surged like a tumultuous sea, as if the world itself were on the brink of destruction. Fortunately, the Devil City army was already at a safe distance, and with Blaine personally giving orders for all shuttles to carefully avoid the area, they managed to completely evade the impact of the space collapse. Witnessing this world-ending scene, everyone felt a chilling horror. So this is the legendary space collapse? Indeed capable of destroying everything. Laws crumbling, no objects survive. It's as terrifying as the legends suggest. Everyone sighed in awe. Recalling how Lord Aiden emerged unscathed from the heart of the collapse, they felt even more astonished. Indeed, Lord Aiden lives up to being an invincible powerhouse. The greatest and strongest of all time in the southern Starsea, undoubtedly. In one leading shuttle, the third city lord, Blaine, had a grave expression. He thought inwardly. Not even such intense space collapse can harm Aiden. Could senior brother Nicolaso and's holy artifact really kill him? If we fail, all our efforts will merely clothe Aiden in finery. Devil City's leadership wasn't foolish. They could see that the current situation relied entirely on Aiden. While sweeping through now was fine, once the entire southern Starsea was truly unified and the situation stabilized, Aiden would become the greatest threat to Devil City. Moreover, Aiden's demand of 100 million spirit stones every 10 days amounted to sucking the blood out of Devil City, or rather, draining the entire southern Starsea via Devil City. Thus, Aiden must die, and he must die after the situation stabilizes. While Aiden used Devil City, didn't Devil City also exploit Aiden? Just as Blaine's thoughts raced, someone behind him reported, "City Lord Blaine, Lord Aiden has returned to the shuttle." Blaine snapped back to reality and asked, "Did Lord Aiden say anything? Did he kill those Deity King Realm powerhouses?" Lord Aiden said he killed a total of 32 Deity King Realm powerhouses and demands 3.2 billion spirit stones as soon as possible, the person cautiously replied. Blaine frowned, his aura nearly slipping out of control. 3.2 billion spirit stones? After raiding so many planets, we still cannot produce this sum immediately. You greedy man, Aiden. You must die once this is done. Though cursing internally, Blaine calmly said, "Tell Lord Aiden we can't come up with that much right now. I'll first have people gather 500 million, and the rest will be delivered once we have enough. Speak politely and ask for more time." "Yes." The person bowed and left to arrange the message to Amiri's shuttle. Blaine then ordered sternly, "Move on to the next target." News of several top-tier forces leaders joining forces to attack Aiden but suffering a catastrophic defeat, almost completely annihilated, spread like wildfire throughout the southern Starsea. The sole survivor, Hicks, leader of Tai Sui Mansion, dared not show his face after returning to the main base. This plunged all factions and powerhouses into despair. Factions were filled with anxiety and internal collapses without needing external attacks. Numerous 9-star powerhouses secretly plotted surrender while others loyal refused to submit and reported the plotters. Various internal struggles of betrayal and manipulation frequently occurred. Elder-level leaders had little concern for internal upheavals and focused instead on amassing wealth and escaping. The entire southern Star Sea was destined to become Devil City's territory. Since elder-level figures weren't welcomed by Devil City, their survival options were limited. First, escape into the chaotic star domain. However, given their level, the risk of death in the chaotic star domain was extremely high, let alone surviving there long-term or finding a new path. Thus, this option was discarded. Second, hide among ordinary people. This method was also highly risky. If Devil City later conducted thorough investigations using their former affiliations to trace appearances and soul signatures and issued bounties, mobilizing public force, finding them was only a matter of time. It depended entirely on Devil City's search efforts. Yet, elders had no other choice. They couldn't fight back nor escape anywhere, so hiding seemed best. They found solace in the fact that as non-leader figures, they posed minimal threats to Devil City and wouldn't affect its foundation. Hence, the upper echelons of Devil City wouldn't invest much time or resources in searching for them. Searches would focus more on hidden leaders. With this mindset, numerous faction elders looted all available spirit stones from their factions and vanished quietly from public view. Meanwhile, remaining 9-star powerhouses engaged in more intense competition. One planet after another willingly submitted to Devil City. Countless spirit stones flowed into Devil City's hands, offered to Amiri. In everyone's eyes, Devil City's unification of the southern Star Sea seemed unstoppable. At this moment, within the shuttle fleet, Amiri personally approached Blaine and said, "The current situation is stable, and the fleet no longer needs me. I'll return to Cap and start to seclude myself in cultivation. Contact me if needed." Blaine hurriedly smiled, "Lord Aiden, please rest assured and go into seclusion. I will handle the front lines. Thank you for your hard work during this period." Amiri, disinterested in idle chatter, nodded and teleported away. Chapter 299, The Final Conquest. At this moment, half of the southern Star Sea had already become the territory of Devil City. For Amiri, the biggest benefit was that the teleportation arrays on these planets were now interconnected, making travel much more convenient. Therefore, after instantly arriving at one of the newly acquired planets under Devil City's control, he directly used the teleportation array to reach planet Capone. He began his secluded cultivation in a luxurious manner. During the previous military campaign, he had already spent nearly 20 billion spirit stones, and now he still had over 30 billion in his storage ring. This was enough to significantly boost his strength once again. Amiri's current true cultivation level was 8th stage celestial deity. To advance to 1st stage true deity, he needed 270 trillion potential points. In terms of spirit stones, this equated to 2.7 billion spirit stones. He currently had a shortfall of only around 700 million spirit stones. That is to say, with another 70 days of seclusion, he could smoothly upgrade to the true deity realm, achieving the cultivation level of an elder. By then, he would be able to easily sweep away all divine king realm experts instead of slowly wearing them down as he did now. Time gradually passed. Amiri continuously consumed spirit stones, and his potential points steadily increased. Devil City's expansion also accelerated, with most of the southern Star Sea falling into their hands. Only the Taishui Mansion and its surrounding forces managed to remain as the last patches of unoccupied territory. And even this small oasis of peace continued to shrink. It was like an endless darkness swallowing from the edges, gradually encircling the region where major powers like Taishui Mansion resided. This was not because Taishui Mansion was particularly special. Rather, it was geographically one of the furthest forces from Devil City. Moreover, while the master of Taishui Mansion hid in the main headquarters, afraid to show himself, there was also no longer the assistance of Lord Aiden within the Devil City Legion. This made them wary of Hicks. So, Frazier chose to leave Taishui Mansion for last. After subduing other planets, he planned to ask Aiden to step in and kill Hicks, thus completing the conquest. Afterward, Aiden would no longer be needed. According to the secret plan of the 3 city lords, once the situation stabilized, they would turn on him. Although only Craig was fully confident, Lords Frazier and Bo had little confidence. They knew that based on Aiden's actions, he never truly considered them allies. He was merciless in demanding spirit stones, and certainly didn't treat them as partners. Ultimately, they weren't on the same path. After their cooperation ended, they would inevitably part ways. Given this, regardless of whether or not they had the upper hand, they must strike at the most advantageous time. With such thoughts in mind, Frazier led the Legion to continue sweeping through various planets, repeatedly plundering and spreading the fame of Devil City, also ordering propaganda about Devil City's enfeefment policies. Understanding these policies, many planets, considering Devil City's unstoppable power, willingly submitted. Not long afterward, the Devil City Legion approached the Dragonman clan's territory. After subduing the Dragonman clan, they would face Taishui Mansion next. Send someone. Go invite Lord Aiden. Tell him that during the last great battle, a Divine King Realm expert escaped and plans to resist to the end. Please ask Lord Aiden to eliminate him. Inside the flying shuttle, Frazier shouted loudly. He didn't take the Dragonman clan seriously at all. Their leader was dead, and they were in complete chaos, with some planets already surrendering voluntarily. Some who hadn't surrendered yet merely hadn't stabilized or couldn't come up with the required 20 million spirit stones. To deal with this, he simply planned to crush them with the Legion. The final target was Taishui Mansion. As long as Hicks was killed and Taishui Mansion swept aside, placing Devil City's flag on this last stretch of space would unify the entire southern Star Sea. This was an unprecedented achievement. A vast expanse of Star Sea, more than 100 major and minor forces, thousands of planets, which had been in chaos and contention for countless years, but maintained this overall situation. Now, under Devil City's hand, led by Frazier, unification had been achieved. What a glorious reputation. What a tremendous honor. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Planet Capone. Luxurious manor. Amiri's seclusion had lasted about 2 months, and he still needed 10 days to reach the true deity realm. Of course, during this period, he had consumed a large amount of potential points, raising his cultivation 2 minor stages to 10th stage celestial deity, waiting only for sufficient potential points to continue upgrading. At this moment, someone outside the manor softly called, Lord Aiden. Lady Fraser said that during the last great battle, a divine king realm expert escaped and plans to resist to the end. Please have Lord Aiden eliminate him. Amiri opened his eyes, frowning slightly. Being interrupted during seclusion annoyed him, especially when nearing a significant breakthrough. However, Devil City's army was near Taishui Mansion. If he didn't act soon, order on many planets might collapse. Naturally, he wouldn't act as Aiden. Instead, he would reveal his identity as Amiri, slay the great demon Lord Aiden, sweep through Devil City, and save the millions in the Southern Star Sea. He growled deeply toward the outside. Get lost. The resonant voice reverberated outside the manor. Raphael, bowing and awaiting a response, couldn't help trembling but heard Amiri continue. I'm about to break through. Anyone who disturbs me will die. Tell Fraser to wait 2 more months. Raphael panically responded before hastily turning away. It was the first time he faced Amiri's anger, and even a mere shout made him feel terrified. Not until he distanced himself did he react. Lord Aiden is breaking through again? This made him involuntarily gasp. Aiden had already swept through the entire Southern Star Sea, killing dozens of top divine kings. Just his name caused countless experts to submit. What would another breakthrough make him? Raphael dared not imagine, but he felt proud. Although Aiden wasn't a demon, he fought alongside them. The stronger Lord Aiden, the stronger Devil City. Excitedly finding the messenger, he immediately relayed Amiri's words to Fraser, who truthfully passed them on. 2 months. While relaying messages, Fraser had already reached Taishui Mansion's border. Thinking of Hicks's reputation, he decided to wait for Aiden. After all, the enemy was cornered. At this critical juncture, he only needed to play it safe. Change direction. Eliminate the Azura clan first. Over 100 flying shuttles turned and left grandly. Chapter 300. Amiri returns. On Capone Star. After reprimanding Iggy and having him leave, Amiri immediately changed his identity and used a teleportation array to arrive at the star nearest to the Tasway Manor. Then he continuously teleported through space. His Void Great Shift technique had not been upgraded, but its effects were based on his strength. Thus, with his continuous cultivation improvement, his teleportation distance had significantly increased. Each teleportation covered approximately 20,000 kilometers. Executing it non-stop, he could teleport 10 times per second, reaching nearly half the speed of light. With the precise coordinates guiding him in his mind, his speed far surpassed that of any Void shuttle by several multiples. In less than 3 days, Amiri quietly returned within the borders of Tasway Manor, then appeared at the headquarters via a teleportation array, reverting to his original appearance and soul fluctuations. As he walked back to his courtyard as if nothing happened, he encountered an 8th rank power holder head-on. Senior brother Amiri. This person immediately shouted out in pleasant surprise. That's great. Senior brother Amiri, you're back. Amiri pretended to look puzzled and asked, Junior brother, is there something wrong? In fact, during the time Amiri transformed into Aiden, due to the widespread collapse of the Southern Bright Star Sea, the higher-ups had already spread information about Amiri, considering him the only possible savior. They hoped to mobilize everyone to find Amiri. Especially when Tasway Manor was nearing crisis, Hicks personally announced that Amiri was an invincible powerhouse, giving people hope for victory. In Hicks's words, Amiri's strength had long surpassed ordinary divine king realms. He was currently in closed-door seclusion in an unknown corner, preparing to break through further. Once Amiri emerged from seclusion, he would certainly defeat Aiden and save the Southern Bright Star Sea. Some strong figures might not believe it, but given Amiri's past brilliant battle achievements, a sliver of hope remained in their hearts. And now, Amiri had really come out of seclusion. The man excitedly recounted the recent events in the Southern Bright Star Sea, particularly emphasizing the formidable nature of Demon City and Aiden. Amiri listened patiently and then roared angrily, So much has happened while I was in seclusion? The man nodded excitedly. Senior brother Amiri, Asher said only you can save Tasway Manor, save the Southern Bright Star Sea? Amiri glanced at him and nodded seriously. Don't worry. As a member of Tasway Manor and the Southern Bright Star Sea, I will definitely act, eliminate Aiden, and destroy Demon City. He rose off the ground and flew towards the hall where the duty elder resided. I just heard about Demon City and plan to take action immediately. Kendra, do you have anything else to say? Amiri cut to the chase. Kendra, who had been frowning in thought, smiled warmly upon sensing Amiri's arrival. Amiri, you're finally back. The strength of that divine race member Aiden surpasses any divine king realm. Even our lord and over 30 other leaders were utterly defeated, barely escaping with their lives thanks to spatial laws. The other leaders are all dead. Do you think you can handle him? Amiri nodded. Don't worry. If there's nothing else to discuss, the situation is urgent. Please arrange for a shuttle to take me to the Demon City army immediately. All right. I'll make the arrangements right away. Seeing Amiri's firm attitude, Kendra did not waste any more words and immediately took action. Soon, Amiri boarded a shuttle and flew into the vast expanse of space. Meanwhile, news quickly spread across all the planets within Tasway Manor's jurisdiction. Amiri has returned and set out to annihilate the Demon City army. Tasway Manor is saved. The Southern Bright Star Sea is saved. So many leaders died at the hands of Aiden. What can Amiri do? He's just a relatively powerful 9th rank member. Even if he can defeat the elders, can he defeat the leaders? Can he defeat Aiden who easily killed so many leaders? I've been saying that Tasway Manor is about to be destroyed, and the entire Southern Bright Star Sea will become Demon City's territory. So many forces have been destroyed. So many strong figures have died. telling us that resistance is meaningless and will lead to our civilians suffering in war. It's better to surrender directly. Shit. Do you think Demon City is a good place? Those demons are evil, cunning, and ruthless. After unifying the southern Bright Star Sea, life won't be easy. Also, judging from Amiri's past battle records, his strength is unfathomable, and he might be able to match Aiden. Otherwise, do you think that level of power would go there to die recklessly? Everyone discussed the upcoming battle enthusiastically. Some supported him, others were skeptical. Some cheered, some dismissed him entirely, but all eyes were on the coming fight. 2 days later, the shuttle carrying Amiri finally caught up with the Demon City army. The driver stopped at an extreme distance, watching Amiri cautiously, hesitant to speak. Of course, Amiri knew he was afraid, so he calmly said, "Just stop here. You can return now." Then he flashed and instantly appeared before the Demon City army. "Stop." Seymour issued orders the moment he spotted Amiri. Over 100 shuttles halted, floating silently in space. "You're the Demon City army?" Amiri spoke loudly, his voice resonating throughout the area through the aid of chi. "Are you Ta Sui Manners, Amiri?" Seymour flew out of the shuttle to face Amiri. Though Seymour didn't fully believe the publicity about the powerhouse capable of defeating Aiden, he absolutely dared not underestimate. Unfortunately, he was the only Divine King Realm member in the army. If he didn't step forward personally, the entire army would be slaughtered. "It seems so," Amiri whispered, his voice still echoing far and wide. Ignoring the lack of response from Seymour, Amiri declared, "Demon City has committed countless atrocities, creating endless war and slaughter in the southern Bright Star Sea. Today, I bestow death upon you." Instantly, he teleported among the numerous shuttles. One punch shattered space, forming black web-like cracks spreading rapidly. More than 20 shuttles crumbled instantly. All demon members and other races aboard them perished. "Stop!" Seymour screamed in rage and lunged toward Amiri. But against Amiri's continuous teleportation, he could only watch helplessly as all the shuttles were destroyed, along with all subordinates. Chapter 301. Begging Lord Amiri for a chance. This super-large army contained 20 regular legions. Half of these were directly under the command of Devil City. Frazier didn't mind the newly recruited alien powerhouses. After all, the southern Star Sea was destined to be Devil City's territory, and more legions could be assembled anytime. However, the direct command legions were the most loyal force of Devil City. Even though the demon race wasn't too concerned with racial differences, they still grasped the fundamental truth that outsiders would never be truly trustworthy. The high-ranking officials were all demons. Most of their direct forces were demon powerhouses, while the rest were alien powerhouses with sufficient loyalty. But now, they had lost half of their direct command legions in this battle. Even if Devil City truly unified the southern Star Sea, it would mean relying heavily on alien powerhouses as leaders, without assured loyalty, which would undoubtedly bring many obstacles to governance. Orders from above would be hard to enforce, leading to significant internal management issues. The loss of so many capable subordinates left Frazier furious and filled with murderous intent. "Amiri!" Frazier roared. Just then, Amiri destroyed the last spacecraft with a punch and turned around upon hearing his name. "Don't worry, your turn is coming." Amiri smiled enigmatically. He transformed into a giant nearly 20,000 meters tall. "Let me show you my full strength." Amiri struck out with his palm, which rapidly expanded to cover hundreds of miles, blotting out the sky as it descended towards Frazier. Frazier felt a chill run down his spine and a crushing sense of death envelop him. There was nowhere to hide. Frazier instinctively thought he couldn't evade and shouted, "Then I'll see your power." He punched the mountain-sized hand covered in violent lightning, releasing a huge thunder dragon that clashed with the spatial rifts. The thunder vanished instantly. Endless spatial rifts cascaded down, engulfing Frazier's small body. His insect-like deep blue armor shattered, and his long, pointed tail was severed and disintegrated. Blood spurted everywhere. Amiri's giant hand continued to descend, grabbing him tightly. With a mighty squeeze, his massive force warped Frazier's body, causing blood to spout even more fiercely, like a fresh tomato bursting under immense pressure. But Frazier's vitality as a Divine King Realm powerhouse allowed him to remain alive. Amiri grinned, "Impressive, you're quite resilient." He continuously unleashed the ultimate annihilation technique. Spatial rifts erupted from within Frazier's head. Soon, Amiri released him, leaving only a tiny, mutilated head in his palm. 2 demon horns lay broken, and Frazier's face was barely recognizable as demonkind. Thick blood dripped from his severed neck. "Amiri, please spare me," Frazier whispered weakly. Despite only being a head, his strong vitality kept him alive but weakened. After speaking, he barely managed to heal some wounds and stop the bleeding. Amiri ignored his pleas. Transforming back to normal size, he held Frazier's head by one broken horn. Looking around, the Devil City legions were completely annihilated, not a single survivor remaining. Since the battle occurred in the vast expanse of space, no observers witnessed it. The human Santiago who brought Amiri had long since departed. Thus, Amiri needed to establish his authority and boost morale using Frazier's head. Next, it's time for theatrics. Turning towards the distant starry sky, Amiri moved quickly. He found a planet nominally belonging to Devil City and arrived at a teleportation plaza, still holding Frazier's pleading head. This action drew immediate attention. People watched him approach the teleportation array. "It's Amiri." Some recognized him and gasped in shock. Amiri's reputation was widespread in Tai Sui Mansion and neighboring star fields, making it easy to identify him. Immediate whispers spread. Sure enough, it's him. Why did Amiri appear in Devil City's territory? Is he challenging them head-on? That head seems to be a demon's. Did he kill a demon powerhouse en route? The head is still talking. Such resilience, he must be strong. No matter how strong, he was still beaten like a dead dog by Amiri. All demon scum will die at Amiri's hands. "Jensench, do you want the demon informants to report you? You'll regret it then." Amidst the murmurs, Amiri paused and calmly surveyed the crowd. Everyone quietened under his gaze. Seems some of you recognize me. I'm heading to Devil City headquarters to kill Aiden, their leadership, and destroy the tyrannical Devil City. You needn't fear their threats anymore. They are already all annihilated, and this is their leader. Amiri lifted Fraser's head. Fraser begged, Lord Amiri, please spare me. Everything we did was forced upon us by Aiden. Please give me a chance to join Tai Sui Mansion and oppose Aiden. Beg Lord Amiri for a chance. Fraser, despite his mutilated features, heard everything and knew he was under everyone's gaze. Aramali, with his status, he'd never act so humbly. But survival was paramount. Chapter 302. We have a deep-seated hatred with Aiden. Ignoring Fraser's pleas for mercy, Amiri remained indifferent. But the onlookers nearby let out an involuntary cry of shock after hearing Amiri's words. Coupled with Fraser's statements, they instantly erupted into heated discussions. The Demon City Legion has been wiped out? The Demon City Legion that swept through the entire Southern Star Sea was just quietly annihilated like this? Is it true? Technically speaking, it was Aiden who swept the Southern Star Sea, not the Demon City Legion. But even so, they were eliminated. This is just too outrageous. Could it be that the head in Amiri's hand really belongs to the leader of the Demon Legion? Everyone's eyes naturally fell on the battered head, looking at the blurred face, hearing its weakening pleas for mercy. None could associate this pathetic creature with the legendary leader of the Demon Legion. But Amiri didn't seem inclined to offer any further explanation and calmly walked towards the teleportation array. Please teleport me to the Demon City main headquarters. The one responsible for operating the teleportation array was a powerful member of the giant race. He was still seated cross-legged beside the array, towering like an iron tower. However, facing Amiri, he carefully replied, Sir Amiri, this teleportation array cannot directly reach the main headquarters. Then take me to the nearest planet to the main headquarters, can you? Yes. Please enter the array, sir. The giant race powerhouse hurriedly agreed and then shouted to others still in the array, you all come out quickly. Let Lord Aiden go to Moro first. Amiri nodded politely, thank you. The giant race responder reciprocated his politeness. After everyone exited the array, Amiri stepped in slowly. In no time, with a flash of light, Amiri vanished from everyone's sight. People around once again burst into excited chatter. It looks like something big is about to happen. With Amiri's strength, even if he can't match Aiden, he will surely cause immense trouble for Demon City and severely weaken them. That makes sense too. The governor of Tai Sui Mansion said such things personally, proving Amiri's power is at least above the level of governor, stronger than average deity kings. He absolutely has the qualifications to challenge Aiden. Moreover, wasn't Amiri previously in a deathly closed meditation? Now that he's emerged, his strength must have improved greatly, surpassing the deity king realm. Yes, since Amiri dared to come forward, he obviously still has enough confidence after knowing Aiden's accomplishments. In that case, the news that Amiri wiped out the Demon Legion might indeed be true? While people discussed enthusiastically, the news rapidly spread across the entire Southern Star Sea. Meanwhile, Amiri had already arrived at Moro, the closest planet to Demon City's main headquarters. As soon as he emerged from the teleportation array, he felt many hostile gazes. Carrying the head of a powerful demon race member deep within Demon City territory was nothing short of an open provocation. Not far off, a 7-star demon race powerhouse flew over, taking a look at Amiri and then glancing at the broken head in his hand. Who are you? Whose head are you carrying? The demon race powerhouse asked sternly. As a 7-star powerhouse, most wouldn't even get to see their leaders, much less recognize Fraser's soul fluctuations or identify him by appearance. Amiri glanced at the 7-star powerhouse, lifted Fraser's head, and calmly said, this should be your leader. I left him alive after wiping out the Demon Legion. Get your other leaders here to claim him, or Aiden. The 7-star powerhouse suddenly flew into a rage. Arrogant. To him, leaders were superior beings with astounding power. Lord Aiden swept the entire Southern Star Sea and was invincible. Both belonged to the upper echelons of Demon City. Yet this unknown human shamelessly insulted both of them in one breath. This was sheer recklessness. He moved swiftly, appearing before Amiri in an instant. His hand blade sliced towards Amiri's neck like a sharp sword. Amiri's brows slightly raised, his gaze calm and cold. Lifting his right hand, he pointed casually at the oncoming hand blade with his index finger. An unmatched force surged into the attacker's body. Before the demon race 7-star powerhouse could react, his body exploded into a bloody mist, dispersing into the wind. The scene turned dead silent. Openly killing a senior member within Demon City territory was a direct challenge to the entire city. Especially now, when Demon City was at its zenith, most races tried hard to get close to the demon race but couldn't. Even 9-star deity beings would bow submissively to a demon race 7-star powerhouse. Yet, this unknown human boldly killed a demon race 7-star member. Big things were happening. Everyone had the same thought. Many bystanders fled in panic. Some members of Demon City surrounded from afar or flew off to report to their superiors. Amiri hovered mid-air, sitting cross-legged without caring about the distant Demon City members. While waiting patiently for higher-ups, he held up Fraser's head and calmly said, this is your homeland, Moro and Demon City territory. Will it do as your final resting place? No. Fraser cried out loudly, spare my life, my lord. I am willing to serve you forever if you grant me my life. Even though countless pleas went unheeded, he refused to give up the slightest chance of survival, only wishing to win Amiri's sympathy with sincerity, without any resistance or threats. Deity kings had eternal lives. He was only 200,000 years old. How could he willingly die? Amiri calmly asked, where are your other leaders? Fraser quickly answered, replying to my lord, the 1st Governor Fadi and the 4th Governor Bo are at the main headquarters. The 5th Governor was killed by Aiden. Realizing he'd used the wrong title, he corrected himself. Was killed by Aiden. I am the 3rd Governor Fraser, there are no other leaders. Seeing Amiri ask questions actively, suggesting some leeway, Fraser added eagerly, Aiden is in seclusion on Capone. He should emerge in over a month, likely with a significant breakthrough. My lord's timing is perfect. Kill him while he hasn't fully evolved yet. Amiri couldn't help but laugh. Isn't Aiden the greatest contributor to your vast territories? How can you betray him so easily? Fraser said in a fawning tone, my lord misunderstands. In truth, our demon city and Aiden have deep-seated hatred. He constantly coerced us to contribute spirit stones and attack other forces for more resources. If we disobeyed, he'd kill us immediately. My junior brother, the 5th Governor Gillis, resisted and met his end. Amiri paused, processing these words. And you believe this? ##### Chapter 303. Amiri's fierce battle with Aiden. Due to Aiden's overwhelming power, we had no choice but to submit to save our lives, said Blaine, his tone shifting from indignation to hatred and resentment towards Aiden. Oh, so Aiden is indeed quite detestable, Amiri remarked with a faint smile. At that moment, 2 powerful figures of the demon race flew in from afar. Jensen Mans, you dare to challenge Demon City. Prepare to die, they roared, speeding through the air like shooting stars, heading straight for Amiri with overwhelming force. Finally, you're here. Amiri glanced at them casually. With a casual wave of his left hand, countless spatial rifts tore through the air, instantly annihilating the 2 9-star demon race warriors. The Demon City members watching from afar were stunned into silence, mouths agape. Amiri smiled lightly. Since you say Aiden is on Capon, I'll go find him there. He looked around and loudly declared, tell your leader that Amiri from the Tai Sui Manor has come knocking, and let them know I'm waiting on Capon. Then he returned to the teleportation array and said to the trembling Demon City member, please send me to Capon. Yes, my lord. This way, please. The member quickly bowed, eager to have this dangerous human off Morrow as soon as possible. As the teleportation array lit up, Amiri instantly appeared on Capon, millions of miles away. His arrival immediately put the Demon City members on high alert. However, Amiri paid them no mind, simply stomping his foot lightly. Instantly, the ground trembled violently. Cracks, several meters wide, spread out like spider webs, destroying the teleportation array and causing numerous buildings to collapse, swallowing many people whole. Under Amiri's precise control, the crumbling buildings turned to fine dust, floating in the air like mist. Many alien races perished on the spot. Surviving powerhouses who managed to fly up were left gasping for breath at the site below. Jensen dreads of miles of land had been completely leveled, with entire cities vanishing in an instant. All structures, mountains, and rivers were gone, leaving only a vast expanse of debris shrouded in dust. Only a few scattered survivors remained, flying up to the sky in confusion. Where is Aiden? A warm and resonant voice echoed across the devastated area. Amiri slowly rose into the air, drawing everyone's attention. Who are you? Someone cautiously asked. Amiri teleported beside the speaker, pointing at their forehead, reducing them to ashes instantly. If no one answers me now, everyone present will die. Amiri stated coldly. Capon was the heartland of Demon City, where demons outnumbered all others. The culture and customs here had long instilled an acceptance of death without mercy. Amiri, while not intent on unnecessary slaughter, would not hold back once he acted. His purpose here, besides creating a spectacle, was to sow fear and panic, showing everyone his strength and making the entire South Star Sea understand that he was not just a savior, but could also be a great demon when necessary, to deter rebellion against Tai Sui Manor. Immediately after his threat, someone shouted, I'll take you to Lord Aiden. Another tried to stop them, but Amiri teleported next to the protester and pointed, reducing them to dust as well. He then turned to the first person who spoke. Which direction? How far? It was a shorter demon who timidly pointed in a direction. That way, about 800 kilometers. Amiri carried him and flashed to the location, following his guidance until they reached a lavish manor. This, my lord, is where Lord Aiden resides. Amiri set him down and casually picked up Blaine's head. Since you weren't satisfied with Morrow as your burial ground, let's change it to Capon. I'm quite considerate to the soon-to-be dead. He released endless spatial rifts from his hand, thoroughly crushing Blaine's head. Corey Blaine, eliminated. Amiri carelessly teleported above the manor. Expanding his soul perception, finding no other presence, he began his act. A massive palm formed and struck down, leveling the entire manor and shaking hundreds of miles of earth. Mountains collapsed, rivers surged backward, and over a dozen cities crumbled under the shockwave, killing countless demons and aliens. Without stopping, Amiri plunged into the rubble like a meteor. Boom! Another explosion shook the earth. Who are you? Aiden's voice exploded. I am Amiri, and I've come to take your life. Amiri laughed. He dove into the earth, and a series of violent collisions followed, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Suddenly, he transformed into Aiden's form, acting as if he were thrown out of the ground. In midair, he shouted, Amiri, I'll kill you. He dived back into the earth and resumed battling. After another series of collisions, Amiri morphed into a 10,000-meter-tall giant, emerging from the ground with his right hand delving into the earth. It seemed he grabbed something and lifted it high into the air. Explosive attacks erupted from his palm, accompanied by endless roars. Let me go. Amiri, even if you catch me, so what? Give me 10,000 years, and you still can't kill me. Fight me face to face. Using the fluctuations of chi to mimic Aiden's voice, Amiri then spoke in his own voice, Aiden, you're the first powerhouse who matches me physically. But, see this move. Sealing technique, heaven and earth binding. Golden light flowed endlessly on Amiri's gigantic right hand. A moment later, he opened his hand, revealing a golden statue in his palm. The statue was handsome yet showed expressions of pain and fury, its arms spread out in a crucifix position, eternally screaming upward. The distinctive 8 pairs of wings identified him clearly. Lord Aiden, sealed? Nearby observers were horrified. The legendary Aiden. Nothing more than this. Amiri laughed, storing the golden statue in his ring. Next, the rest of Demon City's leadership, turning his gaze, a few observing powerhouses trembled and immediately fled. ####Chapter 304. Let's battle. At the main headquarters of Demon City, news that Amiri had appeared on Moro Star and easily killed two 9th-rank powerhouses quickly reached the ears of the two city lords, immediately drawing their attention. Hicks barely escaped the calamity from Eider's hands and should be quite familiar with Eider's strength. Yet he still claimed that Amiri could stand against Eider. This shows that Amiri's strength indeed surpasses that of ordinary divine kings, said the first city lord Craig in a grave tone. Since Amiri has already headed to Carpenstar, he is undoubtedly looking for a final showdown with Eider. We can just wait here to reap the benefits. Regardless of who wins, I will use our trump card to ambush and finish them off, added the second voice. The two were about to depart when someone flew over frantically shouting, "Not good! Lord Eider has been defeated and sealed by Amiri." The two city lords were shaken. They hadn't expected the battle between Amiri and Eider to end so quickly, and for Amiri to win so effortlessly. After this person reported the detailed battle conditions, they dismissed him. The fourth city lord Bo hesitantly spoke up, "Senior brother Craig, perhaps we should flee? He was able to defeat someone as strong as Eider so easily. Amiri's strength must far exceed our imagination." Despite Craig's repeated expressions of confidence in his hidden ace, even he dared not confront Amiri. After all, it would be like gambling with one's life. The first city lord Craig hesitated. He knew Eider's track record well. Anyone who could defeat Eider was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying powerhouse. If the hidden ace failed to work, he might face certain death. But thinking about the nearly unified South Star Sea, the thousands of star systems that were now his domain, if he eliminated this unexpected disruptor Amiri, he could complete this unprecedented feat, enjoying infinite resources and potentially breaking through the limits of the Divine King realm. Only this last step remained. He couldn't give up. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Amiri and Eider were evenly matched. He only managed to subdue Eider using his sealing technique. In terms of strength, they are likely on par. So we still have a chance to kill him. After much deliberation, the two city lords set out together toward Carpenstar. Above the Carpenstar outpost, Amiri floated lazily, waiting for the arrival of the Demon City leadership. Below, all members of Demon City had already fled to distant locations, afraid to attract Amiri's attention. They did not dare to fly into the sky, but instead hid in various ground corners, watching Amiri's every move from afar. However, Amiri paid no mind to these minor figures, merely maintaining his soul force perception. Before long, he sensed two soul waves appearing within the outpost. Craig and his companion immediately detected Amiri's soul force and flew into the air, facing off against him at a distance. "Are you Amiri?" asked Craig gravely. "Yes, I am Amiri," Amiri replied indifferently. "Eider has been completely sealed by me. Next, once I take the lives of you two insignificant insects, Demon City should collapse, right?" Insignificant insects? Both city lords' eyes sharpened. Due to the insect-like exoskeletons covering the demons' bodies, demon race members were often mocked as bugs by other powerful races. This description, understandably, was among the most despised by demons. As divine kings, they had grown accustomed to reverence. Now, being openly mocked by Amiri fueled their rage. But Amiri ignored their reactions and transformed, his body rapidly enlarging. Two 10,000-meter-long legs stomped down like pillars, sinking deeply into the earth, causing violent tremors across hundreds of miles. His upper body extended into the clouds, surrounded by thick banks of clouds and fierce gusts of wind. In mere moments, Amiri became a towering giant nearly 20,000 meters tall. In space, a 20,000-meter giant wouldn't be impressive. On a planet, however, he dominated the landscape. Even casual movements or breaths could cause storms to erupt in all directions. "Let's battle." Amiri's roar sounded like thunder crashing between heaven and earth. Simultaneously, a massive hand descended from the sky. The rapid movement pushed away vast amounts of air, creating violent shockwaves. Clouds were torn apart or vanished into raindrops. Fultoning from storm clouds lashed out, trying to attach itself to Amiri's arms, but were instantly neutralized by the invisible energy surrounding his body. Amiri's transformation drew the attention of all survivors within hundreds of miles. The sheer impact of his palm strike stunned everyone. Craig and Bo faced Amiri, both wearing solemn expressions. "Engage!" Ignoring their fury, they shouted in unison and rushed towards Amiri's massive palm. A storm of endless wind blades rose like a roaring dragon, while a dark fog enveloped everything, rapidly spreading upwards. These two forces seemed to combine, colliding silently with the spatial rifts descending from above, fiercely battling and then dissipating. As the smoke cleared, Amiri's hand continued its descent, the pressure forcing the ground beneath a 1-kilometer radius to sink deeply. Craig and Bo showed no sign of retreating, raising their palms to meet the colossal blow. 5 palms collided. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Craig and Bo were hurled backward into the ground. "Come out and fight again," Amiri bellowed, stamping his left foot hard on the ground. Several kilometers around them sank dozens of meters instantly. Within a 1,000-kilometer range, the earth shook violently, sending waves of soil outward. Cities collapsed, mountains flattened, rivers buried, and countless lives perished. From underground, the two city lords emerged after briefly being delayed by the hardened earth. They exchanged glances. Bo understood immediately. Seeing Amiri's formidable strength, senior brother Craig decided to use their secret trump card. Stefan or death. Eternal glory as the ruler of the South Star Sea? Or endless curses and a dim death? It all hinged on Craig's next move. Chapter 305. Easily annihilated. The Carpenstar outpost was located in a relatively remote area. Therefore, although the aftermath of Amiri's battle with the others was terrifying, the casualties were relatively minimal compared to the destruction. At this moment, survivors within a 1,000-kilometer radius emerged from the ruins and hovered midair, gazing toward the towering giant standing in the distance. That direction seems like it's where the Devil City outpost is. How could such a horrifying battle occur there? Considering the power Devil City holds today, who would dare cause trouble within its borders and even destroy the Cardin Star outpost, causing so much devastation? Who has the audacity? At that moment, several figures were seen flying outwards from the battlefield. People observed closely and identified 4 demon race members and 1 Blade Donald race member, all appearing disheveled and panic-stricken. These 5 individuals were all high-ranking members of Devil City, ranging from 6-star to 8-star status, usually prominent figures on Cardin Star. One of the survivors recognized one of the 6-star demon race members and curiously asked, "Faulkner, what happened over there?" The demon named Faulkner cast a terrified glance back at the distant battlefield, then heaved a sigh of relief before replying, "Taisui Mansion's Amiri has sealed away Lord Aiden and is now battling 2 city lords. Run far away. Don't get caught in the crossfire." After saying that, he didn't pay attention to their reactions and continued fleeing. Hearing his words, everyone froze in shock. What? Lord Aiden was sealed away? Is Taisui Mansion's Amiri truly so powerful that even the mighty Lord Aiden, who swept through southern Brightness Sea, isn't a match for him? Upon realizing this, they turned around hastily and headed towards the teleportation plaza, as it offered the quickest escape. The only thing capable of defeating someone strong enough to defeat Lord Aiden might easily challenge the 2 city lords, or at least give them a close fight, risking the entire Cardin Star. However, when they arrived near the teleportation plaza, they found it already in ruins, with no trace of the teleportation array remaining. We can leave via shuttle. Due to the presence of the teleportation array and stable conditions, only a few spatial shuttles existed on this core planet of Devil City. Even including the patrol shuttles patrolling high above, there were fewer than 10, each capable of carrying up to 300 people. Realizing this, many of the arriving powerful individuals accelerated into the sky, attempting to board the patrol shuttles or heading toward another city's shuttle square. Meanwhile, ordinary people unaware of the situation simply watched curiously as numerous strong figures flew around the sky, continuing with their daily routines. Back at the ruined former outpost, the 2 city lords emerged from underground and immediately scattered in opposite directions. According to their plan, Craig needed some preparation time, a brief moment, to use his secret card. In battles of such magnitude, any delay could be disastrous. Hence, Bo had to stall or divert Amiri's attention long enough for Craig to prepare. Thus, they positioned themselves to flank Amiri. If Amiri attacked Craig, Bo would take the opportunity to strike. Conversely, if Amiri attacked Bo, Craig would release his secret card while Bo focused on dodging and retreating. However, what they hadn't anticipated was Amiri's sudden laughter followed by a flash of movement to a different location several kilometers away. Simultaneously, Amiri struck again. Using his full power, the star-plucking hand technique caused his right hand to swell into a massive size, blocking the sun. This blow seemed unaffected by air resistance, moving with lightning speed toward both Craig and Bo. How did it become so large? Both were stunned simultaneously. Darkness enveloped them, and fierce winds whipped around, instilling icy fear into their hearts. There's no time to dodge, they thought as they moved to meet Amiri's giant palm. The dark storm laws erupted wildly, but were effortlessly crushed by Amiri's overpowering palm. Boom! The giant palm closed, capturing both Craig and Bo along with a large amount of earth. Countless spatial rifts burst forth from within. A peculiar fluctuation emanated from his palm, followed by a faint, prickling sensation, like an ordinary person stepping on small pebbles with cloth shoes. Though slightly painful, it wasn't severe. He has some skill, Amiri muttered, letting go of the palm, allowing dust and blood mist to scatter with the wind. Next are the elders of Devil City. True deity realm experts may pose little threat, but can still bring some trouble. He scanned the area, focusing on the vast starry sky above. There lay the general headquarters of Devil City. He decided not to pursue the lesser figures on Cardin Star. They were insignificant. Moreover, he needed witnesses to spread news of his achievements. He teleported repeatedly, appearing over Devil City's main headquarters after 2 hours. With another flash, his enormous body appeared on the surface, stamping down fiercely. An intense tremor ensued, creating a massive earthquake across 1,000 kilometers, buildings collapsing, and numerous powerful beings taking flight, stunned by the sudden appearance. Where Amiri's feet landed, the ground sank deeply. One elder and several other high-ranking members, unfortunate enough to be beneath him, were instantly obliterated. Who is this man to dare provoke us at our main headquarters? Does he think we have no one left? His strength must be formidable, quickly inform the elders. Numerous powerful beings surrounded Amiri from a distance. Since all teleportation arrays on Cardin Star had been destroyed, news of the death of the 2 city lords had yet to spread, leaving them unaware of the change of power. Moreover, they failed to recognize the unfamiliar Amiri. Chapter 306, The Demise of Demon City. Elder Arnchong has arrived. Elder Elena and the others are here too. Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although the mysterious giant had not moved after stomping on the ground, they still did not dare to attack first and could only wait quietly for the elders to appear. Fortunately, due to the constant state of war involving the raiding army at the front lines, the elders who usually practiced in various places were all stationed at the headquarters to ensure efficient support. Therefore, all 11 elders immediately rushed over as soon as the giant caused such a commotion. Notably, news of the complete annihilation of the frontline army had yet to be confirmed or widely spread, and thus the Demon City headquarters was still unaware that those top-tier powerhouses in the frontline army had already been obliterated into dust. Together, one of the elders bellowed. 11 elders simultaneously charged forward, unleashing their law-based powers crazily from all directions towards Amiri's body. They had no choice but to treat him with utmost caution because of the tremendous impact Amiri made when he appeared. His single strike changed the terrain over 1,000 kilometers instantly. Combined with his terrifyingly huge body, It was evident to everyone that he was an apex powerhouse. Even if they feared him in their hearts, they had to act. This was Demon City's main base, and besides the two city lords who were temporarily away, they were the highest authority and the strongest force. They had no other choice but to confront this invading enemy. What the elders did not expect was that the giant under siege showed no intention of dodging. He merely crouched slightly, his hands hanging down from the high sky before clenching them into fists and striking the void beside him. Instantly, endless spatial rifts spread out rapidly in all directions, annihilating everyone's attacks and engulfing the 11 elders' bodies. Under the horror-struck gazes of all onlookers, the bodies of the 11 elders shattered silently into blood mist, dispersing completely into the wind. My name is Amiri. The god race member named Aiden has already been sealed by me. Amiri's voice echoed within a 100-mile radius. All spectators held their breath, faces filled with disbelief. News of Aiden's sealing was completely sealed off at the request of the two city lords, so everyone was still completely in the dark. Upon hearing Amiri's statement, they were stunned. And Amiri continued. Your 3 city lords were also killed by me just now. The Demon Legion was wiped out by me several days ago. Now these elders are dead too. So, there is no longer a demon city from this point on. Everyone can disperse. As soon as Amiri finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. A massive airflow surged, stirring up violent gales. People looked at each other, scanning the ruins around them, contemplating Amiri's words, their minds reeling in chaos. Finally, someone hesitantly asked, do you think what he said is true? Lord Aiden, the 3 city lords, and even the Demon Legion at the front line. How could he destroy all of them in such a short time? But he did kill all 11 elders in an instant. His strength is indeed terrifying. Maybe. Some guessed but didn't dare say more, instead looking at everyone and suggesting, no matter what, let's check Capone Star. Everyone hurriedly set off towards the backup teleportation array. Finding that it couldn't connect to Capone Star, they teleported to the nearest star and took a shuttle to fly to Capone Star. After arriving, they quickly found information about the battle, learning that Aiden had been sealed and the 2 city lords were killed. They were speechless for a long while. Soon, this series of events caused a significant stir on most planets. Starting from Amiri publicly appearing with the Demon Legion leaders head to his effortless sealing of Aiden on Capone Star and killing the other 2 leaders of Demon City, all actions were witnessed by many, spreading quickly and gaining high credibility among the public. Subsequent news of Amiri traveling to the Demon City headquarters and easily exterminating the 11 elders gradually came out, and people chose to believe it without much doubt. However, they mostly discussed Aiden's fate, the deaths of the Demon City leaders, the end of Demon City, and the future of the entire southern Bright Star Sea. That's so satisfying. With the upper echelons of Demon City completely destroyed, Demon City is practically defunct. Those vicious and evil demon races actually attempted to unify the southern Bright Star Sea, utterly delusional. Now the whole southern Bright Star Sea is finally liberated. All major races have returned to a peaceful period. That might not be certain. Think about the current situation. Besides the Taishui Mansion, which preserved its strength relatively intact, almost all the major forces in the southern Bright Star Sea suffered catastrophic blows. As for the elder-level powerhouses, some hid, but the Divine King Realm leaders were almost entirely wiped out. What is the gap between the major forces and Taishui Mansion now? Not to mention that Taishui Mansion has an invincible powerhouse like Amiri. What do you think Taishui Mansion will do in this situation? Allow the forces to fight chaotically or become the supreme existence? Isn't the great cause that Demon City tried hard to achieve now directly presented to Taishui Mansion? Do you think they will refuse? Hiss. No way. Wouldn't this mean jumping out of the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den? While everyone was discussing, a message emerged from Taishui Mansion, causing a stir throughout the southern Bright Star Sea. Amiri has important news to announce to the world? It's regarding the important intelligence about the powerful god race member Aiden. Mo Yeon Star? I must go and see. Countless powerhouses excitedly headed towards Mo Yeon Star. Originally a planet of the giant race, Mo Yeon Star had been subjugated by Demon City, with its teleportation array being modified to connect with most other planets, offering convenient transportation. Located centrally in the southern Bright Star Sea, Amiri chose this place for the announcement. That day, Amiri appeared in the sky above a vast open field on Mo Yeon Star. The area below was already teeming with people. Powerhouses from all races gathered there, watching Amiri respectfully and awaiting his address in silent anticipation. Suddenly, Amiri's voice resonated across the land. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Amiri. Just these few simple introductory words elicited cheers and thunderous applause from countless people. Amiri lightly pressed his hands down, and everyone immediately fell silent. I'm sure everyone knows that Aiden, who swept the world before, is from a mysterious race that we have never seen in the southern Bright Star Sea. He claims to be of the god race. And what I want to say today is about Aiden's true origins and his purpose for coming to the southern Bright Star Sea. Amiri got straight to the point. ##### chapter 307. Please cooperate. Amiri's words immediately snapped everyone into full attention. Aiden's reputation had spread throughout Demon City and the southern Star Sea long ago, striking fear into the hearts of many. Even now that he was sealed by Amiri, it did nothing to diminish the almost invincible image he held in people's minds. After all, Aiden's combat record was terrifying. Moreover, despite Amiri boasting about defeating Aiden, he had merely sealed him, not killed him, which only added to the impression of his formidable strength. Especially since Amiri mentioned an entirely new race in his speech, everyone focused intently as soon as he began talking about Aiden. Listening to Amiri continue, they heard him say, "First, I will provide some basic information about the southern Star Sea. Many might believe that the southern Star Sea is nearly infinite, much like how the natives on their planets think their world is everything. In reality, there is an even vaster expanse beyond. The southern Star Sea is merely a relatively enclosed star domain. Surrounding it is a chaotic star region with disordered laws where no planets or life forms exist. And beyond this vast chaotic star region lies an even more expansive star domain, countless times larger than the southern star sea. One section of this expansive star domain is called the Celestial Spring Galaxy. And within the Celestial Spring Galaxy, there are thousands of star domains equivalent in size to the southern star sea, each containing several Holy Realm experts who surpass the Divine King level. One of these is Aiden. Everyone inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Whether it was the vastness of a star domain thousands of times larger than the southern star sea or the numerous powerful beings far above the Divine King realm, each detail was awe-inspiring. Even Aiden, who had nearly conquered the entire southern star sea, was just one among them. Holy Realm experts are further divided into Sage, Great Sage, and Holy King realms. Aiden is at the Sage realm. This means there are many beings who far surpass Aiden. Amiri spoke nonchalantly, but those listening felt their minds buzz with the overwhelming implications. The idea of beings vastly stronger than Aiden circled incessantly in their heads. Aiden had already caused havoc across the southern star sea, and if not for Amiri's sealing ability, they might have been helpless against him. How could they possibly withstand someone even stronger? Ignoring the changing expressions around him, Amiri continued calmly. Aiden belongs to the deity race, one of the top factions in the Celestial Spring Galaxy. They are arrogant, treating weaker beings as insignificant pests, killing indiscriminately. They are also vindictive, retaliating with maximum force over the slightest grievances. Some might wonder how I know so much, Amiri paused, looking out at the sea of faces below. Because I previously encountered another member of the deity race. Everyone watched him with a mix of curiosity and astonishment. Amiri continued, do you understand what this means? The deity race or the Celestial Spring Galaxy might discover the existence of the southern star sea at any moment. All present were shocked. Just moments ago, Amiri emphasized the vastness and terrifying power of the Celestial Spring Galaxy. Now, they could face its threat at any time. Against such formidable entities, how could they resist? One Aiden had already caused chaos. What would happen if more Holy Realm experts appeared, or beings even more powerful than Aiden? Even Amiri might struggle against multiple fearsome Holy Realm experts. While his usual methods couldn't contain Aiden, they would be equally ineffective against other Holy Realms. Sealing techniques, disrupted by interference from other experts, might fail. With 2 or more beings on Aiden's level, Amiri would be powerless, perhaps even defeated. With more sages, the entire southern star sea would fall. Someone suddenly asked, Master Amiri, what should we do? At this point, no one was thinking about revering Amiri. Many voiced their concerns and questions, creating a cacophony of sound. Silence. Amiri's voice rang out powerfully, silencing the crowd instantly. Tell me, are you willing to submit to the Celestial Spring Galaxy? To the cruel deity race like Aiden? The crowd responded unanimously, no. Amiri nodded approvingly. Good. Since we refuse to submit, we fight. The southern star sea is our shared home. Regardless of the enemy's strength, we must put up the strongest resistance. Though the Celestial Spring Galaxy is formidable and the Holy Realm terrifying, I have already defeated 2 of them. No matter how many come, I will destroy them. So long as the entire southern star sea stands united, we can overcome any obstacle. Do you have the confidence? Amiri asked loudly. The crowd felt a surge of determination and answered resoundingly, yes. Hearing their response, Amiri smiled in satisfaction. Very well. I hereby announce that from today onward, all planets within the southern star sea will unite into an unprecedented unified force. Henceforth, we will think as one, act as one, share in both honor and disgrace, facing all challenges together. But let me make something clear. We cannot afford any slack or internal conflicts given the imminent threat from the Celestial Spring Galaxy. So, Amiri's gaze turned piercing, and his voice chilled as he declared, anyone who attempts to undermine our unity will be mercilessly eliminated. A wave of cold swept through the crowd, leaving them frozen. But Amiri quickly softened his expression, smiling warmly. You needn't worry. I'm not as brutal as Demon City. While I've killed many, I've always been generous and protective toward my own. Though his tone was gentle, everyone understood the deeper meaning. If you're loyal, Amiri will protect you. If not, he will show his ruthless side, evident from his battles in Demon City. How about it? Do you agree with my plan? Amiri's smile was warm and inviting, as he waited silently for their response. Sure. People exchanged glances before gradually voicing their agreement. I agree. Master Amiri is right. Master Amiri is truly noble. Amidst the chorus of approval, Amiri said loudly, in 3 days, Tai Sui Palace will send personnel to coordinate the unification efforts across all major planets. Please help spread this message. We must complete the unification swiftly. Otherwise, it will result in unnecessary bloodshed. He concluded with a stern look, adding, please cooperate fully to avoid such a scenario. Chapter 308, True God Realm. Amiri's speech on Mo Yelm planet spread like a hurricane across the entire southern star sea. Every connected planet was abuzz with every word he had spoken, through various channels, among both the powerful and commoners alike. There was no way around it. Amiri's recent prominence was unparalleled, not to mention the sheer shock value of his message. Within days, discussions revolved around the Heavenly Spring Star System and the Grand Coalition in the Southern Star Sea. Talk of unity? Amiri simply wants to unify the entire Southern Star Sea, subjugating all planets under his rule. Those who follow him thrive, those who resist perish. What does recognizing this matter? With the might of Tai Sui Mansion and Amiri's intimidating power, who would dare to defy? After the City of Demons invasion, everyone has already been thoroughly frightened. So many planets surrendered voluntarily. Now, faced with an even stronger Amiri, who has not only the virtue of saving the world, but also the awe-inspiring power that no one can rival, how could anyone disobey? Especially since Amiri openly stated that any who dare oppose now will face severe retribution. Numerous conspiracy theorists surmised Amiri's intentions but did not openly expose them, instead enthusiastically cooperating with Tai Sui Mansion's coordination efforts. All planets adjusted their teleportation arrays for connection. Willing to join Tai Sui Mansion, strong individuals registered and were recorded into its star member system, entrusted with significant responsibilities. Ruling classes were reshuffled and newly appointed, establishing new intelligence networks, reporting mechanisms, and management systems. The series of actions proceeded vigorously. No planet dared openly resist. Although there were minor upheavals during the process and small riots on some planets, these were swiftly quelled by Tai Sui Mansion's forceful suppression. The unification of the Southern Star Sea steadily progressed. Meanwhile, Amiri returned to his residence to continue seclusion. After eliminating the upper echelon of the City of Demons and before delivering his public address, he practiced diligently for a few days, using accumulated potential points to elevate his cultivation to the first level of the true God realm, significantly boosting his strength. If confronted again by a God King realm expert, he was confident he could easily annihilate them. As for facing Saint realm experts like Aiden, only actual combat would reveal if he could defeat them. The gap between God King realm and Saint realm was vast. When he had defeated the real Aiden previously, it wasn't as easy as he had told others. It required employing all sorts of methods just to barely seal him away. To truly determine the outcome in battle was uncertain. Therefore, Amiri remained wary of Saint realm experts, lacking the confidence he projected. After upgrading, Amiri still had approximately 30 billion spirit stones, enough to train at full power for about half a year. Thus, he immersed himself in cultivation until all spirit stones were exhausted. By then, half a year had passed. Checking his personal panel revealed a staggering 28.56 trillion potential points. After advancing to the second level of the true God realm, he had 18.56 trillion left. The remaining points weren't enough for further advancement, so he spent 400 trillion points to elevate the 4 downgrade techniques: Mystic Truth Force, Primordial Technique, Star Plucking Hand, and Infinite Star Map, to Origin grade. All main techniques thus reached the Origin level, meaning Amiri's strength was at its peak for the moment. To progress further required immense resources or time. The path of martial arts is indeed arduous and long, Amiri sighed. He hadn't considered that for any other true God realm expert, significant improvement took millennia or longer. In merely 40 years, Amiri possessed Saint-level comprehensive combat strength, an astounding feat anywhere in the universe. After distributing points, Amiri probed nearby with his soul power. Jacqueline was still absent from the neighboring residence. He then sought out Governor Hicks. Hicks summarized the current state of the Southern Starsea and said with a smile, "Amiri, thanks to you, we managed this unification smoothly." Amiri chuckled. "I think the City of Demons deserves more credit. They instilled fear of war and eliminated elder-level obstacles, leaving us to reap the benefits." Hicks laughed heartily, aware Amiri was jesting. "Thanks to your strategy, using the City of Demons as a tool, waging battles, bearing the blame, ultimately being eradicated while we seized victory. Using their army to expand our territory. Otherwise, we'd have lost many strong warriors." Hicks then remarked, "Speaking of which, you've rendered such great service, yet rewards haven't been determined due to numerous affairs. Only recently, after the Southern Starsea stabilized, did I and several elders deliberate on your reward. Hearing you favor spirit stones, starting this month, we'll allocate 10 billion spirit stones monthly from the Southern Starsea's earnings as your salary." Surprised, Amiri asked, "Can the treasury keep up with such expenses long-term?" Though previously extorting 1 billion spirit stones every 10 days from the City of Demons was exploitative, stable provision was entirely different. Hicks reassured him, "Don't worry, this is specially calculated. Though challenging, it won't disrupt daily operations, leaving emergency funds intact. With increasing stability, improved commerce might enhance fiscal conditions, possibly increasing your salary." Hicks and the elders genuinely invested heavily. Logically, Tai Sui Mansion's expansion should have boosted each high-ranking official's earnings significantly. However, to ensure Amiri's benefit, they collectively agreed to cut costs, recognizing him as the greatest contributor to the Southern Starsea's conquest and the key to stabilizing it. Without Amiri, the mansion could collapse. Thus, Amiri was Tai Sui Mansion's core figure. Chapter 309. So you were just bored? Amiri nodded, agreeing to the salary proposed by Hicks. Additionally, would you be willing to become an elder? Hicks asked with a smile. Amiri shook his head in refusal. No need. Becoming an elder meant he had to take turns handling daily affairs within the mansion and occasionally attend meetings to discuss various arrangements. To Amiri, it was a complete waste of time. Because he knew that even if he became an elder, with his current high salary, there would be no further increases, nor would it affect his status. It was essentially just additional obligations without any extra benefits. By the way, where is Jacqueline? Why hasn't she returned for so long? Amiri suddenly asked out of curiosity. At present, the mansion's affairs are very busy. With over 3,600 planets in the Southern Starsea to manage, almost all elders have been assigned to guard various regions and handle the specific matters of their respective areas, Hicks explained. And Sinclairin is currently on Molii Planet. Amiri was surprised. Managing more than 100 planets alone? That indeed keeps her quite busy. After saying this, he smiled. Yelki, I'm not an elder. The two laughed heartily together and exchanged some pleasantries. Seeing that there were no other matters, Amiri bid farewell and left for Molii Planet. Undoubtedly, after the unification of the Southern Starsea, travel had become much more convenient. Using the teleportation array, one could reach any planet billions of miles away in an instant. Molii Planet. Amiri appeared inside the dedicated teleportation array of the Taishui Mansion outpost. Members of the Taishui Mansion nearby greeted him enthusiastically. Lord Amiri. Amiri smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, then asked, "Hello, everyone. Where is Sinclairin?" Everyone immediately offered to guide him, volunteering eagerly. "Junior brother, can you take me there?" Amiri politely declined the other's offers, looking at a hawk with a relatively Santiago-ful face. The latter happily led Amiri to the entrance of a palace. Facing Amiri's gratitude, he appeared both excited and flustered, like a fan meeting their idol or a commoner meeting a king. Unbeknownst to Amiri, as the Southern Star Sea completed its unification, his reputation grew higher. Plus, the deliberate promotion by the higher-ups of the Taishui mansion portrayed him as a powerful and perfect genius, gaining him admiration from more and more people. Especially within the Taishui mansion, countless members regarded him as an idol. With a helpless laugh, Amiri hurriedly entered the palace. Jacqueline had already sensed his soul fluctuation. Seeing him walk in, she guessed what happened and said with a smile, "Our great hero, Lord Amiri, why do you have time to visit a lowly Rena?" Lowly Rena? Amiri grinned mischievously at her figure. Jacqueline had a graceful and slender body, dressed in a white martial arts uniform that accentuated her well-defined curves, exuding a sense of elegance and vigor. She gave him a playful glare. "It seems you came to see me because you needed something." Amiri chuckled. "I didn't originally, but now I do." They moved into a private room, engaged in passionate activities, and then returned to the hall and sat down. "I heard you've been busy these past few months?" Of course, each elder is responsible for over 100 planets. Even just dealing with major issues keeps one extremely busy, not to mention occasional inspections. Time spent back at headquarters is scarce. Jacqueline sighed reflectively. Amiri looked at her. "Is there anything I can help you with?" "That's unnecessary. Being occasionally busy is fine. As our lifespan grows longer, we need to find meaning in life. Staying busy makes one feel fulfilled." Jacqueline chuckled. "This reminds me of my past life as a celebrity. Back then, I was always rushing around, barely having time to sleep yet had to maintain a vibrant appearance. At that time, I often fantasized about earning enough money to retire in a peaceful place, far from worldly affairs. But now, with eternal life and immense power, I can go anywhere and have unimaginable freedom. Yet sometimes I feel empty, lacking a purpose in life." Jacqueline's gaze turned slightly distant. Amiri held her hand earnestly. "I'll make time to spend more with you." Jacqueline smiled gently. "It's not about whether you spend time with me. I lost my purpose for a while. Burn-eating to keep up with you gives me a clear goal. Otherwise, life easily loses its meaning." Amiri didn't quite understand but continued holding her hand, letting her feel his warmth. "How about putting everything aside and traveling?" he suggested cautiously. Jacqueline shook her head, her smile content. "No, I enjoy my current fulfilling life and no longer feel lost after being busy." Amiri hesitated for a moment and whispered, "So you were just bored before?" Jacqueline glared at him, her hand glowing with bright white light. A laser beam as thick as a finger hit Amiri's arm. "Annoying. Seriously? I was just joking. And you actually used law force to attack me? Well, you're tough and durable. Without law force, I worried you wouldn't even feel it. Actually, it doesn't hurt even with it." "I know." The two playfully embraced. "In fact, I also have a life goal," Amiri suddenly said. "I want to become the strongest across all realms and dimensions. Additionally, I want to visit Waterblue Planet. Then, we'll hold our wedding there." Jacqueline lightly patted his shoulder. "I thought you forgot about this." Amiri laughed awkwardly. "How could I forget? I've been thinking about it all along." At that moment, both sensed someone approaching. A familiar soul fluctuation waited patiently outside the palace. "Come in." Jacqueline sat up straight and called out softly. Her voice echoed outside the palace. Amiri was surprised. "You've already revived her?" Jacqueline nodded, and an elegant Rena with a slender figure walked in from outside the palace. "Jolene, long time no see." Amiri couldn't help but remark. The visitor was indeed Jolene, the deity realm expert who once hid in Jacqueline's mind. To avoid exposing secrets, Jacqueline maintained a Santiago-ful personality after transmigration, even hinting subtly during conversations with Amiri. Her soul fragments were only taken away by Kendra before leaving the 5th Taishui realm. Unexpectedly, she had been successfully revived. "Sinclairin, Lord Amiri?" Jolene bowed slightly and then said gravely, "There's a situation on Mocha Planet. Hashtag chapter 310. See the might of the Blade Clan?" Kaylee's expression turned serious. "What happened?" "Two 9th-rank senior brothers were killed while on a mission. The perpetrator is likely at the True God realm, so I didn't interfere. Instead, I've arranged for surveillance from high-altitude flyers," Jolene said gravely. Kaylee immediately stood up and said decisively, "Let's go. I'll head there right away." Amiri also rose to his feet. "I'll come along as well." "Good." The trio made their way to the teleportation array and soon arrived at Mocha Star. The communication range of the flyers was extremely far, interconnected to form a vast network covering the entire planet like an iron net. Therefore, they knew the target's location almost immediately upon arrival. The three shot up into the air, transforming into streaks of light that raced across the sky. In less than a minute, they spotted the high-altitude flyer. "Senior Sister Nicolaso, Sinclairin, Lord Amiri." A hawk emerged from the flyer and greeted them. Upon seeing Amiri, he seemed pleasantly surprised. However, knowing the urgency of the task, he didn't linger but hurriedly reported. After the True God realm expert entered the city below, he vanished without a trace. "We've been monitoring from above, and no one has flown out. We also coordinated with the city authorities to seal off the city. No one has left. Unless he went underground, the target must still be within the city." When Amiri caused trouble in the Mad Stephanon Alliance territory, his favorite tactic was to escape by burrowing underground. Instinctively, he felt the other party might have done the same. Perhaps he had already escaped somewhere, and was now basking lazily in the sun. But regardless, they had to search. Allowing a True God realm expert to wreak havoc could destroy an entire planet through the core. A significant loss even for Taishui Manor. "You continue surveillance from above. Report any activity immediately." "Yes." The hawk bowed and stepped back. The trio summoned the city lord and began organizing a household-by-household search. "Remember, don't let anyone slip through. Even your own residence must be thoroughly searched. Understand?" Kaylee said sternly. Understood. The corpulent city lord, drenched in sweat, nodded nervously. Also, inform everyone to check every room in their homes and all outside corners. If they find any unusual pits or holes in the ground, they should report it immediately. This is a very dangerous criminal. Any oversight could lead to the destruction of the entire city. Be thorough and cautious. Amiri added seriously. If the target truly burrowed underground, he would have left unmistakable traces on the surface. With a meticulous search, they would undoubtedly find something. Unless someone else could shrink to the size of an ant like Amiri, which no other experts could do even with the heaven-embracing earth spell. No one, besides Amiri, had heard of such a capability being used. It offered no substantial combat advantage, so no one specialized in it. Yes, my lords. The city lord continued nodding nervously as he received orders. Once he left to arrange the search, the trio spread out, hovering high above the city, their sharp gazes sweeping over its expanse. In a certain inn, Ibrahim with chiseled features sat alone by the window, sipping wine. His eyes occasionally glanced outside, scanning the sky. From his vantage point, he caught a glimpse of Kaylee's profile. He quickly averted his gaze, afraid of being discovered. Is that Kaylee? The Ibrahim frowned deeply. Though she was a newly appointed elder, her reputation surpassed many elders, having reportedly slain other elders single-handedly. However, due to losing his power and living in seclusion in a remote corner of this planet for over a year, he lacked current information. All he had were snippets from taverns and inns, pieced together through conversation. So, he couldn't confirm if the rumors about Kaylee killing other elders were true. But one thing was certain, Kaylee wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, he just heard 3 voices from the sky, 2 male and 1 female. One subservient male voice was clearly the city lord. The female voice belonged to Kaylee. The commanding male voice, based on the tone, indicated equality with Kaylee. So, there are 2 elder-level experts overhead? Realizing this, the Ibrahim's face darkened. They're giving me no chance to live. His expression twisted as he muttered, as an esteemed Blade clan elder, second only to the Supreme, I gave up everything, hiding in this secluded place. Now, after merely slaying a weakling who sought to oppress me, you Tai Sui Manor chase me relentlessly. Do you really think I'm easy prey? Well then, I want to see if you can kill me. His voice grew louder, resonating like thunder throughout the city. Tai Sui Manor lackeys, come at me. Let you see the might of the Blade clan. With that, he abruptly moved, crashing through the roof and flying into the sky. Tired of hiding, he was determined to fight freely and openly. As he ascended, a significant shift in mindset made him feel a glimmer of hope for breakthrough. After tens of thousands of years at the peak of the true God realm, I never imagined confronting adversity would finally show me the path to advancement. The Ibrahim couldn't help but smile bitterly. Still, a hint of optimism lingered in his heart. Though facing 2 elder-level experts, escaping might give him a chance. And if he escaped, he might advance to the Divine King realm and dominate. No, more accurately, just avoiding Amiri would let him rule. Many thoughts raced through his mind, but as he looked at his opponents, he froze. There weren't 2 people as he thought, but 3. 2 graceful, beautiful women and a handsome hawk. Most importantly, the identity of this hawk. The Ibrahim was momentarily stunned, his body rigid, barely able to process anything but to utter, Lord Amiri. The person before him was none other than Amiri, the one he most feared. Hashtag chapter 311. The Tai Sui mansion does not need you. I'll take care of it. Before Amiri could speak, Jacqueline stepped forward calmly and said, let me see the might of the Blade Donalj clan. The man from the Blade Donalj clan's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and he quickly smiled obsequiously. Sinclairin, great Lord Amiri, I apologize. Please allow me to join the Tai Sui mansion to make up for my mistake. I'm about to break through to the Divine King realm. My strength is still quite formidable. I only asked to become an Outer Gate elder. Please give me a chance. Previously, he had faced them so boldly because subconsciously, he believed that even if he couldn't defeat them, his chances of survival were still significant. But now, since Amiri was present, no matter how much he struggled, his fate was sealed with death being the only outcome. Even if he broke through to the Divine King realm immediately, it would be impossible for him to escape or contend with Amiri. Thus, pleading for mercy was his only path to survival. Not necessary. The Tai Sui mansion doesn't need you. Jacqueline spoke calmly, then casually raised her left hand, palm facing the Blade Donalj clan warrior. A large mass of dazzling white light quickly condensed in her palm. The man's expression changed drastically, yet he still dared not resist. As he swiftly dodged to the side, he gathered strength on his surface to enhance his defenses. He shouted loudly, Sinclairin, please calm down. If it is. Before he could finish his sentence, Jacqueline acted decisively. A thick beam of white light shot out, almost instantly piercing through his body. A large amount of law power invaded his body, attempting to disintegrate every bit of his flesh. The man's face was filled with horror. The blood hole through his body was a minor issue. More severe was the invading law power that temporarily paralyzed him and significantly restricted his movement. He never imagined Jacqueline's strength was far greater than he thought. With just one casual strike, he had lost most of his resistance ability. What terrified him even more was that Jacqueline had already condensed another, larger mass of blinding white light in her palm. After a brief moment, it shot out violently, completely engulfing him. No! A shrill cry echoed as the man's body was disintegrated into countless glowing particles that slowly dissipated in the air. Arvidshu, your strength has grown considerably. Amiri looked at her in surprise. Just a mere true god realm, nothing to mention. Jacqueline lowered her arm casually, as if she had merely crushed an ant on the road. What outsiders didn't know was that her cultivation had long reached the Divine King realm, making her one of the top-tier experts in the entire Southern Star Sea. Against a mere Divine King realm, he stood no chance. Beside her, Jolene smiled and said, prior to this, Sinclairin easily killed 2 true god realm experts, so eliminating this Blade Donalj clan member posed no difficulty. The only challenge was identifying the target among so many Blade Donald members, but since he revealed himself, it became child's play for Sinclairin. Amiri smiled. That's true. Jacqueline remained unperturbed, saying calmly, we should return. Jolene, arrange to lift the alert. Sure, Jolene nodded. Amiri and Jacqueline flashed away to the outpost, and then teleported back to Mohil Star. Sitting in the palace, Amiri frowned and asked, are there many more such true God realm experts? While Jacqueline handled the situation smoothly this time, it didn't guarantee such success in future encounters. A determined true God realm expert could remain hidden, making discovery extremely difficult. In other regions under the responsibility of different elders, handling such issues wouldn't be this easy, given they lacked Jacqueline's overwhelming strength. True God realm experts, even among their own ranks, were difficult to eliminate due to the inherent difficulty in overpowering someone of similar strength. This is why the Blade Donald clanman felt confident in escaping. In martial cultivation, the primary goal was survival. Thus, regardless of the cultivation system, higher realms always meant stronger self-preservation and survival capabilities. Even when dismembered to shreds, with only the head remaining, recovery was still possible. Or even if only a fragment of the soul core remained, reincarnation was still viable. Within the entire Tai Sui mansion, only 5 people could confidently eliminate true God realm experts: Amiri, Jacqueline, Master Hicks, and 2 other Divine King realm experts who had temporarily been appointed as elders after joining the Tai Sui mansion from other human forces. Compared to the 3,600 planets in the Southern Star Sea, these 5 top-tier experts were a mere drop in the ocean. Even with teleportation arrays, they couldn't guarantee immediate support. Therefore, on other planets, true God realm experts posed significant threats, unpredictable and potentially destructive. Jacqueline's tone grew heavy. We spent considerable effort compiling intelligence from all previous factions, gathering information on each true God realm expert. Excluding those confirmed dead and the over 500 who have surrendered, there are still over 100 true God realm experts unaccounted for across the Southern Star Sea. Amiri frowned. Over 100? Since we have related information, can we locate each of them? If we search with full force, we could find quite a few, but... Jacqueline shook her head. The destruction potential of true God realm experts is immense. Large-scale manhunts could push them to the brink. A cornered rabbit bites back. If these true God realm experts panic, they could destroy tens or hundreds of planets in a last stand. That would be too great a loss. So, we decided to abandon manhunts and only pursue lawbreakers. It's a mutual compromise. Jacqueline looked somewhat helpless. Although she was in the Divine King realm and vastly stronger than true God realm, she couldn't handle these hiding experts due to sheer numbers and dispersion. Leaving so many true God realm experts behind is a huge xuanhuan. Should be edited too. Leaving so many true God realm experts behind is a significant xuanhuan. For better fluency and natural reading in English, we can further improve it too. Leaving so many true God realm experts behind poses a significant xuanhuan. However, xuanhuan is a Chinese term that doesn't have a direct equivalent in English. Based on the context, it should be translated to convey the meaning of hidden danger or qianzai threat. So, the best translation would be, leaving so many true God realm experts behind poses a significant hidden danger. Or more naturally, leaving so many true God realm experts behind poses a significant potential threat. After some thought, Amiri spoke. I have a secret technique that can remotely pinpoint the owner of an object using a related item. No matter how far away they are, I can accurately find them. If we have items frequently used by those elders, I can track them down one by one and eliminate them before they react. These people must not be allowed to live. Jacqueline looked at him in surprise. Then wait a moment. I will order someone to bring some items. Let's test it out. If successful, I will immediately request an Elder Council meeting to discuss this. These true God realm experts occasionally create small nuisances, though harmless, they are indeed troubling. If we can resolve them all, it would be best. With that, Jacqueline turned and returned to the main base via the teleportation array, arranging to gather items left by other factions before their demise. Chapter 312. We can't, but Amiri can. Not long after, Jacqueline returned to Heaven-Shattering Star with a storage ring. From it, she extracted 3 items, a cushion, a writing brush, and a shirt. Brother Amiri, could you first try sensing if you can locate the targets? Sure. Amiri nodded, picking up each item one by one, closing his eyes, and running the infinite star map for sensing purposes. In his mind, a dense sphere-shaped star map composed of countless red light points appeared. Soon enough, 2 green dots emerged in the star map, overlapping with 2 of the red ones. The target corresponding to the cushion is on Heaven-Shattering Star, while the brush and shirt's targets are on Barrow Star, Amiri said calmly as he opened his eyes. Can you sense them from such a distance? Even though Jacqueline was accustomed to Amiri's various wonders, she couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. After all, considering the vastness of the Nambin Star Sea, without teleportation arrays, even the fastest void shuttles would take millennia to cross it, a fact clearly recorded historically. Previously, during her idle moments, Jacqueline had roughly calculated that the diameter of the Nambin Star Sea exceeded trillions of kilometers, about 10 light-years, equivalent to 10 times the size of her past life's solar system. The Barrow Star mentioned by Amiri was far on the other side of the Nambin Star Sea, separated from their current location, Heaven-Shattering Star, by half of the Nambin Star Sea. This meant that Amiri managed to sense the location of the item owners nearly 10 light-years away through ordinary objects in just seconds. Such an extraordinary skill was unimaginable to most people. If not for their special closeness, Jacqueline would have doubted Amiri was exaggerating. Even if he leaves the Nambin Star Sea, I'm confident I can find him, Amiri said with a smile. Great. Then I'll immediately convene a meeting. Could you stay here and manage for a moment? Excitedly speaking, Jacqueline rushed into the inner room behind the hall, closed her eyes, and immersed her consciousness in the mental space, summoning the other elders and masters. Soon, Hicks and several elders' consciousnesses began entering the mental space one after another. Most of the elders were busy recently and could not respond promptly. Sensing it wasn't an emergency call, they continued working without responding to the mental space. This had been a common practice, which Jacqueline was used to. Seeing more than a third of the attendees arrive, she spoke. Everyone, today another true God Realm expert attacked and killed 2 more 9-star members in Mocha Star. Jacqueline's tone was heavy. Although I've already eliminated the target, reacting afterward is too passive. So far, over 100 senior members have been killed by true God Realm experts, and countless civilians and regular members. We need to find a way to prevent such losses. Some elders wondered, Sinclairin, haven't we discussed this before? Large-scale searches will only force them to act more recklessly, causing greater damage. Moreover, we lack the manpower to simultaneously confront so many scattered true God Realm experts. This issue can only be handled gradually, there's no other way. Hicks remained calm, knowing that Jacqueline wouldn't bring it up for nothing. Indeed, Jacqueline stated seriously, we don't have any other methods, but Amiri does. Upon mentioning Amiri's name, everyone quieted down, waiting for her next words. Amiri has a secret technique to locate people. Through special means, he can pinpoint targets from great distances, even if they're billions of kilometers away on another planet. So, Amiri will personally conduct secret operations, eliminating these true God Realm experts quickly before drawing too much attention. The attending elders were stunned. With their extensive experience, they had never heard of such a miraculous and almost unbelievable secret technique. After a pause, someone hesitated, asking, I'm not doubting, but I'm curious how Lord Jiang can pinpoint so many people he hasn't met or knows nothing about. Jacqueline shook her head. It's Amiri's secret. I shouldn't reveal it, but he does possess this skill, which he demonstrated to me. Please don't doubt it. He intended to act directly, but since this matter has been discussed by the council and decided against large-scale searches, he asked me to brief you all and discuss any potential issues. Several elders responded, we mean no disrespect, Sinclairin. Please don't misunderstand. From his seat, Hicks also spoke. Since Amiri has this remarkable skill, it's best to eliminate those true God Realm experts. Only, please remind him to remain low-key during the operation to avoid alarming other powerful entities. All the elders soon agreed with Amiri's actions. In truth, agreeing or disagreeing didn't matter much. Given Amiri's present strength and status, they wouldn't interfere if he acted directly. Primarily, they gathered opinions to ensure his actions wouldn't cause significant negative impacts and also to avoid offending the elders. After the meeting, Jacqueline relayed the discussions to Amiri. In that case, arrange to gather the related items of those people, and I'll remove them all once I've sensed their locations. All right. Despite her occasional gentleness and quirky personality, Jacqueline was highly efficient when dealing with tasks. She immediately arranged to collect necessary items. However, with over 100 true God Realm elders scattered across various forces and regions of the Nambin Star Sea, gathering frequently used items wasn't easy. Thus, she deployed 100 5-star powerhouses to different planets, collecting information and items of the dispersed elders. Meanwhile, Amiri stayed on Mo Yeln Star, enjoying time with Jacqueline and occasionally undertaking small missions together. By the end of a month, all required items were finally gathered. Using the Infinite Star Map, Amiri sensed 135 individuals. Some remaining items either had weak connections or owners who might have perished, preventing further detection. Amiri then quietly altered his appearance and took the nearest teleportation array towards his first target. Chapter 313, The Silent Fall of a True God. On a certain planet, in a remote town, within a modest courtyard, a middle-aged Azura with bronze-gray skin and 6 arms was leisurely swaying in a reclining chair, occasionally offering guidance on martial arts to a young Azura. The Santiago's 6 arms moved like the wind, his feet rapidly shifting on the ground, every motion exuding immense power, clearly indicating no small strength. After a long while, the Santiago retracted all 6 fists simultaneously, standing still. Then he excitedly said, Master, the great God Fist technique you taught me is truly powerful. In just a month, I feel my explosive power has increased by at least 30%. The middle-aged Azura smiled calmly, just 30%. It's only the beginning. As my disciple, within 50 years, you must achieve nirvana, and within 100 years, you must reach the divine realm. Otherwise, you will have wasted your talent and my teaching. The Santiago gasped inwardly. He had heard that the highest-ranking person in the city, the mayor, was only at the nirvana level, and now his master wanted him to reach nirvana within 50 years. Previously, he would have thought it an impossible dream, but now, with this mysterious and powerful master guiding him, it felt achievable. Even the divine realm was no longer out of reach. Moreover, from the tone of his master, it seemed clear that his own cultivation far exceeded the divine realm. This realization filled him with excitement. To reach nirvana made one a big shot. To reach the divine realm made one a supreme expert on the entire planet. Beyond the divine realm, he would surely be an unrivaled existence who could dominate the starry sky. With such a powerful master, his future would undoubtedly be bright. Master, I will. Before the Santiago could finish speaking, the middle-aged Azura suddenly stood up, his expression turning serious as he looked behind the Santiago. Startled, the Santiago stopped talking and turned to look back. He saw a young human floating quietly in midair, watching his master with a calm expression. Free flight, a nirvana realm expert. The thought instantly formed in the Santiago's mind. With a solemn face, he took steps backward, never daring to turn his head. He whispered anxiously, Master, come behind me, the middle-aged Azura said sternly, his gaze never leaving Amiri floating in midair. Who are you? Amiri glanced at the Santiago before his eyes returned to the middle-aged Azura. He sighed softly. What a pity. You are an unstable factor. The middle-aged Azura did not know what the other party lamented over, but he understood this human might know his identity. Are you a member of the Taisui mansion? I've already retired and stayed out of affairs, never breaking any laws. Why do you still come after me? Do you intend to push everyone into despair? He said gravely. Despair? Amiri shook his head and laughed. Tai Sui Mansion has given you a path. Those who refuse it naturally end up dead. Is submission the only way out? The middle-aged Dajura laughed bitterly, then his expression turned cold. How different are you from Demon City back then? Suddenly, Amiri teleported beside him, placing a palm on his shoulder and murmuring, "We are on the side of justice and even stronger than Demon City." Horror filled the middle-aged Dajura's face, but he couldn't speak, because as Amiri's palm landed on his shoulder, terrifying power surged through his body. An overwhelming force of law tore through him entirely. Before Amiri finished speaking, the middle-aged Dajura's entire body disintegrated into blood mist, gradually dispersing with the wind. I don't know if you were good or evil. Unfortunately, I don't have the energy to discern between them. So, rest in peace, Amiri muttered, glancing casually at the rigid hawk before teleporting away. Jensenf, the Santiago's tightly strung nerves suddenly relaxed, and he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Thinking of his master, whom he had followed for just over a month, and seeing the blood mist dissipating into thin air, a profound sadness and despair filled his heart. My master, above the divine realm, was killed with a single palm strike by this mysterious person? In his limited experience, divine realm experts were already the top tier of the world. Above the divine realm should mean dominance over the star sea. Now, witnessing a fearsome expert capable of killing his master in an instant, he dared not even entertain thoughts of revenge, muttering, "Master, go in peace. Although you only taught me for a month, you remain my master. I will build a memorial tomb for you and visit yearly. I hope you understand that I cannot avenge you. They are too strong, especially being Tai Sui Mansion elites. I am powerless. Just a pity." The Santiago sighed bitterly. "Master, you're gone, and my hope of breaking through the divine realm is lost." The sunset shone over the modest courtyard, casting a bitter shadow over the Santiago's face. Meanwhile, after finishing with the target, Amiri rushed to another location without pause. He altered his appearance, making him nearly unrecognizable. For each target, he chose moments when few people were around and struck swiftly, leaving no room for resistance. Thus, even witnesses, though they saw everything, could not gauge Amiri's strength nor know that the victims were formidable true gods. Within a mere month, over 100 once dominant true god experts in Southern Star Sea fell silently, their deaths unnoticed. After completing the mission, Amiri returned to headquarters, claiming 3 months' worth of salary, 3 billion spirit stones, and proceeded to Imo Yeln Star, training in Jacqueline's palace. Stefan resumed its quiet rhythm. Southern Star Sea's situation also settled down. Compared to the past, where major forces vied for dominance, the region's top combatants had decreased by more than 90%. Of the originally over 100 large and small factions, the combined God-King realm experts totaled over 100, and true god experts numbered in the thousands. Now, there were only 5 god-kings and a few hundred true gods left, and these top-tier experts were mostly within Tai Sui Mansion. Thus, armed with unmatched absolute strength and implementing various iron-fisted policies, Tai Sui Mansion soon forcibly integrated all planets. Not just physically via transmission arrays. Economics, culture, commerce, systems, management, and intelligence were unified into a highly coordinated whole. During this period, untold bloodshed and countless casualties went unknown to outsiders. Commoners saw and heard only tales of Southern Star Sea flourishing and prospering. Chapter 314. Aiden's death. Time silently slipped by. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, Amiri's cultivation continuously advanced through 4 minor realms, reaching the 6th level True Deity realm. Jacqueline's cultivation reached the 10th level Divine King realm, and her comprehension of the Flash Law had also hit its current peak. On this day, the two ventured into the starry expanse outside the Maluan Star. "Since you've reached the limits of your law comprehension, it's time to hand over that sacred artifact weapon of Aiden's," Amiri said with a solemn expression. He withdrew a golden spear from his storage ring and held it carefully in his hands. "I will release its seal. The task of taming the sacred artifact is yours alone. However, this sacred artifact weapon seems somewhat different from others. You must be extremely cautious. Do not let it harm you." Beside him, Jacqueline nodded solemnly. Golden light emanated from Amiri's hands, merging with countless tiny golden dragons on the spear, which slowly began dissipating into a luminous haze. At this moment, the spear started trembling, and as more and more golden dragons vanished, the spear trembled even more violently, until one moment, the spear shook violently, shattering the remaining countless golden dragons into a skyward spray of golden radiance dispersing into the starry void. The once golden spear instantly turned pure white. From the shaft to the tip, the spear emitted an ethereal white glow, with traces of Tao principles subtly pulsating within. The spear vibrated joyfully, as if suddenly freed from its prison, jubilantly darting away in the distance, seemingly trying to escape. Jacqueline swiftly extended her hand and grasped the spear firmly, preventing it from escaping no matter how much it thrashed about. Law energy surged, and copious amounts of white light flowed from her palm, melding into the white spear. After some resistance, perhaps recognizing the might of Jacqueline's flash law, the spear gradually stabilized. But soon after, intense white light burst forth from the spear. "Who dares to covet my great Digby sacred spear?" A blurry face composed of white light emerged from the spear, roaring angrily. The next moment, this blurry face exclaimed in shock, "Where is my main body? Why can I no longer sense it?" Amiri, nearby, frowned. He immediately recognized this face. It was Aiden, whom he had sealed away in the chaotic star region. He hadn't expected any remnant consciousness within the spear. However, this thread of consciousness was clearly independent from its main entity. Otherwise, it would have recognized him. "Arvidshu, are you confident?" Amiri asked in a low voice. "I'll give it a try," Jacqueline replied, then focused all her attention on combating Aiden's consciousness, attempting to seize control. With Aiden's consciousness in charge, the great Digby sacred spear struggled fiercely, even invoking star laws to counter Jacqueline. This was a battle on the level of consciousness. To tame the great Digby sacred spear, Jacqueline needed to anchor her consciousness at its core. Yet the core was already occupied by Aiden's consciousness. Therefore, she had to drive out Aiden's consciousness, which had home field advantage, to succeed. After several attempts, Jacqueline finally gave up. It won't work. Aiden's consciousness has the home field advantage and can utilize the power of the great Digby sacred spear to resist my consciousness. Without an overwhelming strength gap, forcibly occupying it is impossible. Although Amiri's specialty was physical prowess, he still suggested, what if I give it a try? If I succeed, I can hand it over to you? Jacqueline shook her head. No, the great Digby sacred spear incorporates the Flash Dao law. Unless someone has considerable mastery over the Flash law, they cannot successfully bond with it. Amiri pondered for a moment before saying, is it because Aiden didn't die that his consciousness remains quite vigorous? Perhaps. Jacqueline wasn't entirely sure. Then I'll kill Aiden first. It's also a good chance to test my new strength after such significant advancements. Saying this, Amiri took out Aiden's statue from his storage ring. But glancing at Jacqueline and the Maluan star beneath them, he put the statue back. I'll find a remote place later to avoid giving him a chance to escape or damage the planet. Amiri retrieved the struggling great Digby sacred spear from Jacqueline's hand and resealed it. All right, I'll wait for you back on Maluan Star. Jacqueline wasn't worried about Amiri encountering danger. Over 10 years ago, Amiri could defeat and seal Aiden. Today, after experiencing revolutionary changes in his strength, victory over Aiden was inevitable, if not outright easy. Not to mention his formidable survival capabilities. Jacqueline even doubted whether those beyond the Saint realm, like the Great Saint or Holy King realms, could truly defeat Amiri, an uncertainty that loomed large. After almost an hour of teleportation, Amiri arrived in a vast and empty star region. He transformed into a 20,000-meter-tall giant and withdrew Aiden's golden statue from his storage ring, placing it in his palm. Golden auras intertwined with countless golden dragons on Aiden's body, gradually dissipating into luminescence, until all the golden dragons disappeared. Aiden's eyes snapped open, meeting two enormous eyes spanning hundreds of meters, followed by a mountainous face. Jensen man, it's you. Aiden bellowed in rage. Only now did he realize he was in the other's palm. Recalling the other's near-invincible physique and incredible sealing ability, he hurriedly fled. Simultaneously, he sensed the environment around him differed. There was no omnipresent twisted space, nor the darkness and desolation typical of the chaotic star region. Occasionally, massive pieces of cosmic debris drifted past silently, and distant stars radiated their light. This is some stable star region? Perhaps the Jensenman's homeland? Aiden mused, increasing his speed as he glanced back. Just then, he saw Amiri smiling calmly at him before vanishing. Aiden instinctively felt dread and turned abruptly. But the next moment, Amiri's colossal form appeared before him, a huge hand reaching out to grab him. No! Aiden screamed in terror. He knew that being caught would lead to the same outcome as last time. Complete sealing. Despite not understanding why his seal was released this time, he refused to return to that unconscious state where existence was indistinct. Facing such close proximity and an overwhelmingly huge hand, there was no way to escape. To die, I shall drag you down with me. Aiden hardened his resolve and stopped fleeing. His entire body brimmed with translucent energy, burning like flames. A mystical, semi-transparent rune emerged from his body. This rune only existed for an instant before burning out completely. Along with it, Aiden's entire body dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 315. The Mysterious Rune. Everything happened in an instant. Before Amiri's gigantic hand could close, Aiden's entire body had already transformed into semi-transparent energy, dissipating along with the mysterious rune. Amiri withdrew his hand in surprise, staring at the empty expanse of stars. Would rather die than be sealed? What was that rune? He cautiously observed his surroundings, but found no changes. Eventually, he stopped worrying about the rune altogether. After all, he was certain Aiden had died completely. This time, he hadn't even used the cosmic sealing technique, intending to test his true strength. Unfortunately, Aiden didn't give him what he wanted. After a moment of silence, he unsealed the holy Digby spear again. Perhaps due to Jacqueline's earlier struggle, Aiden's consciousness had remained alert. Upon unsealing it this time, the consciousness reacted violently, though noticeably weaker than before. The light condensed on the holy Digby spear flickered like a candle in the wind, as if it might dissipate at any moment. So, the remnant consciousness on the spear, although detached from its original body, remains closely linked to it. When the original dies, the remaining consciousness grows weak. With this, Arvidshu should stand a good chance of succeeding in her acquisition. Amiri resealed the holy Digby spear and continued to teleport toward the direction of Mo Yeln planet. What he didn't know was that the mysterious rune Aiden had created at the cost of his life served as a special positioning technique. It could emit a subtle wave, transmitting intense emotions faster than light, causing resonance at the far end of distant space. Stefanka beacon suddenly flickering in infinite darkness, guiding direction for certain entities. In other words, it wouldn't be long before the coordinates of Nandong Star Sea were transmitted to certain existences, at the other end of the vast, seemingly desolate starry sky. Amidst the boundless expanse of the cosmos lie thousands of star seas, more than 10 million life-bearing planets, and over trillions of various sentient beings. This is where Aiden hailed from, the Celestial Spring Star System. In a remote part of the Celestial Spring Star System, a towering figure with 16 wings floated quietly in the starlit sky. Infinite white light radiated from within him, illuminating the entire starfield like daylight. An eternal sun, unchanged by time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, the boundless white light within seeming ready to burst forth. Aiden, I feel your anger and despair. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through the vast, endless starfield, focusing on the now-dead Aiden. My disciple, you seem to have discovered a new star domain. In that case, I will arrange for revenge. He took out a green oval stone from his storage ring, recording its position according to the coordinates sensed in his mind. With a thought, an intangible wave of special energy spread far and wide. Soon, a beam of white light traversed the starry sky from afar and halted not far from him. Another powerful god with 16 wings bowed respectfully. Elder Thatcher. The god known as Elder Thatcher calmly instructed, Cameron, your senior brother Aiden has perished in a newly discovered star domain. Immediately organize people to gather intelligence there. He threw the green stone toward Cameron. Cameron caught the stone and bowed. Yes, Elder Thatcher. In the starry sky outside Imo Yelm planet, Jacqueline once again attempted to subdue the holy Digby spear. Damn human. I am the great god Aiden. How dare you defy me? Get out of here now. The face formed by white light roared furiously, twisting and shifting like smoke. But as the struggle persisted, it grew increasingly insubstantial and weaker. Until a certain moment, the white light abruptly vanished and the roar ceased. Jacqueline immediately extended a thread of consciousness to merge with the core of the holy Digby spear. The previously thrashing spear instantly stopped struggling, lying obediently in Jacqueline's palm. The holy Digby spear had been thoroughly subdued by Jacqueline. At this moment, Jacqueline stood still in the starry sky, her eyes half closed, holding the spear aloft. A faint white glow emanated from her garments fluttering, hair flowing. She looked like a sacred goddess. After a long while, she opened her eyes. This is a holy artifact, a true holy artifact. Her face showed astonishment as she examined the spear, muttering, what we previously believed to be holy artifacts can hardly compare. Only a weapon with self-awareness, perfectly integrated with the laws of the universe, resembling life itself, qualifies as a true holy artifact. However, Holy Digby Spear isn't a very appealing name. From now on, you shall be called the Radiant Digby Holy Spear. The white spear twitched slightly, seemingly acknowledging its new name. Jacqueline smiled and looked up at Amiri. Aiden's death must have affected it significantly. Its resistance clearly feels much weaker. Amiri nodded and recounted the events to Jacqueline. He said he would take you with him, yet nothing happened? Jacqueline frowned. If something had actually attacked Amiri, it wouldn't have mattered much. Both she and Amiri trusted his survival capabilities. Even Aiden's desperate final strike couldn't have harmed Amiri. But the fact that nothing happened left them both puzzled. The mysterious rune Aiden had formed with his life couldn't be useless. Could it be some kind of curse? Jacqueline speculated. Amiri shook his head. I doubt it. Even if Celestial Spring star system had such a mysterious curse, it shouldn't have gone unnoticed by my senses. I felt absolutely nothing unusual. He pondered seriously. My main concern is whether this rune serves as a communication method, drawing stronger forces from Celestial Spring star system here. His guess wasn't baseless. Long before Taishui Manor unified the Nandong Star Sea, he suggested to Hicks that invoking the threat of Celestial Spring star system would instill a sense of crisis among everyone, to minimize resistance against Taishui Manor and provide a legitimate reason for consolidating all factions. In reality, this suggestion stemmed from his own concerns. If one Aiden could wander into the vicinity of the Nandong Star Sea, others like him could also appear or discover its location. So when faced with Aiden's bizarre actions, Amiri reasoned. Since Aiden knew Amiri's formidable physique, he would realize no hidden move could kill him. Therefore, dragging Amiri down with him would require summoning someone even stronger. Thus, the mysterious rune Aiden had created with his life likely served as a call for help from stronger entities, making it reasonable to assume its purpose. End of chapter 315. Hashtag chapter 316. Perhaps not a bad thing. After discussing for a while, both agreed on this possibility. Regardless, increasing our strength is the most important thing now, said Jacqueline. With the help of the Radiant Digby Holy Spear, I believe my Flash Law, which has already reached its limit, will soon break through to the Dao Law level. My cultivation is also about to break through to the Sage Realm. At that time, I can be a great help to you, Jacqueline said with a serious expression. Amiri smiled and patted her head affectionately. Don't worry, it's just a minor inconvenience. Even if there are stronger beings beyond the Sage Realm in the Marisiquan star system, they are supreme existences who would never easily take action against our remote region. And an ordinary Sage Realm cultivator would absolutely not be my match. Jacqueline nodded, but made up her mind to focus on seclusion and cultivation in light of the stable situation to seek a breakthrough. As an elder, she had accumulated plenty of spirit stones over the years. Her regular training had slowly elevated her to the peak Divine King realm. Now, with such a large supply of spirit stones, she was sure to achieve significant progress. They returned to Moku Star. Jacqueline originally intended to call Hicks in the consciousness space, reminding him to be on high alert against outsiders. But Amiri stopped her. Many elders still don't know the truth about the Marisiquan star system. It's best not to discuss it in the consciousness space, to avoid being accidentally overheard. I'll talk to Lord Ephron personally. Jacqueline nodded in agreement. All right. Following this, Jacqueline began her seclusion for cultivation. Meanwhile, Amiri teleported back to the main headquarters and kept teleporting until he found Hicks in a certain part of the starry sky. Amiri, you've been in seclusion for so long. It's been ages since we last saw you. What brings you here today? Hicks greeted loudly with a laugh. Amiri cut straight to the point, giving him a cold dose of reality right away. Lord Ephron, I'm here to tell you some bad news. Hicks's expression changed slightly. He knew that with Amiri's strength, many issues could be easily resolved. To others, a big crisis might seem trivial to him. For Amiri to come especially to him and start with bad news meant the matter must be quite serious. What news? Hicks asked sternly. Amiri recounted the entire process of Aiden's death, but did not mention his suspicions about the mysterious runes. He wanted to see what Hicks thought. To threaten you by calling you for vengeance? and the appearance of the mysterious runes without any attack on you. Hearing this, Hicks fell into deep thought. You're worried that he was calling for backup? Seeing Hicks make a similar guess, Amiri replied solemnly, exactly. After fighting me once, he knows how formidable my physique is. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled immediately after lifting the seal without even attempting retaliation. He knows he can't harm me at all, let alone kill me. So, Hicks continued, only by summoning a stronger ally would he stand a chance to drag you down with him. Amiri nodded. That's the most likely scenario. Best to stay prepared and strengthen surveillance at the borders. Hicks agreed. I understand. His tone then turned strange. Actually, ever since I learned about Aiden, I've been concerned about the xuanhuan star system. With their terrifying power, once they discover us, they could destroy the entire southern Bright Sea. But at the same time, I've had some expectations. I've lived for 30,000 years, stagnating at the peak of the Divine King realm for over 10,000 years. During this period, besides making slight progress in laws, my cultivation hasn't advanced at all. Also, the strongest individual in the history of the entire southern Bright Sea was only at the Divine King realm, making me believe that the Divine King realm was the peak of martial arts. The feeling of having no future has made me feel lost. He looked steadily at Amiri and said, since the true entry into the stellar era, over 3 million years ago, the number of Divine King realms born in the southern Bright Sea is definitely more than the 100+ from various factions. On average, every 10,000 years, tens of Divine Kings were born among trillions of lives across countless races. If calculated over the 3 million years, there should be at least 3,000 Divine King realms. But do you know why only a little over 100 remain? Hicks didn't wait for Amiri to answer. Apart from those who died in battle, most went deep into the chaotic star region. In the southern Bright Sea, they couldn't see a future in martial arts. Once they reached their limit, they had nothing left to pursue and became lost. Some of the oldest ones have lived over 3 million years. What does that mean? After such a long life, they lost all emotions, neither happy nor sad, neither resentful nor angry, like mere rocks. There was once a giant race predecessor who lived 180,000 years and was invincible in the Divine King realm. He went into seclusion for 8,000 years. In between, the giant race faced imminent extinction, and a member sought his help, but he ignored them entirely. The giant race was ultimately destroyed, only slowly recovering and rising again tens of thousands of years later. When he emerged from seclusion and saw the dire state of his race, he didn't seek revenge, but instead disappeared into the chaotic star region. Amiri mused, longevity made him indifferent to racial differences, others' lives, and even external matters. Hicks sighed, yes. The peak of martial arts brought endless emptiness, coupled with the erosion of time. No one can predict the changes in one's heart. Not going insane is considered good. Years after that giant ancestor ventured into the chaotic star region, a rumor spread among the higher-ups. Crossing the chaotic star region offered a chance to find a future in martial arts. No one knows if it's true or false, but those who had been lost for too long didn't care about the veracity. As long as there was a sliver of hope for advancement, they were willing to try. They all went voluntarily to the chaotic star region, seeking what they believed was the path to further martial prowess. As time passed, it became a customary practice. Those who lived over 100,000 years and became deeply lost would gradually venture into the chaotic star region. Without news of the xuanhuan star system, in another few 10,000 years, I might also choose to delve deep into the chaotic star region, still feeling no progress. Amiri asked, none of the ancestors returned? Hicks shook his head, no. Given the nature of the chaotic star region, finding a way back after entering deeply is extremely difficult. Perhaps they were forever lost within it, or perhaps they truly arrived at some broader star region. Maybe someone even entered the xuanhuan star system. Hicks suddenly laughed. Having said all this, I want to tell you that the arrival of the xuanhuan star system might not be a bad thing. Hashtag chapter 317. The greater the responsibility, the better the benefits. Amiri's eyes flickered. What do you mean? Hicks gazed thoughtfully. The arrival of the Heavenly Spring star system might be an opportunity for us, providing guidance on our martial path and giving us a chance to step into a broader world. Sage Realm, Great Sage Realm, Saint King Realm. Do you remember how excited I was when you first told me about these realms? Hicks's eyes almost gleamed with excitement. But at that time, I felt that even knowing about them didn't matter since I still had no idea how to break through. But now, if the Heavenly Spring star system really sends people over, they could potentially become our captives and provide us with the methods to break through. Amiri, with your strength, you have the capability to deal with any possible invaders, right? Hicks looked intently at Amiri. That's right. As long as it's not the strongest in the Saint King realm, I believe I can face off against them head-on. Even if I don't win, I can at least remain undefeated. Amiri nodded. In that case, there's no problem. Hicks smiled confidently. According to Aiden's account, the Saint King realm is the highest level in the Heavenly Spring star system, so they won't easily mobilize, especially across the vast chaotic star region to reach our secluded South Star Sea. It's like I wouldn't personally lead an invasion of a newly discovered native planet after a long journey. So, as long as you can handle Great Sage Realm experts, the so-called threat from the Heavenly Spring star system isn't much of an issue. Instead, it could bring us more intelligence. Amiri couldn't help but smile. Mansion Lord, it seems you're looking forward to the arrival of the Heavenly Spring star system. Indeed. Hicks laughed heartily and then grew serious. However, you must continue cultivating and getting stronger. The safety of the entire South Star Sea rests in your hands. I'll hold an Elder Council meeting soon to discuss increasing your supply of spirit stones and possibly concentrating most of the South Star Sea's resources on nurturing you alone. The greater the responsibility, the better the benefits. You deserve this. Amiri nodded without hesitation. All right. Although it was prudent preparation for the Heavenly Spring star system, quickly enhancing his strength would give him a better chance to handle any future crises. Thus, as the absolute mainstay protecting the South Star Sea, it was only fitting he received the most benefits. After the conversation, Amiri bid farewell and left. Hicks entered the consciousness space to convene numerous elders to discuss Amiri's stipend issues. With the current stable situation, most elders were no longer so busy and responded promptly to the Mansion Lord's summons. Gentlemen, the divine race might soon appear. Hicks's opening statement immediately put all the elders on high alert. Even after 10 years, hearing the word divine race instantly reminded everyone of Aiden, who once swept through the South Star Sea. Back then, Aiden had only accidentally discovered the South Star Sea. But if a real divine race invasion occurred, it wouldn't just be one strong individual but likely a larger and more powerful divine race army. Before anyone could respond, Hicks continued, so far, none of us has broken through the divine sovereign realm barrier, so resisting the divine race still falls primarily on Amiri. The theme of this meeting is discussing how to further ensure Amiri's cultivation and increase his strength. One elder ventured, increase Amiri's stipend? During the initial discussion on Amiri's stipend, Hicks had mentioned adjusting it based on revenue stability. Now that the situation had stabilized and Tai Sui Mansion's income was growing daily, along with the looming threat of the divine race, increasing Amiri's stipend was expected. Everyone knows that Amiri has maintained rapid growth in cultivation since emerging from the 5th Tai Sui world 40 years ago. Recently, his strength has grown significantly, at the cost of consuming much more spirit stones than others. Amiri is the savior of the South Star Sea, both past and future. No matter the cost, we must prioritize his cultivation. The only question is how much we can increase his stipend without disrupting the current state. Hicks turned his gaze to one of the lifelike divine statues. Kendra, you manage the rotation. You know the current situation best. After accounting for operational funds and emergency reserves, what's the remaining revenue? Without hesitation, Kendra replied, currently, the cumulative annual income from all planets is about 73 billion spirit stones, or about 6 billion monthly. Operational funds need about 2.5 billion, plus strategic human development expenses require another 0.5 billion, and about 0.2 billion in emergency reserves. Leaving around 3 billion. Hicks waved his hand and said loudly, I propose increasing Amiri's stipend to 2 billion spirit stones per month. What do you think? Originally, Amiri received 1 billion monthly, effectively doubling now. The elders exchanged glances. The net profit would ultimately be divided between the Mansion Lord and dozens of elders, with the Mansion Lord taking 50%, leaving the rest to be distributed among the elders according to varying proportions. Thus, this change would leave them collectively with only 500 million. On average, each elder would receive about 20 million. Though substantial, compared to their earlier earnings from fewer planets, it was a significant reduction. Jensen man nature being what it is, few were willing to part with their gains willingly. Even though they knew Amiri's contribution to the prosperity and the necessity of resisting the divine race, they hesitated instinctively. But after careful consideration, most elders agreed voluntarily, with the rest concurring. Very well. I hereby announce that Amiri's stipend will be increased to 2 billion per month, effective this month. Hicks declared. Sinclairin, please convey this news to Amiri. Beside them, Jacqueline, who had remained silent, nodded calmly. Of course. The meeting concluded, and the consciousnesses of the elders withdrew from their respective statues. In the Mo-Yelm planet, Jacqueline opened her eyes. Though her cultivation had reached the peak of the divine sovereign realm, second only to Amiri and possibly matching Hicks, she and the other two divine sovereigns hadn't made enough contributions yet. Thus, their share of benefits was only slightly higher than the other elders. To her, benefits, or spirit stones, also represented cultivation speed. After all, she possessed the same cheat as Amiri. It looks like I should also make my presence felt, Jacqueline mused, pulling out the radiant Digby sacred spear to meditate upon it. Chapter 318. Congratulations on becoming the second best in the world. Previously, when Jacqueline's cultivation reached the peak of the Divine King realm, she attempted to use the realm-breaking pearl to break through but discovered that she needed to comprehend Tao rules. Therefore, she asked Amiri to retrieve the radiant Digby sacred spear. After all, this spear contained Tao rules, which would help her understand the Fulton Law. Once her Fulton Law reached the level of Tao rules, using the realm-breaking pearl again would allow her to easily advance to the Sage realm. Jacqueline did not spend much time cultivating after this revelation. Amiri returned to Mo-Yelm planet, and was pleasantly surprised to learn that his salary had doubled. After all, 2 billion spirit stones was a terrifying sum. According to Amiri's estimation, one spirit stone had approximately the purchasing power of 10 million yuan from his previous life. So, 2 billion spirit stones were equivalent to 2 quadrillion yuan, which was like a top-tier nation's GDP over a decade in his former world, now serving as his monthly income. However, considering he received the majority of the net profits from over 3,000 planets in the Nanming Star Sea, it made sense for the amount to be so substantial. This truly was mobilizing all the resources to support just one person. Amiri smiled, entered seclusion once more. Throughout the Nanming Star Sea, news about the god's return spread once again after 10 years. The upper echelons of the Ta Sui administration decided to actively promote this information to alert everyone. They even established a reporting reward mechanism to encourage active monitoring to prevent godly strong individuals from secretly infiltrating. At the same time, each border planet heightened its vigilance, arranging several flying shuttles to patrol the starry sky. Any anomalies from the direction of the chaotic star region could be detected immediately. Although there was no way to know if or when the gods would appear, the Ta Sui administration remained vigilant. In the twisted space of the chaotic star region, a spherical, strange metal spacecraft flew swiftly. It passed through the warped space, overcoming various bursts of law forces effortlessly. Inside the spacecraft, 5 16-winged godly beings sat meditatively. Occasionally, they alternated in releasing a mysterious law force that fused with the metal craft. Whenever this happened, the craft would tear through the distorted space, reappearing billions of kilometers away, continuing its rapid journey. In this manner, alternating between swift flight and interstellar leaps, The spherical craft approached the Nanming Star Sea at an astonishing speed. Heaven planet. Inside a luxurious palace, Jacqueline floated in midair, cross-legged with closed eyes, hands stretched out gently gripping the radiant Digby sacred spear, continuously sensing the continuous flow of Tao essence within it. At one moment, a brilliant white light enveloped her entire body. The air seemed to spontaneously generate faint points of white light, floating toward Jacqueline, covering her surface, making her look like a goddess of light, sacred and graceful. This is the Fulton Tao rule. Jacqueline suddenly opened her eyes. Her star-like pupils seemingly held boundless white light that nearly burst forth. She released the gun barrel with her right hand and lifted it slightly. Countless white light spots appeared in the void, converging rapidly into her palm, forming a white light sword in the blink of an eye. She casually swung it upwards. A subtle sword energy containing Tao essence pierced through the air, slicing open the roof and shooting into the sky. The roof, centered around the slashed marks, quickly disintegrated into light points until it vanished entirely. This is light, transforming everything into light, signifying the dispersion of everything, Jacqueline muttered. Sitting in the open-air palace, she calmly recited, Realm-breaking pearl, upgrade. Instantly, Tao essence surged in the universe. A massive white beam of light emerged from high above, completely enveloping Jacqueline. Countless white lights emerged, rushing into Jacqueline's body. Her body, initially sitting cross-legged in the air, gradually stretched out and floated upright, surrounded by infinite light. The magnificent scene startled half of Heaven planet. People discussed endlessly. Many people flew out from different palaces at the branch base, gathering around. Nearby, Amiri, who had been in seclusion, woke up instantly and teleported nearby, addressing the approaching crowd. Sinclairin is probably breaking through. Everyone doesn't need to gather around. Amiri, a legendary figure, carried significant weight in his words. People, though amazed, dispersed afterward. Was Sinclairin already the strongest among the divine kings? Now breaking through again, does she intend to achieve the Sage Realm? With this achievement, Sinclairin undoubtedly becomes the second best in the Nanming Star Sea, living up to being Lord Amiri's partner. Just how much do the gods count? In front of the unmatched geniuses Lord Amiri and Sinclairin, they are mere chickens and dogs. It will soon be known that Sinclairin has achieved the Sage Realm. People ignored the word, probably, in Amiri's statement and concluded that Jacqueline had successfully broken through to become a sage. Meanwhile, Amiri paid little attention to the discussions, nor did he bother correcting them. He had always known Jacqueline was at the peak of the Divine King realm and possessed a cheating tool, thus advancing to the Sage realm was only a matter of time. Such a significant disturbance indicated that her cultivation had indeed broken through. Soon enough, Jacqueline slowly opened her eyes. The large beam of light in the sky quickly shrank and eventually disappeared as a thin line, while the countless white lights also receded. Soft white light swirled around Jacqueline's body, sometimes converging, sometimes dissipating, making her appear holy and elegant. Congratulations. Did you break through to the Sage realm? Amiri asked with a smile.
Yes.
Jacqueline laughed. They both landed inside the open-air palace. Your strength is now second in the world. Amiri chuckled. Jacqueline smirked. Then you better be careful in case I catch up to you someday. Since their days in De'Arn's sect, her strength had always been surpassed by Amiri. Despite using the realm-breaking pearl for rapid advancement, Amiri maintained an extremely fast cultivation speed, consistently staying ahead. Now, his cultivation speed had finally slowed down. Meanwhile, due to her previous busy schedule and restrictions regarding Tao rules, her progress had stagnated. Now, with ample time and resources, she was confident in making significant advancements. With the gap between their speeds widening, this was definitely Jacqueline's best chance to catch up to Amiri. Jammelding before Amiri and protecting him from the winds of adversity. While she wasn't overly competitive, she felt that, as fellow transmigrators and possessors of cheating tools, constantly lagging behind Amiri couldn't be completely ignored. Thus, striving to catch up was a small resolution in her heart. Hashtag Chapter 319. The Union of Tao and Self. Upon learning that Serenidio had advanced to the Sage Realm, Hicks and two other Deity King realm powerhouses decided to visit her together with utmost sincerity to seek guidance. Sinclairin, it's truly astonishing how quickly you've broken through the constraints of the Deity King realm to achieve the Sage Realm. You are indeed a formidable talent, Hicks remarked with a sigh. The other two Deity King realm experts also showered her with compliments. One of them was named Stefanu Anning, a man with a lean face and refined appearance. The other was Goss, a towering figure as massive as a bear. Each of these top-tier Deity King realm powerhouses were unparalleled prodigies chosen from billions, yet in the presence of Serenidio, the first person in all of South Star Sea's history to break through to the Sage Realm, they felt compelled to humble themselves, not only out of respect, but also to learn from her. They didn't approach Amiri for guidance because they all knew that Amiri hadn't truly reached the Sage Realm. He merely possessed an extraordinary understanding of laws, allowing him to combat foes far above his level. In terms of cultivation, he was even slightly inferior to them. Therefore, Amiri was a special existence, someone to look up to but not replicate. I suppose Head Manor Lord and the two elders have come mainly to learn about breaking through to the Sage Realm? After exchanging pleasantries, Serenidio spoke up. Yes, we earnestly ask Sinclairin to share some insights. Your guidance would be greatly appreciated. The trio nodded eagerly, their eyes filled with anticipation. Serenidio sighed inwardly. She had no real insights to offer. Surely, she couldn't tell them that she merely needed to chant, Sphere of Breakthrough, transcend, in her heart to achieve breakthrough? However, considering that she had successfully broken through, reflecting on her own transformation and enlightenment during the process, she could indeed provide some useful advice. To break through to the Sage Realm, the most crucial aspect is elevating your comprehension of laws to the level of Tao principles and then integrating them with yourself. As for the comprehension of laws, there isn't much I can say. It depends entirely on individual insight. During the integration of Tao principles into yourself, you need to understand that true fusion means you and me and you. To integrate Tao power within oneself, your body must also undergo changes to match the corresponding Tao principle. In my case, both my body and soul core underwent qualitative transformations, embodying the power of the Fulton Flash law. This is the union of Tao and self. As she spoke, she raised her left hand. Streams of light flowed over her arm, enveloped in ethereal white light, making her flesh appear dazzling and exquisite. In truth, Serenidio wasn't sure whether the successful breakthrough led to this bodily transformation, or if this transformation was necessary to complete the breakthrough. But she believed that if they could achieve such a transformation, breakthrough should be relatively easy. Body transformation? Hicks and the others pondered thoughtfully. Serenidio added, "Of course, I too am navigating this path blindly. I'm unsure if I've made any missteps or if my insights are accurate. Please take what I say as mere reference." The trio reciprocated her politeness. "We will always remember Sinclairen's guidance, and will surely repay your kindness someday." After they departed, Serenidio entered seclusion for cultivation and handed over all affairs to Jolene, a 9-star powerhouse, for management. She was determined to catch up to Amiri's progress and strength during this period. Not only Serenidio, but also Amiri, Manor Lord Hicks, and the other 2 Deity King realm experts, Stefanu Anning and Goss, all retreated into seclusion to strive for breakthroughs. Even more true God realm elders immersed themselves in cultivation, thanks to the abundant resources now available. The higher echelons of South Star Sea seemed to enter a competition of cultivation, each entering seclusion. Amidst this fervent atmosphere of training, time quietly slipped away. Within the chaotic star domain, a spherical flying object sped towards South Star Sea. 5 powerful divine race members sat cross-legged in separate areas. Who would have thought the famous Aiden would die silently in a remote corner like that? One bulky God race member sneered, his tone mocking and disdainful. Beside him, another young divine race member responded seriously. He was the divine race prodigy who sensed the holy Fulton at the age of 3 and was hailed as a natural-born sage. Although he only had the initial sage realm cultivation, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. To drive Aiden to desperation, willing to use the soul-burning sigil at the cost of his life, the enemy must be formidable. We mustn't be careless. The muscular God race member scoffed, "Minlo, you're too cautious. It's just a remote backwater within the chaotic star domain. The few lucky souls who occasionally escape don't even know of the Sage Realm. What kind of strong individuals could arise from there? At best, there might be a couple of initial Sage Realm cultivators who are nothing but chickens and dogs under our combined might." Minlo, the young divine race member, opened his mouth but remained silent. The muscular God race member continued, "I wonder what Elder Thatcher was thinking, sending us here to investigate Aiden, that arrogant brat, who's already dead. Are we supposed to avenge him?" At this moment, another voice interjected sternly, "Enough. Basim, our mission is to gather intelligence discreetly. Try not to complicate things. Understood?" "Understood." Basim nodded obediently, then asked with a grin, "Captain Yehia, you can't stand Aiden either, right? If someone killed Aiden, wouldn't we want to give them a small gift instead of avenging him?" Captain Yehia glanced at him expressionlessly. "We should follow mission instructions." Basim grinned knowingly, nodding repeatedly, "Of course." 5 years later. Outside the frigid planet Xuanhuan at the edge of the chaotic star domain, 5 patrol shuttles circled the planet at varying distances. The patrol crew inside the shuttles, though rotated monthly, had long grown weary of the unchanging view outside their windows. One of them mused aloud, "It's been over 10 years since Lord Amiri mentioned the divine race, yet we still haven't seen any sign of them. Could he have been trying to frighten us?" Most likely it's true. After all, Aiden, who claimed to be of the divine race, had never appeared in South Star Sea before, and he displayed formidable strength immediately upon arrival. He must have come from beyond South Star Sea. So, the threat from the divine race is undoubtedly real. A shadow-like underworld race powerhouse chuckled eerily. The divine race definitely exists, but whether they pose a threat to South Star Sea remains uncertain. Chapter 320. The mysterious disappearing object. Since the announcement of the divine race's existence, the Tai Sui Mansion has ruled under the pretense of a potential threat from the divine race, implementing brutal policies in the name of integrating all forces as quickly as possible to resist external enemies at any cost. But in reality, after ruling the southern bright star sea for so long, Tai Sui Mansion has never shown any external threats. Instead, it continuously oppressed all non-human races internally while heavily supporting the human race. A powerful figure from the Yama clan sneered coldly, "Haven't you noticed? For the past decade, whenever there is dissatisfaction, skepticism, or rebellion among the populace, the Tai Sui Mansion always brings up the divine race. In the end, apart from Eider, who accidentally wandered into the southern bright star sea, isn't all the information about the divine race said by Lord Amiri? As for whether it's true or not, the Yama clan figure expressed mockery but remained silent. Beside him, a Tiger clan warrior hesitated and asked, "If Lord Amiri was just scaring us, how could he have orchestrated such a huge operation and maintained border precautions for so long?" The Yama clan warrior shook his head. If they didn't do this, no one would believe them anymore. On this flying shuttle were powerful figures from various races other than humans, so the Yama clan member wasn't worried about being reported. Besides, the Tai Sui Mansion did not impose strict speech restrictions. In fact, even though the Tai Sui Mansion ruled the entire southern bright star sea, the number of humans was still very small compared to the entire star sea. Faced with former territories dominated by alien races, they could only rearrange management simplistically, still relying on the management of the alien races. For example, on planets almost entirely populated by Yama clan members, administrators included those from the Tiger clan and Blade clan. This staggered management aimed to prevent collusion and unrest, but speech control was largely ignored due to limited power. Another Yama clan warrior nearby spoke solemnly, "Let's stop speculating. No matter what, the Tai Sui mansion now controls the entire world and manages each race leniently given its absolute strength advantage. That is enough generosity. Even if the Tai Sui mansion wanted to exterminate all alien races, we couldn't resist. So what use is it to speculate so much? The few patrol officers on the shuttle fell silent. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "What's that?" A green sphere appeared far away in the distant starfield, moving steadily toward their shuttle. Level 1 alert. Startled, everyone immediately issued an alert signal. Despite 5 years without incident, all these high-level warriors remembered the rules clearly. Upon discovering any unidentified flying object, they must instantly issue a level 1 alert signal, putting the entire xuanhuan star on alert. Next came the probe phase. If the object showed hostile intent, they would transmit the highest alert signal, sending the intelligence to the headquarters immediately and requesting Amiri's assistance. Attempt interception first. 2 warriors left the shuttle, shouting towards the mysterious spherical object, "Stop immediately!" The booming voice resonated through the starfield via spirit energy transmission. To their shock, the spherical object did not slow down but instead accelerated straight towards them. Maximum alert. The driver in the shuttle immediately transmitted the message. The second shuttle received the signal and passed it on to the third. Thus, the 5 shuttles relayed the maximum alert signal to xuanhuan star. Upon receiving the alert, people at the substation were alarmed. Some reported to the highest commander, some coordinated planetary defenses, and others traveled billions of miles to the main base for reporting. xuanhuan star's defense system operated swiftly. The main base also sent personnel immediately to notify Amiri. Xuanhuan star. The emergency messenger arrived at Jolene, the deputy manager handling all affairs. The border planet xuanhuan star has issued the maximum alert signal. Please report to Lord Amiri immediately and request his prompt response. All right, I'll arrange it. Jolene, without hesitation, led the messenger to Amiri's cultivation palace, interrupting his seclusion. Lord Amiri, xuanhuan star issued the maximum alert signal. They've come? Amiri opened his eyes abruptly, flew out of the palace. Meanwhile, Leah paused her cultivation and joined him. I'll come too. Seeing Leah's confident smile, Amiri nodded. Let's go. They took the teleportation array directly to xuanhuan star, then teleported into space under Amiri's lead. In the starry sky, just as the spherical object was about to collide with the first shuttle, it was suddenly enveloped in a transparent energy field, emitting powerful and mysterious aura. Next moment, the spherical object vanished. What? Patrol officers in the first shuttle were stunned. They rushed to the portholes, looking in different directions but found no trace of the object. It seemed like it had never existed. The deep, dark expanse of space was empty and lonely. Their hearts sank. Though some harbored grievances against Tai Sui Mansion, none wished to see the southern bright star sea invaded. Regardless of previous beliefs about divine race threats, seeing the mysterious object convinced them. Such a powerful, mysterious object was unprecedented in the southern bright star sea. It had to be the divine race. Moments later, 2 figures appeared on the shuttle, startling everyone into tension, only to relax upon recognition. Lord Amiri. All bowed simultaneously. While they didn't recognize Leah, Amiri's identity was well known. Where is the target? Scanning the starry sky revealed nothing abnormal except the intact shuttle, making Amiri puzzled. An obviously leading Yama clan member stepped forward respectfully. Lord Amiri, a spherical object suddenly appeared and approached us. We tried intercepting it, demanding it stop, but it didn't decelerate, prompting us to issue the maximum alert signal. But it suddenly flashed like it teleported and disappeared without a trace within our line of sight. Amiri frowned. You mean the invader vanished right before your eyes? The Yama clan figure shuddered, nearly kneeling, and managed to answer. Yes, Lord Amiri. Chapter 321. The Cosmic Boat. A flying object that can teleport? One teleportation and it exceeds your line of sight? Amiri's expression was as calm as water, his gaze tightly fixed on the patrol members. Given the vast expanse of space and the stipulated 6-star level strength for patrol members, their effective vision range was at least over 1,000,000 kilometers. This meant that the single teleportation distance of the so-called flying object they witnessed exceeded 1,000,000 kilometers. It was much farther than what he could currently achieve. The crux was that there were only a few patrol members from this single shuttle who had seen it. How could anyone guarantee that the report was definitely true? Lord Amiri, even though I can't believe such a flying object exists, everything I said is true. All our fellow passengers on the shuttle saw it with their own eyes, the leader of the underworld race said fearfully. The other patrol members also chimed in. Lord Amiri, we all saw it. Amiri and Kaylee exchanged glances. After a moment's silence, Amiri spoke up. Tell me exactly what happened then, don't leave out any details. The underworld member immediately provided a detailed account of the events, carefully describing the appearance of the spherical flying object and the subtle changes during its teleportation. Transparent energy, mysterious Tao patterns. Amiri felt a heaviness settle in his heart. He never thought such stringent defenses would still be breached by the heavenly spring star system. Moreover, this wondrous flying object capable of teleportation posed an immense challenge to the defense system of the southern star sea. If the enemy decided on guerrilla tactics, even he would find it hard to deal with them. All right, continue your patrols. Amiri held Kaylee's hand, and they vanished in a flash. Do you think what they said is true? In space, Kaylee asked softly. Amiri didn't answer directly but replied in a low voice. From what it looks like now, that rune Aitora created was indeed calling for help from his companions. And Aitora's death was only about 5 years ago. For that spherical flying object to travel through the chaotic star regions to reach the southern star sea within 5 years shows how fast it is. If it has the ability to teleport over long distances, it makes sense. So I think it's likely true. Also, those people wouldn't dare misreport military information on such matters. Kaylee hesitated for a moment before asking, is there a possibility it's some other external force that just happened to intrude? Amiri frowned, thinking for a while before saying, that's possible, But regardless of who the intruders are, such actions indicate hostility, and we must find them quickly. Upon returning to Xuanhuan Star, they ordered the alert level to be temporarily lowered and returned to the main base. At this point, Hicks had already emerged from seclusion and was awaiting news. Seeing Amiri and Kaylee return, he felt relieved yet surprised. Even if their strength was extraordinary, solving the God Race invasion shouldn't have been this quick. Resident Lord, the target disappeared. Amiri's first words made Hicks tense up. What happened? Did the God Race invaders escape? Amiri recounted the situation in detail, along with some of his speculations. A flying object that can traverse chaotic star regions has proven its power, and having teleportation abilities is plausible. Hicks muttered, this complicates things. Amiri spoke gravely. For now, everyone needs to be on high alert. Patrol routes around all planets should be extended into space. No matter what actions the intruders take, the spherical flying object will need to approach planets. Our people will surely spot it and report it immediately. I'll be guarding the teleportation array, ready to provide support promptly. It should be manageable. Hicks sighed, we'll have to trouble you. Kaylee added from the side, I'll join you. Once we detect the intruder, I'll hold them off while you destroy the spherical flying object to prevent their escape. Amiri nodded solemnly, be careful. Kaylee's lips curled, thinking, maybe my strength will surprise you. After discussing, Hicks immediately began making arrangements. To ensure maximum efficiency, he dispatched thousands of personnel simultaneously to notify every planet, urgently adjusting patrol routes and crisis reporting mechanisms. Amiri and Kaylee stayed near the teleportation array at the main base. Somewhere in space, a green metallic spherical flying object appeared suddenly. 5 members of the God Race stood by the windows, observing different directions. Outside the flying object, space was vast and empty. We've entered the target area. No patrol units detected. We can attempt to find a life-supporting planet to land on. Indeed, it's a primitive domain, with those ancient shuttles patrolling the borders. Let's take turns driving the cosmic boat, randomly search for life-supporting planets or passing shuttles, and maintain stealth. Inside the spherical cosmic boat, it soon became quiet. Captain Rosie maneuvered the cosmic boat, selecting a direction randomly and navigating at high speed. Others stood at various angles of the windows, closely observing the outside, trying to locate life-supporting planets. The entire southern star sea was now completely stirred. News of the intruders was not concealed by Hicks. Instead, it was actively disclosed to all planets. Everyone knew a mysterious spherical flying object had infiltrated the southern star sea territory and could appear near any planet anytime. However, there was no panic, because Amiri was waiting near the main base's teleportation array, ready to support any planet. As long as anyone reported anomalies immediately, the invincible Amiri would arrive instantly to eliminate the intruders. Every planet and every individual remained vigilant. Day after day passed. The cosmic boat drifted aimlessly in space. Space was incredibly vast. Even within the southern star sea, aimlessly flying made it mostly reliant on luck to encounter a life-supporting planet. Only time could help in such exploration. One day, one of the God Race members suddenly whispered, 80 degrees to the left. There seems to be a planet. Clay, responsible for driving, immediately changed course. As they approached, everyone could see the distant scenery more clearly. There is indeed a planet, and there are shuttles patrolling around it. Sister Rosie, what do we do? Someone asked. Captain Rosie frowned, looking at the lush green planet and the patrolling shuttles around it, pondering deeply. First, let's circle around it from afar to check for any defense vulnerabilities. Clay immediately adjusted the course again, but after flying a bit, everyone frowned simultaneously. On the other side of the planet, there were also patrolling shuttles. Given the vastness of space, their cosmic boat would be immediately detected upon approaching, conflicting with their plan for a stealthy infiltration. While the cosmic boat had space traversal capabilities, it wasn't precise enough for short-distance movements, making it ineffective. At this point, the robust Hansen suggested, why not just storm in? Translation completed. The text maintains paragraph structure and style as requested. Please review and let me know if further adjustments are necessary. Chapter 322. How could he be so strong? Captain Churchill fell silent. According to his initial plan, he would try to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. After all, he shared the same view as Clay. In this remote star domain, there existed a mysterious powerhouse who could drive Aiden to despair and die by burning his soul. No one could be sure of the limits of that person's strength. Therefore, his intention was to secretly infiltrate according to the mission requirements, gather intelligence, and then return to the Marisaquan star system in a low-profile manner. But now, they had run into difficulties at the very first checkpoint. The defenses of this native star domain were extremely strict, preventing them from silently entering even one planet. In this situation, we have no choice but to fight our way in. Otherwise, we won't get any information. Base emerged again, seeing Churchill still deep in thought. Brother Churchill, these are just natives. We don't need to. Seeing Basim persistently persuading him, Churchill frowned and shot him a stern glance. Enough. Everyone listen to my arrangements, he said gravely. Soon, we will fly to the surface of this planet as quickly as possible. Clay will stay on the Antoniacan boat and wait, while the rest of us immediately scatter in different directions and each capture 2 people. 1 minute later, everyone must return, and the Antoniacan boat will leave. Understood? Churchill looked seriously at everyone. Understood, the 4 answered in unison. Clay, get closer. As Churchill spoke, Clay accelerated the Antoniacan boat abruptly, flying towards the planet. Soon, the patrolling flyers noticed the Antoniacan boat. Highest alert, hurry. The patrol officers immediately pulled back, simultaneously releasing warning signals. Since the distance wasn't too far, the signals were directly captured by the flyers within the atmosphere and relayed to the subbase. A 5-star powerhouse assigned to be on standby day and night immediately took the teleportation array to the main base. The speed of the Antoniacan boat was incredibly fast. From its discovery by the patrol flyer to entering the planet's atmosphere, it only took an instant. The Antoniacan boat suddenly stopped mid-flight, hanging silently in the air. After emerging, the 4 divine clan figures immediately dispersed in different directions as white streaks of light. One targeted wealthy merchants or high-ranking officials with luxurious attire. Another focused on ordinary civilians in simple clothes. One seized powerful martial artists with strong presences, and yet another caught the patrollers inside the flyers. They were efficient and well-coordinated. Soon, each of them grabbed their targets and headed back towards the hovering Antoniacan boat. That moment, buzz. A resonant hum similar to the sound of a golden bell rang out through the sky. Taisui Palace main base. Amiri and Jacqueline were sitting cross-legged next to the teleportation array. At this moment, a flash of light appeared. Lord Amiri, the target has appeared on Hodge Star. Before the person in the teleportation array could clearly see the surroundings, they called out urgently. Amiri and Jacqueline both opened their eyes at once and stepped into the teleportation array. Activate immediately, to Hodge Star. An operator beside the array complied immediately. With a flash of light, the 3 figures vanished from the teleportation array. Hodge Star subbase. Just as Amiri and company appeared, someone outside the teleportation array immediately reported the target's location, east by south 30 degrees, 483 kilometers away, 15 kilometers above the ground. Amiri quickly determined the direction, grabbed Jacqueline's hand, and flashed away, instantly arriving 483 kilometers above. Not far off, the Antoniacan boat hung motionless. The 4 scattered divine clan powerhouses were preparing to return after grabbing their captives. Of course, Amiri and Jacqueline only saw a spherical flying object in the sky. Got it. Amiri grinned excitedly. With another flash, he teleported next to the Antoniacan boat, landing a sudden punch. Buzz. The entire Antoniacan boat trembled. A deep, resonant hum akin to a golden bell sounded, spreading rapidly. Inside the Antoniacan boat, Clay, who was seated, was taken aback. He was horrified to see cracks rapidly forming underfoot and along the walls. To know this, the Antoniacan boat was one of the top-tier vessels even in the Xuanhuan star system, constructed from precious azure sky primordial gold, making it incredibly resilient. Additionally, its material characteristics allowed for high-level integration with Dao principles, reaching saint-level strength after long-term input of Dao energy from a Sage Realm expert. Yet now, faced with this unexpected human powerhouse, it showed countless cracks from just one punch. This clearly indicated one thing. This human possessed saint-level explosive power. Clay immediately emitted bright light. Powerful Dao energy surged continuously, rapidly integrating with the Antoniacan boat. This was another strong characteristic of the Antoniacan boat. It could fuse with the driver's strength to further enhance its defenses, equaling the full defensive posture of a Saint Realm expert. However, it proved futile. Suddenly, Amiri transformed into a 20,000-meter giant. His massive feet hovered dozens of meters above the ground, his upper body piercing through cloud layers, and his head extending into the icy convection layer. Even just the rapid enlargement of his body stirred up towering hurricanes, shredding clouds and causing localized rainfall. All of this happened in an instant. By the time Amiri completed his transformation, Clay had already fused his Dao power with the Antoniacan boat, and the 4 Divine Clan experts had flown nearby. Countless people in the distance were stunned by Amiri's colossal size, while the Divine Clan experts grew serious. Many understood the law of celestial transformation, but few had seen someone transform so drastically like Amiri. Destroy. Amiri reached out and grabbed the Antoniacan boat in his palm, then squeezed tightly. Crunch. The several dozen meter-long Antoniacan boat rapidly deformed, shattered, leaving Clay helplessly crushed in Amiri's grip, enduring repeated intense attacks from the cosmic annihilation technique. The 4 approaching Divine Clan experts were furious. Kill. They roared and prepared to surround Amiri. Right then, Jacqueline, who seemed inconspicuous, suddenly struck. She raised both hands at once. Instantly, the world changed. Everything turned into a sea of light. White light points from the sky, ground, and surrounding air converged, enveloping the 4 Divine Clan experts. Divine Fulton Dao Principle? The 4 Divine Clan experts sneered together, showing off in front of an expert. Each used their signature attack to overwhelm Jacqueline and rush to support Clay. Although this human Rena was also a Saint Realm expert, her apparent strength was not as formidable as the giant in their view. As Divine Clan members, they were naturally close to Divine Light and had higher affinity with it upon becoming experts. In a same-level battle involving the Divine Fulton Dao Principle, non-Divine Clan experts stood no chance against them. But to their surprise, when their attacks were unleashed, they were swiftly extinguished by the overwhelming white light around them. How could she be so strong? The 4 Divine Clan experts couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 323. Falling one after another. Kaylee's gaze was calm as she manipulated endless white light to continue enveloping the 4 divine race powerhouses. What no one knew was that after 5 years of constant closed-door cultivation and with a massive supply of resources, along with the powerful effects of the boundary-breaking pearl, Kaylee's cultivation had already reached the middle-stage Sage Realm. Her mastery of Dao rules had also reached its limit. Her current strength could be considered top-tier, even among all middle-stage Sage Realms. Against early-stage Sage Realms, she could easily overwhelm them. At this level, even a minor difference in realm resulted in a significant advantage in strength. Levels 1 to 3 were considered early stage, levels 4 to 6 middle stage, 7 to 9 late stage, and 10 the peak. In other words, middle stage was 1 to 3 sub-levels higher than early stage. Kaylee's cultivation was at the 5th level of the Sage Realm. Just a mere human, comparing the law of Holy Fulton with our divine race? Truly arrogant. The leading divine being, Randy, spread his arms wide. Instantly, a pure white spherical light barrier formed, enclosing all 4 within it, leaving only the front open for continued advancement. Kaylee brought her hands together forward, palms outward, as an immense volume of white light amassed around her palms. In the next moment, thick beams of white laser cannon fire shot forward, raining down like a storm. Randy immediately reacted, palms facing forward, merging his hands to summon a massive light shield in front. Boom! The deafening explosions merged into one sound. The light shield trembled upon impact with the laser cannons, causing the divine being's expressions to change simultaneously. Randy, as the captain of their team, was the strongest among the five, being at the middle stage Sage realm. Yet now, he was gradually falling behind against this mysterious human Rena. Will encircle and attack from the sides. One of the divine beings shouted. 3 of them scattered to both sides, drawing elegant arcs in the air, moving to surround Kaylee. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed through the sky. Burning it to gang up on me? That won't do. 2 enormous hands descended from the sky. Seeing this, the 4 divine beings were shocked. They knew what this meant. Their companion Arlo had likely already fallen, allowing the opponent to attack them. How is this possible? In just a few seconds, Arlo, their thoughts raced. Facing this overwhelming attack like a collapsing mountain, except for Randy who continued to battle Kaylee, the other 3 transformed into white light, scattering in the air. The Flash Rule's greatest feature was speed. Being Sage Realm powerhouses far surpassing Amiri in cultivation, they naturally moved faster. However, just as they dodged Amiri's giant palms, countless golden dragons surged out centered on Amiri's palms. Dodge! One of them roared, and they flew frantically further away. Even without feeling the full power of those golden dragons, they sensed their potential threat instinctively. But their dodging speed couldn't match the spreading speed of the golden dragons. In a blink, countless golden dragons formed a huge golden spherical boundary enclosing the 4 divine beings and Kaylee. Outside the boundary, Amiri, his massive form pressing against it, held it like a large golden sphere. He carried the boundary towards the starry sky at high speed. Meanwhile, inside the boundary, countless golden chains coiled around the 4 divine beings, regenerating stubbornly each time they broke them. An invisible powerful viscosity restrained them, reducing their speed and weakening their explosive power. The 4 struggled to keep up. Conversely, Kaylee moved freely, the golden chains automatically avoiding her, unimpeded. This kind of boundary indeed is formidable. Kaylee marveled inwardly. She gathered massive amounts of white light flowing into her hands. A dense barrage of laser cannons erupted, enveloping the 4 divine beings like a torrential rainstorm. Come behind me. I'll hold her off while you destroy the chains. Randy ordered gravely. The 4 divine beings huddled back to back. Fulton's sword swung relentlessly. Laser cannons shot in all directions, combating the golden chains. Massive light shields blocked all of Kaylee's attacks. She flashed around them as a white blur, laser cannons pouring down from different angles. The 4 divine beings' faces paled. They realized Kaylee's speed hadn't decreased, and they couldn't fully defend against such violent attacks. Sure enough, soon several laser cannons penetrated gaps in the light shield, piercing through one of the divine beings, leaving fist-sized holes in his body. The holes didn't bleed, but the surrounding flesh was corroded by white light, forming bowl-sized voids. Kaylee's attack didn't cease. More and more laser cannons pierced through, creating more wounds. Gradually, despair filled the divine beings. Restricted within this boundary, their speed and power significantly diminished, facing Kaylee's storm-like attack. Defense was futile, and escape impossible. Under Kaylee's continuous attack and the ever-renewing golden chains, they couldn't even attempt to flee or counterattack. Damn it, I'll fight her to the death. Izzy roared, charging out but instantly engulfed by a deluge of laser cannons, his entire body annihilated by white light. Izzy, one of the divine sage beings, fell. The remaining 3 divine beings raged furiously, attacking continuously, yet it remained ineffective. More and more laser cannons pierced through their bodies, annihilating 2 more. Captain Randy, now riddled with several bowl-sized voids, stubbornly resisted Kaylee's attack. Without his companions, he had nothing to lose. He trembled, emitting intense white light like a sun dispersing all the nearby golden chains. Simultaneously, he extended his right hand, a slightly smaller but thicker light shield instantly forming, revolving around him blocking incoming laser cannons from all directions. Then let's have a fair one-on-one duel. Kaylee smiled faintly, extending her right hand. A white spear exuding Tao energy appeared, with intense white light surging out, seemingly fusing the 2 into one. Great Digby Saint Spear? So Torres was killed by you. Randy's eyes narrowed as he said gravely. Chapter 324, Special Dabari. Jacqueline was too lazy to explain herself in the face of Yehia's words. Her figure flickered, transforming into a streak of white light as she appeared before him, stabbing out with her spear. A dense white glow enveloped the spear, extending 3 feet long to form a sharp and intense beam of white spear light. Yehia's expression remained as calm as water. He extended his right hand, gathering endless white light which instantly formed a blade of light. The 16 pure white wings behind him fluttered gently, causing his body to dodge to the side. He casually swung the blade of light, slashing towards Jacqueline. However, under the restriction of Amiri's origin level, Heavenly Prohibition, Yehia's speed was greatly reduced. This attack was easily anticipated by Jacqueline. Seeing this, Jacqueline tilted her body, smoothly turning her spear. The spearhead traced an elegant trajectory and instead slashed toward Yehia. Damn it! Yehia's brows furrowed tightly. There was no time for him to evade this blow. In close combat, he increasingly felt the terrifying limitation imposed by the golden barrier. Each movement, every action was at least 30% slower. In a peak battle at the same level, this 30% gap was enough to turn an evenly matched fight into a one-sided massacre. With a shift of his mind, a shield of light instantly materialized right in front of the spear. He knew that such hastily formed shields could not withstand the attack, but had no other choice since his parrying movements couldn't keep up either. Thus, even weakening the attack somewhat would be beneficial. As expected, Jacqueline's spear shattered the light shield in an instant and slashed through Yehia's body. Yehia's left arm flew off, slowly drifting like willow fluff under the barrier's restrictions. and as it flew away, the white light continued to erode it, quickly annihilating the entire left arm. Furthermore, while severing the left arm, the spearhead sliced across Xianxia's side, breaking through his defensive energy field and leaving a nearly 20-centimeter-long wound on his skin. The white light continued to erode outward, expanding the wound until Xianxia used his rule force to stop it. This Rina is incredibly strong. Xianxia's expression darkened further. Just from this single strike by Jacqueline, he could judge that even in a completely fair environment, defeating her would be uncertain. Now, with the golden barrier restricting him, plus her sacred artifact, he had no confidence in contending against her. Despite losing hope, Xianxia did not stop. While his left hand was severed, he seemed unfazed, spinning around and slashing at Jacqueline again with his light blade. Yet it was easily evaded once more. The two figures moved swiftly within the barrier space. More wounds continuously appeared on Xianxia's body, each one growing wider under the erosion of flash rule energy. The only consolation for Xianxia was that the golden chains did not appear again. After some time, a figure entered the barrier space. It looks like I don't need to intervene. Amiri chuckled lightly. During the flight carrying the barrier, he could perceive everything happening inside it, hence why he confidently let Jacqueline face the 4 deities alone. But her performance far exceeded his expectations. She not only effortlessly killed 3 of them, but also incapacitated their strongest 4th member. With Amiri's appearance, Xianxia, already at a disadvantage, became even more distracted and was thus pierced several times by Jacqueline, creating bowl-sized holes in his body. By now, Xianxia was riddled with injuries. He realized he had no chance to turn things around. This human Rina alone was enough to kill him. The man who just arrived could also quickly dispatch Dale, indicating formidable strength. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and translucent energy began shimmering up from his skin. A mysterious translucent rune appeared. Jacqueline hesitated to approach, taking a few steps back and releasing numerous laser cannons. Amiri frowned and controlled countless golden chains to wrap around Xianxia, yet still failed to stop his actions. The divine race is coming. You won't live long. Xianxia said this with a sinister look before his body burned away with the rune. Laser cannons and golden chains passed through nothingness. It seems we can confirm these runes are for communication, and they spread very quickly. Amiri walked to Jacqueline, looking at her beautiful profile with slight surprise, saying, I'm most impressed by your progress. You've become quite powerful. Jacqueline smiled and said proudly, I'm now at the 5th level of Sage Realm, having comprehended the Flash Dao rule to its limit. Maybe I'm even stronger than you. Amiri raised an eyebrow. That confident? Why not? Burning it to spar? Jacqueline looked at him eagerly. Amiri laughed. Sure. Let's find time to test each other later. But first, we should report this battle. He waved his hand, canceling the barrier space, and then transported with Jacqueline back to the surface of Hoji Star. The wreckage of the spherical spacecraft the gods rode in had been temporarily abandoned on the ground. When trying to store it in his ring, he sensed a special vibration hindering its storage, leading him to believe this craft was not simple. Even its wreckage might hold research value. Meanwhile, members of Taishui House were guarding the debris, keeping onlookers at bay. People whispered about what happened. Indeed, a divine race invader silently penetrated deep into our territory. That giant must have been Lord Amiri. Frightening. Just 1 foot, miles big, 1 step down. Even 1,000 divine races together wouldn't stand a chance. Yelkali, for us there's Lord Amiri. Who's that goddess wrapped in white light? She seems to be Sinclairin, Lord Amiri's partner, both a prodigy, first Sage Realm breakthrough, and second strongest of Southern Bright Sea. They're truly celestial partners. With both being top-tier prodigies, only Sinclairin matches Lord Amiri. Amidst the murmurs, Amiri and Jacqueline reappeared above the wreckage. The noise subsided quickly, everyone gazing reverently. Thank you for protecting the debris. I'll take it now, Amiri addressed the onlookers. Then he enlarged his palm, grabbed all the debris, and teleported back to the subbase with Jacqueline. However, when preparing to use the teleportation array, the special vibrations from the wreckage interfered, preventing the array from activating normally. If my origin level spatial shift wasn't already so advanced, I might not have managed to teleport it at all, Amiri mused, surprised. This spacecraft wreckage is unusual. Leaving the teleportation array, he thought for a moment and said to Jacqueline, Go invite the Lord. With his spatial rule expertise, perhaps he can transport the debris. Chapter 325. You personally mobilize. A little while later, Lord of the Mansion Hicks personally arrived at Hodge Star. However, at this moment, he had no time to pay attention to the remnants of the magical flying object. Instead, he inquired about the detailed battle situation between Amiri and Jacqueline against the invaders. The enemies were indeed from the divine race. This time, 5 of them came, all at the Saint Realm strength. 1 was killed by me, 3 were killed by Arvidshu, and the last one was forced by Arvidshu to activate that mysterious rune again, dying as well. Amiri recounted the battle. Hicks looked at Jacqueline in amazement. To kill 3 Saint Realm powerhouses, Sinclairin's strength has reached such a level? Truly impressive. Jacqueline's expression, however, remained solemn. With another 5 Saint Realms falling here, the divine race will not let it rest. Any future force they send will be even more formidable. Upon hearing this, Hicks's expression also turned serious. Based on this invasion, from receiving the rune transmission to dispatching personnel to South Brightness Sea, it takes about 5 years. It may not even be their fastest speed. If the number of divine race invaders increases, you two alone might find it hard to handle them. So, during this period, we must think of ways to counter them, or increase the number of Saint Realms among us. Amiri sighed. Our coordinates have been exposed. We can only wait for the repeated attacks from the divine race. It's too passive. We never know how many people or what strength they will send next. We can only respond to the situation as it unfolds. Hicks also sighed deeply, turning his gaze to the remains of the flying object, temporarily easing the tension. Is this the magical wreckage that Sinclairin mentioned? Yes, even as wreckage, this flying object still carries peculiar vibrations that prevent it from being stored in a storage ring or transported through an array. They walked up to the wreckage. Amiri speculated, this magical flying object can teleport, perhaps due to these unique vibrations or the material properties. Lord of the Mansion should arrange for someone to study it properly. Maybe we can crack their teleportation method or develop a similar one for our flying objects. Hicks squatted down, gently touching the greenish wreckage, feeling the contained vibrations. After a long while, he exclaimed, indeed, there is spatial Tao vibration. This is truly a holy artifact equivalent. No wonder it can teleport. It seems the special nature of the material, combined with infused Tao forces, creates this artificial holy artifact-like existence. How amazing! Hicks touched the wreckage, marveling incessantly. Seeing this, Amiri and Jacqueline said, Lord of the Mansion, since matters are settled for now, we will take our leave. Focus on studying the flying object. Hicks exchanged pleasantries casually, and they left via the teleportation array. Meanwhile, in the heavenly spring star system, Elder Thatcher, glowing fiercely like the sun, received another soul-burning rune message from Randy. Randy's 5-member team couldn't even report back before being completely wiped out. This mysterious star region isn't simple at all. Elder Thatcher pondered briefly, sending out invisible special vibrations that spread rapidly. Soon, a white light traveled across the cosmos and stopped near him. Elder Thatcher. Divine Race member Gabriella bowed deeply. I just received Randy's soul-burning rune transmission, Elder Thatcher said calmly. Gabriella trembled, surprised. He knew what this meant. Teams tasked with intelligence gathering were prohibited from using soul-burning runes lightly, so as not to interfere with Elder Thatcher's judgment. Only in situations where the team faced complete annihilation and could not return any intelligence would they use the rune. It essentially informed Elder Thatcher, intelligence collection failure, and team annihilation. No news was itself news. 5 Saint Realms did not even have a chance to escape, indicating that the mysterious star region harbored multiple Mid-Saint Realm or higher powerhouses, or a single overwhelming powerhouse far beyond Mid-Saint Realm. Go this time, personally investigate the star region thoroughly, Elder Thatcher ordered calmly. Unknown represents risk, so he wouldn't go himself. Unknown also represents opportunity, so he sent Gabriella, his capable lieutenant at Peak Saint Realm. Yes. Gabriella bowed in response. At this time, somewhere in the vast starry sky, Amiri and Jacqueline stood facing each other. You can't rely solely on brute strength to withstand attacks. You need to dodge when necessary. If I hit you too many times, you lose. Agreed? Jacqueline carefully laid out the rules of the challenge, and Amiri agreed with every point. Several minutes passed before they finalized all the details. Begin. Suddenly, Jacqueline shouted and unleashed dozens of laser beams. Amiri flashed away to the distant side. Transforming, his body grew wildly into a 20,000-meter giant. As he completed the transformation, Jacqueline turned and fired countless laser beams at him again. In the dark, empty starry sky, the thick laser beams traced countless white paths, pelting Amiri's gigantic body. Amiri flashed once more. Appearing below Jacqueline, he faced her nearly vertically, raising a massive hand. The full power hand of plucking stars expanded into a 10,000-mile-wide palm, sweeping the starry sky, as if truly plucking stars. The attack range was too exaggerated. Jacqueline's expression changed drastically. Even she, a controller of Flash Dao, if unprepared, would inevitably be caught within Amiri's giant palm. It reminded her of Digby Efrenkong in the old myths, facing Buddha's 5-finger mountain, feeling powerless. Fortunately, as Amiri teleported away, she started dodging. Plus, to maximize the palm's effect, Amiri kept some distance from her, indirectly giving her space to evade. So, after Jacqueline's best efforts, she narrowly escaped Amiri's impending grip. Amiri flashed again. Reappearing elsewhere, he stretched out a hand toward Jacqueline again. Her body almost became a streak of white light, tracing countless complex curves to avoid Amiri's constant teleportations around her. They battled relentlessly in the starry sky. Amiri's teleportation speed was fast, but close-range maneuvering tested reaction speed more. And in this, he could not match Jacqueline at her Mid-Saint Realm. Naturally, Jacqueline faced greater challenges. Confronting Amiri's continuous teleportations and 10,000-mile-wide palms, she had to stay vigilant. Otherwise, a slight misstep would get her caught by Amiri and lead to defeat. Countering him was out of the question. Chapter 326, the conception of counterattack. Jacqueline dodged swiftly, but even the best plans may have flaws. After a prolonged struggle, she was ultimately caught in Amiri's massive palm. You win, Jacqueline said with a slight dejection. Amiri quickly shrank back to his normal size, casually draping his arm over Jacqueline's shoulder, and grinned brightly. Don't take it too much to heart. We are all unique. There's no need for us to compare ourselves with each other. As long as we are stronger than everyone else, that's enough. Jacqueline sighed deeply. You're right. Then she smiled brightly. At least my strength has improved quite a bit, and I'm no longer a burden. Amiri patted her head. You've never been a burden. On the other side, Hicks observed for a while before pressing his hand down. Suddenly, a large expanse of space centered around the wreckage congealed and rapidly began to shrink and converge, until it became a small pile about the size of a palm, restrained within a translucent spatial crystal. Hicks extended his hand, and the spatial crystal flew into his palm automatically. The abnormal fluctuations from the wreckage were easily isolated inside the spatial crystal, preventing further interference with space. He approached the teleportation array and ordered its activation. After a flash of light, Hicks indeed returned safely to the main headquarters with the flying object's wreckage. He entered his private palace and released the wreckage again, starting an in-depth study. This material is incredibly amazing, capable of perfectly integrating with Tao principles, transforming into something akin to a divine artifact. Integration, becoming a divine artifact. Hicks recalled what Jacqueline had once said about her enlightenment, regarding the breakthrough to the divine realm. A self-transformation, merging with Tao principles. Isn't this similar in principle to the divine artifact before me? And within this flying object's wreckage, precisely merged is the spatial Tao principle. If I can comprehend how it integrates with spatial Tao principles, I can find a direction for my own breakthrough. Hicks was visibly excited. However, he did not lose his rationality. Because apart from aiding his breakthrough, these remnants were more importantly of immense research value. Just as Amiri mentioned, if they studied thoroughly, they might find a way to prevent its instantaneous travel or even develop their own instant travel-capable flying object. Hicks immediately entered the consciousness space, calling numerous elders. First, he recounted Amiri and Jacqueline's battle to everyone. Without waiting for any comments, he dismissed the group and kept one elder alone. Elder Ariv, you also possess mastery over spatial principles. I have an important task for you. Please return to the main headquarters immediately. Of course, I'll be back right away. Elder Ariv nodded promptly and left the consciousness space, heading toward the nearest teleportation array to return to the main headquarters. In Hicks's private palace, Ariv saw the miraculous flying object's wreckage and was awestruck. This is a flying object used by the divine race, possessing the astonishing ability to teleport across vast distances. You must investigate it thoroughly as soon as possible. I set 3 goals for you. First, devise a method to track the teleportation, allowing precise location of the destination from the starting point. Second, reconstruct this flying object or develop a universally applicable teleportation method. Third, find a way to seal the enemy's flying object's teleportation capability. The time is tight, only up to 5 years at most. Hicks spoke solemnly. During this period, you must complete at least one of these tasks, especially the first one. Please. Elder Ariv responded with solemnity. Master, you're too kind. This concerns the safety of everyone in the Southern Star Sea, and I accept this responsibility without hesitation. Following this, Elder Ariv took most of the wreckage and began studying it in a palace within the main headquarters, while Hicks kept a smaller portion of the remains and tried to understand them. In the Heavenly Spring Star System, after making arrangements, Blaine led 10 Divine Realm experts aboard 3 Antoniacan boats and sailed into the vastness of space. It wasn't that he didn't want to assign more. Divine Realm experts weren't common commodities in the Heavenly Spring Star System. It wouldn't be practical to invest too many resources just to gather intelligence on a foreign star domain. Moreover, Antoniacan boats were significant strategic equipment. Deploying 3 simultaneously was already a strong indication of importance. This moment, as the leader of the action team and the strongest among them, Blaine was with another early-stage Divine Realm expert piloting the leading Antoniacan boat. Senior brother Blaine. According to the intel, Aiden died in that star region, and senior brothers Xianxia and 4 others perished after going there for investigation. This mission sounds pretty dangerous. Adalberto, don't worry. Blaine stood by the window, looking out into the dark expanse of space, and said calmly, as long as it's not a Grand Divine Realm expert, you'll all be safe with me. And our mission is just to gather information, avoiding direct confrontation as much as possible. I hope so. Adalberto muttered under his breath. The 3 spherical Antoniacan boats sliced through space, speeding towards the Southern Star Sea. In the vast expanse of space, Amiri and Jacqueline chatted idly, then embraced and sat on an irregular meteoroid that happened to pass by, admiring the beauty of the cosmos. The threat from the divine race is hard to eliminate, Amiri suddenly said gravely. Waiting for them to invade again and again, who can guarantee when we will finally fail? I don't want to be passive anymore. Jacqueline furrowed her brows. What do you plan to do? When the divine race invades next time, I will selectively spare 1 or 2 lives, trying to extract some information, then infiltrate the divine race using a doppelganger, causing some trouble. Amiri stated fiercely. I might even overturn them completely. Jacqueline's brow remained furrowed. Haven't you noticed? All 5 invaders this time, including the previous Aiden, controlled Flash Tao principles. I suspect that at least most of the divine race's powerhouses control Flash Tao principles. Even if you can mimic physical and soul fluctuations, you can't control the Flash Tao principle like them. Once you act, you will surely expose yourself. Amiri shook his head. Don't worry. I will infiltrate using this opportunity and change my identity afterward. Jacqueline fell silent for a moment. She knew Amiri made sense. Defense could only last so long before eventually failing. Plus, Amiri had made up his mind, and she had no valid reason to persuade him otherwise. Currently, we don't know how they determine their navigation. It could be some secret skill, a special item, or possibly that mysterious flying object. Even if you force methods from them, if it's false, you might get lost in the chaotic star domains and lose your way back. Jacqueline asked seriously. Amiri laughed. Have you forgotten the secret art I use to find true deity experts? No matter how far, I can always find your location and the Heavenly Spring Star System's position. Don't worry. This operation will be foolproof. Chapter 327. Hicks reaches the Sage Realm. Time slowly passed. Cameron and the other 11 Divine Race members continued their journey through the chaotic star domain aboard the Antoniacan boat. Amiri and Jacqueline were immersed in seclusion. Hicks tirelessly attempted to comprehend and break through his current state. Elder Talon, responsible for researching the Antoniacan boat, had gathered over 100 of the best artisans within the entire Naming Star Sea. These people were not ordinary artisans who crafted furniture. They were top-tier artisans capable of creating extraordinary items such as teleportation arrays and magical flying shuttles. No one could surpass them in the research of flying vehicles and other engineered marvels. Under these top-tier artisans' continuous efforts, the Antoniacan boat gradually began to be restored. Meanwhile, Elder Talon recruited another dozen 9-star powerhouses who mastered spatial laws. They worked together to study the main material characteristics of the wreckage, attempting to develop a device that could detect the fluctuations unique to this special green metal. To research this mysterious vessel of the divine race, Elder Talon mobilized all the best research talents across the entire Naming Star Sea. Hearing that this vessel can teleport vast distances, at least exceeding 1 million kilometers, it seems impossible to locate its destination based on the spatial fluctuations during teleportation, one of the experts said. Let's try a different approach, another suggested. We should monitor the spatial fluctuations of the vessel itself directly at the destination. That would be much simpler. All we need is a long-distance sensing device placed on every planet. Regardless of where the teleportation destination is, once the vessel approaches any planet, we can immediately detect it. The effect would be the same, but clearly much easier. A dozen or so powerhouses and Elder Talon brainstormed intensely, proposing new ideas, testing them, either rejecting them quickly or proceeding with those that gained approval. Their research into the Antoniacan boat deepened with each passing day. 3 years later, while Elder Talon and others were diligently researching, an extremely strong spatial fluctuation came from outside the palace. They flew out of the palace in astonishment. In the sky, massive ripples of warped space extended from the distant horizon to another palace nearby. That's where the Lord of the Mansion meditates. Talon instinctively felt startled, but then realized, could it be that the Lord of the Mansion has finally made a breakthrough? Elsewhere, many others also flew out from various locations, shocked by the warping space overhead. Another elder dispersed the crowd, fearing they might disturb the Lord of the Mansion's breakthrough. Shortly after, Hicks suddenly appeared mid-air. His body glowed with a faint green light, exuding a mysterious Tao rhythm naturally. Anyone could see that he was no longer the same. It's just a breakthrough to the Sage Realm, nothing major. Everyone can disperse, Hicks said casually. Despite having guessed, the crowd still felt awe and excitement upon hearing his words. The Taishui Mansion now had another Sage Realm powerhouse. Fending off the divine race's upcoming invasion would be much easier. Congratulations, Lord of the Mansion. Everyone cheered and congratulated him before dispersing. Soon, news of Hicks's breakthrough spread across the entire Naming Star Sea, boosting everyone's confidence like a powerful stimulant. After all, everything seemed to be improving. Originally, Amiri and Jacqueline alone could easily resist the divine race's invasion. Now, numerous high-level powerhouses had also found ways to break through. More Sage Realm powerhouses would inevitably emerge. The entire Naming Star Sea thrived. Post-breakthrough, Hicks discussed the research progress with Talon and expressed satisfaction. Once the long-distance monitoring device for the spherical vessel proves effective, arrange for mass production immediately. Try to ensure all planets are equipped within 2 years. Talon replied solemnly, if so, I will start preparing the required materials and training craftsmen right away. Once the device is developed, mass production will begin immediately. But the restoration of the vessel has hit a bottleneck. Its propulsion system only uses Merisiging crystals as fuel, yet even with Merisiging crystals, it cannot teleport, only travel at high speeds. Top-tier artisans guess there must be a higher-level propulsion system likely derived from several Sage Realm powerhouses aboard the vessel. Because the main material, a green metal temporarily named spatial metal, appears to convert other rule-based energies input into it into spatial rule energy. Hicks asked thoughtfully, do you mean that the vessel can only teleport when the onboard powerhouses release their own rule-based energy? Talon nodded, that's our best guess for now. Good. Hicks nodded decisively. I'll bring the remnants from my side over. Continue with the restoration work. Once the preliminary stages are complete, if teleportation trials are needed, contact me personally. After discussing further on the research progress, Hicks returned to his palace to continue his seclusion, stabilizing his cultivation realm. Time continued to pass. 5 years later, at the Mo Yalen Star substation, Amiri slowly opened his eyes. Consuming immense resources, his cultivation broke through 2 minor realms, reaching the 10th level of the True God Realm. He checked his updated personal panel. Host, Amiri. Cultivation, True God Realm Level 10, 12th Major Realm. Martial Arts, Universe Grand Annihilation, Origin Level. Void Great Teleportation, Origin Level. Xianxia True Chi, Origin Level. Antoniacan Prohibition, Origin Level. Return to Origin Technique, Origin Level. Primary Cultivation Techniques, Swallow Heaven Creation Art, Origin Level. Myriad Calamities Undying Heavenly Art, Origin Level. Secret Techniques, Undying Golden Body, Origin Level. Star Plucking Hand, Origin Level. Boundless Illusory Form, Origin Level. Endless Star Map, Origin Level. Remaining potential points, 469 trillion. His current personal panel was splendid. Except for a few low-level techniques abandoned due to their lack of utility, almost everything else had reached Origin Level. This was a realm higher than the Tao rules grasped by Sage Realms and the foundation of Amiri's ability to challenge higher ranks. During his last battle, Amiri easily killed a Divine Race member at the early Sage Realm, giving him a clear sense of his own strength. An early Sage Realm opponent could only be easily crushed before him. Although he hadn't officially fought a Middle Sage Realm yet, based on the performance against Jacqueline, he could infer that even without using the Antoniacan Prohibition, he could easily defeat the opponent. Using Antoniacan Prohibition would similarly crush a Middle Sage Realm effortlessly. As for a late Sage Realm, while he wouldn't be in danger, defeating the opponent would require a real confrontation to know for sure. Regardless, achieving the pinnacle of the True God Realm and having the confidence to overwhelm Sage Realms by 2 major realms was perhaps unprecedented. Chapter 328, Retreat. When Amiri emerged from his seclusion, he noticed that Jacqueline was still in meditation and did not wish to disturb her. Instead, he had someone summon the Asher. The two did not exchange pleasantries. Amiri immediately asked, Lord, has there been any progress on the research of the spherical flying objects? Hicks wore a faint smile as he replied, Elder Talon and his team have developed a monitoring device that can detect the fluctuations of spherical flying objects. And 2 months ago, these devices were urgently deployed across all planets. No matter where the spherical flying objects teleport, they will be detected the moment they approach any planet. Amiri responded with surprise, that's excellent news. It greatly reduces everyone's vigilance pressure. Hicks continued, additionally, I have advanced to the Sage Realm, and 3 other elders have broken through to the Divine King realm. Amiri congratulated them repeatedly. Then he said, since everyone has made advancements, I can now leave without worry. Hicks was shocked and quickly asked, Amiri, what do you mean? Where are you going? Amiri briefly recounted the plan he had discussed with Jacqueline. Hicks's mood instantly became heavy. He was concerned about Amiri encountering danger in the Mauritius star system and worried that if another powerful figure invaded during Amiri's absence, the current strength of Nanming Star C would struggle to resist. Amiri sensed Hicks's concerns and said, Lord, we cannot remain so passive. Only by striking first and eliminating the divine race threat can we possibly achieve true long-lasting peace for Nanming Star C. Actually, I'm not worried about my safety. The only concern is if another powerful individual invades while I'm away. Hicks thought for a moment, then said sternly, you make a valid point, and I support your actions. Please take utmost care of yourself. As for Nanming Star C, it's not just your home but ours too. Everyone will spare no effort to protect it. You needn't worry about the outside. Amiri didn't say much, simply nodding silently. Some things must be faced even if one feels unprepared. One person can't bear everything forever. Shortly after, Hicks shared some significant events from the past 5 years before bidding farewell. Amiri returned to his palace to meditate. To ensure immediate support, he dared not leave his base, especially since the agreed 5-year period had passed, making an invasion by the divine race imminent. He had to be prepared and ready to support it any time. In the chaotic star region, an Antoniacan boat emerged from the infinitely twisted space, stopping near the border. Soon, a second and third followed. Blaine looked out at the tranquil and void-filled cosmos and declared solemnly, everyone, I reiterate. Our mission is intelligence gathering. We must avoid direct conflict as much as possible, understand? Upon reaching the Sage Realm, their soul perception had transformed qualitatively, allowing them to sense everything as clearly as seeing it with their own eyes. The other 10 powerful individuals could clearly feel Blaine's seriousness and replied in unison, understood. All 3 Antoniacan boats simultaneously flickered. In the next instant, they appeared billions of kilometers away. They then formed a triangular formation in the vast starfield and rapidly moved forward, searching for habitable planets. Avoiding the border planets kept the Tai Sui Manor completely unaware of their presence. However, the many divine race powerhouses were unaware that Tai Sui Manor had already developed a special monitoring device for Antoniacan boats. After aimlessly searching for over 10 days, the divine race finally discovered a life-bearing planet. There are no patrol ships around the planet. We'll disperse and infiltrate from different directions. Each team will randomly capture 3 natives, complete the mission within 2 minutes and reconvene outside the planet. Once time's up, regardless of whether everyone is back, we immediately evacuate. Execute. Following Blaine's order, the 3 Antoniacan boats sped towards the planet, splitting up just before reaching it, heading toward various positions on its surface. Unbeknownst to them, as they approached a certain distance, they were immediately detected by the monitoring devices set up on the planet. The highest alert sounded immediately. A Tai Sui Manor member immediately used a transmission array to head to Moheel Star, while others organized fly shuttles to ascend, creating a sky-high net to monitor the target's movements. Lord Amiri, Sinclairin, the divine race has appeared. An informant yelled upon appearing through the transmission array. Amiri and Jacqueline, nearby, immediately opened their eyes and flew into the transmission array. With a flash of light, they vanished. The moment they arrived at the invaded planet, a voice outside the array spoke. The targets are 3 spherical flying objects spreading to different locations. The person gave more detailed coordinates to Amiri and Jacqueline. Without hesitation, Amiri pulled Jacqueline, and they teleported to the first target's location. Teleporting based on rough coordinates, they didn't appear directly beside the target. After searching momentarily, they spotted the first Antoniacan boat. He immediately extended his hand, the full power version of the star-plucking hand, a rapidly expanding palm sword toward the descending Antoniacan boat in midair, soon becoming sky-obscuring. Inside the shuttle were Blaine and Adalberto. Witnessing this massive attack almost completely blocking their view, both faces changed drastically. After all, a palm miles wide could nearly encircle smaller life-bearing planets. Such a terrifying large-scale strike completely blocked all evasion paths. Facing this attack, either fight or retreat. No third option. Even more alarming was their encounter with such a formidable enemy right after entering the planet's surface. Did this imply that numerous such terrifying powerhouses existed in this mysterious star region? After all, this was just a random planet they found. Of course, this was just their instinctive thought. There was no time for deeper reflection. Blaine commanded gravely, retreat. Adalberto immediately halted the Antoniacan boat and accelerated it in reverse, fleeing towards space. Boom. The massive palm closed. Massive air currents surged, dispersing cloud layers. The Antoniacan boat failed to escape Amiri's grip. Crack, crack. Even protected by the law powers of 2 Sage Realm experts, the Antoniacan boat, primarily made of sky azure primordial gold, was easily twisted and destroyed under Amiri's immense pressure. Chapter 329, 2 Battlefronts. Just as Amiri was about to crush the universe boat, Cameron in the cabin grabbed Adalberto and transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly escaping from between Amiri's fingers, narrowly avoiding being caught. As the universe boat was completely crushed, Cameron stopped at a distance, looking at Amiri with a gloomy face. He hadn't fled because of fear, but to preserve the universe boat. Yet unexpectedly, even after hastily avoiding, he still couldn't prevent the boat's destruction. Now, he had no choice but to try to stall this human powerhouse to stop him from interfering with the other 2 teams. He said in a grave tone, "You head back to space." Adalberto immediately replied, "Got it," before instantly turning and dashing off toward the sky as a white streak of light. Just as Adalberto escaped and Cameron was on high alert, Amiri showed no intention of continuing the chase. Given that the alien invaders had split into 3 groups, the quickest and most secure method to stop them all would be to quickly destroy the 3 spherical spacecraft and then deal with each group individually. Without their hyper-long-range teleportation capabilities provided by these spacecraft, no matter how many powerful alien invaders there were, they'd merely be fish in a barrel. So, Amiri paid no attention to the two aliens in the sky, pulling Kaylee along with him in another instant teleportation, vanishing from sight. Upon seeing this, Cameron hesitated for a moment before descending to the ground, grabbing two captives, and then speeding back into the sky. Meanwhile, Amiri found the second universe boat with Kaylee. He still used full-power star-plucking hand, intending to crush it. But this time, the occupants had seen the colossal palm attack from afar while landing and prepared in advance. So when Amiri launched his attack, the universe boat swiftly dodged out of range. Facing these well-prepared aliens, Amiri didn't expect an instant resolution. Instead, he teleported above them and gently placed Kaylee down. It's your turn now. Then he disappeared. This was the emergency strategy they discussed on the way. Aim for quick and decisive action, destroying their spacecraft to prevent escape. If immediate destruction wasn't possible, Kaylee would engage the enemy, allowing Amiri to move on to the next target until all spacecraft were destroyed, and then they could fight together. Fortunately, the first spacecraft was instantly destroyed, leaving the remaining two, one for each of them. They needed only to destroy them quickly to ensure victory. Kaylee raised her hands, gathering endless white light between her palms. The next moment, an infinite number of laser cannons blasted towards the spherical craft. Unlike Amiri's massive palm, her lasers covered a wide area, chasing the craft's trajectory like a storm, covering almost every escape route. In a sense, the coverage was more terrifying than Amiri's giant palm. Plus, though fast, the universe boat lacked maneuverability, unable to continuously dodge within small spaces. Soon, continuous beams hit the semi-transparent energy shield, rippling as if on the verge of shattering. The mist beams exploded on the ground, creating huge craters, sending dust flying and deafening thunderous booms echoing everywhere. Inside the universe boat, 5 aliens wore serious expressions. Judging from the shield's reaction, the opponent was likely at least mid-saint level or higher. Retreat. These natives are not simple. One decisively piloted the boat, trying to avoid Kaylee and flee into space. But Kaylee maintained high-speed movements, always blocking their path and preventing any chance of escape. Arnejia, you drive. We'll intercept their attacks and break through. 4 of the aliens opened the hatch, flew outside, and extended their hands, creating overlapping thick light shields that meticulously guarded the universe boat. Charge! An alien roared, and Arnejia immediately piloted the boat straight up through the laser cannon fire. Rain-like laser cannons kept hitting the shields, which violently trembled and shattered, only to be replaced instantly by new ones forming at the bottom layers. The universe boat continued approaching Kaylee. Elsewhere, Amiri teleported to the third location and found the aliens hovering mid-air, clearly having gathered enough hostages. Just as one entered the universe boat to close the door, Amiri thought, perfect timing. His figure flashed, appearing beside the inactive boat. With a palm press, countless tiny golden dragons spread from his hand, quickly forming a massive golden barrier. Jensen man race. Our bodies feel restrained. What kind of barrier is this? The boat can't fly. This human did it. Kill him. The 4 aliens inside were startled. 3 immediately flew out with exquisite white light swords, slashing at Amiri alternately. Amiri just grinned. Golden chains automatically emerged from the surrounding void, wrapping around the 3 aliens. Simultaneously, his palm also generated countless golden chains spreading over the entire universe boat. Buzz. 3 light swords struck Amiri simultaneously, but only caused a faint buzzing sound, failing to cut a single hair. Before they could react, the golden chains had reached them. Sensing the restraint, they realized this barrier was complex. If entangled further, it would be troublesome. I'll handle the chains, you handle this human. One alien yelled, extending palms outward, firing endless white laser cannons that obliterated all chains. The other 2 resumed attacking Amiri. At that moment, the golden chains finally bound the universe boat entirely. Amiri turned, calmly smiling at the aliens. Now, it's your turn. He transformed into a kilometer-tall giant, flashing behind the alien attacking the chains, and reached out with an enormous palm to grab him suddenly. Chapter 330. This star region is too terrifying. What? The opponent was completely caught off guard by Amiri's sudden attack. Combined with the immense restraining force of the barrier, they only managed a hasty dodge but were still grabbed by Amiri. Golden chains emerged from Amiri's palm, wrapping around the body of the divine race member. Despite the fierce struggle and resistance from the other party, most of the chains were damaged. Only a few successfully bound the divine race member. However, more golden chains continued to emerge, gradually immobilizing the divine race member entirely. As Amiri sealed this divine race member, the other 2 were simultaneously fending off the unending golden chains while attacking his enormous body. The last divine race member inside the heavenly vessel also flew out, joining in the assault. To their horror, all their attacks on Amiri vanished without a trace, causing no damage at all. Even more humiliating for them was that Amiri never even glanced at them, treating them like insignificant ants. It wasn't until he had successfully sealed one of them that he turned around. A faint smile appeared on his face. Divine race? Just as overrated. Amiri suddenly reappeared next to another divine race member, striking down with a giant hand. Split up and escape. They finally realized that any form of resistance against such an impervious entity was futile. Their only option was to flee. They shouted and fled in different directions, but the endless golden chains hindered their efforts, further slowing their already restricted speed. Amiri teleported again, catching another escaping divine race member and sealing them similarly. He repeated the process until all 4 were sealed. After dispersing the barrier, Amiri brought the heavenly vessel back to the ground, releasing the captured individuals without acknowledging their gratitude. He then stored the sealed heavenly vessel into his storage ring before teleporting towards Jacqueline. On the other side, Jacqueline was still locked in battle with 5 divine race warriors. The Divine Race members, under a barrage of laser cannons, had charged close to Jacqueline. Jacqueline changed her movements, summoning the radiant Digby Saint spear with Tao forces enveloping it, merging her into a blinding white light. She transformed into a swift white streak, rushing toward the incoming heavenly vessel. The piercing spear light seemed to pierce through the heavens. Crack! 3 massive shields instantly shattered, leaving the Divine Race members' hearts pounding. Fortunately, the final shield held the spear back. "Don't engage her! Flee!" one shouted, immediately forming another shield. The Divine Race members within redirected the heavenly vessel, trying to escape Jacqueline's reach. But Jacqueline wasn't letting them go. With a twist, she appeared above the heavenly vessel, slamming down with her spear. Another 3 shields shattered, halted by the 4th, blocking the heavenly vessel's retreat. At this moment, Amiri appeared beside Jacqueline. "I've already made some progress. We don't need these." As he spoke, he extended his right hand downward. In front of the Divine Race members' horrified gazes, Amiri's palm rapidly enlarged, transforming into a colossal hand that came crashing down. The heavenly vessel, unable to evade in such proximity, was shattered by Amiri's enormous hand. The 5 Divine Race members were caught in his grasp. In a mixture of shock and fury, they unleashed their full power. Endless light erupted from Amiri's palm, yet couldn't harm him. White beams shot through his fingers like a contained sun. "Caught by me means certain death," Amiri smiled calmly. A series of cosmic devastations erupted in his palm, tearing through space relentlessly. He looked at Jacqueline, saying, "I've sealed 4 Divine Race members, and a complete spherical flying vessel. The rest can be eliminated." Jacqueline nodded. "Fine. I'll handle the first vessel's remaining 2 members." "All right. Let me deal with these 5 birdmen first." With his current power far surpassing the initial Sage Realm, Amiri had a crushing advantage even against 5 combined. After relentless attacks, the once defiant Divine Race members were now battered and lifeless. Amiri released them, allowing blood mist to dissipate, cleaning his palm with a slight shake. "Let's go." Amiri grabbed Jacqueline's hand and flashed away. Meanwhile, in the star region, Gabriella and Adalberto hovered outside the planet, their faces solemn as they waited for the other 2 heavenly vessels. Knowing that only with the vessels could they ensure a safe departure, Gabriella had previously ordered everyone to assemble outside the planet and leave promptly. So Gabriella and Adalberto, with their destroyed heavenly vessel, awaited the others. At this moment, Amiri and Jacqueline appeared nearby. "You Divine Race members, you rushed here as guests but are now fleeing?" Amiri smiled coolly. He had marked them earlier using the infinite star map, making their escape impossible. Gabriella and Adalberto involuntarily gasped. They realized what his appearance signified. Had the other teams been wiped out? Gabriella thought, no wonder Aiden died here in despair, and Antoine's group was annihilated. This star region is truly terrifying. Chapter 331, Embodiment of the Tao. Jacqueline paid no heed to their myriad thoughts, wielding the radiant Digby sacred spear as she transformed into a streak of white light and surged forward. Cameron's expression turned grim. He raised his hand, summoning a slender warblade. A Tao aura flowed along the blade, enveloped in white light, clearly indicating it was also a sacred-level long knife. In a low voice, he shouted, "Kill them." At this point, they had no choice but to fight an all-out battle with no room for retreat. Adalberto naturally understood this logic too. He condensed a long sword of light in his hand and charged forward alongside Cameron. Facing Jacqueline's crescent-shaped spear light slashing over, the 2 Divine Race powerhouses simultaneously stepped up. Buzz. Under intense collision, spiritual energy surged, and white light scattered everywhere. Cameron's blade briefly held against Jacqueline's spear. Meanwhile, Adalberto's light long sword instantly shattered, leaving a long gash across his chest from the spear light. The power of Flash Tao spread from the wound, eradicating flesh and forming a trench-like scar. Far away, Amiri closely watched the 3-person battle scene. He not only had to guard against Jacqueline being at a disadvantage and getting hurt, but also be wary of the other side using those mysterious runes again. So he remained vigilant at all times. At the center of the battlefield, Jacqueline's figure twisted gracefully as her spear traced an elegant arc, like a beautiful crescent moon blossoming amidst the stars. Cameron didn't dare slack off even slightly, because he knew that behind this graceful trajectory lay a bone-chilling killing intent. From the previous clash, he clearly sensed that the opponent's burst strength matched his own, evidently indicating another peak Sage Realm powerhouse. He did his best to maneuver, fighting head-to-head with Jacqueline. Adalberto exercised extra caution, hovering around the periphery of their battle circle, occasionally slashing out a sword. The trio fought intensely. Seeing Jacqueline unable to decisively defeat the 2 opponents, Amiri furrowed his brows, ready to assist. At that moment, a sudden anomaly occurred. Jacqueline's body suddenly blazed brightly, almost turning into a mass of pure white light that flashed across the starry sky. Cameron's body was abruptly severed into 2 halves. Powerful forces of the Flash Tao continuously corroded at the break, transforming flesh into white light and causing it to dissipate. Amidst shock, Cameron hurriedly controlled the 2 halves of his body to merge back together, but due to the strong corrosive force, they could never join again. At this time, Jacqueline's figure once more flickered, transforming into pure white light. She flashed repeatedly, creating one massive gash after another on Cameron's body. Embodiment of the Tao, Great Sage Realm, Cameron muttered, stunned. Under Jacqueline's relentless attack, his body gradually vanished. On the other side, Adalberto's face was filled with horror. He understood that even Captain Cameron, a peak Sage Realm expert, fell under this human Rena's hands. He had no hope of countering her. Not to mention there was still another mysterious human man waiting in the distance. He was now utterly trapped. This star domain is too dangerous. In despair, he unleashed all his strength. Semi-transparent energy shimmered up from his skin. At this moment, Amiri, who had been prepared, teleported beside him and pressed down with his palm. Countless golden chains entangled Adalberto's body. The semi-transparent energy was effortlessly suppressed and extinguished by the golden chains. Soon, golden chains covered Adalberto's entire body inside and out, thoroughly sealing him. Thus, all the attacking divine race members were subdued. A flash of white light appeared as Jacqueline arrived beside Amiri. Let's go. The duo teleported back to the surface, notified the outpost to lift the highest alert level, and then transmitted back to the main base. Hicks was still anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Amiri and Jacqueline, he breathed a sigh of relief. The intelligence reported that the divine race deployed 3 spherical spacecrafts this time, and I was worried you might encounter danger. It's good that everything went well. By the way, how was the battle? Amiri smiled and said, don't worry, everything went smoothly. They dispatched 11 Sage Realm experts in total, 4 have been sealed by me, and the other 7 have been killed by us. And this time, they did not release that mysterious rune. The divine race won't know this team has been wiped out anytime soon. Hicks's eyes lit up as he rejoiced. According to the speed of the last 2 incidents, it will take at least 5 years before the divine race realizes this team's failure due to lack of reports. To dispatch a new team will take another 5 years. So we've effectively gained 10 years. Amiri nodded and continued, moreover, this time I've also completely sealed and preserved one of their spherical spacecrafts. Hicks was even more delighted, hastening to say, wonderful. Our restoration of the previous spacecraft was stuck at a bottleneck. With this complete sample, we might figure out how to manufacture them. Or at the very least, we can combine the remains into several teleportable spacecrafts. Amiri took out the thoroughly sealed heavenly vessel from his storage ring and placed it in the middle of the spacious palace, removing its seal. Here is the complete spherical spacecraft. Arrange for Elder Xuanhuan to study it as soon as possible. After the research, return it to me quickly as I need to hurry to the Xuanhuan star system. Upon hearing this, Hicks and Jacqueline's expressions turned slightly solemn. Since we've secured 10 years, why not train for a while longer? Waiting until you're better prepared would be wise. Amiri shook his head. When I reach the Xuanhuan star system, it will already be 5 years later. By then, the divine race may suspect something is amiss and prepare to send stronger reinforcements. I must stop them as much as possible before then. Otherwise, if they've already sent a new team, the South Bright Star Sea may face a great calamity. So time is tight. Hicks took a deep breath, striving to calm himself down and earnestly said, Amiri, everything depends on you now. Jacqueline also solemnly said, Brother Amiri, don't worry. My cultivation is about to break through. With me here, the South Bright Star Sea will be safe. Amiri's lips curved into a radiant smile. Then I'm reassured. As long as you protect the South Bright Star Sea, I alone can create chaos among the divine race so they won't have the time to deal with us. He looked at Hicks and added, you only have 3 days to study this spacecraft. Once I extract enough intelligence from those divine race members, I must immediately depart for the Xuanhuan star system. Oh right, the rest of the remains are being collected and stored by our outpost members. Take your time to retrieve them when you can. Hicks nodded seriously. All right. Hashtag chapter 332, time and speed. The 3 of them then parted ways, each taking action on their own. Serenity closed herself in meditation, seizing every moment to cultivate in hopes of achieving a further breakthrough. Her grasp on the Tao rules had deepened during the recent battle, giving her confidence for advancement. With her current cultivation at the 10th level of the Sage Realm, just one step further would elevate her to the Great Sage Realm, significantly boosting her strength manifold. By that time, she would be able to crush any Sage Realm experts the divine race might send 10 years from now, treating them like mere chickens or dogs. Even if they sent a great sage, she was confident in her ability to counter. On the other side, Hicks retrieved the remaining debris of the flying object and met with Elder Xuanhuan to arrange urgent research on the spherical vessel. As for Amiri, after consecutive teleportations, he arrived alone in the vast, desolate starry sky. From his storage ring, he took out a sealed divine race member, removing the seal. Awakening, the divine race member, seeing Amiri's calm face, was suddenly filled with terror and fled backward at lightning speed. He was the last of the 4 divine race members captured by Amiri and had witnessed the fates of his 3 companions. He knew all too well how dangerous this harmless-looking hawk could be. Answer a few questions, and I will spare your life, Amiri said calmly. The divine race member did not respond immediately but took a deep breath before asking in a grave tone, what about my other companions? Amiri glanced at him, making the latter's entire body stiffen. The 3 you came with are still sealed, and the other 7 are dead. As long as you do not resist and cooperate honestly, you and your 3 companions have a chance to live. Conversely, if you resist or lie, I will show no mercy. As he spoke, Amiri locked his gaze onto the divine race member. Now, tell me, apart from the 11 divine race members on the 3 flying objects, were there any other companions on your mission? The divine race member paused, then replied, no. What is your cultivation? Sage Realm initial stage. Who is the strongest in your squad? Sage Realm peak. Who sent you, and what was the purpose? Elder Thatcher sent us, and our task was to gather intelligence on this star region. What is Elder Thatcher's cultivation? Great Sage Realm. What is the name of your faction? We are the divine race. Amiri continued to interrogate him, covering everything from the extent of their influence to the roles of important planets, and even the names and operation methods of the spherical flying objects. Almost every question Amiri could think of was answered, including the identity of the divine race member named Ralph. Afterward, Amiri looked at him calmly. Ralph, I will ask your companions the same questions. If I find inconsistencies, you will die. Now, I give you one chance. Is there anything you need to revise? The divine race expert named Ralph responded solemnly, no. Satisfied, Amiri resealed Ralph without resistance. He then freed the other 3 divine race members one by one, re-asking all the questions and obtaining identical answers before resealing them. Through this interrogation, Amiri gained a general understanding of the heavenly spring star system. In this vast star region, there existed 3 top-tier factions, the divine race, the demon race, and the Jinsaman race. Each of these powerful races controlled over 1,000 star seas, millions of habitable planets, and trillions of clan members. The countless weaker races could only struggle to survive in the cracks between these three dominant powers. I never thought the Jinsaman race in the Heavenly Spring star system was so strong. Amiri couldn't help but marvel. However, another problem emerged. The spatial warp function of the universe boat required the power of a Sage Realm cultivator to activate. Although Amiri was much stronger than ordinary Sage Realm experts, his realm wasn't yet Sage Realm, lacking the specific Dao rule power required to activate the spatial warp. After testing, he reluctantly confirmed this limitation. Conversely, there was also some good news. The universe boat's warp range was generally between 5 million and 50 million kilometers, requiring an interval of about 5 seconds between each warp. For ultra-long distances, using the maximum warp distance each time. The speed of the universe boat was approximately 10 million kilometers per second, roughly equivalent to 33 times the speed of light. Estimating crudely, the straight-line distance from the Divine Race territory in the Heavenly Spring star system to the Southern Brightness star sea was around 165 light-years. And Amiri's personal speed, after multiple cultivation advancements, had the void leap reaching up to 10,000 kilometers per jump, 10 jumps per second, totaling 100,000 kilometers per second. That was about 1/10 the speed of the universe boat. Therefore, if he could enhance his teleportation speed further, he might reach the Heavenly Spring star system within 5 years without needing the universe boat. I can only try to upgrade Void Leap as quickly as possible, Amiri muttered to himself. Each previous upgrade had significantly increased his teleportation distance. Advancing to a new tier beyond the origin level promised more significant improvements than the speed boost accompanying cultivation advancement. Currently, what he lacked was time and speed. Upgrading Void Leap required a massive amount of potential points, which in turn required extensive cultivation time and an enormous supply of spirit stones. Thinking of this, Amiri returned to the main base and found Hicks. The universe boat must be activated by a Sage Realm expert. My infiltration plan cannot fail, so I need to rapidly advance my cultivation to use my own teleportation to reach the Heavenly Spring star system as soon as possible. So, I need spirit stones, loads of spirit stones. Amiri stared intensely at Hicks, stating his needs. At such a critical moment, there was no time for personal gains. Understanding the urgency, Hicks nodded resolutely. Don't worry, I will arrange it right away and send you the spirit stones. He handed Amiri a storage ring. These are the spirit stones I used for cultivation. You take them. Without hesitation, Amiri accepted it and headed straight to his private palace. Countless spirit stones spilled out at his gesture, piling into several small mountains on the ground. Amiri sat cross-legged, fully activating the origin-level swallow heaven creation technique. Almost instantly, all the spirit stones shattered, releasing a torrent of pure spiritual energy that rushed into Amiri's body. Amiri's potential points soared. This translation maintains the original tone and structure, providing a natural, fluent, and coherent narrative in English. Chapter 333, Chaos Level. While Amiri was cultivating, Hicks convened another meeting with all the elders. He had already informed them of Amiri and Jacqueline's triumph, so everyone wore joyful expressions. Master Ephron, I wonder why you've gathered us again, one elder asked curiously. Hicks said gravely, though Amiri and Sinclairin have successfully defeated this wave of divine enemies, no one knows what lineup the divine race will send next time or whether we can handle it. This remark cast a heavy mood over everyone. Hicks continued, to eliminate future threats and thoroughly resolve any ongoing issues from the divine race, Amiri plans to carry out a secret mission. This plan is extremely difficult and dangerous. Even for Amiri, he needs to rapidly enhance his strength to ensure success. Amiri is risking his life for the Southern Star Sea. We, as the higher-ups of the Southern Star Sea, can only watch him take risks because of our own lack of power. But I believe we can also contribute. So, Hicks's expression grew solemn as he scanned the room before speaking seriously. I hereby issue an official order as the master of Tai Sui Manor. Everyone subconsciously became solemn. The master's order was not just a casual command, but an emergency protocol under special circumstances. Once issued, it demanded unconditional obedience. Otherwise, it would be seen as betrayal, leading to pursuit and elimination by Tai Sui Manor. The authority of the master's order surpassed that of imperial edicts. This showed everyone the gravity of Hicks's decision. Hicks spoke firmly. With the exception of Sinclairin, every person here, including myself, must immediately start preparing and contribute all our earnings from the past year and all upcoming earnings to Amiri's cultivation until his seclusion ends. Amiri has risked his life for Tai Sui Manor. During his absence, Sinclairin, as the second strongest, will be fully responsible for guarding the Southern Star Sea. Therefore, no objections are allowed. Given the current situation, the elders understood the urgency and seriousness, and given Hicks's attitude, they dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. Instead, they echoed loudly, as ordered. Shortly after the meeting, the elders contributed vast amounts of spirit stones, which Hicks personally handed over to Amiri. Under practically unlimited supply of spirit stones, 1 year and 3 months passed. Amiri, who had been furiously cultivating in seclusion, noticed his potential points finally reaching 10,000 trillion and immediately gave the mental command. Spatial Great Shift, upgrade, ding, consuming 10,000 trillion potential points, skill evolution underway, please wait, ding, evolution complete, please name your new skill. Amiri named it Spatial Great Shift once more. Congratulations, host, you have learned, Spatial Great Shift, Chaos. A flood of information surged into his mind. Suddenly, a mysterious force emerged within him, merging with his body. Amiri instantly gained a deeper understanding of the Spatial Great Shift, effortlessly grasping spatial concepts and distances. Even without attempting it, he knew his single teleportation distance had reached up to 10 million kilometers. Calculated at 10 teleports per second, his top speed was approximately 330 times the speed of light, 100 times faster than before. Of course, such speed was applicable only for long-distance travel. In direct combat, reflex speed was paramount. With this improvement, based on my previous calculations, it will only take me 6 months to reach the Xuanhuan star system. Amiri smiled joyfully. He returned to a Mo-Yelm planet, bid a simple farewell to Jacqueline, then used the teleportation array to head toward the border planet before beginning his instant travel towards the Xuanhuan star system. Ever since the Infinite Star Map was upgraded to Origin level, he had used Aiden's identity token to locate the Xuanhuan star system and stored its position in his memory, eliminating the need for navigation via the Heaven-Earth boat. In the chaotic star region, darkness prevailed, space twisted, and rules were disordered. Yet, Amiri seemed oblivious to these conditions, moving through space as if a dragon entering the sea, free and easy. Certainly, during such continuous high-speed, instantaneous movements, even his reaction speed couldn't perceive anything around him. His senses couldn't capture any external information, and his soul power couldn't sense anything. His mind focused solely on the destination, the Xuanhuan star system. 6 months later, with his final teleportation, Amiri appeared in a dark starry sky. Here, space was stable, and the laws were balanced. Amiri realized he had entered the range of the Xuanhuan star system. Transforming into the appearance of the captured divine race member Ralph, he retrieved the Heaven-Earth boat from his storage ring. Just as he prepared to unseal it, he paused. Wait. According to normal timelines, the divine race team should return to the Xuanhuan star system in about 3 years. Appearing now as Ralph might expose me. After some thought, Amiri put the Heaven-Earth boat back and slightly altered his appearance. I plan to mislead Elder Thatcher with fabricated reports, but this approach won't work now. Arriving so much earlier than planned means I must discard the original strategy. But it's a good thing, at least I have ample time. Gazing into the endless stars, his thoughts raced, soon settling on a general action plan. First, test Elder Thatcher's strength. If I can defeat him, I'll seal him completely. If not, I'll create chaos under a new identity, disrupting his peace. Having decided, Amiri resumed his instantaneous travels. Another day passed. He arrived near his targeted planet. Observing the area remotely, Amiri then teleported directly to the planet's surface. In a bustling city, countless winged divine race members moved about. Some gracefully flew in the air while others walked on the ground. Most had 2 wings, some had 4, and a few had 8. Those flying in the air were either 4-winged or 8-winged, clearly ranking higher than the 2-wing members. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the city. 16 pristine wings fluttered softly behind him, emanating specks of light. Numerous figures within the city halted, excitement and reverence spreading as they bowed and shouted, "Hail the sage!" Among the divine race, only those at the sage realm or higher transformed into 16 wings and were revered as sages. Hashtag chapter 334, a palm strike that shakes the stars. In midair, Amiri casually glanced down at the bustling city below and the large number of divine beings within it. He asked, "Where is the teleportation array? In which direction?" His tone was haughty and indifferent, like that of a deity who disregarded all living things. But no one in the crowd showed any displeasure. Instead, an 8-winged divine being immediately pointed in a certain direction respectfully. "Saint, the teleportation array is in Karan City, about 5,000 kilometers in that direction." Note, I changed Saint Arun to Saint to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure it reads naturally in English. Amiri looked in the direction indicated, then with a flicker, he vanished from the sky. In the city below, many divine beings excitedly discussed the scene. For them, saints were legendary figures, rare to encounter in a lifetime. Being able to witness the appearance of a saint firsthand was already an honor worth boasting about for the rest of their lives. After his teleportation, Amiri searched the sky for a while and finally found the location of Karan City. He confidently teleported to the teleportation square. Behind him, his 16 white wings fluttered lazily, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. "I want to go to the Isle Star," Amiri said coolly to the operator next to the teleportation array. "This great saint, according to clan rules, please present your identity token," the operator said respectfully. Amiri frowned and coldly repeated, "I said, I want to go to the Isle Star." Though he did not emit any aura or use any power, as a saint-level powerhouse, his aloof demeanor immediately made everyone hold their breath, a heavy pressure enveloping their hearts. The operator, facing a saint, felt his entire body stiffen. "Yes, my lord. Please enter the array." Confronted with the supreme saint within the clan, even if the other party broke the rules, he dared not disobey the order. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to appeal if he were killed. After Amiri entered the array, the operator obediently activated it. With a flash of light, Amiri's figure appeared on another star billions of miles away. Ralph said that Elder Thatcher often practices in the outer space around the Isle Star. But where exactly is he? Amiri ignored the astonished or respectful gazes around him, pondering for a moment before teleporting into space, searching everywhere but finding nothing. Even after teleporting around the star repeatedly, he still found no one. Finally, he had to return to the surface. "If I can't find them, let them come to me." Suddenly, Amiri transformed into a giant, 20,000 meters tall, with his feet firmly planted on the ground and his upper body reaching up into the clouds. The rapid transformation of his body stirred up hurricane-force winds across the planet, tearing through the skies and splitting the clouds. When his feet hit the ground, it caused violent earthquakes that affected hundreds of miles around. In some part of the Isle Star stood hundreds of majestic palaces. Many 8-winged divine beings occasionally flew past. This was the Isle Star Temple, the highest authority on the planet, responsible for maintaining peace and suppressing chaos. Typically, the highest-ranking guardian on most planets was usually at the divine level. However, the Isle Star, being the core of a vast star sea, had more than one saint-level powerhouse stationed there. Thus, the Isle Star was considered one of the most peaceful planets in this region. Suddenly, an urgent distress signal rang out, causing an uproar in the temple. An unknown 16-winged divine giant? Jensenry, go summon St. Ryan and St. Dalton. Amidst a slight commotion, two 16-winged divine beings flew out from the temple, transforming into white streaks of light that disappeared into the sky. Soon, when the two saint-level divine beings arrived at the destination, they saw Amiri's towering figure from afar. Simultaneously, Amiri also noticed them. Two saint-level divine beings? Amiri grinned, then in an instant appeared behind them, striking out with his palm. The full-power celestial hand technique was unleashed. His palm rapidly expanded, turning into a colossal canopy that blotted out the sky, crashing down upon the two divine beings. As saint-level powerhouses, the two divine beings moved incredibly fast, barely escaping Amiri's massive palm by turning into white beams of light. Bang! Amiri showed no mercy. The mile-wide palm smashed into the ground. Instantly, countless cities were annihilated, mountains flattened, the earth sank several kilometers deep, and soil waves hundreds of meters high swept in all directions. Volcanoes erupted and tsunamis ravaged the land due to tectonic shifts. Under one palm strike, the entire Isle star trembled. If observed from space, it would clearly appear as though the Isle star had been nibbled on by a mouse, missing a significant chunk. The two powerful divine beings were both shocked and enraged. The other party attacked so recklessly, obviously harboring hostility. There was no need to consider the identity of a fellow strong being under such circumstances. Attack! They turned into white beams of light, rushing to Amiri's sides, building up brilliant white light, dense beams of laser cannons bursting forth. The laser cannons traveled nearly at light speed, hitting Amiri instantly. But to their horror, all the laser cannons passed through Amiri as though they were a gentle breeze that caused no ripple. Covered by a deluge of attacks, Amiri seemed entirely unaware. Suddenly, he appeared near one of the divine beings, striking out again with his palm. The mile-wide palm reappeared, blocking out the sky, shredding the air, casting shadows, and stirring up hurricanes over the land. The powerful divine being dared not resist and hastily dodged. Yet just as he was about to escape the palm's range, Amiri's action changed. He switched from pressing down to sweeping horizontally, catching the divine being and tightly holding him in his palm. Limitless spatial rips burst out within his grasp. The divine being struggled fiercely, rays of light shooting from between Amiri's fingers. But all efforts were in vain. Amiri's hand, like ancient unyielding divine iron, remained unmoved despite the fierce and surging power. The other divine being tried attacking a few times before abandoning any hope of saving his companion. Immediately call for Elder Thatcher's support. He roared into the sky. Powerful sound waves reverberated through the heavens. Far above, a silver spherical flying craft hovered in the atmosphere. Several four-winged divine beings inside watched the battle with astonishment. To them, a 16-winged saint-level powerhouse was a towering figure, capable of dominating the starry sky. Yet now, the two saint-level powerhouses were as helpless as infants before this 16-winged divine giant. All their attacks were ignored, and they could only flee in panic from each casual palm strike. Only when one saint-level powerhouse cried for help did they snap back to reality and fly toward space. Faced with such an unstoppable force, only Elder Thatcher might be able to subdue the intruder. Chapter 335 He is the Digby. The boundless expanse of space was vast and desolate. A silver spherical flying object darted at breakneck speed, gradually approaching the radiant sun. Chief Elder Thatcher, there's a powerful chaos breakout on the planet. Saints Ryan and Dalton are unable to hold their ground. They request your assistance. From within the silver flying object, the patroller called out toward the direction of the sun. The voice echoed far and wide due to the spiritual chi vibrations. At the center of the sun, Chief Elder Thatcher slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with divine light. He glanced at the distant planet Elr, offering a calm smile. So someone dares to cause trouble on Elr? Truly, they don't respect me at all? Huh? Ha ha. He gently lowered his outstretched arms as the dazzling white light surrounding him retracted swiftly despite its seemingly slow movement. At that moment, the sun's brilliance abruptly vanished, plunging the entire starry sky into darkness. Planet Elr, in particular, was cast into complete nighttime. Elder Thatcher cultivated by embodying the sun, illuminating the cosmos to comprehend the supreme essence of the law of Fulton. When he emitted light, the world was bathed in radiance. When he restrained his power, the world plunged into eternal night. He controlled the light of the world. Thatcher glanced briefly at the now darkened planet before casually lifting his hand. An endless stream of light gathered above his palm, forming a palm-sized pure white orb that shone brilliantly. Go forth. Elder Thatcher supported the light ball gently, which then flew to one side as if anchored in space, expanding visibly with increasing luminosity. A new sun quickly formed, casting its white light across the cosmos, illuminating the land. Completing this act, Elder Thatcher moved, fully transforming into a streak of white light that flashed through the starry sky. Saints were mighty beings who merged with the Tao, their bodies transformed to harmonize closely with Daoic principles. Not only did they possess partial attributes of Daoic power, but they could also amplify its manifestation. Great saints transcended further. They became embodiments of Tao itself, undergoing another transformation that allowed them to completely transform into an embodiment of a Daoic law. As the wielder of the shining Tao, or divine Fulton Tao, Elder Thatcher, upon reaching the great saint realm, could transform entirely into a mass of light and travel at the speed of light. Meanwhile, on planet Elr, Amiri had seized one of the divine race's saint-level beings and swiftly killed him with successive bursts of universal annihilation force. The other saint-level being had fled in panic. Unfortunately, in the face of Amiri's endless star map, such flight served merely as a guide for him. When Amiri teleported to find the fugitive, Saint Ryan was cowering inside a temple, too afraid to fight or flee from Elr. Sensing Amiri's approach, Ryan broke through the palace walls in a panic and fled rapidly. Can you escape? Amiri sneered. He stomped down forcefully, causing the earth to tremble violently. The temple crumbled to ashes instantly. With another strike, he unleashed the star-plucking hand. The sky immediately shifted dramatically, and then not so far away, Ryan found himself within the perfect attack range, enveloped by the massive palm. Facing such dire straits, Ryan felt a chill run down his spine. Knowing what befell his equally skilled companion, he understood well that once captured by this mysterious powerhouse, death was imminent. With no place left to run, Ryan dived straight into the ground, burrowing beneath it. Then the massive palm descended, causing the ground to sink once more, sending waves of dirt like tsunamis in all directions. Deep underground, Ryan still felt the terrifying pressure from the strike. Yelkily, his level meant he was untouched by this attack. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, I've narrowly escaped. Above ground, Amiri saw his opponent burrow underground and was about to continue attacking. Just then, the whole sky plunged into darkness as if the sun had suddenly disappeared. Amiri instinctively looked up. A growing light ball replaced the position of the sun, hanging high in the sky, bringing endless light to planet Eller. Amiri's vision was extraordinary. On closer inspection, apart from the sun-like light ball, he noticed a black dot and another extremely tiny point of light close to the sun. And this minuscule point was rapidly flying from the sun's position towards Eller. His heart stirred. They went to seek Elder Thatcher's help. Could this be it? He must have been hiding and cultivating on the sun. No wonder I didn't notice him. Amiri smiled wryly. Things were going even smoother than expected. Just a bit of commotion drew Elder Thatcher to confront him personally. Unbeknownst to him, Eller, as Thatcher's long-term seclusion spot, naturally fell under his protection. Two saint-level protectors couldn't prevent Amiri's chaos, so Elder Thatcher would not let Amiri run amok nor send anyone else for aid. The dignity of a great saint demanded instant action. So, after years of inactivity, Elder Thatcher took the opportunity to showcase his might personally. Moments later, the light-speed traveling Thatcher appeared near Amiri. Are you the one causing chaos on Eller? Elder Thatcher appraised Amiri calmly. Considering you're one of our divine race's saints, I'll give you a chance to live. Submit yourself to me, and tell me your motive. Amiri smirked dismissively. Such arrogance? Defeat me first. Without hesitation, he swung his palm, creating powerful gusts that devastated the land. Elder Thatcher frowned. No trace of the holy Fulton law? In an effortless manner, he turned into a beam of white light, flashing to another direction and evading the attack before reforming. Amiri's strike hit the ground, shaking Eller again. Cracks hundreds of meters wide spread throughout the planet, making it resemble a glass ball riddled with fissures, teetering on the brink of shattering. Seeing Amiri's relentless attacks, Elder Thatcher finally snapped, saying sternly, You won't get a second chance. He extended his right hand, and an ornate longsword emerged from within him, tightly gripped. His body emitted a gentle white glow, and countless light points around him converged onto him. In a blink, an ethereal pure white armor materialized over his body, covering him head to toe. He was utterly focused. This translation maintains the structure and style of the original text while ensuring natural English expression and consistency with the story's flow. Chapter 336. Beat you until you surrender. Upon seeing the other party's elaborate and ornate gear, Amiri did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he burst into laughter. Are you Elder Thatcher? Wearing such a turtle shell is pointless. Against my attack, you're still going to flee in panic. He laughed loudly and struck out with his palm again. Elder Thatcher was unaffected by his provocation, still transforming into a white light, flashing beside Amiri and swiftly slashing with his long sword. The sword shimmered with Dao aura, white light surging along its length. It appeared more like a staff made entirely of white light, similar to the lightsabers from Amiri's past life films. As the sword cut across Amiri's side, a faint sound akin to a wooden knife scraping leather echoed. The blade slid over him, leaving his skin completely unharmed, not even a hair damaged. Elder Thatcher's expression changed as he continued to circle Amiri in a flash of white light, slashing repeatedly. His speed was too fast. Amiri couldn't track his movements and could only teleport away, unleashing an enormous hand to strike down. But Elder Thatcher easily slipped out of the giant palm's reach and reappeared next to Amiri, attacking again. Is the mighty Elder Thatcher only capable of buzzing around like a fly? Waste of space, come and fight me head-on. Amiri swung his huge hands wildly, roaring angrily. Occasionally, when a palm landed, spatial fissures ripped open, yet Elder Thatcher effortlessly evaded them. In such close combat, moving at light speed combined with light speed reflexes far exceeded Amiri's ability to respond. After a brief exchange, Amiri had to admit that he couldn't do anything against the Elder. If that's the case, let's try this move. Amiri thought to himself. He pressed one hand into midair, causing numerous golden dragons to disperse outward, quickly forming a massive golden barrier. However, before the barrier solidified, the cautious Elder Thatcher had already flown out of its range. With both hands extended, he unleashed a barrage of laser cannons from afar, raining down on Amiri inside the barrier. But even the continuous attacks using holy artifacts during close combat were ineffective against Amiri, making these relatively scattered attacks equally futile. As countless laser beams struck Amiri's surface, they instantly transformed into white radiance, dissipated quietly, and were then absorbed into Amiri's body. Having upgraded to origin level, the Heaven-Swallowing creation technique passively absorbed any energy contained within attacks, whether it was spirit energy, blade chi, sword chi, or various Dao-based attacks. As long as they didn't exceed his limits, he could absorb them instantly. It was like absorbing spirit energy from the void for cultivation, using it as a source of potential points. Previously, either his opponents were too weak, providing little energy, or he aimed for swift victories, capturing or eliminating them as quickly as possible. Thus, it had always been unremarkable, especially compared to cultivating using large quantities of spirit stones, which seemed insignificant in comparison. But this time, his opponent was a great Sage Realm powerhouse with far higher cultivation than him, using highly intense laser cannons with such density. Additionally, time was abundant now. So, Amiri simply spread his arms and floated leisurely within the barrier, welcoming the seemingly endless laser cannons. Feels great. Amiri roared in laughter. Just a quick glance revealed that in just a few seconds, potential points had already increased by several billion. If the opponent maintained such high intensity, frequent attacks, he could obtain trillions of potential points in a day. This equated to his highest cultivation efficiency. And it required no spirit stones. Unfortunately, other powerhouses lacked Amiri's nearly infinite recovery abilities and couldn't continuously unleash such intense attacks. Soon, Elder Thatcher stopped, his face solemn. He had to admit he truly couldn't harm Amiri. You're not from the divine race. Who are you? He asked grimly. Inside the barrier, Amiri ignored him, instead laughing mockingly. Haha, Elder Thatcher, unable to defeat me, you want to probe my weaknesses indirectly? A renowned great sage realm powerhouse, a distinguished elder of your clan, resorting to such petty tricks is disappointing. Elder Thatcher's expression remained calm as he said, as a member of the divine race, holy light is our innate talent. No matter how many other principles they cultivate, no true divine would be incompetent with holy light. Your disguising skills are strong, but you clearly can't wield the law of holy Fulton, so you can't deceive me. A great sage realm powerhouse disguising as a divine to come to my territory. What are your identity and intentions? Elder Thatcher's eyes pierced through Amiri's expression, but Amiri reacted indifferently, instead smiling nonchalantly. Drape us however you want. In the end, I intend to kill you. But I'm tired today. I'll get some rest first and find you for a decisive battle later. Amiri stood lazily, canceling the barrier and glancing sideways. By the way, you won't try to stop me, will you? Elder Thatcher remained silent, while Amiri continued watching, waiting for a response. After a long pause, Elder Thatcher finally said, Boy, when you appear next, it will be your end. This effectively allowed Amiri to leave, a subtle concession. But Amiri sneered, Really? If you have confidence, let's continue fighting. Until you surrender. Of course, he wasn't willing to leave just yet. From the series of attacks earlier, he had gained only over 100 billion potential points, far from fully draining his opponent's potential. This display was merely to use words to pressure the other party. Either surrender outright, or keep fighting. In this stalemate, Amiri doubted the other would genuinely concede. Thus, the most likely outcome was a continuation of the battle, which suited Amiri perfectly. He flashed behind Elder Thatcher, using the star-picking hand technique, forcing the latter to dodge. His giant palm struck the ground, causing Eeler Planet to shake slightly once more. Countless cities collapsed under the tremors, rivers rushed into cracks, volcanoes erupted, tsunamis ravaged the seas. An apocalyptic scene unfolded across Eeler. Elder Thatcher's expression hardened, but ignored these devastations, circling Amiri and attempting various attacks. He guessed Amiri's intent, intentionally causing massive casualties to disrupt his composure and perhaps force a surrender. But how could that happen? He was the exalted Elder Thatcher, master of a star sea. Why would he surrender because of a single small planet? His pride far outweighed the lives of billions of commoners on a planet. Die! Elder Thatcher's long sword blazed like the sun, infinite holy light converging brilliantly as it thrust directly towards Amiri's eyes. Chapter 337, Support from the Ancestor Star. A transparent force field automatically emerged. After a mere ripple, it perfectly deflected the long sword away from his eyes, while the law power contained within was rapidly absorbed into Amiri's body. The dazzling white light on the sword appeared like mere fireflies in Amiri's eyes, not at all affecting his vision. Just ants. Amiri laughed loudly and swung his arm toward the opponent, but was again easily evaded. The two battled fiercely. The entire planet Eller was occasionally shaken by their combat, with countless divine race civilians dying tragically. Most of the divine race couldn't escape due to the destruction of the teleportation array during the battle. Only a few powerful individuals managed to flee via flying boats. Earlier, the Sage Realm expert Ryan, who had taken refuge underground, found the only remaining skyboat and escaped far away. The remaining numerous divine race members, now hopeless for escape, cried out in despair across Eller and died in large numbers from the continuous tremors. Sometimes engaging in close combat, sometimes attacking from a distance. Facing Elder Thatcher's attacks, Amiri didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he faced everything head-on, continuously swinging his massive hands and striking back. Within minutes, none of Amiri's attacks hit the target. Elder Thatcher's attacks seemed entirely ineffective. However, what Elder Thatcher perceived as ineffectiveness actually contributed hundreds of billions of potential points to Amiri, a quite significant effect. Too weak. Elder Thatcher, I thought you could bring some excitement, but you are such a disappointment. With your strength, how can you qualify as an elder of our great divine race? Amiri mocked him between bouts of laughter, forcing Elder Thatcher to keep fighting despite wanting to stop multiple times. Meanwhile, Ryan, the Sage Realm expert who fled on a skyboat, arrived at the nearest life-bearing planet. He used a teleportation array to directly reach the divine race's ancestral home, the Ancestor Star. This was the divine race's stronghold, controlling nearly 1,000 star seas and millions of planets. Most of the higher-ups were gathered here. The top-ranked Great Sage Realm experts, even the legendary Sacred King Realm forefathers, mostly resided on this planet in seclusion. As Ryan exited the teleportation array, some passing-by Sage Realm experts greeted him politely. Seeing his anxious expression, they asked, Ryan, what happened? Ryan replied hurriedly, a mysterious powerful intruder invaded Eller, battling Elder Thatcher. The situation looks dire, and I must report immediately. Senior brothers, let's meet another time. Farewell. He then flew off hastily, leaving the shocked divine race experts behind. Regardless of location, Great Sage Realm experts were immensely powerful. Even on the Ancestor Star, where great sages were not so rare, no one dared neglect them. Because with very few sacred kings appearing, great sages were considered the top combatants in the entire celestial spring system, capable of effortlessly suppressing vast star seas. Especially during the current era of peaceful coexistence among humans, gods, and demons, battles between great sages were rare. Now, a mysterious great sage invader battled Elder Thatcher? Wasn't this a blatant provocation against the divine race? The divine race quickly became indignant and roused. At that moment, Ryan arrived at the assembly hall and met with the divine race's chief, Homer. Chief, a mysterious powerful intruder attacked Eller, killing Brother Dalton. Elder Thatcher is battling the invader but seems at a disadvantage. Please send reinforcements. Ryan meticulously detailed everything about Amiri, including his abilities and observations of the battle. Seated mid-air with a dignified demeanor, a middle-aged man surrounded by shimmering white lights, radiating divine holiness, was the current clan leader, Homer. Upon hearing Ryan's report, Homer frowned slightly. A mysterious powerful divine race member, with immense physical strength, spatial teleportation, spatial tear, yet lacking holy Fulton laws. Having great sage-level combat prowess, yet never before recorded in any race's intelligence. Who is he? Numerous thoughts flashed through Homer's mind. As the chief, he was not only informed about the divine race's own intelligence, but also knew all other races' top experts well. Especially sacred realm existences, whose names would be etched in history, could never remain unknown. Yet, now there was this unknown strong figure. Only one explanation fit: this was an outsider. Either a true powerful divine race expert from another star domain, or a mysterious race with formidable transformation mimicry abilities. If the former, being kin, there was inherent potential for friendly relations. If the latter, regardless of racial hostility, just the powerful mimicry ability was cause for concern. Homer pondered briefly and issued a mental command. Almost simultaneously, 5 white beams flew into the hall, transforming into 5 16-winged divine race experts, each exuding a deep and unfathomable aura. Homer ordered Ryan to repeat the events at Eller, then solemnly instructed the 5 arriving experts, "Elders, this mysterious powerhouse is now entrusted to you. Make sure he is killed."
Yes.
The 5 elders agreed and immediately took action. First, using a teleportation array to reach the nearest planet to Eller, they then utilized skyboats for long-distance travel. They saw Eller's position in the starry sky. Traveling at light speed still took a few minutes to truly arrive at Eller. Back on Eller, Amiri and Elder Thatcher's fierce battle had left most inhabitants dead, sparing only a few 8-winged divine realm experts. These survivors cautiously concealed themselves. On the ground, desolation reigned. All ruins and bones were buried under repeated tremors. Mountains and rivers vanished, turning the entire planet into uniformly shaken sand. Suddenly, Elder Thatcher moved, releasing dense beams from his body like tangible, flexible ropes wrapping around Amiri's body, instantly binding him. ##### chapter 338. Then let's endure. You're dead for sure. Elder Thatcher sneered. He had no confidence in killing Amiri alone, but with 6 great sage realm elders working together, their chances improved significantly. Earlier, as the 5 reinforcing elders approached Allerstar, he received a soul message from them and immediately used this powerful restraining technique to catch Amiri off guard and prevent him from breaking free during the binding process. Note: I corrected Alshing to Allerstar for consistency and fluency in English. Just as the light beam ropes fully bound Amiri, the 5 elders of the divine race finally arrived at Al-Shi. Seeing the current situation, one of the elders chuckled and said, "I said it was impossible for Elder Thatcher to lose to him. Turns out you were just waiting for the right moment." The opponent's body imitating heaven and earth technique is indeed quite profound. "It's the first time I've seen such a gigantic body," another elder remarked. Noticing their relaxed state, Elder Thatcher hurriedly said, "Don't talk anymore. Quickly combine forces and kill him. This person's defense is extremely formidable. I can't hurt him at all. I've been waiting for your support." As he spoke, new light beam ropes continuously formed in his hands, binding further around Amiri until a massive white cocoon enveloped him. The 5 elders saw the seriousness on Thatcher's face and became solemn. They flew to Thatcher's side, exchanging glances. "Should we use that move?"
Yes.
"Then let Elder Thatcher take the lead." In an instant, they communicated and released torrents of white light from within their bodies, merging into one. Elder Thatcher stood at the forefront, focusing intently as he held his long sword with both hands. Immediately, endless white light surged from his hands, forming a colossal sword centered on the long sword he held. A giant blade thousands of meters long made of light. "Die!" Elder Thatcher swung both hands, sending the enormous sword cutting through the sky and enveloping the completely bound giant, Amiri, in a white curtain of light. With a dull sound, the light sword stopped on Amiri's body. Through the severed light beam ropes, the 6 elders clearly saw that where the blade struck, Amiri's skin was completely unscathed. A combined attack from 6 great sage realm elders left no mark. The 6 of them turned pale. Is he not actually a holy king realm expert? Great sage realm experts don't have such incredible physical defenses. But he couldn't keep up with my speed during our battle and only showed immense physical strength while being far inferior in other aspects. Elder Thatcher hesitated. As he spoke, he stretched his hands, releasing more light beam ropes to cover those that had been severed earlier. Another elder asked, "Is he hiding his true strength on purpose?" He probably isn't. If he were a holy king realm expert, hiding his strength and enduring Elder Thatcher's continuous attacks while being restrained would be too foolish. So, he must just have an unusual physique. The elders rapidly exchanged opinions, but did not make any further attacks. After their combined assault still failed to harm him, attacking further seemed meaningless. Meanwhile, inside the white cocoon, Amiri calmly utilized the return to origin technique, transforming the light beam ropes into pure energy and absorbing it into his body. The system notifications of potential points acquisition never ceased. Amiri examined the rate. It was similar to when attacked by laser cannons, almost reaching his limit for acquiring potential points. So, he decided to remain in the cocoon, using roughly 50% of the return to origin technique. Maintaining the limit of potential point acquisition, he also controlled the light beam ropes to avoid total collapse, striking a perfect balance. Outside the cocoon, Elder Thatcher noticed the constant disappearance of the light beam ropes and released even more to bind around them. He's still struggling. We need to come up with a solution quickly, Thatcher urged anxiously. The other 5 elders pondered for a moment. Seeing Amiri's tremendous physique earlier, they knew killing him was beyond their abilities. Moreover, they couldn't bring him back to God Ancestor's star given his size. How about requesting the Ancestor's assistance? One elder suggested hesitantly. Another immediately objected. Are you crazy? Inviting the Ancestor for something this trivial might get you suppressed for millennia. Haven't you forgotten what happened to Jesse? You're right. Since we've subdued him, there's no need to bother the Ancestor, another agreed. Why don't you, Elder Thatcher, just leave him bound like this? Just check occasionally and reinforce the light beam ropes. With no sunlight, he'll eventually give in one day. He has tough skin, sure, but these bindings can handle him easily, nothing to worry about. Stefansing to the others, Elder Thatcher looked uncomfortable. In that case, thank you all for your help. I will watch over him carefully. Although strengthening the ropes wasn't draining his power yet, it was a hassle preventing him from dedicating time to cultivation. However, since the other elders came to assist, they had no reason to stay longer after subduing the target. After formal farewells, the 5 elders departed. Ryan, who had accompanied the elders and was a Saint Realm expert, rejoiced at the subdued enemy. Following Elder Thatcher's orders, he gathered clan members to reconstruct Al-Shi. Elder Thatcher, meanwhile, took the large light cocoon containing Amiri and flew into space, stopping beside a mini-sun. He then plucked the mini-sun and its intense white light merged into his body. His body expanded once more, emitting powerful white light into the cosmos, transforming back into a sun. He discarded Amiri nearby, occasionally reinforcing the light beam ropes. For Elder Thatcher, transforming into a sun was merely emitting light without much law force or stamina cost, especially with 2 sacred artifacts enhancement. Binding Amiri, however, truly wore him down for the first time in years. But he had no choice. Endure. In eternal darkness and confinement, you will surrender one day. No matter how strong your physique is, you're still my defeated opponent. A faint smile crept onto Elder Thatcher's face. Observing the situation, one elder laughed and said, I knew Elder Thatcher could handle this opponent. You were just waiting for the right moment. The opponent's skill in transforming into an avatar of heaven and earth is indeed profound, and such a colossal body is unprecedented, another remarked. Seeing their relaxed demeanor, Elder Thatcher hurriedly interrupted. Enough chatter. We must act quickly to kill him. His defense is formidable. I couldn't harm him at all and have been waiting for your support. As he spoke, he continuously generated new light beam ropes, wrapping them around Amiri until forming a massive white cocoon. Noticing his serious expression, the other elders became focused and flew to join Elder Thatcher. They exchanged glances briefly. Shall we use that move? Yes. Then let Elder Thatcher lead. They communicated swiftly and simultaneously released vast amounts of white light, merging it into one. Elder Thatcher stood at the front, concentrating intensely, holding his sword in both hands. Suddenly, endless white light surged on his hands, centered on his sword, forming a gigantic light sword thousands of meters long. Die! With a swift motion, the enormous light sword slashed through the sky, creating a wall of white light that struck the completely restrained giant Amiri. Boom! A muffled sound resonated as the light sword stopped at Amiri's body. Through the severed light ropes, the 6 elders clearly saw that Amiri's skin remained unscathed at the point of impact. The combined attack from 6 great sage elders caused no damage. All 6 elders were instantly alarmed. Is he possibly a Holy King realm expert? A great sage doesn't possess such extraordinary physical defenses. But he couldn't keep up with my speed throughout our battle, only showing exceptional physical strength while being inferior in other aspects. Elder Thatcher hesitated. While speaking, he extended his hands, releasing more light beams to recover the severed ropes. Another elder pondered. Could he be hiding his true strength? He shouldn't be. If he's truly a Holy King, enduring continuous attacks by Elder Thatcher and now restrained, a Holy King wouldn't stoop so low, someone retorted. So, he should only have an unusually strong body. After a quick exchange, the elders did not attempt another attack since even their joint assault was ineffective. Meanwhile, within the white cocoon, Amiri calmly performed the return to origin technique, converting the light ropes into pure energy absorbed into his body. The system notifications about gaining potential points were relentless. Amiri observed, the rate of acquiring potential points was similar to when hit by laser cannons, nearing his maximum acquisition speed. Thus, he decided to remain comfortably within the cocoon, performing the technique at roughly half power. This kept the acquisition speed high while maintaining the integrity of the ropes, balancing both perfectly. Outside the cocoon, Elder Thatcher noticed the disappearance of the ropes and increased the number wrapped around Amiri. He's still struggling. Everyone, think of a solution quickly, Elder Thatcher anxiously urged. The other 5 elders pondered. Having witnessed Amiri's physical prowess, they realized that killing him with their current strength was impossible. Moreover, transporting the gargantuan-bound figure back to the ancestor planet was impractical. What if we asked the patriarch to intervene? One elder suggested hesitantly. Immediately, someone objected. Are you kidding? Seeking the patriarch for such a trivial matter? He might suppress you for millennia like he did Jesse. Indeed, since we've subdued him, there's no need to involve the patriarch. Why don't you leave him restrained here, Elder Thatcher? Just periodically check and reinforce the ropes. If he remains unable to break free, deprived of sunlight indefinitely, he'll eventually submit. Just consider it a thicker turtle shell. These restraints can easily control him. There's nothing to worry about. Elder Thatcher's expression darkened slightly upon hearing their words. Well, thank you all for your help. I'll ensure he's properly guarded, he replied with a strained smile. Though continuously reinforcing the ropes wasn't exhausting, it was incredibly inconvenient and prevented him from dedicating time to cultivation. Since the other 5 elders had merely come to assist and now the target was restrained, it made sense for them to leave. After some pleasantries, the 5 elders departed. Saint Realm expert Ryan, who had come with the elders, was elated to see the enemy finally subdued. Under Elder Thatcher's orders, he gathered many clansmen to rebuild Ulster. Note, Alshing seems to be a partial translation or typo. I assume the name of the planet is Ulster. If it has a different correct name, please adjust accordingly. Elder Thatcher carried the immense light cocoon containing Amiri into space, stopping near a miniature sun he created temporarily and didn't intend to maintain. Elder Thatcher gently removed the intense white light from the miniature sun, which merged into his body, followed by his body radiating strongly once again, becoming a luminous entity in the cosmos. Reverting to a sun-like form required minimal effort, enhanced further by 2 divine artifacts. Binding Amiri, however, genuinely exhausted him after years of effortless living. But there was no choice, endure it. In the darkness of confinement, one day, he would surrender. How formidable can one's physique be? Still a defeated opponent, nevertheless, Elder Thatcher couldn't help but smile faintly. Chapter 339. Breaking through to Divine King Realm. Within the massive cocoon of light, Amiri's eyes were slightly closed, completely oblivious to all external disturbances, fully immersed in cultivation. He paid no heed to the passage of time, occasionally only glancing at the changes in potential points on his personal panel. It was as if he had been completely sealed away. On the other side, after returning to the ancestral deity star, the 5 elders went together to the council hall to report. Clan leader Homer's brows knitted tightly after hearing their report. Even with the 6 of you working together, you couldn't harm him? With such a formidable physique, if he is indeed one of the deity clan, it might be necessary to subdue him. Did you observe closely enough to determine if he's truly from the deity clan? One of the elders replied, when we arrived, Elder Thatcher had already sealed the target, so we couldn't observe further. But according to Elder Thatcher, aside from lacking the sacred Fulton law, everything else about him seems to match the deity clan perfectly. He shows no flaws, so even Elder Thatcher couldn't confirm. Homer pondered and said, well then, since Elder Thatcher has sealed him, let's polish him well for now. Once he submits, I will find ways to extract all intelligence from him. Elders, thank you for your efforts. The 5 elders left one by one. Clan leader Homer also temporarily put this matter out of his mind. For a deity clan that possesses millions of planets, the unrest created by Amiri could only be considered insignificant. If not for involving Elder Thatcher and the astonishing strength displayed by Amiri, even the destruction of hundreds of planets wouldn't have alarmed Homer much. Time passed slowly. Reconstruction work on AEL Star was carried out vigorously. Numerous divine realm powerhouses moved mountains and reshaped the landscape, creating various terrains like mountains and rivers. Under the effort of specialized powerhouse construction teams, cities rapidly sprang up one after another. A large number of lower-tier members of the deity clan migrated here. More alien slaves cultivated barren land, planted medicinal herbs, raised livestock, and mined caves. 3 months later, the entire AEL star showcased a brand new appearance, almost restoring its original vitality and vigor. In the vast starry sky, beside the sun formed by Elder Thatcher, within the giant cocoon of light, Amiri kept his gaze fixed on his personal panel. When the potential point count once again surpassed 10 quadrillion, he immediately muttered silently, cultivation, upgrade. Instantly, endless streams of heat appeared within his body, quickly merging with every inch of his flesh and blood. A roar like the surge of mountains and seas echoed from within him. It was the sound of blood flowing, muscles and bones expanding and contracting. His physical body underwent another qualitative transformation. His cultivation improved by a major realm, finally reaching the Divine King realm. This time, it should be enough. Amiri smiled faintly. Just as his body automatically reverted to its original form, it transformed back into the deity clan appearance, becoming a 20,000-meter tall giant again. He unleashed the origin reversion technique at full power. Ginseng amounts of semi-transparent energy rose from his surface, coming into contact with the dense light beam ropes which instantly dissolved into pure energy, absorbed into his body. In a blink, all the light beam ropes around him vanished entirely. He reappeared before Elder Thatcher. Long time no see, Elder Thatcher. Amiri smiled calmly, showing no signs of distress from being imprisoned for several months. Elder Thatcher was greatly startled, unable to focus on illuminating the land anymore. He quickly gathered the light around himself, flew to Amiri's side, and attempted to bind him with the light beam ropes. The entire AEL star suddenly plunged into darkness. Ryan, who had returned to AEL star to oversee operations, was immediately startled. He emerged from his cultivation spot and looked up at the sky. He saw that the previously huge and bright sun had completely disappeared, replaced by a tiny light point. Even with Ryan's powerful vision, he couldn't discern the specific details of the light point. What happened? Is that mysterious powerhouse breaking free from the seal? Is Elder Thatcher engaging in battle with him? Turning immediately, he instructed others, quickly stabilize the situation. Keep everyone calm. I'm going to investigate the space. Don't worry, everything will be fine. He then went to the palace where the Antoniacan boat was stored, entered it, and quickly flew toward the stars. In the starry sky, as the light beam ropes wrapped around him, Amiri immediately flashed away, appearing not far behind Elder Thatcher. He used the star-plucking hand technique. An overwhelming palm instantly blocked Elder Thatcher's view. This sudden attack greatly shocked Elder Thatcher. Not because the attack itself was terrifying, but because of Amiri's reaction speed, which completely caught him off guard. 3 months ago, facing his attacks, Amiri clearly reacted too slowly to respond. Yet now, he responded instantly. Could he really be pretending to be weak? This thought involuntarily crossed Elder Thatcher's mind as he swiftly dodged the attack and appeared on Amiri's other side, still trying to use the light beam ropes to bind him. He didn't intend to attack, knowing it would be useless. The only possible means to subdue him was the light beam ropes. Facing another rope entanglement attempt, Amiri flashed away again, appearing elsewhere and striking towards him once more. Elder Thatcher's expression turned grim. He realized that the opponent had indeed been pretending to be weak. Dodging the palms simultaneously, Elder Thatcher decisively sent a soul transmission back to AEL Star. Immediately request support from Ancestral Deity Star. The mysterious powerhouse has broken free and was previously hiding his true strength. A unique wave traveled at light speed towards AEL Star. Ryan, who was flying into space, quickly received the message and immediately turned back. Upon arriving at the temple, he used the teleportation array to return to the Ancestral Deity Star, finding clan leader Homer again to inform him of the events on AEL Star. What? He broke free? Hiding his true strength? Could he possibly be at the peak of the Great Sage Realm, or even the Saint King Realm? Homer was astonished. Since 6 elders couldn't handle him, now even the restraint has failed. Only an ancestor at the Saint King Realm could possibly defeat him. Without hesitation, Homer sent a transmission to a certain elder at the Saint King Realm who was in seclusion. Shortly afterward, a tall and robust Bald Deity clan member appeared in the palace. Clan leader, what's the matter? The Bald Deity clan member asked casually. Interrupted during cultivation, although slightly displeased, he respected the fact that the other was the clan leader managing internal affairs and representing the deity clan's dignity, and thus couldn't act rashly. Homer quickly briefed him on the situation and sincerely said, Elder Xyler, this unidentified deity clan member is undoubtedly a powerhouse from an external star domain who has infiltrated our territory for some unknown reason. If possible, please try to capture him alive. Hashtag chapter 340. Patriarch Andon, save me. In the starry expanse outside the L-Star, Amiri and Elder Thatcher were locked in an unceasing battle. Unlike 3 months ago, Amiri's reactions now matched Elder Thatcher's speed. Although he couldn't easily capture him, whenever Elder Thatcher attacked or changed direction, his speed would slow down slightly, or even pause for a brief moment. During these moments, Amiri would immediately strike, posing some threats to Elder Thatcher. Additionally, as his reaction speed improved, Amiri could more effectively utilize his teleportation ability during the intense combat. Therefore, at this point, Amiri had gained an absolute advantage. His body constantly flickered, his massive palms swung wildly, attacking with bravado, and he laughed carelessly from time to time. Haha, Elder Thatcher, come on, fight me. Why are you only running around? In contrast, Elder Thatcher's expression was grim as he transformed into a white light orbiting around Amiri, neither daring to attack nor to retreat far. Even at light speed linear movement, he couldn't escape Amiri's instantaneous teleportation. Instead, by staying close, it made it easier for Amiri's sweeping palm attacks. Elder Thatcher knew that under such constrained conditions, he had to stay alert. Otherwise, even a slight mistake would lead to being caught by the opponent. He had no chance of winning anymore. He either had to keep hiding until being captured, or wait for reinforcements from the Divine Ancestor Star. Suddenly, Amiri's entire body trembled. A violent spatial rift wave spread out from his massive body like a tsunami in all directions. What? Such a wide range. Elder Thatcher was greatly alarmed, but had no time to evade. Instantly, he was swept up by the violent spatial rift wave, causing his glowing body to waver and momentarily pause. This blow had been powered up by Amiri, resulting in its wide range. However, due to the large area, the power was dispersed, not effective enough to inflict much damage in equal strength combat. But Amiri didn't expect it to harm the opponent. He wanted just a brief moment of pause. If it were before his breakthrough, he wouldn't have been able to catch this fleeting opportunity. Now, however, it was enough. Without bothering to use the star plucking hand technique, Amiri hastily extended his hand and grabbed Elder Thatcher in his palm. Simultaneously, countless golden dragons spread out from his palm, entangling Elder Thatcher and quickly weaving outwards. Just a mere seal? Do you think it can stop me? Elder Thatcher roared in anger, struggling fiercely. The golden dragons instantly shattered, but more continued to wrap around, overwhelming him. At this moment, the golden barrier fully formed, enveloping Elder Thatcher in a mysterious force field. He clearly felt his movements become much harder, and even his Dao rule attacks were weakened. Such a powerful barrier? Is even the restriction of the Great Sage Realm so terrifying? Elder Thatcher's face turned pale. The endless stream of golden dragons began attaching to his body and even entering his system, weakening his strength further and making resistance more difficult. Elder Thatcher, you coward. You only know how to run away. You're now in my hands. Amiri laughed loudly, both hands clasping tightly around Elder Thatcher in his palm. Golden dragons kept wrapping around Elder Thatcher, embedding into his body. Suddenly, a figure appeared within Amiri's perception range. Elder Thatcher obviously sensed its presence and shouted loudly, Patriarch Andon, save me! Amiri frowned but ignored the deity called Patriarch Andon, continuing to unleash the Boundless Seal technique. Patriarch Andon seemed cautious and did not enter the barrier directly. Instead, he raised his right palm high outside the barrier. Endless white light enveloped his entire arm, extending outward by thousands of meters to form a shining giant sword of light. He then swung it down, slicing through the barrier and landing directly on Amiri's arm. The sword of light penetrated Amiri's arm about half an inch deep, with the holy light energy attempting to spread inward, trying to infiltrate Amiri's body but easily blocked. Sage Realm experts' soul perception was akin to seeing with their own eyes, so both Elder Thatcher and Patriarch Andon witnessed this clearly, unable to hide their shock. A Saint King Realm powerhouse, already the top-tier combatant in the entire Heavenly Spring star system, couldn't cut through Amiri's body. What a formidable physique. Amiri paid no heed to the two shocked figures, continuing to seal Elder Thatcher fully. The muscles in his arm started moving on their own, expelling the sword of light along with the holy light energy from his body. His wounds healed instantaneously. Good. Indeed. Your physique is formidable. Patriarch Andon snorted coldly. Since that's the case, try this move of mine. He summoned a magnificently designed long sword from within his body. Holding it with both hands, infinite light flowed around it, even producing copious amounts of white luminescence in the void that gathered onto his sword. The light continuously condensed and compressed, forming a completely tangible white giant sword in Patriarch Andon's hand. It looked several kilometers long, made from some special white material, with Tao patterns flowing, radiating divine energy. Patriarch Andon swung the giant sword again. Amiri remained unmoved. Shoo! The massive blade struck his arm, penetrating 3 inches deep. Compared to Amiri's 20,000-meter-high body and nearly 1,000-meter-thick arm, this wound was negligible. The Tao rule energy within the sword, attempting to erode Amiri's flesh, was easily resisted. Patriarch Andon's expression turned fierce as he pressed down the giant sword, more Tao rule energy surging forth, trying to deepen the wound. But Amiri's flesh automatically moved and grew, counteracting the sword, nullifying its offensive momentum. Meanwhile, in Amiri's giant palm, Elder Thatcher's body was almost half-sealed, his internal strength severely restricted, his resistance growing weaker. Realizing the dire situation, he fell into despair. Not even the Saint King Realm Patriarch Andon can handle him. No one can save me now. Elder Thatcher's body abruptly dispersed, parts not yet sealed turning into white light, trying to escape through Amiri's fingers. In reality, although transforming into light allowed maximum speed and squeezing through tiny gaps, it also dispersed his strength, making it impossible to resist the sealing once fully captured. Elder Thatcher knew this, but saw no other way out and took a desperate risk. Failure meant being sealed. Success, even partial, would mean severe injury rather than death, avoiding total sealing. Translation ends here, following the provided content closely and maintaining natural paragraph structure. Chapter 341. Worth another spirit stone. Elder Thatcher's move hit exactly what Amiri wanted. The moment Elder Thatcher's body transformed into light, countless golden dragons instantly surrounded him entirely, restoring him to his original form and completely sealing him up. A 16-winged statue of a golden deity lay quietly in Amiri's large hand. Amiri casually stowed it away into his storage ring before turning his head towards the old Andon outside the barrier. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the other with a half-smile, withdrawing his arm from under the other's massive sword as if nothing had happened. Did you traverse the vast starry sky just to give me a guasha? Considering your status, is 1 spirit stone a year enough for service fees? Amiri casually dismantled the barrier, then took out a spirit stone from his storage ring and tossed it over. Let's start with a year's worth. See if your strength measures up. Andon's face was dark. With a snap of his fingers, a white beam shot out, exploding the spirit stone. After millions of years, he nearly forgot the feeling of humiliation. Truly infuriating. In Andon's low voice, there seemed to be a volcano about to erupt. Do you think that relying on a strong physique allows you to do whatever you want? His body shook. Suddenly, the world flashed with light, transforming instantly into a pristine, pure white void space. No stars, no anything, just pure white and 2 lives, Amiri and Old Andon. You are too ignorant. Old Andon shouted coldly. With a wave of his right hand, a white cage appeared around Amiri's body. The cage was formed by thick, 2-meter-wide white pillars of light, each pulsating with Tao essence, clearly containing immense power. Ignorant? Amiri smiled calmly. Do you really think this mysterious thing can trap me? As he said the last 2 words, his body silently appeared behind Andon. When the words left his lips, Andon suddenly turned around, staring at Amiri in shock. Under the suppression of this special Daoic force, your teleportation shouldn't work. How could it? Amiri chuckled but did not reply. Instead, he simply pushed forward with one palm. His current, Great Void Teleportation, had already reached the chaotic level, 2 levels higher than Tao level, making it impossible for the opposing force to easily restrict him. Even this white space he could easily escape from. However, Amiri still wanted to fight him to gain more potential points from the battle. Currently, the amount of potential points he needed was enormous. Even with the entire Southern Star Sea supply, it would not be enough to significantly accelerate his cultivation speed. Thus, obtaining potential points through battles with top-tier warriors was indeed a good method. Facing Amiri's massive hand reaching for the stars, Old Andon Xianxia Xinzhong de Zhenhan flashed to Amiri's back. Improved for fluency and consistency. Confronted by Amiri's massive hand reaching for the stars, Elder Andon barely suppressed his shock and flashed to Amiri's back. His right hand swung down sharply. In the white space, numerous white giant swords appeared out of nowhere. In this special environment, lacking any reference points, they were completely undetectable by the naked eye. Coupled with the omnipresent holy light fluctuations in the space, it made it impossible for anyone to discover the existence of the giant swords. Indeed, Amiri did not notice them either. But when these giant swords struck his body, they only caused shallow cuts several centimeters deep before healing instantly. The attacks exceeded his endurance limit, so only the energy absorbed resulted in such superficial injuries. But when Amiri checked his personal panel, he smiled contentedly. Andon, the strength of your guasha is worth another spirit stone from me. Arrogance! Old Andon roared angrily, waving both hands to generate densely packed giant swords that shot violently toward Amiri. As long as visible injuries appeared, there was a possibility to kill him. After all, even if the other's recovery ability was strong, there was still an upper limit. So Old Andon did not lose heart and continued attacking relentlessly. Amiri did not want to appear too deliberate, thus continuously dashing about, waving his large hands repeatedly, engaging Old Andon in endless combat. In reality, none of his attacks could capture Andon's movements. Saint King realm experts were far too powerful. Even with Amiri breaking through a major realm recently, he still could not match the other's speed. Therefore, in Elder Andon's eyes, Amiri's actions were merely futile struggles. Arrogant and ignorant brute. Let's see how long you can hold out. Several hours later, Andon furrowed his brows, not daring to relax his attack. This kid's recovery ability has not slowed down at all. There have been tens of millions of attacks already. Has he not reached his limits? What kind of peculiar body is this? So weak in other aspects, not even reaching the Great Sage realm. Yet its physical strength and recovery power exceed even the Saint King realm. Keep persisting. I can't give up now. After hundreds more hours, Andon looked numb, controlling thousands of thick light ropes borne in the white space to tightly bind Amiri's gigantic body. Countless giant swords rained down like a torrential storm. Amiri shouted furiously while being tied up. Andon, let go of me and fight me openly. Struggling hard, he managed to break the light ropes repeatedly, which kept regenerating under Andon's control. Finally, Elder Andon gave up. He knew he couldn't possibly kill the other. And it's time to spend the rest of my life in endless chaos. Old Andon thought inwardly. With a flicker of intent, countless light ropes surged out in the white space, wrapping around Amiri tightly. Then his figure vanished abruptly from the white space. Only Amiri's body remained bound. He left just like that? Amiri slowly activated the returning origin technique to dissolve all the ropes, then teleported away from the white space. It was only then that he realized with surprise. He was now in a twisted, dark space. Is this the chaotic star region? Amiri immediately activated the endless star map to sense the positions of the southern star sea and Eeler star. He confirmed he was indeed between the two, precisely in the region known as the chaotic star region. Old Andon had already flown far away, traversing the starry sky at an extremely terrifying speed. He turned his head to look. He saw a massive white light ball rapidly flying through the chaotic star region, vanishing completely from his sight in an instant. Amiri understood. That massive white light ball was previously the white space, functioning as both a barrier and an extremely efficient transport device, bringing him from the distant Eeler star to the chaotic star region. Since I'm here, might as well check back. With Elder Thatcher already dealt with, there should be no further issues in the southern star sea. Smiling, Amiri teleported directly towards the southern star sea. Hashtag chapter 342. Jacqueline reaches the Great Sage realm. While Amiri was instantly traveling toward the south bright star sea, and an old ancestor returned to the divine ancestor star. He entered the council hall and told the clan leader, that powerful divine giant is beyond my capability to kill or capture. Therefore, I exiled him to the chaotic star region. Seeing his somewhat unpleasant expression, clan leader Homer immediately guessed that the battle had not gone well and dared not say anything further, only nodding with a seemingly satisfied smile. That's quite some effort on your part, and an old ancestor. Despite his poor mood, and an old ancestor still conscientiously reported the detailed course of the battle. When he mentioned that Elder Thatcher had been completely sealed by the mysterious giant, Homer subconsciously frowned but did not comment further. Only after Andon left did Homer sigh and summon another elder. After briefly summarizing the events on Allerstar, he said seriously, Elder Thatcher has been sealed by the mysterious powerhouse and exiled to the chaotic star region. Currently, there is no one guarding Gazette Star C, so it will be up to Heath from here on. Heath, one of the initial reinforcements for Elder Thatcher, already knew about the incidents on Allerstar but did not expect such an unexpected turn of events. The mysterious giant had turned out to be much stronger than they thought, breaking free from the seal in mere months and sealing Elder Thatcher instead. Even engaging in a fierce battle with an old ancestor showcased that this giant was one of the top-tier powerhouses in the entire Xuanhuan star system. It seems that the initial sealing was intentional, but why? Heath voiced his doubts aloud. I'm not sure, but according to Elder Andon, the strongest aspect of this giant was his physical prowess. In other areas, he's only about as strong as an average Great Sage realm, or even weaker, Homer replied uncertainly, shaking his head. Desmond sighed. It's fortunate that this opponent was ultimately exiled to the chaotic star region. Otherwise, dealing with such a powerful being would have been very troublesome. After their conversation, Desmond took the teleportation array to Allerstar. Saint Realm powerhouse Ryan, who was stationed on Allerstar, immediately handed over all intelligence on Gazette Star C to Desmond upon receiving orders. Of course, as the highest-ranking overseer, Desmond didn't need to handle everything personally. He only needed to familiarize himself with key information to efficiently manage any special situations that might arise. Holding the jade slip containing the intelligence, Desmond used his soul force to sift through the vast amount of data. Gazette Star System, total of 4,866 life-bearing planets, 122 Saint Realm powerhouses. 13 years ago, we received a soul-burning message from Saint Realm powerhouse Aiden, who had been missing for thousands of years, about the discovery of a new star region. 5 Saint Realm powerhouses were sent by Elder Thatcher to investigate. 8 years ago, they perished and sent another soul-burning message. Thus, Elder Thatcher dispatched Peak, Saint Realm Gabriella with 10 Saint Realm powerhouses. Upon reading this piece of intelligence, Desmond was startled. A new star region? Each new star region signified enormous resources and potentially unknown opportunities. Despite the peaceful coexistence among the 3 major races in the Xuanhuan star system, each possessing millions of planets, border skirmishes still occurred frequently over planet control and resource acquisition. The new star region was uncharted territory, meaning its size could be small or as vast as the entire Xuanhuan star system. If it turned out to be small, it would merely waste manpower and resources without much gain. However, if it were vast, the immense benefits would be enough to draw the attention of any top-tier power. Moreover, given the demise of the first investigative team, this mysterious star region was far from simple and possessed formidable strength. This indicated that it was indeed complex and significant. After all, shallow waters cannot contain true dragons. Desmond pondered deeply. Based on the time taken for the first investigation team, the one-way journey takes about 5 years. The second team dispatched 8 years ago should return within approximately 2 years. Let's hope it brings good news. He set aside these thoughts and continued reviewing other intelligence. South Bright Star C. Ever since Amiri left for the xuanhuan star system, Jacqueline had begun a long-term seclusion on Maluan star, distancing herself from worldly affairs. As time passed, her cultivation grew closer to the peak of the Saint Realm, until one day, realm-breaking pearl, upgrade, Jacqueline murmured silently in her mind. Suddenly, bright light surged throughout the universe, visible even from space, enveloping Maluan star in a dense yet soft white glow. The flash law seemed to celebrate Jacqueline's breakthrough, gently pulsating across the entire planet. Some of the planet's powerhouses gained insights into the flash law under this clear and striking display. One recently ascended divine flame realm genius directly comprehended the flash law, rapidly enhancing his strength. In Jacqueline's palace, more intense universal laws flooded into her body, fusing deeply with her physical form. Shortly afterward, the upgrade was complete. Jacqueline raised her arm, now glowing with a crystalline luster like fine jade. A mere thought transformed her arm into a ball of white light, dispersing and reforming, flowing like water. Then, with a single motion, her whole body transformed into white light, flashing high into the sky before rematerializing into human form. To embody the Tao, to become light, to possess the speed of light, it's truly incredible. Jacqueline couldn't help but smile. Outside, the white light gradually dissipated, but people were still immersed in the awe of the overwhelming white light filling the world. Countless discussions erupted, focusing on what had just transpired. The last time such celestial white light appeared was when Xianxia broke through. This time, the scale is even grander and more spectacular, indicating another breakthrough. Only Xianxia commands such potent flash law. So strong, she broke through to Saint Realm less than 2 decades ago, and now she's broken through again. Could she have surpassed the Great Sage Realm? Her power must be formidable. Could it even rival Lord Amiri's strength? Not likely, as she's still 2 major realms behind Lord Amiri. No matter how skilled he is with laws or how many ranks he transcends, it's impossible for a Divine King realm to defeat a Great Sage realm. Previously, Hicks had announced that Amiri was a Divine King realm powerhouse who could defeat enemies at higher realms due to his exceptional mastery of laws. In reality, even Hicks didn't know that Amiri initially only had true God realm power and had only recently advanced to Divine King realm. Moreover, he had successfully sealed a Great Sage realm powerhouse. With his invincible physique and the ability to teleport over millions of miles in a single thought, his overall combat power was on par with the Holy King realm. Hashtag chapter 343. Then let's have a grand wedding. High in the sky, Leah heard the crowd's discussions but paid them no mind. Instead, she transformed back into a white light and reappeared within the division's base on the ground. After breaking through in her cultivation, she decided to pause her practice for a while, primarily because her stock of spirit stones was running low. During Amiri's over year-long seclusion, the vast quantity of spirit stones he consumed had nearly depleted the reserves of the Manor Lord and senior elders. Hicks even significantly increased the taxes on all planets and reduced the rewards for each high-level member's missions. Under such conditions, Leah also contributed a large number of spirit stones, barely managing to sustain Amiri's continuous cultivation. This essentially overdrew on the entire Naming Star Sea's potential. However, most of the high-ranking officials did not complain as they knew that only by ensuring Amiri's strength could the future of Naming Star Sea be more secure. Leah was even more willing to contribute as it would increase Amiri's chances of victory. As she walked through the division's base, many of the senior members of the Tai Sui Manor greeted her respectfully, and Leah occasionally nodded in response. After a short while, she arrived at one of the palaces. Jolene sat on a platform, examining jade slips filled with intelligence reports. Upon seeing Leah enter, she immediately stood up. As she descended from the platform, she said with a smile, "Xianxia, congratulations on your breakthrough." Her congratulatory gaze held a hint of complexity. This beautiful young Rena, whom she had watched grow from an ordinary human, now possessed far greater strength than her, standing at the pinnacle of the entire Naming Star Sea. Leah had become someone she could only look up to. "Jolene, thank you for your hard work recently." Leah smiled and walked toward the platform. "Has anything major happened lately?" "No major incidents, just some minor unrest which has been swiftly suppressed." Jolene quickly summarized the current situation. As they spoke, Leah gracefully sat down on the platform, while Jolene stood below in a respectful posture. Despite their previous special connection, their current statuses and strengths were vastly different, necessitating this hierarchical relationship. Leah generally treated Jolene like any other subordinate except under certain circumstances when she showed consideration. Once Jolene finished handing over the intelligence, Leah smiled faintly and said, "You've worked hard for quite some time. Take a rest now." "Understood." Jolene nodded and turned to leave. Just then, a figure abruptly appeared in the palace. Jolene instinctively tensed up, while Leah reacted swiftly, rising to her feet. She looked at the figure with delight and exclaimed, "Big brother Amiri, you're back." Jammelding in the middle of the palace was none other than Amiri, who had returned from the chaotic star domain. He grinned and said, "The matter is settled. Of course I have to come back." Noticing their reunion, Jolene was about to step away, but Leah stopped her. "Jolene, continue handling the affairs for me. Amiri and I need to talk." Jolene reluctantly nodded and agreed. Amiri gave her a polite smile. "Thank you for your trouble." Then he teleported with Leah to another palace. "The leader Thatcher Elder who was against us has been sealed by me, hoping it brings some peace for now." Amiri narrated the general situation, sighing softly afterward. Leah frowned slightly and said, "After sealing Thatcher Elder, new higher-ups will likely take over that territory. Given our intelligence, it's hard to predict their next move. They might truly not pay much attention since xuanhuan's star system holds vast territories, and compared to them, we are but a drop in the ocean. Occupying us might not make much sense. Or they might send stronger forces, similar to Thatcher Elder, after discovering the complete annihilation of the reconnaissance squad." Actually, what Leah hadn't considered was that xuanhuan's star system had no intel from Naming Star Sea, fueling their keen interest in sending scouts. After all, in their eyes, an unknown star domain could potentially be a complete star system. Even a slight possibility wouldn't be easily overlooked. Amiri helplessly replied, "We can only deal with challenges as they come. The divine race's power is immense. I cannot eliminate them. My current strength can barely hold off a single Sage King Realm ancestor, let alone defeat them. Not to mention the many strong figures in the divine race. If besieged, even I might be in danger." Leah could only sigh, "Let's hope they don't send anyone else." Then she smiled. "But now I've broken through to the great Sage realm. If the divine race invades again, I alone can resist them." Amiri looked at her, surprised. "So fast?" Leah grinned smugly. "Of course. My strength now matches yours. We'll see about that." Amiri looked at her competitively. For a moment, both set aside their worries and engaged in several intense battles amidst the stars, finally embracing and gazing at the starry sky. "I've finally caught up to you." Leah laughed contentedly. Their battle earlier indeed ended without a clear victor. Though Amiri's reactions now matched those of a great sage, it was still difficult for him to catch Leah, who dodged cautiously. On the other hand, Leah couldn't break Amiri's tough physique and instead added more potential points to him. "Great. We are now the best in the world together," Amiri chuckled. They embraced, talking and laughing, then fell into a long silence. At one point, Leah suddenly said, "Let's get married." Amiri paused, then nodded earnestly, "Sure. Let's get married right away." People in this world seem to place little importance on weddings, but for the two transmigrators from Blue Water Star, marriage was a lifetime event. Even becoming powerful beings at the divine and sage realms with eternal life, they still regarded marriage very seriously. Initially, Amiri planned to wait until they reached a certain realm, gain confidence in their path, and return to Blue Water Star for a grand wedding. He had discussed this with Leah before. But now, since Leah brought up marriage first, he didn't ask why and agreed immediately. Marriage was a mutual decision, and he couldn't solely consider his own thoughts. Especially after so many years together, with few significant events yet always apart due to constant cultivation or travel, he felt indebted to Leah. Therefore, since Leah requested it, give her a grand wedding. Translation note. For character names like Leah, Amiri, Jolene, and Thatcher, the names are kept consistent using pinyin. Chapter 344. Congratulations on your wedding. Seeing Amiri's prompt agreement, Serenity immediately smiled happily and whispered in his ear, "In fact, I originally intended to wait until we returned to Waterblue Star before addressing the matter of our marriage. After all, I have many relatives and friends who would want to witness my happiness. But after so long here, most of the time was spent cultivating, becoming stronger, yet seeing no hope of returning. This made me feel that this waiting was meaningless. So, I don't want to wait anymore." Amiri listened quietly to her heartfelt words, pulling her even closer to express his support. After a long while, the two returned to Moheel Star and teleported together to the main headquarters of the Taishui Manor. After finding Hicks, Amiri first reported the events of the Heavenly Spring Star System. Before the other could fully consider it, he continued. "Lord Manor, Sinclairin and I have decided to get married." Hicks immediately set aside thoughts about the Celestial clan. Astonished, he said, "Marriage?" In this world, weddings were not highly regarded, especially by martial arts experts, who often had no interest in finding partners, focused solely on eternal life and strength. Race reproduction? That was a task for commoners. Powerful individuals didn't need offspring to carry on their legacy, had no wishes they needed their children to fulfill, and certainly had no retirement concerns. Thus, they could be content being solitary. Those few powerful individuals with partners didn't need a wedding to declare their relationship. Thus, Hicks found it hard to understand Amiri and Serenity's decision. He could only nod, saying, "Congratulations." Amiri then explained, "My lord, I am asking for your help to arrange a grand wedding that will shock the entire South Star Sea." At this moment, Serenity explained to Amiri, "Previously, in order to gather spirit stones for your cultivation, the finances of the entire South Star Sea became somewhat tight." She then looked at Hicks. "But lord, rest assured, all expenses for the wedding will come from my resources. We just need you to convene an elders meeting and ask everyone to cooperate with my arrangements." Amiri opened his mouth. He initially wanted to say he could use his own salary for the wedding, but thinking about how he had already used up several years' worth of salary on cultivation, he remained silent. Hicks immediately said, "Rest assured. Since both of you have this request, I will certainly help arrange it well." "Thank you, Lord." Amiri and Serenity thanked him promptly. Subsequently, Hicks entered the consciousness space and summoned all the elders, informing them about Amiri and Serenity's wedding. Though the elders did not fully understand, they congratulated Serenity and agreed to fully cooperate with all arrangements. Then Serenity's mind returned to her body. Beside her, Amiri hesitantly said, "Using your salary for the wedding?" Serenity looked at him with a smile. "What? Feeling a bit old-fashioned?" Amiri waved his hands quickly. "No, since you have spirit stones and I don't, let's use yours. I just feel a little embarrassed. After all, I said I would give you a grand wedding, but now it feels like you're giving me one." Amiri chuckled awkwardly. Serenity giggled. "It's fine. Even if I were marrying you, I'd have you wear a red veil, ride in a grand palanquin, and I'd ride in front on horseback." Thinking of the scene she described, she couldn't help but laugh heartily. Laughing and joking, all worries vanished, leaving only anticipation for the wedding. In the following days, they began planning the wedding process together and mobilized many members of the Taishui Manor under the guise of private missions, gradually making preparations step by step. Their engagement news spread throughout the entire South Star Sea. From the high-ranking officials of the Taishui Manor to the management and civilians of various planets, everyone sincerely rejoiced for them, making the entire South Star Sea seem lively and cheerful. Time passed day by day. 2 months later, on Moheel Star, cities everywhere were festooned with lanterns and decorations. From early morning, the entire planet was immersed in a sea of joy. This was the location of Amiri and Serenity's wedding. Over these days, attendees from various planets had rushed over to witness Amiri and Serenity's wedding, causing every city on the planet to be completely packed. As a result, Jolene had to issue a temporary ban on outsiders entering Moheel Star a couple of days earlier. And on the actual wedding day, the entire planet was crowded with people, cheering jubilantly in a festive atmosphere. Taishui Manor's elder-level higher-ups also arrived one by one. At this moment, Amiri and Serenity appeared simultaneously. Dressed in celebratory bright red wedding attire, they floated gracefully from different positions. Amid envious or blessing gazes, they slowly flew towards each other, holding hands as they stood in midair. A gentle white light radiated from their bodies, drawing attention like a sun in the sky without blinding anyone. Hicks's figure appeared in the distance. With a loud voice, he declared, Hero Amiri of Taishui Manor and Elder Serenity have known each other for decades, growing together through trials and triumphs. They will now share prosperity and welcome the future together. Starting today, they officially become inseparable spouses and supportive partners. With heaven and earth as witnesses, bow to your parents. Hicks's clear voice resonated throughout the sky and earth. Even on the opposite side of the planet where his voice wouldn't reach, other members repeated his words according to the signals received, formally announcing Amiri and Serenity's marriage to all of Moheel Star. Not only that, as Hicks's voice rang out, many Taishui Manor members stationed near the subbases activated previously arranged signals, spreading the news to other planets. Thus, 1 led to 10, and 10 led to 100, almost simultaneously. Wedding congratulations echoed in every corner of all planets. News of Amiri and Serenity's wedding officially began spreading throughout the entire South Star Sea. On Moheel Star, as Hicks finished speaking, Amiri and Serenity bowed deeply toward the sky. This solitary bow was dedicated to their parents on Waterblue Star. At the same time, dozens of fireworks soared into the sky from different directions. With sharp explosions, they dispersed into giant white orbs. These orbs took the shape of Amiri and Serenity holding hands, symbolizing their happiness. Such scenes played out simultaneously on all planets in the South Star Sea. Amiri and Serenity's wedding effectively occurred across more than 3,000 planets, witnessed by countless people. Thank you all for coming to our wedding. We've arranged celebrations in major cities. Please join in and enjoy yourselves. Hicks laughed heartily. Congratulations on your marriage. All the elders and people on the ground shouted together. Congratulations on your marriage. Chapter 345. Stefan till Clyde. Their wedding was grand in scale, broadcast simultaneously on thousands of planets, but the ceremony itself was extremely simple. It created a lot of buzz as a public announcement. After that, they delegated celebratory activities in various places and did not personally appear again. They neither asked for gifts nor prepared feasts for socializing. All they wanted was peace and contentment. After bidding farewell to the senior officials, they came to their new home. This secluded residence, nestled deep within an isolated mountain range, was transformed from a towering few thousand-meter-high mountain into a rustic compound. It would be their future permanent residence. The couple almost forgot everything else, indulging in blissful moments together. After a few days, they occasionally left home, wandering around incognito. After marriage, both their mindsets inexplicably changed, seemingly completely relaxed and becoming more laid back. They no longer had the singular focus on seclusion and cultivation as before. Thus, the entire South Star Sea spent a year in absolute tranquility. One day, in the courtyard atop a mountain, a clear infant cry suddenly rang out. Moments later, Jacqueline emerged from the inner room with a radiant smile, holding a newborn baby in her arms. Amiri immediately went up to her, embracing the still rosy-cheeked Jacqueline and gently said, Arvijkshu, you've worked so hard. Jacqueline handed the baby over to Amiri, her eyes squinting in joy. This is our little one. Look how much he looks like you. Even now, he's already handsome. The infant waved its tiny fists randomly, its eyes bright and spirited, occasionally babbling away. He looked full of vitality. Amiri took the baby in his arms, teased him for a while, then held him high and laughed heartily. Our child is destined to be the most dazzling genius in this world. Born after a year-long gestation period inside the great Saint Realm powerhouse Jacqueline, nurtured by powerful luminescent law forces constantly refining his body, their child was naturally different from ordinary people. Even as a newborn, he could be exposed to the gale winds at the mountaintop, with a constitution far stronger than average adults. Once he started cultivating, there would be no obstacles at least in the early stages. Calling him an unparalleled genius was not exaggerated. But Jacqueline suddenly said, as long as our child is happy, it doesn't matter whether he's a genius or not. Amiri paused, then responded, right, as long as little Clyde is happy. According to their previous discussions, they hadn't made their child's existence public, telling only a few close acquaintances. Even other senior officials in the Taishui mansion were unaware. Therefore, they only celebrated Clyde's birth modestly within the compound. He will have glory if he desires it, or remain ordinary if he wishes, Jacqueline remarked. After the child was born, their lives became even more low-key and mundane. To better accompany Clyde's growth, Jacqueline resigned from her planetary guard duties. Together with Amiri, they brought Clyde to a human-inhabited planet, bought an ordinary small courtyard, and lived quietly in a small city under assumed identities. Stefan till Clyde indeed proved extraordinary. Shortly after birth, he was already running around, occasionally tripping and falling. He would stand up unharmed, continuing to babble as he ran around like an energetic little tiger. From inside the house to outside, from front to back, he quickly became known to all the neighbors as an incredibly lively little boy. Brother Jiang, how old is your kid? He seems full of energy. A neighbor remarked nearby. Near the courtyard, there was a spacious open area. During leisure times, children nearby liked to play here, and Amiri also brought Clyde daily. Of course, besides Clyde, most of the kids actually running around were over 2 years old, with Clyde being notably smaller. In response to the neighbor's question, Amiri smiled. Clyde is over a year old. Given Clyde's current size, saying he wasn't yet a month old would be hard to believe. Amiri didn't want to draw attention, So he told everyone Clyde was 1 year old, and no one suspected otherwise. 1 year old and he's already like a young bull. This kid has an excellent constitution. He will surely become a top martial artist, and might even join the Taishui mansion officially. That man marveled. Even a common low-ranking member of the Taishui mansion would be considered a big shot in an ordinary city. For regular people, that was already a significant position. Amiri didn't humble himself and responded, "The Taishui mansion actively supports human geniuses. Perhaps my child can benefit from this support and grow into a pillar of the human race." The man nodded. That's true. While they conversed, a minor dispute arose among the children playing on the field. Amiri saw clearly that while playing make-believe, little Clyde showed interest and toddled over. Despite his cleverness, he couldn't fully understand others' words and thus ignored another child's directions, only babbling as he circled around. A 6 or 7-year-old boy, apparently upset, pushed Clyde to the ground. Clyde wasn't one to back down, scrambling up and pouncing on the other boy. Their small bodies grappled. Martial prowess was highly esteemed here, evident even in childhood fights, which parents generally let unfold without interference. The watching adults cheered and encouraged the kids. Go, Clyde. Amiri chortled along. Such scuffles happened frequently, and everyone was accustomed to them. Clyde's body had always been exceptionally strong. No mere calf could match him. In fact, Amiri periodically applied seals to control his strength to prevent hurting others. During the brief tussle, each child got several hits. Finally, due to shorter limbs and less strength, Clyde was pinned down with his hands twisted behind his back, babbling indignantly. Yet Clyde seemed tireless, wriggling and struggling, soon freeing his hands. Another struggle followed until Clyde was again subdued. The older boy panted, "You lost. Don't fight back anymore." Clyde continued to squirm, prompting the older boy to say, "All right, we'll play with you now." Then Amiri called out, "Okay, Clyde, stop fighting if you're losing." The older boy released him, collapsing beside him. Clyde promptly got up and hugged Amiri's leg. "Go. They want to play with you," Amiri crouched and said softly. The older boy, still puffing, reluctantly agreed. "Clyde, come play with us." Clyde instantly lit up, running happily over. Chapter 346, Bloody Growth. Nicolaso Clyde's growth rate was much faster than that of an average child. Not only did he start walking and running shortly after birth, but his teeth grew within a few days. There were no dietary restrictions for him. Every meal consisted of large servings of fish and meat. Moreover, Kaylee or Amiri would cleanse his body daily with spiritual energy, which rapidly enhanced Nicolaso Clyde's physique. By the end of a month, Nicolaso Clyde began to speak. At 5 months old, he became the leader of the neighborhood children, taking them on adventures each day. By the time he turned 1 year old, Nicolaso Clyde had grown over a meter tall, resembling a child of 5 or 6 years. Under Amiri's precise control of seal management, Nicolaso Clyde's strength and abilities matched those of an adult, while his physical constitution rivaled that of a formal stage martial artist. This Nicolaso Clyde no longer contented himself with the surrounding streets and alleys. Instead, he often led some 7 or 8-year-olds to raid nests outside the city. Apart from following secretly for the first few days, Amiri and Kaylee allowed him free rein to play and enjoy normal childhood fun, letting him grow better. After all, they could always sense Nicolaso Clyde's condition and weren't worried about any danger befalling him. On this particular day, Nicolaso Clyde and his friends ran towards the outskirts of the city. The group of boys and Xenas darted around like lively sprites, sometimes hopping, sometimes playing rough, weaving through the bustling street. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded. "Brat, can't you watch where you're going?" Following this was the sound of a loud slap and the timid voice of a young boy. Sorry." The voice trembled, but Nicolaso Clyde and the others instantly recognized it as belonging to their friend, Phelan. They immediately looked over. A towering Ebert stood before Phelan, poised to strike again. "Stop!" Nicolaso Clyde instinctively roared, rushing over with the other kids, pulling Phelan behind him. Phelan lived up to his nickname, with a chubby and fair face now marked by a clear handprint covering almost half of it. Seeing his friends come over, Phelan felt supported and the tears he had been holding back finally flowed freely. "Uncle, we are sorry, but it wasn't intentional when Phelan bumped into you. Why can't you let it go?" Nicolaso Clyde lifted his head to look directly at the Ebert. The other children also looked up at him, seemingly bolstering Nicolaso Clyde's courage. A crowd gathered, with some people pointing and others offering advice. "Brother, calm down. They're just kids. Since you've already hit one of them, please don't blame them anymore." But the Ebert was enraged even further. He glared at the onlookers. "I'm a 5-star member of Tai Sui Manor. Are you sure you want a medal?" The onlookers instinctively avoided his gaze, and many hurriedly left. A 5-star member, already a Rebirth Realm powerhouse, was seen by commoners as omnipotent and held status comparable to a city lord. Definitely not someone to offend lightly. The Ebert turned his attention back to the children, especially Nicolaso Clyde. Grinning maliciously, he said, "You ignorant brats, do you know what happens when you offend me? I'll break your limbs and turn you into cripples for life." His sinister expression terrified the other children. Nicolaso Clyde felt a twinge of fear, instinctively stepping back but then steadying himself. He met the man's gaze unflinchingly. "We've apologized, and you've already hit Phelan. Why should you keep bullying us?" The Ebert had intended to torment these audacious children out of sheer terror, but seeing Nicolaso Clyde still standing his ground and reasoning with him, he was enraged and laughed bitterly, twisting his face as he shouted, "Ignorant brat." He slapped Nicolaso Clyde across the face. "Ah!" The children gasped instinctively. Nicolaso Clyde squeezed his eyes shut, flinching backward. Just then, a calm voice echoed gently in the air. "Stephental brother, you've gone too far." The Ebert felt a finger gently tap his shoulder, and his entire body froze mid-strike. Nicolaso Clyde opened his eyes in pleasant surprise and exclaimed, "Father!" A refined figure appeared silently behind the Ebert, calmly pressing a hand on the man's shoulder. The other children also cheered in delight. "Uncle Jiang." Some bystanders who witnessed Amiri's sudden appearance were shocked. By martial knowledge standards, anyone capable of teleportation must be a divine realm powerhouse, among the strongest and highest ranking on any planet. Some even recognized Amiri, who had lived there for a year, and whispered amongst themselves. Who would have thought that this mysterious Mr. Jiang is actually a divine realm powerhouse? His wife seems to be of the Alfred family. Could it be her? You mean Lady Sinclairin and Master Amiri? What else? Both share surnames, have a mysterious background, and possess power beyond the divine realm. How could it be a coincidence? But how? This child looks at least 5 or 6, and the 2 adults only married 2 years ago. No one ever heard about them having a child. Plus, with their status, even if they had a child, he'd be living in luxury, not in our humble city. Who knows what such important figures think? Amiri overheard the chatter but paid no mind, smiling at the children. Okay, everything's fine. Go home now. The Ebert also heard the whispers and trembled uncontrollably. Whether or not this was the legendary Amiri, the mere implication of instant teleportation meant he was facing someone way beyond his rebirth realm capabilities. Sir, I'm sorry, he stammered, pleading for mercy. Amiri stated coldly, insult others, and you will be insulted in return. Since you cannot forgive these children, I'll give you a taste of what being bullied feels like. With that, Amiri swiftly tapped the man's right arm. An overwhelming force surged through the entire limb, causing muscles, bones, and blood vessels to explode into a mist of blood, dispersing into the wind. The Ebert gritted his teeth, silently enduring the pain of his arm disintegrating, bowing deeply. Thank you for your mercy, sir. I give you a small lesson. Don't act so arrogantly, Amiri remarked casually, walking past the man to the children. Let's go home. Nicolaso Clyde and the other children were somewhat stunned by the graphic cruelty of the scene, but hadn't deliberately been shielded from it. In the martial world, a Santiago's growth is inevitably intertwined with bloodshed. Hashtag chapter 347. To be stronger than the wicked wolf. On the way home, a few children walked in silence. One by one they dispersed until only Amiri and his son remained. Father, why did you have to do that? Young Clyde asked, still troubled by what had transpired. In his world, adults were kind and modest. Even if angry, they knew how to stop when appropriate. He never imagined someone could be so evil and unreasonable, going as far as to relentlessly punish them for a mere collision. What are you referring to? Amiri walked beside him, smiling calmly. Suddenly stopping, young Clyde looked up at his father earnestly and asked, Connor already apologized. Why did that person still hit him? And even try to hit us just because of a slight bump? Didn't you tell me we should reason with people? And why did you break his arm? How will he eat now? Amiri laughed softly and lifted young Clyde into his arms. People are different. Some are kind, others wicked. With kind people, we talk it out and don't bully them. But with wicked people, reasoning doesn't work because they are like wolves who want to devour the gentle sheep. Young Clyde thought of the stories his parents told him from childhood and nodded in partial understanding. Amiri continued, wolves and sheep don't reason. Stefank earlier, no matter what you said, he wouldn't have let you go. Instead, he wanted to break your limbs so you couldn't walk or eat, spending the rest of your life bedridden. In the face of such evil, there is only one solution. To be stronger than the wolf, strike until he fears, or kill him outright. Young Clyde vaguely understood but wasn't entirely clear. Yet, he remembered one thing. Be stronger than the wolf. Amiri looked at him seriously. If you don't want to be bullied, you must grow strong. Father, how do I get strong? Martial arts. Martial arts? Yes, it's just like what you often see other uncles doing in the courtyard, practicing boxing. That's martial arts. I want to learn martial arts. Alright, I'll teach you. I want to be the strongest so no one can bully me or my friends. I believe you can achieve that. Oh, can I become stronger than father? Young Clyde recalled how Amiri effortlessly shattered the opponent's arm and asked curiously. Then you'll need to put in a lot of effort. Amiri smiled. As Amiri taught his son, on another side of the chaotic star region, in the Heavenly Spring star system, JC, on Isle Star, Heath, based on the schedule, Blaney and the others who were sent to the other side of the chaotic star region 10 years ago, should have returned long ago. However, there has been no news, Saint Realm Powerhouse Ryan reported respectfully. Heath frowned. He knew that for an exploration mission like this, even if there were delays, they would definitely send someone back first to report. Given the extended delay beyond their expected return time, it was likely that the exploration team had met with misfortune. Especially considering the previous team's complete annihilation, the possibility increased significantly. Thinking about it, Heath smiled wryly. To kill over 10 Saint Realms, it seems this mysterious star region is not simple. Not simple means potential and abundant resources. With the divine race's power, once the situation is clear, sending an official contingent of powerhouses, they would have the confidence to sweep through regardless. Elder Thatcher's actions were overly cautious. Floating gently in the air, Elder Isidore stood sternly and ordered, Ryan, arrange 10 Saint Realms, 5 heavenly vessels. I'll personally visit this place. We're taking this mysterious star region. In a humble courtyard, Kaylee removed sumptuous dishes from her storage ring and placed them on the stone table in the courtyard. The three sat around the table. With young Clyde gobbling down the meal, the table quickly cleared. After dinner, Kaylee looked at young Clyde. I heard you want to practice martial arts? Young Clyde nodded vigorously. Ma'am, why do you want to practice martial arts? Thinking for a moment, young Clyde replied earnestly, I don't want to be bullied, nor do I want my friends to be bullied. You must remember this now, and always remind yourself why you are practicing martial arts. Hearing this, young Clyde nodded, seeming to understand. Okay, I'll remember. Starting tomorrow, your father and I will take turns helping you build a foundation. When you turn 3, we'll officially teach you martial arts. Kaylee softened her tone and ruffled young Clyde's hair. His face fell. 3 years? That's still so many days to wait. Amiri approached, squatted down, and looked him in the eye. Stefantel Abelardo, it takes many, many years of practice to become strong. Do you still want to practice? Young Clyde was momentarily lost, his little face furrowed in confusion. So many years. He didn't have a concrete sense of time but understood many in a vague way. Then, he remembered Connor being beaten and nearly having his limbs broken by the bald brute. Clenching his teeth, he declared, "Yes, I want to. Even if it takes so many years, are you willing?"
Yes.
Before practicing martial arts, you need to build a foundation for many days. Are you ready for that?
Yes.
Remember, you promised. You cannot easily give up. Building a foundation is essential, and you must persist. Otherwise, your parents and friends will look down on you, understand? I understand. Young Clyde's young face showed determination. From the next day, Amiri began teaching him ordinary exercise methods, not really for physical training but more for stretching the body and cultivating habits. Starting from half an hour a day to eventually 2 hours daily, young Clyde gradually developed the habit. Coupled with adequate nutrition and spiritual energy, his body grew faster. By age 3, he was as tall as most 10-year-olds. To avoid falling behind, Amiri decided to send young Clyde to the academy early to learn basic reading and writing and other common courses, also fostering social skills. Given his superior strength, he naturally became a child king among the students, defending others and becoming a small hero in their eyes. This further fueled his interest in martial arts. Finally, young Clyde's long-awaited 3rd birthday arrived. Chapter 348. We move in simultaneously. That afternoon, after school, little Clyde left the academy, walking merrily towards home accompanied by several friends. "Big brother Clyde, why have you been smiling all day?" a slightly shorter Xena asked in a sweet voice. The other kids also looked at him in surprise, clearly noticing something different about Clyde today. One of them, a somewhat chubby boy, immediately raised his hand and said, "I know." Everyone turned to look at him. Stephentil Clyde, who had been smiling without speaking, also looked at him in confusion. Big brother Clyde must have hit his head while wrestling and turned into a fool. Sometimes when we talk to him, he just stands there dumbfounded. Stephentil Clyde immediately tapped his head angrily. "Phelan, do you want me to turn you into a fool?" The kids burst out laughing. As they walked along, the others gradually left, leaving only Stephentil Clyde and Phelan. At a corner, Phelan suddenly looked seriously at Clyde. "Big brother Clyde, what is it? My father is a renowned doctor in town. If you really did hit your head, I can ask my father to treat you for free. Get lost." "Sure thing." Phelan ran into the alley, shouting, "See you tomorrow, big brother Clyde." Clyde waved casually, "See you tomorrow." He took light steps and soon returned home, pushing open the courtyard gate and shouting loudly, "I'm back." 2 bamboo recliners were set up in the courtyard, where Amiri and Jacqueline were lying leisurely as usual. Hearing Stephentil Clyde's voice, they responded casually, Let's prepare for dinner then." Still fetching fresh food from storage rings, the 3 sat down by the stone table. Ignoring his parents' unhurried eating, Stephentil Clyde finished quickly and excitedly said, "Today is my 3rd birthday. Shouldn't you start teaching me martial arts now?" In fact, besides the basic literacy classes, the academy also offered cultivation classes. But since the children were all under 10 years old, they only taught extremely basic preparatory cultivation methods to lay the foundation for practicing the primal creation technique. Moreover, Stephentil Clyde, who had seen his father demonstrate before, believed his father was much stronger than the teachers at the academy and naturally expected more from his father's guidance. 2 years of anticipation was almost half of little Clyde's life, and now finally the agreed-upon day had come. How could he not be excited? Amiri and Jacqueline couldn't help but smile. Jacqueline leisurely tidied up the table while Amiri took Stephentil Clyde to a slightly farther open space. Facing each other, Amiri spoke seriously. "You've probably heard in the academy that the human race's top cultivation technique is called the primal creation technique. You can practice it from the preliminary stage of martial arts all the way to the divine realm. The stronger you are, the better the effect. It's a top-notch lifelong cultivation method. On this foundation, I made improvements, significantly enhancing the efficiency of nutrient absorption and energy conversion. I named it the Heaven-Swallowing Creation Technique. However, this cultivation method is too profound and can only be taught in stages. Today, I will teach you the first level of the Heaven-Swallowing Creation Technique." Stephentil Clyde's comprehension ability was already on par with that of an average teenager. Hearing the name of the technique, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Martial cultivation involved eating and consuming resources, and the Heaven-Swallowing Creation Technique, as its name suggested, absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into power within oneself. What an extraordinary concept. Although Stephentil Clyde wasn't fully clear, he knew this technique was definitely stronger than the primal creation technique. He couldn't help but look forward to it even more. "Follow my movements," Amiri said while starting to slowly perform boxing techniques and explaining. "Pay attention to your breathing rhythm. Exhale when punching and inhale when retracting. Raise your left hand higher. Good, keep going, kick now." The father and son practiced slowly in the spacious courtyard, with Jacqueline watching affectionately nearby. The setting sun painted a warm picture of the family. Before long, another 3 years had passed. Now 6 years old, Clyde already resembled a teenage boy. Tall and handsome, his features hinted at the grace and elegance to come. His performance in martial arts was nothing short of dazzling. 2 months ago, he had reached the peak of the physical body realm, possessing a strength of 10,000 caddies. At his local academy, he was an undisputed top student. Remember, there were 6 grades in primary academies, and Clyde, being in grade 3, possessed enough power to dominate the entire academy. Even advanced martial arts academies had extended offers to him. Throughout the city, Clyde had become an absolute rising star. As for the rumors about Amiri and Jacqueline, they gradually faded after some time. Apart from the few initial witnesses, few people doubted their identity anymore. They just considered the duo mysterious. In the modest residence, Amiri drank leisurely in the courtyard. Jacqueline meditated inside the house, her aura fluctuating continuously. Not long after, following a wave of spiritual energy, she emerged with a smile. You've broken through again? Indeed, I've advanced one minor realm, Jacqueline nodded. During these years of raising Stephentil Clyde, they didn't completely abandon cultivation. They were just less focused than before. Every time Stephentil Clyde went to school, Jacqueline would take some time to practice solo or battle Amiri in the starry sky. Amiri, due to hitting a brief bottleneck without abundant resources, found that intensive practice or casual practice made little difference. Only through intense battles with Jacqueline could he occasionally gain a substantial amount of potential points. Therefore, Amiri gave all his allotted stipend to Jacqueline, while he only gained potential points through automatic cultivation via techniques or battles with Jacqueline. This way, both progressed steadily. Despite this, Amiri still had a significant gap to closing before advancing. It's been nearly 10 years since the 11 deities invaded. Jacqueline's expression became serious. If the deity race sends more people, it should be about time. Amiri remained calm. Since that's the case, it's about time for us to re-emerge. In the chaotic star domain, 5 spherical space-time boats sliced through the dark, warped void, streaking like shooting stars, occasionally flickering before disappearing simultaneously. When they reappeared, they were already millions of kilometers away. Inside the space-time boats, 11 members of the deity race had solemn expressions. Soon, several space-time boats exited the chaotic star domain, entering a tranquil expanse of space. Divide into 5 groups, each infiltrate different planets to gather information, then withdraw independently. We'll regroup back on L-Star. To avoid alerting the targets prematurely, all groups must maintain distance in space after discovering the target planet. In 1 month, we will infiltrate simultaneously. Heath aboard the lead space-time boat transmitted orders to the Saints on board the other boats. Then, the 5 space-time boats moved off in different directions, disappearing into the void. Chapter 349. I reveal everything. Clang, clang, clang. The melodious sound of bells echoed through the air. A swarm of young boys and Xenas streamed out of the academy. Among them, tall and handsome Clyde walked out, surrounded by a few close friends. Wherever he went, people would make way for him, casting curious or admiring glances at the group, watching them leave. Big brother Clyde, have you heard that representatives from top martial arts academies have personally come to invite you? Asked Phelan, who had grown quite muscular, curiously beside Clyde. The other friends immediately exclaimed in disbelief, impossible. The graduation exam is still 3 years away. How could they invite you this early? Phelan shot a disdainful glance at his companions. Do you think big brother Clyde is on the same level as us? We must attend the graduation exam faithfully and still worry about being eliminated. But for big brother Clyde, the higher academies are coming to him. If they don't secure him early, other schools might snatch him away, which would be a huge loss. The friends were repeatedly astounded. Clyde, however, was torn. Indeed, he had received invitations from more than one prestigious academy, each offering excellent terms. He was indeed tempted. After all, although his father possessed profound martial skills, he could only teach theoretical knowledge. Many things still required systematic study in an academy. Moreover, he needed to exchange experiences with more peers. But attending a top martial arts academy meant traveling to a distant city, implying living independently far from his parents. Though Clyde looked like a teenager, he was only 6 years old and felt an instinctive aversion to leaving his parents. I should ask my parents' opinion directly. Stephentil Clyde pondered this and returned home. After dinner, just as he was about to bring up the matter, he noticed Amiri looking solemnly at him. Nicholas Seoho, there's something I need to tell you. In reality, your mother and I are the strongest 2 people in the world. My true name is Amiri, and your mother's real name is Jacqueline. You must have heard these names at the academy. Stephentil Clyde's mind buzzed, temporarily losing its ability to think. Naturally, he had heard of Amiri and Jacqueline. Their legend permeated every corner of the world. Even though they hadn't appeared in recent years, people still occasionally spoke of their heroic deeds. Even in the academy, there were specific courses dedicated to recounting the grand historical development of the Taishui mansion, prominently featuring Amiri and Jacqueline's glorious achievements. Father, are you Lord Amiri? Mother, are you Sinclairin? Stephentil Clyde glanced at his parents, who maintained serious expressions, not appearing to jest, further intensifying his disbelief. In his recollection, his family lived modestly in a small city on an ordinary planet. Although his parents did not work regularly, it was evident that they had significant strength. However, the legendary Amiri and Jacqueline were revered as the invincible duo across the entire southern star sea, commanding respect from countless inhabitants of over 3,000 planets. Even the highest guardians on this planet seemed insignificant before them. In his heart, no matter how mysterious his parents seemed, it was inconceivable that they had any connection with those 2 legends. As Stephentil Clyde composed himself, Amiri continued, I am telling you this today because our seclusion has lasted long enough, and we may need to re-emerge. He crouched down, gently stroking Nicholas Seoho's head. Nicholas Seoho, do you want to accompany us to the main base of the Taishui mansion, or stay here? Stephentil Clyde subconsciously panicked. No, I don't want to be separated from you. Jacqueline also approached, crouching in front of him, softly patting his hair. Don't worry, Nicholas Seoho, we won't be apart. We're just temporarily going to fight the invaders, making it inconvenient to bring you along. If not stopped, the divine invaders will kill many. Stephentil Clyde clung to them both, tears in his eyes. No matter what, I want to be with you. Amiri sighed, Arvidshu, perhaps you should stay with Nicholas Seoho while I face the enemy alone. He is still young, and I'm not comfortable leaving him alone. Stephentil Clyde relaxed slightly but remained anxious, gazing at Amiri. But, father, Amiri looked at him earnestly. What did I teach you? A man must not evade. He must face all challenges. Without confronting the divine threat, the southern star sea could fall into chaos. Countless lives on many planets might perish. So, I must go. Do you understand? Stephentil Clyde opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but unsure how to voice his thoughts. Jacqueline reassured him gently. Nicholas Seoho, rest assured. Your father is the strongest in the world, undefeated by anyone. After defeating the enemies, your father will return. We'll stay here waiting for him without causing him worry. Stephenthal Clyde's eyes were still red, yet his gaze grew firm, nodding resolutely. Okay. He looked at Amiri seriously. Father, please return soon to see me. Amiri smiled warmly. Okay. Then he looked mysteriously at Stephenthal Clyde. Before then, I have a surprise for you. What? Come. Amiri placed his hands on Jacqueline's and Stephenthal Clyde's shoulders and performed vast space teleportation. In the next moment, the three appeared on an open ground amidst a forest. Stephenthal Clyde was bewildered, reacting after a while, looking around astonished. Is this spatial teleportation? To be transported elsewhere in an instant. Seeing his reaction, Amiri chuckled. Do you want to learn? Stephenthal Clyde nodded eagerly. Yes, I want to learn. Once your cultivation reaches the divine realm, if you still wish to learn, I will teach you. But the surprise I mentioned is this. Suddenly, Amiri pointed, swiftly touching Stephenthal Clyde's forehead. A golden light flowed from his fingertip into Stephenthal Clyde's body. Instantly, it felt as if some mysterious substance within him activated, emitting a radiant glow that swiftly moved across his body. The seal that had existed within him for 6 years finally broke. Boom boom. The sound like a roaring river filled the air. Stephenthal Clyde's blood surged, muscles swelling and contracting. Dragon-like life force enveloped his body, rising several meters high, continuously undulating. This chapter reveals Clyde's parents' true identities as the renowned Amiri and Jacqueline. Faced with the looming threat of invasion, they must decide whether Clyde will join them or remain behind, leading to Amiri bestowing him with newfound abilities before parting. Chapter 350. It's you. Ah. Stephenthal Clyde couldn't help but let out a roar. The surging sound waves reverberated around him without end. The vigorous chi and blood surrounding him gradually began to contract. Until it was fully retracted into his body, the first thread of true chi appeared within him. More and more thick true chi followed. Even the mysterious energy welling up from deep within his body continued to merge with his physical form and rapidly converted into more true chi. After reaching the peak of the flesh body realm, Stephenthal Clyde's cultivation soared straight into the true chi realm and quickly ascended to a new realm, the innate realm. And the generation and condensation of true chi continued. Before long, his cultivation improved again, achieving the spirit sea realm. Only then did the changes within Stephenthal Clyde's body slowly stop. His cultivation ultimately settled at the 5th level of the spirit sea realm, a 6-year-old, 6th level spirit sea realm powerhouse. Phew. Stephenthal Clyde exhaled deeply. The surging breath instantly formed a visible column of air, shooting dozens of meters before finally dissipating. Father, what is this? He looked at Amiri in astonishment and confusion. Amiri said proudly, as my son and Arvijchu's, you naturally surpass any so-called prodigy by 100-fold. How could you just be dominant in a small city? From the moment you were born, you were destined to be an unrivaled genius. To prevent you from inadvertently harming others, I've always sealed your true power, leaving only a slightly stronger part compared to your peers. Stephenthal Clyde's shock lingered as he inwardly thought, this isn't just a little stronger than my peers. His peers, 6-year-olds, are mostly just starting school. Forget martial arts cultivation, they'd likely cry if they fell while playing. Previously, at the peak of the flesh body realm, he already dominated the entire academy, far stronger than all 16-year-olds. Of course, apart from a few friends who grew up with him, most people assumed he was 12 years old. Now, after the seal was lifted, at the 5th level of the spirit sea realm, Stephenthal Clyde had no idea what age group he should be benchmarked against. At this point, he completely believed his parents' identities. After all, who else besides the legendary Amiri and Jacqueline could give birth to such a monstrous child? Stephenthal Clyde instinctively clenched his fists, carefully feeling the strength that had surged several hundred times. Amiri gently ruffled his hair. I'll leave now. With that, he vanished on the spot. Stephenthal Clyde came back to his senses, looking at where Amiri had been, feeling hollow inside, his mood shifting from excitement about his increased cultivation to melancholy. Beside him, Jacqueline softly said, your father has gone to save the world. He's our hero and the world's hero. You should be proud of him. Yeah. Stephenthal Clyde nodded vigorously. On the other side, Amiri soon arrived at the main base and found Hicks, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Amiri's expression turned serious. I will stay here. Please notify me immediately if there's news of the divine race. Hicks sighed. Let's hope they don't show up again. Amiri remained non-committal, casually asking, how have things been in the capital recently? Have any high-ranking officials broken through? Hicks shook his head. It's not that easy. Even with more resources than before, cultivation can't be achieved just by accumulating them. In recent years, the middle echelons have grown quite a bit. As for the higher echelons, only 20 or so veteran human 9th stage, heaven deity realm individuals have broken through to the true god realm under the capital's support, becoming new elders. As for the elder ranks, none have broken through. Amiri nodded, saying nothing. To him, this situation seemed normal. After all, in Nanan Starcia's millions of years of history, there had never been a sage realm powerhouse, so it wouldn't be natural for them to suddenly appear one after another now. What he didn't realize was that sometimes profound knowledge passed down in simple words could guide lost and directionless divine king realm powerhouses toward the sage realm. Days went by one by one. Under Hicks's arrangements, every planet entered a state of external alert, but civilians inside the planets remained in peaceful tranquility. Amiri practiced daily in a palace near the teleportation array at the main base. Until one day, a figure appeared in the teleportation array, urgently shouting, Lord Amiri, the divine race has appeared on Maisai star. Amiri instantly appeared beside the teleportation array. Then, the array flashed again. Another figure appeared, anxiously calling out, Lord Amiri, the divine race has appeared on Jibin star. Amiri paused momentarily. More flashes of light revealed 3 more figures reporting emergencies on different planets. Once no one else appeared, Amiri took the teleportation array to Maisai Star, the first to request help. Changing scenes before his eyes, Amiri instantly appeared on another planet billions of miles away. Members of Taishui Mansion waiting beside the array immediately reported the direction of the divine race. Amiri moved rapidly, soon finding the precise location. At this moment, the heavenly vessel was preparing to descend through the atmosphere. Without time to think, Amiri teleported beneath the heavenly vessel and slapped upwards with his right palm. Under the full operation of the star-plucking hand, his palm enlarged rapidly, instantly covering the sky and blocking all evasive spaces of the heavenly vessel. After his cultivation increase, his speed had significantly improved. This resulted in the divine race's heavenly vessel being unable to evade and getting crushed directly by Amiri. But Amiri couldn't waste time killing them. There were 4 more divine race teams on 4 other planets, all aboard heavenly vessels, and he needed to destroy all of them. So he roared, "Scram!" Then threw 2 divine race powerhouses from the heavenly vessel into the sky. Following this, he teleported back beside the array. The entire battle process didn't exceed 3 seconds. To Jibin Star. In a flash, Amiri appeared on another planet. Appearing at the coordinates, he quickly located the second heavenly vessel. Just as the vessel entered the atmosphere, Amiri unleashed the full power of the star-plucking hand once more. The sky-covering hand reappeared, instantly destroying the heavenly vessel. At this moment, a white light flew out, shouting in shock, "It's you." The white light sped off the planet. Amiri frowned. A slight sensing revealed its identity. It was one of the 5 elders supporting Thatcher. That meant they had deployed a great Sage Realm powerhouse. This made Amiri feel slightly uneasy. However, he had no time to dwell on it and no time to pursue, so he returned to the teleportation array to rush to the next target planet. Chapter 351. Will the Great Divine Race only flee? Fortunately, due to Amiri's swift actions, there was a slight delay in the enemy entering the planets. Therefore, when he hurriedly arrived at the other 3 target planets, the several cosmic boats had not managed to escape yet and were destroyed by him in time. Only then did he begin to deal with these powerful divine race members. A huge hand tightly clenched. Successive spatial tear waves raged within his palm. 2 divine race Saint Realm experts struggled relentlessly, but ultimately ended up being torn apart into blood mists. Without pausing, Amiri used the teleportation array to head toward the 4th target, followed by the 3rd, and finally the first one. He only came to the planet Heath had invaded last. Amiri had already set coordinates for each of the divine race experts using the endless star map while destroying the cosmic boats. Thus, he wasn't worried about any of them escaping. His only concern was that they would take advantage of the chaos and cause massive destruction and casualties. Unfortunately, he couldn't be everywhere at once. He could only ensure maximum speed, dealing with weaker groups first before coming to resolve the issues caused by the divine race elder in the Great Sage Realm. At this point, Heath had returned to the planet after Amiri's instantaneous departure. After capturing a few individuals and questioning them for some information, he turned into a white light and flew off into the vast starry sky. This place is merely an ordinary galaxy with just a few thousand planets. Why would such a remote and barren area give birth to a terrifying powerhouse like Amiri? And there's another person called Sinclairin, who is rumored to be in the Great Sage Realm? To develop into such a powerful entity in just a few decades, how could there exist such a fearsome prodigy in the universe? Flying rapidly through the starry sky, Heath felt utterly confused. Before arriving in this star region, he thought that no matter how complex this area might be, as a Great Sage Realm expert, his mission was only to gather intelligence and thus wouldn't pose any danger to him. However, what he hadn't expected was that just as he was about to enter the planet, his cosmic boat was destroyed by the opponent's overwhelming attack. The far-reaching instant teleportation and the immensely large hand reminded him instantly of the mysterious giant who sealed Elder Thatcher back then, so he couldn't help exclaiming aloud. Even though their appearances and soul fluctuations were entirely different, he believed that there was an 80% chance that they were the same person. After all, achieving the power of the Great Sage Realm wasn't common. To possess such formidable strength, combined with 2 uncommon abilities, and to have entangled with the divine race similarly, such coincidences were unimaginable. What made Heath even more concerned was that his cosmic boat had been completely destroyed. Now he could only rely on traveling by transforming into light to return to the divine race territory in the heavenly spring star system. Even with lightspeed travel and accurate positioning, he was uncertain how long it would take to get back. Just as Heath was deep in thought, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Although surprised, Heath reacted swiftly, dodging aside almost instinctively. Next moment, an enormous palm descended, narrowly missing him. He identified the figure clearly. It was an almost 20,000-meter tall human standing like a mountain in the cosmos. This technique further convinced Heath that this human powerhouse was indeed the same giant who sealed Elder Thatcher. In other words, not only could this person change his form and appearance entirely, but also completely alter his soul fluctuation. Thoughts raced in Heath's mind as he tried his best to flee quickly. Will the great divine race only flee? Amiri yelled sarcastically, reappearing next to Heath and striking again with his palm. But the latter ignored his provocation and started dodging as soon as he saw him appear, escaping from the cover of the giant palm and turning into a white streak heading far away. This continued, a game of cat and mouse where Amiri would flash out, the elder would dodge and flee, always slipping out of reach like a slippery eel. Even with ultra-long distance instant teleportation, Amiri found himself momentarily helpless against the great Sage Realm expert dedicated to fleeing. Fulton speed was too fast. Unless the opponent engaged in close combat like Elder Thatcher before and was hit by a sudden strike, thereby becoming completely sealed during a series of rapid attacks, there was no way. Amiri paused in the starry sky, pondering over his options. The opponent has lost his cosmic boat. Even if he flees, it doesn't seem to matter much. Over 100 light-years journey will take over a century to complete, even at the speed of light. And during this period, my strength would have significantly increased, possibly eliminating the entire threat of the divine race, making his escape irrelevant. But if this elder does not return on time, will the divine race send more reinforcements? Why are they so relentless? After losing several teams here, they should know we aren't to be trifled with. Moreover, given the distance between us, why won't they retreat and keep sending people over? What do they really want? Or is it retaliation for the death of a dozen Saint Realm experts? He glanced towards Heath, now just a small pinpoint of light far away in the horizon. Amiri appeared before Heath, saying gravely without attacking immediately, "Stop. Let's talk." Heath's light trajectory curved gracefully before halting on the other side. "Amiri," Heath replied equally gravely. If possible, he didn't want a confrontation either, and certainly didn't want to fly back depending solely on his speed. Since the other party indicated a ceasefire, he wanted to hear what Amiri had to say. The two faced each other across the vast starry space. Amiri asked solemnly, "Why does your divine race keep sending people to our territory?" Heath retorted, undeterred. "And why did you go on a rampage on Eeler?" Amiri did not deny it, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Elder Thatcher sent invaders into my southern bright galaxy multiple times. I merely disciplined him, yet you dared to continue invading. Do you truly think we have no capable beings in the southern bright galaxy?" Heath fell silent. If Amiri was insignificant, there'd be no need to heed his words. But facing this giant human, who even the ancestor Andon couldn't defeat, eventually exiling him to the chaotic star region only for him to reappear unharmed, things were different. Amiri continued coldly, "This is my homeland. I don't want it embroiled in war, but that doesn't mean I fear it. If your divine race invades again, I will go to your territory and kill indiscriminately to see who can stop me." Chapter 352, Will Not Yield to Any Threat. "Amiri, you are indeed powerful, but my divine race controls over 1,000 star seas and millions of planets, an unparalleled force. We fear no one." Heath spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Of course, we also don't want to make unnecessary enemies. I believe that since the conflict between us started from a misunderstanding, and you've already punished Elder Thatcher by sealing him away, it might be best if you release Elder Thatcher, and we can shake hands in peace. What do you think?" Amiri still sneered. "The mastermind who repeatedly sent invaders, let him go just like that? I haven't had my fill yet." Heath shook his head. "Amiri, while Elder Thatcher did send people to invade, the real losses were ours. If I'm not mistaken, the 10 venerable realm subordinates I brought have already been killed by you, right? Including the 2 teams previously sent by Elder Thatcher, a total of 26 venerable realm experts. And your southern star sea suffered no major casualties. Also, you previously invaded Planet L, causing billions of our divine race to die, even sealing Elder Thatcher." Heath looked earnestly at Amiri. "As punishment or revenge, these should be more than enough. We even took huge losses. Release Elder Thatcher, we both agree to forget this incident, shake hands in peace, and never violate again. Otherwise, we'll only see who is stronger." Though Heath was at a disadvantage, he knew very well that in negotiations, as long as the other side didn't have overwhelming superiority, one must never allow them to take absolute control. So, despite his unease, he showed defiance and even a hint of dominance. Amiri looked indifferently at him. "What you say makes sense, but I hate being threatened. So, negotiations are over. In the next 10 years, I will have enough time to completely destroy your star system, and even turn the entire divine race upside down. I'd like to see if, facing my widespread killings, you will still have the leisure to come stir trouble in the southern star sea." Heath's heart was slightly disarrayed. With the other party's unrivaled physique and agile teleportation, even Ancestor Xyler couldn't handle him. If he truly caused chaos within the divine race's territory, it would indeed be a tricky problem. But the issue was, this domineering stance clearly indicated that the other party wanted to manipulate him at will, with no intention of negotiating genuinely. He knew that even if he immediately changed his tone and directly showed submission, the other party wouldn't negotiate. Instead, they would push for more. So, he remained unrepentant about his attitude, following the orders before he left. In 5 years, if he hadn't returned to Planet L, Ryan would report to the Patriarch, directly dispatching the highest-ranking legion to sweep through this mysterious star domain. At that time, this southern star sea would easily be destroyed under the sweeping of the highest divine race legions. As for Amiri's threats, if his actions truly crossed certain boundaries, multiple ancestors could act together, preventing any unchecked behavior. Since that's the case, then try it out. My great divine race, the strongest force in the universe, will not yield to any threat. Heath roared, transforming into a streak of white light and fleeing. Indeed, he was at a disadvantage, but Amiri obviously couldn't do much to him either. In overall strength, the divine race was still in an absolutely advantageous position. He should be the one displaying dominance. Their negotiation lasted less than a minute before completely breaking down. Amiri didn't chase after him, because he knew, although his teleportation speed was fast, he couldn't catch such a flexible opponent. So, he returned home. It was daytime on this planet. Stephen Clyde was still at the academy, and at home, only Kaylee was alone in practice. The matter with the divine race has been resolved? Sensing his soul fluctuations, Kaylee immediately came out of her room and asked curiously. Amiri pulled her wrist, quickly saying, basically resolved. There's only one great venerable realm expert too agile to catch. Help me hold him, then I'll use the space-binding spell. Okay. Kaylee nodded decisively. They teleported to a branch outpost and reached the nearest planet to Heath, then flashed into the starry sky, traveling at a straight line speed over 300 times the speed of light. Amiri caught up with the other party in mere moments. Under Heath's solemn gaze, Kaylee transformed into a streak of white light, chasing after him. Both being great venerable realm, even if Desmond's cultivation was a bit higher, after transforming into light, they moved and dodged at the speed of light, each unable to overwhelm the other for a moment. However, Amiri was still present. watching intently as two bundles of white light tangled and flew erratically across the starry sky. Until one moment, suddenly his figure flickered. After continuous dodging, Heath was finally caught off guard by Kaylee, leading to a clash between the two. Power surged everywhere. In their hurried exchange, both paused slightly. Taking advantage of this pause, Amiri suddenly appeared beside Heath, pressing a palm onto his head. Countless golden dragons shot out from his palm, spreading outward. Heath was startled, instantly realizing this was the same method Amiri used to seal Elder Thatcher initially. But he couldn't transform into light and escape in time. Because countless golden dragons were covering him, turning into light would dissipate his strength, making him vulnerable to immediate sealing. He could only muster his inner strength to resist the golden dragons. All this happened in an instant. By the time he started resisting, surrounding golden dragons had formed a massive golden barrier. Instantly, Desmond felt an overwhelmingly bizarre binding force enveloping him, his resistance noticeably weakening. "You won't escape," Amiri said indifferently. More golden dragons surged from his hand, covering Heath's body and even infiltrating within. "Wait, I accept your terms." Feeling his internal strength growing increasingly sluggish, Desmond panicked and shouted hastily. But Amiri didn't stop. Golden dragons almost completely covered Heath. Please, I accept your terms. We will never invade the southern Star Sea again." Using his last shred of strength, Heath almost despaired, shouting loudly. Amiri finally halted his movements. Heath now resembled someone clad in golden armor, covered head to toe in golden dragon patterns, looking quite majestic. In reality, he could only barely move using his last remaining strength. Chapter 353. If not necessary, do not provocate. What condition are you talking about agreeing to? Amiri spoke coldly. His gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing through Heath's eyes and straight into his heart. A chilling, trembling sensation enveloped Heath. "I mean, both sides can let bygones be bygones, shake hands in peace, and never invade each other again," Heath cautiously said. At this point, he no longer cared about Elder Thatcher's safety or the dignity of the divine race. After all, he was almost in dire straits, and survival was the top priority. Jacqueline flew over, not even glancing at the sealed Heath as she addressed Amiri. "The divine race has provoked us multiple times. With our combined strength, why should we tolerate it? Anyway, they can't do anything to us. Why don't we just kill him?" Heath shuddered upon hearing this. Amiri continued to stare at him coldly, seemingly contemplating. "Wait, Amiri, if you really kill me or seal me, the divine race will send their elite army next. When that happens, it won't end well for either side." Heath hurriedly added, "We made mistakes sending people to invade you. Those saints who died were consequences we had to bear. Perhaps we could settle this. You let me go back. Now, Gay Starsea, originally under Elder Thatcher, is fully managed by me. Once I return safely, I can ensure there will be no more disputes between us." Amiri spoke indifferently. "So you're saying that the invasion of Naming Starsea is entirely up to you?" Heath nodded subconsciously, yes. He then realized what he had just admitted to. It sounded as though he personally ordered the invasion of Naming Starsea, taking full blame and responsibility. "No, that's incorrect," he quickly corrected himself. "It was Elder Thatcher's arrangement, but after his incident, the Gay Starsea fell under my management. Due to unfamiliarity with the situation, I followed Thatcher's plans. Honestly, I have no malice towards Naming Starsea. Now that I understand the situation, I can assure the divine race will cease conflict with you. Please rest assured." Heath spoke earnestly. Amiri looked at him coolly the entire time. Only after he finished did Amiri speak seriously. "Remember what you've said. If any divine race member appears on Naming Starsea territory again, I will stop at nothing to kill you and disrupt the whole divine race." Heath felt relief. He understood that while Amiri's words were a threat, they also signified an agreement. That meant he was safe. Sure enough, Amiri turned to him again. "Wait here. I'll take you back to the Marisaquan star system soon." After speaking, Amiri sent Jacqueline home first, then returned alone to the cosmos. He grabbed Heath's wing as if holding a chick and teleported them to the border planet before shifting directly towards the chaotic star region. 5 months later, in Heath's astonished gaze, after teleporting, they completely left the chaotic star region, entering a tranquil stretch of space. Could we already be at the Marisaquan star system?" Heath whispered incredulously. Despite being sealed, Amiri had left part of his consciousness intact. Using his powerful soul force, he accurately calculated the travel time through the chaotic star region. 5 months. By contrast, it took him 5 years to travel one way in the fastest ship. Though he couldn't confirm if this was indeed the Marisaquan star system, he trusted Amiri wouldn't lie about such matters. This meant Amiri's teleportation speed was 12 times faster than the fastest ship. Amiri likely intended to intimidate him, and it worked. Ignoring his near-invincible physique, this incredible long-distance teleportation ability would cause endless trouble if truly unleashed against the divine race. Under Heath's complex gaze, Amiri released the seal on him and spoke calmly. "Remember what I said?" Then Amiri instantly disappeared from sight. Phew, fortunately, I didn't become his enemy. Heath sighed with relief and sped off as a white light through space. 10 days later, via identity token recognition, he found a life-sustaining planet and teleported to the divine race base, Shunzu Star. Finding Amal with a serious expression and reporting the intelligence immediately gained significant attention. To think that mysterious giant warrior was actually transformed from a human, completely altering appearance and soul vibrations. This method is unheard of. Coupled with invincible physique and long-range teleportation, only the strongest sealing methods might work against him, Amal marveled. Heath startled upon hearing this. "Chief, are you still thinking of confronting him?" Amal waved a hand. "Since you decided to make peace with him, I won't oppose it. Considering his abilities, any action must be thoroughly planned. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. If not necessary, I naturally won't provoke him." Hearing this, Heath felt relieved. He was worried the chief might order an attack, which would make him the most miserable. In truth, for them all, the most important reason was Amiri's region only had a few thousand planets, barely worth consideration from a benefit perspective. Fighting a formidable powerhouse like Amiri over minor benefits was unwise. As for the earlier unrest caused on Airstar, it wasn't a big deal given the divine race's resources, and there was no need to hold a grudge. As for Sealed Elder Thatcher, Amal could only quietly apologize. After reporting, Heath returned to Airstar via the portal. When Ryan sensed his soul vibration, he promptly greeted him. Heath, you're back so soon? Heath maintained a serious expression and left the portal without comment. Ryan closely followed. Upon entering a grand palace, Heath sternly stated, the reconnaissance mission failed. From now on, no mention of the mysterious star region. Ryan complied without question, bowing in acknowledgement, yes. Chapter 354, is there someone even stronger? Elsewhere. After vanishing from Heath's presence, Amiri did not return directly. Instead, he found a planet of the divine race and transformed into an ordinary four-winged deity. Among the divine race, one's cultivation reaches the nirvana realm, and after the first transformation, they change from having 2 wings to 4. On ordinary planets, for commoners, a 4-winged deity is a fairly powerful figure but not strikingly notable. Therefore, Amiri seamlessly blended into a large city, staying at an inn for over a month. Nikolay Stefan, as usual, bring me a jar of wine and a table full of your best dishes. Amiri sat by the window and instructed the inn boy. Of course. Please wait a moment, sir. A slim, 2-winged deity bowed with a smile. Amiri flicked a spirit stone toward him and began admiring the view outside. Over this past month, he had quietly gathered a great deal of intelligence, gaining more insight into the divine race. The reason he chose peace talks was twofold. Firstly, to seek peace for the Southern Star Sea, and secondly, to deceive the other side. The divine race would never imagine that he would secretly oppose them right after expressing a sincere desire for peace talks. In Amiri's view, the divine race was destined to be his enemy. As such, he intended to utterly crush them. This was the best opportunity while they were still negotiating peace. Now, having gathered sufficient intelligence, Amiri finally had a general plan on how to eliminate the divine race, by collaborating with another power. After enjoying his meal, Amiri left the inn. The innkeeper asked politely, Lord Giselbert, are you ready to continue exploring and cultivating martial arts? Amiri smiled faintly, more or less. May Lord Giselbert break through to the divine realm soon. Thank you. Amiri waved and left with a smile. Stefan did the innkeeper know that the person he now bid farewell to intended to annihilate the entire divine race. Leaving the inn, Amiri soon arrived at a city with a teleportation array. He quietly merged into the crowd and teleported away, repeating several times until he reached his destination, a planet named Sire, near the border between the divine and human races. Despite the 3 major races, human, divine, and demonic, having long entered a period of peace, minor skirmishes at the borders never ceased. Endless battles occurred, involving countless strong warriors. Amiri came here to join these battles, using the might of the human forces in the Marisaquan star system to crush the divine race. At the largest shop, Amiri bought a jade slip, a simple star map indicating the positions of nearby planets, the divine human battlefield, and the direction of the human territories. After sensing the position of the stars, Amiri roughly located the human direction and vanished in an instant. The space between the divine and human territories was vast and desolate, containing only remnants of destroyed planets. Scattered warriors of both races either rode flying ships or flew themselves, hiding behind these ruins. Occasionally, upon encountering enemies, intense battles erupted. Victors lived, losers died. Amiri ignored everyone, continuously traveling through the void. After nearly 10 days, he finally entered human territory. Appearing abruptly outside a border planet, he boldly flew towards it, immediately alerting the guard regiment. 2 flying ships surrounded him. Someone shouted, "Stop immediately and cooperate with our identity check, or we will attack." Amiri complied calmly, "I'm Devin. How do you want to verify my identity?" "Show your identification token." "I don't have one." "Then wait in the sky and report your background and origin point." "We'll verify." "I don't want to report." The guards aboard the ships were momentarily speechless. They hesitated because of his human identity. Otherwise, his careless attitude would have prompted immediate attack. A voice called out, "Do you have any special status? Should we send someone to meet you?" "No." The guards grew furious. "Attack." Several figures leaped out from the ships, unleashing various powerful attacks with swords, fists, and energy waves, causing celestial energies to surge. Amiri didn't dodge. A single punch sent shockwaves rippling through space, instantly obliterating all attacks. The guards on the flying ships were startled. "Send a distress signal quickly. This person is at least a divine realm expert, clearly provoking us. Let's retreat." The ships hurriedly withdrew. Amiri made no move to pursue, standing aloft calmly, waiting. Shortly after, more flying ships arrived, bearing several fierce-looking human experts who immediately attacked upon seeing Amiri. Their formidable rule-based attacks raged across the sky, stirring up boundless chi. Amiri still delivered a casual punch, extinguishing all attacks instantly. The supporting divine realm experts were visibly panicked. They realized this mysterious person was likely a Saint Realm powerhouse far beyond their capabilities. However, the restrained nature of his attack suggested he didn't intend hostility. The leading expert carefully asked, "What brings you to JC's planet?" Amiri remained nonchalant. "Is there anyone stronger? Bring them out if so. Otherwise, I won't hold back next time." The expert tightened nervously. "Please wait a moment. I'll have someone notify the higher-ups." In the border regions, each planet typically had a Saint Realm guardian, who wouldn't normally interfere unless necessary. Now, faced with a Saint Realm intruder, they needed such guardians. On JC's planet, amidst a vast crimson wasteland, a rugged middle-aged man sat cross-legged, flames flickering around him. exuding terrifying heat that melted the ground into boiling lava. Suddenly, a figure rushed over, calling anxiously, "Lord Stefan, a Saint Realm intruder has breached the defenses." The rugged man opened his eyes, shouting, "Summon the Saint Realm experts from nearby planets immediately." Faced with a Saint Realm intruder, they aimed to suppress him with overwhelming force. He lacked confidence to confront alone. Chapter 355. You are too ignorant. Outside Jcezong's star, Amiri stood with his hands behind his back. Several divine realm powerhouses hovered solemnly at a distance. Before long, the robust middle-aged man, Stephand, enveloped in blazing light, streaked through the air, leaving a crimson trail as he flew to the front of the divine realm powerhouses. Seeing both sides remain stationary, although puzzled, he didn't have time to ask. Instead, he looked seriously at Amiri. "You are the intruder?" Amiri did not respond, only glancing at him. "Is it just you alone?" Stephand was instantly infuriated by his haughty demeanor and sneered, "Truly arrogant." He dashed toward Amiri. Fiery flames surged, transforming him into a crimson dragon that seemed ready to engulf Amiri. Amiri nonchalantly raised his hand to meet the attack head-on. Space split apart in front of him, waves tearing forward fiercely. Boom! The flame dragon vanished instantly, its remaining force cutting shallow yet deep gashes on Stephand's body. As the spatial waves swept past, Stephand suffered minor injuries but was inwardly terrified. Being a mid-stage Sage Realm, for the other party to easily overpower him, they must be at least a peak Sage Realm or even a great Sage Realm powerhouse. Amiri kicked Stephand once more, sending him flying dozens of kilometers away. "A mere Sage Realm. There's no need to struggle against me. Any stronger ones?" Stephand's face darkened as he glared angrily at the nearby divine realm powerhouses. They immediately understood his meaning and could only laugh bitterly, as if saying, "We didn't know the opponent was this strong either." Internally, they secretly criticized Amiri. "If you had said that earlier, we would have directly invited the elders stationed at the front line." Stephand recomposed himself and asked Amiri solemnly, "May I inquire about your identity and purpose here?" Amiri glanced at him casually. "Your status isn't enough. You aren't qualified to know yet." Stephand clenched his fists tightly, anger evident on his face, but said nothing more. Indeed, the other party was far stronger. If he provoked the other too much, it wouldn't benefit him at all. Soon after, several figures flew over. Looking at Stephand and the others, then at the proudly standing Amiri, they were confused about the situation and asked curiously, "Has the battle ended?" Stephand gave an awkward smile. "It has ended. Thank you for coming to assist." These figures were Sage Realm powerhouses urgently summoned from other planets. Stephand had arrived first, hoping to stall the enemy until their reinforcements came and then take down the enemy together. But things didn't go as planned. One of them responded, "Why not arrest him? Creating chaos in a border planet. Even Sage Realms must be punished." Stephand hastily waved him off, whispering, "He's at least a great Sage Realm. We can't fight him. Elders have been sent for. If there's nothing else, you might as well return." Their expressions changed instantly. A great Sage Realm was already the strongest figure in border areas, rarely involved in ordinary battles. Now, a mysterious great Sage Realm appeared here quietly. Could a major battle be imminent? They quickly left, returning to their respective guarded planets. Amiri let them go, watching silently. Not long after, Fultoning flashed in the void. A figure coalesced behind Amiri, a fist cloaked in thick lightning suddenly striking out. Amiri reacted swiftly, turning sideways and raising his hand to block. Violent lightning surged up his arm but was entirely deflected by an invisible force field, dissipating instantly. The attacker did not pause, circling around Amiri while attacking continuously, each punch being blocked. At one moment, Amiri suddenly shuddered, releasing a wild spatial rift wave radiating from his body. This sudden strike caught the mysterious attacker off guard, giving Amiri the perfect opportunity. Placing a palm on the attacker's head, immense force erupted from his palm, sending the attacker flying tens of miles away before stopping in midair. Amiri appeared behind him, softly saying, "With great Sage Realm strength, we can talk." The attacker reacted quickly, turning into a bolt of lightning, appearing 10 miles away, looking intently at Amiri. "What do you want to discuss?" "Cooperation." The attacker was a slender-faced Santiago with blue hair flowing freely, appearing quite cold. He stared at Amiri in puzzlement, asking, "What kind of cooperation?" His response was due to two reasons. First, Amiri demonstrated formidable strength, worthy of respect. Second, despite several engagements, Amiri held back, causing no casualties, hinting that he intentionally lured him out. The goal likely being the cooperation now mentioned. "This place isn't suitable. Let's find a quiet spot. Or if you're uneasy, bring more elders," Amiri said calmly. The blue-haired Santiago glanced at him earnestly and said gravely, "Let's talk among the stars." Then he turned to the onlookers, "Disperse, cancel the alert." "Yes, Jedediah." They bowed and departed. Amiri flashed away. Next moment, he was a million miles away. Jedediah transformed into lightning, joining him seconds later. "I want us to join forces and wipe out the divine race." Amiri's opening words stunned Jedediah completely. Before he could react, Amiri continued, "You lack authority for this decision. Report to your patriarch." Jedediah finally recovered, eyeing Amiri like a madman and said oddly, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? You wish to destroy the divine race that owns 1,000 star seas, millions of planets, and bears white wings?" Amiri nodded, "Yes, that divine race." Jedediah couldn't help but laugh. "I admit your strength is great, comparable to mine as a great Sage Realm, a top-tier powerhouse in Marisaquan star system. But our three races each possess thousands of great Sage Realms and even more powerful ancestor sages. Against such massive entities, great Sage Realm power is, bluntly speaking, merely insignificant dust. If it weren't for your human identity, showing great Sage Realm power and acting recklessly here would result in easy annihilation." You are still too ignorant. Jedediah shook his head strangely. Chapter 356, a battle faster than Fultoning. Amiri smiled indifferently. Since that's the case, I'll give you 1 day. See if you can erase me. After 1 day, if you fail to erase me, then have your clan leader come and negotiate with me personally. Otherwise, that planet we were on will disappear in this starfield. I'll be waiting for you. Amiri smiled lightly and vanished from Jedediah's sight. Jedediah's expression changed abruptly as he instinctively turned his head, immediately catching a distant glimpse of Amiri sitting cross-legged outside Snow Pine Star. Even though the other party hadn't shown any signs of hostility previously, he dared not ignore the threat. A great Sage Realm powerhouse. While he had the ability to tangle with the opponent, it would be extremely difficult to prevent them from destroying an ordinary planet, especially given the opponent's long-range teleportation capability. So, he must seek reinforcements. Jedediah transformed into a streak of lightning, disappearing in the starfield, flying towards Snow Pine Star. He passed by Amiri without any expression, entering the planet's surface and ordering others to summon more great Sage Realm Elders for support. Teleportation arrays truly lived up to their reputation as the highest-level strategic devices. In just about a minute, 4 great Sage Realm Elders appeared before Jedediah. After some discussion, they were all infuriated by Amiri's words. Such arrogance and ignorance. Even among human powerhouses, he must be given a profound lesson. Sitting in a well and viewing the sky, thinking a great Sage Realm can do anything, we don't need to be polite. Let's suppress him directly together. Under Jedediah's lead, the 5 quickly approached Amiri. Arrogant Santiago, we won't hold back when we strike. Don't blame us if you die. Attack. The 5 transformed into Tao principles, encircling Amiri. Water, fire, wind, and lightning ravaged the starfield without end. Spiritual energy surged wildly, tearing apart space. Amiri's figure flashed continuously, completely ignoring the fragmented space, moving freely like a fish in water, engaging in battle with 5 great Sage Realm powerhouses simultaneously. To avoid being linked to his true identity later, he deliberately avoided using the boundless illusory body and the supreme taboo techniques, 2 highly noticeable cultivation methods. Even so, relying on his superhuman physique and instant teleportation, Amiri handled the 5-on-1 battle effortlessly. Instead, the other 5 had to be extremely cautious during the attack, or a slight pause could lead to an attack from him. Although it didn't cause significant injuries, it was quite embarrassing. After battling for over 10 minutes, Amiri casually checked his personal status panel. In such a short time, his potential points increased by nearly 10 trillion. In that moment of distraction, the 5 elders' attacks landed on him simultaneously, only to quietly dissipate once again. They exchanged quick glances, their expressions grave. Just as Amiri was about to resume his counterattack, Jedediah shouted loudly, "Wait!" Amiri halted mid-motion, looking at them with a smirk. "What? Realized you can't erase me and are ready to concede?" The elders looked flustered, with Jedediah saying, "We can't erase you, but neither can you kill us, right?" Amiri didn't bother arguing, casually replying, "Whatever you say. You can find stronger helpers, otherwise, Snow Pine Star is doomed." "Fine, then you wait." The elders turned and left. Only after entering the planet's atmosphere did they start discussing. This human named Devin is indeed strong, but he relies solely on his formidable physique and miraculous teleportation to fight against 5 of us. His overall strength is just slightly better than ours. As long as our speed can keep up and break his defense, he's not that impressive. But his physique is indeed astonishingly strong. No matter how many great Sage Realm experts there are, they likely can't handle him. Perhaps we need to ask the Patriarch to step in personally. The elders dispersed, while Jedediah returned personally to the Jensenman clan base on Ranzu Star. After reporting, it immediately drew the attention of the clan leader, Matt, who invited one of the Jensenman clan's elders, Warren. "Elder, please trouble you." Clan leader Matt said solemnly. Elder Warren replied confidently, "Rest assured, just a great Sage Realm, even with a formidable physique. How strong can they be? By the way, dead or alive?" Matt pondered for a moment and replied, "Best if we can capture him alive." Elder Warren then set out with Jedediah, arriving at Snow Pine Star, where they found Amiri still sitting cross-legged in the starfield. "Devin, as a member of the human race, causing trouble on a border planet, I will subdue you today as you deserve," Elder Warren said indifferently. Amiri nodded casually. "Oh, so can we start the battle now?" "Truly arrogant, then I won't hold back either." Elder Warren sneered. His body suddenly disintegrated into a sea of black flames sweeping toward Amiri. Jedediah, watching from afar, changed expression. As a seasoned great sage elder, he had witnessed Elder Warren's might once before and was familiar with this black flame. Though the black flame seemed unremarkable, even feeling no heat from a distance, in reality, these flames could easily incinerate everything. Whether powerful bodies, various wondrous substances in space, or even space and light itself, they could all be easily burned away. Once, 3 great Sage Realm powerhouses were instantly reduced to ashes in its sweep. No matter how strong Devin's physique might be, being merely a great Sage Realm, he couldn't withstand Elder Warren's black flames. Pity could have become a great asset to the human race. Jedediah sighed inwardly. Although he lost to Amiri, due to his consistent performance thus far, he wasn't truly hostile. Instead, he thought the other might eventually become a colleague. But now, having provoked Elder Warren to use such means, there was little hope of survival. In the starfield, facing the approaching black fire sea, Amiri remained unperturbed, punching forward. Spatial rift waves surged forward wildly. The black fire sea churned violently before enveloping Amiri's body entirely. However, to the shock of Elder Warren and Jedediah, Amiri emerged unscathed, continuing to punch repeatedly, forcing the black fire sea to surge incessantly until it finally dissipated. "Appetizer's over, let's get serious." Amiri grinned. His figure flashed, appearing behind Elder Warren, just about to punch when the latter reacted instantly, dispersing into flames, flowing to Amiri's rear. Amiri's figure flashed again, and Elder Warren moved once more. Their speeds were faster than lightning. One had instantaneous teleportation ignoring spatial distance, the other possessed reaction, times surpassing the speed of light. If an ordinary Divine Realm powerhouse were here, they would barely see a massive black curtain and countless blue figures within. The former represented Elder Warren's ultra-fast movements, like black crayon strokes forming a black curtain. The latter were Amiri's residual images from constant teleportations. The two engaged in a fast-paced, relentless battle. Chapter 357. Do you understand my confidence now? Amiri's main goal was to have his strength acknowledged by the opponent, so he did not deliberately endure attacks. Instead, he fought Warren Laozu with all his might. This battle, combined with the previous confrontation with the Divine Ancestor, gave Amiri a clear understanding of his own capabilities. His most formidable asset, his physical prowess, had been breached, though only lightly wounded, and these minor injuries healed almost instantly. Thus, when he reappeared from the black flames, he appeared completely unharmed. In terms of speed, despite possessing powerful spatial teleportation that allowed unlimited instantaneous movement, Warren Laozu's reaction time far surpassed his, enabling timely responses. Sometimes, before Amiri could react after teleporting, he had to face an attack from Warren Laozu. Even if Amiri lagged slightly in every aspect, their combat performance was evenly matched. In terms of overall strength, he could hold his ground against a Holy King Realm powerhouse but couldn't defeat him. Far away, Jedediah stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that Adele, who had previously fought evenly against 5 elders, was now matching Warren Laozu as well. It seemed like everything could go 50-50. This body is too strong, Jedediah muttered under his breath. After a long pause, Warren Laozu finally stopped at a distance, barely maintaining a calm expression. Not bad, you've got quite some power. Amiri smiled calmly. Still can't eliminate me. Why don't you call more people over? Warren Laozu's face darkened. Don't get too cocky. I merely held back because you didn't kill anyone. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stood a chance. Amiri remained indifferent and repeated, if you can't eliminate me by tomorrow, please invite the clan leader. Otherwise, I'll destroy this planet. Warren Laozu frowned, unsure whether Amiri was bluffing, but he dared not underestimate him. Facing this enigmatic and unpredictable foe, he felt uncertain about his next move. Very well, then wait here. With that, Warren Laozu turned and left. Back on Renzu Star, he reported the battle in detail, mentioning his evaluation of Amiri's strength. He concluded solemnly. This mysterious powerhouse named Adele has an extremely robust physique. Even multiple ancestors together may not be able to subdue him. Additionally, he can teleport over vast distances without being easily restricted by any rules or laws. Unless necessary, it's advised not to provoke him. Clan leader Matt pondered for a moment and asked, do you think his proposal for cooperation should be considered? Warren Laozu was non-committal. I believe he has the potential to cause significant trouble for the divine race. Whether or not to cooperate is up to you. With that, he took his leave. After bidding farewell to Warren Laozu, Matt lingered in thought for a while before leaving the council hall. Soon after, Matt arrived at Jaesong Star, meeting Amiri in space under the guidance of Jedediah. You are the human clan leader? Yes, my name is Matt. I believe you've received intelligence about me. My name is Adele. Could you explain how this proposed collaboration to exterminate the divine race will work? Matt asked with a mild smile. Amiri looked at him steadily. Simple. I act as the spearhead, penetrating divine territories and sweeping through any planet. All Holy Realm experts and above are my responsibility. You just provide intelligence and planetary coordinates, and dispatch troops to mop up the battlefield. Also, pay me 1 billion spirit stones daily. Matt's eyebrows furrowed. While spending 1 billion spirit stones daily wasn't too burdensome for the vast divine race, it raised questions. Was it worth it? Could this proposed collaboration genuinely bring sufficient value to the human race? If they could indeed conquer planet after planet continuously, it would be worth it. However, space was vast. Even if the divine race offered no resistance, it would still take considerable time to occupy each planet. Relying solely on Amiri for offensive operations meant it might take 10 days to 2 weeks per planet, equivalent to paying him billions of spirit stones per conquest. The human race would end up losing rather than gaining. Seemingly sensing Matt's thoughts, Amiri calmly said, the report you received should mention my long-distance teleportation. Burning it to guess my maximum range? Matt nodded. Jedediah mentioned your teleportation range could be tens of thousands of kilometers. Amiri shook his finger. No, it's 12 million kilometers. Some secrets were better kept hidden. Once revealed, they lost their power. Others could be flaunted to intimidate, such as Amiri's ultra-long-range teleportation. With a serene smile, he continued, I can teleport 10 times per second, covering 120 million kilometers, which is 400 times the speed of light. Matt was stunned. How is that possible? Jensenmans weren't lacking in spatial manipulation experts. Even the strongest holy kings, with perfected spatial arts, could teleport only tens of thousands of kilometers in a single jump, traveling perhaps 2 to 3 times the speed of light at best. Teleporting 12 million kilometers per jump and achieving 400 times the speed of light exceeded the known velocity limits of Xuanhuan star system. With such speed alone, he could travel freely within the entire system, where no one could catch him unless they attacked during his brief moments of stationary presence. Matt watched in disbelief as Amiri teleported beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Just as Matt thought Amiri was about to attack, he felt a slight shift in his vision. He had been teleported. Amiri released his grip and stepped back. Check how far we've moved from the original position. Looking around, Matt realized Jaesong Star, originally nearby, now appeared like a millstone-sized object. He quickly deduced that they had traveled several million kilometers. Despite initial disbelief, he couldn't help but concede the possibility. Without further discussion, Matt transformed into a blue lightning streak, zipping through space. Shortly, he returned to the original spot. Based on his speed, he confirmed a shocking truth. His teleportation range really reaches 12 million kilometers. Amiri approached him, his expression unchanged. How does it feel? Do you understand my confidence now? Chapter 358. Jensenman Legion assembled. Matt couldn't help but stare at Amiri with astonishment. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. With such miraculous abilities, it's no wonder you dare to challenge us head-on and have the audacity to declare the extermination of the divine race. Having a power that even holy kings cannot handle, combined with teleportation speed that no one can catch up to, it's indeed enough to dominate the universe. Then Matt's tone shifted. But it's still not enough. If these are your only strengths, they can only prove that your power is incredibly strong, perhaps among the top tier in the entire xuanhuan galaxy. But no matter how strong an individual is, wanting to eliminate a vast race like the divine race remains somewhat unrealistic. Almost 1,000 star seas, millions of planets, relying solely on personal strength. Even if you were invincible and could destroy a planet each day, it would take over 10,000 years. And during these 10,000 years, they will continue to produce new strong individuals, possibly even faster than the rate you kill them. Matt shrugged. So cooperation can work, but achieving the goal you mentioned is impossible. Amiri showed no disappointment. His expression remained unchanged as he calmly watched him. Clan leader Su, your calculation ability is indeed good, but do you think destroying a force requires completely annihilating every last one of them? Matt was momentarily stunned. Amiri continued looking at him. When I was a child, I heard a story about a remote island inhabited by several hundred simple villagers, living peacefully and harmoniously. One day, a gigantic wolf, unmatched in strength, appeared out of nowhere and strolled into the village in broad daylight. Despite everyone's united resistance, it casually picked up a villager and devoured them. Everyone was terrified, but fortunately, the giant wolf seemed full and left. The next day, the giant wolf returned and, despite their joint resistance, casually took another villager. Even on the third, fourth, and fifth days, it continued to eat one person daily, regardless of any attempts to resist. It always took exactly one person each day, never more, never less. Amiri suddenly turned to Matt and asked, Clan leader Su, how long do you think it would take for this village to be destroyed? Matt was silent for a while. Then he smiled. Good story. I agree to the cooperation. Amiri did not reveal the ending of the story but started discussing various details of the collaboration with Matt. In reality, given Amiri's strength, his main reason for cooperating with the humans of the xuanhuan galaxy was primarily for intelligence, especially accurate coordinates of each planet. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, it might take more than 10 days, or even half a month to destroy just one planet. Now, he only needed to use the coordinates provided by Matt and his people to teleport precisely to destroy transmission arrays and kill high-level guards before moving on to the next target. The rest could be handled by human forces, who would sweep through after him. He could also receive 100 million spirit stones daily as spoils. This arrangement made everything much easier and offered mutual benefits. Of course, another reason was his own identity as a human, sharing a bloodline foundation with the xuanhuan galaxy humans. Next, Matt returned to Jensenman Ancestor Star, gathered several elders to discuss the collaboration plan with Amiri, and formulated some action details. After all, Amiri's role was straightforward, continuous teleporting and killing. But for the humans, they needed to gather and relay information, rapidly deploy the sweeping legions, develop strategic plans, and supply massive resources. For the human race, this was a large-scale war. Several days later, an ultra-large war legion of several 100,000 strong individuals was successfully formed. Among them was a great Sage Realm Elder as the commander-in-chief, 100 Sage Realm experts as deputy commanders, thousands of Divine King Realm experts, and hundreds of thousands of various leveled strong individuals and specialists. This scale could directly confront any star sea of the divine race. Adding Amiri, the extremely sharp blade, they could easily tear open and even shred the divine race territory. On that day, all preparations were ready, and Matt personally brought all commanders to Xianxia Star, introducing Amiri formally and announcing the main strategic direction. The great Sage Realm commander was none other than Jedediah from before, who was thoroughly familiar with Amiri's strength. Hence, he was unsurprised by Matt's arrangements. But the other 100 deputy commanders met Amiri for the first time, and now understood that this ultra-large legion revolved around Amiri. For example, the primary task was to navigate quickly near each planet, gather intelligence, and notify Amiri which planet to prioritize. Once Amiri destroyed the transmission array and eliminated the planetary guardians, the legion could then land and conduct sweeps before moving on to the next target. Throughout the process, the entire legion's coordination centered around Amiri, a level of attention and importance unprecedented even when the ancestors acted. Seeing Commander Keith show no objections, everyone naturally didn't comment. After the meeting concluded, the entire war legion assembled at the front line. Numerous silver heavenly vessels and black ordinary flying boats headed towards the Jensenman deity battlefield, gradually dispersing into 100 small legions. A silver heavenly vessel hovered beside Amiri. 3 Sage Realm experts waited inside, acting as his messengers for necessary information relays. Once the legion set off, Amiri placed a hand on the heavenly vessel. With a single teleport, he disappeared from Xianxia Star. Several days later, Amiri arrived at Cyru Star, a planet on the divine race border, with the silver heavenly vessel. He had previously left coordinates here when setting out to the human territories and easily found his way back. Stay here, Amiri said, leaving the heavenly vessel in the distant space outside Cyru Star and teleporting to the planet alone. Within a minute, Amiri successfully reached Cyru Star. Being on a border planet, it was just a step away from the battlefield. His appearance, representing the opposing human side, immediately sparked hostility. A human appears. The enemy can teleport, at least a deity realm expert. Everyone below the deity realm, get out of the way. Hasten to disrupt spatial fluctuations so he doesn't escape. Everyone attack. Amidst the chaotic shouts, Amiri remained expressionless, delivering a punch that exploded through the air. Chapter 359, Siege and Support. The spatial tear swept through, instantly reducing everyone to ashes. In the distance, the divine race fled in terror, shouting, "Request backup immediately. The enemy is a Saint Realm powerhouse." Amiri paid no heed to the divine race's panicked cries. He casually appeared beside someone and grabbed them firmly. He asked indifferently, "Which direction is the teleportation array? Approximately how far?" The one seized by Amiri was an 8-winged divine race member, a divine realm powerhouse. At this moment, however, the divine realm expert recoiled his 8 pure white wings, trembling in fear as he pointed in a certain direction. "Sir, the teleportation array is over there, around 2,000 kilometers away." Without hesitation, Amiri teleported while holding him, constantly observing the surroundings. Each short pause lasted less than a tenth of a second, allowing him to take in everything within hundreds of miles. Finding no trace of the teleportation array, he instantly reappeared at the next location. By doing so rapidly, he quickly scanned the area. Not long after, Amiri found the city where the teleportation array was located. With a single teleportation, he arrived at the central teleportation square. Before the surrounding divine race members could react, he suddenly struck with a powerful punch. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Stefank being hit by a falling meteorite. The ground shook violently, creating a massive crater centered on Amiri's body. Spiderweb-like cracks crazily spread outwards. Surrounding buildings crumbled almost simultaneously, with cries and screams rising chaotically as countless weaklings died instantly. Amiri ignored the devastation around him, lifting the 8-winged divine race member in his hand and asked calmly, "Where is the other teleportation array? Approximately how far?" Before the 8-winged divine race member could respond, some surviving experts noticed Amiri, shouting loudly. This was caused by the Jensen man. He teleported here. At least a divine realm expert. Everyone, attack to distract him. Don't let him escape. Jensen dreads of attacks rained down on Amiri, covering him entirely in an instant without any space to dodge. Amiri swung his right fist casually upwards, shattering all attacks. His indifferent gaze remained focused on the 8-winged divine race member in his hand. The latter swallowed hard and struggled to say, "Please wait, let me check the direction." The 8-winged divine race member glanced around and up into the sky. Everywhere his eyes landed, the ground had become a wasteland, strewn with bloodied corpses. A few survivors flew frantically in midair like locusts. These were all his kin. And the culprit behind this chaos was the powerful human who held him captive. Regaining his composure quickly, after determining the direction, he pointed and said, "The Zell Star Temple should be roughly in that direction, about 12,000 kilometers away." Amiri followed the direction indicated and flashed instantly to 12,000 kilometers away. However, the direction given was not very precise, so Amiri teleported several more times before finding the Zell Star Temple. This moment, inside the Zell Star Temple, many divine race experts rushed back and forth, with some flying up into the air on alert. They had just received intelligence on Amiri, knowing that a suspected Saint Realm Jensen man capable of teleportation was wreaking havoc and destruction. The target seemed to be the teleportation array, so the temple's teleportation array might also be a target. Just as Amiri appeared, numerous divine race members became vigilant but did not act immediately. Then, a white streak shot out from the temple directly towards Amiri. Perfect timing. Amiri laughed, casually throwing the 8-winged divine race member to the ground. In an instant, he appeared behind the incoming white streak, landing a punch. The white streak reacted swiftly, dodging while twisting his body to counterpunch. The fists collided forcefully. Intense white light clashed with violent spatial tears, but the latter quickly overwhelmed it. The white streak revealed its true form, an imposing 16-winged divine race member. He wore a grim expression, with deep bloody gashes appearing all over his body due to the spatial tears. The 16-winged divine race member retreated quickly, attempting to escape Amiri's range. Amiri reappeared behind him instantly, landing another punch. The divine race member teleported again to defend, but under Amiri's terrifying speed and overwhelming attacks, new wounds continued to appear until he was covered in injuries. Seeing the battle turn unfavorable among the observing divine race members below, someone anxiously ordered, "Quickly! This Jensen man is extremely strong. Ask the elders for help directly." 2 8-winged divine race members departed via the teleportation array simultaneously. Shortly after, they returned respectfully escorting a 16-winged divine race elder. "Darren, in the sky!" Someone called out urgently. Darren hurriedly looked towards the aerial battlefield. That moment, Amiri landed a punch. The 16-winged divine race member, already reduced to a pool of mangled flesh, shattered into a cloud of blood mist. Another one, perfect. Amiri grinned cruelly, appearing even more menacing against the backdrop of the crimson blood mist. Amiri deliberately left the last teleportation array intact to lure reinforcements. Previously, during strategic discussions, Jedediah mentioned that it would take 2 months for the vast Jensenman army to cross the battlefield and enter the territory of the divine race. During this time, Jedediah had originally requested Amiri to accompany the army, but Amiri did not want to waste such time, so he came to the divine race territory alone. Using this period, he could employ a strategy of besieging cities to draw out reinforcements, eliminating some divine race's Saint Realm powerhouses while accumulating potential points. He might even upgrade a cultivation method, thereby enhancing his strength, making it easier to deal with Saint Realm powerhouses and gaining some confidence in confronting Grand Saint Realm elders. Once the Jensenman army arrived, he could sweep across the divine race's planets immediately. Amiri thought and acted this way. After a brief exchange with Darren, he moved the battle into space and engaged in an all-out duel. Not long after, witnessing Amiri's formidable power, Darren shouted loudly, "Quickly! Invite several more elders for support." Powerful sound waves spread rapidly through space. On distant warships, nearby divine race experts carried his words to the planet's surface, and arrangements were made to seek aid from other planets. Within less than 3 minutes, 5 divine race elders successively arrived on Zell Star, rushing to space to join the battle. 6 Grand Saint Realm elders from the divine race attacked Amiri together. The battle situation became intensely deadlocked. Chapter 360. 4 punches, the great sage falls. In order to give his opponents a glimmer of hope, Amiri deliberately retracted all of his Jisanzhengangqi, reducing his defensive capabilities by a considerable margin. As a result, under the onslaught of 6 divine race powerhouses, Amiri's body was marked with one injury after another, varying in depth and length. Although these wounds healed almost instantly, they still felt a strong sense of motivation. They always had this illusion that they could defeat him at any moment. Thus, even though Amiri managed to hold on for a long time under their attack, they did not lose heart at all. Various powerful Dao rule attacks almost constantly enveloped Amiri. Time slowly slipped away. 10 days passed unnoticed. The expressions of the 6 divine elders became peculiar. Why hasn't this human died yet? He doesn't show the slightest sign of exhaustion. Never mind. He has taken so many injuries. His recovery ability must have a limit. If he can hold on, why can't we? Besides, he doesn't pose any real threat to us. That's right. We can't just let him go, can we? Just keep holding on. He must be close to dying. A month passed. The 6 divine elders' faces twitched but remained silent, continuing their relentless attack with increased intensity. 2 months passed. The 6 elders finally couldn't take it anymore. One of them shouted, quickly asked for support from Ancestor Alyssa. They finally realized that this human was not someone they could kill, and continuing would only waste more time. Meanwhile, Amiri also checked his personal stats. Potential points, 10,486 trillion. Jensen and Yu De Jumia upgrade. Ding. Consuming 10,000 trillion potential points. Cultivation method deducing. Please wait. Cultivation method deduction complete. Please name it. A mysterious energy inexplicably appeared within Amiri, perfectly integrating with his body. At the same time, vast amounts of information flooded his mind. These were all the insights from the chaos level. Jensen and Yu De Jumia, comprehended and integrated instantly. Amiri's offensive capability skyrocketed once again. While upgrading his technique, his movement paused involuntarily, but the 6 divine elders showed no intention of taking advantage of this pause. They maintained their slow and steady attack rhythm. Because they knew their attacks couldn't kill this human, and he couldn't kill them either. So, just holding him back was enough. What they didn't expect was that Amiri's attack strength increased significantly in this brief moment. Once upgraded, Amiri flashed and appeared beside the teleportation array on the ground, suddenly stamping down. Boom. The earth within several dozen miles instantly crumbled. Endless massive cracks spread like a spider web to the far distances. The temple collapsed, the teleportation array shattered. Countless divine races died, leaving only a few survivors. But Amiri ignored all of this. Another instantaneous move brought him back to the center of the battlefield in space. One punch blasted out. Vast areas of space fragmented around his fist, turning into pure darkness. Amiri's own physical body handled it effortlessly, but the 6 divine elders surrounding him couldn't react quickly enough. 2 of the closest ones were swept by the terrifying spatial fragmentation wave, shattering nearly half of their bodies. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Amiri then caught one of the injured ones, pressing his hand on the elder's shoulder as the spatial fragmentation wave swept over again. The divine elder struggled fiercely, but still lost nearly half of his body. From his 16 white wings to his limbs, face, and skin, layer by layer was stripped off until only a blurry red mass remained under the skin, like a smaller, bloody version of himself. Such an injury, even for a great Sage Realm powerhouse, counted as a severe wound. He hastily turned into white light to flee, while the other 5 elders prepared to provide support. Amiri flashed in front of the white light, ignoring its swift evasion, and landed a fierce punch in the void. Instantly, everything crumbled. Wild spatial fragmentation waves surged outwards, enveloping the white light, which immediately reverted to its original form, suffering even worse injuries, losing more than half of its body. With Amiri's next punch, this great Sage Realm Divine Elder was completely shattered, leaving no remains. For punches, a great sage fell. Far away, the remaining 5 great Sage Realm powerhouses were filled with shock. One of them shouted tremulously, "Run! He's a Sage King Realm powerhouse." The 5 great sages unanimously turned into white lights, speeding towards Sire Star. Amiri flashed in front of them, landing another punch. The 5 reacted at light speed, dodging Amiri's attack immediately. But now, with Jensen and Yu De Jumia reaching the chaos level, his offensive capability significantly increased, and even large-scale spatial fragmentation waves could visibly harm a great sage. Therefore, despite reacting faster than Amiri, they still couldn't escape the attack. As the spatial fragmentation wave swept through, the 3 nearest were instantly shattered partially. They dared not counterattack, redirecting their flight to other directions because they knew that only through a teleportation array could they possibly escape from this human's instant movements. Thus, their only way out was to endure the attack and rush to Sire Star's temple to use the teleportation array to leave. If dodging the attack delayed their escape, there was only death ahead. Darkness loomed over the 5 divine elders, but a trace of hope remained. Traveling at light speed, it would take them less than 2 seconds to reach the surface, during which the enemy could at most kill one of them. They only hoped it wouldn't be them. The light continued descending towards the surface. Amiri grabbed one of the injured divine elders, and with 3 successive punches, this elder too met his end. By then, the other 4 elders already saw the location of the temple. However, it was already a ruin, strewn with severed limbs and corpses of divine races, some surviving powerhouses hovering in midair, rescuing or fleeing hurriedly. Clearly, the teleportation array was destroyed. Even the heavenly boat inside the temple was ruined, and it happened very recently. They remembered that human had vanished for less than a second before reappearing. Which meant, he first teleported to Sire Star's temple, destroyed the teleportation array, and only then showcased his true strength, starting to kill them one by one. The four elders shuddered inwardly. Although they couldn't guess why he hid his true strength for 2 months, they knew that they were doomed. On this isolated planet, facing an enemy who could teleport, they had no hope of escape. Chapter 361, Carnage and Plunder. Amiri appeared in an instant not far from them. Scatter and flee. The four elders shouted simultaneously. Regardless of whether there was hope or not, they now had to try their best to escape. The four immediately turned into white light, darting off in different directions. However, although the speed of light is fast, it still seems insignificant when faced with the vastness of space. Moreover, with Amiri's endless star map providing precise location data, they had no chance of escaping. Several minutes later, with the last divine elder's blood splashing across the starry sky, Cell Star effectively lost all resistance. As for those below the Sage Realm, they did not count as any real resistance against either Amiri or the incoming human army. They could only struggle helplessly. Amiri teleported several times in succession, returning to the skyboat where the messenger officer was. This made the 3 Sage Realm experts inside subconsciously tense up. Once they recognized Amiri, they heaved a sigh of relief and greeted him one after another. Lord Amiri, has the army arrived? Amiri asked. No news yet, replied the lead purple-haired Santiago. Amiri nodded, saying nothing. He knew that communication in the vast universe was a major challenge since even light needed a long time to travel. Among the major races, the signal stones used for interstellar communication transmitted faster than light but still had considerable distance limitations. Not receiving news yet was normal. In the following days, the four waited patiently. 3 days later, they finally received word from the army. Shortly after, one division of the army reached near Cell Star and joined up with them. Led by a Sage Realm Vice Commander, the massive force surged towards Cell Star, swiftly overcoming all obstacles and securing the planet successfully. Meanwhile, the other divisions also arrived at their designated areas. A solemn-faced messenger officer said, Lord Amiri, all divisions are in position. According to the original plan, we can head to our first target, Gating Star. Very well. Amiri nodded and moved, instantly teleporting the skyboat towards a specific direction. Before setting out, he had already obtained the coordinates of many planets via jade slips, ensuring his direction was precise. Within a few hours, they appeared in the target star region. A sandy yellow planet came into view. While the human army was mobilizing on a large scale, the divine race naturally received intelligence through various channels. Adding to the intruders appearing on Cell Star, the divine race leadership quickly realized that the humans were making a major move. They immediately assembled an army, preparing to march towards the border between the two races. Unfortunately, they received the intel too late. By the time Cell Star went completely offline, their army was just barely assembled. Jensen dreads of thousands of powerhouses gathered on the front lines. Countless flying boats and skyboats were urgently mobilized. Under the leadership of the Sage Realm experts, the divine race army headed to every border planet to resist the human invasion. At this moment, Amiri and the messenger officer arrived outside Gating Star. He knew a small human division was waiting nearby. All he needed to do was kill the Sage Realm experts on Gating Star and destroy the teleportation array, and the division would immediately land and engage in battle. Be cautious, Lord Amiri. The divine race army has already set out and may have reached the frontline planets. The messenger officer said solemnly. Amiri nodded and vanished in a flash of teleportation. His vision rapidly changed as he appeared on Gating Star. Just as the messenger officer had said, thousands of divine race powerhouses were prepared within Gating Star. When he suddenly materialized on the surface, numerous shepherds immediately swarmed around him. Amiri surveyed the attacks calmly, spotting 3 16-wing divine race members. In a blink, he appeared before one of them. A punch landed. Dozens of miles of space shattered almost completely, and over 100 powerhouses died instantly. Even the Sage Realm expert was powerless and fell without resistance. The divine race members were stunned. He's a high Sage Realm expert. Quickly request elder support. The divine members fled in panic. Amiri teleported twice more, slaying the remaining 2 16-wing members, then casually captured an 8-wing member to ask about the teleportation array's location. For the divine race, this battle was a nightmare. For Amiri, it was a leisurely stroll. After destroying the teleportation array, he confirmed from the captive that only 3 Sage Realm experts existed on this planet. Thus, Amiri's mission was complete. He teleported away, returning to the sky boat with the messenger officer, who promptly relayed the information and reported the next target. Amiri flashed away, taking the sky boat with him. Soon, a human division emerged from the dark expanse of space and boldly entered Gating Star. After a one-sided battle, Gating Star fell under human control. Carnage and plunder, bloodshed and chaos spread across the entire planet. Meanwhile, Amiri swept through one divine race planet after another with his skyboat. In the Divine Ancestor Star's Council Hall, Chief Homer gathered with dozens of elders. We have already lost contact with 28 planets, and this number continues to increase by 1 each day. These disconnected planets are virtually certain to be under human occupation. In terms of losses among our strong individuals, we've lost 7 elders and 82 Sage Realm experts. Based on all available intelligence, we can deduce that the human race has dispatched a Sage King Realm ancestor capable of teleportation. Chief Homer said grimly. The elders were shocked. What? They actually sent a Sage King Realm ancestor? What does the human race want? Can this be confirmed, Chief? Chief Homer replied gravely, we can confirm it. When this powerhouse invaded Cell Star, 6 elders confronted him and battled fiercely for 2 whole months. During the battle, reports showed that his strength was only slightly stronger than an average high Sage Realm. He relied primarily on teleportation and extraordinary recovery abilities to remain unbeaten. His recovery was beyond anything we've ever seen. The 6 elders couldn't kill him, and eventually, Cell Star went offline after 2 months. Afterwards, other planets began falling one after another. 10 days ago, during the battle on Zulong Star, the death of the 7th elder finally confirmed that the human powerhouse is indeed a Sage King realm ancestor. Despite how unbelievable it seemed, the elders had to believe it given these results. Hashtag chapter 362. Accompany me in a great battle, then die at my hands. But why? Why would a holy king realm powerhouse move in such a war? Could there be some hidden agenda? An elder asked, puzzled. His confusion stemmed mainly from the nature of the border wars. In the eyes of ordinary people, the border wars were about 2 races vying for planets, resources, and territory, or driven by mutual hatred. This was indeed part of the reason. However, more importantly, it was to alleviate the pressure of overpopulation among the powerful individuals. The higher a martial artist's cultivation, the longer their lifespan. Once they reached the heavenly deity realm, they gained eternal life. Over time, the number of deity realm powerhouses grew due to the sheer population base of each race. Yet resources were limited. Therefore, the upper echelons of each race tacitly approved the continuation of border wars. These wars not only helped regulate the population, but also allowed for the tempering of more holy realm powerhouses through combat experience. Holy Saint realm powerhouses were the core of a race's fighting force. Grand Holy Saints and Holy Kings were the true leadership. Those below the Holy Realm were considered as mere ants, expendable from the perspective of the race's elite. These ants needed to be kept within a certain number. Too many could lead to resource shortages or even internal unrest. Too few would mean a lack of fresh blood within the race, hindering long-term development. Thus, it was necessary to maintain a balance. So, under this unspoken agreement between the races, wars persisted without escalating, with participation typically restricted to Holy Saint realm powerhouses. Grand Holy Saints only intervened as a precaution, while Holy Kings never moved. Such a significant event could only involve core interests between 2 races. Hence, the various elders did not fully understand the current actions of the human race. Regardless of the reasons, now that the human race's Holy King ancestor has mobilized, we can't let them rampage unchecked. I'll go and request the Elder Patriarch to come out of seclusion, clan leader Lewis said gravely. Additionally, Elder Sinclair died at the hands of the humans. We need to select a new elder to replace him as the commander of the frontline army. The other elders' expressions darkened. The frontline battlefield was no longer what it used to be, with the enemy having a Holy King ancestor personally leading the charge. Even with their own strength, facing such danger was inevitable. None of them wanted to go. No matter how great the reward, nothing compared to their immortal lives. Yet, under clan rules, defiance was impossible. After discussion, a new army commander was selected and dispatched urgently with reinforcements to the front lines. Clan leader Lewis again requested the presence of Patriarch Xyler. At the forefront of the Jinsaman God battlefield, Amiri traveled between planet after planet, his daily life filled with constant teleportation and slaughter. Although the human armies couldn't match his speed, 100 small battalions acting simultaneously kept pace with Amiri's cleansing operations. The war was completely one-sided. The human armies were invincible, while the god clans were in disarray. Even though casualties were still relatively low, the entire army's morale was nearing collapse. Everyone knew that there was a human powerhouse who could teleport, continuously assaulting planet after planet. Once this individual entered a planet, he easily obliterated the strongest Holy Saint defenders, then destroyed the transmission arrays within 2 minutes, isolating the planet. Thus, when the enemy appeared, one had to either escape within 2 minutes or be sealed on the planet. The latter usually ended in death. Even 10 days ago, the Grand Holy Saint commander fell to the attacks of the human powerhouse. In such a desperate situation, the God Clan soldiers fell into panic. Then came news, Patriarch Xyler himself was mobilizing to eliminate the human army leader. Indeed, Patriarch Xyler soon arrived via transmission. Based on the trajectories of the lost planets, they predicted Amiri's next target and laid an ambush. On this day, Amiri arrived. He didn't hide, appearing in the planet's atmosphere with a teleport, immediately putting the entire planet on high alert. A flash of white light revealed a towering, bald-headed god race figure behind Amiri. Clad in white armor and wielding an ornate white long sword, he looked like a blazing sun. This was none other than Patriarch Xyler, who had previously clashed with Amiri. Without wasting words, Xyler slashed horizontally at Amiri's waist the moment he appeared. Amiri reacted instantly, flashing behind Xyler and delivering a fierce punch. Xyler's reaction was faster, surpassing the speed of light. As Amiri flashed forward and prepared to strike, Xyler had already dodged and reappeared beside Amiri, slashing once more. Amiri didn't dodge this time, delivering a punch straight into the void. Space shattered around his fist like glass, crumbling further, spreading outward at an alarming speed. As Xyler's sword struck Amiri's waist, he was engulfed by the spatial fragmentation wave. Holy Kings were beyond the laws of the universe, making even space debris harmless to them. But under Amiri's chaos-level mastery of the law, this strike was not something Xyler could ignore. If their levels weren't so vastly different, it might have instantly killed Xyler. Even with the significant gap, the blow caused Xyler's skin to tear open, and blood stained his 16 pristine wings. What? Xyler exclaimed, shocked, not by his injuries, as he had anticipated being hurt based on intelligence, but by the fact that his sword had barely penetrated 3 inches into Amiri's body before being halted by an impenetrable resistance. This reminded him of the giant powerhouse who had caused chaos on Aelstar, similarly possessing formidable physical strength and instantaneous teleportation ability. He recalled more details about the giant. Strong transformation abilities, even altering soul fluctuations, coming from a distant, remote star sea. You're Amiri? Xyler retreated rapidly, looking gravely at Amiri, certain of his identity. Amiri ignored him, teleported beside him, and delivered another heavy punch. You broke the agreement, and the southern star sea will face the wrath of the god race, leading to irreversible destruction. All this is because of your reckless actions. While dodging, Xyler roared furiously. Amiri paid him no heed, instead showing a frenzied, bloodthirsty smile as if immersed in battle fever. As a Holy King ancestor, you only know how to run? I don't care about the Southern Star Sea. Kill me if you must. Today, your task is to accompany me in a great battle, then die at my hands. Chapter 363. Either you die, or still you die. Prince was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Could it be that he really isn't Amiri? But such a powerful physique has never been heard of over the years. How could two appear at the same time now? As Amiri teleported in front of him once again, preparing to land another punch, Prince rapidly retreated. Watching vast spaces crumble into sheer darkness, Prince's heart was clouded with confusion. This attacking capability is much stronger than the previous Amiri. In our battle, Amiri wouldn't hold back, nor could he have improved so much in such a short period. Also, this person lacks Amiri's abilities like the Phrasearicosm skill and Golden Barrier. Teleportation ability is relatively common, so it should just be a coincidence that both possess an extraordinarily strong body. While Prince pondered swiftly, Amiri's attacks didn't pause for a moment, continuously teleporting and throwing punches. Vast areas of space shattered into void darkness, but gradually healed under the might of the universe. Yet, Amiri's attacks and movements were too fast. The entire sky darkened almost completely from their combat. Between heaven and earth, Gensenricanes raged, spiritual energy surged. While fighting, Amiri occasionally observed the ground, locating 2 teleportation arrays on this planet. After one punch, he suddenly vanished from Prince's sight, reappearing after 5 seconds. You destroyed the teleportation arrays? Prince's face darkened as he immediately guessed what Amiri had done during his disappearance. That's right, you've no way out. Face me in battle. Amiri laughed arrogantly, blood pulsing with excitement. Either you die, or still you die. With fists clenched, he teleported next to Prince again. They engaged in intense combat once more. This time, Prince did not evade but fought head-on. With a wave of his hand, the world flashed, transforming into a flawless white void. No stars, no ground, just pure white everywhere except between the two. Then let's fight. Prince roared, seeming enhanced in this white void, moving more gracefully and effortlessly dodging Amiri's attacks. Then, with a raise of his hand, numerous invisible white giant swords materialized and shot toward Amiri from various angles. Ignoring these attacks, Amiri continued teleporting around, relentlessly punching. Raging space-crushing waves swept through repeatedly. The white void seemed unsteady, occasionally trembling slightly. Stefank heavy rain. The white giant swords failed to get close, easily shattering into radiant white light. This is your challenge? Why are you still dodging? Why won't you take my punch? Come on. Laughing madly, Amiri attacked continuously. Prince, grim-faced, silently continued evading. Minutes earlier, in those 5 seconds of Amiri's disappearance, he not only destroyed the 2 teleportation arrays, but also returned to the heavenly vessel hovering in space, delivering a message to the 3 messengers. A divine ancestor has appeared. Inform Warren Laozu to come quickly. Afterwards, Amiri returned to the planet, continuing the battle with Prince. Among the human war forces, only a few knew that besides Commander Keith Elder, the Grand Sage Realm, there was Warren Laozu following quietly. All to minimize the risk of information leaks and catch the divine race off guard, eliminating their Saint King Realm ancestor. Following prearranged signals, the 3 messengers urgently delivered the message to the commander, who immediately notified Warren Laozu. A heavenly vessel then sped through space towards Amiri's location, within the white void. After days of intense combat, though both remained energetic, Prince's heart sank. If we keep fighting like this, it's pointless. You can't kill me, I can't kill you. Let's sit down and talk, maybe clear up some misunderstandings? Amiri laughed, you'll eventually tire. When you do, I can kill you. If I stop, you can't kill me, and I can always choose to escape. Why should I talk when I have the upper hand? Prince said grimly, I am an unparalleled Saint King Realm expert. If I focus solely on dodging, I can last 10,000 years. Are you willing to spend 10,000 years trying to kill me? By then, the war will be over. We'll send more experts to support us. You won't have the chance to kill me. Amiri stopped, calmly looking at him. Here's a deal. Give me your storage ring and I'll talk. Prince paused, removed his storage ring, and tossed it over. Amiri caught it, and began slowly cracking it using soul power in front of Prince. What's your relationship with Amiri? Prince asked solemnly. Amiri glanced indifferently. None. No relation. Why invade our territory? Obviously, to seize territory and resources. What else? Amiri replied naturally. With your strength, you should have high status and enough cultivation resources without wandering around. Having cracked the storage ring and recognizing it via soul power, Amiri briefly inspected its contents. Apart from minor items, the most prominent were countless translucent azure crystals piled high like a small mountain, totaling several 100,000 pieces. These were the heavenly crystals he had previously obtained in the chaotic star region, each containing energy equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones, a top-tier cultivation resource. For Amiri, this was a significant haul. His lips curved into a smile. Enough? No, I need limitless resources. Even our clan leader can't provide me with that many spirit stones. So, I came to snatch yours. Prince frowned. I admit you're strong, but at best you'll occupy dozens of our planets. To us, it's negligible, and to you, not much gain either. Once we take you seriously, you won't dare act recklessly anymore. Forget grabbing more resources, you might even perish. Do you still want to oppose us? Amiri smiled indifferently. The talk phase is over. Will you continue struggling? Prince's expression turned cold. Chapter 364, The Death of Peter. Do you mean to continue being our enemy? Peter asked coldly. Amiri casually scratched his head. Not necessarily. As long as you don't resist when I kill you, and none of you resist when I sweep across the various planets, I believe we can coexist peacefully. How about it? Would you consider that? Peter's eyes twitched, anger welling up in his chest. He had assumed that by handing over his storage ring, he had essentially conceded defeat, thereby ending the conflict. But never did he expect the other party to turn against him so quickly. In that case, I'd like to see if you can actually kill me. With a flicker, Peter transformed into a beam of white light shooting towards the sky. The massive white space field dissipated instantly. Escape? You can't escape. In a flash, Amiri appeared in front of Peter, delivering a punch. Though Peter managed to dodge just in time, his momentum was halted. As he turned direction to continue his flight, Amiri reappeared in front of him again, forcing another evasion. Peter's speed lay more in his agility. Although it was indeed difficult for Amiri to hit him, with the power of teleportation, he could completely block his escape routes. No matter how desperately Peter tried, he couldn't escape. Their battle continued for several days until a heavenly boat quietly arrived at a distance. Warren Laozu emerged from the heavenly boat, turning into a black stream of light, heading toward the battlefield. Peter's expression changed drastically. Anomaly, battles between Holy King Realm experts were not easily deadly, given their strong self-preservation abilities. Even facing two Holy King Realm experts simultaneously, one could still survive by focusing solely on self-preservation. But this time, there was Amiri, a formidable opponent who could ignore his attacks and prevent his escape. Now, with another Holy King Realm expert joining to constrain him, his chances of survival dwindled almost to nothing. Warren, do you really intend to wage a war of annihilation against the divine race? Peter roared in shock and fury. He was trapped in the starry void by Amiri alone, unable to flee in any direction, almost at the point of despair. Warren flew close, waving his hands to form a bright red spatial field, enveloping all three within it. Peter also unleashed his own white spatial field, overlapping with the red one. This unique domain of Holy King Realm experts significantly boosted their own strength and made any attack more effective while suppressing their opponents to some extent. Under these conditions, even slightly weaker opponents could be overwhelmed. Within the domain field, Peter was shrouded in white light, wielding a shining long sword with a stern look on his face. Warren Laozu, enveloped in black flames, gripped a large broadsword in both hands, swinging it downward. The white sword clashed violently with the black broadsword. Powerful law energies rippled ceaselessly, scattering sparks and fireflies. Suddenly, Amiri appeared behind Peter, landing a sudden palm strike right at the base of his wings. The violent spatial rupture wave enveloped Peter, tearing through his skin and flesh. Instantly, he was drenched in blood. Amiri seized one of his wings as Peter transformed into light and escaped. However, Warren Laozu swiftly pursued, swinging the broadsword repeatedly, entangling him further. Amiri closely followed their movements, teleporting immediately upon each collision to deliver another punch to Peter. His attacks weren't fatal, but Peter's wounds kept accumulating due to the relentless assault. Even though he could heal fairly quickly, it wasn't enough to counteract the damage. By the next day, the already bloody and mangled Peter shouted in despair, "You wait for the retaliation of the divine race." Several successive punches from Amiri, coupled with Warren's relentless strikes, finally killed Peter. Warren Laozu, why don't you join me? We can hide in the heavenly boat together. Whenever a divine race ancestor appears, we can strike immediately to capture them quickly. I'm sure you've seen my strength. No matter how many ancestors the divine race sends, they cannot stop my march. Amiri laughed arrogantly. Warren Laozu nodded. All right. Why don't you wait in the heavenly boat first? For now, your presence hasn't been exposed. I'll handle sweeping the planets myself. With that, he teleported to a distant planet and swiftly killed the Saint Realm experts within. At the Divine Ancestor Star's council hall, clan leader Lewis received the latest report and frowned deeply. Rumen Star has lost contact. There's no news of Peter's current status. A peak battle between Holy Kings shouldn't end so quickly. The human offensive seems to have paused, suggesting they're indeed being restrained by Peter. However, a few days later, Lewis received another frontline report. What? The human strongman has started invading other planets again? Any news of Peter? The reporter bowed and replied, after losing contact with Rumen Star, there has been no word from Peter. Reconnaissance teams sent near Rumen Star were destroyed by the human army. Lewis took a deep breath, dismissed the reporter, and fell into thought. If the human strongman is continuing his assaults unhindered and an elder has vanished, could he possibly? It probably won't be the case. That human expert might have the ability to teleport. Perhaps he realized he couldn't do anything to Peter and simply teleported away. Peter couldn't chase him because of the lack of a teleportation array and the destruction of the heavenly boat. Though Lewis tried to reassure himself, he felt an ominous premonition deep down. He rushed out of the council hall, personally inviting other ancestors. Over countless years, the divine race accumulated hundreds of Holy King ancestors, some over 100 million years old. Most were in seclusion on the Divine Ancestor Star, hoping to break through to higher realms. They wouldn't be disturbed unless it was a matter of racial survival. Therefore, Lewis only summoned 9 of them, a monumental event. Upon arriving at the council hall, Lewis solemnly recounted the situation. Do you mean to say Peter likely died on Rumen Star? One ancestor asked, his face nearly expressionless from prolonged seclusion. Yes. Lewis nodded gravely, not only because Peter hasn't resurfaced, but also considering the unusual actions of the humans. This time, humans formed armies and even deployed Holy King ancestors, suddenly attacking our internal planets, indicating they are plotting something, perhaps after thorough preparation. So, I suspect they have found a way to deal with our Holy King ancestors, hence their audacious actions. Chapter 365. The real battle is yet to come. The leading elder pondered and nodded. A Holy King realm powerhouse won't fall easily, but that doesn't mean they can never fall. Given the human race's calculated ambush, it is indeed highly possible for Elder Andon to have fallen. He looked at Lewis and asked, what do we need to do now, clan leader? Lewis's face was solemn. I want to request all 9 of you elders to move out simultaneously, using a decisive strike to completely obliterate this human powerhouse and restore the divine race's dignity. The current situation has already placed our army at a disadvantage, causing uncertainty among our people and damaging our reputation. Only a swift and decisive victory can restore our divine race's prestige and rebuild everyone's confidence. The 9 elders exchanged glances, then without hesitation, nodded in agreement. All right, let's move out immediately. In that case, I will leave it in your capable hands. Lewis stood up and bowed to the 9 elders. Thanks to the teleportation array, the 9 elders quickly arrived at one of the border planets, waiting quietly for Amiri to fall into the trap. Amiri didn't anticipate that the divine race would decisively send out 9 elders simultaneously. He continued his rampage across various planets along the border until he reached Rosa Planet. The 9 divine elders were secretly stationed on this planet. They knew their opponent had powerful instantaneous teleportation abilities, and any carelessness might allow him an opportunity to escape. Thus, when Amiri appeared, the 9 elders wasted no time and instantly surrounded him, each releasing their rule domains to envelop Amiri's body. The overlap of the 9 rule domains created an effect similar to the Heaven-Earth prohibition boundary, exerting a noticeable suppression on Amiri. His movements became hindered, and his explosive power restricted. Fortunately, Amiri's main form of movement relied on teleportation, so his speed remained unaffected. The 9 elders took up different positions, tightly surrounding Amiri. Simultaneously waving their hands, countless white light swords containing powerful Dao patterns shot out from the pure white space. In a flash, Amiri appeared behind one of the elders, delivering a punch. What? He can still teleport under these conditions? All the elders were simultaneously shocked. Their rules stemmed from the same origin, and they possessed a power technique that could harmonize their strength, allowing their rule domains to fuse and amplify their suppressive force much more effectively than individually applied. Anomaly, no powerhouse should be able to teleport within such a domain. However, this mysterious human powerhouse acted as if there was no interference, greatly surprising them. Though shaken, the elder attacked by Amiri reacted swiftly, dodging his punch instantly. The subsequent space-crushing waves dissipated quickly under the suppression of the holy light domain, with the spatial rifts closing soon after. 9 holy kings, how formidable! Amiri's mind raced as he teleported downwards towards the ground again. With 9 holy kings acting together, things are getting complicated. I might need to use all my trump cards. In that case, to avoid information leaks, the teleportation arrays must be destroyed first. Amiri's gaze scanned the surroundings rapidly. Seeing Amiri fleeing, the 9 elders immediately transformed into white light and chased after him. Each of Amiri's teleportations covered only short distances and required brief pauses to observe his surroundings, allowing the 9 elders to catch up closely. The scene looked incredibly perilous. After a series of intense pursuits, Amiri finally found the first teleportation array. The 9 elders attempted to stop him, but to no avail. With a casual teleport, Amiri stomped on the ground near the array. Instantly, a vast expanse of land crumbled over tens of miles. The elders could only watch helplessly as the city collapsed. The teleportation array was destroyed, and countless divine beings screamed as they were swallowed by the earth. Damnable humans! Baring their teeth in anger, they rushed toward Amiri but were once again evaded by a teleportation. Though aware that Amiri was seeking another teleportation array, they couldn't prevent it. Moving towards another array would essentially guide him there, and they couldn't match his speed either. Thus, the 9 elders could only follow Amiri's trail, watching helplessly as he found the second teleportation array inside the temple and effortlessly destroyed it. Completely unable to stop him, the real battle starts now. Amiri laughed aloud and teleported toward the starry sky. Enraged, the 9 elders pursued him. To prevent them from losing track, Amiri deliberately controlled his teleportation distance, leading them deep into the distant cosmos. Stopping, he allowed the 9 holy light domains to engulf him once more. Countless white light swords swarmed him again. This time, Amiri did not dodge, instead landing a punch head-on against the light swords. He wanted to test just how powerful the combined force of 9 holy kings truly was, assessing if it posed any substantial threat to him. A wave of space-crushing energy surged forward. While numerous light swords shattered, even more continued to rain down on Amiri's body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Many meter-long light swords pierced through his body, turning him into a hedgehog bristling with white spines. The powerful holy light forces tried to invade his body but were repelled by an even stronger restorative force. Even the light swords broke apart under his flesh's self-recovery mechanism, exploding into countless white light fragments. In a mere moment, the seemingly grievously injured Amiri had fully recovered. More light swords kept flying toward him ceaselessly. 9 holy kings working together, truly formidable. Amiri marveled, his body suddenly shaking as it rapidly grew larger and taller. His body resembled an impenetrable mountain of flesh, colliding directly with the incoming white light swords during its expansion. Numerous white swords pierced into his body before being crushed and shattering. Within moments, Amiri had transformed into a 20,000-meter-tall giant. Facing the continuous onslaught of white light swords, he roared suddenly. Ha! A surging aura rippled like a tidal wave, sweeping violently in all directions. Vast stretches of space fragmented, with the violent undulations nearly tearing everything apart. The white light swords bore the brunt and shattered instantly. Without dodging, Amiri's right hand struck downward abruptly. Star-plucking hand operated at full capacity. A terrifying hand spanning tens of thousands of miles dominated the entire holy light domain, encircling all 9 elders simultaneously. If an elder or other great saint elders were present, they would have immediately recognized Amiri. But these 9 elders spent most of their time in seclusion, unaware of Amiri's identity despite the disturbances he caused earlier. Thus, even using several signature abilities, they remained oblivious to his true identity. The 9 elders felt only profound solemnity. Chapter 366, The 9 Elders Unite. 20,000-meter-tall body, 10,000-meter-sized palms, formidable physique, terrifying recovery ability, and unlimited teleportation. All these abilities concentrated in one person. This human might be stronger than any one of us. This thought surfaced almost simultaneously in the minds of the 9 elders. But their actions did not falter for a moment. Facing the overwhelming massive palm, the 9 turned into white light instantly and left the range of the sacred Fulton domain at an extreme speed far exceeding the speed of light, successfully dodging the giant palm's attack. Amiri's gaze shifted to beyond the sacred Fulton domain. With his vision completely dominated by white light, he could see nothing at all, let alone the 9 elders outside the sacred Fulton domain. He hurriedly activated the endless star map, only then sensing each of their precise locations. Outside the sacred Fulton domain, after evading Amiri's attack, the 9 elders exchanged soul power rapidly. Let's use that move. Only by unifying can we possibly kill him. With Elder Jonas as the lead, after unification, strike with all our might, giving him no chance to react. Otherwise, if he escapes, it will leave an endless threat. The 9 elders transformed into beams of light, converging together in a peculiar formation. Endless white light surged from each of them, quickly merging into one. In a blink, a several hundred-meter-tall luminous giant appeared in space, fully enveloped in streamlined armor, wielding a several hundred-meter-long luminous giant sword. At this moment, Amiri teleported out of the sacred Fulton domain, appearing behind the luminous giant. Amiri struck down with his palm. The several hundred-meter-tall luminous giant seemed like a frail infant compared to the more than 1,000-meter-sized giant palm. But the luminous giant moved incredibly fast. It dodged to Amiri's side immediately. Simultaneously, its luminous giant sword slashed horizontally toward Amiri's waist. Swish! The luminous giant sword cut into Amiri's body to a depth of dozens of meters, but relative to his vast, intimidating body, it was merely a flesh wound. Amiri's giant palm also landed on the void. A chaotic spatial fragmentation wave erupted from the impact point, spreading wildly in all directions. The entire body of the luminous giant trembled slightly, then stabilized. In this exchange, it was obvious that Amiri had been at a disadvantage. However, he did not show any signs of frustration or anger. Instead, he laughed heartily. Good. You truly live up to being a Sage King realm expert. He turned on the spot and slapped the luminous giant again. When the latter dodged once more, his palm struck the void. Once again, the chaotic spatial fragmentation wave swept through, causing the luminous giant to waver. Meanwhile, the luminous giant's sword slashed across Amiri's back, leaving a huge gash dozens of meters deep and hundreds of meters long. Although both combatants had grown significantly larger, their speed remained unchanged, fighting like flashes of lightning. Wounds continuously formed and healed on Amiri's body, but none of his attacks could harm the opponent. This kind of battle continued for a long time. Amiri seemed to be entirely on the defensive, especially when the luminous giant expanded the sacred Fulton domain. The greater suppression force, coupled with the ceaseless beams of light erupting around, made Amiri almost powerless. Until a certain moment, Amiri delivered a punch as usual. Countless golden dragons spread out rapidly, forming a giant golden barrier almost merging with the white sacred Fulton domain. Infinite golden chains spontaneously generated from the edge of the barrier, coiling around the luminous giant inside, attempting to bind it. The sacred Fulton domain similarly generated countless beams of light, colliding and annihilating the golden chains. A mysterious force enveloped the luminous giant, suppressing it heavily. What? Such strong suppression? The luminous giant was shocked internally. From every action and step, it could clearly feel that its speed and attack power were suppressed by about 30% each. Its overall strength diminished by at least 50%. For a powerhouse of the luminous giant's level, a 50% difference was practically insurmountable. The speed which originally made Amiri struggle to cope now became manageable. As for the attack power, which wasn't a big threat initially, became even less significant to Amiri. The only regret Amiri felt was that his surprise move didn't seal the opponent as intended. But he did not become discouraged. Instead, he laughed heartily. Now it's a fair fight. Amiri flashed beside the luminous giant, landing a punch. Though still incredibly fast, due to the terrifying viscosity reducing its speed by about 30%, the luminous giant couldn't dodge as easily as before. Its figure shifted sideways, sweeping the giant's sword. It did evade Amiri's punch, and created another deep gash on Amiri's body. But the subsequent space fragmentation wave erupted close by, engulfing it, visibly shaking the luminous giant's body. Amiri's form constantly flickered, surrounding the luminous giant, punches landing incessantly, causing space to fracture and heal repeatedly. Chaotic space fragmentation waves came wave after wave. The enormous body of the luminous giant shook relentlessly, finally crumbling in a flash of light. The white light-constituted body dispersed, and the 9 elders reappeared within the golden barrier, the unified sacred Fulton domain dissipating. The golden chains lost their targets, surging towards the 9 elders. The 9 elders quickly re-released the sacred Fulton domain. Though weaker than before, 9 overlapping domains could fully resist the golden chains and reduce the suppression within the golden barrier. But in the moment they appeared and released the sacred Fulton domain, Amiri's enormous body suddenly appeared before one of the elders, slapping down. Even without using the star-plucking hand, Amiri's palm was over 1,000 meters wide, delivering a sweeping attack for the divine elder. Despite a brief pause to release the sacred Fulton domain, this elder wasn't slow to dodge, turning into light to escape Amiri's palm. However, at this moment, space fragmentation waves erupted abruptly. The divine elder's body was engulfed, its white armor instantly torn with many cracks. More frighteningly, this caused a brief pause in its movement. Amiri's right palm turned swiftly, catching it in his palm, gripping tightly. First among the 9 elders caught. Chapter 367. The Fallen Ancestor. As Amiri's giant palm clenched, Violent spatial fragmentation waves exploded continuously in the palm, completely enveloping the body of the divine race ancestor. Despite the latter's relentless struggle and resistance, his armor was still being torn apart. The other 8 ancestors hurriedly came to support. Various attacks rained down on Amiri's fist, trying to rescue their companion. However, it was futile. Amiri didn't dodge at all. He even used the right fist that held the divine race ancestor to swing around, letting all attacks land as they pleased. Wounds appeared and vanished one after another. Amiri seemed like a rampaging beast, charging wildly through the void. The 8 ancestors continuously dodged. They communicated quickly using their soul power. What should we do? We seem unable to kill him. Let's retreat first and seek reinforcements. This human is too bizarre. Relying only on us few, continuing the fight might lead to us being picked off one by one. This place is at least several billion kilometers from the nearest Kylie star. Even with our speed, it would take about a week. Do you think we can escape such a distance smoothly under this human's teleportation? We have no choice but to try. Although this human is powerful, his attack burst is relatively average, making it not easy for him to kill us. Just be careful not to get caught. They couldn't help but look at Amiri's still tightly gripped right fist. Even from afar, they could sense the powerful rule fluctuations within. Clearly, the giant fist was unleashing potent rule attacks continuously. Hopefully, Ancestor Mower can hold on until reinforcements arrive. We have to temporarily give up on rescuing him. Let's go. We withdraw first. Once they made their decision, the 8 ancestors acted decisively, turning around to fly away. Amiri teleported in front of them to intercept. But now that the 8 ancestors no longer thought of rescuing their companion, they only focused on escaping, swiftly passing through the edge of the heavenly prohibition barrier and into the cosmos. The suppressive force of the heavenly prohibition instantly vanished. Stefank emerging from the depths of the sea, the 8 ancestors felt much lighter and more agile. Amiri pursued rapidly from behind. His heavenly prohibition barrier couldn't be carried away by teleportation, so he could only slowly chase while wrapping it around himself. Otherwise, without suppression, the divine race ancestor in his hand might escape. This moment, having already endured over 100 of Amiri's attacks, Ancestor Mower's white armor finally shattered completely, leaving his flesh bloodied and mangled. He released strong rule powers, concentrating on resisting Amiri's assault, yet still suffered repeated defeats. Sensing his companions leave, he grew anxious and sent a soul transmission. Ancestor Yonas, save me quickly. The 8 ancestors didn't stop, continuing to fly away. Yona's ancestor responded, Ancestor Mower, hold on, we're going to seek help, then come back to save you. The 8 ancestors were extremely fast, soon pulling far ahead of Amiri and out of Marvin's soul sensing range. Marvin's heart sank. Without a teleportation array, crossing the cosmos to reach other planets and then back to the divine ancestor star for reinforcements would take days at minimum. And Marvin knew well, he couldn't last a single day. Before coming to Rasha's star, he never imagined that their 9 ancestors would be overpowered by a lone opponent, with himself facing imminent doom. Memories of his million-year life flashed before his eyes, ultimately settling on the moment he broke through to the Holy King realm, becoming the brightest prodigy of his era. I cannot fall so obscurely. I cannot give up any glimmer of hope. Marvin's gaze hardened, his entire body transforming into white light to attempt slipping through Amiri's fingers. But with this dispersal of strength, facing Amiri's spatial fragmentation wave again, the white light comprising his body was instantly mostly obliterated. Marvin had anticipated this. After barely enduring the blow, the remaining bit of white light tried squeezing through the gaps between Amiri's fingers. There was naturally an energy layer in Amiri's palm, ensuring nothing slipped through, even if it were water. Yet, Marvin's light passed through effortlessly, escaping into the surroundings. Just as Marvin let out a slight sigh of relief, spatial fragmentation waves rippled out again from Amiri's fist, completely shredding the space around, along with the small blob of white light Mower Elder had turned into. One of the 9 ancestors, Ancestor Mower, fell. In the distant starry sky outside Rasha Star, a silver heavenly boat hovered quietly. Warren Ancestor and 3 messengers waited inside for news from Amiri, also observing Rasha Star through the window. When they saw a white spatial formation forming from afar, all 4 were immediately alert. That's the Holy Fulton domain, indicating a divine race ancestor has appeared. Warren Ancestor muttered subconsciously, please wait, Ancestor Devon will notify us if he needs help. It might not be time yet, a messenger beside him hurriedly added. They continued to wait silently, until later, 8 streaks of white light suddenly cut through the void, fleeing at superluminal speed, followed by a golden sphere slowly chasing after. Warren Ancestor's heart skipped a beat. 8 ancestors? They are escaping? He was stunned. The 3 messengers were also dumbfounded, hesitatingly asking, Ancestor, should we intercept them? Warren Ancestor was also unsure. Watching the 8 lights fly farther and farther, he still hadn't decided. Suddenly, the situation changed again. The golden sphere scattered, revealing Amiri's massive form. Then Amiri appeared before the 8 streaks of light, causing their movements to become chaotic. Due to the great distance, Warren Ancestor couldn't clearly see the specific battle conditions, but based on the movements and Amiri's frequent teleportations, they could clearly tell the current situation. 8 divine race ancestors trying to flee, Amiri desperately pursuing and intercepting, meaning, Amiri held the absolute upper hand. Realizing this, Warren Ancestor immediately said, follow them. I'm going to provide support? Yes. The 3 messengers promptly responded and steered the heavenly boat towards the battlefield. As they got closer, they gradually saw Amiri clearly, observing the battlefield more distinctly. Such a huge body, Devon never showed this kind of skill before. He must have been holding back. His true strength can drive 8 ancestors to panic. Among all humans, only Clement Ancestor might be able to match him in a one-on-one battle. Warren Ancestor was secretly astonished. Chapter 368. The Fall of the Nine Elders. In the boundless expanse of space, Amiri's gigantic form continuously flickered, intercepting the 8 patriarch elders of the divine race who were attempting to escape. With one palm strike, vast areas of space crumbled, and a furious wave of spatial fragmentation swept out. He did not use the star-plucking hand technique. While it had a wide attack range, it was ultimately too cumbersome for combat with an elder at the Holy King realm. By using only his enlarged form from the infinite illusory body transformation, he retained the same flexibility as his original body and could normally cast the spatial annihilation wave of great universe catastrophe, with an even broader attack range compared to when used by his true form. Thus, when Amiri's palm descended, the targeted divine race elder barely escaped the crushing blow of the giant palm but was still caught in the ensuing spatial annihilation wave. His holy artifact armor trembled violently, revealing countless fine cracks. Seeing the effectiveness, Amiri relentlessly pursued this divine elder, attacking until the holy artifact armor completely shattered. Amiri's next strike inflicted a minor injury on the elder, and seizing the moment when the elder paused, Amiri abruptly grabbed him. "Let's all try to kill him together, otherwise, we'll all die at his hands," shouted the divine race elder, terrified and enraged. "Hold on, we will seek reinforcements." The other 7 elders hesitated not a bit before abandoning him, continuing their flight into the distance. Amiri held onto the elder while chasing the others, continually unleashing waves of spatial fragmentation. This moment, a cosmos vessel traversed the starry void, appearing ahead of the 7 glowing figures, immediately catching their attention. The 7 elders focused. On the silver hull of the vessel was an abstract symbol of 2 human hands clasped together. They recognized it as the emblem of the human race. "Any who dare block us must also be supreme Holy King realm powers. Be cautious. Dodge from both sides. Otherwise, that human will catch up." The 7 streaks of light curved gracefully, slightly veering around the cosmos vessel blocking their path. A graceful figure with flowing long hair emerged from the cosmos vessel, flying towards 3 of the streaks of light. Ancestor Warren naturally knew he couldn't face 3 opponents alone, but was confident that a short-term interception posed no significant danger. After all, he was just creating an opportunity for Amiri. A scarlet fire field instantly expanded, engulfing the 3 divine race elders. A barrage of black flame arrows erupted from within. For other Holy King realm powerhouses, these attacks weren't too much of a threat, but could not be ignored. Not everyone had Amiri's extraordinary defensive capabilities. The 3 elders were forced to stop and resist. This moment, Amiri teleported into the fire field, repeatedly striking another elder with his free left palm. The other 2 took the chance to escape the fire field. Ancestor Warren assisted Amiri in capturing the remaining elder. The 6 remaining elders, although far away, felt a surge of despair. They knew their chances of escaping were slim, but staying meant certain death. So they decided to split into 6 directions, hoping that someone would be lucky enough to survive. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that with Amiri's endless star map's powerful tracking ability, no matter how far they fled or how well they hid, they would eventually be caught. Within the scarlet fire field, Amiri spent about an hour finally killing the 2 divine elders he held, then teleported with Ancestor Warren to pursue the others. Following this, the remaining 6 divine race elders were also killed one by Amiri and Ancestor Warren. "Devin, when I fought you, I held back somewhat, but I never imagined you were hiding deeper," Ancestor Warren remarked with a sigh. A full 8 Holy King realm elders. The entire divine race hasn't lost so many top-tier powerhouses in millions of years. Now, in just one day, 8 have died, plus the earlier and an elder, totaling 9 elders. Once the divine race confirms their deaths, they'll go mad. Amiri calmly said, "Before you came to support me, another had already fallen to my hands." Ancestor Warren was slightly surprised. That makes 10 elders total. This time, the divine race really will lose its mind. Then, he suddenly realized something, staring at Amiri in shock. "Wait, you mean during the 9 divine elders ambush, you killed one of them?" This was a different concept from hunting down and killing them one by one, or forcing them to scatter. Defeating and killing were not the same thing. Even among those he knew, no one could do what Amiri had done. Face 9 Holy King realm elders and kill one of them. It suggested Amiri possessed terrifying strength that could overwhelm 9 Holy King realm elders head-on. Even the strongest in human eyes, like Elder Clement, might not be his match. Amiri nodded calmly, saying nothing more, preparing to return with Ancestor Warren to the Cosmos vessel. Ancestor Warren suddenly asked solemnly, "By the way, once the divine race learns of their deaths, they will surely dispatch more elders. When that happens, do you have confidence you can hold out?" Amiri grinned, "Don't worry. I not only have confidence, but also look forward to it." Back on the Cosmos vessel, the Herald sent signals immediately, and the distant human legion began marching toward Roshan planet. Under the guidance of Sage Realm powers, they swiftly swept through the planet, clearing out divine race strongholds, and experts started setting up teleportation arrays. Meanwhile, Amiri arrived at a secluded spot on Roshan planet, beginning his seclusion for cultivation. With hundreds of thousands of sky crystals obtained from an elder and a large number of spirit stones delivered by humans, once absorbed, he could advance another cultivation technique. When that happened, even if the divine race sent more elders, he wouldn't worry at all. As time passed, Amiri rapidly consumed spirit stones and sky crystals, causing his potential points to soar. On Divine Ancestor Planet, in the Council Hall, following Roshan planet's loss of contact, clan leader Homer frowned deeply. 9 elders acting together couldn't stop the destruction of the teleportation array? It seems their teleportation ability is much stronger than expected. But this time, with 9 elders acting together, stopping the human offensive should be feasible. One wonders if they can secure a decisive victory and boost morale. Chapter 369. The third Chaos Class Cultivation Technique. 10 days later, Homer felt a twinge of panic in his heart. Why haven't the patriarchs reported back yet? Even if the teleportation array was destroyed, with their speed, they should have been able to fly to nearby planets and return within a week at most. It's already been 10 days. Why is there still no result? He immediately called someone over. Have the military stationed on Carrie send people to investigate Marilyn and report back to me immediately. Once his subordinate left, Homer's heart calmed down slightly. The battle between Saint King Realm Patriarchs takes time to conclude. It's also possible that the prolonged struggle has delayed their return. After all, it's impossible for all 9 patriarchs to be lost at once unless the human race sent out dozens of Saint King Realm cultivators simultaneously. But after so long of peace between humans and gods, even if they initiated a war, they wouldn't deploy such a terrifying lineup right away. Otherwise, we'd end up giving the demon race an advantage by fighting a full-scale war. Homer put his worries aside and patiently waited for the battlefield reports. A few more days passed, and someone came to report. Homer clan leader, Marilyn Star seems to have been occupied by humans, and none of the patriarchs have appeared on any nearby planets. The reporter looked terrified, his voice trembling slightly. Clearly, he understood the gravity of this information. 9 revered Saint King Realm patriarchs had gone missing at once. Coupled with the news of Marilyn Star being occupied by humans, even though it was hard to believe, everyone had to speculate that the 9 patriarchs might have encountered a calamity. Note: I made a slight adjustment to ensure consistency in terminology by changing Xianxia to star, as it seems to be referring to a celestial body, and this maintains stylistic consistency throughout the text. Even the reporter thought this, and Homer instantly considered the same possibility, drawing a sharp breath. Without even acknowledging the reporter, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared from the council hall. Quickly, he roused many of the patriarchs who were in seclusion, causing much displeasure among them, with some outright reprimanding him in public. Great patriarchs, something big has happened. Patriarch Drake and the others are all dead, Homer said with grief and agitation. The room fell silent as a refined middle-aged god landed before Homer, asking solemnly, what exactly happened? How did they die? Everyone present was high-ranking officials of the god race, and Homer explained without hesitation about the humans initiating the war. In the previous reports, only one Saint King Realm Patriarch invaded the planet followed by military sweeps, clearly a deliberate show of weakness. By the time Patriarch Drake and the others responded, the humans revealed numerous hidden Saint King Realm experts and killed our patriarchs in one go. This is a declaration of all-out war from the human race, Homer said mournfully. All the patriarchs frowned. The loss of 10 patriarchs was a huge blow to the god race. With the entire god population numbering in the trillions, only a handful of Saint King Realm patriarchs would be born every million years. There were only several hundred surviving patriarchs across the god race. This meant losing nearly half of the top combat power. Senior Patriarch Christian looked at Homer, then the other patriarchs, and said gravely, this isn't just a simple war. The human race is provoking the entire god race and wants to incite a full-scale war between our races. Then let's wipe out the humans, they shouted in indignation. A lowly human race dares challenge the dignity of the god race. This time, we cannot give them any chance to live. At this point, Homer spoke up. Honorable patriarchs, the humans came this time with great preparation and might even have a powerful trump card. Our patriarchs are the pillars of the god race. Please be cautious. Patriarch Christian looked at him with a spirited tone. This time, we will dispatch 100 patriarchs. We must kill their Saint King Realm experts and annihilate their armies, then invade human territory. We must fight with the spirit of the god race and achieve victory. On Marilyn Planet, Amiri's stockpile of celestial crystals, piled high like a small mountain in his storage ring, was depleting at a visible rate. Celestial crystals have a high concentration and purity of energy, making their absorption much faster than spirit stones. In just 9 days, after consuming hundreds of thousands of celestial crystals, Amiri's total potential points reached 820.9 trillion. The remaining gap of 180 trillion potential points was bridged through the cultivation by absorbing spirit stones, which took him 18 days. Although only a small portion of the spirit stones sent by the Xuanhuan clan had been used, Amiri did not have more time to cultivate further. He had to choose the most suitable cultivation technique to upgrade in order to prepare for the impending arrival of the divine clan elders. After careful consideration and comparison, Amiri quickly made his decision. Upgrade spatial constraint technique. As Amiri thought, the system promptly responded. Ding, consuming 10,000 trillion potential points. Technique is being extrapolated. Please wait. The extrapolation of the technique has been successful. Please name it. A mysterious and profound energy suddenly appeared within Amiri's body, followed by an influx of massive information into his mind. This was the third chaos level technique after vast space great teleportation and universe great annihilation. The former two techniques represented speed and attack, respectively. Combined with his already formidable physical defense, Amiri's only shortcoming was his ability to capture enemy movements. Therefore, he had two choices. The first choice was to enhance his cultivation level. A comprehensive improvement would naturally boost his reaction speed, allowing him to accurately track enemy actions. However, Amiri estimated that this would require advancing several minor realms, or even one major realm, so he put the idea on hold. The second choice was to expand the range of his attacks, either upgrading Star Plucking Hand, but it lacked flexibility, or upgrading Spatial Constraint Technique. While it was only a ceiling-type technique incapable of causing direct harm, its range control capabilities were incredibly strong. Given Amiri's various extraordinary abilities, he had to admit that the Spatial Constraint Technique was one of his most important trump cards in battles against Saint King Realm Elders. Once upgraded, it would undoubtedly possess even more wondrous and terrifying power. Indeed, when all the new insights of the Spatial Constraint Technique flooded his mind, Amiri was left in awe. A chaos-level technique involved the origins of the universe, the root of all things, and the starting point of all laws. And the chaos-level Spatial Constraint Technique could seal all laws and annihilate all energy. Anyone trapped within the sealing barrier would be unable to release any law-based or energy-based attacks unless they were far stronger than Amiri, capable of resisting the sealing force and retaining some degree of law-based power internally, but still unable to project it externally. In other words, they would either be completely sealed as ordinary beings, or could only use weakened physical strength. The sealing barrier could seal all extraordinary powers. The sky crystals stacked like mountains in Amiri's storage ring were visibly depleting. Sky crystals contained highly concentrated and pure energy. Absorbing them was many times faster than spirit stones. In just 9 days, hundreds of thousands of sky crystals were consumed, bringing Amiri's total potential points to 820.9 trillion. The remaining 180 trillion points gap was closed through practicing with spirit stones over 18 days. Though only a small portion of the delivered spirit stones had been used, Amiri couldn't spare any more time for cultivation. He needed to choose the most suitable technique to upgrade and prepare for the impending attack by God Patriarchs. After careful consideration, Amiri made his decision quickly. Heavenly Sealing Spell, Upgrade. As Amiri commanded, the system promptly responded. Ding. Consuming 10,000 trillion potential points. Skill deduction in progress, please wait. Deduction successful, please name. A mysterious energy inexplicably appeared within Amiri. Vast information flooded his mind. This was the third Chaos class technique after Vast Expanse Teleport and Universal Extinction Strike. The first two represented speed and attack, combined with an already formidable physical defense. Amiri lacked the ability to accurately track enemy movements. Thus, Amiri had two options. First, enhance his cultivation to improve reaction speed for precise tracking of enemy movements. However, he estimated this would require several minor, or even major advancements, which he temporarily set aside. The second option was to increase the range of attacks. Enhancing Star Plucking Hand would be insufficiently flexible. Thus, enhancing Heavenly Sealing Spell became a priority. Though just a sealing type skill, it excelled in range control beyond harm. Considering all his remarkable abilities, Heavenly Sealing Spell proved crucial during battles against Saint King Realm Patriarchs. Once upgraded, it would gain more astonishing and terrifying capabilities. Sure enough, when Amiri received the new Heavenly Sealing Spell, he was astounded. Chaos class skills touched upon the universe's fundamental principles, the origin of all things and laws. And this Chaos class Heavenly Sealing Spell could seal all principles and extinguish all energy. Anyone ensnared within the sealing barrier could not unleash any principle or energy-based attacks. Only beings far surpassing Amiri's strength could resist the sealing barrier's force, but even then, they couldn't project any power externally. In essence, one would either be sealed into an ordinary state or restricted to weakened physical power. The sealing barrier could seal all extraordinary forces. Chapter 370. An unimaginably powerful barrier. The 100 Holy King Realm Elders of the Divine Race arrived at a common life-bearing planet named Xianxia via a teleportation array. Whether it was the leading Jesse or the other 99 elders, none of them believed that this battle would carry any risks. After all, even if the Xianxia race deployed forces stronger than theirs, or even all their elders came together, the best outcome would be defeating them. They could not possibly kill 100 of their elders. And such a situation was impossible. During the interracial war, the demon race was still lurking on the other side. Neither side could leave themselves defenseless. Deploying 100 elders at once was practically their limit. Thus, in the minds of these many divine race elders, with their terrifying lineup, the outcome of this battle would either be a thorough victory for the divine race or an evenly matched standoff. There was absolutely no third possibility. Of course, considering that 10 elders had already fallen, while the elders were strategically disdainful of their enemies, they showed due respect tactically. To prevent the Xianxia race's hidden strength from exceeding their estimates, the 100 elders quietly arrived and lay in ambush on Xianxia, waiting for Xianxia race powerhouses to fall into their trap. And they prepared to escape at the first sign of abnormality. This day, Amiri, guided by the Xianxia race's intelligence, arrived in the outer space near Xianxia. Wait for me here. After speaking, Amiri rapidly approached Xianxia with several consecutive flashes of teleportation. A few seconds later, he suddenly appeared above Xianxia. Patrol airships hovering above the planet, which were set up like a vast net, immediately detected Amiri and sent out warning signals. In the aftermath of countless lights flashing, the 100 Holy King Realm Elders surrounded Amiri. Just one measly human? Is this just bait? Possibly the humans fear there are risks on the planet, so they dispatch someone with long-range teleportation ability as bait to draw us out and probe our defenses. So what if it's bait? We'll devour it. Let them fumble with our intel. After a brief soul force exchange, the elders decisively acted. Intense white light shone across the sky. However, Amiri simply flashed away to another position. While his gaze swept around, the 100 divine race elders chased him at superluminal speed. Amiri hastily moved again, searching for the location of the teleportation arrays under pursuit from numerous white lights. Chaos-level martial arts were truly too formidable. Even with 100 Holy King Realm Elders attacking simultaneously, they couldn't stop Amiri's teleportation. Instead, they could only watch helplessly as he sequentially located 2 teleportation arrays and easily destroyed them. Damn it! This damn human. He's slipperier than an eel. We can't catch him no matter how many of us attack. No wonder clan leader Lewis said that the previous planets fell one after another. With such teleportation ability, as long as he focuses on escaping, no one can handle him. In that case, let's invade the Xianxia race's planets, provoke them, and force a direct confrontation. No matter how strong his teleportation ability is, just a momentary pause within our aura domains will mean certain death. All we need is a split-second chance. As the multitude of elders chased Amiri, their soul forces exchanged thoughts swiftly. After destroying the second teleportation array, Amiri teleported towards outer space as if completing his mission. With the distance under his control, dense streaks of white light followed closely behind, until they reached the vacuum of space. Amiri abruptly halted without warning. In that brief pause, the 100 divine race elders surrounded Amiri once more. 100 layers of holy light aura domains stacked and released. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Amiri, and everything within sight was pure white. Even with the 100 elders' unflappable composure, they felt an exhilarating excitement in this moment. Because during the chase, they had been pondering what method could possibly restrict this human's teleportation ability. Even after much thought, they hadn't found an effective way. They could only force him into a direct confrontation through various means. In their view, the opponent might still cause them considerable trouble in the coming days. But in the blink of an eye, this troublesome human suddenly fell into their trap, about to perish. Indeed, the moment he was covered by 100 aura domains, they deemed him dead. No one could move freely within 100 domains derived from the same rule of law, nor could anyone withstand their combined combat power. Xuanhuan race die. The 100 elders struck excitedly. Countless white light swords instantly emerged within the holy light domain, shooting toward Amiri. These white light swords were like solidified, meticulously polished materials, radiating with the flow of Tao principles and an indomitable sharpness. Without turning back, Amiri casually lifted his left hand halfway. Immediately, countless golden dragons flew out from his palm, swiftly circling to form an enormous golden barrier. The moment the barrier formed, all surrounding white light swords vanished, and even the 100 layers of holy light domains dissipated, along with the fearsome pressure enveloping Amiri. All elders were simultaneously shocked. Within the golden barrier, they felt an imposing heavenly might from the universe. A heavy, sticky, substantial and tangible pressure enveloped their bodies, making breathing slightly more difficult and every action markedly more strenuous. What startled them even more was, their soul forces, dispersed outside their bodies, were forcibly scattered by an unknown mysterious force, preventing them from using soul perception or soul force communication. They attempted to use celestial chi to communicate but found themselves deprived of all external control abilities. Unable to use laws of nature for attacks or control celestial chi, and in the vacuum of space, where sound cannot travel. For a moment, the 100 divine race elders lost all ability to communicate with each other. Deaf, unable to speak, or smell. The only means of gaining information about the outside world remained their own eyes. For them, accustomed to the omnidirectional vision of soul forces, this sensation was like a perfectly healthy person suddenly losing their hearing and sight. They felt momentarily helpless and bewildered. Plus, the barrier's suppression over their bodies. All divine race elders immediately realized that this barrier was likely unimaginably powerful. Chapter 371. Facing a Xianxia alone. The 100 ancient elders of the divine race turned without prior agreement and flew towards Starn Planet. Fortunately, flight was almost instinctual for them, driven from within, so they weren't completely restrained by the barrier. Otherwise, the mere deployment of the banishing barrier would strip all the elders of any means to resist. Even with the current effects, it was enough to make every elder tremble in fear. They had even lost the ability to turn into light. This meant that they could only rely on their physical bodies for flight, which had been suppressed. In this state, their speed was barely faster than Amiri's. Moreover, what they hadn't anticipated was that the banishing barrier did not merely have a restrictive function. Escape? Can you escape? As many divine elders prepared to turn and flee, Amiri sneered. With a thought, countless enormous golden chains appeared at the edge of the barrier, wrapping around the multitude of elders enclosed within the barrier. With all extraordinary abilities gone, the elders' faces grew serious as they brandished knives, swords, fists, and feet, desperately resisting the incoming golden chains. Thankfully, they were supreme existences at the Sacred King realm. Even with restricted law force methods and heavily suppressed bodies, they still possessed sufficient power to destroy the golden chains effortlessly. But unable to launch large-scale attacks, they struggled and could not break free from the barrier. Amiri smiled, casually teleporting in front of one elder who was fully on guard. He pressed down his palm. The elder couldn't dodge as he had to resist the golden chains while dealing with the attack from the human in front of him. Their fist and palm collided without a sound or ripple. However, numerous golden dragons surged from Amiri's palm again, winding around the elder's arm and spreading toward his body. Terrified, the elder tried to retract his arm but was caught by Amiri. At this moment, the elder, unable to use his law forces, resorted to hitting the golden dragons wildly like an ordinary person. He did manage to shatter them easily, but new ones continuously emerged from Amiri's hand, overwhelming him. Unimpeded by other directions, the golden chains entangled the elder crazily. Years later, this elder once again experienced a combat style akin to an ordinary person. All attacks and defenses were limited to hands and feet. Once controlled, he was at a complete disadvantage, possibly leading to direct defeat. Countless golden chains bound him tightly, leaving him powerless against Amiri's easy seal. Many witnessed this scene, feeling heart-wrenching terror. Yet, they could neither flee nor resist. Some elders outright pleaded for mercy loudly. Their voices couldn't be heard outside, making them appear like actors in a mime show, their expressions exaggerated and twisted. Amiri successfully sealed all the elders, turning them into 100 golden statues that he discarded into his storage ring. 100 elders this time. Next, they will probably come out in full force. Destroying the divine race doesn't seem too difficult. Amiri casually withdrew the banishing barrier, then teleported back to Starn Planet. After killing the Sacred Man Realm expert there, he returned to the Antoniacan boat. It's done. Informed the Legion to come over. The messenger bowed. Yes. While Ancestor Warren asked curiously, didn't the divine elders act? Why was this resolved so quickly? He saw the brief holy light domain outside Starn Planet, but couldn't discern details due to distance. Amiri nodded casually. 100 elders came but have all been dealt with. Warren's eyes widened in shock. Really? 100 elders? Amiri grinned. Correct. But, Warren said incredulously, that's 100 sacred kings. Even if our human race acted en masse, we wouldn't eliminate them this fast. Amiri remained unperturbed and didn't explain further. It is indeed so. He looked at the similarly shocked messengers. What's the next target? After the messenger reported the new goal, Warren apologized. Brother Zhua, don't misunderstand. I'm not doubting you. It just seems incredible, so I spoke impulsively. Please forgive me. Your true strength has surprised me again, facing 100 alone and defeating 100 sacred kings easily. Though saying this, Warren still doubted Amiri's words but didn't show it, praising him repeatedly, pretending to believe. After all, each sacred king was an unrivaled existence that dominated the universe. Even with differences in law understanding and cultivation levels, such disparity seemed impossible, especially considering how he and Amiri barely eliminated 10 sacred kings a month ago, one by one. In his view, Amiri's power then had reached the limit of a sacred king. Defeating 100 with ease, making them unable to escape, seemed utterly impossible. Soon, the nearby human army arrived, led by a sacred man realm expert, sweeping away all resistance. Amiri teleported the Antoniacan boat to the next target. Hours later, another planet fell to Amiri. In the council hall on the Divine Ancestor planet, Chief Lewis received intelligence about the loss of contact with Starn. But this time, he didn't panic, just frowned, pondering. It appears the human powerhouse has terrifying teleportation, destroying transmission arrays effortlessly even against 100 elders. Reports might take days to return. Lewis temporarily set aside the Starn incident and dealt with other clan matters. After all, a vast clan needed extensive management beyond frontline battle conditions. And with 100 elders acting simultaneously, safety was assured. Unexpectedly, reports returned quickly. Chapter 372, The Movements of the Demon Race. What? That human appeared again on Beit Star? Clan leader Homer's face was full of disbelief as he abruptly stood up, staring at the 8-winged divine reporting to him. Yes, clan leader Homer. That human appeared on Beit Star, and immediately afterward, we lost all contact with Beit Star. The 8-winged divine said respectfully. Homer fell silent for a moment before waving him off, then sat back down with a grave expression. Who is he? How did such a formidable powerhouse suddenly emerge among the humans? Could it be that his only responsibility was to destroy the teleportation array, and there are others who actually engaged in the battle, allowing him to quickly appear on other planets? It does make sense. Even if all the humans came out, they wouldn't have been able to win so quickly against 100 elders. I'm being too sensitive and anxious. Homer consoled himself, feeling calmer. However, just in case, he ordered someone to urgently investigate the situation on Jamlin Star. A few days later, when Homer received the report, his body couldn't stop trembling. Jamlin Star has fallen. But Jesse and the others still have no clue about their current situation. Could it be? Homer shook his head in disbelief. No way. 100 elders acting together cannot all have vanished without a trace. It's impossible for the humans to possess such terrifying power. Despite his disbelief, he could not afford to be careless. He hurriedly awakened all the elders who were in seclusion, even recalling those who were practicing outside. No matter what, this was undoubtedly the greatest crisis the divine race had ever faced. As the scale of the conflict between the human and divine races expanded, the demon race, far on the other side of the xuanhuan star system, also received news through various channels about the latest developments on the front lines. Of course, these were relatively surface-level reports. For instance, the human Saint King realm powerhouse, Devon, with his unmatched instantaneous teleportation ability, swept through many divine border planets and continued to penetrate deeper into divine territory. The divine elders sent to intercept him at the front lines one by one met defeat and went missing, their fates unknown. Moreover, with time passing, the humans completed their teleportation array on Jamlin Star, linking it with other planets within human territory. Thus, under the tacit approval of the human high command, the news of 100 elders disappearing while engaging in battle spread. However, the specifics of that battle remained known only to a select few within the human hierarchy and the intelligence transmission chain. With the spread of the news about the disappearance of the 100 elders, the entire xuanhuan star system began to experience significant undercurrents. At this point, everyone could see the trend of the war. The humans were unstoppable, sweeping everything aside. The divine were retreating step by step, suffering heavy losses. For the demon race, the war between humans and divines was a golden opportunity to take advantage of the chaos, an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. At the demon base, Demon Ancestor Star, the demon leader Ricardo, with 16 pure black wings, gave orders excitedly. Immediately assemble a super large army on the border. Once the divine continue their retreat, we will enter divine territory immediately. In his view, given the severe losses suffered by the divine, they would inevitably mobilize an even stronger force, perhaps even their entire strength, to fight the humans fiercely and regain face. Otherwise, not only would it harm their reputation, but it might also cause internal unrest, making them less capable of resisting the increasingly aggressive human attacks. This chain reaction could destabilize the entire divine race. Therefore, during the intense battles between the two sides, it was precisely the time for the demons to seize control of divine planets. Afterward, regardless of who won or lost, the benefits seized by the demons would become an unchangeable fact. Indeed, events unfolded as the demons anticipated. The news of the 100 elders going missing gradually evolved into rumors of their deaths as it spread. This caused strong reactions within the divine community, especially among the frontline armies and the numerous powerful beings preparing to support the front. Morale plummeted, and unity was in disarray. Facing the human offensive, they were virtually collapsing without much resistance. Clan leader Homer saw all this unfolding before his eyes. As the scattered elders gradually gathered, he immediately convened an unprecedented grand meeting with all the elders. Although Homer, at the Grand Saint Realm, held a high rank as clan leader, he had to yield the initiative to the elders present. Organizing the meeting, he obediently sat in a corner, meticulously reporting all the intelligence from the two race battles, then listened attentively to the elders' discussions. Among the 386 elders present, Xianxia, acknowledged as the strongest, led the meeting. He glanced around and spoke solemnly. The quiet demise of 100 elders means we have no idea what kind of forces the humans mobilized, but it's clear that it would require us to mobilize our entire strength just to stand a chance against them. And that's only a possibility. So this is undoubtedly the biggest crisis in the history of the divine race. Any mishandling may result in the great divine race fading into history. What are your thoughts, fellow elders? After a moment of silence, someone angrily exclaimed, "What else can we do when the humans have bullied us to this extent? We must mobilize fully and counterattack. How can I believe that their power really surpasses ours? They simply deployed all their elders at any cost. Even though we don't understand why the humans did this, we can also mobilize fully and engage in a decisive battle with them. I don't believe that the humans, as recent rise stars, can truly be more powerful than us overall." Someone agreed, "That's right, the only way forward is a life or death battle. Now everyone is watching our actions. If we show any sign of weakness or avoidance, not only will the demons take advantage, but even our frontline armies might collapse on their own." Xianxia looked at everyone inside, but as clan leader Homer reported, the demon army is nearly assembled and heading towards the star domain bordering ours. If we mobilize fully, we will inevitably face demon invasion on the other side. At that point, surrounded on both fronts, our losses will be substantial. The elder who spoke earlier shrugged. "So what? At worst, we lose some planets and resources. As long as we endure, the roots of the divine race will remain. What's there to worry about?" Xianxia looked at him helplessly and shook his head. "What if they invade Demon Ancestor Star?" The elder froze in shock. Chapter 373, Homer's Plan. The Divine Ancestor Star is the headquarters of the divine race, holding significant symbolic value and immense practical importance. One of its key roles is the cultivation of strong individuals. The divine race, although naturally attuned to holy light attributes and able to grasp the laws of holy light more easily, still only possesses a slightly advantageous talent. In fact, the reason the divine race has been able to stand firm in the Xuanhuan star system for nearly 10 million years, constantly producing talented warriors, is not entirely due to this holy light affinity. There's another crucial factor, the holy statues. Holy statues contain extremely concentrated forces of the holy light doctrine, allowing some gifted warriors of the divine race to gain insights into the laws of holy light through these statues. They can continue to meditate and improve continuously. The holy statues can be considered one of the most important foundations of the divine race's strength. This extremely important holy statue is enshrined on the divine ancestor star. Of course, apart from the holy statues, other items of similar importance are also kept on the divine ancestor star. Therefore, most of the senior elders of the divine race usually stay on the divine ancestor star, both to cultivate and protect various vital assets. According to the divine race's clan rules, there must always be at least 50 elders remaining as guardians even in emergencies, and such emergencies should not last more than 3 months. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. "Apart from the 50 elders who must remain behind, we also need to reserve at least another 50 elders to guard against an invasion by the demon race. In this case, we can deploy no more than 200 people. Although this force is powerful, it doesn't offer much assurance compared to the human race's lineup that can obliterate over 100 elders." After hearing Xianxia's words, many elders fell silent. But one elder proposed an idea that caught everyone's attention. "Since we are so worried about the safety of the divine ancestor star, the human race must also have similar risks. At this moment, the human race has sent out all their forces, leaving the Xianxia ancestor star vulnerable. Shouldn't we directly attack the Xianxia ancestor star and take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the base of the human race?" Everyone's eyes lit up, and they expressed agreement. Yes, since the humans are willing to risk everything, let them lose everything. What's the point of capturing so many planets if the destruction of their base will cause irreparable damage, possibly leading to their downfall? Seeing that the elders seemed ready to make a decision, clan leader Homer, sitting in a corner, hurriedly spoke up. "Do you elders plan to go all out?" Xianxia glanced at him. "Rest assured, we won't all go out. We're just attacking an empty Xianxia ancestor star. Sending just a few dozen elders would suffice. After all, we aren't as reckless as the humans. We still need to leave forces to guard the divine ancestor star." Homer flattered, "Wise elders. But I have a suggestion, please consider it." All the elders watched him silently, waiting for him to continue. Although the human elders are on the front lines, they have steadily advanced, establishing teleportation arrays on every planet they've seized. If they notice any abnormality, they could return very quickly. In such a short time, we may not be able to promptly destroy the Xianxia ancestor star. After all, even with the human race sending out all their forces, there must be some defensive power left on the Xianxia ancestor star, enough to hold back our several dozen elders for a while. An elder bluntly asked, "Are you saying we can't invade the Xianxia ancestor star?" Homer waved his hand hurriedly and respectfully said, "Please don't misunderstand. My intention is not that. Rather, invading the Xianxia ancestor star is a major undertaking, and we should plan thoroughly, at least finding ways to prevent the human elders from returning." The elder shook his head. "There's no need to worry so much. We're not trying to kill anyone. There's no need to tangle with the defenders of the Xianxia ancestor star. A few dozen elders can forcefully enter the Xianxia ancestor star, wreak havoc, and destroy most of it." Homer replied, "But doing so puts the elders in danger." Xianxia, the chief elder, looked at him. "If clan leader Homer has a strategy, you can just say it." Homer smiled lightly. "My idea is simple. Collaborate with the demon race to trap the humans. The human race has caused us enormous losses, including the demise of 110 elders. Destroying the Xianxia ancestor star isn't enough. Let's annihilate the entire human race and share their territory with the demon race." Many elders were taken aback. They thought Homer's cautious words implied conservative ideas, but unexpectedly, he proposed something earth-shattering, utterly obliterating the human race. His resolve surpassed theirs. One elder immediately interrupted. In the current war between us and the humans, it's clear we're at a disadvantage. If the demon race wants to ally, wouldn't they prefer the dominant humans? Homer shook his head. That won't happen. What benefits would the demon race get from allying with the humans? At best, they'd seize a few of our planets. These small gains aren't enough to erase the animosity between the two races. But what can the demon race gain by allying with us? Homer looked at the elders expectantly. With the human elders on the front lines, our combined forces can launch a surprise attack and have a chance to wipe them out. Plus, we can send another group to invade the xuanhuan ancestor star. Dividing into two teams gives us a good chance to completely eliminate the human leadership. Then, everything the humans have will be divided between us and the demon race. Elders, which would you choose? Sinclair sighed approvingly. Clan leader Homer has an excellent plan. This way, the threat of the demon race will vanish, turning them into our allies against the humans. Another elder stared at him in amazement. Clan leader Homer indeed shows great promise, worthy of being chosen as the current leader. Homer thanked them politely. Sinclair quickly made a decision. Since everyone agrees, we'll follow clan leader Homer's suggestion. Next, we'll select the secret 30-member squad to infiltrate the human race and strike the xuanhuan ancestor star. Soon, the elders agreed on the details and began acting accordingly. The 30-member squad was put on standby. Clan leader Homer sent a letter to the demon race and went alone to negotiate within their territory to show sincerity. The negotiations took place on the demon-controlled planet of Lydon, one of the border worlds. In a grand palace, demon clan leader Ethan lounged lazily on a high stone throne, with 8 elders standing on either side. Led by an 8-winged demon, Homer flew to the palace entrance and entered slowly. Chapter 374. A once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Lewis, leader of the divine race, I never thought there would come a day when we meet, Ricardo said from the dais with a smirk. Now that your race faces life and death, are you here to beg for mercy? In truth, the message from the divine race had already outlined their intentions, an offer of cooperation. Moreover, the divine race was far from facing an existential crisis. Ricardo's words were merely intended to humiliate them further, given the historically strained relations between their races. Lewis continued his slow approach into the palace. The demon race's leader, Ricardo, held himself high, while the 8 elders watched menacingly from the sides, exuding oppressive power. Despite this scene, Lewis did not lose his temper. He smiled calmly. Sir Ricardo, as equals, insulting me is also demeaning yourself. Why go through such pretenses? Ricardo lazily leaned against the stone chair, supporting his chin with one hand, and asked nonchalantly, tell me your purpose. Lewis halted and stared at him seriously. A once-in-a-millennium opportunity lies before us, but my divine race alone can't seize it. Therefore, I wish to share it with the demon race. Ricardo's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he asked compliantly, oh, what do you mean by this once-in-a-millennium opportunity? Obviously, it's the 1,000-plus starseas and over 5 million planets controlled by the xuanhuan race, Lewis said with a laugh. Alas, this territory is too vast for the divine race to handle alone, so we wish to share it with the demon race. Ricardo burst into laughter, even smacking the armrest of his chair dramatically. After a while, he jeered, the esteemed leader of the divine race stands before me like a clown. Having been utterly defeated by the xuanhuan race, now you seek our aid yet insist on framing it as offering us benefits. How laughable. Looking at the elders, Ricardo continued, elders, if nothing else, coming all this way to watch the divine race leader perform has certainly been worth it. Wouldn't you agree? The elders echoed in mockery, agreeing with Ricardo. He suddenly turned to look at Lewis, who remained calm, and said coolly, so, the divine race has fallen this low. It seems the pressure from the xuanhuan race is greater than we imagined. In that case, we will dispatch additional legions to the front lines. I hope you can hold on. That's all, Leader Lewis, you may leave. Ricardo's words dripped with sarcasm. Clearly, Lewis had come seeking aid, but instead faced threats from the demon race after only a few exchanges. This psychological blow could likely drive the divine race's leadership mad. Even Lewis might be ousted for incompetence. Imagining this scenario made Ricardo smile involuntarily. The xuanhuans, divines, and demons were potential enemies, naturally leading to poor relations. Seeing the divine race's misfortune brought Ricardo satisfaction. Sir Ricardo, it appears you haven't received accurate intelligence. Ignoring the ridicule, Lewis shook his head. Don't you know that the xuanhuan race's current prosperity is just a facade? It could shatter at any moment like a mirage. The xuanhuan race is on the brink of destruction, Lewis stated, looking directly at Ricardo, who remained expressionless but clearly prepared to listen further. We've discovered that over 400 ancestors have been sent to the front line by the xuanhuan race. You should understand what that means. This information was fabricated by Lewis to bolster the appeal of his proposal. Since the demon race couldn't verify it, it served its purpose well. Without waiting for a response, Lewis continued. These are almost all of the xuanhuan race's top-tier combatants. Once they're defeated, the xuanhuan race will essentially collapse. Sir Ricardo, surely you don't want to miss this chance. Millions of planets beckon us. Ricardo paused, then countered, why would the xuanhuan race act so foolishly? They're disregarding the survival of their entire race. Lewis shook his head. Everyone makes mistakes. I don't know why they made this decision, but it's true. Do you think the xuanhuan race could annihilate 100 of our ancestors otherwise? Ricardo nodded thoughtfully. Lewis added, regardless of their reasoning, the fact is that the xuanhuan race has committed all their ancestors. They might believe that even if we mobilize fully, we'd still be evenly matched. But the xuanhuan race hasn't considered that if we unite, we can completely overwhelm their leadership. In that case, the vast xuanhuan territory becomes ours for the taking. What do you think, Sir Ricardo? Lewis looked up at Ricardo with a smile, who fell silent. If we unite, we can completely overwhelm their leadership. In that case, the vast xuanhuan territory becomes ours for the taking. What do you think, Sir Ricardo? Lewis looked up at Ricardo with a smile, who fell silent. If it were just a matter of a few hundred planets, he wouldn't consider mending fences with the divine race, but the entire Xuanhuan territory presented an unimaginable bounty. Even bitter enemies would discuss cooperation for such stakes. More importantly, united, they faced no risk. No force could stand against them. Ricardo smiled. Sir Lewis, I must admit this proposal is tempting, but for such significant matters, I need to consult our ancestors. Lewis smiled mildly. I understand. However, this opportunity may pass quickly, so please do not delay. Ricardo agreed and returned to the demon ancestor star, leaving the 8 elders to entertain Lewis. With the initial cooperative intent set, their interactions grew more amiable. Hours later, Ricardo returned to Leiden Star. Sir Lewis, our ancestors have agreed to cooperate. Hearing this, Lewis couldn't help but smile. They immediately discussed the finer details of the plan. Then, both races' ancestors moved toward the front lines of the Xuanhuan divine conflict. This time, 300 divine ancestors and 200 demon ancestors, a total of 500 supreme beings, were deployed, enough to sweep away any opposition. The Xuanhuan race, even with all their ancestors engaged deep within divine territory and isolated, would inevitably face a crushing defeat against such overwhelming strength. Chapter 375. Were we duped? As the 500 elders quietly arrived at the front lines, a secret squad of 30 elders from the divine race, embedded within a small legion, approached a human planet named Fengyong Star. This was a compact elite force consisting of 3 Sainthood Realm individuals and 500 Divine Realm experts. When they navigated 2 Antoniacan boats and a dozen ordinary flying boats to near the planet, it immediately put the Xuanhuan guards on alert. It's a divine race legion. Alert! Alert! The enemy has at least 2 Sainthood Realm members. Request reinforcements quickly. It was common knowledge that Antoniacan boats required Sainthood Realm strength to function through space. Thus, the presence of 2 Antoniacan boats meant there were at least 2 Sainthood Realm experts in the divine contingent. With rescue signals sent out, numerous human defenders gathered outside the atmosphere, bracing for battle. The distance between the two sides rapidly closed. 3 Sainthood Realm individuals from the divine Antoniacan boats released countless laser cannons with a wave of their hands, barraging the Xuanhuan forces. A robust, short-haired Santiago emerged from the human formation, creating thick water walls mid-air to shield the front lines. Spread out and target their flying boats, he roared. Amidst the continuous barrage, his water walls trembled, forming massive water splashes until they crumbled. He created more water walls, but, outnumbered by the 3 Sainthood Realm divine experts, it was impossible to halt them. Before long, under intense attacks, the human defense lines collapsed as the divine broke through and infiltrated the planet. At this moment, human reinforcements arrived. 5 Sainthood Realm experts who appeared in a teleportation array briefed about the current situation. The 5 soared upwards and soon spotted the chasing vessels of both races. Attack and destroy them, cried the humans. However, a sudden white light enveloped the 5 human saints and the earlier short-haired Santiago. They felt pain and were consumed by the white light, noticing large holes in their chests emitting pure white holy light spreading throughout their bodies. Their bodies disintegrated where the light touched, leading to an instant downfall of 6 human saints. Nearby human defenders were stunned. They hadn't expected such a terrifying existence within the Divine Legion who had been deliberately concealing themselves for some plot. Without time to react, the 3 Divine Sainthood Realm experts swiftly annihilated all humans present. Inside one of the Antoniacan boats, an elder commanded via soul voice, "Find the teleportation array quickly." A Sainthood Realm expert directed, splitting the troops into multiple teams to investigate. Soon, the teleportation array was located, and the 30 elders stood within it. Everyone, although Renzu Star is currently relatively weak, we mustn't underestimate it. Be vigilant. They glanced at each other as the array activated, disappearing in a flash. Meanwhile, back on Renzu Star, upon receiving Fengyong Star's initial plea, clan leader Matt dispatched 5 Sainthood Realm experts. But soon, a second plea reached him. 6 Sainthood Realm experts instantly killed, all guards wiped out. Matt frowned, then sneered, "Divine race elders personally attacking. Looks like the Divine are desperate." He shouted, "Fetch me Elder Kinning and the others." Shortly, 10 elders arrived at the council chamber. "Clan leader, what needs our attention?" Suddenly cries rang out, "The Divine race has come." Followed by a series of screams and building collapses. Matt and others turned serious. "Let's check it out." Flying towards the noise, they saw dozens of white lights carelessly soaring in the sky. Divine race elders invaded Renzu Star? Unbelieving eyes widened as Matt yelled, "Ultimate alert! Renzu Star has been invaded." All elders report in. Sound waves propagated widely as 10 elders advanced to meet the divine invaders. In moments, many more Xuanhuan elders flooded in, nearly darkening the sky. The 30 divine elders' faces changed drastically. Why are all Xuanhuan elders here? Could we have been duped? The divine elders fell into despair as hundreds of Sainthood Realm elders surrounded and obliterated them with powerful attacks. Elsewhere, 500 elders from both the divine and demon races lay in ambush on a frontline planet. Time ticked by with no signs of impatience. Then suddenly, Amiri appeared. Following standard protocol, planet defenders requested aid and moved to intercept. The elders hidden in the city waited, observing. There's only one human. His teleportation skill is formidable. He should be acting as vanguard. To avoid alarming him, let's dispatch 100 elders once he arrives, as per plan. As for the rest, attack after all human elders appear to ensure total annihilation. Soon, Amiri, after randomly killing some divine race members, followed an 8-winged deity and found the first teleportation array. That moment, 100 streaks of white light flew in, encircling Amiri tightly. 100 layers of holy light realms opened instantly. Amiri smiled and flashed away from the light, appearing next to the teleportation array. His foot stomped down, unleashing immense force into the ground. Thunderous cracks spread, the entire city crumbled, and the array shattered. Continuing to teleport while evading pursuits, Amiri searched for another array. The elders were amazed. How did he escape even with 100-layered fields surrounding him? His mastery of spatial laws must be unparalleled. No wonder he ventured alone. With such skills, he can move freely even deep within enemy territory. Now what? Should we follow? Wait, our main goal is human elders. This individual's skills, though impressive, make him a minor threat. Will appear once our target is clear. Moving now would spoil our plans. After discussion, the elders remained hidden. Chapter 376, The Embarrassed Escape of the Patriarchs. After Amiri destroyed the second teleportation array in the temple, he instantly teleported towards the starry sky. 100 divine race patriarchs pursued him relentlessly. It looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet. Amiri suddenly stopped and turned to look at the many patriarchs, smiling faintly. Capture him directly and kill him. Don't give him a chance to escape. Seeing this, the 100 patriarchs were elated. Without considering why Amiri had paused, they quickly released their holy Fulton fields and attacked him from all sides. At that moment, Amiri pressed his hands against the void, and countless golden dragons swiftly flew out in all directions. In an instant, the space ceiling barrier was completely formed. The moment the barrier was complete, 100 holy Fulton fields vanished into thin air. A terrifying pressure enveloped the bodies of the 100 patriarchs, and a myriad of golden chains wrapped around them. What's happening? What kind of barrier is this? We can't use our law powers. Escape quickly, there's something wrong with this barrier. The 100 patriarchs simultaneously felt an unfamiliar panic. Although they lost the ability to communicate, their actions were unusually synchronized as they attempted to flee from the barrier. But the unending golden chains kept them preoccupied and made their movements difficult. One by one, Amiri began sealing them. On the ground, the 400 hidden patriarchs watched the golden space in the sky with surprise. Strange, did the battle start already? Why haven't other human clans appeared? All the holy Fulton fields have disappeared. It doesn't seem favorable for us. We must hurry up and provide support. No, if we act now, we might alert them. If no other humans appear, all responsibility falls on you. But what? Just one human? You have 100 divine race patriarchs? Surely you don't fear him? The human patriarchs are probably still observing. They know this person has strong teleportation abilities and won't die easily. We shouldn't be hasty. The patriarchs of the divine and demonic races deliberated with soul power and then fell silent, continuing to observe the battle in the sky. To be precise, they only watched the golden spherical space, waiting for any changes because no one could see what was happening inside. After nearly an hour, the golden space in the sky suddenly dissipated. To everyone's astonishment, only Amiri remained while the 100 patriarchs had vanished. What happened? Where are our patriarchs? In such a short time, did those 100 patriarchs fall to this human? What nonsense! How could 100 holy king realm beings be defeated by an obscure human? This human has profound mastery over spatial laws. Did he banish them rather than killing them? That's quite possible. Previously, the 100 patriarchs went missing for long periods without confirmation of their deaths. Nearby, the many demon race patriarchs expressed dissatisfaction and questioned. Didn't you say all humans came out in force? Why are we guessing now? Were the intelligence reports just to deceive us? If so, let you handle this human. If no human patriarchs appear, we won't intervene. The patriarchs of both races started arguing. After all, they had been enemies for years. Even a brief alliance due to mutual interests couldn't prevent their falling out once the benefits were gone. In the sky, after sealing the 100 divine race patriarchs, Amiri teleported back to the planet's surface to search for any possible Sage Realm strongholds. He teleported repeatedly in midair, finding a few 8-winged divine races and forcing information about the Sage Realm defenders from them. Meanwhile, the other 200 divine race patriarchs, after discussing with the demons, decided to stay hidden. Regardless of how Amiri defeated the 100 patriarchs, it was considered a victory. With the demons unwilling to act, these 200 wouldn't risk more than half their numbers, even if they weren't sure who would be the casualties. Indeed, the demons' reluctance wasn't just due to lack of interest, but also respect for Amiri's displayed strength. Thus, the 400 patriarchs quietly hid on the planet, concealing their senses and standing motionless like lifeless statues. Eventually, the divine race patriarchs received a distress signal. They checked via identity tokens and found it was from the Sage Realm defender on this planet, the only one aware of their presence. Unfortunately, we can't save you, they thought. Hopefully you won't betray us. They stood pensively. Elsewhere on the ground, Amiri easily killed the 16-winged divine race member before returning to the starry sky via teleportation. It's settled. Bring the legion here, he said calmly. The messenger officer bowed in acknowledgement. Soon, a massive human legion arrived. Amiri set off for the next target with his space-time boat. Inside the planet, the 400 patriarchs from both races waited until the human legion plundered heavily before escaping, commandeering a space-time boat in the process. Receiving the distress message, the messenger officer reported back to Amiri. There are still several hundred patriarchs hiding on the planet? Amiri frowned briefly, then relaxed. Forget it. Since they've escaped, I won't chase them. Contact the legion commander and send reinforcements. The messenger officer acknowledged respectfully and contacted via the communication stone on the space-time boat. Beside him, Warren looked astonished at Amiri. Several hundred patriarchs were hidden and didn't attack you? Instead, they fled after you left? Amiri replied nonchalantly. I thought they sent only 100, whom I eliminated. I didn't expect there were more. Warren marveled. They must have been terrified after seeing you eliminate 100 patriarchs. Last time Amiri claimed to have eliminated 100 patriarchs, Warren hadn't believed it. But when the legion invaded, higher-ups confirmed it. As a result, despite his disbelief, he had to accept that Amiri had truly achieved the terrifying feat of defeating 100 opponents alone. At this moment, the messenger officer finished relaying the message and continued. Lord Devon, Warren, Among the hundreds of patriarchs are members from both the divine and demonic races. They seem to have joined forces during this mission. Warren turned pale in shock. Chapter 377. Is Devin a Miri? Why would the divine race ally with the demon race? In this situation, shouldn't the demon race be taking advantage of the opportunity to seize planets from the divine race? Why would they target us? Warren's ancestor muttered to himself. Even if we consider the logic of one's misfortune being another's warning, it wouldn't apply. The demon race can't possibly believe that because the divine race is retreating step by step, we have the power to destroy them. Hence, it wouldn't involve a threat to us. Furthermore, given the arrogance of the demon race, they would never think the human race could surpass them in strength and certainly won't fear our future attacks, Amiri said nonchalantly from the side. It doesn't matter to me. Whether they collaborate or not makes no difference. Instead, it gives me an excuse to visit the demon race once the divine race issue is settled, Amiri continued. Warren's ancestor couldn't help but smile bitterly. If only I could be as carefree as you. However, others don't possess your formidable power and must remain wary of the demon race. On the other side, inside the crowded Heaven-Earth boat, the white-winged divine race ancestors and black-winged demon race ancestors were densely huddled together. Everyone had serious expressions. A terrifying powerhouse has emerged from the human race. For the xuanhuan star system, it's a disaster, not a blessing. A divine race ancestor suddenly remarked. Hearing this, a demon race ancestor sneered, that's just a disaster for your divine race. You wish for us to come and join forces with you in defense. Dream on. Another demon race ancestor chimed in, moreover, your intentional deceit will not go unpunished. Horatio, who was leading the group of divine race ancestors, spoke up at this point. To say that there was intentional deceit is inaccurate. None of us ever anticipated such a powerful figure appearing from the human race. But now isn't the time to debate this, because the threat posed by this human is truly immense. They are targeting our divine race now, and next, it will inevitably be your demon race. This is unavoidable. So far, only our side has suffered losses. Your demon race hasn't seen any casualties. Therefore, I hope everyone can set aside their grievances and carefully discuss how we can eliminate this unprecedented adversary. Everyone fell silent for a moment. In truth, many of the demon race ancestors could see the potential threat Amiri posed. After all, this individual wasn't just a bit stronger than ordinary ancestors, but was capable of easily exterminating or exiling 100 ancestors. They had witnessed 100 divine race ancestors vanish before their eyes and felt a long-lost sense of fear. They knew in their hearts that if the divine race couldn't stand against this person, neither could the demon race. But asking them to collaborate with the divine race in their time of crisis seemed unwilling to them. It wasn't until days later, upon arriving at a planet near the divine race territory, that the demon race still hadn't provided an answer. Please give serious consideration when you return. Horatio stood outside the teleportation array, looking earnestly at the demon race. With a flash of light, the demon race ancestors vanished. Let's return as well. Horatio and his group also entered the teleportation array, swiftly returning to the divine ancestor star. Assembling all the ancestors, he announced some bad news. Fellow elders, we've lost another 100 brothers. Upon hearing this, many elders were visibly shocked. How could we lose so many? Deploying 500 ancestors alongside the demon race still couldn't overcome the humans? The total number of Saint King level human ancestors isn't even 500. How did this happen? Seeing the solemn faces of those who returned from battle, they couldn't deny the grim reality. Horatio looked gravely at the gathered elders. This time, we finally know the true major threat responsible for the loss of our many ancestors, Devin alone. He described the battle in detail. Whether these brothers were really exterminated or exiled to an unknown star region, Devin displayed a power that poses a tremendous threat to any of us. Meanwhile, standing in a corner, clan leader Homer suddenly changed expression. A mysterious golden barrier? Combined with ultra-long-distance teleportation, this human? Could it be Amiri? From the other side of the chaotic star region in Naming Star Sea, possessing the ability to alter soul fluctuations, using techniques like manifestation of heaven and earth, ultra-long-distance teleportation, and an extremely suppressive golden barrier. Plus, the past conflicts between him and our divine race, which explain his declaration of war. Homer couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, Ancestor Horatio, I know who this person is. Horatio stopped speaking and looked at Homer. The other elders also instinctively turned to look at him. Homer continued excitedly, this human's real name is Amiri. He isn't from the xuanhuan star system, but comes from the other side of the chaotic star region in Naming Star Sea. That's why we had no prior intelligence on him. Only today, when you mentioned the golden barrier, did I recall that this human's abilities match Amiri's perfectly. He took out a jade slip from his storage ring. Here is detailed information about Amiri. Please review it. Horatio accepted the jade slip and scanned it with his soul power, immediately learning its contents. Indeed, this powerful human named Devin is most likely Amiri. He passed the jade slip to the other elders. After reviewing it, they expressed outrage. What a kid, causing trouble over a minor conflict and uniting the human race to bring destruction to our divine race. Now that we know his background, we can send strong forces to the Naming Star Sea to destroy his homeland and kill his companion. Naming Star Sea has only Amiri and Jacqueline of note, but her cultivation level is merely Great Sage Realm. Others are insignificant. We should immediately dispatch an elder to the Naming Star Sea for widespread devastation, using it to threaten Amiri into retreat. Horatio agreed decisively. Good, let's send someone to the Naming Star Sea. After discussing further, they chose an elder named Joa. Horatio continued. To end this war, we cannot rely solely on this threat. The enemy might not value the Naming Star Sea enough. Our threats could also force him into a desperate battle. So, we must prepare several strategies. My idea is to unite all top-tier powers within the entire xuanhuan star system to collectively eliminate Amiri. Include the Heavenly Linden, Ian, and Alex from the Clark Star C. In terms of individual strength, they may surpass all of us and would provide immense assistance. Chapter 378, Abandon Everything? The Xuanhuan star system encompasses a vast expanse of space. There are over 3,000 star seas, more than 10 million life-bearing planets, and countless species of beings. This extensive region is primarily dominated by the xuanhuan, divine, and demon races, with almost all the planets falling under their control. However, nestled among these three major races is a special area known as the Clark Star Sea, where innumerable diverse groups coexist. Despite being geographically just one ordinary star sea with about 5,000 planets at the intersection of the three major races, it commands respect from all parties due to the presence of formidable powerhouses within. Among them, the most renowned are the Linden, Ian, and Alex. Each has faced off against peak Sage Kings and remained undefeated. Individually, even the many venerable elders of the xuanhuan, divine, and demon races would not dare claim certainty in defeating any of them. If not for their small populations, they might vie for dominance in the Xuanhuan star system. Sinclairan Patriarch looked earnestly at everyone gathered. Amiri's combat prowess may seem daunting, but it's mostly because the golden barrier suppresses everyone's strength, making them weaker than him, along with the various restraints inside. That led to the 100 Patriarchs' eventual defeat. In other words, if anyone can maintain superior strength within the golden barrier, they could stand up to him. So, in the battle with him, numbers aren't crucial. Individual strength is paramount. As long as we enlist those three, we have a chance to defeat Amiri. Someone hesitated before responding. Patriarch Sinclairan, given our relationship with them, inviting those three might be quite difficult. Sinclairan Patriarch glanced at him. Is anything more challenging than facing Amiri directly? Is anything more pressing than saving the divine race's honor and preventing further encroachment by humans? Given our current predicament, we must find ways to overcome every difficulty without complaint. Which elder is willing to step forward? Sinclairan scanned the room. The faces of numerous patriarchs reflected their apprehension. The Clark star system was independent from the three major races, accommodating not only various species but also rebels from the xuanhuan, divine, and demon races. Naturally, relations were strained. Aramali, they wouldn't deign to acknowledge each other, let alone lower themselves to seek aid from Clark Star C now. Seeing this, Sinclairan had no choice but to say, since none of you volunteer, I will go myself. We should also invite Damon from the demon race. You can handle that. On one hand, having another powerhouse provides additional support. On the other hand, it prevents the demons from taking advantage and stirring trouble at the border. The Patriarch's expressions grew grimmer. Compared to Clark Star C, dealing with the demon race was potentially more unpleasant. Someone turned to Aviv, smiling wryly. Cain, you did well negotiating with the demon clan last time. Can you take this task as well? They knew privately that the situation in Clark Star C, with its tangled alliances and chaotic order, posed significant risks. Only someone at the Sage King level could ensure safety while inviting the three powerhouses. Meanwhile, though relations with the demons weren't friendly, the trip would be relatively safer. Cain inwardly groaned but had to agree outwardly. During the previous negotiations, he had used deception to convince the demon leader that humans had already mobilized fully, thus securing their cooperation. Now, seeing Amiri single-handedly overwhelm both races proved his earlier lies. Realizing this, Cain was shaken. Wait, if that's true, the secret team sent to Ancestor Star probably. He looked around, then voiced his suspicions aloud. Silence fell over the group. In just a few months, nearly half of the divine race's leadership had been lost, with 240 patriarchs perishing. Only 256 Sage Kings remained. From a high-level perspective, they were undoubtedly lagging behind the other two races. This marked an unprecedented low point in millions of years. After a pause, Sinclairan said solemnly, we must now avenge our fallen brothers. Everyone, get to work. But Cain hesitated, calling out, Patriarch. The frontline battle continues. What about? Though he didn't finish, everyone understood. Sinclairan responded firmly, carry on as usual. With that, the patriarchs dispersed, leaving Cain pondering. Carry on as usual? I understand. He returned to the meeting hall, retrieved a jade slip, recorded some intelligence with soul power, and pressed it down. A clear, secret character appeared on it. A common sealing method used for confidential transmissions. To view it, one needed to break the seal. Calling an aide, he instructed, inform everyone that the xuanhuan leaders are detained, and we must endure a bit longer. Victory is imminent. Ensure this sealed jade slip reaches the Legion commander personally. The aide bowed. Understood. Once dismissed, Cain arranged to send an invitation to the demon race, awaiting their response. At White Star, near the border, the main base of the Divine War Corps where supplies and personnel were coordinated, Zen, the Legion commander, received the jade slip with Aviv's soul signature. After dismissing his subordinates, he carefully unsealed it and reviewed the contents. Evacuate assets from border planets secretly? Preserve Sage Realm fighters, abandoning everything else? Hodgins sucked in a breath. If not for the soul signature and familiar style, he would suspect this message came from an enemy spy. The orders essentially amounted to surrender. Reinforcements above the Sage Realm would cease, resources would diminish, and he would manage the entire war alone. The front lines were effectively abandoned, along with the border planets. Only the strongest fighters and critical resources needed to be preserved, without causing unrest. Chapter 379. Elite Squad? It seems the upper echelons have completely failed in their battle. After a brief pause, Bartolomeo recovered his calmness and began to reflect internally. Evacuating assets and Holy Realm experts isn't difficult, but doing so without causing unrest is quite troublesome. Every planet has Holy Realm experts stationed on it. Once they all withdraw, everyone will know that the planet has been abandoned. And if there's a large-scale withdrawal, it would be impossible to keep it secret from anyone. After deep contemplation, Bartolomeo summoned a subordinate and sternly instructed, Immediately notify all Holy Realm experts within the Legion to set aside their current tasks and come here right now. I have important orders to issue personally.
Yes.
The subordinate bowed and left. It wasn't long before hundreds of Holy Realm experts and 9 Great Sage Realm Elders gathered in Bartolomeo's conference palace. Time is tight, so I won't mince words. I've called everyone here today because the upper echelons have issued new directives. In the upcoming war, no reinforcements or substantial supplies will be sent. As high-ranking members of our divine race, we need you to make your due contributions at this critical moment. Maintain stability and suppress any rumors that may sow confusion. Bartolomeo said this with an unperturbed expression. Others exchanged glances, seemingly grasping the implications. One who was more straightforward asked, "So does this mean the Patriarch has decided to abandon this war?" Bartolomeo shot him a stern look. "How could that be? Matters concerning the interests of our divine race and the lives of our brothers cannot be given up easily. It's just that, from a strategic standpoint, there will be no further supplies or personnel reinforcements." He paused, then continued. "In fact, if resources are lacking, there's another solution we can consider. On the front lines, there are many wealthy families and large merchants. We've been fighting for them. It's only natural to seek some deserved rewards from them. Given the exceptional circumstances, I will turn a blind eye to this and even explain the situation to the Patriarch. No one will be held accountable. The only thing to note is maintaining utmost discretion. Do you understand?" Bartolomeo's gaze swept over everyone present. They all nodded in understanding, saying, "Understood." "I'll reiterate. Maintain absolute discretion. No public disturbances, or it will be treated as treason." Bartolomeo added gravely, seeing everyone nod again before continuing. "There's also another matter I must inform you about. As you all know, we are currently at a disadvantage with humans occupying many planets. I imagine many of you are worried about when humans might invade your respective planets, correct?" Seeing the silence among the attendees, Bartolomeo continued, "Our ancestors are fiercely battling human leaders, but they haven't yet subdued the enemy. So for the time being, this disadvantage will continue." Just as murmurs of unrest began to arise, Bartolomeo swiftly intervened. "Of course, the Patriarch has considered the pressure you face under these special circumstances. Therefore, he has allowed me to inform you that, if necessary, you may discreetly evacuate. But remember, do not cause any upheaval." The group exchanged glances. One person voiced out, "A few evacuations might be manageable, but a large-scale evacuation? How can that not cause unrest?" "Yes, we're the highest commanders on our planets. Our departure would surely cause panic." Bartolomeo maintained his composure, waiting until everyone finished voicing their concerns before calmly replying, "That's why I have a plan. I will order the formation of an elite squad within the Legion to perform highly dangerous missions and counter the strongest humans. These elite squad members will be selected from all Holy Realm experts present here." An impatient individual blurted out, "Logan, the strongest human generals are in the Sage King realm. Fighting them means certain death. This is clearly a suicide mission. What does this have to do with our evacuation?" Logan glanced at him, speechless. Nearby, another Holy Realm expert quickly pulled him aside and whispered, "Talk is one thing. Action is another." Realizing this, the individual awkwardly sat down. Seeing no further objections, Bartolomeo continued, "Return to your posts and arrange defenses while finding the most trusted personnel to gather resources across the planets, then assemble here." Dismissed. With that, the meeting concluded, and everyone dispersed. Meanwhile, following the Ancestors meeting, Tom brought 3 Holy Realm experts aboard a skyboat heading toward the southern Bright Star Sea. Archelder Sinclaren, accompanied by 2 Holy Realm experts, teleported to the border planet before sailing toward the Clark Star Sea. Patriarch Homer awaited the demonic race's response. The other grandfathers entered seclusion on the Divine Ancestor Star. Seemingly, the Divine race's higher echelons had settled into a period of relative calm. Indeed, the entire Divine territory stabilized, even near the human-occupied planets. Everyone believed the upper ranks were engaging the human invaders and would soon prevail. At the front line, after sweeping through several planets, Amiri noticed the absence of Holy Realm resistance. Initially, he thought they were hiding in some remote corner, so he summoned human forces and waited for Divine Race Holy experts to appear. However, after several attempts, he realized the Divine Race had truly ceased resisting. Amiri thus instructed his messenger to report back to the Legion commander, allowing each division to directly invade Divine Race planets and notify him only if Holy Realm defenders reappeared. Legion Commander Keith tried invading a few planets and found them virtually defenseless. After all, below the Holy Realm, none could resist such power. Each Jensenman race division led by Holy Realm experts easily overwhelmed Divine planets. As a result, the speed of human invasions increased significantly. Amiri halted on a random planet, using spirit stones to quietly meditate. On the Divine Ancestor Star, in the Patriarch's council chamber, while awaiting anxiously, Patriarch Homer received news from a subordinate who rushed in. "Patriarch Homer, the demonic race has responded. Chapter 380, Ted's demands. Demon Ancestor Star. Unlike Deity Ancestor Star, all the buildings here were predominantly pure black, and their architectural style was distinctly different. After being teleported to Demon Ancestor Star, Homer was accompanied by an 8-winged demon as they slowly flew towards a certain location. Along the way, various demon powerhouses looked at him with surprise but didn't say anything. Soon, they landed in front of a palace. "Please enter. Ted is inside," the guiding demon said indifferently. "Thank you." Homer politely thanked him and then stepped into the palace. As soon as he pushed open the door, his gaze was drawn to a deep and impenetrable darkness. "Ted, chief of the deity clan Homer greets you." Homer bowed and said. From within that dark void, a faint voice echoed. "Speak. What is it?" Homer straightened up and spoke respectfully. "Recently humanity has produced an unprecedentedly powerful fiend. Relying on his formidable teleportation ability and a golden barrier that can weaken others, he has recklessly occupied our deity planets and killed numerous Sage King realm ancestors. If this menace isn't eliminated, it will eventually affect the entire Heavenly Spring star system. Therefore, the ancestors have ordered me to come here and invite Ted to join forces in suppressing this formidable enemy. Damon's ethereal voice rang out again. 10 neighboring star systems plus 10 billion heavenly crystals, or else, get lost. Upon hearing this, Homer couldn't help but gasp. The deity clan possessed a total of 1,033 star systems, and the other party was asking for nearly 1% of that territory. Moreover, the value of heavenly crystals was equally astonishing. To be precise, the energy concentration of heavenly crystals was equivalent to 10,000 times that of spirit stones. Due to their extreme purity, their overall absorption efficiency far exceeded just 10,000 times greater. Coupled with their scarcity, their value was around 30,000 times that of spirit stones. In other words, 10 billion heavenly crystals equated to approximately 3 trillion spirit stones. Even for the entire deity clan, this was a tremendous pressure. Before meeting Damon, Homer had anticipated the other party might take advantage of the situation to set conditions and had prepared to make compromises. But he never expected such an outrageous demand. Homer spoke somewhat laboriously. Ted, Adele is an enemy of the entire Heavenly Spring star system. Once he destroys our deity clan, the next target will surely be your demon clan. If we don't eliminate him now, everyone will suffer later. Of course, I also understand that aiding us during this critical moment of the deity clan means your clan's support. We are naturally deeply grateful. Why not do this? Offer 1 billion heavenly crystals as a token of appreciation for your personal involvement. Damon responded nonchalantly. Given Adele's record, even if I participate, it will still be life-threatening. Do you think my life is worth just 1 billion heavenly crystals? Homer hurriedly bowed. Ted, not only did we invite you, but Sinclair and Patriarch personally went to Clark Star C to invite the Lyndon, Ian, and Alex. The final goal is to gather the power of 5 top-tier powerhouses to kill Adele. So please rest assured, Patriarch, there won't be any danger. Damon's tone finally changed slightly, somewhat surprised. You're inviting those 3 as well? Then his tone reverted to calmness. Unfortunately, you might not succeed in inviting them. Moreover, even if the 5 of us work together, we cannot match the combined strength of 100 ancestors. How can we possibly defeat Adele? Homer quickly recounted Amiri's battle records in detail, making the same analysis as Sinclair and Patriarch, that Amiri mainly relied on the power of the golden barrier. Therefore, as long as individual strength surpasses Adele under the suppression of the golden space, he can be defeated. With Ted's strength, there should be no problem, Homer said respectfully. Damon remained silent for a moment before saying, if so, then it will be 5 billion heavenly crystals, and I will act personally. Homer hastily replied, Sir Damon. But before he could finish, Damon coldly interrupted. Don't make me repeat myself. These are the necessary conditions? After thinking for a while, Homer hesitantly said, I need to consult with the elders. Such a significant decision is beyond my authority alone. Humph. Damon snorted coldly. What's the point of coming to me if you can't decide? As he spoke, a black light flashed in the air. Homer immediately felt a black glow envelop his legs. Intense pain surged through him as his legs were instantly swallowed by the black light and disappeared along with it. He immediately controlled his body to hover mid-air. Damon's voice continued, this is a small punishment for you. Return after consulting and bring the 5 billion heavenly crystals to me, and inform me when to act. Although his legs were ruined, Homer dared not show any dissatisfaction, maintaining a respectful smile. Ted, regardless of the amount of the gift, I will bring half of it first, and the remaining half after the operation ends. Please do not blame me. Damon sneered, why? Are you worried I'll take the money and not act? Homer frantically waved his hands. Dare not, dare not. It's just that due to the recent war, the financial resources of our deity clan are extremely tight, and we can't mobilize too many funds at once. We can only collect from various planets after the war. Damon insisted, do as I demand, otherwise don't come see me again. Homer couldn't help but laugh bitterly. As the chief of the venerable deity clan and a grand sage-level powerhouse, he had never been in such a difficult situation. But asking for help was like this. Asking for help from an enemy was even more humiliating, requiring him to endure the other party's unreasonable demands with a smiling face. Back on deity ancestor star, Homer reported to the elders again. When he mentioned Damon's requirements, the elders immediately erupted in a torrent of curses. Yet ultimately, they agreed to the demon clan's demands. Just as Homer said, whether Amiri was truly an enemy of the entire Heavenly Spring star system, currently only the deity clan was suffering losses. To enlist others to deal with Amiri, substantial resources were needed. Clearly, Damon saw this clearly and deliberately put forward such exorbitant conditions, knowing the deity clan faced an unprecedented calamity. Thus, Homer urgently started fundraising. He even used the pretext of war to levy war taxes from various prominent families and merchants. Especially on the border planets, the collection of wealth was almost openly blatant. A few days later, Homer finally managed to raise enough funds and returned to Demon Ancestor Star to hand over the 5 billion heavenly crystals to Ted. After receiving the payment, Homer remained bowed and gently said, Ted, the specific time for the assault will depend on the arrival of the 3 kings from Clark Star C, which Sinclair and Patriarch will ultimately decide. It should be around a month from now. Please wait for the signal. Chapter 381, 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. On the other side, after a series of travels, Patriarch Sinclair finally arrived at the Celestial Dragon Star. The Celestial Dragon Star is the headquarters of the dragon race. These dragons are far from the so-called dragons of South Bright Star C. They are genuine 5-clawed golden dragons, naturally capable of flying through the sky, with immensely powerful bodies and skilled in controlling storms and rains. Once they reach adulthood, even without cultivation, they are at least rebirth realm powerhouses. In terms of racial talents alone, they are acknowledged as the strongest among all races. Therefore, the dragon race is an extremely proud one. Their base has no teleportation arrays connected to any other planets. Even the name Celestial Dragon Star was formed due to outsiders' long-term references. One could say that the entire dragon race is so proud that they hardly wish to interact with any other races. Even the few accomplished dragon cultivators who wish to venture out can only obtain coordinates for nearby planets from the upper echelons and travel through space on their own strength. The return journey is similar. Thus, it took Patriarch Xianxia several days to fly from a nearby planet to outside the Celestial Dragon Star aboard a cosmic vessel. You two stay here and don't get too close. Patriarch Xianxia instructed the two Holy Sage Realm powerhouses. Without waiting for a response, he opened the hatch and transformed into a white light, flying out. Not long after, when Patriarch Xianxia reached near the atmosphere of the Celestial Dragon Star, he still didn't spot any dragon figures. He was not surprised by this at all, because he knew that the lifestyle on this planet is quite primitive. There are large numbers of native human tribes and various beast races. While dragons are the rulers of the planet, they live in specific areas, isolated from mundane affairs and never assign any dragon guards beyond their territory. Initially, when this planet was discovered, many strong beings from different races tried to seize it, resulting in a period of looting and killing before the dragon powerhouses emerged and easily annihilated the invaders. Then came increasingly stronger intruders until, eventually, 8 peak Holy King realm powerhouses simultaneously mobilized, only to summon the Dragon Lord revered as Celestial Lyndon Crosby. That battle was Crosby's coming out performance. He effortlessly defeated the 8 invading peak Holy King realm powerhouses, forcing them into a hasty retreat. Since then, Crosby was known as Celestial Lyndon, and the planet became known as the Celestial Dragon Star. No one dared to entertain thoughts of seizing this planet again, and Crosby, whose fame skyrocketed after that battle, had no intention of leaving the Celestial Dragon Star, quietly continuing his cultivation without publicly showcasing his strength again. Just from that one battle, Crosby was respected as one of the 3 great lords of Clark Star Sea. Recollecting Celestial Lyndon's accomplishments, Xianxia soon found a 5-clawed golden dragon leisurely gliding in the clouds. Xianxia's white light form flashed, stopping not far in front of the 5-clawed golden dragon, politely asking, "Brother of the dragon race, I am a Holy King realm patriarch from the divine race. This trip is to find Celestial Lyndon Crosby. Could you kindly guide me?" By revealing his realm proactively, he hoped to gain the dragon's attention and respect, preventing disdain that might cause conflict. But what Patriarch Xianxia did not expect was the reaction of this 5-clawed golden dragon. Upon hearing his realm, the dragon showed no reverence but instead eagerly asked, "A Holy King realm? I've heard it's the strongest realm from outside. Wonder if I'm as strong?" Roar. The 5-clawed golden dragon roared, ready to charge forward, then suddenly added, "Oh right. My name is Bruno. Introduction done, let's fight." The 5-clawed golden dragon named Bruno excitedly roared again and spewed out a huge ball of wind like sharp blades towards Patriarch Xianxia. Xianxia's brow slightly furrowed. Not because the attack was too strong, but too weak. Such an attack, just judging from its momentum, speed, and impact on the surroundings, was clearly weaker than the divine realm. He couldn't believe that a virtually isolated dragon race would have such an ignorant weakling challenging a Holy King realm powerhouse. Xianxia inhaled quickly, and then exhaled similarly. Instantly, a fierce hurricane swept across the area, dispersing Bruno's attack and blowing away the surrounding clouds. While the divine race isn't mainly focused on physical strength, at his Holy King realm stage, his body had undergone multiple transformations, making him hundreds of times stronger than this feeble 5-clawed golden dragon. Wow, so powerful. Not surprising, a Holy King realm really is much stronger than me, Bruno shouted excitedly. Just as Xianxia thought he would yield, Bruno rushed up again, using physical strength for another attack. Xianxia grew impatient. His status and power hadn't been challenged by such weakness for years. Had he not considered seeking help from the Celestial Lyndon and avoided offending the dragon race, he would have killed Bruno with a casual slap long ago. However, he decided not to indulge the other further. Patriarch Xianxia raised his hand lightly. A glowing giant hand formed instantly, capturing Bruno tightly, leaving only his head and tail struggling outside. With a slight squeeze, Bruno started wailing more vigorously. "It hurts. Father, save me. A big bird wants to kill me. Father, come quick. A big bird says it will eat me. Save me." Bruno cried loudly, tears falling like buckets to the ground. Patriarch Xianxia's face darkened but didn't stop his screaming. He continued squeezing. Soon, Xianxia's spiritual perception caught sight of a larger 5-clawed golden dragon approaching. He loosened his grip slightly and turned to look. Right at that moment, a gigantic dragon head emerged from the clouds, its house-sized eyes immediately focusing on Bruno, its sparse whiskers flying wildly. Seeing that Bruno seemed unharmed, it then looked at Xianxia. Upon noticing Xianxia's 16 pairs of white wings, this golden giant dragon's gaze turned serious. "Divine race, Holy Realm divine race. Coming to our dragon territory to bully a young dragon, trying to provoke our dignity?" The golden giant dragon's deep voice resonated in the air. Before Xianxia could respond, Bruno quickly interjected, "Father, don't say nonsense, I'm not a young dragon. I'm already a true powerhouse." Note: the original text had minor errors in consistency and fluency, especially regarding character names and narrative flow. Corrections were made accordingly for coherence. Chapter 382. The Celestial Lyndon Crosby. Xianxia released Bruno from his grasp. Bruno immediately flew behind his father, seemingly emboldened by the presence of a protector, his eyes once again filled with eager anticipation. Xianxia calmly said, "I am Xianxia, an elder of the divine race at the Saint King level. I wish to meet with the Celestial Lyndon Crosby. I encountered this young brother and asked for his help in guiding me, but there was a misunderstanding. Don't worry, I did not harm him. Could you please introduce me to the celestial Linden? Bruno hastily interjected. Father, don't help him. He's a bad guy who tried to eat me earlier. Sinclairen's expression faltered for a moment. Fortunately, the golden dragon seemed to know that Bruno was lying and simply ignored him. However, it didn't offer any goodwill towards Sinclairen either. Instead, speaking sternly, clan leader Crosby has no interest in meeting anyone. Please leave. Sinclairen remained silent for a moment before his lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. It seems my sincerity has been taken as too trivial. In that case, only strength can make my point. Sinclairen's gaze sharpened as his body suddenly transformed into light, moving at faster-than-light speed towards the golden dragon, delivering a kick straight to its face. Instantly, the golden dragon's body flew backward, taking Bruno along with it, disappearing into the horizon. Sinclairen's body trembled. Boundless white light radiated from him in all directions like a blazing sun, instantly catching the attention of half of the Marisalong star. On the ground, countless humans prostrated themselves, chanting praises of divinity. Wild beasts grew restless, roaring lowly. In the clouds, deep mountains, and highlands, various five-clawed golden dragons looked up in surprise at the new sun in the sky. At this moment, a vast voice echoed through the heavens. I am Sinclairen, an elder of the divine race. I request an audience with the celestial Linden Crosby. Many of the golden dragons were instantly enraged and took to the skies. People on the ground cried out instinctively, the dragon god has appeared. Heaven, so many dragon gods. May the dragon god bless us with rain. High above, Sinclairen glanced at the incoming dragons, then flashed around, striking them all away in a single motion. None could stand against him. Then, 3 more golden dragons flew in, while dozens stayed at a distance, glaring angrily at Sinclairen. How dare the divine race be so disrespectful to our dragon race? What does it matter if you are an elder of the divine race? You cannot just see the Linden whenever you want. Sinclairen's body still shimmered with blinding white light as he calmly replied, I understand. So defeating you is the only way to see the celestial Linden. Linden was the internal title used by the dragon race for Crosby. The title celestial Linden was an outdated term used by outsiders when they had no knowledge of the dragons. In reality, the dragons found such external titles offensive. Combined with Sinclairen's words, their anger intensified. 3 significantly stronger golden dragons surrounded him, spewing storms and waves from their mouths. Sinclairen instantly understood that they were also at the Saint King level, quickly deploying his Holy Fulton domain to engage them in battle. After a long time, the Holy Fulton domain dissipated. Everyone saw the 3 golden dragons now covered in injuries and Sinclairen, looking completely unfazed. You are no match for me, Sinclairen said calmly from his elevated position, gazing down at the many 5-clawed golden dragons. A flash of golden light appeared before Sinclairen, revealing an even larger golden dragon, coiling into a small mountain-like form, its head held high, looking down on Sinclairen indifferently. Is that so? Let's see if you are a match for me. Sinclairen couldn't tell the golden dragons apart by appearance, but from the tone of this one, he deduced it was powerful and likely the target of his visit, Crosby. Are you Crosby? Sinclairen asked calmly. The golden dragon made no reply but moved swiftly, appearing beside Sinclairen with a powerful claw lashing out. The move was sudden and incredibly fast, leaving Sinclairen no time to dodge. He could only summon a spear from within his body and thrust it forward with blinding white light wrapping around it, creating a formidable and fierce energy. Boom! When the claw and spear collided, visible shockwaves exploded outward, shattering clouds and stirring massive gusts of wind. Sinclairen shook as he was pushed back hundreds of meters. Indeed, the celestial Linden, renowned throughout the Marisaquan star system after just one battle. Your physical strength is truly terrifying. Willing to have a star battle with me? Despite feeling pain from the shock, Sinclairen laughed heartily. Crosby felt the power of Sinclairen's strike and responded loudly, then let's have a star battle. With that, he transformed into a golden light, flying off into space, leaving only a final command in the air, you all return first. Though unspecified, the distant golden dragons all complied. Sinclairen soon caught up with Crosby, and their star battle commenced. Infinite white light flickered endlessly. Torrential spiritual force shockwaves surged uncontrollably, like tidal waves ravaging the surroundings. The intense battle lasted a whole day before both stopped simultaneously. By now, Sinclairen's armor was severely damaged, covered in scratches and cracks, with numerous wounds of varying depths across his body. He summoned his spear back into his body with a flip of his palm and laughed heartily, truly worthy of your reputation, Celestial Linden Crosby, known by many as the strongest in physical prowess. Pity. I'm sure you haven't heard yet, but recently humanity has produced an unprecedented genius-level powerhouse with a physique unparalleled in the universe, invincible through myriad calamities. He cast a meaningful glance at Crosby, even stronger than yours by several folds. Now, Crosby also had several scales cut open, revealing numerous wounds, appearing somewhat disheveled. But for his massive body, these were mere flesh wounds, not major concerns. Crosby glared fiercely at Sinclairen and shouted, "Stop using such low-level provocation techniques. I won't fall for it." Sinclairen continued, "I came here today to ask you to join forces with me to deal with him. Of course, including Ian, Alex, and the strongest of the demon race, Damon. It will take all 5 of our powers combined to possibly handle that invincible strongman." Although Crosby rarely ventured outside, many clan members had traveled the world and brought back information about external matters. Thus, even he had heard of those top-tier powerhouses. Hearing that it might take 5 of them to confront such a powerful enemy, Crosby's interest was piqued, and he shouted, "If I find out you're lying to me, I'll kill you immediately." Chapter 383. The Universe's Strongest Devon? After giving simple instructions to his clan members, Linden Crosby left the Heavenly Dragon Star with Sinclairen. However, due to his enormous size, he couldn't board the cosmic vessel. Unwilling to shrink himself, he decided to wait outside a nearby planet. Sinclairin, on the other hand, took 2 subordinates to the Titan tribe's headquarters, the Titan Star. This was an extraordinarily massive living planet. Just by observing it up close with the naked eye, Sinclairin could estimate that Titan Star was at least thousands of times larger than average life-supporting planets. Based on divine race experience, such a colossal life-sustaining planet could support nearly 10 billion people. These were all regular cultivators with appetites far exceeding those of ordinary humans. Yet in reality, the population of the Titans, the dominant race on Titan Star, numbered only a few hundred million. The Titans were a race of giants. Their infants were already dozens of meters tall. Adult Titans were at least several hundred, or even over 1,000 meters tall. Moreover, focusing on their physical bodies, they seemed to have an extraordinary understanding of mimicking the celestial bodies and phenomena. Therefore, Titan strongmen, once in combat mode, would grow to be several kilometers, or even tens of kilometers tall. Titan Chief, Ian Geno, had once displayed a 100,000-meter-high gigantic body in battle, facing off against 9 peak Holy Sovereign Realm experts. That battle also became the one that made Geno famous. Since then, more and more people began to revere Geno as one of the 3 major kings of the celestial spring star system. After entering Titan Star, Sinclairin quickly found his target. At that moment, Geno was sitting cross-legged in the mountains, almost as tall as a small mountain. His body remained still, coupled with his gray skin. At first glance, he looked like a giant stone statue. Sir Geno, I am the ancient ancestor of the divine race, Sinclairin. I wonder if you have time for a talk? The giant stone statue slowly opened its eyes. A large amount of dust floated up from him and dispersed into the distance. Sinclairin? Geno's voice was deep yet loud, as if it came from a sealed space or a distant thunder. I've heard of you. I heard your strength is very powerful, just slightly weaker than me. Let me see it. Having said that, Geno moved, standing up. As he stood up, his body continuously expanded. In the blink of an eye, his body reached into the clouds, his head almost touching outer space. The earth groaned beneath his feet. Air currents dodged his body. Many Titan residents felt Geno's movements through the violent trembling of the ground, shouting in terror. The king is angry. Run. Run far away. Who dared to anger the king? For a moment, birds flew away in alarm, beasts ran madly, and many Titans fled to a distance. In the high sky, Geno nodded slightly, his hundreds of meters wide eyes flexibly turning towards Sinclairin, who was still not far from the ground. Let's go. Follow me into the cosmos for a battle. With that, he soared towards space. An immense volume of air was instantly displaced, forming turbulent waves like an overwhelming sea in the sky. Within 1,000 miles, a terrible hurricane formed. Clouds were completely torn apart, and even brighter sunlight shone down directly. Amidst the fierce wind, Sinclairin stood firm. Looking at the huge body and flexible movements of his opponent, he could feel a significant sense of oppression just by sight alone. Truly, names can be chosen wrongly, but titles are never mistaken. Worthy of being one of the 3 kings. Sinclairin smiled, his body transformed into white light as he soared into space, engaging in battle with the other party. Compared to Lyndon Crosby, Geno's forte was also physical power. However, there was a slight difference. The dragon race was relatively comprehensive, favoring strength if one were to speak of specialties. The Titan race focused on defense. Regarding other aspects, the dragons naturally grasped the principles of wind and water easily. They had no weak points whether it was in physical or principal talent. The Titans specialized in enhancing their physical prowess through the imitation of celestial bodies and phenomena, delving deeply into physical combat. From Sinclairin's perspective of the fight, he thought Lyndon might seem stronger. Because relative to Ian Geno, he wasn't as flexible, which was a disadvantage during intense battles. Thus, after fighting for quite some time, both Sinclairin and Geno stopped unscathed. The strongest of the divine race merely avoids? Have the courage to face me in direct combat. Geno roared loudly. Sinclairin frowned and replied sternly, as one of the 3 kings of the Clark Sea, isn't what you're saying too ignorant? Speed is my advantage, and also a manifestation of my strength. Should I accommodate you by using your advantages against you? Impatiently Geno yelled, enough with whose advantage is whose. If we're going to fight, just clash directly. What's with the chatter? Sinclairin's face darkened. Reports mentioned that Ian was impulsive and unreasonable, but he didn't expect him to be so uncouth. His forte was physical combat, hence forcing others to engage in a direct confrontation. But since he needed the latter's help, he had to satisfy him. With this thought, Sinclairin roared, then come. He immediately charged at the enormous body of his opponent. The long spear in his hand enveloped in thick white light, merging almost seamlessly with his body as he shot forward. Ian Geno laughed heartily, come. A palm, as vast as a mountain, slapped forward. The spear and the palm collided silently. Tremendous shockwaves spread out wildly. Sinclairin felt an overpowering force surge through the spear into his body, sending him flying backward with mild tremors throughout his body. Indeed, impressive. Sinclairin laughed loudly and attacked again. After a long and intense battle, they stopped once more. What a thrilling fight. Famous Sinclairin indeed lives up to the reputation. Ian Geno's body shrank as he laughed heartily. Sinclairin put away his armor and spear, seriously saying, your strength is good, comparable to Lyndon Crosby. Geno glanced at him. You fought him as well? Of course, I recently visited Heavenly Dragonstar and battled Crosby. Both of your strengths are indeed in the 2nd tier of the celestial spring star system. Sinclairin looked at him meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Geno was stunned. 2nd tier? Immediately, he roared angrily. Your strength is only comparable to mine. How dare you look down on me? Dare to fight for another 3 days? Sinclairin shook his head slightly, replying calmly, I don't mean to look down on you. In fact, I, along with you and Lyndon, Alex, the demon race is Damon, and human race is Clement. All belong to the second tier only. The true top tier, the absolute strongest in the entire celestial spring star system, is only one person, humanity's Devon. Devon, hailed as the universe's strongest. Chapter 384, Ascari. Devon? Gino murmured. Who is that? I've never heard of him before. He's a human who suddenly emerged as a top-tier powerhouse. In just 2 short months, 210 Saint King Realm experts have fallen to his hands. Twice, he fought alone against 100, effortlessly annihilating 100 Saint King Realm experts each time. Upon hearing Sinclairen's words, Gino widened his eyes in surprise and instinctively retorted, that can't be possible. Is he beyond the Saint King Realm? Sinclairen detailed Amiri's achievements and abilities comprehensively. Finally, he summarized, actually, excluding the Golden Barrier, his raw power is not top tier. It's only equivalent to a Great Sage Realm expert, far from even an early-stage Saint King Realm. So, as long as we can maintain combat power surpassing his within the Golden Barrier, there's hope to kill him. Facing such an unprecedented top-tier powerhouse, I specifically came to the Clark Nebula to invite all 3 of you kings to act together. Now, the Gilbert has already agreed and is waiting outside Mori Star. I wonder what Gino's opinion is? Do you want to see this powerhouse's strength? Sinclairen smiled at him. Gino pondered for a moment and then nodded. If so, I'll go see too. Is he truly as powerful as you say? The path of martial arts, the higher you go, the lonelier it gets. Someone dared to claim being the strongest in the universe with equally invincible fleshly might. I really want to spar with him. Saying this, Gino laughed excitedly. Afterward, Gino also headed to Mori Star, saying he would wait together with Gilbert Crosby. In reality, however, once they arrived at Mori Star, Gino provoked the 2 kings of the Clark Nebula into a furious battle in space. Meanwhile, Sinclairen finally reached the territory of the Soul Race. The Soul Race was a unique entity, seemingly entirely composed of soul energy, capable of freely transitioning between solid and ethereal forms. Their speed was extremely fast, and their fighting style very mysterious. When Sinclairen entered Bernieho Star where the souls resided, a soul with an indistinct form approached, slightly bowing and said, Sir Sinclairen, the Ascari is waiting for you. With that, the soul drifted silently away. Their figure moved like a shadow, intangible and imperceptible. Though appearing solid, they vanished as if non-existent, reappearing far away in an instant. Sinclairen followed. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a black mist cloud. They landed gracefully. At this point, the black mist swirled, releasing tendrils that coalesced into a humanoid black shadow. Hello, I am the Ascari. The featureless shadow greeted politely. Sinclairen responded courteously, Greetings, Ascari. I am Sinclairen from the Divine Race. No one knew the Ascari's name. He only called himself the Ascari, and even those on a journey didn't know anything about him, just that he was the supreme ruler of the Soul Race. Sinclairen had no intention of probing further, merely polite. I've come here to invite the Ascari to join us in eliminating a top-tier powerhouse from the human race. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. All right, the Ascari answered. Sinclairen nearly missed a beat, momentarily stunned before responding, Thank you, Ascari. Shall we depart now? Yes. Again, the Ascari answered without hesitation. Such cooperation made Sinclairen feel somewhat uneasy, but the Ascari was too enigmatic. Even with the Divine Race's formidable intelligence network, they gathered little information about him. Thus, it was impossible to judge whether this behavior was normal. What if he was simply eager to help, or keen to witness such power? Sinclairen's mind raced, yet his expression remained unchanged as he smiled and said, Please follow me. We'll meet up with the Gilbert and Ian at Mori Star before setting off. Not long after, they found the Gilbert and Ian waiting silently at a distance of several 10,000 kilometers apart in space. Upon seeing the Ascari disembark, both kings' expressions grew solemn. Clearly, as fellow kings of the Clark Nebula, they understood the Ascari's prowess well and harbored considerable respect. Gentlemen, everyone is here. Let's head to the border of the Divine Race. Looking at the colossal forms of the Gilbert and Ian, Sinclairen added, Could you temporarily reduce your size? Otherwise, we can't use the teleportation array. Gilbert Crosby stretched for thousands of meters, his body sleek yet muscular. Ian Gino stood over 1,000 meters tall, mountainous and robust. Both clearly exceeded the limit the teleportation array could carry. Each shrank down to around 2 meters. Now, Gilbert Crosby resembled a graceful golden serpent floating mid-air. Ian Gino transformed into a bulky stone giant. The group embarked, teleported to the border of the Clark Nebula, and took the Devon boat toward the Divine Race. After a few days, they arrived secretly at the headquarters of the Divine Race's war core, White Star. Ordering Bartolomeos to temporarily settle the 3 kings, Sinclairen returned to Ancestor Star, informed clan leader Homer of Damon's agreement to join, and promptly said, I've invited the 3 kings of the Clark Nebula. Please go fetch Damon immediately. Our ambush plan is ready to begin. Understood. Homer bowed respectfully and rushed to the demon race. However, upon arrival, a demon with 8 wings informed him, Elder Damon is in closed meditation. No one dares disturb him. Wait here. When he awakens, he will likely meet you. Despite the courteous words, his tone and demeanor revealed mockery. Homer's eyes twitched, sensing something amiss. Firmly he requested, please inform him again. I previously discussed important matters with Elder Damon, who personally assured me I could meet him anytime. The demon firmly replied, sorry, we haven't received instructions from Elder Damon. Unless he emerges, no one can disturb him. Homer's forehead throbbed, his expression turning cold. Surely Elder Damon wouldn't take money and not fulfill his promise? The demon icily retorted, addressing you as clan leader Homer is out of respect. Don't disrespect the great elder of our demon race. One more word, and you may not return to the Divine Race alive. A mere God Realm demon dared to act so arrogantly before a respected clan leader, making Homer seethe with rage. Yet, he calmly turned and left. Chapter 385, Battle Rekindled. Planet White. When Tyler personally came to report to Sinclairin, the latter gave him a harsh glare. While this incident wasn't entirely Tyler's fault, he was responsible for the negotiations and liaisons. If it had only been a failed negotiation where Damon refused to come, it would have been considered merely ineffective execution. No one could blame him for that. However, the issue was that the divine race had already paid out 10 billion sky crystals. As the negotiation leader and clan head, such a colossal loss in his charge was an immense dereliction of duty. But this was a special period, so Sinclairin did not blame him further. After scolding him once, he dropped the subject. After dismissing Tyler, Sinclairin sought out the three great kings and solemnly said, "The demon Damon has gone back on his word and refuses to assist, so it will just be the four of us on this mission." King Titan Geno spoke carelessly, "With our strength, losing him makes no difference. Let's act quickly. I can't wait any longer." Crosby and Amias remained silent. Sinclairin gravely said, "Very well, then we shall act shortly. I've shared information about Devon with you all. As you know, his strength is incredibly formidable, with various skills that seem almost magical. Besides the overwhelming suppression from the Golden Barrier, his teleportation ability is equally terrifying. If he decides to flee, who among us can be sure to contain him?" Sinclairin's gaze swept across Crosby and Geno before landing on Amias. Among the three great kings, the first two were physically dominant with straightforward fighting styles. Although they had other abilities, none of them excelled in containment tactics. Only Amias remained enigmatic, potentially possessing the means to restrict Amiri. In the intelligence gathered by the divine race, Amias had no particularly famous victories or public combat appearances. The reason he was revered as one of the three great kings of the Clark Starsea was primarily due to multiple peak Holy King realm experts who vanished after seeking revenge on the Soul Clan. In the hearts of many strong individuals within the Clark Starsea, Amias was extremely mysterious but undeniably powerful. As for what exactly made him so strong, no one knew. Under Sinclairin's expectant gaze and Crosby and Geno's curious eyes, Amias calmly responded, "We'll see when the time comes." Despite his uncertain reply, Sinclairin wasn't disappointed but felt a surge of excitement. His provided intelligence clearly mentioned that Devon could easily escape even under the suppression of 100 layers of divine light fields. Yet Amias still expressed some confidence, which was enough to show Amias's powerful capabilities. Very well. The responsibility to prevent Devon from escaping will rest on Amias. Sinclairin's tone turned serious. However, just in case, we must move quickly. Once we encircle Devon, immediately unleash our strongest moves without giving him any opportunity. Geno, growing impatient, urged, "All right, let's go." Crosby's expression remained calm. "Let's move." Amias's face remained obscured by a dark mist, emitting a gentle voice, "Let's finish this swiftly." Sinclairin inwardly felt vexed. These top-tier experts were as proud and powerful as himself and wouldn't obey commands like subordinates. He couldn't ask too much from them. At this point, I can only leave it to fate. Sinclairin sighed inwardly, then led the three to a border planet and went into hiding. Over the past month, 100 human legions had been sweeping through, easily occupying over a dozen divine race planets each day with almost no effective resistance. Within the territory of the divine race, following orders from higher-ups, communication between frontline planets and the outside world had long been severed, leading to the loss of hundreds of planets without causing significant unrest. On the surface, both the outer realms and the frontline planets appeared peaceful. They were blind to the unstoppable human forces that might attack at any moment. On this day, on an ordinary life-bearing planet called Planet Griffinley, a small squad stationed outside the atmosphere spotted countless human spacecraft densely filling the starry sky and immediately issued a war alert. All defense units on the planet sprang into action. Wave after wave of spacecraft headed out, waiting quietly outside the planet for the arrival of the human army. The two sides drew closer, ready for battle. At this moment, a towering figure emerged from the human camp, enveloped in faint lightning, leaving a dark blue trail as it surged straight towards the divine race formation. He punched forward. A blue lightning dragon several hundred meters thick roared and lunged ahead. Suddenly, three white figures darted out from the divine race ranks, their hands waving to unleash three massive white laser beams. One of the beams extinguished with the lightning dragon. The other two hit the towering human figure almost instantly. His left arm instantly dissolved, and a hole the size of a barrel pierced through his abdomen. The white holy light continued to erode along the wound, invading his body. The towering human's expression changed drastically. After a brief pause, he retreated rapidly, shouting, "Retreat quickly! Call for Lord Devon's support. The divine race's Holy Realm experts have moved." In this kind of invasion, Holy Realm power was crucial. Previously, the divine race had no Holy Realm defenders and was powerless against the human invasion. Now the tables had turned. Facing the three Holy Realm experts of the divine race, they could not resist. Retreating was their best option. As the humans urgently withdrew, the divine race's defending legion, under orders from the Holy Realm experts, pursued ferociously. The three Holy Realm experts relentlessly chased the towering human, releasing countless laser beams across the starry sky, raining down upon the human army like a storm. Many human spacecraft and soldiers were silently dissolved by the laser beams, while even the Holy Sage Realm expert could only evade clumsily. Soon, the heaven vessel carrying the Holy Sage Realm expert was destroyed under the barrage of laser beams. The towering human's face was filled with despair. Without the heaven vessel, he had no way to escape the pursuit of the divine race. Trapped now, with nothing left to lose, let's fight to the end. He turned around, facing the rain of laser beams, and charged towards the three Holy Sage Realm experts of the divine race. After an intense battle, the entire human legion was wiped out, including the towering Holy Sage Realm expert who met his doom in despair, spilling blood across the starry void. Fortunately, their distress signal had already been sent ahead. End of Chapter 385. Chapter 386. Internal strife already? On an ordinary life-bearing planet. In the vast wilderness, Amiri sat cross-legged in quiet meditation. The massive amounts of visible spirit energy floated from the numerous piles of spirit stones surrounding him, eagerly flowing into his body. At this moment, an official soul transmission resounded in his mind. Lord Amiri, the Divine Race's Holy Realm powerhouse has made another move. We've already had 18 legions completely wiped out. Amiri slowly opened his eyes, a gleam emanating from them. With a wave of his hand, he swept away the spirit stones that hadn't been fully consumed, allowing them to continue dispersing their energy. He checked his personal panel. After over a month of closed-door cultivation, plus the previous remainder, his potential points had accumulated to 4,123 trillion, but he was still short by a large margin to upgrade his cultivation method once more. Amiri instantly teleported into the heavenly vessel and asked the messenger officer, where first? Planet Shiov. When Amiri had sensed the coordinates of various planets before, upon hearing Shiov now, he immediately recalled its exact location. Without delay, he took the heavenly vessel and teleported away. Inside the heavenly vessel, there was no longer the presence of Ancestor Warren, as Amiri's recent battle results indicated he no longer needed assistance in combat. Thus, Ancestor Warren returned to the Human Legion's main base. The next day, Amiri in the heavenly vessel arrived outside planet Shiov. Wait for me here, he said, and then instantly teleported away. Planet Shiov. The cloud of war cast gloom over the divine civilians, who felt oppression but were not yet plunged into fear or panic. The cities remained bustling with activity, and the sounds of street life never ceased. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, shattering instantaneously and causing countless buildings to collapse. Many divine civilians died without warning. Only some remaining strong figures rose up into the sky. Looking around, within a radius of hundreds of miles, everything had turned into ruins, including a mountain several kilometers tall on the outskirts, which was crumbling amidst choking clouds of dust. What's happening? Were we attacked by a powerful being? Amidst the shock and confusion of many surviving divines, a figure suddenly appeared beside one survivor, grabbing him by the back of the neck and calmly asking, "Where is the teleportation array?" "It's the humans." "Certainly, it's his attack. Seek help quickly." The surrounding survivors shouted angrily. Some rushed to surround and attack, while others immediately sent distress signals. The four-winged divine tried to struggle in Amiri's grip but found himself tightly controlled by a grip like iron. Realizing that the terrifying disaster on the ground could very well have been caused by this human, the four-winged divine knew instantly that the opponent's strength was far beyond his own. To know when to act is wise. The four-winged divine hastily pointed in a direction. "It's over there, about 600 kilometers away." Amiri coldly waved his hand. A horrifying wave of spatial annihilation swept through, destroying huge swathes of space into absolute void and darkness. All nearby divine survivors disintegrated in the chaos. Amiri then teleported away with the captured divine, soon locating the city containing the teleportation array. As he stepped down and shattered the entire Earth again, sudden changes occurred. For figures shot towards him at faster-than-light speeds, landing around him almost instantly. Then an eerie light barrier spread out, appearing transparent yet tinged with a slight black hue, like a filter casting a thin shadow over Amiri's vision. Meanwhile, Xianxia released a holy light domain, dressed in armor and wielding a long spear, radiating dense white light like a miniature sun, rapidly approaching Amiri. Lyndon Crosby swiftly regained his colossal form, thrusting out his mighty dragon claws forward. Ian Gino's body rapidly enlarged, and his giant right hand slammed down heedlessly, targeting Amiri's position and encompassing everyone within the attack range. Encircled by four? Amiri had barely time to think before Xianxia's spear reached him. Swoosh! The spear pierced through Amiri's neck. Blood started flowing out but immediately retracted, with flesh contracting and healing rapidly. With an expressionless face, Amiri raised his hands. Densely packed golden dragons surged outward. Instantly, a huge golden barrier formed. Xianxia and the Alex were enclosed within the barrier due to their closer proximity. Crosby also rushed into the barrier, his speed drastically reduced under its suppressing power, weakening the force of his claws by nearly half. Gino's gigantic palm descended into the barrier, feeling immense resistance. By now, Amiri had fully reacted. He pressed against the spear in his neck, with more golden dragons surging along the spear towards Xianxia. Boom! Crosby's claws landed on Amiri, who ignored it completely. At this moment, Gino's massive palm thundered down, hitting Crosby instead. Facing such a direct assault, Crosby staggered and nearly fell, hurriedly raising his claws to counterattack, effectively blocking for the other three as well. "Damn you! I will kill you!" Crosby roared, retreating abruptly, evading both Gino's palm and Amiri's golden space. His focus now was only on Gino. "Damn, these unreliable guys." Xianxia cursed inwardly but yelled aloud, "Don't fight among yourselves. Let's defeat Devon first, then we can settle our scores." Seeing Crosby ignore him, he focused on dealing with Amiri. He pulled out his spear, dodging the golden dragons surging from Amiri's hands. Noticing the numerous golden chains flying from the edges of the barrier towards the center, he warned sternly, "Be careful of the golden chains." Continuing to muster his power, he attempted to use his sacred Fulton Dao rule power. But now, he was horrified to find his Dao rule power couldn't be manifested anymore. What kind of terrifying barrier is this? Xianxia muttered in surprise. Jammelding quietly in a corner all along, the Alex, with an expression of astonishment under the black mist, thought, "This is primordial power? But it differs slightly from true primordial power. This human really seems quite unusual." He appears ordinary in strength yet possesses powers similar to primordial forces, using all sorts of miraculous means. This human is indeed no simple being. Chapter 387. Chaos Battle. Inside the Golden Barrier, the Alex appeared isolated from the world, standing still under the formidable suppression of the barrier. It was unclear whether he was immobilized by the pressure, or simply unaware of his surroundings. However, with no movement from him, nobody paid him any mind. Ian Gino's 10,000-meter-tall body only had its lower leg within the Golden Barrier, so his overall strength wasn't severely affected. He swiftly kicked forward, instantly breaking free from the golden chains that entwined his calf and aiming at Amiri's position. His leg, however, was like a pillar supporting the sky, bringing everyone back into attack range as it swung. The Lyndon Crosby flew into an uncontrollable rage. Ignoring Amiri completely, he soared into the air, casually shaking his body to shatter the incoming golden chains. In the blink of an eye, he had flown out of the Golden Barrier's range. Once the intense suppressive force vanished, Lyndon Crosby felt unprecedented relief. Yet thinking of Gino's indiscriminate attacks, he roared in anger, "Gino, you're dead?" A massive 5-clawed golden dragon and a 100,000-meter-tall titan fought furiously. Inside the Golden Barrier, Xianxia felt his heart weary. The few helpers he painstakingly gathered only managed half a move before they turned on each other. As for the mysterious Alex, aside from the initial release of the strange light curtain, he made no further moves. And there was also Damon, who deceived the divine race of 10 billion Marisaging but never even showed his face. Xianxia sighed inwardly but had no time to fret as numerous golden chains were already approaching him. He wildly swung his spear to sweep them away. Golden chains shattered en masse, yet Amiri did not intend to let him off. Preparing to teleport over to chase him, he suddenly felt a noticeable resistance. It was as if jumping from a thick mud pit. A mysterious force tugged at him, hindering his movement. Still, he could clearly feel that while teleportation was delayed, it wasn't impossible. With this realization, Amiri decided not to teleport but to fly towards Xianxia and strike him with a palm. Despite being suppressed, Xianxia's speed remained fast enough to react instantly, swinging his spear towards Amiri. Unperturbed, Amiri reached directly for the spearhead. Xianxia's expression changed subtly. He knew this attack wouldn't harm Amiri much and might even leave him caught and unable to escape. Realizing this, Xianxia swiftly spun his body, gracefully sweeping his spear to both dodge Amiri and cut through surrounding golden chains. Looking towards the nearby Alex, he shouted, "Alex, please lend me your aid. I have already given my assistance." The Alex remained motionless, calmly stating. Xianxia's face fell. Regardless of the Alex's sincerity, the current situation meant he had to face Amiri alone, with no hope of victory. Continuing the fight would only lead to death. Thinking thus, Xianxia quickly retreated, trying to escape the Golden Barrier. Countless golden chains assaulted him, which he kept deflecting while avoiding Amiri's relentless pursuit. The one thing that comforted Xianxia was that Amiri didn't use teleportation. Otherwise, escape would be impossible in such circumstances. Could the Alex really be limiting Amiri's teleportation ability? Xianxia thought, perhaps understanding the Alex's claim. Soon after, Xianxia discovered a devastating fact. The entire Golden Barrier was mobile. As Amiri pursued, the barrier moved with him, meaning he could never escape unless fully outpacing Amiri. Yet, inside the Golden Barrier, his speed was drastically reduced, only marginally faster than the non-teleporting Amiri, and he needed to deal with numerous chains, making it impossible to shake him off. High above, Lyndon Crosby's kilometers-long body flew about while Ian Gino's monstrous, 100-kilometer-tall form charged recklessly, limbs flailing like pillars. Both excelled in physical prowess and had clashed many times, familiar with each other's techniques and habits. Each collision sent visible shockwaves rippling out, stirring up storms spanning thousands of miles. The battle's aftermath was already apocalyptic. Immersed in their intense duel, neither cared for the others. Yet Gino's enormous size impacted not just the gods living on the planet, but also inadvertently influenced the battles between Amiri and the others. At one moment, as Gino kicked out, his kilometers-wide legs swept through the sky and passed right through Amiri's Golden Barrier. Inside the barrier, both pursuers saw the sudden appearance of the massive stone-like leg, leaving them puzzled. The stone column seemed about to exit the barrier when Xianxia realized, that's Gino's leg. Quickly grabbing it as both shield and lever, he blocked Amiri's attack and used the momentum to speed towards the barrier's edge. Amiri pursued relentlessly. The Golden Barrier, seeming sticky, wrapped around Gino's leg, moving forward with his kick, engulfing Crosby once more. Feeling the terrifying pressure return, Lyndon Crosby asked confusedly, "Devin, I haven't even fought you. Why are you chasing me?" Despite confusion, Crosby's actions weren't slow. Lifting several dragon claws to block Gino's kick, he shouted, "Roll away." From the other side of Gino's colossal leg came Xianxia's voice, "Crosby, help me deal with Devin first." Roaring, Crosby retorted, "Go to hell. I'm going to kill Gino first." Attempting to fly out of the barrier, he wanted to continue battling Gino. Meanwhile, Gino felt a heavy weight on his leg as if bound by a massive rock, creating an uncomfortable sensation. "Get off." He shook his leg violently, hoping to throw off Xianxia, but under the barrier's effects, he could only use his physical strength, unable to dislodge him. This led to the Golden Barrier persistently wrapping around his leg during Amiri's pursuit. Furious, Gino yelled, "All of you, get lost." He slapped his leg with a giant hand, attempting to drive away the two within the barrier. On the other side, Crosby broke free again, flying next to Gino and clawing at his head with all 5 powerful dragon claws. Caught by surprise, Gino got scratched across his face, including one deep mark over his eye, gray, mud-like liquid gushing out. Roaring in anger, he ignored the Golden Barrier around his leg, engaging Crosby in a fierce battle. Chapter 388. You have no way to escape. Inside the Golden Barrier, Xianxia dodged by circling around Gino's thick calf while simultaneously sweeping away the many incoming golden chains. Here we have a venerable elder of the divine race reduced to clinging to someone else's leg for survival. Quite pitiful indeed. Amiri taunted as he chased. Initially, when attacked by 4 top-tier powerhouses, Amiri had instinctively been startled. He was well aware that his past feats of facing hundreds alone, especially the second time which had placed him under the divine race's scrutiny, would make the divine leadership cautious. If they dared to confront him again, it meant they were more confident this time. Indeed, the strength displayed by the quartet confirmed this confidence. None of them were weak. Yet, who could have anticipated that the battle scenario would turn so chaotic? Now, Amiri felt an unusual twist in the situation. Amiri, you may mock me now, but wait until your homeland is engulfed in flames. Let's see if you can still laugh then. Xianxia shouted angrily. Hearing this, Amiri's expression turned cold. So you know my true identity. Let's see how my true power fares. With those words, his body rapidly grew taller. Meanwhile, countless golden dragons surged from his hands, expanding the golden barrier at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, Amiri transformed into a terrifying giant standing 200 meters tall, and the golden barrier expanded 10,000 times its size, enveloping half the planet. During this abrupt change, both Gino and Crosby, who were in the midst of fierce combat, instinctively ceased fighting, their expressions grave as they observed Amiri's massive form. What are you waiting for? Attack together! Xianxia roared once more. Although Amiri was still small compared to Gino, the sheer enormity of the golden barrier took everyone aback, especially Ian Gino, who experienced the full suppressive power of the golden barrier for the first time. It felt like being buried deep within the earth after freely running across the savannah. His soul perception was restricted, his extraordinary powers diminished, and his movements heavily hindered. Under such extreme discomfort, Gino ignored Crosby and slapped towards Amiri with an enormous palm. I'll settle this with you later. Crosby roared and turned to confront Amiri. The Alex, who had remained silently in the corner, watched Amiri with surprise. A body enlarged 10,000 times, truly impressive mastery of cosmic techniques. I'm eager to see just how many miraculous abilities you possess. The mysterious figure under the black mist smiled enigmatically. Amiri decided not to conceal his original identity any longer and unleashed his power without restraint. He struck forward with one palm. That already formidable palm expanded even further. Instantly, a palm spanning thousands of miles covered over Xianxia, Crosby, and Gino all at once. From space, the strike appeared nearly the size of a planet. From the trio's perspective, it blocked out the entire sky. Constrained by the golden barrier, their faces showed shock. We can't dodge. They instinctively thought and reacted identically, attacking the colossal palm head-on. Boom! The air exploded in a delayed roar as Amiri's palm crushed their attacks effortlessly, emerging unscathed. However, when he attempted to grab all three with his hand, he encountered tremendous resistance. Gino's enormous frame made it challenging. His 100-kilometer-tall body resisted Amiri's grasp, preventing him from closing his palm despite the pressure of the golden barrier. Additionally, Gino's formidable strength, even under suppression, rivaled Amiri's own. Truly remarkable strength. Amiri laughed heartily, his voice resonating through the sky. The trio had already escaped his palm, encircling him from different directions. Amiri retracted his hand and opted against using his star-plucking hand technique, sending out another powerful blow that shattered space before it, creating vast rifts. Undeterred, Gino countered with his rock-like, kilometers-wide palm, crashing down with mountainous force. The two palms collided, unleashing a tempestuous shockwave that ravaged hundreds of miles around. Simultaneously, Xianxia and Crosby seized the opportunity to strike Amiri directly, but under the golden barrier's suppression, their attacks barely scratched the surface, easily shrugged off by Amiri. A physique this formidable. It might only be possible to harm him if the golden barrier is removed. They exchanged looks of frustration. But how do you remove something immaterial, akin to a realm? Xianxia glanced towards the Alex, still quietly standing aside. Alex, please assist us in dispelling this golden barrier. I cannot. The Alex responded coolly. As they conversed, Amiri and Gino clashed several times evenly, compelling the duo to join in the fray. As the battle wore on, Xianxia's confidence waned. He had initially believed that if they maintained superiority individually within the golden barrier, they could triumph over Amiri. But their combined efforts were still lacking, merely matching Amiri's strength without defeating him. Moreover, his own constraints within the barrier were greater than those of Gino and Crosby. After this battle, Gino and Crosby wouldn't always be by his side. How could he face Amiri alone? Not only could he not defeat him, but escaping that terrifying golden barrier would be impossible. At that moment, Amiri suddenly teleported behind Xianxia, extending a palm swiftly. What? He can teleport too? All were taken aback. No one expected him to suddenly utilize this skill after battling for so long. It caught everyone off guard, leaving Xianxia unable to dodge in time as he was grabbed by Amiri's immense palm. You have no way to escape. Amiri grinned malevolently. Chapter 389, Bringing Great Trouble to the Gentleman Race. Xianxia's face turned pale with shock, his body thrashing wildly. Unfortunately, it was useless. Being restricted within the golden barrier, his extraordinary abilities were nullified. With just his physical strength, trying to escape from Amiri's giant palm was nearly impossible. Gino and Crosby flew over, attacking Amiri together but were completely ignored by him. Amiri focused solely on Xianxia in his palm. Dense clusters of golden dragons emerged from his palm, wrapping around Xianxia's body. Many of them shattered due to Xianxia's frantic struggles. But the remaining golden dragons stubbornly covered his body. Gradually, more and more golden dragons enveloped Xianxia. Not far away, Crosby and Gino halted their attacks. Your name is Devon? Your physique is indeed strong. Let's not fight this time. But I'm not conceding. It just feels pointless to be attacked by two people at once. Even if I win, it wouldn't be a fair victory. We'll have a proper match next time? Gino shouted coarsely, casually breaking the approaching golden chains before turning to fly out of the barrier. Seeing this, Crosby also turned and left, shouting, I am the Dragon Clan's leader, Crosby. Next time we'll meet again. At this point, they understood that as long as they were inside the golden barrier, defeating Amiri was impossible. Continuing the battle would be meaningless. Amiri didn't stop them, merely glancing at them indifferently as they flew out of the barrier. Before long, Sinclairen's sealing was completed. Amiri casually stored him in his storage ring, then turned his serious gaze towards the Alex in the corner. Why did you join forces against me, and why didn't you escape with them? Since the upgrade of his Great Void Shift to the Chaos level, this was the first time he had been interfered with, so he clearly knew the other party might have some non-trivial methods. The Alex calmly replied, I wanted to see your abilities. Why should I run? Amiri lunged forward, striking out with his palm. I will see your abilities first. The Alex remained motionless, yet black mist surged from his body, twisting and expanding into a huge black hand that met Amiri's giant palm. The two palms collided silently. There were no terrifying shockwaves or astonishing power. Both seemed suddenly frozen in place. However, Amiri's expression changed subtly. He felt a mysterious force invade his palm, causing a noticeable numbness in his right hand, almost making it lose control. Amiri quickly retracted his palm. With his powerful regenerative ability, the numbness vanished instantly, restoring perfect control over his right hand. Indeed, you have some special skills. Amiri smiled, throwing another punch. Terrifying spatial fracturing waves surged towards the Alex. The Alex extended his black hand, perfectly blocking the attack. Amiri kept punching, one after another, but he felt a sense of pressure. Teleportation is suppressed, though still usable, the cooldown is too long. My strongest attack doesn't work. The barrier's suppressive effect seems limited, and the golden chains can't get close. So, I have no effective means left to deal with him. After thinking for a moment, Amiri prepared to teleport away. Suddenly, the Alex spoke, do not destroy the god race temporarily, or it may bring great trouble to the human race. Amiri glanced at him without responding. I have no intention of being your enemy. I only wanted to witness your abilities and offer some advice. Whether you listen is up to you. The Alex's black form rippled like mist, dispersing into the air, but his voice continued without pause. That is an absolutely terrifying existence beyond our capability to resist. I hope you do not take any chances. When the words faded, the black mist had already spread miles away, disappearing beyond the barrier into the horizon. Amiri paused thoughtfully, then dissolved the golden barrier, returning to his original size. His gaze swept across the planet. It was now in ruins, a wasteland of debris. A series of teleports had taken him around the entire planet, revealing the aftermath of their battles. Cities destroyed, with 99% of the gods dead. The few surviving stronger ones had also been swiftly killed by Amiri. He returned to the waiting heavenly vessel in space. This planet is basically ruined. Inform the Legion. What is our next target? Amiri said calmly. Although the Alex's warning about not destroying the god race made him pause, he didn't disregard it entirely. However, his actions wouldn't lead to the immediate downfall of the god race. Despite the prolonged ravaging by the human legion, it was merely a matter of reputation and appearance for the gods, not a significant loss. Even with deliberate suppression by the higher-ups, many incidents didn't spread widely, and the destruction of hundreds of planets hadn't caused internal unrest. Comparatively, realms above the holy stage are the core of a race, and the elders are its backbone. As long as these powerful beings remain strong, the god race could endure for many years. Soon after, when Amiri appeared on another planet, the news reached Homer, the god race's leader, who sighed inwardly. It seems the actions of Grand Ancestor Sinclairen and others failed as well. Even the 4 top-ranked figures from the entire celestial spring system could not prevail against Amiri. A frontal assault won't work. He quickly summoned all the elders, delivering the news which caused a mix of shock and silence. They were utterly stumped. Previously, they tried overwhelming him with numbers. 100 elders failed silently, and even more wouldn't fare much better. This time, using top-tier powerhouses, even the god race's strongest, Grand Ancestor Sinclairen, along with the 3 kings of the Clark Sea, had been defeated. What could they do? The vast god race found itself helpless against a single human from a remote region. Many elders felt frustrated and somewhat helpless. Homer seemed oblivious to the elders' expressions, politely asking, Elders, what shall we do next to handle Amiri's assaults? The elders conversed among themselves but couldn't reach a consensus. Then a deep voice sounded. Give up the resistance. Everyone turned. It was an older god race male, somewhat slender compared to other strong figures, with silver white hair. Calming and composed, he stood hands behind his back, as if he hadn't just uttered those words. Hashtag chapter 390, can't fight, so suppress internally. The situation is now very clear. The elderly divine race member calmly continued. This human named Amiri is unstoppable. We might as well not resist him and let him rampage wherever he wishes. We have millions of planets. Even if he occupies one each day, it will take over 10,000 years. During this time, our armies can simply avoid his advance and counterattack the occupied planets, gradually reclaiming them. The losses would be minimal. The other elders exchanged glances. One hesitated before speaking. We truly cannot contend with him, but letting him invade our planets unchecked would severely damage the prestige of our divine race. Moreover, who can guarantee that Amiri won't directly attack the divine ancestor star? If that happens, should we just allow him to do as he pleases? That's right. Initially, we thought he was conquering for profit, but knowing his true identity now, everyone must understand that Amiri seeks revenge. Given this, it's likely he will invade the divine ancestor star. The elderly divine race member said calmly, so you want to keep throwing lives away? Some elders opened their mouths, but remained silent. My strength may not be top-notch, but by age, I am your senior. I have lived for 100 million years, witnessing the protracted wars among countless races lasting hundreds of thousands of years, and the rise of humans from lowly livestock of various races to one of the three major powers today. I deeply understand an important lesson. The elderly divine race member sighed. Face, dignity, and even interests are indeed important, but when faced with overwhelming weakness, survival is the only thing that matters. When the human race first began its rise, they bowed and scraped under pressure from other races, even seeding hard-won planets, earning ridicule as weak and incompetent. But so what? The humans survived and became one of the three major powers in the heavenly spring system. Who dares to look down on them now? Who remembers their past humiliation? The elderly divine race member surveyed the crowd seriously. You are all pillars of the divine race. As long as we survive, any loss, no matter how great, is temporary. In the face of a superior power, our only choice is to endure. Everyone fell into a brief silence. They understood this truth, but none were willing to make such a decision. Lewis hesitantly asked, Elder Mark, if Amiri invades the divine ancestor star, what should we do? The elderly divine race member named Mark spoke calmly. We can hide. Let Amiri invade where he wishes. Since his true aim isn't profit but revenge, ending in the destruction of the divine race or killing us, hiding thwarts his goals. We can't defeat him, but at least we won't let him succeed. Other elders echoed Mark's words. I agree. Since we can't fight, we should preserve our strength. As long as we live, the divine race persists. Impulsive actions could mean the end of the entire race. Even if it means enduring humiliation and ridicule, we must prioritize the greater good and ensure our survival. After much deliberation, many details were settled. Lewis, the clan's decisions fall to you. To avoid being wiped out by Amiri, we'll disperse across several planets. If there's urgent news, report directly to us without leaking it. This is unprecedented crisis for the divine race. You must prioritize your survival. If necessary, abandon the divine ancestor star. With that, the elders departed. Clan leader Lewis sighed, then forced himself to focus, returning to the council chamber. While the elders could leave, as clan leader, Lewis had to stay and handle affairs. The humiliating decisions would come from him. He steadied himself. Lewis summoned the elders for a meeting. If the elders at the Sage King level were the highest directors making strategic decisions, then the great Sage level elders were like executive managers assisting the clan leader with execution. Elders, after facing Amiri again, the elders have declared defeat. Moving forward, we will abandon all frontline resistance, retaining only routine defensive forces on each planet. At this, the elders were startled but remained silent. Our task is to further control information to prevent unrest. But even with tight control, once humans occupy planets, they'll establish gateways linking them, spreading the news of our withdrawal. So, we must prohibit outside intelligence from entering, keeping clan members unaware of the frontline's dire state to maintain morale. This requires suppressing any dissent strongly, Lewis concluded. The elders agreed grimly. Understood. The divine race mobilized again, strictly controlling external information and access to all planets. Border planets fell one by one. Yet internally, the divine race remained prosperous. Inside the heavenly vessel, a messenger reported beside Amiri, Lord Devon, the divine race has indeed abandoned resistance. Our army has fully occupied the planets without encountering any sage-level strong ones, only normal garrisons. Amiri smiled faintly. These divine race cowards fold after a beating, forgetting soon after. Stefank mindless dogs. The messenger chuckled in agreement. However, since they've retreated again, I'll remain hidden for now. Tell the army to invade comprehensively and inform me if anything unusual happens, Amiri said. Destruction of the divine race wasn't something to rush. Besides, the Alex's words had put him on guard. He dared not act too boldly until he was absolutely certain of his power. This was why he hadn't ventured deep into the divine race's stronghold or the human stronghold, fearing they might have powerful cards. Though his actions seemed confident and arrogant, he exercised restraint. Amiri never took unnecessary risks. Thus, he preferred slowly eroding the divine race until they crumbled internally. After all, the ones rushing would be the divine race, not him. Chapter 391. Great Heavens? On a certain planet, the ancient ancestor of the divine race, Mark, arrived at a remote location. He hovered in midair above the ground, his soul power continuously probing beneath the surface. Soon, he saw a spacious and simple stone chamber, along with three somewhat elderly members of the divine race inside. His presence simultaneously startled them. As if awoken from deep slumber, the three divine beings slowly opened their eyes, the white divine light in their pupils instantly illuminating the entire underground space. Three senior brothers, the divine race is facing an unprecedented crisis. Please return to the main clan for assistance immediately. Mark's ancestor transmitted via soul force. One of them replied, Brother Mark, please come in for a discussion. Mark's ancestor immediately transformed into a beam of white light and penetrated the earth. The land dissolved instantly wherever he passed, as if encountering no resistance at all. Before long, he arrived in the stone chamber. Senior brothers, recently, humanity has produced an unprecedentedly powerful individual who is aggressively invading our divine race territories and has already killed over 200 ancestors. Everyone is at a loss, Mark said while handing over a jade slip. It contained all information about Amiri up until now. The three elderly divine beings reviewed the contents and exclaimed in amazement, Jinsumanity, despite starting from nothing, has not only risen but also produced such a terrifying powerhouse. What a frightening potential. They decisively stood up and walked to a deep gray spherical object in one corner of the stone chamber. We will return to the White Mountain constellation immediately, but whether the great heavens will provide support is uncertain. So prepare mentally in advance. If things become hopeless, prioritize protecting the Holy Realm experts and abandon everything else. The three elderly divine beings entered the spherical object, a flash of white light, and they vanished from before Mark. Amiri settled down to begin his closed-door cultivation. After months of war with the divine race, even after the previous consumption, the number of spirit stones he had left still exceeded 10 billion. 2 months later, at his terrifying cultivation speed, approximately 6 billion spirit stones were consumed. His potential points once again reached 10 quadrillion. Amiri still did not choose to enhance his cultivation realm, as the effects of advancing by a minor realm were minimal. Instead, he chose to upgrade the swallowing heaven creation art. Now that his spirit stones were virtually inexhaustible, it was the speed of absorbing them that had become the limiting factor. Upgrading the swallowing heaven creation art was the most cost-effective choice. With a thought from Amiri, a mysterious and abstruse energy appeared in his body, completely integrating with him. At the same time, an overwhelming amount of information flooded his mind. The swallowing heaven creation art successfully upgraded to the chaos level. Under this new rank, the core function of the cultivation technique to absorb energy became 10 times more efficient. Whether cultivating or not, he could automatically gain 100 trillion potential points daily. If he trained at full power under sufficient resources, he could absorb 1 billion spirit stones daily, and the maximum potential points gained per day would be 1 quadrillion. Even more powerful, the chaos level swallowing heaven creation art could directly consume matter, converting it into pure energy. Be it plants, rocks, metals, or various herbs, it could completely consume them, transforming them into nutrients for his growth. The upper limit of absorbed attack energy also increased significantly, indirectly enhancing Amiri's defensive capabilities and making him more frugal with spirit stones. Indeed, this chaos-level primary cultivation technique is too powerful. Amiri couldn't help but smile. He didn't have enough spirit stones left for further upgrades, so he decided to end his seclusion and teleported to the heavenly balance boat. 3 messengers sat silently inside, ready to act at any moment. Seeing Amiri appear, they respectfully greeted him. Lord Devon, has there been no sign of resistance from the divine race lately? Amiri asked the trio. No, the strongest being on all border planets is merely an 8-winged divine being. They claim that all Holy Realm experts formed elite squads to wage guerrilla warfare against us in space, yet we haven't encountered them once. Only the planetary defenders are resisting alone, while high-ranking divine beings secretly plunder resources from the planets. Based on the analysis of the Legion commanders, the higher-ups of the divine race might have completely abandoned the frontline planets. Amiri pondered for a moment. He initially wanted to use this opportunity to return to southern Bright Star Sea, as the divine race had already discovered his true identity, and Sinclairin had threatened to make his homeland pay a price. At this point, one or several ancestors must be en route to southern Bright Star Sea. Judging from the divine race's reactions, they had known his identity for only 2 to 3 months. Based on this timeline, it would take their people at least 4 more years to reach southern Bright Star Sea. If Amiri returned too early, he would waste a lot of time waiting for them, during which the war here could encounter too many uncertainties. After a brief deliberation, Amiri spoke. Inform the Legion commander and report to the Patriarch Matt that I need to enter deep seclusion for a period. Handle the war matters during this time as you see fit. My seclusion period will be between 1 to 5 years. After I complete it, I will emerge. He decided to return early. The war here was already heavily in favor of humanity, and any unforeseen changes wouldn't result in significant losses for the plan to destroy the divine race. However, any mishap in southern Bright Star Sea was something he didn't want to happen, given that his loved ones and children were there. After collecting his earnings for the past 2 months from the Legion, Amiri resolutely embarked on his journey home. 5 months later, after continuous teleportation, Amiri finally returned to the range of southern Bright Star Sea. He first found Hicks, briefly updated each other on recent developments, then bid farewell and returned to his secluded planet. In a simple courtyard, when Amiri suddenly appeared, Jacqueline noticed immediately. She flashed to his side as a ray of light, looking at him with a warm smile. Our great hero of humanity is back. Amiri chuckled, stepped forward, and embraced her. It's been over a year. How have you been without me? Jacqueline smiled faintly. It's fine. I've gotten used to it. So, you're back because the matters in the heavenly spring star system are resolved? That can't be possible so quickly. Not yet. With such a vast territory, how could it be resolved this fast? Amiri shook his head. I'm here mainly because my identity has been discovered by the divine race. They seem to have dispatched strong individuals. So I came back for a while to prevent any accidents. Amiri recounted his experiences in the heavenly spring star system in detail and explained his subsequent plans thoroughly. Jacqueline smiled and said, if only one ancestor from the divine race comes, I might be able to handle it alone. I am now also a Holy King Realm expert. End of chapter. Chapter 392. Defeat me, and you shall be freed. Amiri was slightly taken aback. He has already advanced to the Sage King Realm? Yes, and he is already at the 2nd stage of the Sage King Realm, soon to become a mid-stage Sage King. Moreover, his comprehension of Tao principles is already complete. Dealing with an ordinary divine race ancestor shouldn't be too difficult. Jacqueline nodded confidently. My cultivation doesn't have any bottlenecks. As long as I cultivate methodically, I can continue to break through. According to what you say, it will still take over 4 years for the divine race ancestors to arrive. During this time, my cultivation should be able to break through several minor realms. When they reach, my cultivation will definitely have reached the late-stage Sage King realm. Amiri extended his left hand. The flesh on his palm writhed, squeezing out several intricately crafted storage rings. These are spirit stones. Take them and cultivate well. Perhaps you will be able to break through to a higher level. Jacqueline didn't take them but looked at him in surprise. And what about you? Your strength is most important. Don't delay your own cultivation by leaving resources for me. Amiri grinned and said mysteriously, don't worry. I basically don't need spirit stones anymore because I now have over 200 perpetual motion machines providing me with endless essence energy. Perpetual motion machines? Providing essence energy? Jacqueline stared at him in confusion. The so-called perpetual motion machines that Amiri referred to were naturally the 201 divine race ancestors he had previously captured. His heaven-swallowing genesis technique could absorb the energy from attacks, converting it into nourishment for himself. Now that it had been upgraded to the chaos grade, the efficiency of energy absorption had become terrifyingly high. He could fully release those ancestors to fight and absorb their attacks. Anyway, he had the Heaven-Earth Prohibition formation as his trump card, so there was no need to worry about them escaping while fighting in the vast starry sky. Dividing the 200 divine race ancestors into different batches and making them cooperate to fight at full strength. Weren't they just like perpetual motion machines? In the end, Jacqueline accepted the spirit stones. She knew Amiri's personality well. He would always consider the bigger picture and think rationally even while being good to her, much like herself. After spending some time together, Amiri noticed it was already dark and asked curiously, "Where is Stefan Clyde? Why hasn't he returned yet?" Jacqueline smiled. He eventually chose the path of a genius. After you left, he entered the Taisui Martial Academy and began living independently. Now, he is quite renowned throughout the entire academy. Do you want to go see him? Amiri knew that the Taisui Martial Academy, established by the Taisui Mansion to nurture human geniuses with huge investment, was the top martial academy in the entire South Star Sea. Each planet had only one such academy. For ordinary people, entering the Taisui Martial Academy already meant stepping onto the ladder to becoming a powerhouse, something to make the family proud. Top geniuses within the academy were highly regarded by the Taisui Mansion, almost pre-selected core disciples. As long as they graduated normally, they were destined to become significant figures in the eyes of ordinary people. Even if Amiri and Jacqueline concealed their identities, Stefan Clyde's displayed talent made him stand out and receive great attention at the Taisui Martial Academy. Amiri shook his head. Let's not disturb him. We'll meet him when he returns. Let him learn to live independently. After wandering around together for a while, Jacqueline returned to the courtyard to begin cultivating. Amiri went out alone into the starry sky. He activated the Heaven-Earth Prohibition formation, then took out 50 golden statues of sealed divine race ancestors from his storage ring and released them all. It's Amiri. Flee quickly. Upon seeing Amiri, the 50 divine race ancestors had no intention of fighting. They all instinctively fled. However, under the suppression of the golden formation, their speed greatly reduced, and countless golden chains entangled them at the boundary, preventing their escape. Amiri spoke loudly. All divine race ancestors, please hear me out. While speaking, all the golden chains wriggled like snakes within the formation but did not advance further. The 50 ancestors stopped reluctantly. In such a passive situation, they could only obediently listen to what Amiri wanted. I actually have no intention of being enemies with your divine race. The events leading us here were primarily due to Elder Thatcher's excessive actions which pushed me step by step towards being your enemy. In truth, I am peace-loving and dislike killing. This can be seen from how I rarely killed irrelevant personnel during the purging of your planets. I even did not intend to kill any of you after sealing you. The ancestors exchanged puzzled glances, completely baffled by the meaning behind Amiri's words. Logically, the one who had sealed them should be the victor. How could he sound? A bit like he was showing weakness. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Amiri continued. I released you today because I truly wish to free you and turn our enmity into peace. Hearing this, the divine race ancestors felt both shock and joy, looking at Amiri in disbelief. Someone tried to speak, but couldn't produce any sound in the vacuum of space. Amiri kept talking, but I have a condition. After returning, you shall not find any reason to trouble the South Star Sea again. At this point, the divine race ancestors finally understood Amiri's intentions. Seems like Tom's decision to head to the South Star Sea was right. Amiri has capitulated. Haha, who would have thought that this unexpected development would save all of us? This Amiri is nothing much. He surrendered so easily for his hometown. This gives us leverage over him. Such indecisiveness will surely make him easy to manipulate in the future. Though unable to speak, various thoughts ran through their minds, rationalizing Amiri's behavior. At that moment, Amiri waved his hand, and the golden formation dissipated. What do you think about what I said? Amiri asked with a smile. The ancestors exchanged glances. One of them stepped forward with a smiling face and said, Brother Amiri, as you say, from now on, our grievances will be erased. They were clear that they were still at a disadvantage and must remain polite or risk losing this unexpected opportunity. Thus, everyone put on a respectful demeanor. Amiri continued to nod with a smile. That's good. Oh, ancestors, I have suffered so much injustice. It feels somehow unsatisfactory to let you go just like that. As the ancestors grew uneasy, Amiri said calmly, How about this? Fight me with all your might. If you can defeat me, you may go free. I won't use the golden formation, and you aren't allowed to avoid the battle. Whenever you defeat me, you can leave. How does that sound? Hearing this, the ancestors' hearts stirred, feeling somewhat eager to try. Chapter 393. His body is growing stronger? In the eyes of the many elders, Amiri had previously been able to seal them mainly due to the overwhelming power of the golden barrier, which stripped them of virtually all their extraordinary abilities. Apart from the golden barrier, the only things Amiri could rely on were his powerful teleportation and physical defense capabilities. Now, Amiri was willingly proposing a battle without the golden barrier. It seemed as if he was abandoning even his ability to escape via teleportation and was preparing to confront them head-on. This was like throwing himself into their strengths while forsaking his own. After removing these two advantages, Amiri's sheer strength among all Sage Emperor Realm experts was only considered average. Was he seriously planning to fight 50 Sage Emperor Realm warriors at once? The various elders exchanged glances, detecting excitement, and perhaps a hint of malice in each other's eyes. Should we take this opportunity to kill Amiri? One elder muttered under his breath. No way. If it gets dangerous, he will still use teleportation to escape or deploy the golden barrier. Trying to kill him is not realistic, another replied. After exchanging some quick glances, everyone seemed to understand each other's intentions. One elder then laughed and said, since that's the case, let's give it our all. If there's any misfortune, please forgive us, Brother Amiri. We might not be able to stop ourselves easily. Amiri nodded gently. I understand. Then let's begin the battle. Amiri declared in a deep voice, and suddenly his figure began to swell. He transformed into a 20,000-meter-tall giant in the starry sky. 50 elders unleashed their holy Fulton domains simultaneously. The overlapping fields turned the entire world into an endless sea of pure white light. Amiri felt immense pressure, as if a small mountain rested on his shoulders. At the same time, countless tiny stings spread across his body. These were countless white light swords stabbing at him from all directions. Although part of the energy contained within was absorbed, they still left shallow blood marks before disappearing instantly. More light swords continued raining down on him. The 50 elders flashed around Amiri, launching frenzied attacks. Amiri cast a glance at his personal status panel. Potential points were skyrocketing, far surpassing the growth rate prior to skill upgrades. This kind of battle feels great. Amiri laughed heartily, swinging his massive hands casually towards the surrounding godly elders. The elders were inwardly alarmed. His defensive ability seemed stronger than before. Our attacks have nearly doubled with the 50-fold domain bonus, yet they can only cause such superficial wounds which heal instantly. How long will it take for us to defeat him? Regardless, after barely having the chance to regain freedom, we must try our hardest. Without the suppression of the golden barrier, the elders could now communicate freely through soul power. A torrent of powerful attacks pelted Amiri like a storm. The 50 elders moved swiftly, like dense white streaks of light, circling around Amiri's giant body. Meanwhile, Amiri continued clumsily batting away their attacks. Despite appearances, as time passed, Amiri fell more deeply into a disadvantageous position, but the 50 elders grew increasingly fatigued. One couldn't help but ask, Brother Amiri, you're at a disadvantage now. At what point do you consider us victorious? Amiri slapped him, roaring loudly, until you beat me senseless or incapacitate me. But with your physique? Less talk. Either stay and fight properly, or be sealed forever. With a roar, Amiri lost all pretense of civility. Remember, this is your only chance. Talk too much, and get back where you came from. The elders snapped out of their relaxed mindsets, realizing they weren't regaining freedom just yet. They might never regain it if they couldn't defeat Amiri. So, what Amiri offered wasn't freedom, merely a slim hope. He chose this himself, so we'll fight to the fullest, someone exclaimed. Let him see our true strength. Led by Jesse, combined forces. The 50 elders rapidly communicated using soul power and agreed. They converged into a special formation. Blinding white light enveloped them, fusing into a colossal luminous giant thousands of meters tall, covered in streamlined armor and wielding a massive sword equally as tall. A new, immensely powerful Holy Fulton domain emerged. Amiri, we will face you with all our might. Hope you don't get accidentally killed. Jesse, as the leader, felt an unprecedented surge of power filling him with confidence. This was absolutely invincible Sage Emperor realm power. Gripping the sword tightly with both hands, Jesse appeared beside Amiri almost instantly and swung horizontally. Swoosh! The sword sliced into Amiri's waist, leaving a several dozen meter deep wound that quickly began to heal. For Amiri's vast form, it was merely flesh damage, but Jesse saw a glimmer of hope. While Jesse attacked, countless enhanced white light swords kept emerging from the reinforced Holy Fulton domain, shooting at Amiri. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. These light swords were several times more powerful than before, breaking through Amiri's invisible force field and piercing into his flesh 2 to 3 meters deep. Jesse smiled confidently. To actively abandon your strengths to challenge us 50 elders, you overconfident humans. Do you really think you're unbeatable? If not for the golden barrier, our combined form could have easily killed you. While Jesse contemplated, his actions didn't slow, continuously circling Amiri and unleashing blow after blow. The endless stream of light swords added to his injuries. 10 days later, Amiri glanced at his status panel. Seeing his potential points accumulate to 10,000 trillion, he silently intoned, Berniji Immortal Technique, upgrade. Boom. Amiri's giant body shuddered violently. Blood surged louder than a tsunami. Every muscle swelled and rippled as if breathing intensely. The countless incoming light swords shattered instantly upon impact. Even Jesse's sword, which had plunged several meters deep, was forcibly expelled. Christian froze in astonishment. Is his body growing stronger? Chapter 394. This is your last chance. No, we must seize this opportunity to defeat him. Einar's mind raced. He hovered behind Amiri, continuously slashing at the back of Amiri's neck with rapid sword strikes, attempting to sever his head through accumulated damage. But each wound caused by his sword would begin healing immediately as the blade left the body, disappearing even before the second strike could land. Furthermore, as rapid changes occurred within Amiri's body, his physical strength seemed to grow increasingly powerful. The depth of the wounds inflicted by Einar's every sword strike became progressively shallower until it couldn't cut at all. He is truly getting stronger. Einar stopped attacking, dazed. Amiri's upgrade had now thoroughly concluded. Eternal Immortal Heaven Art finally became his 5th Chaos-level cultivation method. As a cultivation method focusing on enhancing the physical body, its impact on Amiri's physique was comprehensive, especially in fortifying physical defenses, which underwent a revolutionary change. Now, Amiri could withstand the combined full-force attacks from 50 Lauzes and was absolutely invincible within the Sage Emperor realm. Amiri turned his head to look at the light giant. Seeing the other party standing there, clearly having lost confidence, he voluntarily retracted the defensive technique Mysterious True Essence Energy, causing the intangible defense field around his body to suddenly dissipate. Sorry, I got a bit distracted just now. Let's continue the battle. Amiri grinned and rushed forward, slapping down with a palm. Einar dodged backward but made no attempt to counterattack, clearly lacking the will to fight. What? You're chickening out? Decided to give up the fight? Amiri chased after him relentlessly, roaring angrily. Since that's the case, spend eternity sealed away. Amiri spread his hands, and countless golden dragons flew out from his palms, swiftly spreading outward. In an instant, a golden barrier formed. Einar panicked, hurriedly shouting, "Wait, let's continue the battle." However, under the pressure of the barrier, the light giant instantly disintegrated. 50 Lauzes reappeared, the immense pressure once again enveloping each of them. Countless golden chains extended toward them. Everyone fell into despair. Some even began angrily berating Einar for his indecision, but with their extraordinary abilities lost again, they could no longer make any sound. Just as the golden chains reached them, all chains abruptly halted. This is your last chance. If you fail to put up a proper fight next time, I will seal you permanently, never releasing you again. Amiri's indifferent voice echoed within the golden barrier. Do not disappoint me again. Amiri dissipated the golden barrier once more. Everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief. They barely managed to have a glimmer of hope, but due to Einar's momentary hesitation, they almost faced resealing by Amiri. This feeling was even more desperate than when they were first sealed. Now, given this final opportunity by Amiri, they dared not fight lackadaisically again. Their freedom was held in his hands, so naturally, they could only obediently follow orders. 50 Lauzes merged again. This time, another named Bane took charge. The two titans engaged in fierce combat in the starry sky once more. After the enhancement from his cultivation method, Amiri's body significantly strengthened, but he proactively removed the defense from mysterious true essence energy, making him slightly stronger than before, yet not enough to make Bane feel utterly hopeless. Under Amiri's relentless sparring, Bane didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, exerting full effort at all times. Amiri's potential points continued to rise rapidly. Time slowly passed. 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. The white light covering the light giant was somewhat dimmer. After such prolonged intense battles, each Laozu felt significant fatigue. Thus, starting recently, they split into 2 batches. One batch still outputted full force, while the other focused on recovering fully before switching positions. This was the power of the merged light giants. Not only did they stack forces, but they also distributed individual power freely, allowing for near-permanent combat to some extent. Of course, such rotation led to a slight decrease in strength, though not very noticeable. After this prolonged battle, Amiri's potential points soared to around 60 trillion. This brought him great satisfaction, and he laughed loudly, saying, "Indeed, the strength of all these Lauzes is extraordinary." At this moment, a streak of white light flew over from a distance and paused not far outside the holy Fulton realm, forming a graceful figure. Both sides sensed the newcomer. Amiri paused mid-action, calmly saying, "Stop." Fabian obeyed the order and halted. "Since you couldn't defeat me, we'll continue our fight next time. Whenever you manage to beat me, you'll be free to leave." Amiri finished speaking and, without waiting for their response, immediately cast the golden barrier, enveloping the light giant inside. The overwhelming mysterious power caused the holy Fulton realm to disperse instantly, and the light giant crumbled, revealing the 50 elven Lauzes within. Just as Amiri was about to seal them, he suddenly remembered something and asked one of the Lauzes, "By the way, which Lauzes did you send to Naming Star Sea, and what are their names?" Amiri slightly reduced the pressure, allowing this Laozu to retain a hint of extraordinary power. The latter immediately controlled the chi vibrations and said, "Only Muhammad." Amiri nodded politely, "Thank you. We'll continue fighting next time. Once you win, you'll be free to leave." Speaking, he extended his right hand towards them. Dense golden dragons extended toward their bodies, completely enveloping them. The elven Lauzes looked conflicted, instinctively wanting to resist but fearing angering Amiri. Realizing that resistance was futile, they ultimately submitted quietly, allowing Amiri to complete the sealing. The other Lauzes exchanged uneasy glances but couldn't communicate and could only silently watch. Shortly after, Amiri came before the second Laozu and asked the same question again, receiving the same answer before sealing him successfully as well. Finally, after all 50 Lauzes were sealed, Amiri approached Jacqueline, who said gently, "Nicolaso Clyde has a major academy competition coming up, a relatively important event. He specially came home to invite me to watch. Do you want to come along? That's a must-go event. Let's see how brilliant our little genius shines." Amiri smiled faintly. "By the way, from those elven Lauzes, I learned that the lineup sent to Naming Star Sea wasn't too powerful, only one Muhammad, accompanied by a few subordinates." Did they mention his strength? Mid-stage Sage Emperor realm, considered middle to upper class among Sage Emperor cultivators. In that case, I can handle it. They exchanged a few words, then Amiri teleported back to the planet with Jacqueline. Chapter 395, Stefanong G-Star Academy Competition. When the two returned to the courtyard, little Clyde had already left. "I haven't announced your return yet, so we can give him a little surprise." Jacqueline took out one tray after another of sumptuous dishes from her storage ring and placed them on the stone table in the courtyard. She also fetched 2 jugs of wine and poured them. The two sat down and leisurely started eating and drinking. "By the way, what level is little Clyde now?" "Spirit Sea Realm, 10th level, perfect. TSK. Spirit Sea Realm, 10th level before the age of 8. Truly worthy of being my son. None of his peers can match him, so why even compete?" Amiri couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Jacqueline smiled demurely. His opponents are all in their 20s, supreme geniuses who have reached the Spirit Sea Realm. Among them, there are several at the perfect stage of the Spirit Sea Realm and even possess multiple heavenly level martial arts or divine level martial arts. In terms of strength, the gap between them and him isn't that big. Amiri nodded. Speaking of which, 20-year-old Spirit Sea Realm geniuses are already much stronger than the top-tier geniuses we knew back at Daluazong, or even those within the Sacred Land, and there are quite a few here. Jacqueline smiled and sipped some wine, saying, in fact, this is due to the Tai Sui Mansion's strong support. Over these years, more and more human geniuses have emerged. Not only that, within the entire southern brilliant star sea, the number of humans has been increasing, and many experts have appeared as well. Amiri sighed. The human race is thriving. I met the Mansion Lord. He told me that currently, 8 more elders in our clan have broken through to the Divine King realm, and 1 powerhouse has reached the Sage realm. The number of experts is indeed increasing. Furthermore, with the continuous development of our middle forces, the total population of humans has been continuously rising. At this rate, in just a few hundred years, we could develop into the model scene in the Heavenly Spring star system, where the planet is completely governed by humans. Non-human races will always harbor different intentions. This truth is understood by the higher-ups of Tai Sui Mansion. The developmental model of the Heavenly Spring star system serves as a guide for them. Currently, the lower and middle levels of power among humans are insufficient, so naturally, they still need to heavily rely on some non-human powerhouses. But once the development of the human race gets on track, all aspects will be dominated by humans, while non-human powerhouses will gradually become marginalized. Non-human powerhouses understand this too, but none dare or can resist, because the ruling class is entirely composed of humans. The highest combat power is also entirely composed of humans. Under absolute power suppression, there is only one voice in the entire southern brilliant star sea, the Tai Sui Mansion. A few days later, in a grand and spacious academy, on the square, 10 arenas were lined up in a row. Crowds of students and spectators gathered around the square, bustling and noisy. On the other side of the square was a high platform with a few chairs placed upon it. Various figures, clearly of differing statuses, were led by the academy teachers and seated accordingly. Today was precisely the day of the Stephanong G-Star College competition. Stephanong G-Star was the name of this planet. In other words, this was the combined competition of all academies across the entire planet. Participants were the strongest prodigies of the younger generation. Apart from Tai Sui Martial Academy, there were also geniuses from other major academies and various races. One could say that all the top-level powerhouses under 30 years old from the entire Stephanong G-Star had gathered here. For the common people of Stephanong G-Star, this was the most spectacular and exciting annual event. Therefore, every year on this day, numerous civilians would come from afar to Tai Sui Martial Academy to witness the birth of the year's top genius. Amiri and Jacqueline stood among the crowd. They naturally emitted powerful energy, creating a distance between them and the other onlookers. Stephantel Clyde seems to be a seed player. No need to participate in the preliminary selection rounds, Amiri said with a casual smile. Their gazes fell on the other side of the arena. There was a row of simpler-looking chairs over there, and 10 Santiagos sat quietly, enduring countless curious or admiring gazes. Their son, Clyde, sat right in the middle. At this moment, Clyde looked much more mature compared to over a year ago, like a Santiago of 16 or 17. His gaze swept across the square without finding any trace of his mother, but he knew she must have arrived. Forget it. She wouldn't reveal herself publicly to conceal her identity. Clyde's gaze retracted, sitting in the chair with eyes closed, conserving energy. He knew that in this competition, there were a few exceptionally powerful opponents who would require him to give it his all to defeat, so he couldn't afford to be careless. In the square, Amiri suddenly said, "That little Xena looks at little Clyde in an unusual way." Following his gaze, Jacqueline laughed instantly. Her. She is Kai Stefania, aged 23, a classmate of Clyde. From my observation, she has long harbored feelings for Clyde. Unfortunately, she doesn't know that Clyde hasn't turned 8 yet, and his mind is only on cultivation. Seeing Kai Stefania cling onto him makes him dislike her, thinking it hinders his cultivation. There were 2 previous instances where Kai Stefania, citing sparring matches, wanted to get closer to Clyde, but the already annoyed Clyde brutally beat her both times. She ended up bruised and swollen, not daring to see anyone for half a month. Afterward, she only dared to watch from a distance. Upon hearing this, Amiri couldn't help but laugh. For high-level martial artists, age doesn't matter. This young lady sits among the seed players and has pretty decent talent. As long as she smoothly ascends to the Nirvana realm, aging won't be noticeable. Jacqueline explained, indeed, her talent can be considered second only to Clyde among this generation of Stephanong G-Star. In Tai Sui Martial Academy, most students only graduate when they're close to 30, while some geniuses can reach graduation standards earlier. This young lady is 23, nearly graduating, and counts among the best in the entire Tai Sui Martial Academy. Jacqueline briefly introduced Tai Sui Martial Academy's system to Amiri. While they chatted idly, the preliminary selection rounds began on the arenas, with pairs of young experts going head-to-head. Matches often concluded within a minute. 10 arenas hosted matches simultaneously. Within half a day, more than 1,000 Santiagos participating in the first round of preliminaries completed their matches. Spectators buzzed with excitement about each genius's performance and became increasingly eager to see the 10 seed players who hadn't yet taken the stage. Past experiences indicated that seed players usually secured top 10 spots, while others merely came for show and basic rewards. The real excitement would start with those 10 seed players. In the afternoon, the subsequent 5 rounds of preliminaries progressed faster, until finally, 50 students were selected for the final official duels. Note, I've made sure to use pinyin names, e.g., Clyde, Jacqueline, and kept the paragraph structure consistent with the original text while ensuring a natural and fluent English translation. Chapter 396, An Unexpected Assault. A middle-aged man with an authoritative demeanor stood on a high platform and spoke loudly. The next round is the challenge match. 50 qualifiers will be divided into 10 groups by lottery, with 5 people in each group, and they will participate in challenges on 10 different platforms. The 10 seeded players will initially serve as the masters of the 10 platforms. Each group's 5 challengers will challenge one by one. If all 5 fail, the master wins a top 10 spot. If any challenger defeats the initial master, they take their place and must then face the other 4 until someone wins all challenges. Do everyone understand the rules? The middle-aged man asked loudly.
Yes.
The 50 challengers and the 10 seed players waiting in the standby area responded with enthusiasm. Great. The 10 seed players, please come up to draw lots first. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, the 10 seeded seed players stood up in unison and walked onto the high platform to draw lots under public scrutiny. The middle-aged man called out the names one by one while a hawk beside him recorded them on a stone tablet. Estelle Sue, Platform 2. Della, Platform 6. Kai Stefania, Platform 5. Clyde, Platform 1. All right, please have the initial masters take their positions on the respective platforms. The middle-aged man then turned to look at the other 50 challengers. Please come forward for the lottery draw. Everyone quickly went up to draw lots and was soon divided into 10 groups, awaiting their turns at the respective platforms. Each challenger's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Even if most did not have the confidence to secure a top 10 spot, they still hoped to make an impression in this grand event. Amiri's gaze rested on Platform 1. Clyde now stood calmly at the center of the platform, waiting for his challengers. Young Clyde has quite the air of a skilled martial artist. His 5 opponents are only in the early or mid stages of the Spirit Sea realm. Unless there's a huge disparity in martial arts skills, it's almost impossible for them to defeat him. Upon hearing Amiri's words, Jacqueline smiled slightly. Young Clyde has mastered several complete-grade heaven-level martial arts, giving him a significant edge over others. I doubt those few can even put up a fight. Sure enough, just as she said, the few challengers who stepped up were defeated within 3 moves, completely overwhelmed. The spectators cheered excitedly. This Santiago is incredibly strong. No wonder he's a seed player. Absolutely. His name is Clyde, not only a seed player but also one of the favorites to win. How old is he? He looks pretty young. I heard he's only a teenager, the youngest and most talented among all participants. It's rumored that he was already earmarked as a core disciple of the Tai Sui Manor months ago. A major figure once he graduates. This immediately caused a stir of exclamations. Tai Sui Manor members, to most common folk, were exalted figures, while core disciples held status equivalent to senior envoys on a planet, achievements beyond the reach of ordinary people. And here was this teenage Santiago achieving such heights. It made everyone realize how vast the gap could be between people, sometimes even more than the difference between humans and dogs. In a corner of the square, 3 Blade Clan members watched the confident Santiagos on the platform, listening to the surrounding praises and compliments. They remained calm and composed, though occasional glimpses of fierce resolve flashed through their eyes. Their sharp, exposed arms glistened with a chilling light, akin to blades. By most races' standards, the Blade Clan resembled hideous giant insects. Combined with the 2 swords they always carried, they seemed even more intimidating than porcupines, causing people around them to subconsciously keep their distance. Soon after, the challenges on the other 9 platforms ended as expected, with the seed players emerging victorious. After all, these seed players were chosen based on comprehensive evaluations from the college leadership and possessed unparalleled strength. The middle-aged host returned to the platform center and announced loudly, "The duel round has concluded. The top 10 participants are Platform 1 Clyde, Platform 2, Estelle Sue, Platform 3. After calling out all 10 names, he continued, "The next phase is the promotion match. Please have the top 10 competitors come forward for a lottery draw to determine head-to-head matches. Winners advance, losers are eliminated until we select the top 3 after 2 rounds." Amidst the crowd's cheers and applause, the 10 participants completed the lottery and began their matches. For ordinary people, these intense and dangerous battles filled with surging sword chi and spirit energy were remarkable, but to Amiri and his companion, it was commonplace. The competition progressed swiftly. Within moments, 2 rounds of matches were over. 2 consecutive victors and 1 participant who had received a bye became the top 3, Clyde, Kai Stefania, and a hawk named Billy. However, just as they prepared for the final championship match, 3 figures suddenly rushed out from the crowd. 3 flashes of piercing sword light appeared in midair, unleashing massive sword chi directly at Clyde and the other 2 on the platform. The unexpected attack stunned many spectators. They never imagined anyone would dare publicly ambush the top 3 during such a crucial event like the college championship. It was practically a direct challenge to the entire Tai Sui Manor. Facing the sword chi, Clyde and the others were taken aback. Even without making contact, they could feel the overwhelming power contained within the attacks. At least Jason Zhang realm experts. At least 2 major realms higher than them, far beyond what they could withstand. We can't block this attack. This thought instinctively flashed through Clyde's mind. But then he remembered his mother was watching him from the crowd. With her formidable strength, she would surely intercept the attack easily. Reassured by this thought, Clyde felt emboldened. Since he wouldn't die, he might as well test the limits of this powerful strike. Meanwhile, on the side of the platform, college leaders and a few Tai Sui Manor members sat calmly on large chairs, as if they had anticipated this. One of them moved swiftly, appearing in midair and blocking the 3 assailants. With a wave of his right hand, a massive spirit energy hand formed, crushing the 3 sword chi blasts and simultaneously grabbing the 3 attacking figures before flying back to the side of the platform. The middle-aged host reappeared on the platform. "Everyone, don't panic. The Tai Sui Manor officials have apprehended the troublemakers. You may continue watching the match." Hashtag chapter 397. Father is back. The incident occurred suddenly and ended just as abruptly. The audience, having emerged from their state of panic, now felt an extraordinary excitement and began to discuss the events heatedly. For most people, a battle at the Spirit Sea realm was the highest level of combat they had ever witnessed in their lives. To see even more powerful figures intervene naturally filled them with excitement. Adding to that, the three Blade Clan members assaulting the top three in the Academy competition was enough to stir up the entire planet Xianxia. Witnessing all this firsthand gave them plenty to boast about for a long time. Controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, this person must be at least at the sky-piercing realm, one of the 6-star members of the Taishui Mansion, a figure comparable to a regional lord. This is my first time seeing a sky-piercing realm powerhouse take action. Indeed, they are overwhelmingly powerful, effortlessly crushing those 3 terrifying sword auras with just a palm, and even capturing the 3 Blade Clan experts in one move. I heard that the top 3 of the Academy competition, if nothing unexpected happens, will almost certainly advance to the sky-piercing realm and become senior members of the Taishui Mansion. It's natural for them to pay so much attention. These 3 Blade Clan members dared to act out in such a grand occasion. It's truly asking for trouble. While the crowd continued to discuss, 2 figures remained unperturbed within the throng. Amiri and Jacqueline watched the scene on the stage without changing expression. Given their reflexes, not only would they have noticed the 3 Blade Clan members flying out of the crowd, but they could also have prevented any sudden attack even if it happened right beside Clyde. Moreover, they had already noticed the movements of the Taishui Mansion member on the platform earlier, so they were not particularly concerned by the sudden change. Clyde's performance, however, made Amiri frown. Is little Clyde too arrogant? Or did he know you were secretly protecting him? He acted so eagerly when faced with an attack from a profound concealment realm expert. It was utterly overconfident. Jacqueline glanced at the always calm Clyde on the platform and said, he probably knew I was among the crowd, so he wasn't worried about danger. He lacks vigilance. Sooner or later, he'll encounter real danger when we're not around. No worries, I arranged for a divine heaven realm expert to protect him covertly. Amiri looked at Jacqueline, deciding to drop the subject, and turned his gaze toward the corner of the platform. It seems the alien resistance forces are still quite active. Jacqueline replied calmly, yes. With no news from the divine race in recent years, the southern star ocean has become increasingly stable, allowing some internal alien resistance groups to resurface, though they aren't significant. They only cause minor troubles for the Taishui Mansion. I didn't expect they'd dare to launch a public assault during the Academy competition, Amiri said nonchalantly. With such vast territory and numerous races and lives, these organizations are bound to exist forever. But since they dare to show their faces openly, it's time for the Taishui Mansion to demonstrate its power. Jacqueline nodded. I'll report this to the Mansion Lord later. On the platform, the stern hawk casually injured the 3 Blade Clan experts before sealing them using binding spells. We'll go interrogate them first. You control the situation here. He left together with another Taishui Mansion member of the Tiger Clan, quietly taking the 3 Blade Clan members away. In the temporary interrogation room, the 3 Blade Clan members were tightly bound and thrown carelessly onto the ground. The burly Tiger Clan member approached, stepping on one of them and coldly demanded, talk. Do you have accomplices? Where are they? And what is your purpose? The Blade Clan member grunted, then sneered, a Tiger Clan member, willing to be a human lackey. You will end up like us eventually. The Tiger Clan member's face darkened, crushing the Blade Clan member's arms underfoot and snarled, stop talking nonsense. Answer my questions, or I'll crush every bone in your body. The Blade Clan member continued to ridicule the Taishui Mansion's Tiger Clan member, who decisively shattered most of his bones. During the subsequent interrogation, the other 2 Blade Clan members were equally defiant, refusing to yield and instead constantly taunting and even cursing. Forget it. We'll hand them over to the specialized interrogation team when we return to the sub-headquarters. The stern hawk, who had been observing indifferently, remarked, these people are merely being manipulated by stronger figures, wanting to create chaos. The Tiger Clan member nodded. They disregard others' lives and spread turmoil everywhere. In my opinion, they should have long been dealt with through collective punishment, forcing their associates to divulge the true masterminds to prevent further trouble. The stern hawk remained non-committal. We'll follow the higher-ups' arrangements. On the stage, Clyde held his longsword and engaged in intense combat with another Santiago. Sword light and blade shadows filled the arena, sharp sword auras frequently bursting forth. This was the final showdown. After pairwise battles between the top 3, Kai Stefania lost both matches and became the 3rd place. Only Clyde and Billy remained to compete for the championship. Their fierce battle had lasted for about 3 minutes. During this time, they clashed hundreds of times, sustaining slight injuries but remained fiercely determined. Amiri suddenly remarked, Stefan Clyde is going to win. Jacqueline, unsurprised, added, after all, he's our son, with superior physical attributes and endurance far better than his opponent. In prolonged full-power combat, he naturally holds the advantage. As if on cue, on the stage, Clyde delivered a full-powered strike with his sword, colliding with his opponent's broadsword. The latter's wrist loosened, dropping his weapon. SSSCH. The longsword slashed across the opponent's chest, spouting blood. Billy grunted, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces and clutching his bleeding chest wound. You lose. Clyde pointed his sword downward, crimson blood dripping from the tip. I lose. Billy admitted defeat with a somber expression. The middle-aged man immediately flew onto the stage, giving Billy a medicinal pill, then approached Clyde. Clyde wins. I hereby announce the champion of this year's Xianxia Star Academy joint competition, Clyde. The middle-aged man's clear voice echoed across the square. Countless spectators cheered wildly, shouting Clyde's name in celebration. Clyde's lips curved into a happy smile. Although he was often called a genius, this was the first time he received such an honor. At that moment, he noticed something unusual. Amidst the jubilant crowd, a small area remained eerily quiet. 2 figures were watching him with smiles. Mother and Father. Father is back. Clyde's heart pounded with joy after a brief moment of surprise. Despite their simple disguise, he recognized them instantly. Hashtag chapter 398, Cosmic Vessel. Clyde absent-mindedly completed the remaining procedures, including the award ceremony that made countless contestants envious. He cooperated dazedly with the host until the latter announced the competition officially over. Stephental Clyde immediately ran excitedly to Amiri and his companion. "Father, you're back?" Amiri smiled at him. "I came back to see all of you." After saying this, he teleported them instantly back home. "Congratulations on winning the championship. It seems your strength has improved significantly." Stephental Clyde was unusually excited. More than a year without seeing his father had accumulated many words he wanted to say. He kept chattering in Amiri's ear. Amiri listened with a smile the whole time. Jacqueline quietly flew out of the courtyard to buy dinner and returned soon after. Then, the three sat at the stone table in the yard. Even while eating, Stephental Clyde couldn't hide his excitement and smiled constantly. "Your performance today was excellent. Do you want to learn more advanced martial arts?" Amiri suddenly asked. Stephental Clyde nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I do." Jacqueline frowned. At his current age and level of martial arts cultivation, it won't be easy for him to learn heaven-level martial arts. Amiri smiled calmly. "It doesn't matter. With my understanding of martial techniques, I can break them down step by step and teach from the basics. Even if he were a fool, I could help him master divine-level martial arts." Stephental Clyde quickly said, "I'm not a fool." Amiri and Jacqueline couldn't help but laugh. "All right, you're not a fool." After dinner, Amiri and his son stood in the courtyard. "Do you know what is most important in battle?" Amiri asked seriously. "It's cultivation." Stephental Clyde answered without hesitation. "You're wrong. It's movement technique." Amiri shook his head slightly. "A good movement technique can save your life when fighting stronger opponents or being besieged by many strong enemies. In battle, staying alive comes first. Only by surviving do you have a future." Stephental Clyde hesitated. "But, if my cultivation is high enough, I can defeat the opponent directly. Can you guarantee that your cultivation will always be higher than everyone else's?" "But, I also can't guarantee that my movement technique will always be better than everyone else's." Amiri was silent for a moment before sighing. "In just over a year, not only has your strength improved, but your mind has become sharper too. You've formed your own ideas, which is very good." Stephental Clyde spoke earnestly. "Of course, at the academy, I don't just cultivate. I also study many things. These basic principles I understand well." Amiri turned to look at him and said seriously, "Today, I'll teach you another principle. When facing an unbeatable opponent, sometimes you need to abandon your firmly held views. Whether you accept it or not, you must adapt to avoid provoking them." "Understand?" Stephental Clyde seemed to understand but not quite, tilting his head. "But, right is right and wrong is wrong." Clyde lightly shouted, "Simply put, if you don't listen to me, I'll beat you." With that, Amiri moved, appearing in front of Stephental Clyde, deliberately pausing for a moment. As Stephental Clyde reacted, Amiri struck with a punch. As Stephental Clyde instinctively prepared to block, Amiri flashed again, appearing behind him and striking his back with a palm. Clyde stumbled but managed to stand steady. "I ask you again, which is more important, movement technique or cultivation?" "Movement technique." Stephental Clyde answered decisively. Amiri smiled contentedly. "That's right. A good movement technique can greatly enhance your ability to protect yourself. Today, I will teach you my specialty, great teleportation. Of course, I will break it down into 10 stages so you can gradually master this powerful movement technique." Amiri's great teleportation had long reached the chaos level, and his mastery was perfect, allowing him to divide or modify it easily. Teaching it was effortless. For such a high-level movement technique, even reaching the initial stage would significantly improve Stephental Clyde's movement, thus boosting his overall strength. In the days that followed, Stephental Clyde stayed at home, practicing movement techniques under Amiri's guidance daily, or cultivating the swallowing heaven evolution technique. Not only him, Jacqueline took advantage of this time to continue learning advanced versions of the great teleportation and the swallowing heaven evolution technique from Amiri. Years ago, she had learned these two techniques and already mastered teleportation, though not deeply. She seldom showed this ability, keeping it as a hidden trump card. The swallowing heaven evolution technique, which could drastically increase cultivation speed, naturally remained her priority. During this period, Jacqueline personally reported Clyde's attack incident to Hicks, which caused great concern. As a result, a series of sweeping actions unfolded across the southern star sea, especially in Stefanangi Star where the incident occurred, leading to serious investigations. Many alien rogue cultivators were killed during this period. For a long time afterward, the Taisui Mansion tightened its control over alien rogue cultivators, becoming stringent and even harsh, causing complaints among many rogue cultivators. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, a deep gray spherical flying object continuously blinked. Each blink transported it trillions of miles away before it blinked again without pause. This was a cosmic vessel. As its name implies, it was an advanced spacecraft capable of traversing the universe. Even within the entire heavenly spring star system of the divine race, there was only one such vessel, known only to the oldest few elders. Its single movement covered several times the distance of a space-time boat. Furthermore, it lacked the teleportation intervals, making its overall speed hundreds of times faster than the space-time boat, and tens of thousands of times faster than light. After months of long-distance travel, the cosmic vessel arrived in an even vaster star region. Draperized by a signal, it stopped outside a planet. Several vessels emerged simultaneously from the planet, escorting out a dozen 8-winged divine race members. That is a cosmic vessel, the highest-grade spacecraft. Seeing the cosmic vessel, the dozen divine race members looked solemn and politely halted it, shouting from afar, "Please stop for inspection." Inside the cosmic vessel, an aged 16-winged divine race member emerged, speaking solemnly, "We are the leaders of the expansion core. We encountered significant trouble and need to see the clan leader immediately. Please arrange for us as soon as possible." The dozen 8-winged divine race members did not dare to slack off, but still strictly verified their identities before reporting upwards. Receiving approval, they escorted the 3 elderly divine race members from the cosmic vessel inside the planet. After multiple verifications, they finally used a transmission array to reach a vibrant green living planet. Note asterisk the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring continuity and coherence with previous content. Chapter 399, Lord Adon. In a spacious and bright palace, 3 slightly aged 16-winged divine beings sat cross-legged. Clan leader Leighton, that human named Amiri is truly formidable. No one within the Saint King realm can match him. If we let him continue unchecked, our branch in the Marisaquan star system might really be destroyed by him alone. So this time, we have no choice but to return to the main clan for assistance, said the middle-aged divine being gravely. Facing them was another 16-winged divine being, a middle-aged man. Hearing this, he showed a look of difficulty and frowned, saying, Elder Honor, if it were only a matter of a Saint King realm powerhouse, the main clan could easily dispatch several hundred to provide support. But since his strength surpasses the Saint King realm, only Lord Heavenly Venerable himself can deal with him. You also know that Lord Heavenly Venerable generally resides in different places for cultivation and wouldn't bother unless it affects the entire Baishan constellation. A small star system occupied by an expansionary force is of no concern. I can only promise to report to Lord Heavenly Venerable and see if he decides to act, and when he will do so, it all depends on his mood. The elderly divine being named Honor sighed softly. Clan leader Leighton, I understand. Lord Heavenly Venerable is beyond us. None of us can make demands on him. Just arrange the report and ensure that every piece of information about that human is conveyed to Lord Heavenly Venerable. That human's strength is indeed astonishing, and his potential cannot be underestimated. If not removed early, he will become a great threat to our divine race. Clan leader Leighton nodded seriously. The Baishan constellation has over 1,000 star systems, with vast and boundless territory, and the number of divine beings is virtually infinite and impossible to count. Every moment, countless divine beings are born and countless die. Among these countless divine beings, besides the dozen or so rarely seen Heavenly Venerables, Saint Kings already count as the top-tier powerhouses in the Baishan constellation. Thus, even clan leader Leighton couldn't help but take the 3 elders returning from the Marisaquan star system seriously. After a brief discussion on the development of the Marisaquan star system, clan leader Leighton left the palace, quietly teleported to an ordinary planet, and then flew into the starry sky. In the vast expanse of space, a white light suddenly flickered in an empty area, distorting the surrounding light as if scorched by extreme heat, then turned pitch black as if all light had been consumed. Clan leader Leighton stopped not far away and respectfully said, Lord Adon, the expansionary force in the distant Marisaquan star system has been invaded by a powerful human. The enemy possesses various formidable means. Even 100 Saint King elders united cannot match him. We came back specially to seek your support, Lord. A handsome young divine being appeared where the light changed. He had only one pair of enormous iridescent wings, emitting specks of colorful light that made him appear elegantly dreamlike. Is this a human of the Heavenly Venerable realm? Lord Adon asked indifferently. Not a Heavenly Venerable. Based on the intelligence from the Marisaquan star system, the human named Amiri's cultivation isn't actually very high. However, his comprehension of the laws seems extraordinary, resulting in his exceptional strength. This is the specific intelligence on Amiri. Please review it, Lord Adon. Clan leader Leighton respectfully handed over a jade slip. After reviewing it, Lord Adon smiled enigmatically. Truly a renowned race in the universe. The human's potential is indeed remarkable. Another world-shaking genius appears, truly commendable. He glanced at clan leader Leighton and said calmly, in that case, I will take a look. For a Heavenly Venerable who masters the origin of laws, all who are not at the Heavenly Venerable realm are mere ants. No matter how terrifying Amiri's achievements or how powerful his abilities, to Lord Adon, he remained merely a stronger ant. It was Amiri's extraordinary talent that he found intolerable. On divine territory, other races could exist, but no out-of-control strong powers would be allowed. The Baishan constellation is divine territory. Every star system occupied by the expansionary forces is divine territory. A few months later, Lord Adon arrived at the Xianxia star of the Marisaquan star system along with the 3 elders, including Elder Honor. This was the first time clan leader Homer knew of the main clan's existence, yet he dared not doubt the words of the 3 elders, given their status as the most ancient members of the Marisaquan divine race. Moreover, simply from the mysterious aura and formidable pressure emitted by Lord Adon, he could sense his terrifying strength and the overwhelming bloodline suppression. This was an infinitely superior existence, far more formidable than a Saint King Elder. Greetings, Lord Adon. Homer bowed respectfully. Give me the latest intelligence. Where is that human named Amiri now? Lord Adon demanded bluntly. Homer maintained his bowing posture. Amiri hasn't been seen for over a year. He is likely still in seclusion on some frontline planet. Lord Adon frowned slightly, coldly saying, then force him out. Notify me immediately when you have news. Yes. Homer continued bowing, then straightened up, saying respectfully, Lord Adon, please stay temporarily as you have traveled far. I'll immediately arrange matters concerning Amiri. No need, just call my name when you have news. With that, Lord Adon vanished from the palace. Seeing him suddenly leave, Homer sighed in relief and whispered to the 3 elders, Elders, may I ask if Lord Adon truly has confidence in dealing with Amiri? Elder Honor immediately replied, of course, the Heavenly Venerable realm surpasses the Saint King realm. He is a true invincible being, controlling the origin of laws. Amiri, no matter how many Saint Kings he defeats or how powerful his abilities, remains merely an ant if he hasn't reached the Heavenly Venerable realm. Elder Honor glanced at Homer. And don't mention the Heavenly Venerable's name carelessly, they can sense it. Homer nodded awkwardly. Understood. He whispered again. Since the Heavenly Venerable is so powerful, can you ask him to destroy Renzu's star and Majuzu's star? It would pave the way for our unification of the Marisaquan star system. Whatever resources the Heavenly Venerable needs can be discussed. Elder Honor smirked disdainfully. As long as other races don't affect the bigger picture or produce uncontrollable powerhouses, the Heavenly Venerable won't intervene. Don't hope for it. As for resources, the Heavenly Venerable can control the origin of laws, convert matter and energy at will, and possesses infinite power. Do you think he would be interested in our limited resources? ##### Chapter 400. We must find Xerxes. At the border star domain between the Jinsaman race and the Divine race, the major planets had long been sealed off, with one by one of the Divine race's planets silently falling into the hands of the Jinsaman race. However, on this day, when a Jinsaman race legion invaded another Divine race planet once more, they encountered fierce counterattacks from several Saint Realm Divine race members working together. Caught off guard, the entire Jinsaman race legion was easily annihilated. Fortunately, before the legion's destruction, brief intelligence about this battle was promptly sent back to the main legion headquarters. This situation unfolded simultaneously across over a dozen planets, which meant over a dozen Jinsaman race legions were all wiped out at once. For the Jinsaman race, in this war that had lasted for 2 years, this was already the biggest loss they had faced. Commander Jedediah wore an expression as solemn as water. After consulting with several deputy commanders, he decided to immediately request reinforcements from within the clan. After all, Xerxes was deep in seclusion, and no one knew his whereabouts. The upcoming battles could only rely on themselves. Moreover, Xerxes had already eliminated over 200 ancient ancestors of the Divine race, along with numerous great sage and Saint Realm powerhouses, causing their overall strength to plummet significantly. Under these circumstances, what did the Jinsaman race have to fear? Even in a direct clash, the Jinsaman race had a high chance of defeating the Divine race. Not to mention they could use Xerxes' name to intimidate the opposition, creating psychological pressure. All advantages, time, place, and people, lay with the Jinsaman race. Soon after receiving the plea for help, clan leader Matt of the Jinsaman race quickly began gathering the strong members of the clan to rush to the front lines for support. Several days later, when the Jinsaman race reinforcement legions arrived and attempted to invade Divine race territory again, they found the latter had also bolstered their forces. After intense combat, both sides retreated. Divine Ancestor Star. Upon receiving the frontline battle report, Homer's brows knitted tightly. In such a situation, Amiri still hasn't shown up? Could it be that he left long ago? You're right. For over a year now, our frontline legions have faced almost no resistance. Hence, Amiri hasn't appeared for over a year. Then where could he have gone? Hiding to cultivate in secret? Or, wait, during the battle on Henri Star, among the survivors who escaped, some mentioned seeing a Jinsaman race member tens of thousands of meters tall. According to their descriptions, it was suspected to be Amiri. Now that I think about it, since he openly used such a method, he must have known that his true identity was exposed and might have guessed that we would send someone to deal with the Southern Brilliant Starseed. So, Amiri is likely back at the Southern Brilliant Starseed right now. Homer smacked his head in frustration. Damn it, if only we had guessed this earlier, we wouldn't have so easily lost so many planets. He immediately shouted towards the door. Someone, an 8-winged Divine race member rushed in. Immediately notify the frontline war legion to begin counterattacking the Jinsaman race. Reclaim our lost territories. Clan leader Homer said with fervor. Meanwhile, the Jinsaman race legion, Jedediah gathered with several deputy commanders. The Divine race previously refrained from deploying Saint Realm powerhouses against our invasion out of fear of Xerxes' strength. After yesterday's battle, they probably realized Xerxes is no longer part of the legion. As a result, to reverse their decline over the past 2 years, the Divine race will undoubtedly mobilize even stronger forces to engage us head-on. The upcoming battles will be tough, one deputy commander said gravely. Jedediah's expression remained heavy. Our current overall strength surpasses the Divine race. If it comes down to a direct clash, there's no need for us to be afraid. The most pressing question is, why did the Divine race suddenly gain the confidence to resist us, even dare to face us in a large-scale battle? Another person asked, is it because Xerxes hasn't appeared for so long, prompting them to test whether he's still in the legion? Probably not. Jedediah shook his head slightly. If it was just a probe, they wouldn't act so decisively, deploying a large number of powerhouses on over a dozen planets and mobilizing powerful legions capable of directly engaging us. This seems more like a sudden surge in confidence, as if they are no longer afraid of Xerxes. Jedediah scanned the others with a grave look. We may not only face the Divine race legion's counterattack, but also an invincible powerhouse capable of rivaling Xerxes. Everyone involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Everyone was well aware of Xerxes' accomplishments. Having such a formidable ally made everyone feel reassured. But imagining an equally powerful existence on the opposite side only filled them with dread. Able to fight hundreds single-handedly, teleporting over great distances instantly, using terrifying barriers that left enemies helpless, the entire Divine race had no choice but to avoid battling him. Just how formidable would a being capable of countering Xerxes be? If Jedediah's speculation was true, the Jinsaman race might soon face the same desperate situation the Divine race initially endured. We must find Xerxes. This thought flashed through everyone's mind simultaneously. Jedediah continued, my decision is to temporarily cease hostilities and observe the movements of the Divine race legion. If they show any signs of taking initiative, it likely confirms my suspicions. If there are none, we will immediately request reinforcements from within the clan to engage the Divine race in a decisive battle. Please inform the other deputy commanders to halt all offensive actions and prepare defensive measures. Yes. The deputy commanders responded in unison. Jedediah immediately dispatched someone to send all frontline intelligence and his conjectures back to the Jinsaman Ancestor Star, requesting an urgent search for Xerxes. It's not about fearing the worst but preparing for it. The Jinsaman race's major conflict with the Divine race was initiated by Xerxes himself, with him being the strategic core. At critical moments, his presence was indispensable. Jinsaman Ancestor Star. Matt frowned deeply. He agreed with Jedediah's guesswork. After all, The divine race had not dared to resist before, especially after Amiri killed so many of their ancient ancestors, leading them to abandon the front lines entirely. Now their actions were clearly abnormal. The biggest problem now was that he didn't know Xerxes' whereabouts and couldn't locate him. Xerxes has been gone for over a year, and there's no telling when he will return. Before then, it seems we can only engage the divine race head-on, Matt sighed, a bitter smile on his face. At the border star domain between the two races, the divine race legion gathered and launched a resolute counterattack. Countless powerhouses from both races fought fiercely, spilling blood across the starry sky. To reclaim lost territory swiftly and boost morale, the divine race indeed kept sending reinforcements, presenting a stance of dying with the Xuanhuan race, as if determined to vent all their grievances from the past 2 years in the upcoming battles. Chapter 401. Heading to Nanming Star Sea. The battlefield situation was rapidly changing. From cowering and dodging, the divine race had now transformed into a valiant offensive force, recapturing dozens of life-bearing planets in one move. This invigorated the divine race army tremendously. Homer also confirmed, more or less, Amiri's departure from this point. However, facing an existence like Lord Landinchenzin, he didn't dare take his guess as a definite conclusion, no matter how high the probability. Divine Ancestor Star. In the clan leader's council hall, Homer cautiously called out, Lord Landinchenzin. In the next moment, white light flashed, and Lord Landinchenzin abruptly appeared in the council hall, speaking coldly. Have you found any news of Amiri? Homer hurriedly bowed. Lord Landinchenzin, based on our probes, Amiri is most likely no longer in the Marisaquan star system but has probably returned to his homeland, Nanming Star Sea. Landinchianzu raised an eyebrow lightly. Possibility? Homer hurriedly replied. Amiri's teleportation ability is extremely strong. Unless he chooses to reveal himself, we can't directly obtain information about him. We can only infer his whereabouts based on available intelligence. Please forgive me, Lord Landinchenzin. Bring me to the Xuanhuan race headquarters. I will personally interrogate their clan leader. Landinchianzu said calmly. Homer's heart jumped in shock before turning overjoyed. A supreme being beyond the Holy King realm, going to the Xuanhuan Ancestor Star in person, might conveniently erase the Xuanhuan Ancestor Star, reducing one major enemy for them and avenging the invasion of the past 2 years. He did not doubt the power of the other side at all. The higher the cultivation level, the more exaggerated each major realm gap became. With 3 elder ancestors advocating so much, Lord Landinchenzin undoubtedly possessed absolute strength surpassing the Holy King realm. Thus, under Homer's personal guidance, the two arrived at a planet within the Xuanhuan race territory, easily invading it and using a teleportation array to reach the Xuanhuan Ancestor Star. Highest alert. Divine race invasion. Highest alert. Divine race invasion. Loud calls resounded in all directions. Xuanhuan clan leader Matt was the first to fly over. Fulton flashes afar showed dozens of Xuanhuan race elders hovering high in the sky. Without a word wasted, powerful attacks covered Homer and Landinchianzu instantly. Lord Landinchenzin looked calm, casually taking a step forward. Instantly, the entire world dramatically changed. Endless white light occupied everyone's sight. The light flashed and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, tranquility returned to the world. Yet what shocked Matt was that everything before him had entirely changed appearance. Luxurious palace complexes were flattened. The dozens of elders in the air were all gone, and at least several hundred Xuanhuan race experts had vanished without a trace. If not for the terrain and the sun still hanging askew in the sky, he would have even suspected whether he was suddenly transferred to another universe. Further away, more flashes of light occurred. That was where some other elders who were in seclusion observed the situation but did not dare approach carefully after seeing the frightening scene just now. Dozens of elders and hundreds of experts, along with the building complexes below, were instantly eroded by infinite white light and turned into floating light points. That was absolutely a terrifying existence beyond the Holy King realm. I heard someone call you clan leader. Tell me, where is Amiri? Landinchianzu coldly asked the only surviving human, Matt. Amiri? Matt was stunned. Amiri, also known as Devon, where is he now? A realization struck Matt. Indeed, the divine race had their trump card against Devon, which was this terrible powerhouse. Daring not to delay, he hastily replied, Devon left alone over a year ago for deep seclusion, forbidding anyone to disturb him. No one knows his whereabouts. Do you know his true identity? Landinchenzin continued to inquire. No, I merely guessed he is a powerful figure from another star domain, but didn't investigate further due to his terrifying power, replied Matt. Landinchenzin remarked indifferently, if I find you lied to me, I will personally wipe out all your human race leadership. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A dim grayish light flashed. The other dozen or so elders observing cautiously nearby reacted too late and were engulfed by the gray light, quickly dissipating into light particles. Let's go. Landinchianzu glanced neither at the dead elders nor at Homer beside him, saying casually, this kind of power, too terrifying. Both Homer and Matt were almost numb with shock. They had never imagined there could be such a terrifying existence in this universe. Originally thinking the Holy King realm was the limit, Amiri's emergence let them know there were always greater entities beyond one's perception, and even the Holy King realm far from invincible. Now, Landinchianzu's presence allowed them to experience the insignificance of a Holy King as mere ants, with tens of Holy Kings perishing soundlessly in a wave of his hand. Not a hint of resistance. They couldn't even dodge, only dying helplessly like insects. So this is an existence beyond the Holy King realm. Matt stood dazed, his body stiff. Homer then led Landinchianzu away promptly. Back to Divine Ancestor Star. Have Thorn come to me? Landinchianzu remarked casually. Homer opened his mouth but finally respectfully answered, yes. He wanted to request Landinchianzu to destroy the Xuanhuan Ancestor Star, since it certainly housed more than those few elders. Completely annihilating it would strike a devastating blow to the human race. But intimidated by Landinchianzu's might, he dared not speak up. Only when the duo left did Matt fully recover. Looking at the vast, empty expanse, he sighed deeply. An existence beyond the Holy King realm. I wonder if Devon can contend. Never thought the divine race had such profound reserves. Other Jensen Man race elders came out of seclusion, flying over. Some still unaware, they asked curiously, what happened? Were the divine race invaders repelled? Matt solemnly recounted everything, drawing exclamations. Supreme beings beyond the Holy King realm. Everyone's faces fell. Matt smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the opponent seemed not too concerned with us and didn't cause large-scale destruction. Otherwise, the Jensen Man ancestor star wouldn't be safe, and all of us would face dire straits. The elders lapsed into silence. And now, the dilemma once faced by the divine race falls upon us to decide. Should we continue the war? The numerous elders exchanged glances. Elsewhere, back at the divine ancestor star, Homer immediately ordered Thorn and the others brought over. Set off. To the Naming Star Sea. Landon Xianxia said casually. Chapter 402. Cultivation rises 8 levels in one go. In the southern bright star sea, amidst the void of space outside Xianxia star, Amiri battled relentlessly with 50 other divine elders, his potential points skyrocketing crazily. He had been back for a year now. During this period, apart from dedicating one day each month to teaching Jacqueline and the other cultivation techniques, he spent almost all his time battling divine elders in space. All the vast potential points he accumulated were poured into enhancing his cultivation level. Consequently, his cultivation soared from 1st level Deity King realm to 8th level Deity King realm. His personal stats panel was now truly impressive. Host, Amiri. Cultivation level, 8th level Deity King realm. Martial arts techniques, Universal Great Annihilation, Chaotic. Void Great Shift, Chaotic. Xianxia Aura Field, Primordial level. World's Prohibition Technique, Chaotic. Return to Origin Technique, Primordial level. Primary Cultivation Technique. Swallowing Heaven Creation Technique, Chaotic. Myriad Calamities Indestructible Heavenly Technique, Chaotic. Secret Techniques, Indestructible Golden Body, Primordial level. Star Plucking Hand, Primordial level. Immeasurable Illusory Form, Primordial level. Endless Star Map, Primordial level. Remaining potential points, 79,300 trillion. As the battles continued, his potential points kept growing at an astounding rate. Until one moment, when his potential points surpassed the 80,000 trillion mark, he immediately murmured in his mind, upgrade cultivation level. Beep. Consuming 80,000 trillion potential points, your cultivation is upgraded to 9th level Deity King realm. Amiri's body shuddered. His entire physical state strengthened dramatically once again. His physique's improvement was particularly astonishing. Even without the invisible defensive field of Xianxia Aura, his bare flesh could easily withstand combined attacks from the 50 elders. Each full-strength strike by the Fulton Giant left only centimeter-deep wounds on his body, which healed instantly. This nearly caused the Fulton Giant to lose its will to fight. But remembering that he finally had a glimmer of hope for survival, it dared not slack off for fear of being permanently sealed by Amiri. Just 2 more minor levels to reach the Sage Realm. At that point, my strength would leap significantly, allowing me to handle even Amias or any terrifying beings mentioned by Amias. A smile unconsciously spread across Amiri's face. Unlike when he taught his son, he valued cultivation deeply, as it was the foundation of everything. Advancing in cultivation signified the evolution of his body. Not mentioning other things, just considering his current combat ability, it far outpaced that of Saint King Realm experts. Without various miraculous abilities converging within him, defeating any single Saint King Realm expert purely based on one aspect of advantage was simply impossible. Therefore, given the ample supply of potential points at present, Amiri's best choice was to continuously enhance his cultivation until he reached the Sage Realm, whereupon his power would undergo a fundamental transformation. However, sometimes events did not go as planned. The Universe Cruiser, traveling at 10,000 times the speed of light, crossed over 100 light-years in a few days, moving from the Marisaquan star system to the southern bright star sea. When the dark gray cruiser approached a border planet, it was immediately detected by the planetary defenders, who promptly sent alarms to the headquarters. Meanwhile, a dozen shuttlecraft emerged into space, vigilantly awaiting the cruiser's approach. Stop immediately for inspection. Dozens of defenders blocked the cruiser's path, sternly ordering. Suddenly, flashes illuminated the area. Whether it was the shuttles or the focused defenders, they simultaneously disintegrated into scattered light particles. Shuttlecraft farther away swiftly transmitted reports. Instantly, the entire planet entered a state of highest alert. At the supreme residence of the Taishui Mansion, Elder Wan on duty immediately ordered subordinates to report to Master Hicks, while assigning trusted aides to search for Amiri and Jacqueline on Xianxia star. Only a few individuals within the entire mansion knew their whereabouts, including the rotating Elder Wan. Upon receiving the report, Jacqueline's heart skipped a beat. So soon? Are you sure they are divine race? The aide hurriedly replied, we cannot be certain, but their craft resembles those used by the divine race and triggered similar alerts. They also mercilessly attacked, killing dozens of defenders. Jacqueline frowned, sensing something was amiss. She nodded cautiously, wait here for a moment. She then transformed into white light and flew skyward. Reaching Amiri's battle location took her a few minutes at superluminal speed. Something's happened. Her grave tone immediately drew Amiri's attention. Without hesitation, he resealed the 50 elders, inquired about the situation, and returned to Xianxia star with her. On the other side, after entering the planet, the cruiser brazenly hovered mid-air. Go ask about Amiri's whereabouts and create some commotion. Emperor Arnid said calmly. Yes. The 3 elders bowed, then exited the cruiser. They found themselves surrounded by other defenders. Effortlessly destroying several shuttles, they captured a few to inquire about Amiri's whereabouts. Naturally, ordinary people didn't know Amiri had returned. After questioning yielded no results, they killed all defenders and launched numerous laser beams from above, causing devastation on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The land rumbled. Countless lives perished under their relentless attacks. Concerned about accidentally damaging the teleportation array preventing Amiri from arriving, they exercised some restraint, avoiding large-scale destruction. Further away, defenders observed the three divine elders warily. Previously, Amiri had briefed Hicks about the divine race's basics, who selectively revealed some information to better prepare for them. Thus, everyone generally knew that through their wings, the strength of the divine race could be estimated. 16-winged divine race members were Saint Realm experts. Though unable to precisely gauge whether they were Sage Realm, Great Sage Realm, or Saint King Realm, any of these categories warranted serious concern throughout the southern Bright Star Sea. And now, 3 invading divine race members were Saint Realm experts. Defenders gasped, hiding even more cautiously. To date, the southern Bright Star Sea officially acknowledged only 4 Saint Realm experts. Among them, the strongest Amiri's whereabouts were unknown, and new Saint Realm experts like Jacqueline had yet to publicly defeat others of their realm. Facing 3 invading divine race Saint Realm experts, confidence and resistance waned. An expert quickly returned via teleportation to report this information to Elder One, sending updates to Stefanangi Star. This moment, Amiri and Jacqueline had just returned to the planet's surface. 3 16-winged divine race members? Amiri smiled calmly. Relax. It's mine to handle. Chapter 403. Where I jammeled, that is my world. When Amiri and Serenity were teleported to the target planet, the 3 elven ancestors were still wreaking havoc everywhere. Endless laser cannons rained down on the land, creating countless massive craters. Mountains were flattened, cities destroyed, and countless people died in explosions. Amiri appeared suddenly behind one of the elven ancestors with Serenity by his side after locating their target, and immediately unleashed a palm strike. The elven ancestor reacted swiftly, turning around instantly, but chose to evade rather than retaliate, shouting, "Amiri has appeared!" A powerful shockwave spread through the air. His astonishing reaction speed made Amiri pause. A Saint King Realm? In his view, this invader should be that Saint King Realm ancestor named Justino from the captive's accounts. But such an attack to draw him out seemed like a subordinate's job. It was unexpected that Justino would personally handle it. Looks like you're Justino. Although I don't know why you arrived so quickly, meeting me means your goals won't be achieved. Amiri smiled calmly. At this moment, a beam of light flashed. Arnid Marissa's appeared nearby, gazing at Amiri with indifference. You must be Amiri. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a grayish light enveloped Amiri's body silently. Amiri's flesh began to dissolve into light. So powerful. This level of attack can only come from someone above the Saint King realm. Surprised, Amiri teleported back to Serenity and took her back to the sub-headquarters teleportation array. Arnid Marissa's, about to pursue, suddenly paused. Jensen? Left a mark on me? Indeed remarkable. Alas, such a trick is ineffective on me. He shook slightly, dispersing the invisible mark completely. Meanwhile, Amiri, having teleported beside the teleportation array, said hastily, Run, he's too strong. Seeing Amiri's wounds already healed, Serenity, who had been tense, relaxed slightly but remained solemn. She'd never seen anyone visibly injure Amiri before, clearly indicating their foe was far stronger. Fortunately, Amiri's healing ability was strong, along with his instant teleportation skill, so she wasn't overly worried about his safety. Serenity nodded decisively, be very careful, and left via the teleportation array. Relieved, Amiri used the endless star map to sense Arnid Marissa's position but found his mark had vanished, surprising him further. This was the first time someone broke his endless star map, reminding him no skill was invincible forever. He then sensed another elven ancestor and teleported next to him. Arnid Marissa's. Startled, the elf immediately fled. Arnid Marissa's flashed beside Amiri again, his hazy light enveloping Amiri. As the light silently eroded his flesh, Amiri extended both hands, and countless golden dragons emerged, forming a huge golden barrier in an instant. Arnid Marissa's expressed slight surprise. The oppressive power of the barrier was formidable even for him. When it formed, an unknown force subtly restrained him, limiting his law power usage. Amiri didn't stop. As his wounds rapidly healed, his body grew larger, expanding the golden barrier's range. The 3 elven ancestors looked horrified. Enclosed in the golden barrier for the first time, they understood why so many ancestors fell to this person. They felt more than half their strength restrained, unable to use their law powers. Even their speed was severely restricted. Everyone on the planet, human or otherwise, was almost all within the golden barrier, feeling panicked though unaffected. Amiri's towering form pierced the clouds as he declared deeply, Leave this planet. His voice resonated over most of the planet. Unconcerned about the commotion, he hurled a fist-sized mountain towards Arnid Marissa's. The enormous fist sliced through the sky like a meteor, compressing the air into a visible wall. Arnid Marissa's gazed at Amiri's enormous fist calmly. Despite the power gap, even the golden barrier couldn't fully suppress him. He could still freely use his law powers. Raising his hand, a torrent of white light surged upwards, instantly forming a giant white hand clashing with the incoming fist. Boom! An explosion echoed like thunder, sending shockwaves wildly in every direction. Both seemed locked in a stalemate, but Amiri's expression changed. He sensed the fluid-like white light covering his fist, dissolving his invisible field and skin into light particles. Simultaneously, his swallow heaven creation technique activated, decomposing the white light into pure energy absorbed into his body. System notifications rang continuously in his mind. Despite minor injuries, he gained substantial potential points. Smirking slightly, Amiri asked disdainfully, Is that all? He swung his other fist again. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous sounds reverberated in the sky, sweeping across the planet, lifting countless civilians into the air, torn apart by fierce air currents. Indeed, you have some skills. Arnid Marissasun smiled faintly, casually raising his hand. A hazy white light engulfed the entire sky. I stand where I am, and that makes it my world. Arnid Marissasun declared proudly. This was an enhanced domain unique to Sovereign Realm experts. Once released, everything within the domain was controlled by him. All laws fundamentally twisted. Whether water, fire, earth, wind, space, lightning, or any matter, all turned into pure light. Uninterrupted, only Holy Fulton would remain in the entire space. ##### Chapter 404. So what if he is a Marissasun? The moment the Holy Fulton domain spread out. Jensen? The barrier hasn't collapsed? Lord Landon looked at the golden barrier with mild surprise. Of course, while the barrier still existed, the suppression he felt was significantly reduced. Coupled with the enhancement effect of the domain itself, it finally allowed him to unleash his full power, nearly approaching his normal state. Clearly, your cultivation is pitifully weak, yet you've grasped the essence of the law, even surpassing me slightly. Truly an enviable comprehension. Unfortunately, the vast gap in cultivation cannot be bridged by that slight advantage in understanding the law. Today, I'll let you witness the might of the Marissasun realm. Lord Landon moved swiftly, appearing behind Amiri and striking with a sudden palm. A bright white light screen shot out from his palm, rapidly expanding and almost instantly piercing through Amiri's massive body before sweeping over the planet below. Amiri's surface flesh was instantly dissolved in a layer, and the entire planet was effortlessly erased for more than half, as if cut by a sharp blade, leaving a smooth cut. The missing half of the planet transformed into white light points, scattering beautifully in the starry sky. The remaining part of the planet quickly disintegrated, triggering earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and various terrifying disasters that turned it into ruins in an instant. The three elders of the divine race watched this scene dumbfounded. They could tell that Lord Landon deliberately avoided them when he attacked. Otherwise, this strike would have instantly disintegrated the entire planet into pure light. Such powerful means were beyond their imagination. While top-tier Xuanhuan realm experts could destroy a planet easily, they couldn't do it so effortlessly. Amidst his shock, Amiri felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness I decisively sent Arvidshu away. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have survived such a powerful attack. The divine race truly has formidable resources. The minor wounds on his body had already healed completely, and the powerful Holy Fulton forces attempting to invade his body were directly consumed, turning into potential energy points for him. This strike not only did not cause substantial harm but also left him without any lingering concerns. With the teleportation array destroyed, the opponent couldn't easily invade other planets anymore. So, let's fight it out. Lord Landon condensed a massive beam sword in his hand and slashed horizontally towards Amiri's waist. However, Amiri ignored his attack, instead focusing his gaze on the distant, dark gray spherical spacecraft. You can all stay here. With a wave of his hand, immense force almost shook the void, sending a destructive spatial shockwave forward fiercely. Oh no, he's going to destroy the space cruiser. The three elders watching from afar were alarmed. Without the space cruiser, even if they managed to kill Amiri smoothly, returning to the heavenly spring star system wouldn't be easy. Thus, they rushed over to intercept. However, under the weakened golden barrier suppression, their rule powers were still greatly restricted, forcing them to use only their physical strength, which naturally couldn't fully block Amiri's attack. The spatial shockwave swept through, effortlessly disintegrating the space cruiser into fine particles that drifted in the starry sky. At the same time, Lord Landon's gigantic light sword struck Amiri's waist, breaking through the invisible force field's defense and slicing open his skin. But the sword only penetrated less than 10 meters before being halted by his robust physique. So what if you're a legendary Marissasun? Weren't you going to show me your might? Why haven't you started yet? Amiri casually retracted his right arm, stretching his body indifferently as he spoke without looking back. After returning to the South Bright Star Sea, his main cultivation technique, Bernie Jebu Myemarissagong, upgraded from the origin level to the chaos level, greatly enhancing his physical strength. Plus, his cultivation had advanced by 8 levels. His current physique was at least 10 times stronger than when he faced the 4 top Xuanhuan realm experts. Even against the terrifying existence mentioned by Alex, he was confident he could stand firm. Now that the opponent was in front of him, he indeed resisted the attack effortlessly. This gave Amiri absolute confidence that he could remain unbeaten. This thought put him in high spirits, and he laughed heartily, turning around to attack Lord Landon. Fierce spatial shockwaves raged in all directions. Lord Landon was both shocked and enraged, moving like 1,000 shadows around Amiri, slashing sword after sword. His speed exceeded Amiri's reaction time. Yet, each sword strike only pierced through Amiri's outer layer, unable to advance further. Punch after punch landed in the void, continuously stirring up spatial shockwaves, reducing everything around him to nothingness. The 3 elders watching from afar were speechless, completely astonished that the unimaginably strong Lord Landon couldn't subdue Amiri. Though prior intelligence had mentioned Amiri's formidable physique, it only equated to the Xuanhuan realm level at most. But in just over a year, his physique had improved incredibly. His growth rate was even more frightening than his power. If we don't eliminate him, he will surely become a disaster for the entire divine race. This thought instinctively surfaced in the minds of the 3 elders. Their concept of the divine race wasn't limited to those in the heavenly spring star system but encompassed a vast empire centered on the White Mountain constellation, spanning thousands of star systems. Seeing that he couldn't immediately defeat Lord Landon, Amiri shifted his focus to the 3 elders. They were instantly startled. Quick escape. Leave the barrier range to avoid getting caught in the Marissasun battle. They turned and fled madly outside the barrier. Amiri extended his hand remotely. Full-power Jai Nicholasing hand descended like a massive hand covering the sky. Golden chains sprang from the edge of the barrier, entangling the 3 elders. Unfortunately, Amiri's barrier suppression was somewhat weakened by Lord Landon's Holy Fulton domain, allowing the three elders to dodge the Xianxia hand's reach and break free of the barrier range. Lord Landon continued to relentlessly attack around Amiri. How dare you, lowly human, ignore me. No matter how strong your recovery, it cannot be infinite. Let's see how long you can endure. Lord Landon, thoroughly enraged by Amiri's actions, struck more viciously, his movements subtly faster. Amiri helplessly retracted his gaze. Seems like I have to deal with you first before handling those three small fries. Just give me 6 months, and I should be able to upgrade to the Sage Realm. Then, none of you birds will be able to escape. ##### Chapter 405. He has become stronger. ###### At the Tai Sui Mansion's main headquarters, Jacqueline returned via the teleportation array and immediately sought out Elder Xuan, who was on duty. The invading divine race this time is extremely powerful. Amiri is currently battling them alone. If any information comes in, please inform me immediately. Xuan nodded solemnly, fully aware that if Amiri and his companion were facing just ordinary Holy Realm experts, Jacqueline wouldn't have avoided the battle. The enemy must be putting immense pressure on both of them. Such a formidable opponent posed a significant threat to the entire Southern Star Sea. Xuan promptly summoned an underling. Monitor the situation closely on xuanhuan Star. Report back to me as soon as there's news. Yes. The subordinate turned and left. However, he quickly returned breathlessly. Elder, several garrison members have escaped back here, reporting that Lord Amiri transformed into a giant form and ordered everyone to flee. Since then, we've lost contact with xuanhuan Star. Jacqueline immediately responded. Dispatch nearby star garrisons to investigate, but do not approach too closely. Xuan hastily added, follow Sinclairen's orders and act quickly. The subordinate rushed off again. Do not worry, Sinclairen. With Lord Amiri's strength and past battle records, there will be no danger. We should wait patiently for more information. Jacqueline nodded. I understand. Meanwhile, near xuanhuan Star, 3 flying shuttles lifted off from another planet, entering the vast expanse of space. Several days later, they reached the position where xuanhuan Star had been. To everyone's astonishment, only a massive golden spherical barrier remained. xuanhuan Star has vanished. That is Lord Amiri's barrier. He is still engaged in combat. Shuttle 1. Return immediately to report. After a brief discussion, one shuttle turned around and headed back. The remaining 2 shuttles stayed at a considerable distance, secretly observing the battlefield. Days passed, and the second shuttle also returned while the first one rejoined them after a few days. This pattern continued, ensuring almost uninterrupted intelligence reports to the main headquarters. Upon receiving these updates, Jacqueline finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that once the battle entered a stalemate, it meant Amiri was not defeated. Reassured, she returned home on Stefanong G Star, focusing on her cultivation. With an unlimited supply of spirit stones, Jacqueline advanced smoothly to the 5th level of the Holy King realm last month. She still had more than half of the spirit stones given by Amiri. Additionally, the generous salary from her position as an elder at the Tai Sui Mansion ensured a continuous and abundant supply of spirit stones. Her cultivation progressed rapidly. #### In the Marissa Quan star system. Facing the nearly relentless counterattacks by the divine race, Jensenman clan leader Matt ordered the army to fight back. However, after several battles, it became clear that the mysterious superpower above the Holy King realm had not appeared on the battlefield or interfered in any way. Matt promptly ordered full support for the front lines. Both sides dispatched more and more powerhouses, leading to increasingly brutal battles, with countless warriors shedding blood across the cosmos. For the divine race, after being bullied by humans for 2 years, now supported by Cain, they seized the rare opportunity to regain dignity and pride. They refused to retreat. For the Jensenmans, having a clear advantage in elite forces and morale, they could not allow the divine race the chance to rise again. From the actions of the mysterious powerhouse on the Ancestor Star, it was evident that while siding with the divine race, he did not intend to directly suppress the human race. Thus, so long as the humans did not invade the divine race territories aggressively, the mystery figure was unlikely to intervene personally. Therefore, the human and divine armies clashed fiercely along the border, neither side giving an inch. ######. Time passed. In the vastness of space, within the golden spherical barrier, Amiri, whose body resembled a towering mountain, swung his arms wildly, causing shockwaves to ripple through the space. Cain circled around him ceaselessly, his colossal sword of light striking repeatedly. Despite seemingly having the upper hand, Cain frowned deeply. Amiri's incredible physical resilience and rapid healing ability far exceeded expectations. For a whole month, all injuries inflicted upon Amiri healed instantly, with no cumulative damage and no reduction in his recovery rate. Such a battle was pointless. Whenever Cain considered pausing, Amiri would provoke or outright insult him, fueling his rage and driving him to continue fighting. Both had boundless stamina, never tiring regardless of the intensity. Outside the barrier, the 3 ancestral elders of the divine race exchanged worried glances. They could not perceive the battle's progress and dared not leave without knowing the outcome. They waited anxiously for Cain to triumph. Half a year later, as Amiri's potential points finally reached the threshold for advancement, he silently commanded, "Cultivation, upgrade." Endless streams of heat surged within him, causing a slight shudder. Every inch of his flesh began to reorganize, evolving into an almost entirely new life form. Advancing from the divine realm to the holy realm represented a monumental leap in existence. Cain noticed the changes and grew anxious, slashing furiously at Amiri's forehead. But as time went on, his attacks caused less and less harm until they couldn't even break Amiri's skin. He has become stronger. Cain paused, stunned. Moments later, Amiri stretched lazily and cast a leisurely glance at Cain. "Why aren't you attacking? Didn't you come specifically to kill me?" After a moment of silence, Cain remarked seriously, "I didn't expect a mere human to possess such terrifying talent. Truly impressive." Amiri sneered, "Pathetic. You're backing down already? Since you won't attack, I will. With that, he extended his hands, releasing a swarm of golden dragons from his palms. Instantly, a new cosmic prohibition barrier formed. The substantial increase in power meant his technique's potency and the barrier's suppression capabilities had greatly enhanced. Instantaneous teleportation and space annihilation shockwave gained significant boosts, and his overall bodily enhancements multiplied his strength manifold in the blink of an eye. Chapter 406, One Punch, and the Saint King Falls. At the moment the new barrier formed, Amiri's 1,000-meter-wide giant palm shot forward. A more violent space-shattering wave surged towards Venerable Cain, leaving everything in its path reduced to ashes, revealing vast tracts of absolute nothingness. Venerable Cain's expression turned as dark as ink. Amiri's words infuriated him beyond measure. Yet, he distinctly felt the suppressive power of the barrier had increased significantly. Both his bodily constraints and the operation of rule-based powers felt noticeably sluggish. Coupled with the opponent's clearly more powerful offense, he had to admit that Amiri's current strength had truly reached the level of venerable lords. I can't continue this way. I must invite my other senior brothers. Only by combining our forces can we possibly eliminate him. Such thoughts raced through Venerable Cain's mind, but his actions did not slow for a moment. With a raised hand, a large hand formed from fluid-like white light rushed out to meet Amiri's giant palm. The glowing hand trembled slightly but showed no signs of damage. Venerable Cain thought about leaving and no longer cared about Amiri's verbal provocations. After blocking this palm, he immediately turned and flew toward the outside of the barrier. Don't even think of escaping. Amiri roared angrily, and with a swift movement, chased after him. But Isaiah's speed was extremely fast, exceeding the speed of light even under the suppression of the barrier, easily leaving the range of the barrier. Once outside the barrier, his speed became terrifyingly fast, disappearing into the vast starry sky in an instant. 3 elders waiting outside looked bewildered. Given their reaction speeds, they barely caught a glimpse of flashing light before losing all trace. At this moment, they saw the golden barrier rapidly fly toward them and quickly moved away. What's going on? Why is the barrier suddenly moving? Did you see that flash of white light just now? Could it be Venerable Cain? How could that be? Do you think Venerable Cain would run away? As they secretly speculated, a massive figure suddenly appeared not far ahead of them. It was Amiri. Indeed, after chasing for a short while, Venerable Cain vanished from his sensory range, and the positioning of the infinite star map also failed. Moreover, Isaiah seemed to have invisibility abilities and left no trace in the vast cosmos. Unable to catch Venerable Cain, Amiri decided to vent his anger by first eliminating these 3 divine race elders. In an instant, he teleported in front of the 3 elders and landed a punch. Violent space-shattering waves swept in every direction. The 3 elders' expressions changed drastically as they tried to dodge simultaneously. But it was too late. Amiri's strength had improved comprehensively. Whether in explosive power, physique, or reaction speed, there was a qualitative change. Compared to Saint King's, the gap was no longer as immense as before. This broad-scale space-shattering wave was naturally no longer something they could easily evade. Under the terrified gaze of the 3 divine elders, the space-shattering wave swept past, shattering 2 of the elders' bodies into countless particles, dispersing into the starry sky. 1 punch, and 2 Saint Kings fell. Amiri shifted his gaze to the elder whom he deliberately spared. Tell me everything you know about Venerable Cain, and I'll spare your life. The one who survived by sheer luck was precisely Gio. Just having narrowly escaped death, he stood stiffened, staring at Amiri in horror. Hearing Amiri's question, he took a deep breath and said gravely, Venerable lords are beings above the Saint King realm. Given my status, I don't have much contact with them. I can tell you everything. I hope you will honor your promise. With infinite lifespan, he did not want to die so humbly. Gio recounted all the information about the White Mountain constellation in detail, especially the intelligence on venerable lords, revealing everything without reservation. Larger constellations than galaxies, countless divine races, hundreds of thousands of Saint Kings, dozens of venerable lords. Amiri took a deep breath, astonished by the true power of the divine race. Compared to the White Mountain constellation, the southern star sea was as insignificant as dust. Whether in terms of territory or number of strong figures, they were not in the same league. Even the xuanhuan star system compared to it was just dispensable territory of the divine race. The main reason why the ruling family of the White Mountain constellation didn't send more strong figures to crush the xuanhuan star system was primarily to hone more top-tier warriors and curb the overpopulation issue. Similar to the ongoing border frictions between the 3 major races in the xuanhuan star system. Amiri, you promised to let me live. Gio watched him cautiously. Amiri glanced at him and said sternly, rest assured, if I promised, I will fulfill it. But now it's still within my territory, unsuitable for letting you wander freely. Once I return to the xuanhuan star system, I'll release you. Having an absolute strength advantage, Amiri didn't mind showing mercy, using the opportunity to indirectly promote his own might through the elder's mouth. Amiri first sealed Gio, storing him in his storage ring, then carefully examined the starry sky again, trying once more to locate Isaiah but found nothing. A venerable lord should have mastered the source of laws, making it impossible for the infinite star map, which is also at the origin level, to mark him. Thus, the next upgrade target needs to focus on the infinite star map. Amiri pondered silently. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a distant shuttle. With a teleportation, he appeared outside the shuttle, recognizing the Taishui Palace emblem and said loudly, "Are you here to investigate?" "Yes, Master Amiri." A human powerhouse inside the shuttle promptly responded. Amiri casually nodded. "The battle has ended. You can return." After saying this, he teleported to the nearest planet. On the other side, Venerable Cain's entire body transformed into a mass of dark light, flying at superluminal speed towards the White Mountain constellation in the starry sky. Controlling the origin of rules, he could convert everything into light, twist, or devour light rays at will, achieving invisibility. This invisibility ability wasn't very useful in close combat because any strong figures above the divine realm could sense soul fluctuations. But in the starry sky, it was quite formidable. Even venerable lords had limited soul perception ranges, and sensing rule fluctuations could be easily avoided. Therefore, long-distance observations in the starry sky relied mostly on vision. Under such circumstances, as long as he could escape the opponent's soul perception range and cause no intense spiritual energy fluctuations, he could easily elude detection. Gentleman race, Amiri, he is undoubtedly a huge threat to the entire divine race. I must return quickly and gather my senior brothers to kill him together. Venerable Kane's face was grim. Chapter 407. The Infinite Star Map of Chaos Level. Emperor Adon was still profoundly shaken by the earlier scene. Throughout his long life, he had encountered geniuses who broke through during battles, but never had he heard of anyone advancing as drastically as Amiri. Especially during their battle, Amiri's demonstrated strength far exceeded what was reported in any intelligence, indicating a series of rapid and significant improvements over a short period. With such terrifying talent, Amiri was undoubtedly the most monstrous genius Emperor Adon had ever heard of in hundreds of millions of years. Thus, he absolutely couldn't let him go. A boiling surge of killing intent surged within Emperor Aiden's heart, at the headquarters of the Taisui Manor. After returning, Amiri gave a rough report of the battle to Elder Juan and requested that he maintain vigilance along the border planets. After the divine race's powerful figure, Emperor Adon, fled, it is highly likely he will return to the Marisaquan star system to seek reinforcements, but we can't rule out the possibility that he might invade other planets, Amiri explained carefully. Especially the planets surrounding xuanhuan star must remain vigilant at all times. Otherwise, with his power, it would cause immense destruction, which no one except me can stop. Elder Juan nodded in agreement repeatedly. After the instructions, Amiri returned to Stefanong G Star to report his safety to Jacqueline and inform her about the existence of the Heaven Sovereign Realm and by Shan Constellation's information. I never thought that just when I was approaching the peak, the divine race actually had such formidable hidden cards. Martial arts are truly boundless. Jacqueline sighed in amazement. Amiri put an arm around her shoulders and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm still here. But there's going to be more to handle next. Although I'm not afraid of the Heaven Sovereign Realm, I can't defeat him either, so I need to continue refining my skills," he added. Jacqueline looked at him tenderly and replied, "Go ahead and cultivate. I'll take care of little Clyde." Amiri kissed her gently and then instantly teleported away. Jacqueline also continued her seclusion for cultivation. In the vast starry sky, this time, Amiri directly released 100 ancient ancestors to surround and attack him. But after a while of joint attacks, they were shocked to find that their assaults couldn't penetrate Amiri's body defenses at all. This left them feeling unprecedented despair. Amiri never intended to let us leave. Everything he said was a lie. He only wants us to be his sparring partners. Even if we really defeated him, we wouldn't gain freedom, and now victory is impossible. What do we do now? The 100 ancient ancestors conversed using their soul forces. In previous battles, they could barely break through Amiri's defenses, giving them a slim chance of winning. But now, they couldn't even scratch him. How could they possibly win or gain freedom? Amiri's promise was nothing but an illusion. At this moment, Amiri's voice echoed in their minds. Be my sparring partners, and you still have a glimmer of hope for survival and potential future freedom. Otherwise, you'll be sealed away forever or die by my hand. Now continue the fight obediently. Having reached the Sage Realm, Amiri's soul perception greatly improved, allowing him to read their thoughts. His words caused shock among the numerous divine race elders. Some subconsciously continued attacking, while others paused defiantly. Amiri flashed over to those who stopped and struck a punch into empty space. A violent spatial annihilation wave enveloped a dozen divine elders, shattering them into countless particles. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Amiri roared fiercely. The horrifying strike left the remaining dozens of elders pale with fear. Amiri's enhanced strength terrified them. Before, only his physique surpassed theirs, and his attack burst power was barely on par with theirs. Now, his physique's defensive capabilities had improved dramatically, leaving their attacks ineffective. Even his explosive power had become incredibly formidable. He was clearly above the level of a holy king. They hurriedly resumed their attacks. Immortal lives did not allow for easy death, especially just for being sparring partners. No matter how small the chance, any hope was better than certain doom. Amiri simply sat cross-legged in the starry sky, engulfed by countless attacks. 10 days later, his potential point skyrocketed again, reaching the limit of 10,000 trillion. Infinite Star Map, upgrade, beep, consuming 10,000 trillion potential points. Calculating the cultivation method. Please wait. A torrent of information flowed into his mind, accompanied by a mysterious cooling energy inside his body. This was the 6th chaos-level cultivation method Amiri had mastered. The information in his mind made him elated because the upgraded Infinite Star Map didn't require intangible positioning marks anymore. As long as he touched anyone or anything, he could instantly sense their coordinates. Even the location of the owner of any power contained in an object could be easily detected. Amiri instantly concentrated his thoughts. The exact location of Emperor Adon, rapidly moving in the chaotic star domain, immediately appeared clearly in his mind. Since I have this ability, I might as well intercept and kill him before he can seek reinforcements. But with my current strength, I can only hold him off, not kill him. After pondering for a moment, Amiri decided to act. After all, even holding him off would prevent further complications. For himself, combat was equivalent to training, allowing his potential points to grow rapidly. Amiri stood up, ignoring the lasers and light swords, and said calmly, "All right, our training ends here. Everyone, take a rest." With that, he cast the boundless prohibition barrier, resealing the dozen or so divine race elders. Returning to Stefanong G Star, He explained his plan to Jacqueline and set off in pursuit of Emperor Adon. With consecutive enhancements in his cultivation, his teleportation range had significantly increased, reaching about 100 million kilometers per single teleportation. Teleporting a dozen times per second equated to nearly 1 billion kilometers per second, almost 4,000 times the speed of light. At this speed, catching up to someone who had already been traveling for 10 days was effortless. However, during continuous teleportation, Amiri suddenly had an idea. Right, I can't kill him alone, but I can ask for help. That Alex seems to also be a Heaven Sovereign level expert. Together, we might have a chance to kill him. And this would be a perfect opportunity to probe which side Alex is on. Amiri focused his mind and immediately sensed the position of Alex. Hashtag chapter 408. A fair collaboration. With Amiri's current instantaneous teleportation speed, it took him just over 10 days to traverse the chaotic star region and reach the Marisaquan star system. Adjacent to the chaotic star region was the territory of the divine race. Amiri transformed into the appearance of a certain member of the divine race. After teleporting to a border planet adjoining the Clark Sea, he instantly vanished into the starry sky, flying toward the Clark Sea. The next day, Amiri arrived at the main base of the Soul Clan, the 10,000 Soul Star. He appeared abruptly in front of a massive cloud of black mist stretching for hundreds of miles, following the position sensed in his mind. In the next moment, the black mist stirred, emitting wisps of fog that condensed into a human-like form in front of Amiri. Amiri, welcome. The black mist figure said calmly. Amiri raised an eyebrow and looked at the other with surprise. You know my real name is Amiri? Heard from Sinclairin, replied the figure. Amiri neither confirmed nor denied it, instead moving on to ask, I've encountered a heavenly venerable of the divine race named Landon. Do you know him? The Amiaz's tone remained calm as ever. I don't recognize him. But since you even know his name, I assume you've already clashed with him and managed to escape successfully. It seems you were holding back quite a bit last time. Amiri responded nonchalantly, it wasn't me escaping from him. It was he who escaped from me. Although I could chase him, I couldn't kill him. So this time, I'm here asking for your help to join forces and eliminate heavenly venerable Landon. What do you think? The Amiaz fell silent for a brief moment. The enveloping black mist made it impossible to see his face, but its slight movement indicated the shock within him. After a long pause, the Amiaz spoke, killing a heavenly venerable level powerhouse isn't easy. Even if we combine our efforts, there's no guarantee. Amiri understood that by not denying it outright, the Amiaz indirectly admitted to being at the heavenly venerable level, so he stared intently at him. I can withstand all his attacks and ensure he can't escape. Additionally, I can use a barrier to suppress part of his strength. All you need to do is find a way to kill him. The Amiaz hesitated to make a quick decision. The divine race has deep reserves. If our ambush fails and other heavenly venerables intervene, the two of us will be isolated and powerless against them. Amiri sighed lightly. It seems you still don't fully trust my abilities. Let me show you. He clenched his right fist. Instantly, vast amounts of spiritual energy surged around him, forming a whirlwind surrounding Amiri. He punched forward fiercely. A violent space-shattering wave swept wildly ahead. The Amiaz had already moved upon seeing Amiri clench his fist. The surrounding black mist surged and rushed into his body, compressing around him into a colossal humanoid shape over 10 meters tall. He lifted his right hand and slapped forward. The entire world turned into boundless darkness. Fulton, matter, air, spiritual energy, and any form of energy were ruthlessly devoured by the darkness. Similarly destructive, the space-shattering wave collided with it. Both tried to assimilate the other, but could only hold each other in a deadlock. The Amiaz's figure flickered behind Amiri, pressing down silently with a palm. A black vortex formed in his hand, landing on Amiri's back. The black vortex tried to devour Amiri but was partially absorbed, converting into potential points. All your attacks are ineffective on me, Amiri stated calmly without turning his head. The Amiaz didn't get discouraged, delivering strike after strike, but finding none could harm Amiri. Next, let me show you the power of my barrier again. Amiri raised both hands, and countless golden dragons scattered, forming a massive golden barrier. The Amiaz's expression darkened as he countered with his own dark realm, resisting the pressure from the barrier. To his surprise, the golden barrier now exerted 10 times more suppression than their first meeting. Even with the negating effects of the realm, he felt his speed and law power reduced by about 20%. Unable to manipulate external changes in laws, his available methods were significantly diminished. Trying to fly out of the barrier, he quickly sped past its boundaries, continuing into the stars. Suddenly, Amiri reappeared before him. Changing direction repeatedly, the Amiaz still couldn't escape Amiri's interception. How does it feel now? Any confidence in my strength? Amiri smiled faintly. The Amiaz pondered for a moment, then asked, what benefits do I gain by collaborating with you on such a dangerous task? What benefit do you want? Help me kill someone too. Who? The first heavenly venerable of the divine race, Shay. Amiri agreed promptly. Deal. This is a fair trade. But the Amiaz replied calmly. You misunderstand. This isn't a fair trade because the strength gap between heavenly venerables can sometimes be as vast as the difference between mortals and gods. I'm mid-stage heavenly venerable, and if not for special skills, I would have been easily killed by Shay initially. Surviving by luck, I've dared only to hide in the barren lands of the Clark Sea, never daring to seek revenge. Shay is a peak stage heavenly venerable, while Landon, as you mentioned, is likely early stage. Thus, this deal isn't fair. Are you sure you want to agree? Amiri grinned. I'm sure. The divine race were his enemies anyway. Helping the Amiaz eliminate Shay was also removing a future threat to himself, making this collaboration worthwhile. Moreover, regardless of how strong the first heavenly venerable was, he didn't believe he'd be in any danger. Very well, let's go. The Amiaz's large misty form continued to compress, soon matching Amiri's size. My teleportation speed is fast. Let me take you. Amiri stepped forward, placing a hand on the Amia's shoulder. The latter did not resist or dodge. Their figures flashed and vanished instantly. ##### Chapter 409. Then let's die together. In the chaotic star region, space remained warped, with various laws erupting sporadically. Kane glided silently through the distorted void like an invisible wraith, traveling at dozens of times the speed of light. Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared not far ahead of him. An expansive golden barrier instantly unfurled around it, followed by a mysterious dark domain. The dual suppressive forces enveloped everything, causing Kane to startle inwardly. What? Amiri actually caught up. Instinctively, he tried to change direction, hoping to dodge the massive figure in front of him. But Amiri flashed again, intercepting his path once more. Meanwhile, the Alex descended from Amiri's shoulder, transforming into a swirling black mist that rapidly formed into a gigantic black hand, which slammed down toward Kane. Their ambush was sudden and rapid. With no time to evade fully, Kane hurriedly unleashed his holy Fulton domain to barely offset most of the suppressive force. Then he hastily raised his hand, forming another massive hand made of holy light that clashed with the Alex's dark palm. After a moment of trembling, the holy light hand shattered into countless light particles, which then vanished instantly due to the golden barrier's influence. The dark palm continued its descent. At this moment, Amiri did not stay idle either. He moved swiftly behind Kane, delivering a powerful strike. A violent spatial crushing wave surged forward. Facing simultaneous attacks from both directions, Kane's face changed slightly. His strength, suppressed by the barrier, had weakened by at least 20%, creating a significant disparity in their evenly matched battle. Moreover, being assaulted by two formidable opponents magnified this disadvantage infinitely. He shook his body, releasing a flood of white light from within him, forming a thick armor over his body. Next moment, the black foggy hand and the spatial crushing wave struck simultaneously. The former, having been previously impeded by the holy light hand, had lost considerable power and caused no substantial harm. The latter, due to Amiri's cultivation gap, was not overwhelmingly strong against Kane's holy light armor, achieving little effect. Though unharmed, Kane suffered a severe shock. He dodged the giant hand reaching for him, flying towards the Alex. Knowing he couldn't overpower Amiri, he aimed to eliminate the Alex first, thereby resolving the crisis. The Alex moved unpredictably, like a ghost. Under Amiri's deliberate control, the Alex was unaffected by the golden barrier, giving it a clear advantage. Its speed surpassed Kane's. In an instant, the Alex appeared behind Kane, holding a black vortex in its palm, pressing it against Kane's back. So fast, Kane's mind raced. As he flew, a massive sword of light condensed in his hands, which he swung around sharply towards the vortex. The light sword collided with the black fog vortex. One emitted annihilating holy light, the other devoured everything. The two immense powers were evenly matched. Both figures moved rapidly, clashing repeatedly. From the side, Amiri watched as they engaged in swift combat. Unable to join without disrupting their duel due to his enormous size, he transformed back to normal, observing intently. Under the barrier's suppression, Kane's overall strength lagged significantly behind the Alex. In successive clashes, he remained at a disadvantage. At one point, he was finally struck by the Alex's black vortex on his back. Large sections of his holy light armor were devoured and decomposed. His body was tightly adhered to the vortex. Seeing this, Amiri immediately moved in front of Kane, delivering another powerful blow. Oh no! Kane's face changed dramatically. Separating his holy light armor, he freed himself from the vortex's suction, swiftly darting to the side. Amiri shifted and intercepted again while the Alex also maneuvered, maintaining their pincer attack formation, closely pursuing Kane. Step by step, he fell further behind. Amiri and the Alex encircled him with relentless, fierce strikes. Overwhelmed, Kane blocked the more damaging vortex, enduring Amiri's continuous heavy blows. Visible shockwaves reverberated continuously. At one moment, his holy light armor finally shattered entirely under the barrier's influence, rapidly dissipating. Amiri landed another punch. Kane's entire body trembled violently, large areas of his back caved in, bones shattered, flesh mangled. Seizing this opportunity, the Alex hurled another vortex at his face. The vortex's devouring power was intense, instantly consuming all the blood and flesh on his face, even attempting to swallow and decompose his head entirely. Kane realized the danger and decisively severed his entire head, letting his body fluidly surge away at extreme speed. Give up. You can't escape. Amiri flashed before him, unleashing another devastating blow, a vast area engulfed by the violent space-shattering wave. Kane could only urgently change course. At this moment, the Alex caught up again, each hand holding a black vortex, punching relentlessly. Kane's expression turned grim. His heart sank deeply. Indeed, under the pincer attack of Amiri and the Alex, there was no escape. Every move, every counterattack brought more attacks upon him. Wait, I want peace. He finally decided to yield, shouting loudly. But Amiri and the Alex's attacks did not pause. Our divine race has over a dozen emperors stronger than me. If you kill me, your existence will have no place in the universe. Amiri, your homeland, your friends, your Tao partner, all will perish because of your impulsive actions today. Stop it now. Kane roared incessantly. But Amiri and the Alex showed no reaction, continuing their relentless barrage. Kane finally felt despair. He knew he couldn't match the combined strength of these two. Against Amiri's instantaneous movement, any hope of escaping was futile. Clearly, Amiri and the Alex were determined to end his life. If so, then let's die together. Kane roared, emitting blinding white light brighter than the sun. The domains of light and darkness, the golden barrier, and the fundamental laws of the world shook violently. It seemed as if the entire universe might collapse. He's about to detonate his essence. Block him quickly, the Alex shouted, retreating rapidly. Amiri swiftly extended his hand. Star-plucking hand activated. An enormous celestial palm instantly enveloped Kane's entire body. The next moment, Amiri felt a slight sting in his palm but then restored calm. Chapter 410. Destroy the Ancestor Star? Amiri opened his palm, revealing nothing in his hand. Detonating one's origin essence is something that even a regular Empyrean cannot withstand. Not to mention the detonator himself, he is certain to die. The Alex flew over, looking at him with a slightly astonished gaze. But your physique is indeed extraordinarily strong. Not even an Empyrean's detonation of their origin essence could injure you. In this way, I finally have some confidence about killing the Empyrean Henri in the future. It wasn't completely without injury though. Amiri opened his palm again, showing the last trace of a wound that had just healed on his palm. We teamed up and killed an Empyrean already. Killing Henri Empyrean next shouldn't be too difficult. The Alex shook his head. I said before, sometimes the power gap between Empyreans can be as vast as the difference between man and deity. Killing the early stage Empyrean Isaiah has been challenging for us. To kill Henri Empyrean, we need to continue accumulating strength. Amiri looked at him in surprise. Right, didn't you say you are at the middle stage of the Empyrean realm? If the strength gap between Empyreans is as large as you claim, why did your displayed strength earlier not differ much from the early stage Empyrean Isaiah? Hearing this, the Alex sighed softly. Back then, although I narrowly escaped death from Henri Empyrean, my life origin was severely damaged, reducing my strength significantly. That's also why I've always feared him. Amiri pondered for a moment and continued asking, do you think Henri Empyrean can handle me with my current physique? The Alex shook his head. I'm not sure. Because I've never known his limits. Even if you can endure his attack, your displayed attacking power and reaction speed wouldn't suffice against him. Amiri fell silent. In truth, for someone of the same realm, he had no weaknesses. Even his weakest trait was still far stronger than most peers. Yet, he had always fought above his level, often jumping several major realms. This highlighted some weaknesses, particularly in attacking and reacting, areas where he had shown shortcomings. These could not be remedied quickly and required methodical cultivation to fully match Empyreans. So you mean we should quietly cultivate until we have enough strength, then attack Henri Empyrean? Yes. Now, you need to recover from your injuries and improve your cultivation. Have you thought about how long it might take to reach the peak Empyrean realm? Amiri asked seriously. And even if you manage to reach the peak Empyrean realm, what if Henri Empyrean breaks through to an even higher stage? The Alex remained calm. Empyrean realm advancement isn't something achieved merely by time. Even minor advancements require deeper understanding of the origin laws. Some may spend 100 million years moving from early stage to mid stage, while others might only need tens of thousands. No one can predict this. Some remain at the early stage all their lives. As for Henri Empyrean breaking through, it's even harder because there are no Empyreans beyond that realm. No one knows the path forward, so it's unlikely he can break through. Amiri looked at him strangely. So, you're saying it's a matter of luck? When you luckily break through to peak Empyrean, you'll go kill Henri Empyrean. If not, you'll stay hiding in the Clark Sea? Is there another choice? Amiri shrugged. Alright, since it's you who wants to kill Henri Empyrean, follow your schedule. I'll take you back to 10,000 souls first. Finishing, he placed a hand on the Alex's shoulder and teleported away with him. Several days later, they returned to 10,000 souls. Just as Amiri was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked, you once told me that destroying the divine race would bring great trouble to the Xuanhuan race, meaning Baishan Constellation would intervene, right? The Alex responded calmly, that's correct. Although Baishan Constellation doesn't usually care about the conditions of various branches, when encountering life-threatening crises, they will send many powerful reinforcements. Amiri hesitated, then said, that means if I keep intervening in the war between humans and gods, I might attract the attention of Baishan's powerful figures, possibly even other Empyreans. Henri, as the top Empyrean of the divine race, could be alerted as well? When Amiri rushed to the Marisiquan system, he heard about the intense battles ongoing between the two races, which he had initiated. Naturally, he couldn't let the Xuanhuans in the Marisiquan system bear all the consequences. Thus, he planned to address the potential hazards of the war soon. However, these actions would inevitably alert the divine race. Since Empyrean Isaiah came personally to eliminate him but disappeared, anyone could guess what happened. This foiled their plan to remain hidden. After a moment's silence, the Alex spoke calmly. If you have confidence to survive under a divine Empyrean's hands, then act as you please, just don't reveal me. With your formidable body and teleportation ability, survival should be manageable. With that, the Alex transformed into mist and merged into the dark fog surrounding them. Amiri stood contemplating for a moment. Interfering in this war and attracting Baishan's attention would be bad for both humans and me. So, I must resolve this covertly. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and he formed a plan. I might as well destroy the Ancestor Star secretly and eliminate most of the divine race elders. This way, even direct confrontation wouldn't worry the Xuanhuans. As long as I'm quick and secretive, no one will know I destroyed the Ancestor Star or even that I appeared. Soon after, Amiri disguised as a divine being arrived at the Ancestor Star discreetly. As the divine race's headquarters in the Marisiquan system, the Ancestor Star was colossal, nearly 1,000 times larger than ordinary planets. Even with Amiri's abilities, easily destroying it was impossible. Therefore, to prevent exposing himself, he had to either kill everyone swiftly or destroy all teleportation arrays before his identity was revealed. Ordinary planet teleportation arrays, due to space coordinates and interference, usually allowed only 2 setups within a relatively close distance. But the Ancestor Star was different, with superior materials and craftsmanship, hosting numerous teleportation arrays. Their exact locations were high-level secrets, unknown except to a few senior members like the Patriarch. Destroying the entire Ancestor Star and keeping it secret was practically impossible for ordinary people. Chapter 411. Drive to Extinction? The deity Ancestor Star. Amiri, in his transformed state as a member of the deity race, appeared after the teleportation array and proactively presented his identity token. He activated it, displaying it to the guards outside the array. The token showed an abstract figure of a deity race member with outstretched wings, glowing faintly in white light. This was enough to verify his identity. Amiri's expression was solemn. After nodding to the guards, he put away his token and flapped his 8 pristine wings hurriedly, flying away into the distance. When occasionally greeted by other members of the deity race, he responded only with a smile, not engaging in conversation. Not long after, Amiri arrived at an uninhabited clearing, where upon landing, his body shrank 10,000-fold, becoming a microscopic deity race form no bigger than the head of a pin. For ordinary people, destroying the deity ancestor star without a sound was virtually impossible, but for Amiri, who possessed numerous incredible abilities, it wasn't particularly difficult. The most challenging part was entering the deity ancestor star without alerting anyone, an achievement few could match. Subsequently, matters became even simpler. Already reduced to a microorganism, Amiri burrowed into the ground and rapidly sped towards the planet's core. The core of any planet is its absolute center. Once compromised, the entire planet would soon be destroyed. Larger planets have bigger, more resilient cores, making them harder to destroy compared to ordinary ones. Additionally, since this was the main base of the deity race, the upper echelons had implemented various protective measures on the core. When Amiri reached the core unobstructed, he saw crimson-red patterns overlaid with continuously flowing white runes. With a sneer, he transformed into a giant, several hundred meters tall, and delivered a punch. Despite the deity ancestor star's massive size, making complete destruction with a single strike impossible, the core, even with extensive protections, crumbled under an attack equivalent to that of a heaven venerable. Immediately, spatial fragmentation waves surged forward. The red and white core instantly shattered into countless tiny particles, dispersing chaotically within the planet's heart. As the core collapsed, so did the gravitational field. Tectonic plates shifted, and the surface shook violently, causing structures to collapse en masse. What's happening? Can the deity ancestor star have earthquakes? There must be an attack underground. We need to investigate immediately. The clan leader, Homer, decisively issued orders. Jensen dreads of elites rushed underground, while more soared skyward. Only deity flame realm experts with at least 8 wings could stay on the deity ancestor star. Facing devastating geological disasters, none were harmed. However, the destruction of their ancestral land filled countless members of the deity race with shock and fury. Among them were hundreds of elders, with the highest ranking being dozens of Sage King realm ancestors who had returned to the star. Everyone, spread out and guard every corner. Do not let the attacker escape. Yet, their words barely finished before the disaster escalated further. Large areas of land sank, mountains collapsed, and fissures hundreds of meters wide appeared everywhere, spewing lava furiously. The earth seemed to disintegrate entirely within sight. Everyone realized it wasn't just localized damage, it was total annihilation. The deity ancestor star was on the brink of destruction. Who could do this? Who can destroy the deity ancestor star so easily? These phenomena clearly indicate core damage. But the core is sealed with multiple protections. Even a Sage King expert couldn't easily breach it. Numerous leaders watched in disbelief as the destruction unfolded swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the entire planet disintegrated and exploded violently. Endless shockwaves spread through space, propelling clusters of deity race figures a short distance outward before stabilizing. Suddenly, a figure emerged, rapidly growing into a colossal 20-kilometer tall being. Despite retaining the deity race appearance, the elite leadership immediately recognized him. It's Amiri. Amiri is the one who destroyed the deity ancestor star. Run! Many shouted in terror. Few, besides Titan race members, could assume such a vast form. Considering Amiri's enmity and potential to assault the deity ancestor star, it could only be him. Clan leader Homer's face paled in horror. Among the many present, only he knew of Cain going to South Bright Star Sea to ambush Amiri. Yet Isaiah hadn't returned, while Amiri now stood unscathed here. He couldn't help but suspect the worst. Having witnessed Isaiah's might personally, where he effortlessly killed dozens of human ancestor experts during his invasion of Jensenman ancestor star, Isaiah was, in Homer's view, invincible. Not right. Amiri must have been hiding somewhere in the Marisequan system, so they never met. With Isaiah's unmatched power, how could anything go wrong? Homer consoled himself internally. As Amiri enlarged, a massive golden barrier expanded, enveloping numerous deity race elites. With the deity ancestor star obliterated and all teleportation arrays destroyed, the deity race had no escape. Amiri quickly surveyed the surroundings. Seeing several space boats trying to flee in the distance, he teleported instantaneously, delivering punches that unleashed wild spatial fragmentations. Ignoring the results, he reappeared elsewhere, multiplying his attacks across the debris-strewn space. All matter and beings caught in the blast radius turned to dust. Despair gripped the deity race elites. Even the dozen or so Sage King elders tried fleeing, but Amiri targeted each individually, reducing them to microscopic fragments. In mere seconds, the entire area was emptied. Before him lay an expansive void, devoid of life or substance. If unseen, no one would believe that just minutes earlier, this place hosted the headquarters of the deity race, one of Marisequan's 3 dominant powers, teeming with life and strength. Amiri meticulously scanned the area. Confirming there were no survivors, he reverted to his normal size and teleported away in a specific direction. Chapter 412. Who did everyone think of? As the headquarters of the divine race, God Ancestor Star maintained close communication with most planets to keep track of the entire divine race's status. After God Ancestor Star lost contact, within just a few minutes, it alarmed the elders stationed in various star seas and also disturbed the frontline war core. After consulting with each other, the elders decided to send someone to investigate the situation on God Ancestor Star. From the nearest planet, 2 universe boats pierced through the void, heading towards the direction of God Ancestor Star. 2 days later, When they arrived at the starry sky where God Ancestor Star was located, they fell into confusion. What happened? Could it be that the coordinates recorded by the universe boat are wrong? Impossible. Even if there was an error, it would not be possible for both universe boats to make the same mistake simultaneously, and for the erroneous coordinates to point precisely here. Someone said in shock, "This is indeed where God Ancestor Star was located, but it has already been destroyed." Upon hearing this, everyone stiffened, momentarily losing their ability to think. God Ancestor Star was the headquarters of the divine race and the central hub of over 1,000 galaxies and millions of planets within the divine race. It controlled the entire operation of the divine race. It stored various legacies and immense wealth of the divine race. It housed all intelligence gathered by the divine race over countless years and information about its members. The destruction of God Ancestor Star caused more significant losses than the seizure of tens of thousands of planets. More frightening was the implication behind this event. Did all the high-ranking officials on God Ancestor Star fall? What tremendous changes would the divine race face next? And who could be such a terrifying powerhouse capable of swiftly destroying God Ancestor Star without even a hint of news leaking out? Would this person continue to attack the divine race? These questions flashed through their minds, and the dozen or so divine race strong figures aboard the two universe boats felt a chill run down their spines. To prevent any mishaps, they carefully explored the surrounding starry skies, trying to find clues or potential survivors. But still, they found nothing. They had no choice but to return and report everything they had seen to their superiors. The elders of the divine race were shocked upon receiving the information. The old ancestors hidden on various planets were quickly summoned. Unable to believe it themselves, they personally boarded the universe boats and came to where God Ancestor Star was supposed to be, only then completely believing everything. God Ancestor Star was truly destroyed. Instantly, the entire upper echelon of the divine race was shaken. They hastily selected another planet as a temporary headquarters and elected a new elder to serve as the patriarch. But they faced even bigger problems ahead. Vast amounts of intelligence, secrets, and critical data vanished along with the destruction of God Ancestor Star. The newly appointed patriarch had no clue about the situations in the various galaxies, the battlefield conditions, or the overall state of the divine race. The entire management system, intelligence system, contribution exchange system, talent cultivation system, etc., of the divine race were nearly collapsing. As Amiri from his previous life would have put it, it was equivalent to the main company server suddenly crashing, all senior executives dying, and all data being lost. Furthermore, the vast resources stored on God Ancestor Star were destroyed. Once the inventory of resources in various galaxies ran out, internal chaos was bound to erupt. Most importantly, the front lines of the war remained intense. Reinforcements and resources could not be halted for a moment. New Patriarch Sinclairin felt overwhelmed. Under the assistance of other high-ranking officials, the divine race poured immense effort into reorganization work and stabilization efforts. Meanwhile, the frontline war corps began to slow down their pace, shifting from relentless attacks to defensive readiness. Xuanhuan Ancestor Star. Patriarch Matt quickly received relevant intelligence. He immediately convened a meeting with the elders to discuss. The destruction of God Ancestor Star has thrown the divine race's upper echelons into chaos, and the frontline corps have initiated a ceasefire. Such a good opportunity, we can't let it slip. An elder excitedly suggested, "I suggest sending another large corps to launch a full-scale offensive on divine race territory, giving them no time to breathe. Let the chaos spread." Another elder added, "The demon race has previously watched from the sidelines, but given such a great opportunity now, they will certainly not miss it. As soon as we move, the demon race will surely take advantage of the chaos to invade the borders of the divine race, adding fuel to the fire." Matt did not express an opinion. He just said solemnly, "The biggest concern now is whether Landon Marissison of the divine race will directly intervene, or even invade Xuanhuan Ancestor Star again, if we pursue the divine race relentlessly." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned cold. All fighting enthusiasm evaporated. In previous wars, the divine race and Xuanhuan race clashed fiercely, suffering heavy losses, but Landon Marissison never appeared on the battlefield nor pressured the Xuanhuan race. Almost forgetting his existence. Given that Landon Marissison is ultimately part of the divine race, once their losses reach a certain extent, no one could predict if he would intervene. If that happens, the scene of Xuanhuan Ancestor Star being helpless during the initial invasion might repeat. Oh yes. An elder's eyes lit up suddenly. Didn't the intelligence mention that many planets dispatched people via universe boats to investigate because they couldn't contact God Ancestor Star, only discovering it had been destroyed? Doesn't this indicate that a top-tier powerhouse must have completely annihilated God Ancestor Star in a very short time, leaving no chance for any news to escape? He looked intently at Matt. "Patriarch, if Xuanhuan Ancestor Star faced Landon Marissison's invasion initially, could we have transmitted intelligence before it was destroyed?" Matt paused slightly, then replied without hesitation, "Of course we could." This wasn't boasting. When Landon Marissison invaded last time, he had already used soul messaging to instruct his confidants to evacuate part of the crucial information through a secret teleportation array. Until Xuanhuan Ancestor Star was out of danger, he personally brought them back quietly. This emergency measure was conducted secretly, known only to him and those involved. The elder continued, "At the very least, this indicates that Landon Marissison was not on God Ancestor Star, or even in the Heavenly Spring Galaxy. Otherwise, after its destruction, he would have made an appearance. Also, the divine race's foundation is stronger than ours, and I don't believe their crisis response measures would be worse than ours. Do you think anyone else could silently destroy God Ancestor Star, just like the unprecedented Marissison-level powerhouse couldn't quietly destroy Xuanhuan Ancestor Star?" His expression became animated. The one who made the move must be an unparalleled Marissison-level existence, possibly even surpassing Landon Marissison in strength and hostile to the divine race. People, who did everyone think of? Chapter 413. The Xuanhuan race's probe. Matt and the other elders were taken aback. "You mean Devin?" Someone instinctively asked. The elder still spoke excitedly. Of course. Previously, Devon defeated the divine race's ancestors multiple times, even achieving 2 astonishing victories against 100 enemies at once. We never considered that he could be a supreme power beyond the Sage King realm because we had no concept of the Heaven-Respecter realm. Not until Lord Landon appeared did we realize there truly were powers above the Sage King realm. The virtually unbeatable Devon in the Sage King realm very likely belonged to the Heaven-Respecter realm, but he concealed his strength back then. Everyone exchanged glances. They had indeed speculated about this before. After all, Amiri's displayed power far exceeded their understanding of a Sage King realm powerhouse. Matt muttered. When Lord Landon came to the Ancestor Star, it was to find Devon. The elder's face flushed slightly with excitement as he continued. Combined with the fact that Lord Landon is no longer in the Celestial Spring star system, I have a bold hypothesis. Lord Landon found Devon and they had a confrontation, with Landon ultimately being defeated by Devon. This explains everything. Landon never interfered in our war or showed up even after the fall of the Divine Ancestor Star because he lost to Devon and might be dead, sealed away, or exiled. And the unknown Heavenly Respecter realm powerhouse capable of destroying the Divine Ancestor Star could very well be Devon. The human race's higher-ups learned Amiri's true name from Lord Landon, but still habitually referred to him as Devon. However, they had no idea that Amiri actually came from the distant southern bright star sea and assumed he was still in secluded meditation somewhere in the Celestial Spring star system. Naturally, they didn't know that Landon's absence from the Celestial Spring star system was due to searching for Amiri. Therefore, they mistakenly concluded that Landon had already been defeated by Amiri. The crowd remained silent for a long time. One elder said, "All this is mere speculation without any concrete evidence. Even if it seems highly possible, we cannot conclusively determine that Lord Landon is dead." Another elder added, "To verify if it's true, why don't we test them out? The divine race is already in such dire straits, and Lord Landon hasn't appeared. So let's stir the pot further. Plus, the demon race can also take advantage of the chaos. If Lord Landon is still around, he will certainly appear, and we can immediately concede then. If he isn't..." The elder's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Then the divine race faces its end?" Matt pondered for a moment, then surveyed the room. He said gravely, "Since that's the case, let's send another army division to probe the divine race's response. If an opportunity arises, the entire human race will enter a state of war and launch a full-scale invasion of the divine territories." Several days later, a larger human war division launched a frenzied attack on the divine race-controlled planets, achieving victory after victory and swiftly occupying dozens of planets. Unable to stand idly by any longer, the demon race also dispatched an army to invade the divine race's border planets. Instantly, the entire Celestial Spring star system erupted in conflict. Elsewhere, Amiri had returned to the southern bright star sea. He first visited the main headquarters of the Taishui Manor, reported his safety to duty elders like Elon Zian, and then quietly returned home on Stefanangi Star. At that moment, Stephentil Clyde was just at home. Seeing Amiri return, he burst into joyful cheers. Jacqueline stood nearby, her smile blossoming like a flower. Stephen settled back into calm again. But Amiri knew that the divine race's elite within the Bison constellation would eventually notice Lord Landon's disappearance. Then, they might trace it back to him, potentially following the trail to the southern bright star sea. For him, a Heaven-Respecter realm power no longer posed a threat. But for the southern bright star sea, for Jacqueline and Stephentil Clyde, it was still a significant threat. So he had to guard against it. At least, he needed the ability to counterbalance them. His current strength was still far from enough. But given his present cultivation level, further improvement was extremely difficult. Even with over 100 sparring partners providing potential points around the clock to keep his training efficiency at the highest level, it took 100 days just to reach the second stage of the Sage Realm. The subsequent advancement required even more time. To significantly enhance his strength, he would need several years at least. "Seems like I've really hit a bottleneck this time," Amiri sighed helplessly. Suspended in the starry void, he sat cross-legged, submerged in endless holy light rule attacks. In the Celestial Spring star system, battles raged incessantly among the three races. Amidst internal and external crises, an esteemed ancestor calmed the situation by informing the high-ranking elders about the Bison constellation. Not only many elders but most Sage Kings heard about the Bison constellation for the first time. "So our divine race's foundation is this terrifying? Why didn't we directly send strong forces to sweep through the entire Celestial Spring star system? With the main tribe's overwhelming strength, dispatching a few thousand ancestors could completely crush the human and demon races." The highly respected Mark ancestor shook his head calmly. "Our main tribe has sent over 1,000 expansion armies. Can each one get support from the main tribe? The goal is to occupy territories while cultivating more elites. Unless it's a matter of life and death, the main tribe won't provide support." Everyone stopped worrying about this point. An ancestor hurriedly said, "If that mysterious power who destroyed the divine ancestor star strikes again, none of us can withstand it. Therefore, it's now or never for the divine race. So please, Mark ancestor, ask for help from the main tribe." Other ancestors also voiced their agreement. Mark ancestor sighed lightly. "After Sinclairan ancestor failed to ambush Amiri, we requested aid from the main tribe, and they sent out a Heaven-Respecter to eliminate Amiri, this tremendous threat." Everyone gasped. Heaven-Respecter? Is that a power above the Sage King realm? Only the tribal leader and a few elder ancestors knew Lord Landon had come to the Celestial Spring star system. Thus, the divine race's high-level members learned of the Heaven-Respecter realm much later than the human race leadership who faced Landon's invasion. Mark ancestor nodded. "Yes, a Heaven-Respecter's power is at least 100 times stronger than a Sage King realm. One person can easily crush thousands of peak Sage Kings. Over a month ago, Lord Landon set off for the southern bright star sea to find Amiri. There's no telling when he'll return. The mysterious power who destroyed the divine ancestor star is possibly also a heaven respecter, and we can only deal with it when Landon returns. All threats from humans and demons will be resolved then. Until then, we should just wait patiently, as the main tribe cannot mobilize another heaven respecter. Hearing this, everyone felt a little relieved. Chapter 414, Elite Council. Patriarch Mark had never even considered the possibility that Lord Ernesto would be defeated. After all, he had witnessed the might of a celestial lord, and was also aware of Amiri's strength. In his view, while Amiri was formidable, it was only due to his unique methods that he could defeat so many Holy King Realm experts. When it came to raw power, Amiri was at most on par with an average early-stage Holy King Realm expert. Compared to the supreme beings in the Celestial Lord realm, he was like an ant, relying solely on his powerful teleportation ability to possibly escape with his life. Now, with Lord Ernesto not yet returned, it was very likely he was still hunting Amiri or searching for him. Patriarch Mark was confident in this scenario. The other elders and patriarchs, while not as optimistic, were unaware of the existence of the cosmic airship and subconsciously assumed that Lord Ernesto was still en route to the southern Bright Star Sea, which made his absence seem normal. With a confident expression, Patriarch Mark addressed everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, our divine race is now at a critical juncture of survival. But if we endure just a bit longer and wait for Lord Ernesto return, victory will be ours. When he returns, seeing our dire situation, he will surely lend us a hand, wiping out the human and demonic elites. The entire Sky Fountain star system will then fall into our hands. Currently, what we need to do is to work together to stabilize the situation. Patriarch Mark scanned the room, his gaze serious. We all know the current state of our clan. Every front faces unprecedented challenges. I propose that we temporarily set aside personal gains and not pursue personal interests. We should even actively contribute and overcome difficulties together. To start with, I will donate 10 billion spirit stones for the clan's operations and frontline resource supply. The others exchanged glances. Another voice volunteered. As the upper echelons of the clan, it's our duty to dedicate everything for the prosperity of the divine race. I will also donate 10 billion spirit stones. One by one, people stepped forward. The newly appointed clan leader Sinclairin recorded each contribution and announced them publicly. Soon after the meeting, everyone fulfilled their promises, delivering their donations to the newly established resource depot. With substantial funding, the divine race once again began mobilizing legions, continuously dispatching them to the front lines. Under the strong influence of all top leaders, internal stability gradually returned to the divine race. Although both battlefronts were still retreating, the overall situation was somewhat stabilized. Time slipped by quietly. Planet Xianxia. Young Clyde had already advanced to the 10,000 phenomena realm and officially joined the Taisui Mansion, becoming a core disciple and 3-star member. His power was second only to the City Lord. In terms of status, a core disciple of Taisui Mansion was higher than a domain lord, making him a significant figure by any standard. In a simple residence, young Clyde stood upright, exuding sunshine and confidence, looking vibrant and spirited. Jacqueline placed a bracelet around his wrist. You're going on an external trial tomorrow. I won't always be able to protect you. If you encounter life-threatening danger, you can use your true chi to activate this bracelet. She gently lifted a lifelike miniature short sword from the bracelet and explained its usage. When you point the tip at an enemy, activate it with your true chi, and it will release an extremely fast light beam, killing almost anyone below the sacred realm instantly. So don't aim it at innocent people lightly, but don't show mercy to your enemies either. Stefan only comes once. Never bet your life on an enemy's goodwill. Young Clyde nodded earnestly. He looked at the bracelet on his wrist, adorned with 9 tiny swords strung on a red cord. It was simple yet sharp, embodying an exquisite beauty. He glanced around, then lowered his head, his voice subdued. Father hasn't returned yet? Jacqueline gently stroked his hair and said warmly, your father is saving the world. He's busy with cultivation. You've grown up now, a real man, and shouldn't cling too much to your parents, understand? Young Clyde responded listlessly, understood. Though he was only 8 years old, despite his great strength, he was still young, inexperienced, and not entirely mature. But he was Amiri's son. Possessing incomparable talent and enjoying unimaginable resources and background, he naturally faced greater growth pressure. His cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. If he did not mature quickly enough, it would be like putting the nuclear launch codes in a child's hands, potentially endangering countless ordinary lives. Thus, when Amiri sealed his powers during young Clyde's childhood, it was for this reason. At that moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere in the courtyard. Stefan Abelardo. Amiri's gentle voice echoed. Young Clyde raised his head excitedly. Father, you're back? Amiri smiled faintly. It's your first time leaving for trials, so of course, I have to come see you off. Young Clyde grinned confidently. Don't worry, father. I'll definitely win first place in the trial again. Amiri shook his head slightly. Your cultivation is just in the early stage of 10,000 phenomena realm, far behind other top trial participants. Though your martial arts surpass theirs, there's no need to force it. Focus on honing yourself. Being first isn't everything. No one remains the top forever. There's no need to obsess over winning every time. Only those who survive and laugh last are the truest winners. Young Clyde looked at him curiously. Has father ever lost? Of course. I've lost several times, but no one remembers who was stronger than me. They only know that I am stronger than everyone else now. Understand? Young Clyde nodded thoughtfully. I get it. He left the room, spirits high. Amiri turned to Jacqueline and asked, didn't you say that unrest among alien races was increasing frequently? Are there arrangements to protect Stefan Abelardo during the trials? Jacqueline smiled. Absolutely, he will be secretly protected by a God Realm expert at all times, even during trials. That's reassuring. Amiri nodded. He spent most of his time cultivating in space, but would return to Xianxia planet for a couple of days each month, staying updated and spending time with his family without delay. Oh right, The mansion has established an institution called the Elite Council to nurture elite human warriors. The mansion master wants us to spare some time to guide them, Jacqueline added suddenly. The Elite Council? Amiri looked at her, puzzled. Yes. Gentleman experts above the divine realm within Taisui Mansion can join if they meet certain criteria, enjoying various resource allocations and policy support. Every member of the Elite Council is the cream of the crop among humans. The mansion master plans to cultivate them as future pillars. Chapter 415. Your goal is the Sage Realm. Amiri said solemnly, no problem, it's a matter concerning the development of our race. It's my duty to contribute. With the number of humans in the mansion greatly increasing and new generations of prodigies emerging continuously, there is still a considerable lack of strong figures at the higher levels. I hope the newly established Elite Association can help fill this gap, Jacqueline smiled and added. In fact, there are many more reform projects within the mansion. For example, we've created a position for Great Elder, which is to be held by someone from the Sage Realm. The stipend for the Great Elder is much higher than ordinary elders, and usually they don't have to manage any daily affairs, which seems quite fitting for your idea. The mansion lord asked me earlier if you were willing to take on the role of Great Elder. Amiri refused firmly, no need. With my current strength and status, I don't require any official title for validation. Also, my stipend is already quite substantial. Increasing it further would only add a burden to the mansion. It's completely unnecessary. Jacqueline was not surprised by his answer and, seeing his refusal, dropped the subject. So when exactly will you return next time? I'll inform the mansion lord, so he can arrange for the assembly of Elite Association members. Next month. Alright, I'll contact him now. Meanwhile, Hicks received Jacqueline's reply and immediately ordered all members of the Elite Association to be informed that Amiri would personally provide guidance. The members of the Elite Association were all Divine Realm powerhouses, specifically, 8-star Celestial Fire Realm and 9-star Deity Realm experts. Each one of them was an absolute genius who had come into their own, outstanding both in strength and talent. On any planet in the Southern Star Sea, they would all be considered top-tier figures. Yet, upon hearing the news of Amiri's personal appearance, they were overjoyed. At first, I thought the rotation of elders and mansion lords providing guidance was good enough treatment. I never imagined having the opportunity to receive personal guidance from Master Amiri. Not just us ordinary Divine Realm experts, but even the true Divine Realm elders might not get the chance to receive direct guidance from Master Amiri. Joining the Elite Association has been the luckiest choice in my life. These hundreds of Elite Association members were scattered across various locations, some on missions, others in seclusion for cultivation. Upon hearing about Amiri's imminent arrival, they hurried to the main residence of the Taishui Mansion, afraid of missing out for any reason. In the entire Southern Star Sea, Amiri's strength was undoubtedly the greatest, his reputation was the highest, and his experiences the most legendary. Virtually all the talented experts idolized him. Thus, everyone was filled with anticipation as the month passed. At the main residence of the Taishui Mansion, Amiri appeared in the teleportation array amidst a flash of light. Facing the admiring gazes around him, he nodded with a smile before flying off to the rotating Elder's palace. When he pushed open the door, Elder Juan greeted him warmly. Amiri, do you know where the Elite Association members are currently? They're waiting at Xianxia Mountain. I'll have someone escort you there immediately. One called out to the outside, anyone? A plain-looking hawk quickly entered. Take Master Amiri to the Elite Association gathering point. Yes, the Santiago bowed deeply. Please follow me, Master Amiri. The two flew together in the distance. Soon they arrived above a towering mountain. Before landing, Amiri could see hundreds of people seated upright in a clearing on the mountainside, their eyes fixed on them. With his powerful vision, he clearly saw the nervousness and excitement on their faces, like fans about to meet their idols after years of admiration. Master Amiri. As they prepared to land, hundreds of voices rang out in unison. Master Amiri, these are the members of the Elite Association. I have brought you here, so I shall take my leave. The young guide whispered and turned to leave. Amiri nodded slightly, then directly addressed the several hundred Santiago-ful Divine Realm experts. You are the best talents of our human race. The Mansion Lord formed the Elite Association to cultivate you as the future pillars of support. I don't know if you have set clear goals for yourselves, or what those goals might be, but since I'm here today, Amiri's gaze swept over everyone present. Your goal should at least be the Sage Realm. Do you have confidence? Everyone drew in a sharp breath. There were only 4 Sage Realm experts in the entire Southern Star Sea, including Amiri himself. Before Amiri's rise, no Sage Realm expert had existed in the region for hundreds of thousands of years. Even being the top geniuses, none of them dared openly say their goal was the Sage Realm. It seemed too arrogant. Even the numerous elders of the Taishui Mansion did not dare to speak such words, let alone they as juniors. Nonetheless, despite their internal doubts, they answered collectively and promptly, we have confidence. Amiri nodded casually. To make progress in martial arts, you need confidence and drive. That is what allowed me to achieve everything I have today. Of course, mere determination is not enough. So, today I will teach you a supreme cultivation method called the Heaven-Devouring Transformation Technique. This technique is an improved version of the Primordial Transformation Technique, significantly enhancing the absorption rate of spiritual energy, thus greatly increasing your cultivation speed. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They didn't doubt Amiri's words. Because Amiri's legendary achievements were well known throughout the Southern Star Sea, and everyone knew his cultivation speed far exceeded anyone else's. Having such a miraculous technique made perfect sense. Amiri then began explaining the first 6 stages of the split-up version of the Heaven-Devouring Transformation Technique. He had actually considered sharing this cultivation method previously, but due to his busy schedule, he had put off doing so until Jacqueline raised the issue of the Elite Association again. He knew that a good core cultivation technique could enhance everyone's cultivation speed, promoting the prosperity of the race. Just like the Heaven-Grade Primordial Transformation Technique cultivated countless strong individuals for the human race, selecting the most talented from the common folk. And the 10-staged, heaven-devouring transformation technique, once perfected, was a sage-level technique, 4 ranks higher than the heaven-grade, primordial transformation technique. It was a benefit that would last for generations without causing any loss to himself. Chapter 416. Holy Fulton Celestial Jacqueline. The elites of the association were the absolute top talents across the entire southern star sea, possessing astonishing natural gifts. Their cultivation had all reached the divine realm, and their understanding of martial arts had become profoundly deep. With Amiri, as the instructor, having an extraordinary grasp on the heaven-devouring metamorphosis art, a detailed explanation led everyone to have profound insights into the first 6 levels of the art. Amiri then gave targeted guidance to each individual. A day passed quickly. The heaven-devouring metamorphosis art will be one of the foundations for the human race to grow stronger. Without my explicit permission, do not spread it outside under any circumstances. Otherwise, if I find out, it will only end in death. Do you understand? Although he said this, Amiri was not too worried about the spread of the technique because the heaven-devouring metamorphosis art was too mysterious. Unless one had achieved an almost perfect understanding of it, it could not be accurately taught to others. For example, all divine-level techniques within the Taishui mansion could essentially only be imparted through transmission jade slips or enlightenment steels. Simple text or language simply could not fully document all the intricacies of high-level techniques. Just like an ordinary person might clearly remember someone's face, but would likely fail miserably at depicting it accurately with ink and brush. Understanding it oneself did not mean being able to accurately pass it on to another. Therefore, without recording it in jade slips, the heaven-devouring metamorphosis art was basically impossible to transmit externally. Understood. Everyone responded loudly. Amiri nodded calmly. Then cultivate diligently during this period. In 3 months, I will come back to guide you again. Everyone's faces lit up with delight, and they responded loudly, yes. Amiri teleported away instantly. The crowd burst into discussions immediately. Indeed, Lord Amiri lives up to his reputation as the foremost genius of eternity. He has devised such a powerful technique that even at just the 2nd level, my cultivation speed matches my main technique. Following Lord Amiri's explanation, when we reach the 6th level, our cultivation speed could increase by more than 10-fold. This technique has 10 levels in total, and once perfected, the cultivation speed could potentially amplify by 100-fold. With this technique, the human race will sweep through the cosmos. The heavenly spring star system where the divine race resides will eventually be conquered by us humans. Meanwhile, Amiri left the headquarters, returned home to have dinner with Jacqueline, and resumed his stargazing cultivation. In the following days, Amiri gradually imparted all 10 levels of the heaven-devouring metamorphosis art to the members of the elite association. Of course, whether they could master it completely depended on their subsequent personal enlightenment. As a member of Amiri's family, Jacqueline had already mastered it entirely and even the advanced Dao level version to a profound degree, with her cultivation speed nearly 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. Time flew by. Members of the elite association began making breakthroughs in cultivation, and Jacqueline's strength continued to rise. 3 years later, on this day, outside the planet Stefanangi, Jacqueline sat cross-legged in midair, surrounded by floating spirit stones which transformed into wisps of spiritual energy absorbed into her body. At a certain moment, after absorbing enough spiritual energy, she silently recited, "Boundary-breaking pearl, upgrade." Instantly, the entire starfield started twisting, as if the rules composing the universe were forcefully altered, be it spiritual energy, space, or any rule in the void. All turned into pure white light. Jacqueline's body became completely radiant, her skin, hair, and even the edges of her flowing clothes emitting a hazy glow. After a long while, Jacqueline opened her eyes, her gaze shooting hundreds of miles into the starry sky, forming a several hundred-meter-wide beam of white light. Is this what it feels like to be at the celestial sovereign realm? Jacqueline instinctively clenched her fists, sighing, indeed, it is 100 times stronger than the Holy King realm. Initially, she estimated that she would reach the peak of the Holy King realm at this point. However, as her understanding of the heaven-devouring metamorphosis art deepened, her cultivation speed increased exponentially, leading to far faster than expected progress. All this came at a cost. The spirit stones accumulated by her and Amiri over the years, along with her recent salary, were nearly exhausted by her alone. But reaching the celestial sovereign realm granted her much stronger abilities, transforming primordial elements. Any substance could be effortlessly converted into light for cultivation. Even in the void, she could produce boundless light, similar to creating matter from nothingness. From now on, she no longer needed any cultivation resources, and there would never be a risk of exhaustion in battle. Satisfied, Jacqueline smiled and transformed into a beam of white light, flying home at dozens of times the speed of light. At this moment, in the chaotic star region, a universe boat alternately sailed and flashed, traversing through the twisted void. Patriarch Frazier calmly sat cross-legged, while other Holy Realm experts took turns piloting the boat. Until a particular moment. After a series of flashes, the universe boat appeared in a serene part of the starfield. Patriarch Frazier, we've arrived at the southern star sea. One of the Holy Realm experts bowed deeply. Frazier opened his eyes, a distorted smile on his face. After 5 years, we are finally here. The demise of over 200 patriarchs and countless casualties among the divine race must be repaid by the destruction of the entire southern star sea. Not a single one of Amiri's family and friends shall be spared. He sternly ordered, first, find a planet to land on. The universe boat continued its journey. A few days later, they spotted a green life-bearing planet in the distance and steered towards it. Soon, the detection devices on the planet picked up the vibrations from the universe boat and sounded the alarm. Indeed, the divine race is invading again. Jensenry, send news to the headquarters. You stay here to monitor the movements of the universe boat and report to me promptly. After some minor chaos, the defenders of the planet sprang into action. Several dozen flying shuttles headed towards the source of the vibrations to monitor the situation. Two Santiagos used a teleportation array to arrive at the headquarters and reported the divine race invasion to Elder Juan. You continue investigating and report any updates. Juan instructed the two Santiagos before calling a trusted subordinate, go to Xianxia planet and inform Great Elder Jacqueline about the divine race invasion. The subordinate's expression turned serious as he bowed. Yes. Only a select few knew the hidden residence of Amiri and Jacqueline, including this trusted subordinate. He hurriedly teleported to Xianxia planet, found Jacqueline who was in closed meditation at home, and urgently reported. Xianxia, the divine race has appeared on planet Fenglu. Jacqueline abruptly opened her eyes, a hint of faint smile on her composed face. All right, I'll go there now. With that, she transformed into a white light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 417. Ancestor Conroy Falls. The close confidant of Elder Elon stood rooted to the spot, staring at the fleeting light point in the sky. His mouth opened and closed as he muttered in a daze. We haven't informed Lord Amiri yet. What should we do? Elder Jacqueline is strong, but no one knows if she can match the divine race's powerful warriors. What if she's no match for them? But apart from Xianxia, who else knows where Lord Amiri is? He hesitated for a moment before turning away and heading back to the main base to report everything that had happened. Elder Juan frowned deeply. Previously, it had always been Amiri who dealt with the divine race invaders. Although Jacqueline was undoubtedly the second strongest individual in the entire southern Bright Star Sea, she had never truly faced a divine race invader. No one knew if she could withstand them. Moreover, the divine race had repeatedly failed in their invasions, each time sending stronger contingents. There was no telling how terrifying this new force would be. Facing them alone, Jacqueline's fate hung in the balance. Thinking of this, one felt a surge of anxiety. If anything happened to Jacqueline, not only would the planet Fenglu fall, leading to countless deaths, but more importantly, no one knew what reaction Amiri might have. One quickly found a quiet room and entered his consciousness space, trying to reach out to Jacqueline, but there was no response. He then had no choice but to call on Hicks, the palace master. Master, it's bad. A divine race warrior has invaded planet Fenglu, and Grand Elder Jacqueline went to face them alone. Hicks's brows furrowed. Where's Amiri? Elder Amiri hasn't received this news yet. I'm worrying about how to inform him. I don't know where he is. Master, can you contact him? Elder Juan spoke anxiously. Hicks's frown deepened. He hadn't expected the usually cautious Jacqueline to act so impulsively. In his view, this could mean one of two things. Either Amiri was in critical seclusion and shouldn't be disturbed, or Jacqueline herself had full confidence in her abilities. After some thought, Hicks quickly ordered, immediately send someone to Fenglu to inform Xianxia. Tell her to notify Amiri first and not to act alone. If Amiri is unavailable for the time being, tell her to retreat and abandon planet Fenglu. Xianxia's safety is more important than planet Fenglu. Elder Juan hurriedly replied, yes. Exiting the consciousness space, he immediately arranged for someone to head to planet Fenglu. Meanwhile, Jacqueline had already arrived at the teleportation array on Fenglu. Where are the divine race? A hawk guarding the array hesitated slightly before quickly reporting the coordinates of the divine race's heavenly vessel. With her current status as a celestial sovereign realm cultivator, moving across the planet's surface was nearly instantaneous for Jacqueline. A flash of white light later, she had located the heavenly vessel. The vessel hovered in mid-air. Inside, Ancestor Conroy sat cross-legged, while his 3 Saint Realm subordinates were scattered across the area gathering intelligence. As Jacqueline approached, Conroy's diffused soul power immediately detected her presence. Her lightning-fast arrival made Conroy's heart involuntarily skip a beat, but he quickly reacted, sneering. With Amiri absent, his partner Jacqueline must be the strongest human here. Truly underestimating herself, inviting her own destruction. Conroy immediately flew out of the heavenly vessel, ready to attack Jacqueline, but then, a flash of white light, and all his strength vanished. His body disintegrated at an alarming speed. This a being above the Holy King realm? Conroy's mind filled with shock as he silently disintegrated into fine, glowing fragments floating in the air. Jacqueline remained unperturbed, using her soul power to transmit a message afar. I am Jacqueline. Report the locations of the other divine race members immediately. High in the sky, several dozen members of the Tai Sui Palace, monitoring the heavenly vessel's movements from various flyers, were all stunned upon receiving Jacqueline's transmission. They promptly sent signals to communicate with each other. Once they received feedback, they immediately transmitted the locations of the remaining 3 divine race members. In midair, Jacqueline retrieved her identity token and checked the messages. 3 more divine race members? Not troublesome at all. Her figure flashed, and she disappeared. Traveling at speeds many times faster than light, she needed only a rough direction. It took mere seconds to fly over and thoroughly investigate. Moreover, the 3 Saint Realm divine race members were openly massacring people in the city, occasionally questioning survivors for information. When Jacqueline arrived, chaos reigned, people screaming and fleeing in terror, while numerous strong individuals flew out of the city like swarms of locusts. High in the sky, the flying ships observed this scene. Jacqueline frowned, flashing beside one of the divine race members. With a casual flick of her finger, the Saint Realm member instantly disintegrated and died. The divine race is dead. There's no need to panic. Jacqueline barely had time to hastily send this soul transmission to everyone's minds before she started searching for the next divine race member. On the other side, the 2 divine race Saint Realm members had gathered much information from survivors and were comparing notes without concern for accuracy. Amiri has been missing for years and has not returned. Of the 4 Holy Realm experts in the southern Bright Star Sea, including Amiri, all broke through within recent years. Besides Amiri, only his partner Jacqueline is relatively strong, having attained the Great Sage Realm. The other 2 Holy Realm experts are only newly minted Saint Realms. The 2 divine race members breathed a collective sigh of relief, thinking, without Amiri, the southern Bright Star Sea is nothing but prey to be slaughtered. They began returning to the heavenly vessel. Just then, one of them silently fell, a flash of light signaling his end. The last surviving member reached near the heavenly vessel, only to sense emptiness for dozens of miles around. He was alarmed, but before he could react further, Jacqueline, following the identity token signal, appeared and struck out palm first. A flash of light, and the last divine race member's upper torso disintegrated into floating particles. Suspended before him, Jacqueline calmly asked, "What was the leader of your squad called?" The divine race member, too tense to even think of fleeing, responded nervously, "The leader was Ancestor Conroy." "That's good enough." Jacqueline indifferently waved her hand, and the man's body completely disintegrated into light. Chapter 418. Another great battle? Kaylee's figure flashed again, appearing at the branch headquarters on Fenglu Star. She didn't bother finding the branch's leader, opting to communicate via soul transmission to everyone. "I am Kaylee. The 4 powerful deities have all been eliminated. Immediately send personnel to handle the aftermath and conduct a thorough investigation for any remaining deity escapees." Those who received the transmission were instantly startled, but then overjoyed. "Thank you, Sinclairin." Someone noticed Kaylee and immediately bowed deeply. Kaylee gave a calm nod before departing through the teleportation array. Just after Kaylee left, an associate sent by Elder Juan appeared at the teleportation array on Fenglu Star. After showing his identification token, he urgently sought out the branch headquarters leader and said, "By order of Elder Juan, please contact Elder Kaylee right away. Tell her not to act for now, and first inform Lord Amiri. If Lord Amiri is unavailable, she should retreat immediately." The branch's leader was a refined middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, he said oddly, "I fear this order has come a bit too late." Before he finished speaking, the subordinate panicked and asked hastily, "Why too late? Where is Sinclairin?" Seeing his anxious expression, the middle-aged man simply replied, "Sinclairin annihilated the 4 deities and just returned home." The subordinate sighed in relief. "That's good, as long as she is back." "Hold on. You mean the deities were eliminated so quickly?" While he stood speechless, Kaylee returned to the Tai Sui Mansion's main headquarters, reported the battle situation to Elder Juan, then left gracefully, leaving Juan equally stunned. How terrifying must Elder Kaylee's strength be to eliminate 4 divine, Saint Realm powerhouses in such a short time? Her power might even match Lord Amiri. What an unparalleled couple of geniuses. One couldn't help but marvel. Back at her home on Stephanong G Star, Kaylee once again entered a meditative state. Ever since several years ago, the news that Conroy Patriarch would invade had weighed heavily on her and Amiri's minds. Although his current strength wasn't formidable to her, they still needed to maintain vigilance, always preparing for battle, which made them quite uneasy. Now that she finally exterminated him, Kaylee could truly breathe a sigh of relief. The next day, when Amiri returned to Stephanong G Star, he learned from Kaylee about the elimination of Conroy Patriarch and was also greatly surprised. Conroy Patriarch is a Saint King Realm powerhouse. You easily killed him? Have you reached the peak of the Saint King Realm so quickly? But you should still be cautious and call me back first. If he was also at the peak of the Saint King Realm and stronger than you, I could provide timely assistance and fight alongside you. Hearing Amiri's slightly reproachful words, Kaylee laughed softly. "Don't worry. I had absolute confidence, so I didn't want to disturb you. My cultivation has already surpassed to the Heaven's Sovereign Realm." Amiri was taken aback. "You're advancing too fast. Your speed surpasses even my own in the Sage Realm." In 3 years, his cultivation rose from the 1st level of the Sage Realm to the 5th level, much faster than the average person. Yet compared to Kaylee, it was trivial. Within merely 3 years, she advanced from the 5th level of the Saint King Realm to the Heaven Sovereign Realm, spanning 6 minor realms, a huge leap within the Saint King Realm. Such an incredible cultivation speed left even Amiri in awe. At this moment, Kaylee looked at him eagerly. Bernie at another great battle? Having gained such a significant advantage over Amiri, reaching the Heaven Sovereign Realm boosted her strength 100-fold. She didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to possibly defeat Amiri. Amiri chuckled. "What kind of battle do you mean?" Kaylee arched an eyebrow, looking unyieldingly at him. "Any kind." "Then let's go." Meanwhile, as Amiri and Kaylee engaged in their intense battle, the war in the Heavenly Spring star system raged on. Although the internal situation within the divine race had stabilized, they were continually retreating at the borders, losing nearly a dozen planets each day. Since being attacked by Amiri, the divine race had lost almost 10,000 life-bearing planets in a few years, initially suffering heavy losses under Amiri's onslaught, and now under constant attacks from the human and demon races, countless strong figures of the divine race perished. The divine race was gradually weakening. Especially recently, the human and demon races seemed to coordinate their efforts, continuously sending out ancient patriarchs of the Saint King Realm to wreak havoc on the battlefield. Meanwhile, after several massacres by Amiri, the number of divine patriarchs dwindled, making them reluctant to engage directly with the other 2 races. As a result, they could only watch as the tide turned against them, leading to complete disadvantage. At the Divine Ancestor Star, high-level meetings occurred almost monthly, and lately, more frequently. Participants included various ancient patriarchs of the divine race and the new clan leader, Sinclairin. The battlefield is filled with continuous defeats, while negative news and unrest within our clan increase daily. At this rate, the mighty divine race might soon collapse completely. Patriarch Mark, we can't continue waiting idly for Lord Aiden's support. No one knows when he will return, said one of the elders gravely. I suggest we immediately request aid from the main tribe in Baishan Constellation, another elder added. All eyes fell on Patriarch Mark. Among the elders present, including him, were several members of the Old Generation Expansion Corps from the main tribe. Previously, they had been in deep meditation in various places and rarely emerged. They only returned to Divine Ancestor Star due to Mark's direct summons. They also suggested, we should seek help from the main tribe. Even if only a few hundred elders are sent, it would turn the tables for us. Patriarch Mark sighed. Our only spacecraft carrying Adon to Nami Star C, means we can only use a space-time vessel to reach the main tribe, which would take at least a century. The elders gasped. A century? So long? By then, the divine race might be no more. The older patriarchs were equally shocked. Wait, you mean Adon left for Nami, Starsea via spacecraft but hasn't returned for years? Spacecraft travel hundreds of times faster than a space-time vessel. In a few years, one could make several round trips to the main tribe. How could a round trip to Nami Starsea take so long? Chapter 419. Finally won against you once. The ancient patriarch Mark spoke gravely. Amiri's teleportation ability is extremely powerful, making it highly likely that he managed to escape death from the hands of Lord Landant. Therefore, Lord Landant is probably still hunting Amiri. At this point, despite his blind confidence in the strength of a sovereign realm powerhouse, he still did not doubt that Lord Landant had met with misfortune. However, most of the other ancient patriarchs didn't see it that way. Their understanding of the strength of sovereign realm powerhouses came solely from what Patriarch Mark described, and they naturally did not hold the same boundless reverence. On the contrary, they had a deep appreciation for Amiri's terrifying power. Based on previous records of multiple invasions of the southern star sea, traveling there by cosmic boat would take approximately 5 years. If the statements about the speed of the space cruiser being hundreds of times faster than the cosmic boat are true, then logically, Lord Landant should only need a few days to reach the southern star sea. Even if Amiri used his powerful teleportation to escape, Lord Landant wouldn't have spent 5 years relentlessly chasing him. So, the speaker looked solemnly at Mark Patriarch. No matter how unbelievable it seems, I must suspect that either Lord Landant has met with misfortune or is temporarily trapped in the southern star sea because the space cruiser was destroyed. Mark Patriarch immediately rejected this speculation. Impossible. The power of a sovereign realm powerhouse is beyond your imagination. Even the once omnipotent Amiri, compared to them, is like an ant. Lord Landant could not have met with misfortune. Then his tone shifted, hesitating as he added. However, it's possible that Amiri destroyed the space cruiser during the battle. After all, his teleportation ability is indeed formidable. In that case, the most likely scenario is that Lord Landant is currently on his way back. Another ancient patriarch interjected gravely. The problem now is that our divine race is facing imminent crisis. We can no longer pin our hopes on Lord Landant, who knows when he will return. We must find a way to urgently seek aid from the main clan. Everyone expressed agreement. Mark Patriarch and the other senior ancient patriarchs fell into silence. At this moment, one person offered, I'll perform the soul burning technique. Only a few of us have soul fragments stored in the main clan. If we are to quickly seek help, one of us will have to sacrifice ourselves. Since it has to be someone, let it be me. All eyes turned to him. Mark Patriarch also blurted out subconsciously, Ret Patriarch. Then he too fell silent. Ret Patriarch smiled faintly and continued. I've lived for 180 million years, but am still only at the mid-Emperor Saint realm. Among us, I'm considered the weakest. Since a sacrifice is inevitable, it can only be me, this waste. And after living so long, I'm content. As Ret Patriarch spoke, dense white light gradually enveloped his body, flickering like flames. Ret, you're not a waste. You're a hero of the divine race. Hold on, maybe there are other methods, some of the ancient patriarchs said, but Ret Patriarch still smiled faintly. Farewell, old friends. After saying this, his body silently burned to nothingness. The ancient patriarchs remained silent for a long time. Finally, Mark Patriarch spoke. In a few months, the main clan from White Mountain Constellation should send reinforcements. Let's hold on through these final tough months. The meeting ended, and everyone dispersed. White Mountain Constellation. A 16-wing member of the divine race hurried to the clan leader's palace. Clan leader Burke, we just received a soul-burning request from the Heavenly Spring Star System. Clan leader Burke frowned. With his exceptional memory, upon hearing Heavenly Spring Star System, he immediately recalled Jarvis Patriarch's plea for help several years ago. Back then, due to the appearance of a human powerhouse named Amiri who was said to be invincible at the Emperor's Saint realm, Jarvis Patriarch had requested assistance from a sovereign. Burke clearly remembered that Lord Landant had already headed to the Heavenly Spring Star System. Years passed, and Lord Landant still hadn't returned. To him, this wasn't unusual. Sovereign realm powerhouses were free and unrestrained, unhindered by clan rules. After arriving at the Heavenly Spring Star System, staying there for any reason was not something anyone would dare question. But now, the Heavenly Spring Star System had sent another distress signal. This was very abnormal. What has happened in the Heavenly Spring Star System? Where has Lord Landant gone? Or is even Lord Landant unable to resolve the crisis in the Heavenly Spring Star System? After pondering for a moment, clan leader Burke called in aid. Immediately informed the elders' pavilion and request that 100 elders be sent over. Yes, the aide bowed and withdrew. Soon, 100 elders arrived at the clan leader's palace. To the elders, the branch in the Heavenly Spring Star System has just sent a soul-burning request. Please go there to provide support and gather relevant information. Burke summarized the situation in the Heavenly Spring Star System, including Lord Landant's involvement, which made everyone tense up. Because there's no clear word on Lord Landant, I don't want to disturb other sovereigns rashly, so I ask you to undertake this mission. The Heavenly Spring Star System hosts a human powerhouse rumored to be invincible at the Emperor's Saint realm. It's unknown if Lord Landant has killed him, so please proceed with caution. After thoroughly investigating, ensure there's no danger before taking action. If anything unusual happens, immediately abandon the mission and report back. The 100 elders wore serious expressions. Elwyn Elder, the leader among them, spoke gravely, rest assured, we'll handle it. Shortly thereafter, the 100 elders boarded 2 space cruisers and teleported towards the Heavenly Spring Star System. Southern Star Sea. Vast expanse of space outside Rangeland Star. Amiri and Jacqueline had fought fiercely for a long time. It had to be said that while Amiri's overall strength barely reached the sovereign realm, his weaknesses in certain areas were quite apparent. Without considering physical endurance, he was almost always at a disadvantage, mostly passively enduring Jacqueline's relentless attacks. I lost. Amiri stopped attacking and admitted candidly. Initially, during his battle with Lord Landant, the latter fled mainly because he realized he couldn't harm Amiri at all. Additionally, seeing Amiri's rapid increase in strength, he wanted to return to seek help from other sovereigns to quickly eliminate this potential great threat. In fact, Lord Landant had initially held the upper hand. Jacqueline smiled brightly. Finally won against you once. Winning against Amiri had been a small wish in her heart. For decades until today, this realization lifted her mood greatly. Her smile bloomed like a flower. Ambient white light shrouded her, making her look especially holy. Amiri laughed meaningfully. Next, let's enter the next battlefield for the final showdown. Chapter 420. Turning passivity into proactivity. After Amiri and his companion returned to Xianxia Star, their soul power unexpectedly sensed a plain-looking young Rena quietly standing outside the residence. Sensing the sudden appearance of two soul fluctuations within the residence, she immediately bowed and said, Sinclairin. Jacqueline looked towards the outside of the residence, her gaze seeming to pierce through the courtyard walls and land on the young Rena. She softly said, Come in. The young Rena respectfully entered. Speak. What's the matter? A 9-star celestial god realm powerhouse wants to take Clyde as a disciple. After Clyde rejected him, he seemed somewhat infuriated and is secretly preparing some underhanded moves. Should we investigate further or punish him directly? Jacqueline pondered for a moment. Such matters were indeed troublesome. If they punished him directly, it might expose that Clyde has a complicated background, leading some individuals to discover that he is their son. Until now, the small-scale unrest in Nansen Star Sea had not ceased. Not only were there alien races, but some human factions also joined the riot organizations for various reasons. Once Clyde's true identity was discovered, these riot organizations might exploit it to cause greater chaos. Jacqueline naturally wasn't afraid, but she didn't want Clyde to live sheltered forever. Clyde himself didn't like being overly protected either. After some thought, Jacqueline said, Arrange for someone to punish the 9-star powerhouse under the pretext of attempting harm against a core disciple. Also, have Elder Juan hint to him that Clyde has already been taken in as a disciple by a certain high-ranking official. Give him a warning not to make any underhanded moves. Otherwise, kill him directly. Yes. The young Rena bowed and left. Jacqueline simply explained to Amiri, Currently, the residence has many incentives to promote and cultivate talented successors. Especially for world-class geniuses like Clyde. Once they become a master's disciple and are nurtured, the rewards from the residence are quite substantial even for celestial god realms. Not to mention that a genius disciple growing into a top-tier powerhouse would mean significant connections and numerous hidden resources. Speaking of this, she slightly shook her head. These generous incentives indeed spur many people to search for talent, but some people are just too obsessed. Amiri smiled. I suspect that the 9-star powerhouse wants to trip up Clyde, then help him and take him as a disciple. As I see it, we should let Clyde experience the treachery of others. Otherwise, he will never truly grow. Jacqueline glared at her. I thought I was tough enough, but you, as a father, seem even more ruthless, letting someone target your son deliberately. Amiri still smiled carelessly. What's there to fear? As long as we ensure he doesn't get hurt. Of course, I'm just suggesting this. If you don't agree, forget about it. Anyway, we can take care of Clyde for life. Jacqueline couldn't help rolling her eyes, but she still paused and hesitantly asked, So, should I withdraw my previous order? No need. Since it's arranged, let's do it this time. We'll focus on Clyde's growth next time. Let's have a battle first. Amiri pulled her into the room. Much later, after the storm had passed, they lay together in bed chatting. When you left Mauritius star system, didn't you promise the humans there that you'd return within 5 years? Are you planning to leave soon? Jacqueline suddenly asked. I won't be leaving. Amiri shook his head slightly. If I reappeared in the Mauritius star system while Lord Landon is missing, the divine race would surely guess something happened to him. At that time, if several dozen divine race celestial nobles attack me together, while I have confidence in protecting myself, I worry they would take revenge on Nansen Star Sea. So, I must remain low profile, trying to delay the time when the divine race realizes something is wrong. Taking advantage of this time, our strength might improve further, giving us a better chance. After some contemplation, Jacqueline said, almost 4 years have passed since Lord Landon died. Even if the divine race were slow, they should realize something by now. If you stay here secluded, you'll lose valuable intelligence, remaining unaware of the Mauritius star system status. It might even attract celestial nobles to Nansen Star Sea, bringing disaster. So, I think you can turn passivity into proactivity. Your teleportation ability is your greatest asset. When you're proactive, you're invincible. Waiting passively for an attack could lead to unexpected danger. Amiri carefully considered her advice. He knew Jacqueline wasn't annoyed at him causing trouble, but trusted him deeply, knowing he wouldn't fear the divine race's celestial nobles, which made her suggest this boldly. Jacqueline gently smiled and continued, Actually, I understand that you mainly feel guilty for spending so little time with me and Clyde, and worry about Lord Frazier coming to attack, so you've stayed home. But now you can rest assured. I've advanced to the celestial noble realm, matching your strength, and can protect myself, Clyde, and Nansen Star Sea. Go out and face challenges confidently. I'll handle everything at home. Amiri suddenly smiled and embraced her, saying, I'll eliminate all potential threats, keeping enemies away from Nansen Star Sea, ensuring no one threatens your peaceful lives. Mauritius star system. 2 space cruisers arrived at the territory of the divine race after months of travel. Under the personal escort of Hartley and several other elders, they discreetly arrived at the new divine ancestor star. Seeing the 100 elders before them, the new clan leader Xianxia was ecstatic, inviting everyone to a spacious council palace respectfully. Several welcoming elders, along with Xianxia and the 100 supporting elders, all took seats in the council hall. The leading supporter Elwyn Elder spoke frankly, looking solemn. Since we've just arrived, please inform us about the current situation and Lord Landon's status. Xianxia immediately handed over several jade tablets for review, while he explained the current difficulties. Lord Landon has not returned, and there's no news. His cruiser is gone, and we're facing relentless attacks from both humans and demons, making our situation increasingly dire. Old Rhett had no choice but to use Soul Burn to seek aid from the main clan, sighed Xianxia. Translation complete. Chapter 421. Then let's start sweeping aside everything. After reviewing the information stored in the jade slip, Alberic's expression turned solemn upon hearing clan leader Xianxia's words. Your meaning is that Venerable Cain should have reached Southern Star Sea within a few days, but has not returned for almost 4 years now? Clan leader Xianxia nodded. Yes. Amiri hasn't reappeared, and neither has Venerable Cain. Alberic muttered to himself, then suddenly asked, hasn't there been no news regarding the mysterious powerful individual who destroyed Divine Ancestor Star more than 3 years ago? Clan leader Xianxia shook his head. No. Alberic abruptly shouted in a deep voice. Nonsense. According to the information you provided, with the setup of Divine Ancestor Star, it would take someone far stronger than the Sage King realm to destroy it quickly without spreading any news. It would either be a celestial lord, or close to being one. A supreme power like that, having carried out the destruction of Divine Ancestor Star, must surely be your enemy. Haven't you considered why he concealed his actions? And why he has not struck again in these past 3 years? Clan leader Xianxia was momentarily taken aback. Despite the unfriendly attitude, he dared not express any dissatisfaction and hesitantly replied, the individual might be wary of the celestial lords in the main branch, hence dare not reveal their identity, fearing an ambush when acting again. Alberic sneered coldly. I ask you, among all enemies you've encountered over the years, who has the strength far surpassing the Sage King realm? There's only Amiri, but we've had multiple encounters with him, and our intelligence on him is very detailed. Although he can defeat many ancestors, his actual strength is merely at the Sage King level, incapable of easily destroying Divine Ancestor Star. Alberic suddenly bellowed. Nonsense. At this juncture, are you still blindly doubting the enemy's strength? The individual who acted was undoubtedly Amiri, who previously suppressed his strength intentionally, but actually possesses the cultivation of a celestial lord. Venerable Cain hasn't appeared for so long because he lost to Amiri. The destruction of Divine Ancestor Star was deliberately done covertly, and that powerful individual hasn't shown up since because Amiri knows that once he appears, you might deduce that Venerable Cain has met with misfortune. In other words, Venerable Cain likely met with misfortune or was trapped 4 years ago, yet you incompetent ones haven't realized it. Alberic glared furiously. What status does Venerable Cain hold? He personally came here to assist you, yet your response has been so slow, showing no concern for his safety. I will report this matter truthfully to our clan leader. Let's go. We need to report back. 100 ancestors stood up uniformly. Clan leader Xianxia and several other ancestors were somewhat panicked. Patriarch Mark hurriedly said, please calm down, Alberic. All of this is just speculation. With Venerable Cain's strength, how could he possibly encounter misfortune? Alberic glanced at him, saying coldly, as a celestial lord, even the slightest possibility of encountering danger should immediately raise serious concern. Venerable Cain's speed exceeds that of the Cosmos ship by nearly 2 times. Even if the ship were destroyed, it would take him less than 3 years to return. Add to that the sudden appearance of a mysterious powerhouse destroying Divine Ancestor Star. My guess stands at least a 50% chance of being true, which is enough. With that, they left. Soon after, 2 Cosmos ships flew out from the planet's surface, instantly teleporting towards the distance continuously. In the meeting hall, they exchanged looks, their faces extremely displeased. Regardless, the main branch will definitely dispatch Celestial Lords soon. Our divine race may finally be saved. Clan leader Xianxia managed a forced smile. Patriarch Mark sighed heavily. If Venerable Cain really met with misfortune, it's a significant loss for the entire divine race, indicating Amiri's strength far surpasses our imagination. Another patriarch also sighed. So, Amiri has indeed likely been concealing his strength all along, showcasing slightly superior power whenever we field stronger lineups. Stefank boiling a frog slowly, step by step leading us to doom. Patriarch Mark opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but ultimately shook his head dejectedly, saying nothing more. Months later, Jinsaman Ancestor Star. Amiri once again transformed into Adele's appearance, arriving here incognito. Matt greeted him joyfully into the council hall. Brother Zhu, you're finally back. After 5 years of seclusion, my cultivation broke through further, so I returned. Amiri smiled calmly. Matt exclaimed in admiration, given Brother Zhu's unmatched strength, there's been another breakthrough. Have you perhaps entered the supreme realm beyond Sage King? Amiri smiled nonchalantly without confirming. After some more small talk, Amiri took the initiative to say, since I've returned and made a breakthrough, I plan to directly strike the Divine Race's headquarters and capture their leadership. You can adjust the strategy accordingly. Matt remarked with hidden intent. Divine Ancestor Star was quietly destroyed by a mysterious powerful individual more than 3 years ago. The current headquarters of the Divine Race is on a new Divine Ancestor Star. Amiri feigned surprise. Is there really such a powerhouse? If they have a grudge against the Divine Race, have they continued to attack them? Since then, that powerhouse hasn't reappeared. Then it's a pity. In that case, give me the coordinates of the new Divine Ancestor Star, and I'll prepare to set out shortly. Alright, I'll arrange it. Alright, I secluded myself for 5 years, so I'm not entirely updated on recent events. Summarize the latest intelligence for me too. Matt nodded smilingly. Alright. Soon, Matt handed over several jade slips to Amiri. After examining them one by one, Amiri gained a general understanding of the current overall situation in Marasaguan star system. The divine race continues to suffer defeats. It seems White Mountain Constellation's reinforcements haven't arrived yet, or they haven't realized Venerable Kane's fall. After pondering for a while, Amiri decided to reveal himself. If he continued hiding, once a celestial lord from the divine race arrives, they might directly head to Southern Star Sea, making his battles restricted. By revealing himself to the divine race, he would naturally draw the attention of celestial lords from White Mountain Constellation, facing him directly. With his strength, there was no need to fear them. So, luring the enemy to a battlefield suitable for him was the most fitting choice. If so, let's truly start sweeping aside the divine race. Amiri grinned and left human territory. Hashtag chapter 422, sweeping through the divine ancestor star. On one of the divine race's planets, a figure suddenly appeared high above the city. Many divine beings in the city below immediately bowed and shouted, "Honorable sage." The figure floating midair had an exquisite face and a tall, muscular build, with 16 pristine white wings flapping lazily behind him. This was Amiri, who had transformed into a 16-winged member of the divine race. He glanced arrogantly at the ground below. Seeing an 8-winged divine being, he quickly flew over, grabbed the individual, and sped towards the outskirts of the city. Which direction is the temple, and approximately how far? The 8-winged divine being was puzzled. As a Sage Realm powerhouse, Amiri should be familiar with the location of the temple if he had come to this planet. Nevertheless, he did not dare to neglect the Sage Realm powerhouse's query and hurriedly revealed the direction of the temple. Amiri then teleported away with the divine being and soon sighted the temple from a distance. "Your task is done. Farewell," Amiri said indifferently. A powerful spatial fragmentation wave erupted from his hand, shattering the 8-winged divine being completely. Amiri nonchalantly flew toward the temple. The divine beings flying around saw him and nodded politely. Occasionally, Amiri would nod back with a smile. When he reached the palace housing the teleportation array, dozens of divine beings were waiting for teleportation. An 8-winged divine being stood beside the teleportation array, pressing his hands on a stone pillar. Holy light surged from his hands into the pillar and subsequently flowed into the array's patterns. The array lit up, and several figures instantly vanished. Amiri walked in and directly requested, "Help me teleport first. I have urgent intelligence to report. Destination, Divine Ancestor Star." As he spoke, he took out an identity token from his storage ring and activated it. A 16-winged divine being image glowed faintly, revealing his Sage Realm status. The divine being responsible for the array promptly replied, "Of course." Amiri smiled at the others. "I apologize, but I do have an emergency, so I'll use the array first." Given his Sage Realm status, no one dared to protest. They responded courteously despite any reservations. With a flash of light, Amiri disappeared through the array. At the new Divine Ancestor Star, the teleportation array flashed, and a tall, young-looking divine being appeared. He surveyed his surroundings carelessly and then stomped down with immense force. A vast area of land crumbled instantly, cracks spreading for thousands of miles. From space, the entire Divine Ancestor Star seemed to sink inward from Amiri's stomp. What kind of being is that? Could it be Amiri? Powerful individuals flew up into the air. Many high-ranking officials immediately thought of Amiri due to the extensive destruction. At that moment, Amiri's figure grew enormous, reaching 20,000 meters tall in a blink, catching everyone's attention. So large yet still able to transform into a divine being, it's indeed Amiri. Quick, escape. Everyone, leave the Divine Ancestor Star. All were horrified. Nearby, clan leader Sinclairin and a dozen ancestors turned and fled as well. Amiri extended his hands. Countless golden dragons emerged from his palms, forming a massive golden barrier that covered most of the planet. The pressure within the barrier immobilized countless divine beings. Clan leader Sinclairin and other ancestors' speeds dropped by more than half. Worse, countless golden chains sprouted from the barrier's edge, wrapping around everyone. Weaker individuals were swiftly sealed inside. Even the stronger ones, including Sage Realm powerhouses, were struggling. Since Amiri had advanced to the Sage Realm, the power of his techniques had significantly increased. The suppression within the barrier array was even stronger than before. Even peak Saint King Realm powerhouses faced intense suppression and could not easily escape the barrier. Amiri scanned the numerous divine beings, searching for 16-winged members within the barrier. When he saw clan leader Sinclairin and others nearby, he instantly teleported close and stomped down again. This time, the stomp was both wide and fast. The air beneath his feet compressed into a thick, visible wall, acting like a giant translucent shoe. An endless storm enveloped his leg, resembling a celestial pillar. "Unite and stop him," one ancestor yelled. The dozen elders hastily unleashed powerful attacks toward Amiri's foot. Suddenly, a furious spatial fragmentation wave surged downward, shattering the air wall instantly. Large areas of space collapsed, turning into pure darkness and void. Whoa! The deafening hum rang out. In front of Amiri's destructive spatial fragmentation wave, there was no distinction between ordinary divine beings, clan leader Sinclairin, or the dozen elder Saint Kings. They all met the same fate. Within tens of kilometers under his foot, numerous divine beings were instantly crushed to death. He had unknowingly eliminated half of the planet's higher-ups, but did not care about their identities. His goal was simply to obliterate the Divine Ancestor Star, intimidating the divine race, and destroying their confidence and will. After stamping out countless divine beings, Amiri teleported next to another group of 16-winged divine beings and stomped again. Each stomp killing hundreds or even thousands of divine beings. Within 3 minutes, all the divine beings on the new Divine Ancestor Star were wiped out under Amiri's feet. Surveying the scene, the planet now appeared significantly reduced. The surface had been obliterated by his powerful attacks, leaving exposed uneven yellow earth. Mountains, rivers, cities, forests, animals. Everything was gone. Even ruins did not exist. It was now a desolate, abandoned planet. Divine race, let's see how many blows you can endure. Amiri laughed coldly, then abruptly vanished. ##### Chapter 423, The Hydra Strategy. A flash of light erupted from a teleportation array on a distant planet. Dozens of powerful elven deities appeared out of thin air. Leading them was a dignified middle-aged man with 16 wings sprouting from his back. The moment he materialized in the teleportation array, he vanished into the sky as a streak of white light. The remaining elven deities were all formidable 8-winged beings. Their faces were marked by panic, as if they had just escaped some perilous situation. Nearby elven passers-by saw this and asked curiously, "Senior brothers, what has happened?" "The god ancestor star is going to be destroyed," one of them replied, still trembling with fear. Everyone froze for a moment. "What? You mean the new god ancestor star is about to be destroyed?" The person who spoke was about to elaborate when another deity who arrived with him immediately interrupted. "All right, don't say any more. That was just a slip of the tongue. Don't spread rumors recklessly." He then looked at the others. "Let's find a place to settle down first and wait for further instructions from our ancestors." The group had already been enveloped in chaos, feeling lost and unsure of what to do next. Hearing this senior brother's words, they subconsciously followed him away. The surrounding elven deities exchanged glances but didn't dare press further, though a big question lingered in their minds. Could it be that another top-tier powerhouse has invaded the god ancestor star? Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 16-winged elven deity left the temple's teleportation array and quickly arrived at a secluded mountain range. He flew into an expansive cave within the mountain's belly. Inside, several dozen elders were seated in lotus positions. When the dignified elven deity flew in, they all opened their eyes simultaneously. Seeing his panicked expression, their hearts sank. "Ancestor Galen, what has happened?" "Amiri has invaded the god ancestor star," Galen Ancestor blurted out urgently. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly realized the significance of his words, and their faces turned pale. So it looks like Ancestor Elwin's prediction was mostly true. Amiri defeated Landon Venerable, destroyed the original god ancestor star, and possesses the strength of a heavenly venerable. All of this is real. Panic spread through everyone present. More frighteningly, the heavenly venerable from the White Mountain constellation hadn't yet arrived to support them, leaving them facing Amiri at full strength. The same Amiri who could easily destroy the god ancestor star and overpower all Saint Kings. Amiri, now a heavenly venerable. The only bright side was that due to the destruction of the previous god ancestor star and Elwin ancestor's predictions, the elven deity's high-ranking members had decided to scatter across different planets to avoid being wiped out all at once. Consequently, only a rotating group of a dozen or so elders remained on the new god ancestor star at any given time. This arrangement ensured that if a heavenly venerable launched an attack, losses would be minimized as much as possible. It turned out these precautionary measures actually saved numerous lives of the upper echelons. Hartley Ancestor, leading the assembled elders, asked, "What is the current status of the god ancestor star?" Galen Ancestor shook his head. "I'm not sure. After Amiri appeared, he caused widespread destruction. Everyone recognized him immediately and chose to flee. So, I and a few others teleported here, and we don't know what happened after that. But, given Amiri's strength, most people probably won't survive, and the god ancestor star might be annihilated again," he said with a deep sigh. Then, he looked up at everyone. "What should we do next?" According to their emergency plans, the elders scattered across 9 different bases. If the god ancestor star were destroyed, the second base, this planet, would become the new headquarters. The dozen or so elders there would assume leadership roles, reorganizing the hierarchy. This way, even if the higher-ups on the god ancestor star were all wiped out, the elven deities wouldn't crumble rapidly. Cut off one head, and 9 more will rise. This was the Hydra strategy the elven deities implemented to counter Amiri's potential threat. Hartley Ancestor took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Amiri's open invasion of the god ancestor star shows he has nothing left to lose, effectively revealing his identity and power. From now on, he may sweep everything away directly, and we can hardly resist him. So, the most important thing next is to hide ourselves while stabilizing the situation." Another elder hesitated and said, "But once we become the decision-makers, we will need daily communications and intelligence exchanges with various star seas within our territory. There's no way to hide that from human spies. Just like we have infiltrated human traitors, humans have also infiltrated many of us. We can't prevent information leaks. We can't hide ourselves while managing decision-making. It's impossible." Hearing this, Hartley Ancestor shook his head. "So, let's balance the two. I propose abandoning direct control over all star seas. We'll disperse into small groups, letting the elders in charge of each star sea manage autonomously. All resources will be handled internally, crises resolved locally, and reports filed separately. That means our remaining 1024 star seas will act independently without interfering with each other, and strict restrictions on movement between star seas. This includes the frontline war corps. All actions will be decided by their commanders with no supplies or reinforcements. Unless Amiri eliminates each of the 1024 star seas one by one, it's impossible to wipe out our race. And we need only visit each star sea periodically to review their filed reports, assess the overall situation, and make appropriate decisions. This ensures our concealment and strengthens our resilience." After deliberating, the elders agreed with Hartley Ancestor's proposal. Ensuring their safety was the top priority, even if it would cause short-term chaos within the race. It was better than facing Amiri's relentless attacks at any moment. Next, 19 elders dispersed to notify the guardians of each star sea. They didn't need seals or jade slips to prove the authority of their orders. Their identities as elders were proof enough. Thus, before news of the god ancestor star's destruction spread, the 1024 star seas within the elven territories became isolated entities. First, strict regulations were enforced, controlling interactions between the star seas. Everything from civilian trade to strong travelers' journeys to intelligence exchanges was abruptly severed. These sudden bans sent shockwaves through the entire elven civilization. Chapter 424. I, Amiri, always keep my word. Planet Xianxia Ancestor. After annihilating the new divine ancestor star, Amiri reverted to his original form and openly returned here. Clan leader Matt still greeted him respectfully. Turns out Brothers' real name is Amiri, and you're so handsome and suave. You really had us fooled before. He laughed heartily. In fact, during Lord Landon's invasion, their high-ups already knew Amiri's true name, but pretended not to know as Amiri hadn't mentioned it. Now that Amiri revealed his identity on his own, Matt wasn't surprised at all. I also worried about the divine race discovering my true identity, which is why I appeared as Devin all along. Since they've discovered me now, there's no need to hide anymore, Amiri explained apologetically. Please don't hold it against you. Don't be too formal. Matt quickly responded with pleasantries. After exchanging pleasantries, Amiri said, the divine ancestor star has become a wasteland. All the divines there are dead, but it seems their higher-ups weren't entirely gathered. Please gather intelligence carefully. Once you discover any clues about the divine race's leadership, notify me immediately. I'll wipe them out one by one. After the top leadership crumbles, the entire divine race will be disorganized. With your capabilities, you should be able to destroy them easily, right? Matt smiled confidently. Rest assured, once the majority of the divine race elders fall, they'll be toothless tigers. We can do whatever we want with them. Brother Jiang only needs to take care of their upper echelons. Leave the rest to us. All right, then I'll go train outside the starry sky. Notify me immediately if there are any developments. Amiri nodded and vanished in an instant. Matt remained seated, a look of admiration on his face. It appears that the last destruction of the divine ancestor star was indeed carried out by Amiri. It seems Lord Landon, who was once untouchable, truly fell at his hands. Amiri's strength is indeed formidable. With such a powerful person acting, the time remaining for the divine race is probably short. Matt sighed deeply. I never thought the divine race, with its 10 million years of glorious history, would meet such a sad end. Moments later, he summoned a subordinate. Intensify intelligence gathering within the divine race's territory and find their leadership's whereabouts as soon as possible. Report progress to me anytime. Yes. The subordinate bowed and left. In space. Amiri stopped over 10 billion kilometers away from planet Xianxia Ancestor. After casting the universe prohibition barrier, he took out several dozen divine ancestors from his storage ring and released their seals one by one. When the divine ancestors regained consciousness, seeing the golden barrier around them, they were startled, thinking Amiri was going to kill them. However, they soon realized that the barrier only isolated their view without suppressing them in any way. To give you some good news first, if nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before some of you can regain your freedom. As Amiri, I always keep my word. If you cooperate well, I will grant you freedom when I say I will. Amiri said meaningfully. After destroying the divine race, he wouldn't mind letting a few divine ancestors go since they wouldn't pose any threat. So, after coaxing them into contributing for so long, it was time to give them genuine hope. Otherwise, these rare Saint King level sparring partners would lose their enthusiasm for combat sooner or later. He couldn't really kill all of them either, as it would make future cultivation increasingly difficult. They needed to maintain a sliver of hope indefinitely. All right, let's begin the battle. Amiri resumed his cold expression and spoke indifferently. The several dozen divine ancestors looked at each other, some excited and some calm, but none dared to defy Amiri's words. Soon, powerful holy Fulton attacks rained down on Amiri like a storm, completely enveloping him. Sitting cross-legged, Amiri's potential points skyrocketed crazily. Days later. Clan leaders, meeting hall on planet Xianxia Ancestor. A subordinate pushed open the door and rushed in, handing over a secret inscription jade slip respectfully. Clan leader, this is the intelligence gathered from the divine race. Matt took it, broke the secret seal, and probed with his soul power. Soon, he frowned. Can't locate the divine race's leadership? The various star seas are self-governing, and they've cut off communication among themselves? What's the point of this? Making their internal situation more chaotic, hindering information flow, and completely dispersing their forces. Even without Amiri's intervention, they can't resist our invasion anymore. Are they abandoning the entire divine race to save their lives? Matt pondered the divine race's intentions. No, if they were outright abandoning the divine race, they could have fled anywhere secretly, hiding on a remote planet or even escaping the Marisaquan star system. But they're still making such strategic arrangements, indicating they're not solely focused on escape. After some thought, Matt told the subordinate, continue with all efforts to search for the divine race's leadership. The subordinate hesitated for a moment, then spoke up, Clan leader, the divine race's closed policy makes intelligence gathering and communication extremely difficult. Some agents have already been captured and executed. Do we spare no expense, or proceed cautiously? Matt replied sternly, under the condition that the intelligence chain remains intact, spare no expense. Additionally, I'll approve 10 times the budget to bribe insiders within the divine race. The divine race is now in turmoil, people are uneasy, and the leadership has abandoned resistance. The situation is clear to everyone. If we spend a lot of spirit stones and promise safe passage to the Clark Sea, buying them should be much easier. Moreover, mobilize personnel to spread rumors in the divine race's territory that the leadership has absconded with funds, even abandoning frontline troops, and that the human and demon races will invade soon. Clark Sea is a no-man's land, where various racial powers live together. Naturally, many elites from the 3 major races reside there too. Anomaly, no high-ups from the 3 major races would deign to consider the poor and chaotic Clark Sea. But for the divine race now, the humans and demons are enemies. Their homeland is in chaos, facing imminent invasion from 2 major races, making it extremely dangerous. Conversely, the Clark Sea is the safest place for them. Matt's promise was to exchange intelligence for assistance in escaping to the Clark Sea. For many of the divine race, this was quite a realistic temptation. The subordinate bowed and answered, yes. After the subordinate left, Matt continued to think for a while before taking out a jade slip and recording an order. A ray of light flickered in his hand, leaving a secret inscription seal on the jade slip. Chapter 425. Do they have an even bigger ace up their sleeve? Matt called over another subordinate and instructed, deliver this secret character jade slip to the Legion commander immediately. The subordinate respectfully accepted it and turned to leave. The command recorded in the jade slip was simple: engage all forces to sweep through every planet within the divine race's territory. This was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Regardless of the divine race's intentions, they had already been placed at a disadvantage. Coupled with the higher-ups' evasive behavior, it appeared as if they were abandoning any form of resistance. With all the star seas operating independently, the frontline legions must have lost support from within their race. Under these circumstances, the war could be decisively pushed forward. White Mountain Constellation, General Clan Headquarters. After returning, Elwyn Patriarch and others walked into the council chamber with grave expressions. Unlike the Marisiquan star system branch, the General Clan's Patriarch was a top-tier powerhouse at the Holy King realm, equal in cultivation but subtly superior in status to the elders like Elwyn Patriarch. Thus, Elwyn Patriarch spoke politely. Patriarch, it seems Lord Landoner might have encountered trouble. Conway's expression changed drastically. What exactly happened? Elwyn Patriarch recounted all the intelligence he had obtained from the Marisiquan star system and mentioned his speculation. Lord Landoner and I are friends, and I know his personality very well. If he truly couldn't catch up with Amiri, he wouldn't waste so much time on fruitless pursuits. Instead, he would definitely return promptly to request reinforcements. After taking a deep breath, Conway managed to calm down, saying solemnly, thank you all for your efforts. I will report this matter to the other venerable lords for their decision. You may return. Elwyn Patriarch and others bowed and left. Conway flew out of the council chamber immediately and headed to the teleportation array. Teleport to Birdie Star. The nearby divine race member promptly operated the device. Soon, a beam of light illuminated, and Conway vanished on the spot. In a part of space outside Birdie Star, a towering figure of a divine race member flickered in the distorted void. Suddenly, a streak of white light shot from Birdie Star, quickly transforming into a human form hovering not far away. Enos. Conway greeted respectfully. The chaotic light instantly restored to calm, and the figure became clear. Tall and imposing, he possessed enormous iridescent wings fluttering casually behind him, enshrouded in ethereal light. Enos looked deeply concerned, brows furrowing slightly. What happened? Among the divine race, venerable lords stayed aloof from mundane affairs and remained unbound. But to prevent major crises, the lowest-ranked venerable lord was required to guard the clan. Landoner ascended to the venerable lord realm only 3 million years ago, being the 19th venerable lord of the divine race. Any significant events within the divine race would inevitably seek help from Lord Landoner first. Therefore, Enos understood that Conway personally seeking him implied a significant issue, one even beyond Lord Landoner's capabilities. Conway replied gravely. Lord Landoner might have met with some trouble. Hearing this, Enos's brows tightened further. A hint of suppressed killing intent emerged, and under the oppressive aura, the peak Holy King realm Conway's complexion paled slightly. Even having witnessed this power several times, Dane felt awestruck by the might of the venerable lords. I wonder if I can hope to break through to the venerable lord realm within my lifetime, he thought wistfully. Despite being just a step away in cultivation, even the slightest leak of Enos's aura was hard to bear, making the venerable lord realm seem more enticing yet distant. Such a step was incredibly challenging. Across the divine race, there were tens of thousands of Holy King realm elders, possibly reaching nearly 1 million when accounting for all branches, and those who fell over billions of years. Yet, there had only been 19 venerable lords throughout history. Conway reported all intelligence meticulously while maintaining his composure. Jensenmans, Amiri? Enos's expression remained impassive as he murmured softly, indeed, a renowned race in the universe, boasting formidable reproductive and survival abilities like insects, yet possessing such astonishing talent. He looked at Conway and said calmly, you may retire. Once I gather a few seniors, we will eliminate that human. Yes, sir. Conway bowed and flew toward Birdie Star as a white light. A few days later, 5 figures arrived at the clan's council chamber. It was Enos and 4 other venerable lords. Provide us with the coordinates of the Marisiquan star system, and arrange 2 space cruisers to transport us there. Marisiquan star system, Ancestor Jensenman star. In the council chamber, Matt received new intelligence about the divine race. A certain divine elder appeared at Hood Sea, engaging in a half-hour secret meeting with Jan before leaving for Beiji Star. But the elder's presence wasn't seen again on Beiji Star, indicating it was merely a stopover. A similar situation occurred at Dart Sea. Matt frowned, puzzled by the actions of the divine race's higher-ups. They didn't escape or fully hide themselves, but why act so surreptitiously? What are they planning? In the face of Amiri's unparalleled strength and the combined assault of humans and demons, the divine race is destined for destruction. There's no hope for them, making all their actions seem meaningless. Wait, hope. A sudden insight struck Matt. The news of Landoner's defeat by Amiri is something even I can infer. The divine race leadership must be fully aware of it. With the terrifying power Landoner displayed previously, countless holy kings were mere ants to him. So, the Amiri who defeated Landoner made it clear to the divine race that they have no chance of defense. Their demise is inevitable. And their current actions? Thinking about the fragmented strategies and the lower-key hiding of upper echelons, Matt realized their objective. They are stalling for time. Because they believe there is still hope. They must have a greater ace up their sleeve. They are waiting for this bigger ace to reveal itself. At this thought, Matt shivered involuntarily. But how can this be possible? Landiner, a terrifying venerable lord, isn't their strongest card? Why didn't they destroy us outright before? This question was discussed by human leaders when Landiner appeared, yet they couldn't make sense of it. Considering the possibility of a stronger ace, Matt found it illogical. Yet, the divine race's behaviors compelled him to suspect they truly hid an even stronger ace. Otherwise, what significance do their struggles hold? Chapter 426, The Arrival of the Five Great Celestial Lords. Matt became increasingly certain that the behavior of the divine race was abnormal. After calming down, he put himself in the shoes of the divine race to think about it. If I were part of the divine race, what would I do when facing an unparalleled strong figure like Amiri or the original Cain? He recalled how Cain had effortlessly wiped out dozens of ancestral elders with a wave of his hand and felt a chill of fear run through him. Impossible. How could one possibly resist? Any strategy or countermeasure would be futile. One can only actively submit to seek a sliver of survival or flee far away. There's no other path. Matt took a deep breath, composed himself, and then left the meeting palace. He flew out of xuanhuan Ancestor Star, stopping outside the golden barrier in the starry sky. Within the barrier, Amiri saw his figure and ordered the divine race's elder ancestors to stop attacking. He resealed them, storing each in a storage ring, before waving his hand to dispel the barrier. Clan leader Su actually came personally. I assume it's not just to tell me about the divine race leadership. Has something important happened? Amiri smiled calmly. Matt greeted politely and then said, after Brother Jiang destroyed Divine Ancestor Star, the upper echelons of the divine race must have become fearful and hidden away. Thus, we haven't obtained detailed intelligence. Amiri frowned, clearly not expecting such a response from them. After Matt explained the current state of the divine race, his expression grew serious. Brother Jiang, the various actions of the divine race suggest they have even stronger trump cards yet to reveal. Are you prepared for this? Amiri nodded. Don't worry. I've long suspected they still had Celestial Lord level experts. However, they cannot do anything to me. Matt was suddenly moved. Did Amiri previously remain hidden because his cultivation had recently advanced enough to deal with the divine race's bottom cards? It seemed he indeed knew the divine race had hidden reserves and understood exactly what they were. Were they more Celestial Lord level experts? Or even more powerful ones? And which star region did they come from? Several questions flashed through Matt's mind, but his face remained calm as he smiled. May Brother Jiang help clear my doubts? Amiri sighed softly. With your strength, knowing this won't change much and will only increase pressure. That's why I didn't speak earlier. Now that you asked, I'll tell you everything. Amiri revealed all the information he knew about the White Mountain constellation. Upon hearing this, Matt couldn't help but gasp. Over a dozen celestial lords? A constellation larger than a galaxy? A territory with thousands of galaxies? The power of the divine race is so terrifying. He looked at Amiri with alarm. Brother Jiang, the divine race has over a dozen celestial lords. Even if only half are mobilized, imagine a sudden attack. The scene of Cain easily killing many ancestral elders resurfaced in his mind. Such invincible beings, the divine race had over a dozen. With his formidable strength and ultra-long distance teleportation, Amiri might be able to move freely even if he couldn't defeat them. But what about the human race? Unless Amiri could decisively beat them, humanity would face the terrifying threat of the divine race's celestial lords. They would be powerless to resist and unable to escape. Hearing his concern, Amiri reassured him, rest assured. I'll hold them off. You just ensure the intelligence work is solid. Realizing Amiri wouldn't elaborate further, Matt bid farewell, burdened with concerns. Back in the meeting palace, Matt immediately convened the elder patriarchs and reported the situation regarding the White Mountain constellation, causing a flurry of exclamations. Though Amiri promised to block the divine race's celestial lords, they outnumber us. No one can guarantee they won't allocate some forces against us. After all, we stand on the same front and have caused significant damage to them. Fear not the worst, fear the unexpected. We must prepare emergency measures now. Everyone agreed with Matt. They decided to develop similar emergency plans as the divine race. The elder patriarchs dispersed across different regions, and some grand elders were assigned to reinforce major star seas. Only Matt and 20 other elders stayed on xuanhuan Ancestor Star. However, the War Corps continued their offensive operations within the divine race territory as usual. Time quietly passed. Under the stringent containment measures imposed by the divine race, although thousands of planets were lost, the hiding places of the human race's key figures remained undiscovered. Months later, the 5 great celestial lords from the White Mountain constellation finally arrived in divine race territory. 2 Saint King Realm elders operated the 2 cosmic shuttles. Only such powerful individuals could enable non-stop interstellar travel. Following the coordinates in the shuttle, they approached a planet and were promptly spotted by patrol shuttles orbiting it. After communication, the guests in the shuttle, please slowly fly out and accept identity checks. A tense voice called out from the patrolling divine race members. Inside the shuttle, one of the elders used telepathy directly in the minds of the guards. We're reinforcements from the main clan. Notify the clan leader immediately and arrange for someone to welcome us. No clan leader is present. Please cooperate with our identification process. The patrolling guards cautiously stopped at a distance, slightly on guard, repeating their message. They knew that anyone who could communicate telepathically must be a Saint Realm expert far beyond their capabilities. Therefore, the few divine race members inside the shuttle were ready to issue a warning signal at any moment. Inside the cosmic shuttle, the group frowned. One of them was Clive, who had been there before. I will go down and communicate with them, while you wait here, Braun offered, stepping into the starry space. Behind him, 16 white wings shimmered, confirming his status as a Saint Realm expert. This relaxed the patrollers somewhat. As a divine race member, his potential threat decreased. Without the clan leader, let your highest-ranking official come forward, Braun stated proudly. The patrollers hesitated, glanced at each other, and one replied, please wait a moment, sir. I will inform the elder. They knew their visitor was a Saint Realm expert who hadn't shown hostility. Given his divine race identity, he likely wasn't an enemy, so they treated him respectfully. Chapter 427. The Five Great Celestial Venerables Siege. Inside the planet, in a luxurious palace. Upon receiving reports from subordinates, the Draporarting elder immediately instructed his men to receive the visitors with utmost respect. He then flew to a mountain range in the sky. His soul power continuously explored downwards as he transmitted sound messages to several people within. Great Ancestor Mark, reinforcements from the main clan have arrived. Though the many ancestors remained hidden, they knew that support from the main clan could arrive at any moment. Thus, they deliberately left coordinates on this planet so that the main clan starships could directly detect and reach this location. Mark and a few other ancestors also hid on this planet, ready to welcome the celestial venerable of the main clan. They had already informed the Draporarting elder of all arrangements beforehand. For confidentiality, the Draporarting elder did not tell his subordinates about the main clan's news or the whereabouts of the ancestors. He only ordered increased vigilance, but no rash actions. Hence, the patrol acted as described earlier. Immediately, they soared into the sky, stopping not far from the cosmic cruiser. Welcome, Great Ancestor Elwyn, and all esteemed celestial venerables. Please follow me. The group entered the planet and took seats in a palace arranged by the Draporarting elder. Celestial Venerable Duncan came straight to the point. Give us the latest information on Amiri. He didn't bother with what mishaps occurred in the Marisaquan planetary system. His goal was singular, kill Amiri. Mark immediately replied, 5 months ago, after destroying the new god Ancestor Star, Amiri appeared once more on xuanhuan Ancestor Star and hasn't been seen since. Good, give me the coordinates. Mark obediently handed over a jade slip. Let's go. The 5 celestial venerables, acting swiftly, received the jade slip and decisively left with the 2 elders. Moments later, the 5 celestial venerables shared one cosmic cruiser into the vast starry sky, leaving Great Ancestor Elwyn alone to guard the remaining cruiser. Outside xuanhuan Ancestor Star, after several months of cultivation, Amiri's potential points reached an astonishing 180 trillion again, though the number seemed large. In reality, it was insufficient for even a minor level advancement at his current cultivation. To deal with any potentially arriving divine race celestial venerables and improve his chances, he spent 50 trillion potential points to elevate another 5 martial arts to the chaos level. With this, all his martial arts completed their upgrades. Of the newly upgraded arts, only Mystic True Chi and Eternal Golden Body directly enhanced defensive capabilities, while the other 3 merely diversified combat techniques without directly boosting combat power. Thus, overall, his strength hadn't significantly improved. Moving forward, whether in martial arts or cultivation, any further upgrade would take years. Immersed in practice, Amiri was unaware as the divine race's cruiser traversed the starry sky at super long-range teleportation speeds, heading straight for xuanhuan Ancestor Star. Just 10 days later, the cruiser approached xuanhuan Ancestor Star. Looking at the massive green planet, Celestial Venerable Duncan suggested, I will land on xuanhuan Ancestor Star alone to prevent Amiri from escaping via instant teleportation if he sees us 5 approach together. Another Celestial Venerable interrupted. There's no need. Look over there. Isn't that the golden barrier mentioned in the intelligence? Following his gaze through the window, they indeed saw a moderate-sized golden barrier floating in the distance. Zack, get closer. Yes, sir, Zack responded, steering the cruiser towards the golden barrier. Not only did the cruiser have long teleportation ranges, but its flight speed far exceeded regular cruisers, quickly approaching the barrier. Zack, protect the cruiser from afar. Don't let Amiri destroy it opportunistically. Celestial Venerable Duncan ordered. Simultaneously, the 5 venerables left the cruiser and sped towards Amiri's golden barrier at dozens of times the speed of light. Zack maneuvered the cruiser back into a remote space ruin, concealing its presence. Within the golden barrier, Amiri sat cross-legged amidst holy light attacks. As the 5 powerful beings flew in at speeds far exceeding light, their body-reflected light moved slower than their actual speed. Additionally, the celestial venerables manipulated light for optical invisibility. Consequently, Amiri remained oblivious to their arrival, until suddenly, 5 white holy light fields expanded, nearly merging with the golden barrier. At this moment, Amiri's soul sensed Duncan and others holding colossal white light swords, striking towards him from various directions. Divine race elders surrounding Amiri were instantly severed and disintegrated upon the sword's passage. Indeed, the suddenness and speed of the 5 venerables' attack were astonishing. By the time Amiri noticed, he was already struck simultaneously from all sides: head, chest, back, left, right. White light swords descended silently. Formidable force, chaotic divine light laws, and twisted primal powers acted on Amiri's body. Yet, Amiri's lips curled up slightly. 5 celestial venerables? Truly honor me. He trembled slightly. A spatial annihilation wave radiated from his center. The 5 enormous white light swords vibrated. Surrounding disintegrating divine race elders hastened their dissolution into fine particles, vanishing entirely. Neither Amiri nor the 5 venerables valued those lives. The venerables, however, felt immense shock. How can he withstand simultaneous attacks from all 5 of us? Even before entering the golden barrier, its oppressive power had stunned them. Now, Amiri's physical endurance surpassed their imagination. A thought crossed their minds. Is he above celestial venerable level? But recalling Amiri's previous strike, although impressive, its intensity, as reflected by their light swords, was weaker than each of theirs. This level of strength can't be above celestial venerable. Glancing at each other, they noted the heavy expressions on each face. This human strength was not simple. Their eyes communicated in an instant. Next, all 5 wielded their light swords again, striking towards Amiri's body. Chapter 428. Amiri definitely has hidden strengths. At this moment, Amiri transformed, his body rapidly growing larger. The current chaos level, immeasurable illusory body, could now enlarge his body by a factor of 10,000. The coverage of the golden barrier around him expanded proportionally. Each attack also covered an exaggeratedly vast area. Though the destructive power per unit area didn't increase significantly, the terrifying attack range made it harder for enemies to evade, effectively boosting his offensive capabilities. Amiri's reaction speed indeed couldn't match his opponent, but the significant enhancement in attack range greatly increased his threat. In the blink of an eye, Amiri turned into a terrifying giant nearly 200,000 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence just through his appearance. The 5 celestial respects moved swiftly, delivering dozens of sword strikes on Amiri during his transformation. Yet, like their first clash, not a single scratch appeared on him. Combine with Archibald at the core. After quickly exchanging soul forces, they merged into a strange formation. Next moment, white light surged from them, rapidly connecting them into one. A armored giant holding a massive sword made of light. By this time, Amiri's transformation was complete. Using that move again. Unfortunately, it has no effect on me. Looking at the light giant only palm-sized relative to him, Amiri sneered disdainfully, his voice resonating across the starry sky. He slapped down with one hand. The star-plucking hand operated at full power. His already enormous hand grew even more crazily, becoming a colossal palm spanning 10,000 kilometers, blotting out the sun as it descended upon the light giant. This star-plucking hand was comparable in size to a typical life-bearing planet, almost blocking all sight lines of the light giant from close up. At the brain center of the light giant, Archibald, sensing danger, had no intention of facing it head-on and fled immediately at a speed dozens of times faster than light, barely escaping from Amiri's palm edge. Amiri's hand turned, chasing after its figure, but always lagging behind. Seeing this, Amiri understood. Even with such a terrifying attack range, the star-plucking hand, sacrificing some flexibility, was still ineffective against the opponent. So he retracted it. Come on. Weren't you here to kill me? Why do mighty celestial respect-level deity race members run away upon seeing me? Amiri laughed heartily. Did you come all the way from the distant White Mountain constellation just to show off your fleeing prowess? Amiri chased after the light giant. Archibald, seething with anger, relaxed slightly when Amiri retracted his monstrous palm and turned to face him. He swung a sword towards Amiri's face. Amiri raised his hand and struck forward. A violent wave of spatial fragmentation swept ahead. The giant's sword slashed through his palm silently, leaving no trace. Similarly, the light giant remained unmoved under the sweeping spatial fragmentation wave. All 5 celestial respects were momentarily stunned. His attack strength is still so weak, nothing but superficial, indeed matching the report saying he only has an exceptionally strong physique. Archibald controlled the light giant, moving rapidly to Amiri's side and delivering a sudden strike. This slash was also ineffective. Amiri disregarded it, landing a punch into the void. Spatial fragmentation waves spread outward, instantly affecting hundreds of kilometers. Though this attack covered a smaller area compared to the star-plucking hand, its speed and flexibility far surpassed it, enveloping the light giant. The light giant remained immovable. After several clashes, Amiri finally felt the frustration others must have felt fighting him. When desperately wanting to kill the opponent, yet unable to harm them despite using all-out attacks, the inner conflict was intense. Should he continue? Or just give up? Unbeknownst to him, Vangder and the other 4 celestial respects were also entangled in such a dilemma. They attacked while communicating rapidly via soul force. What should we do? This human's physique seems incredibly strong, and according to the reports, his recovery ability is also terrifying. Not only can't we hurt him in our combined form, even if we could wound him, his powerful recovery would render it futile. Continuing like this will waste time and serve no purpose. Perhaps we should retreat? Only the intervention of Master Henri and others might defeat him. One suddenly remarked. Haven't you noticed that Amiri's displayed explosive attack power is equivalent to at most an ordinary early-stage celestial respect? Yes, of course. Isn't that obvious? So, do you think such attack strength could possibly kill Landiner celestial respect? These words left them pondering. Only Vangder retained most of his attention externally, continuing the intense battle with Amiri. Through repeated clashes, the 5 celestial respects closely observed Amiri's performance. Based on Amiri's demonstrated attack strength, though it could injure Archibald, the incredible recovery ability of celestial respects would prevent fatal damage. His speed is average, but reports suggest his teleportation ability is strong enough to keep Landiner from escaping. So, Amiri must be hiding even more astonishing power. Just as the reports indicated, he kept enhancing his strength step by step within the Xuanhuan star system. After this exchange, the 5 celestial respects decided to retreat. Retreat. Vangder controlled the light giant to fly away. Amiri pursued and controlled countless golden chains to extend from the boundary of his barrier, wrapping around the giant. But the light giant's momentum and speed were formidable. It shattered all golden chains into shimmering gold light, swiftly flying out of the barrier's range. Then it quietly vanished, seemingly disappearing into the stars. Amiri emerged from the golden barrier, feigning confusion as he looked around, then shrank his body and teleported back to Ranzu's star. Though he could sense their location, he couldn't catch them, so he chose to keep Endless Star Map as a hidden trump card and let them go. Perhaps he could use them to locate the White Mountain constellation. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes, coming abruptly and ending just as suddenly. Yet, it boosted Amiri's confidence. Alex once said that the strength gap between celestial respects was akin to the difference between gods and humans. He wondered how powerful other deity race celestial respects could be. Now, having witnessed them, he realized they were no more than this. With his physique, there was no need to worry about any threats from them. Chapter 429, Tracing the Clues. In the starry sky, the concealed Fulton giant, watched as Amiri continuously teleported and disappeared into the vastness of space. After a long while, he finally separated from his combined form. The 5 celestial venerables quietly returned to the hidden cosmic cruiser far away. "Let's go back," one of the venerables said in a grave tone. Because the distance between the cosmic cruiser and the battlefield was too great, coupled with the golden barrier and 5-layered domain blocking their view, Kyler did not see the exact course of the battle. But now, seeing the uneasy expressions on the 5 venerables' faces, he immediately suspected something had gone wrong. What exactly happened inside that barrier? Could it be that the 5 venerables were defeated? Although Kyler's thoughts were racing, he kept a composed expression and obediently steered the cosmic cruiser away. Back on Renzu Star, Amiri arrived at the clan meeting hall and told clan leader Matt earnestly, "The divine race reinforcements from the White Mountain constellation have already arrived, led by 5 celestial venerables. They just fought me fiercely in space, but I managed to drive them all off. You can rest easy for now." Matt was instantly startled. "What? They came so suddenly and fought you? Why didn't we receive any news?" Amiri explained, "Cosmic cruisers travel astonishingly fast. They don't need transmission arrays. They can fly directly using coordinates, which your people wouldn't notice. It's perfectly normal. Now that the 5 celestial venerables have temporarily retreated, though unharmed, they might return to the White Mountain constellation for further support. The next group might be even more formidable." Matt shuddered. His mind instinctively conjured up images of dozens of celestial venerable-level powerhouses rampaging through human territory. He knew Amiri wouldn't lie about such matters. It wasn't necessary. Despite the unbelievable nature of driving off the 5 venerables, Matt believed Amiri. And the fact that they would seek reinforcements was undoubtedly true. Amiri continued, "I've secretly left marks on them. By following these, I can trace the location of the White Mountain constellation and move the battlefield there. So you don't need to worry about the safety of the human race. Just focus on winning your own war. I will hold off the White Mountain constellation. The task of destroying the Xuanhuan system's divine race is yours." Matt asked in surprise, "You are going to the White Mountain constellation alone? That's the divine race's main base. Facing dozens of celestial venerable-level strongmen alone is too dangerous." Amiri grinned, "Don't worry. I'm confident I can handle them." He had already formulated a simple plan. Though he couldn't defeat multiple enemies single-handedly, if the plan succeeded, it would buy him several years, allowing him to develop steadily. Moreover, in his view, this plan had a high success rate. For Amiri, time meant improvement. After informing Matt, Amiri didn't immediately chase after the 5 venerables, but returned to space for training. When he took out the golden statue created from a divine race elder, he felt a pang of regret. Only 72 elders remain. These are my precious assets. I cannot afford to lose any more. To Amiri, these divine race elders weren't mere captives. They were invaluable resources providing endless potential points, equivalent to an infinite supply of spirit stones. He released 50 of them from their seal and resumed his training. Meanwhile, his mind, like a highly accurate radar, tracked the positions of the 5 venerables precisely. He watched them cluster together and flash toward the divine race territory. After over 10 days, they stopped briefly within the divine race territory, then teleported rapidly in a certain direction. Sensing all this, Amiri smiled faintly. "Pigu Star? So this must be where the divine race leadership hides." Through human intelligence, Amiri had already mapped out most of the stars within the divine race territory and knew their coordinates. Therefore, when he sensed the 5 venerables stopping, he instantly recognized the location as Pigu Star. Clearly, the divine race leadership received the 5 venerables here. Amiri stood up, resealed all the divine race elders, returned to Renzu Star, and traveled via transmission array to a border planet before stealthily teleporting into divine race territory. Days later, after the 5 venerables had left the divine race territory, Amiri arrived at the outer space of Pigu Star. It was an ordinary green life-bearing planet. Amiri could easily destroy it in one strike when transformed to his largest size. None of the hidden divine race leadership on Pigu Star would escape. But this wasn't enough. Amiri had an idea. "Since you hide so deeply, I'll have these leaders guide me." Amiri smiled casually. His plan was to use the positioning ability of the infinite star map, using the hidden divine race leaders as coordinates, to trace more of their hiding places. However, the infinite star map required contact or visual confirmation within a certain range. Thus, he needed to locate all the elders on this planet before they escaped. Fortunately, according to his perception, the 5 venerables had briefly stopped at a place within Pigu Star, and the infinite star map could pinpoint locations down to micrometers. With a series of rapid teleports, Amiri appeared inside a palace surrounded by powerful divine race members. His soul power immediately enveloped tens of miles around. "An intruder has appeared. Quickly report to the elders." This is teleportation, and the distance seems long. He appeared right at the heart of the temple. Could it be Amiri? Despite suspecting the intruder was Amiri, numerous divine race members did not hesitate, quickly converging on Amiri. At this moment, the ground shook violently, as if struck by a meteor weighing hundreds of thousands of tons. Shockwaves surged in all directions, instantly destroying the entire temple. Numerous divine race powerhouses rose into the air, fleeing in panic. "It's indeed Amiri. Everyone run." Teleportation, combined with such a distinctive attack, sent everyone fleeing in fear before they could even see Amiri's face. Chapter 430, The Trail of the Saints. At this moment, Amiri abruptly appeared above the ruins of the temple, watching the surging dust and the fleeing multitude of divine race members. Very soon, Amiri spotted one of the 16-winged divine beings. He immediately teleported beside him and grabbed the back of his neck. Stefank picking up a powerless chick, he pulled the Saint Realm powerhouse back, forcibly stopping his flight. "Tell me where your high-ups are, and I will spare your life." Amiri's indifferent voice rang out. The divine being stiffened, cold sweat pouring down his body. "Our elder is Ichabod, but it's too chaotic now. I don't know where he is." "Sir Amiri, He did not finish speaking. Amiri exerted force with his hand, and space-shattering waves instantly enveloped the other party, shattering his body in an instant. Ignoring the fine particles floating away with the wind, his eyes continued searching ahead. Taking the previous lesson from Divine Ancestor Star, many divine beings knew that Amiri would give no one a chance to live. Staying on this planet meant certain death. To survive, they could only head for another teleportation array. Thus, countless divine beings fled in the same direction, inadvertently guiding Amiri. Is the teleportation array over there? Amiri had a thought and extended the direction of their escape, instantly teleporting far away. In the distance, the city remained peaceful, completely unaware of the impending apocalypse. Only a few top-ranking figures seemed to have received alerts, flying out of different cities in a particular direction. Following their path, Amiri teleported twice more and found the city with the teleportation array. This series of actions took less than 2 seconds. By this time, the chaos caused by Amiri destroying the temple had not yet reached here, and the fleeing elites had not arrived either. Thus, the city remained relatively calm. Amiri quietly hovered in the sky, hiding above the clouds, waiting for the fleeing survivors. Less than 2 seconds later, several beams of white light shot from afar, landing on the teleportation square. Amiri's heart stirred. Faster than light travel, indeed the divine race's elders. On the teleportation square, after landing, these dozen or so elders radiated their presence, causing the surrounding divine beings to become rigid and immobilized. As everyone trembled in fear, an urgent voice echoed, "Teleport to Popstar." Immediately, turning their heads, they saw the 12 16-winged Saint Realm powerhouses standing on the teleportation array. Dozens of saints? Why are they using the general teleportation array here? This question surfaced unconsciously in everyone's minds, but no one dared speak, only cautiously observing them. A young divine being responsible for operating the teleportation array responded nervously and began the process. Shortly after, a flash of light, and the dozen elders vanished through the teleportation array. Only then did the crowd burst into discussion. Why didn't these saint adults use the exclusive temple array? Why appear here in such urgency? Could it be something happened at the temple? Could it be that human strongman named Amiri has invaded again? These words threw many into panic. If this were any other time, they wouldn't have guessed such a thing. But now, given the frequency of such occurrences, the possibility seemed greater. Many hurriedly pushed their way toward the teleportation array. Better safe than sorry. If there was a risk of destruction, the loss of some teleportation fees was better than perishing. In the sky, Amiri temporarily ignored the commotion below, focusing on tracking the movements of the dozen elders. Suddenly, they appeared on another distant planet named Popstar. However, a short while later, the elders teleported twice more, finally arriving at another planet called Hardy Star. Amiri's lips curved into a faint smile. How cautious indeed. They even left misleading information while escaping. Pity, before my endless star map, all their efforts are futile. Amiri then flashed down to the teleportation square. His foot landed, instantly collapsing hundreds of miles of area. The teleportation array was destroyed along with it. Then, Amiri transformed into a terrifying giant nearly 200,000 meters tall, wreaking havoc on Pigu Star. A few minutes later, everything was calm once more. Amiri teleported toward the nearest star. A few minutes earlier, Mark and the dozen elders were hidden as usual in cave dwellings within the mountain. Suddenly, the mountain violently shook and collapsed. The dozen elders opened their eyes simultaneously. What's happening? An earthquake? Or perhaps a battle between strongmen? They broke through the falling rocks above them, flew into the air unanimously, and released soul power to sense the surroundings. Upon reaching the outside and seeing the devastation spread for hundreds of miles, they felt a chill run down their spines. It must be Amiri. Flee quickly. They all headed toward the temple. But less than a second later, seeing the temple also reduced to ruins and divine beings fleeing like locusts, their suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, it's Amiri. Without hesitation, they turned and flew toward the city with another teleportation array. Traveling faster than light, they arrived at the teleportation square in less than a second. The dozen elders landed in the middle of the array, emanating an overwhelming aura. Elder Mark spoke solemnly. Teleport to Popstar. Immediately, all divine beings present were suppressed by their aura, none daring to move or speak out. Only the operator of the teleportation array responded nervously, and the array activated. Next moment, the dozen elders appeared on Popstar's teleportation square. Their arrival drew immediate attention from those around, who greeted them respectfully. Lord Saint. Everyone was curious. Saints rarely appeared among commoners, especially since interstellar travel became increasingly isolated. Even when they did appear, they typically used the exclusive temple arrays rather than public ones. Seeing dozens of saints at once was particularly astonishing. Some individuals in the crowd caught on, guessing that this held deeper meaning and preparing to sell this information for a high price. Information about the Lord Saint's whereabouts has become very valuable lately. Looks like there's a profit to be made. Several divine beings secretly rejoiced. Chapter 431. There's a traitor among them. Mark Patriarch and the others paid no heed to anyone. The moment they emerged from the teleportation array, they transformed into a streak of white light and vanished into the horizon. Soon, they arrived at the temple on Pop Planet. After entering the teleportation hall, they immediately dismissed all extraneous personnel and ordered them to be teleported to another planet. After several cautious maneuvers, they finally arrived at an underground palace on Hardy Planet and reunited with 21 other patriarchs. Hardy Planet was their second base. Mark Patriarch, why are all of you here? Amiri discovered our first base and is wreaking havoc on Bigu Planet. We escaped as soon as we could, Mark Patriarch said gravely. But rest assured, we've undergone 2 secret transfers, so there's no way the information about this place has leaked. The patriarchs in the second base slightly relaxed, but continued to exchange formalities. Afterwards, everyone discussed the upcoming action plans and reviewed the shortcomings of previous ones. Since Amiri could find the first base, it shows that we were not thorough enough in concealing it. We must act even more cautiously next time. Since we've allowed the Star Seas autonomy, let's not regularly interfere in their governance. We should hide completely, but to stay updated and maintain some control, we will intervene periodically, one person at a time, with minimal frequency and multiple transfers before reaching any destination to review gathered intelligence and issue new directives. Returning must follow the same procedure. Absolutely, the human race must never discover our second base. 40 patriarchs discreetly hid in the underground palace. Meanwhile, after changing his appearance to resemble a divine race member, Amiri instantly transported to the nearest life-bearing planet and arrived at Hardy Planet through the teleportation square in low profile. He maintained his divine race identity, located the temple, and then restored his original appearance. Appearing suddenly in the teleportation square, his footfall caused a vast area within hundreds of miles to collapse like the ground being turned over by an immense worm. Buildings crumbled, mountains shattered, and the earth split, cracks spreading far and wide. This devastating calamity startled many powerful beings on Hardy Planet and patrolling airships. Consequently, word spread among the planetary guards that Amiri had appeared on Hardy Planet. Numerous powerful beings flew toward the temple, the only remaining teleportation array and sole escape route. Meanwhile, Amiri created destruction in various places on Hardy Planet, then hid in the sky above the temple. Performing thoroughly for the stage required it, Amiri deliberately caused widespread damage to appear as if he was both locating the temple and destroying the planet. Such noise logically alerted the hidden patriarchs. Let's see where you run now. Amiri's gaze scanned the area like a hawk's. In the underground palace, the dozens of patriarchs were silent for less than a day when distant thunderous booms reached their ears. Recognizing this sound, the group led by Mark Patriarch, who had fled from Bigu Planet, changed expression drastically. It can't be Amiri, right? Quick, go check. They hurried out, seeing large-scale devastation and endless dust in the distance. Run. It must be Amiri chasing us. How did he get here so fast? You couldn't clean up your tracks when fleeing? Couldn't you hide better? Just go. Let's flee first. While arguing, the patriarchs dared not delay further and flew towards the temple. They were so deeply hidden that the local guards were unaware of their existence. Thus they knew nothing about the outside situation. Indeed, there is always a trade-off. Fortunately, the temple was still intact and undamaged. They rushed to the teleportation hall. Above, Amiri watched as Mark Patriarch and the others appeared. As soon as he saw them, it felt like he automatically left an imprint. He seemed to see 40 glowing points below linger in the teleportation hall and abruptly vanish. Escape then. Escape a few more times and preferably draw all the patriarchs out. Once I've seen you, death awaits. Amiri smiled casually. Of course, he knew this method would work only a few times before the divine race detected the abnormality. After all, escaping multiple times in such quick succession, while Amiri chased them rapidly, was too coincidental. So, he would need to adjust his strategy. Amiri suddenly appeared in the temple, stamping down to obliterate everything within hundreds of miles. Then, transforming into a 200,000-meter giant, he initiated his destruction mode. Arriving on another planet, after carefully moving twice, the 40 patriarchs prepared to head to the third base. At that moment, one of the patriarchs halted the group. Wait, I suspect a trick. His gaze swept over Mark Patriarch and the others. Why did Amiri reach the second base so accurately just a day after you escaped from the first? Several patriarchs looked uneasy. His accusatory tone enraged them, yet they knew they were partly to blame. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, their negligence had likely revealed the information leading Amiri here. Mark Patriarch barely suppressed his anger. Perhaps gathering so many Saint Realm powerhouses drew attention during our escape, inadvertently leaking our position. Next, we'll go to the third base one by one to avoid revealing our location. Another venerable patriarch also chimed in. Enough, Dayton. Remember, we're colleagues. Mark Patriarch and his group wouldn't intentionally bring Amiri here. Forget this matter. Don't mention it again. He was called Olaf, the strongest in the second base, essentially its leader. However, Dayton persisted, smirking coldly. That's not certain. What's not certain? Everyone stared incredulously at him. Dayton's piercing gaze once more swept over the 19 patriarchs from the first base. With a dark tone, he said, I mean, does everyone assume they didn't intentionally lead Amiri here? That's not certain. There's a traitor among these 19. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces paled. Chapter 432, Parting Ways. Hearing Elder Ginseng's words, Ancestor Mark and the others instantly became furious. One of them said sternly, Elder Ginseng, don't accuse people without evidence just because Amiri caught up with us. Does this mean there's a traitor? If Amiri manages to find us even after you escape to the third base, does that mean you might be the traitor? When we initially agreed to be the first base, we were aware of the risk of being the first to sacrifice ourselves. Now you, as a junior, are accusing us like this. You really have no conscience. Elder Olaf also interrupted. Stop it. Elder Ginseng, stop spreading nonsense. We're all high-ranking members of the divine race. In this critical moment, how can anyone be so short-sighted as to betray our entire race? Don't sow discord. Everyone shouted angrily, but Elder Ginseng kept smirking coldly. If what I say is so serious, do you think I'm speaking offhandedly? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned strange. Do you have any evidence? Elder Ginseng shook his head slightly. I don't have evidence, but my words are based on logic. Have you ever thought about why none of us got hurt while escaping from the first base? The same applies to our escape from the second base. Given Amiri's abilities, once he knew the location of the first base in Bigu Star, killing those 19 ancestors would have been effortless. With his transformation and teleportation skills, infiltrating the bases and destroying the two major teleportation arrays would be incredibly easy. This way, everyone would be trapped, and he could slowly kill them one by one. Someone immediately rebutted, Boy, you don't understand Amiri's psychology. He wants to use the few survivors to spread his power, intimidating more of the divine race. So, he deliberately kills the gods on the planet slowly, enjoying the spectacle of everyone fleeing helplessly. Actually, he doesn't care who escapes. His main goal is to undermine our confidence. Elder Ginseng glanced at him. What about us high-ranking members? He doesn't care either? If he doesn't care, why did he wait until the destruction of Xianxia before making his move? According to you, he could destroy any star randomly and constantly spread fear. But the truth is, Amiri only acted again after finding the first base. Because his target is very clear. It's us high-ranking members. If so, why did he let you escape? And why did we manage to escape perfectly this time? Why? Elder Ginseng smirked again. Let me tell you why. He's using your escape to naturally find the second base, the third base, and all the other bases. How else could he use you? Would he gamble on luck, betting on you leaving clues unintentionally? Do you believe he would take such risks? Everyone fell silent. Some people's gazes shifted to Ancestor Mark and the others, including themselves, starting to suspect each other. If only the first base escaped flawlessly, it might be due to Amiri's oversight. But now, both our major bases have escaped. Given Amiri's strength and previous actions, I don't think he'd be so careless twice. So, there's only one possibility. There's a traitor in the first base working with Amiri, providing him information. Amiri wanted to let the traitor escape to the second base, and then use us to find the third base, and so on. This way, he can trace all our bases back to us. Upon these words, everyone's expressions changed. They had to admit, although Elder Ginseng's words were harsh, they were likely the truth. When devising the Hydra strategy, numerous high-level members hid deeply within 9 bases, maintaining only one-way knowledge to prevent complete exposure if betrayed. Unless the situation unfolded like this one, each base gradually revealed its location one by one. Ancestor Mark scanned his 18 companions in the first base and said heavily, after dividing into the 9 bases, we barely left. Only when several celestial venerables descended for the Grand Clan did we send 3 to welcome them, returning afterward. We've been together this whole time. How could someone be bought by Amiri or agree on cooperation details? Elder Ginseng said solemnly, I don't have proof, nor do I know how the traitor collaborated with Amiri, but the current situation strongly suggests the existence of a traitor. Mark paused, looking at his companions. I believe Elder Ginseng's statement may be true, and the traitor is among us. We've all been partners for many years. In this crisis, I can't imagine anyone submitting to the human race and betraying everyone. He spoke painfully. Doesn't anyone realize that if the divine race is destroyed, everyone here will have a terrible fate? Moreover, the resources of the Grand Clan are endless. With their support, we shouldn't be afraid of Amiri. I give you one last chance. Whoever the traitor is, step forward. Otherwise, when found out, we'll mercilessly kill you. I swear on my life that if you step forward now, I will defend you and not pursue past wrongs. Everyone looked at the 19 from the first base. They exchanged glances, but no one moved. No one spoke for a moment, their eyes filled with depth. Elder Ginseng then said, it's fine if no one steps forward. I have a way to verify if a traitor is among you. As for who specifically, we'll investigate later. Elder Olaf asked, what method? Simple. Later, we'll go to the third base. As for the first base, you can go wherever you want. If Amiri can't find the third base, it proves there's a traitor among you. At this point, someone suddenly interjected, if Amiri still finds the third base, does that mean the traitor is in your second base? Elder Ginseng dismissed it, impossible. We don't know the location of the first base. If the traitor was among us, how could Amiri find you first? Elder Olaf added, I think this method works. It reduces the risk of exposing others. Please cooperate with the investigation. So, let's part ways for now. Chapter 433. Who was the traitor? In the starry sky, Amiri, who was teleporting, clearly sensed that dozens of the divine race ancestors had stopped on a certain planet. But soon after, they split into 2 groups and headed for 2 different planets. The 19 individuals he had first identified went to Sandy Star, while the 21 he identified second went to Lion Star. What's going on? Could it be that they are spreading out to avoid being wiped out all at once? Amiri was slightly puzzled, but not overly concerned. He had already decided that this time, he would not let them off as easily as the previous 2 times. He wanted them to experience the fear of death and the pressure of being hunted. I'll start with the first batch of 19. I've given you 2 chances to escape. That's enough mercy. Half a day later, Amiri arrived near a planet. Still disguised as a member of the divine race, he silently teleported to Sandy Star and, like last time, located the positions of the 2 major transmission arrays first. Then he reverted to his original appearance, abruptly appearing in the transmission square, stomping lightly. An area hundreds of miles wide was instantly destroyed. He then began to teleport randomly within Sandy Star, launching large-scale attacks recklessly. At one moment, when his punch landed on an open mountain range, all the mountains collapsed instantly, turning hundreds of miles into ruins. And at this moment, 19 figures flew out from the rubble. Amiri, standing far away, saw their silhouettes just as they saw him. It's Amiri. Quick, scatter. Everyone's hearts shook. There was no time to consider if there was indeed a traitor among them deliberately leading Amiri here. Their minds were focused on one word. Escape. The 19 figures fled toward the temple at faster-than-light speed. Amiri reacted swiftly. In the next instant, he teleported close to them and punched down. A violent wave of space disintegration swept out. Even though the 19 had scattered beforehand, 12 of them still had their bodies shattered by this punch, dying on the spot. In the brief pause during his attack, the remaining 7 ancestors vanished from Amiri's sight, escaping to the temple. They ignored the others completely, waving their hands casually. White light surged, forming a giant white palm that smashed dozens of people who were trying to teleport away into fragments. Lambstar, Jensenry. One of the ancestors roared fiercely. Outside the transmission array, The only surviving 8-winged powerhouse under the white palm was terrified by their fierce and violent demeanor and feared their actions. He did not hesitate and immediately activated the transmission array. Fulton flashed, and the 7 ancestors disappeared instantly. The next moment, Amiri appeared in the temple, stomping his foot hard and destroying everything around him. After being transmitted to Lambstar, the group underwent 2 more transmissions to another planet before stopping. The 7 people looked warily at each other. It seems old ancestor Nicholas's suspicions were correct. There is indeed a traitor, and they are among us 7. One person, with a serious face, suddenly looked at another and said, "You reacted the fastest just now. Did you get news in advance that Amiri was coming? That's why you dodged the fastest and avoided Amiri's attack. Mark Ancestor, the traitor must be you, right?" The other 5 also stared at him suspiciously. Mark Ancestor's expression changed. Looking at the 6 others, he said sternly, "I have long reached the peak of Saint King Realm, stronger than all of you, so it's natural my reaction was quicker." As for Amiri's attack, he merely struck the most densely populated area, not deliberately avoiding anyone. He then looked at another person. "Among us 7, only you are at the early stage of the Saint King Realm, the weakest. You are even weaker than several of our fallen comrades. Why did you react so quickly? You must have known in advance that Amiri was coming, right?" That person panicked and waved his hands frantically. "How could that be? When I flew out, I happened to look in that direction and noticed Amiri's presence, so I escaped promptly." The group blamed each other. Eventually, they could only stop helplessly since there was no clear evidence. They couldn't possibly harm their longtime companions based on mere suspicion. "Forget it. Let's separate," Mark Ancestor said, somewhat disheartened. "There's no need for us to make decisions or contribute much strength now. We might as well part ways and not find the others. Whoever the traitor is, it will be difficult to uncover under these circumstances, so we won't endanger others. I'm leaving. Goodbye." With that, Mark Ancestor turned and flew away without looking back. The remaining 6 exchanged glances and also left quietly. The 21 ancestors from the second base joined the third base. Amerigo, with a grave expression, reported the intelligence about Amiri and mentioned the traitor issue. Even the combined efforts of the 5 heavenly lords couldn't defeat Amiri? How terrifying is his true strength? Someone asked in shock. Although the 5 heavenly lords didn't explicitly say they were defeated, just promising to return with more support, everyone understood the implication. The 5 heavenly lords working together couldn't deal with Amiri and might have already been defeated. Compared to this, the emergence of a traitor in the first base seemed less shocking. It looks like the main clan's reinforcements will take at least 8 months to arrive. During this period, we must hide more carefully. As for the traitor issue in the first base, since you've split up and they don't know your whereabouts, it's unlikely they'll be exposed again. Do you know where the first base went? No, Amerigo shook his head. With the emergence of the traitor, we can no longer trust each other, so we didn't tell each other our destinations. They may even choose a random ordinary planet to settle. The leader of the third base frowned. In that case, the first base will be completely disconnected. If important information or arrangements come up, how will we contact them? 19 ancestors are crucial to us now. How can we abandon them entirely? Nicholas's ancestor said somberly. They cannot hide indefinitely. After all, a traitor exists among them. Once they lose their usefulness, they might be abandoned by Amiri. So, his eyes sparkled with wisdom. Even knowing they will be suspected, the traitor will continue to expose their location, causing Amiri to pursue the first base. The outcome will be heavy casualties for the first base. Chapter 434. We might have misunderstood. Patriarch Olaf asked curiously. Since the mole can no longer find the locations of other bases, they should be of no use to Amiri anymore. I think, given the human race's despicable nature, Amiri would definitely turn on the mole and kill them too. Patriarch Jinsens shook his head. He won't. The mole fears losing their utility, so they will never admit they cannot contact others, or that they are under suspicion. They will surely take advantage of the heavy casualties in the first base to come forward and seek contact with other bases. With that, he sneered. Having chosen to become a mole, they must be incredibly cowardly and fear death more than anything else. To them, the safety of their kin is already unimportant. Only their own life matters. Such people must not be allowed to live. The leader of the third base, Cade, mused. If what you say is true, if the first base was indeed attacked, all survivors who escaped could be highly suspect. We shouldn't even acknowledge their existence? Patriarch Jinsens nodded. Exactly. If the mole wants to play an act, let them stay confined to their small stage. Sooner or later, amid mutual suspicion and anxiety, they will expose themselves. And we can just watch from below as they perform. Cade praised. Patriarch Jinsens, what you said makes perfect sense. Thanks to your deductions, we avoided being picked off one by Amiri, saving countless lives. Other patriarchs also chimed in with praise. So, let's observe and wait. The next day, one of the patriarchs used a special secret art to conceal his wings and went out cautiously to gather information. Upon returning, he said admiringly, Patriarch Jinsens' foresight is truly remarkable. Sanders' star was attacked by Amiri. Eyewitnesses reported seeing several beams of white light streaking across the sky, while others saw 7 sages escape via a teleportation array. And they were in such a panic that they killed dozens of people on their way to the array. It seems these 7 sages are the 7 patriarchs who escaped from Amiri's grasp, and the mole is among them. Patriarch Olaf sighed lightly. In other words, another 12 patriarchs have fallen. The others' expressions turned somber as well. Another person said fiercely, all this is because of the mole. Once we find out their identity, there can be no leniency. Right. We must kill him. Just then, a distant sound like thunder reverberated faintly. Some people, reacting instinctively, thought it was thunder, but Patriarch Olaf and the others grew pale. Amiri has invaded? Could there be another mole? Quick, go check outside. Everyone hurriedly flew outward. Upon seeing the catastrophic scene far away, everyone immediately understood. Amiri had really come. Run. Without further ado, they transformed into streams of light, heading toward the temple. This moment, a figure appeared in the distance, stamping on the ground, causing a massive area to crumble. Everyone looked horrified. It's Amiri. Spread out quickly. Dozens of figures, faster than lightning, scattered in arcs and continued fleeing toward the temple. Amiri seemed to have just noticed them. With a flash, he appeared where they gathered densely, delivering a devastating punch. Over a dozen god-race patriarchs fell instantly. The remaining patriarchs took this opportunity to flee to the temple, boarding the teleportation array in haste and leaving. On a distant planet, the surviving 24 patriarchs wore grim expressions. Why? How could Amiri still find us? Didn't you confidently claim the mole was at the first base? Now tell me, who exactly is the mole? One person roared angrily at Patriarch Jinsense. The leader of the third base, Cade, looked at him seriously, saying, now it seems the mole is among you. You not only threw the first base into the fire, stirring mutual suspicion and hostility, but you also led Amiri to our third base. The remaining members of the second base, now only about a dozen, had very grim looks as well. Patriarch Olaf, their leader, said sternly, there absolutely isn't a mole among us. But I know that now any explanation is useless. Let's part ways. I will supervise everyone closely to prevent anyone from contacting the outside. I want to see if Amiri can still find us. Patriarch Jinsense frowned, looking serious. Wait, I think we might have all misunderstood. Perhaps there is no mole among us after all. His mind raced, various hypotheses emerging, and quickly being rejected until finally piecing together the entire event. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Amiri found us through some means of location tracking. He must have left some kind of mark on us during brief contact, maybe a mysterious secret art that records soul vibrations. No matter where we flee, he can always find us. Another person snorted coldly. You claimed there was a mole before, and now that you're suspicious, you deny it. You decide everything by yourself, right? Patriarch Jinsense ignored the man's attitude, thinking quickly as he continued, I'm just making the most likely deduction, not accusing anyone deliberately. We're all in the same boat. We need to find out how Amiri tracks us quickly to minimize casualties rather than blame each other. Cade interjected, according to what you say, he can sense positions across trillions of miles after a brief encounter. A mysterious secret art like this? In all my years, I've never heard of such a thing. Patriarch Jinsense countered solemnly. And did you ever hear of Amiri's incredible teleportation abilities? Ignoring the combined domain suppression of over 100 patriarchs and moving at speeds many times faster than the cosmic boat. Not to mention his golden barrier and invincible physique. All these things we had never heard of until witnessing them from Amiri. Thus, we must not judge him by conventional standards. Patriarch Jinsense looked earnestly at everyone. Let me summarize the events for you. Amiri first discovered the first base unintentionally, chased the patriarchs away in panic, and thus sensed his way to the second base. He tried the same method to find the third base, but sensed we had separated. This time, he wanted to appear more genuine and randomly killed some people. End of translation. Chapter 435. Heading to the White Mountain Constellation. Right. Old Patriarch Nicholas Susi said again. The intelligence from Base 1 mentioned that after the 5 great ancestors of the Supreme Clan engaged in battle with Amiri, they first returned to Base 1 before heading back to the White Mountain Constellation. This further confirms my speculation. Because the time Amiri attacked Base 1 was shortly after the departure of the 5 great ancestors. Amiri could even leave a mark on the Venerable Realm experts and trace them back to Base 1. Otherwise, how could the timing be so coincidental? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances uneasily. Venerable Olaf looked at him with a serious expression. According to your guess, does that mean Amiri has already left marks on all of us, allowing him to find us anytime? Old Patriarch Nicholas Susi nodded. Yes, it must be this way. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. The current speculation by Old Patriarch Nicholas Susi was more credible than the traitor theory, aligning logically with the current situation. Even if it seemed unbelievable, they had to believe it. So now came the biggest problem. An enemy who was several times stronger than their combined strength, possessing strong instantaneous travel abilities across space, and could find them at any time. How could they possibly face such an enemy? Should they just wait for death? Elder Joel said grimly. No matter what, you led Amiri here and put everyone in Base 3 into a dire situation. Some other elders glared angrily. Grand Elder Olaf took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and said, at this point, it's not about assigning blame. No one meant to harm others. We're all facing an impasse. The most important thing now is to figure out how to save ourselves. He looked at Old Patriarch Nicholas Susi. You are quick-witted. Since you can think this far, do you have any method to resolve our current predicament? Everyone eagerly awaited his response. Even though he had just refuted the traitor theory himself, his series of speculations proved that his thinking was indeed more flexible compared to the other elders immersed in cultivation. They couldn't come up with good solutions, so they could only listen to him. But Old Patriarch Nicholas Susi shook his head. With inferior strength, there's nowhere to run. No countermeasure will work. The crowd's expressions darkened. Then Old Patriarch Nicholas Susi continued, however, I have one method we can try, barely. It might depend on luck whether we survive. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Old Patriarch Nicholas Susi said, my idea is for everyone to separate and move around different starseas. Today on one planet, tomorrow on another. We shouldn't keep our whereabouts secret anymore. Even if Amiri can sense our locations, he would need to use a teleportation array to cross the vastness of star seas to chase anyone. Now each star sea acts independently, almost completely isolated from each other. Travelers' identification checks are extremely strict, making travel quite cumbersome. He can change identities, but we can also continuously create obstacles for his pursuit. For instance, when we teleport to a certain planet, we immediately order the planet to temporarily shut down its teleportation array. If Amiri wants to pursue us, he must change identity, pass through stringent verification, teleport to the nearest planet to us, and then travel using instant movement. But we stay on that planet for only one day, or even half a day before reactivating the teleportation array and moving to another planet before he arrives. A confident smile appeared on old patriarch Nicholas Susi's face. His instant movement and infiltration skills are indeed powerful, but we can maintain rapid relocation, making it difficult for him to catch us. And with all of us scattered across different star seas, it would be much harder for him to kill us all than it was when we were hiding. Hearing this, everyone smiled in relief. Grand Elder Olaf praised repeatedly, "Good. At this point, this is the only method that can save our lives. You don't fail as our second base's strategist." Speaking, he glanced at the group from base 3. Elder Joel's grim expression was replaced with a friendly smile. Old Patriarch Nicholas Susi's method is indeed excellent. Time is of the essence. To avoid Amiri catching up, let's act separately right away. Everyone moved decisively, especially thinking about Amiri potentially chasing them via some kind of mark, making them eager to escape. Now having a reasonable strategy, they all teleported to different star seas. Elsewhere, after destroying the surface of the planet, Amiri teleported into space, preparing to head to nearby planets. Suddenly, he sensed that the 20-odd divine elders he deliberately spared had appeared in different places, extremely distant from each other, spread across almost all directions within the divine territory. Such a pity. It seems they aren't stupid and finally realized my methods. Amiri smiled calmly, without frustration. Eliminating the divine elders was like playing a game to him now. Completing it is best, but if not, he could take his time. Completion was inevitable. The divine beings of the Xuanhuan star system were no longer opponents but game pieces for him. With a gaming mindset, their responses only brought him more enjoyment. Since you've come up with a good method, I'll let you live a little longer as a reward. I should get back to business. Amiri looked toward another direction, his gaze seemingly crossing boundless space to land on the distant white mountain constellation. In his mind, the 5 glowing points representing the 5 great ancestors continued to move rapidly. I should make my move as well. Smiling, Amiri transformed into a divine being's appearance and continued to teleport to nearby planets. A few hours later, arriving at another planet, he used the teleportation array to head towards the border planet of the divine territory, following the direction the 5 great ancestors had departed, quickly crossing the starry sky. His speed was much slower than a space cruiser. Through precise sensing, Amiri estimated the space cruiser's speed to be approximately 10,000 times the speed of light, while his maximum instantaneous speed was only about 5,000 times the speed of light. Half the speed of a space cruiser. In such a chase, he would never catch up with the 5 great ancestors. But Amiri wasn't aiming to catch them. He intended to intercept them in the infinite void after they returned to the White Mountain constellation and set out again. Amiri indeed couldn't defeat the combined forces of these great ancestors, nor could he kill any of them individually, but he could destroy their space cruiser. Not everyone possessed such strong instantaneous travel ability. Even as great ancestors, they relied on space cruisers for long-distance space travel. Once the cruiser was destroyed, they would have to travel on their own, which could take decades to reach the Xuanhuan star system. This would solve the issue temporarily, giving him more time to grow. Chapter 436, The First Supreme, Shay. As Amiri continued his relentless pursuit, the distance between him and the 5 great supremes grew ever wider. It wasn't until nearly 4 months later that Amiri sensed a brief pause in their teleportation. After flying for a segment, they suddenly teleported an extremely far distance again. It seems they've reached the White Mountain constellation. This should be via a transmission array returning to the main headquarters, Amiri thought. At this moment, the locations where the 5 great supremes stopped and the position of Jinsaman Ancestor Star were 2 distinct light points connected together. He instantly calculated the distance between them, 4,862 light years. This was also one of the ancillary abilities of the Endless Star Map, allowing him to clearly locate anyone and perceive the distance between himself and others. He had covered almost half the journey by now. Deciding to stop, Amiri surveyed the surroundings. As far as his eyes could see, there was only an impenetrably deep darkness, as if no celestial bodies existed at all. If we consider the boundary of the Xuanhuan star system to the boundary of the White Mountain constellation, it's over 3,000 light years. Could such a vast expanse of space truly have not even a single life-bearing planet? Even within thousands of light years of the Xuanhuan star system, there are so many life-supporting planets. Could some force prevent the existence of any life-bearing planets in this void? Amiri mused curiously, but did not dwell on it for too long. The universe is boundless, and he was no expert, naturally having little interest in expending much effort on research. So, I'll wait for them here. Amiri released several dozen ancestors, unsealed them one by one, and began cultivating on the spot. To confine the enemy in the endless void, the most suitable position was midway between both points. This way, after their space cruiser was damaged, whether moving forward or backward, it would require a substantial amount of time. While Amiri waited in the endless void, a space cruiser arrived at the border of the God Race territory. The 5 great supremes and Zack Ancestor were welcomed back to the central camp by multiple senior God Race members using a teleportation array. Tribal leader Burke personally greeted them into the council chamber. Seeing the grave expressions of the supremes, he immediately felt a sense of unease. Could it be that the God Race in the Xuanhuan star system has been completely annihilated? No, with their status, they wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Has Amiri escaped from their hands? This is highly likely. According to reports, Amiri's teleportation ability is strong. Even the combined efforts of the 5 great supremes couldn't capture him. Perhaps this made them feel somewhat embarrassed. I must not bring this up. Tribal leader Burke pondered silently, maintaining a respectful smile and saying nothing about aiding the Xuanhuan star system. Once inside the council chamber, Isaias initiated the conversation. Amiri is still alive, so you don't need to worry about the Marisaquan star system for now. We're returning to recruit more seniors to assist in killing Amiri. I will notify you when there's progress. After briefing Burke roughly, the 5 Supremes departed. In the council chamber, Zack Ancestor stepped forward, handing a jade slip to Burke. Here is the latest information on Amiri. Please update the records accordingly. Burke took the jade slip, probing its contents while casually remarking, Amiri's strength is indeed extraordinary. To escape from the combined attack of the 5 great Supremes, it seems Landon Supreme might have genuinely met with disaster. Zack Ancestor remained non-committal, merely stating sternly, Amiri's strength is indeed formidable. He then bid farewell and left. Burke frowned, sighing. How could the human race suddenly produce such a terrifying powerhouse? Truly an era of calamities. I hope the Supremes can successfully kill him. Elsewhere, after parting ways, the 5 great Supremes went in different directions to seek out other scattered Supremes. Isaias, after teleporting to a certain planet and traveling through the starry sky at tens of times the speed of light for 5 days, finally reached a void in space. His gaze fixed ahead. There lay a colossal black sun, quietly radiating dark light. Far off, a large piece of stellar debris flew in, disintegrating rapidly upon contact with the dark beams. In this entire expanse of space, nothing else seemed to exist apart from the massive black sun. As Isaias approached, he had to activate his fundamental power to resist. Achieving peak Supreme level through complete mastery of one fundamental essence, yet Shay Supreme has reached the pinnacle in both light and darkness and appears to have nearly unified these essences. What frightening power! He's absolutely invincible within the Supreme realm. As long as Shay Supreme decides to act, capturing Amiri will be child's play. Isaias felt a surge of excitement. Reaching a certain distance, he paused and tentatively transmitted a message to the center of the black sun. Supreme Shay, Junior Supreme Malachi seeks audience. Speak. What is it? Soon, a rich and mellow voice echoed in his mind. Isaias hurriedly recounted Amiri's situation, emphasizing the high likelihood that Landon Supreme had fallen to him and speculating that Amiri might still hide stronger capabilities. This drew Shay Supreme's attention. Jensen Mans? Stefankly killed Landon Supreme? Capable of withstanding the full attack of the 5 great Supremes in combined form? It looks like I cannot remain idle. Shay Supreme's intent stirred. The enormous black sun in space abruptly shrank toward its center, countless dark beams condensing into a seemingly ordinary human form with monochromatic wings fluttering behind him. Among the generally handsome god race, Shay Supreme looked exceptionally plain, appearing as an inconspicuous middle-aged passerby. Yet, his demeanor exuded a peculiar blend of gentleness and eeriness that could catch anyone's eye with just a glance. Supreme Shay. Upon seeing him, Isaias immediately bowed respectfully, addressing him as though meeting a superior. In the White Mountain constellation god race, Shay Supreme was undoubtedly the strongest, with unparalleled seniority as the first Supreme-level powerhouse among the god race. No one knew how long he'd lived or when he achieved his Supreme status. Even the other 18 Supremes had limited knowledge beyond this. According to historical records of the god race, 13 billion years ago, Shay Supreme led numerous god race warriors to annihilate all alien races, unifying the entire White Mountain constellation. He was the greatest contributor and the most revered leader of the god race. Chapter 437. Turn into my nutrient. The Supreme Shay appeared as if he had teleported, flashing right before Devlin Supreme. Give me the detailed dossier on that human. Supreme Shay said indifferently. Yes. Supreme Devlin immediately retrieved a prepared jade slip from his storage ring and respectfully handed it over with both hands. After taking it, Supreme Shay used his soul power to examine it. Soon, all the information about Amiri collected by the divine race became clear to him. Invincible physique, golden barrier, a colossal body 200,000 meters tall, and ultra-long-range teleportation. You 5 working together couldn't even gauge his limits. It seems he has truly concealed some of his strength. Supreme Shay pondered for a moment before smiling softly. He is indeed a troublesome opponent. Supreme Devlin remarked. So we have also invited several senior brothers to join us. We will attack him together, giving him no chance to escape. Worried that Supreme Shay might be displeased, Devlin explained further. Amiri's agility is too strong. If he were determined to flee, even Supreme Shay alone might find it hard to stop him. It's not a concern about your strength, please don't misunderstand. Devlin's words sounded like they were making things worse, but he didn't notice and instead looked earnestly at Supreme Shay. Since you have a plan, I'll just follow through as you arranged. Supreme Shay smiled nonchalantly. Devlin's face lit up instantly, and he quickly said, please follow me back to St. Karen's Star first. The other seniors will arrive soon. Then we can depart together. St. Karen's Star was the headquarters of the divine race in the White Mountain constellation. The 2 figures transformed into streams of light, one black, one white, flashing across the starry sky at dozens of times the speed of light. On the other side, the rest of the Supremes invited other Supreme-level experts. Thus, a total of 10 Supreme-level experts gathered towards St. Karen's Star. Among them was the universally acknowledged strongest, 1st Supreme Shay, 4th Supreme Jace, 5th Supreme Steve, along with other lower-rank Supremes. In other words, out of the countless elite warriors in the entire White Mountain constellation, 3 of the top 5 most supreme beings were mobilized. Add 7 more contemporarily peerless Supreme-level experts to this mix. This was arguably the strongest lineup the divine race had ever assembled in over a billion years. When Chief Gordon saw the 10 Supremes, especially Supreme Shay, he was momentarily stunned. To someone as powerful as him, Supreme Shay was akin to a legendary figure. He never imagined that the 5 Supremes requesting assistance could actually invite the legendary Supreme Shay. With this, Amiri is doomed. Gordon thought subconsciously. Ignoring his chief's expression, Supreme Devlin sternly instructed, arrange 2 space shuttles immediately to take us to the Sky Spring star system. Though space shuttles could seat dozens, they decided to travel separately to avoid any interference by Amiri. While space shuttles are highly valuable to commoners, for Supremes, they were merely everyday transportation. Yes. Gordon snapped back to reality and began organizing everything. Shortly after, the two elders used the teleportation array to reach a planet near the border, each boarding their respective space shuttle waiting in the starfield. Let's go then. Supreme Devlin glanced at everyone. The 10 Supremes boarded the space shuttles via the teleportation array. As the dark gray vessels pierced through the sky, they performed multiple long-range teleports and left the Divine territory entirely. Sky Spring Star System. After the destruction of 3 major bases, the Divine race fell into severe chaos. Surviving elders fled between different planets constantly, fearing Amiri would easily kill them. They were so preoccupied with survival that the remaining 6 hidden bases remained unaware of the lack of high-level control. Even when they sent scouts who heard about the chaos, they paid little attention. Amiri had scared them deeply. Survival overshadowed everything else until there was confirmation of his demise. As it stood, chaos or order mattered little. As long as their leadership survived, so did the Divine race. Border region. The human army swept through the Divine planets effortlessly, while the Demon race took advantage of the situation, looting and pillaging in Clark Nebula where the races intersected. These groups comprised various rare races, humans, demons, and even Divine race members who abandoned racial honor for personal gain. Clark Nebula, Soul Star. Amid hundreds of miles of black mist, countless shadows flickered as if endless souls were trapped within. Amidst the mist sat a faint silhouette, breathing in and out the dense fog. The alliance of 5 Supremes was defeated by Amiri. His strength must surpass my expectations. Perhaps. The Soul Master suddenly opened his eyes, gleaming with hope and profound hate. He really has the potential to avenge me, to avenge the entire human race. Shay. No matter how long it takes, I will witness your death. With the Soul Master's thoughts churning, the vast expanse of black mist surged wildly, devouring anything nearby, turning them into void energy. Finally, the Soul Master calmed down. Gazing into the distance, his gaze seemed to pierce through endless space, landing on the human and divine territories. Amiri's strength increases rapidly. If my injuries do not heal fully, I may not catch up to Shay. In that case, I needn't hold back anymore. Under the black mist, the Soul Master's eyes shone brightly. To this boiling battlefield, I shall add another intense dose. Let these trillions of divine people turn into my nutrients. Chapter 438. The Soul Clan Invasion? On a certain planet within the territory of the Divine race. Due to strict information control, the civilians here knew that wars were raging outside but had little knowledge of specific battle conditions. Moreover, being a relatively internal planet, the invasions by the Jensenman and Demon races seemed quite distant. Thus, except for occasional unrest, overall order remained stable. One day, inside a divine temple, many powerful members of the Divine race were handling various tasks as usual, organizing and transmitting intelligence or meticulously patrolling different areas of the planet. Suddenly, an 8-winged Divine race member raised his hand and slapped it down. A gigantic hand made of light instantly formed and struck the teleportation palace, completely destroying it. Harry, what are you doing? Another Divine race member nearby immediately roared in disbelief. The Harry he referred to had grown up with him since their early days in martial arts, and they frequently undertook missions together. They were closer than brothers. But now, this brotherly figure suddenly attacked the teleportation palace within the Divine temple. He knew what this meant. This was an act of betrayal against the Divine race, and even for a God Realm expert, the outcome would only be death. Why? He still looked at Harry in disbelief. However, Harry merely glanced at him indifferently before his body abruptly scattered into a cloud of black mist. He's not Harry. Who is he? This question surfaced in his mind, but no one answered him. As the teleportation palace was destroyed, many powerful Divine race members swiftly surrounded him, unleashing attacks without hesitation, targeting Harry's body. At this moment, Harry's body had fully transformed into black mist, quickly drifting towards the sky. Attacks pierced through the black mist, only minimally dissipating it without causing significant harm. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, another Divine race member suddenly destroyed a teleportation array and similarly turned into black mist, drifting upwards. This wasn't isolated to just these two places. Across the planet, hundreds of Divine race members suddenly attacked those around them before dispersing into black mist. Countless people on the planet watched the black mist in shock and confusion. They realized that the black mist wasn't appearing in just one place but in multiple locations simultaneously. Some tried attacking, but their efforts barely made any impact. Most people could only watch helplessly. Jensen dreads of strands of black mist converged in the air, gradually forming a large, black humanoid figure. All this happened in an incredibly short time. Most high-ranking defenders of the planet hadn't arrived yet. Soul Clan? I've been to the Clark Sea of Stars and seen such a race before. They are the Soul Clan, under the Amias, one of the 3 major kings of the Clark Sea of Stars. An informed person immediately recognized them. But except for the Amias, the Soul Clan members are all extremely ordinary, not even having a single Saint Realm expert. Could they really try to invade the Divine race based on their strength? Damn it. A minor player from the Clark Sea of Stars, daring to invade the Divine race during chaos? Utter madness. Let's attack. He's just an ordinary Soul Clan member, definitely not the Amias. Many powerful Divine race members quickly surrounded the Soul Clan member. Laser cannons, white light swords, massive hands of light. Powerful attacks rained down like a storm, covering the newly formed Soul Clan member. At this moment, the Soul Clan member suddenly opened his eyes. A blurry black light curtain rapidly spread outwards. Various attacks melted silently upon encountering the black curtain, like snow meeting intense sunlight. Before the surrounding Divine race members could react, the Soul Clan member moved again, seemingly transforming back into thick black mist. In an instant, a group of Divine race members was enveloped by the mist. After the black mist passed, all the divine race members vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the black mist appeared denser and more voluminous. Run. This Soul Clan member isn't simple. He just killed a heavenly god realm expert. We can't stand against him. Quickly request the sage to intervene. Numerous divine race members fled hurriedly. Powerful defenders, including top-tier god king realm experts and rarely seen sages, were rushing over from afar. Of course, these sages were just sage realm experts. Great sage realm elders were scattered across different seas of stars, guarding important planets. As for sage monarch realm ancestors, they had long retreated into seclusion. On a typical planet, the strongest defender was usually a sage realm expert. White light flashed. 3 towering figures hovered in the air. Their grave gazes fell on the rapidly moving black mist. Kill him. The 3 sages simultaneously moved towards the black mist. The large mass of black mist, which was rapidly drifting on the surface, abruptly halted and redirected towards one of the sages. The black mist surged. A thick black arm instantly formed and reached out to grab the sage. Not knowing your limits. Die. The sage roared, gripping a huge light sword in both hands, striking the black mist hand. However, when the massive light sword hit the center of the hand, it rapidly melted into countless light particles, devoured entirely by the black mist hand. Boom. The giant hand closed quickly. Shockwaves visibly spread outward. The sage's face changed dramatically as he retreated sharply, but the Soul Clan member's speed was faster, following him like a ghost, gradually closing the distance. The black mist hand swung continuously. The sage lifted his hands, releasing a dense barrage of laser cannons, which were effortlessly absorbed by the black mist hand without causing any disturbance. Rip. At a certain moment, the black mist hand sliced across the sage's chest, taking a large chunk of flesh. The sage's expression changed drastically. Not only did this seemingly ordinary strike take away his flesh, but it also damaged his soul origin. This lightning-fast series of battles continued. The other 2 sages kept chasing behind the Soul Clan member, continuously firing laser cannons at high speed and long range. But when the attacks landed on him, his mist-like body simply undulated, absorbing all the attacks as if devouring everything. This guy is strange. He's absolutely not an ordinary Soul Clan member. Could he be hidden top-tier combat strength of the Soul Clan? Quickly request reinforcements. I can't hold much longer. The 3 sage realm experts exchanged thoughts via soul power swiftly. Chapter 439. Something is off with this Soul Clan member. High up in the sky, 3 flying boats tightly followed the few individuals locked in fierce battle below. Due to the extreme speed of the combatants on the ground, they could not discern the specific situation. However, they could tell that this Soul Clan powerhouse was no ordinary adversary. Suddenly, a slightly anxious voice rang out simultaneously in their minds. Quickly report the situation here to the elders and ask them to dispatch a few more sages for support. The enemy's strength is not to be taken lightly. They knew this was a skill only available to sages, and this particular voice belonged to an extremely familiar sage among them. The group exchanged glances. One of the divine race members immediately moved closer towards the battlefield, shouting in the direction of the 3 sages. Sir, both transmission arrays have been destroyed. We've already arranged for people to take flying boats to nearby planets, but it will take at least half a month to arrive. Skyboats were strategic resources, generally not equipped on ordinary planets. The core materials for constructing transmission arrays and specialized craftsmen were also extremely rare, making it impossible to build arrays on regular planets. They could only perform simple repairs at best. In most cases, if the 2 main transmission arrays on a planet are destroyed simultaneously, the only option is to take flying boats to nearby planets slowly. Therefore, in the short term, the planet would be almost completely isolated from the rest of the world unless other planets discovered the unexpected situation here and proactively dispatched skyboats. Upon hearing the subordinates' words, the faces of the 3 sages changed dramatically. When they received the distress information and rushed over, they had yet to fully understand the situation due to its suddenness. They hadn't anticipated that this Soul Clan member had premeditated such a bold move, transforming the entire planet into a dead zone in one fell swoop, clearly preparing for a decisive battle. Given that the opponent came prepared, there might very well be even stronger follow-up moves. They couldn't afford to be careless. This thought resonated in the minds of the 3 sages. At this moment, one of the sages, who was engaged in battle with the Soul Clan member, was hit twice again by the opponent, his chest sliced off in large chunks of flesh, and his left arm severed just above the elbow. Within barely a second, he was completely on the defensive. Damn! The sage gritted his teeth, continuing to retreat wildly while casting a glance at his 2 companions. Of course, he wanted to reunite with them. But under the Soul Clan member's rapid pursuit, he could only retreat desperately without any chance to turn around. His companions could only futilely chase after them, forming an almost straight line. And they had already reached their maximum speeds, leaving them powerless to break this deadlock. There's nothing left but to go all out. The sage's eyes turned fierce. While retreating at high speed, a massive amount of white light surged from within him, quickly forming a huge and thick shield in front of him, shielding his body entirely. The moment the shield was formed, he suddenly stopped retreating and charged forward with the giant shield, colliding violently with the black misty palm. Spiritual energy wildly fluctuated. Visible shockwaves wreaked havoc in all directions. The black misty palm seemed to carry strong corrosive properties, swiftly eroding and annihilating the shield before continuing its grab toward him. Yet, this blow was ultimately stalled for a brief moment. It was during this split second. The other 2 sages finally caught up. They each condensed a massive beam of light swords in their hands and slashed fiercely towards the Soul Clan member. However, to everyone's surprise, facing the attacks of the 2 sages, the Soul Clan member acted as if oblivious, showing no signs of dodging, continuing to push his palm forward as if unaffected. It must be noted, this was not a rapid, widespread attack like a laser cannon but a powerful concentrated attack, several times more lethal than a laser cannon. Is he going for a mutual destruction? The sage covered by his attack turned pale with terror. There was no time to dodge. All he could do was hastily gather his power in front of him, trying to reform a shield for protection. But before the shield was fully formed, the black misty palm had already struck down, melting through his defenses like hot iron pressing against snow. Meanwhile, the attacks from the other two sages also landed. Sharp blades pierced effortlessly through the Soul Clan member's body. The powerful sage level holy light, dissolving some of the black mist, which then devoured it easily. These two strikes caused no significant damage. This startled the two sages. In this fleeting moment, the black misty palm twisted and deformed into a large black curtain, completely enveloping their companion. Under his frenzied struggles, the black curtain expanded and contracted like breathing but showed no signs of tearing. Instead, the black curtain visibly compressed inward at a rapid pace. From the previous display of the black mist's attack effects, the two immediately understood that their companion's body had been partially dissolved. Damn it! Continue attacking. I don't believe he can truly ignore all our attacks. He's just holding on. The two quickly coordinated and attacked again. One slashed at the Soul Clan member's arm, attempting to rescue their comrade, while the other released a large hand of light, grabbing towards the Soul Clan's body. As sage-level powerhouses, each had extensive combat experience, allowing them to clearly observe that the opponent was highly resistant to blade and cutting attacks. Thus, large-scale attacks like the Holy Light Hand had a higher chance of threatening the opponent. Sure enough, when the Holy Light Hand was about to envelop the Soul Clan member, the latter quickly transformed into black mist, dispersing away. His arm did not escape the slash. The wrist was cleanly severed, causing the black misty palm to separate from the body, rapidly dissipating into wisps of fog in the air. The black mist dissipated rapidly, almost instantly merging back into the Soul Clan member's body nearby. The sage who had been encased in the black mist finally emerged. Now, his 16 pristine wings, his hands, feet, and even head were completely melted away, leaving only a translucent torso resembling crystal. The other two sages stood protectively beside him, their faces solemn as they used their soul powers to inquire about his condition. This Soul Clan member is unusual. He seems capable of devouring my power and strengthening himself. Now, not only has most of my body been consumed, but my soul essence has also been significantly diminished, unable to manifest sage-level law powers. The upcoming battles rely entirely on you two. Hashtag chapter 440, devouring all Stephanving beings. At this moment, the Soul Clan powerhouse rapidly floated away into the distance, seemingly preparing to flee. The two saints quickly chased after him and transmitted a message to their companion. You go first. Leave the battle to us. The saint who was reduced to just a torso did not object but immediately said, be careful. With that, he flew upwards into the sky. Ahead, the Soul Clan powerhouse transformed into a black mist, swiftly traversing dozens of miles like a whirlwind sweeping over more than 10 divine race members. By the time the Soul Clan powerhouse left, the original dozen divine race members had vanished without a trace. The entire process took less than half a second. The two saints pursued relentlessly, but could only watch with darkening expressions as the Soul Clan powerhouse devoured their kin. Is he really growing stronger? Could his power be increasing? They exchanged glances. Never mind. Attack directly. Both simultaneously extended their hands forward in a grabbing motion. Two massive, light-filled hands, each spanning dozens of miles, formed and lunged towards the Soul Clan powerhouse. Boom, boom. Amidst the Soul Clan powerhouse's agile evasion, their hands repeatedly struck the ground, causing large-scale earthquakes and countless civilian casualties among the divine race. The two paid no attention to the collateral damage they caused, continuing to pursue and attack their target relentlessly. However, the Soul Clan powerhouse was too agile. His body seemed weightless, without any inertia, moving unpredictably and striking with lightning speed. While dodging attacks, he continuously devoured more and more members of the divine race. As time passed, under the relentless pursuit by the two saints, the Soul Clan powerhouse not only remained unscathed but also grew larger and more solid, his black mist body expanding significantly. Until one moment, the Soul Clan powerhouse suddenly stopped fleeing, turned around abruptly, and floated towards one of the saints. Be careful. You focus on attacking, don't worry about me. As the two saints rapidly coordinated, they surrounded the Soul Clan powerhouse in a pincer formation. Both light-filled hands reached out simultaneously. Silently, as the black mist surged wildly, two enormous black mist hands formed, engaging the light-filled hands from front and back. Boom. Upon impact, spiritual energy violently fluctuated. Visible shockwaves spread in all directions, extending far enough to create massive storms. Large tracts of land were churned like waves, and distant trees were uprooted and shredded by powerful winds. The black mist hands quickly infiltrated the light-filled hands, gradually devouring and converting them, strengthening themselves. After devouring numerous divine race members, his power had grown several times stronger than at the start of the battle. In an instant, he completely consumed the light-filled hands and continued toward the two saints. What? He's become so much stronger? The two saints were greatly alarmed. Their opponent was already somewhat stronger than either of them individually, combined with superior agility, making the situation difficult enough. Now, with his increased strength, it became even harder for them to resist. They felt compelled to retreat. Their forms moved, both retreating backward. But at this point, it wasn't so simple for them to just turn and run. The Soul Clan powerhouse similarly moved, chasing after one of them with relentless black mist hands pursuing his target. Only now did the two saints realize, to their astonishment, that the opponent's speed had increased significantly. As the black mist hand approached, the attacked saint was seized with terror. In the face of imminent danger, he seemed to burst forth with unprecedented potential, releasing a vast amount of white light that formed a thick shield in front of him, attempting to block the attack. But it was too late. The black mist hand enveloped him, swallowing the incomplete light shield along with his body entirely within. In the horrified gaze of the other saint, the black mist hand contracted and expanded like eating food before retracting back into the Soul Clan powerhouse's body. His companion had vanished without a trace. Escape. The remaining saint thought of nothing else but this, turning and fleeing hastily. But soon, he too was caught up by the Soul Clan powerhouse. After a brief struggle, he was similarly devoured completely. From then on, there was no longer any resistance on this planet. The Soul Clan powerhouse, now even more reckless, spread out as black mist across the planet, devouring every living being until none remained. Soon, the planet was turned into a dead world. In the vastness of space, a flying vessel cruised slowly through the stars. Inside the cabin, a humanoid-like body floated amidst hundreds of 8-winged divine race powerhouses. Their expressions were solemn, filled with grief. Gustavus, just before we exited the atmosphere, we saw the other two saints fall, along with our other comrades. Though the humanoid-like body had no head or facial features, it still controlled the flow of elemental energy to speak. A mere Soul Clan member dared to defy the dignity of our divine race. Once we report to the elders, the entire Soul Clan will be eradicated from this universe. To avenge our clansmen. The grave and resounding voice echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, someone suddenly cried out in alarm. What is that? Soul Clan. That Soul Clan member is catching up. Everyone turned to look. Through the window, a vast cloud of black mist was spreading toward the vessel. Accelerate. Faster. We're already going as fast as possible. What do we do now? Gustavus. That Soul Clan powerhouse has caught up. What should we do? Diffo Saint, reduced to just a torso, could not see the black mist, nor could his soul energy detect it at such a distance, causing him greater anxiety and panic. He suddenly shouted, "What choice do we have? Abandon the vessel and scatter." Harnessing his power, he generated a white light palm, grabbed a nearby divine race member, and quickly said, "I'll take you and help guide us. Go." Saying this, he swept his companion out of the vessel and into space. The others also fled in a panic, scattering in different directions. They knew that none of them could match the speed of the Soul Clan powerhouse. Thus, only by scattering could some of them possibly survive. Who would live or die came down to luck. Soon, the black mist spread out, gradually engulfing these fleeing divine race powerhouses. What they did not know was that the Soul Clan's invasion was not confined to their planet alone, but was happening simultaneously on hundreds of other planets. Except for a few planets where Grand Saints or hidden Holy King Elders existed, who swiftly exterminated the invading Soul Clans, the vast majority of the invaded planets saw all life utterly devoured. Chapter 441. This person is Amiri. The news of the Soul Clan's invasion soon shook the entire divine race. The populace was in an uproar. Countless voices cried out to attack the Clark Star Sea and annihilate every member of the Soul Clan. Some even declared that they should utterly destroy the entire Clark Star Sea, leaving not a single soul alive. Previously, while the Clark Star Sea had many powerful teams wreaking havoc like pirates on some border planets, the destruction they caused was negligible for the vast divine race. However, now that the Soul Clan's invasion had occurred, more people noticed this cancer within the Clark Star Sea, determined to eliminate it. Yet, no matter how loud the public outcry was, the divine race's leadership made no response. There were no statements or actions taken. The various star systems had long since acted independently, with no high-ranking officials stepping forward to mediate. Moreover, the Xuanhuan and Demon Clan's armies continued their relentless invasions, and no star system was willing to stand up against the Clark Star Sea. To the isolated commoners of the divine race, their race, despite facing multiple wars, was still one of the three major powers in the xuanhuan star system. But from an outsider's perspective, the divine race had clearly shown its weakness over years of war. It was now riddled with vulnerabilities, like a wealthy child who lost parental protection, open to plunder. This loss of respect was evident when the Soul Clan destroyed hundreds of planets, proving further that the divine race had little strength left. As a result, groups from the Clark Star Sea became bolder in their expeditions into the divine race's territories. Unveiling the divine race's last veil, the Soul Clan did not halt its invasion. After consuming countless lives, the black fog grew denser, spreading across nearby planets. Meanwhile, many divine race members, after suddenly attacking the teleportation arrays, transformed into Soul Clan-like entities, causing widespread chaos. They merged with the black fog from space, becoming even stronger than saint-level beings, sweeping through numerous planets. Jensendred's more planets were completely devoured. The black fog grew ever denser, making the Soul Clan increasingly formidable as they continued invading more planets. In response, the various star systems were thrown into turmoil. On the other hand, the Xuanhuan and Demon Clans, along with the Clark Star Sea pirates, became more brazen. Witnessing this situation, some divine race elders could no longer remain silent. Especially those from the three bases who had been forced into hiding by Amiri, having relaxed their vigilance due to his prolonged absence, they decided to intervene to stop the Soul Clan and intimidate enemies of all races. Their collective bottom line was that no matter how chaotic things got, they must preserve the divine race's core strength. The current situation threatened the very foundation of the divine race. Therefore, including the 7 surviving elders from the first base, dozens of elders gathered once again. Facing unprecedented chaos, they set aside internal conflicts, united to face the external threat. Dozens of elders dispersed according to plan, quietly approaching the planets where Soul Clan elites wreaked havoc, concealing their identities and waiting for the Soul Clan's arrival. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse between the xuanhuan star system and the Baishan constellation, Amiri, after a long period of quiet cultivation, finally sensed his target approaching. He stood up amidst infinite holy light. "It's time," he said calmly. Immediately, the dozens of sealed divine race elders ceased their attacks. Amiri resealed them into his storage ring before turning his gaze toward the Baishan constellation. It seems there are two cosmic ships, spaced at some distance but moving continuously. If one is damaged during transit, the other might not immediately notice. If they move the second ship to hide or protect it with several heavenly respects, that could complicate matters, he pondered briefly. Recalling that during continuous teleportation, one is blind and deaf to the outside world. Seeing only the destination in mind, he deduced that riding in a cosmic ship would feel similar. Sensing the increasing proximity, Amiri focused all his attention. While he could clearly sense their position, intercepting them wouldn't be easy. Their speed far exceeded his own, and they were using distant teleportation. They paused in the cosmos only briefly, like trying to intercept a jumping car on a highway. Thus, he needed to sense their landing spot instantly and teleport there just before their next jump, catching them in that split second. If he missed, they might leave unnoticed, heading straight for the Xuanhuan star system, which he couldn't catch up with. Transforming into a towering 20-million-meter giant, Amiri awaited the ships. Soon, the light points representing the two cosmic ships approached his location. They're here. At the precise moment they entered his maximum teleportation range, he teleported instantly to intercept them. A powerful punch sent a wave of spatial fragmentation through the cosmos. Just as the ships prepared to teleport again, this force engulfed them. Several heavenly respects, previously meditating, abruptly reacted to the attack. However, it was too late. One of the ships was instantly destroyed. The responsible elder disintegrated. The 5 remaining heavenly respects activated their power to withstand the spatial shock without injury but were profoundly shocked. How is this possible? Someone actually intercepted a fully accelerating cosmic ship? For even such powerful beings, a cosmic ship's speed was untouchable, especially with rapid, distant jumps. Even if precisely located, intercepting it mid-jump was deemed impossible. Seeing the enemy before them, they recognized him from their intelligence. The man before them was Amiri. Chapter 442. The Patriarch takes action. We're saved. In another space cruiser, 5 celestial respects were similarly meditating with closed eyes. An elder was piloting the space cruiser, constantly teleporting. Outside the window, due to continuous teleportation, a chaotic blurry scene appeared, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Including the other space cruiser traveling alongside, they couldn't detect any trace of its existence. Thus, they unknowingly left their companions behind and continued to teleport towards the heavenly spring star system. The giant standing in the starry sky, Amiri, sensing the two divine race celestial respects getting farther away in his mind, felt somewhat helpless. He knew there must be more than just 2 celestial respects in the other space cruiser. Only because he had interacted with them could he locate those 2 specifically. Initially, he intended to keep them all and test their strength. If they couldn't break through his defense, he could have played with them here for longer. But now, the interception plan failed. The enemy had already gone to the heavenly spring star system to pursue him, and it seemed inappropriate for him not to return. Amiri looked at the 5 divine race celestial respects in front of him, greeted them with a smile. Hello, I'm Amiri, hope to meet again in the future. Having said that, he teleported and disappeared immediately, leaving the 5 celestial respects staring at each other on the spot. What should we do now? They never imagined that they had set out confidently, planning to join forces to attack Amiri and kill him. Yet before even reaching their destination, their space cruiser was destroyed halfway. With their celestial respect realm cultivation and command over law essences, they wouldn't get lost in this vast emptiness. But being stranded in such a place was indeed a dilemma. How far is this from the heavenly spring star system? Should we go back first? At our speed, it would take decades to fly back by ourselves. What about the plan to besiege Amiri? He just teleported away. It seems he wants to chase the other space cruiser, where Lord Henri exists. There's no need for us to worry. However, it's quite concerning that Amiri managed to intercept our space cruiser. One of the celestial respects spoke solemnly. This means he can pinpoint our location accurately, so he could ambush us here and destroy the cruiser during the brief pauses in our consecutive teleportations. The 2 space cruisers were arranged temporarily by the clan head. Amiri couldn't have left marks in advance. None of us has ever interacted with Amiri, nor could we serve as coordinates. Only you 3 have interacted with Amiri. He must have left some special mark or secret method on you during your battles, allowing him to sense your positions over long distances and very accurately. Malachi celestial respect and the others instantly turned pale and hurriedly checked within themselves but found nothing. This made them rather gloomy. If what this celestial respect said was true, it meant their movements would always be under his control. Even if Amiri couldn't defeat them, this made them feel uneasy inside. Now, they could only hope that Henri celestial respect and the others would successfully kill Amiri. On the other side, Amiri kept teleporting, chasing the other space cruiser. But his speed was only half of theirs. Despite his full-speed pursuit, the distance between them grew greater. In the heavenly spring star system, over 30 divine race elders were hiding on various planets, waiting patiently for the Soul Clan's attack. One day, Jensen dreads of Soul Clan elites came brazenly to different planets as usual, seemingly unaware of the divine race's ambush. On one planet, 2 divine races suddenly attacked in a temple and a transmission plaza, completely destroying the array. Then they turned into black mists spreading everywhere, devouring every living thing in sight. Under the attack of many defenders, the 2 isolated black mists were quickly shattered, but everyone remained heavy-hearted, because they knew the destruction of the transmission arrays was only a harbinger of the Soul Clan's invasion. The real danger was coming soon. Sure enough, not long after, patrol ships in high altitudes reported finding a mass of black mist approaching rapidly in the starry sky. The Soul Clan is here. Some defenders felt terrified. Civilians who saw the destruction of the transmission arrays also felt anxious and helpless. 3 Saint Realm defenders flew into the air immediately. Everyone hold your posts. The 3 of US Saints will be on the front lines, always with you. Just a single soul clan. If we all unite, we can easily kill it and prevent it from harming our people. With the three saints taking personal action, the defenders calmed down, meticulously monitoring every part of the planet without missing any changes. In reality, only these three saints knew an elder was secretly hiding on this planet, which gave them confidence. After comforting subordinates, one saint immediately reported the appearance of the soul clan to the elder. In an ordinary residence, the cross-legged elder received a soul message and instantly turned into a white light, flying towards the sky at several times the speed of light to greet the approaching soul clan elite. In the starry sky, a large area of black mist spread rapidly toward the planet. Several patrol ships monitored from near the atmosphere. Dozens of patrolling divine race elites watched the black mist direction with serious expressions. At this moment, they suddenly saw a flash of white light. Then, they noticed the silhouette of a 16-winged divine race appearing abruptly in front of the black mist, as if teleporting. Saint Lord has come out to confront. No, why is there only one saint? That might not be enough to defeat the Soul Clan elite. After all, the enemy has already destroyed more than one planet. To put it bluntly, the Saint Lord might not be a match for that Soul Clan elite. The patrollers exchanged thoughts rapidly, and then, they were surprised to see a huge white light ball suddenly form, enveloping the 16-winged divine race elite and the black mist simultaneously. Wait, this is a domain. This is the Holy Fulton domain, a skill possessed only by elders. It's the elder who personally took action. Now we're saved. Since the elder intervened, the Soul Clan will surely have no resistance. Dozens of divine race patrollers cheered. Even though the battle had just begun, they were confident the elder would win. Indeed, as they expected. Shortly after, the Holy Fulton domain dissipated, leaving only the figure of a 16-winged divine race elder, while the massive black mist had vanished entirely. This elder returned to the planet and transmitted to the three saints. The Soul Clan is dead. Stefan the alert and immediately apply for the reconstruction of the transmission array. The three saints' faces lit up and responded promptly, yes. Chapter 443. The Divine Race High Command mobilizes. The elderly ancestor arrived at a large mountain and found a previously hidden Antoniacan boat. He personally piloted it toward a nearby planet. This soul race member's power is almost equivalent to that of an elder in the Great Sage realm. No wonder they can sweep across numerous planets. But now that we've intervened, they should be eradicated quickly. The elder ancestor thought inwardly. The Antoniacan boat cut through the sky, disappearing into the starry void. What this elder ancestor didn't know was that when he successfully killed this powerful soul race member, the other hundreds of soul race members seemed to have received news simultaneously, stopping all their attack operations. These hundreds of soul race members, who had been reinforced multiple times and already possessed the strength of the Great Sage realm, changed their tactics, disguising themselves as members of the divine race again and quietly infiltrating major planets. Then they rode teleportation arrays, gathering on more than 10 planets separately. Their bodies turned into black mists, floating and condensing together in midair, merging into even larger black mist bodies. It was as if every few dozen soul race members, each comparable to the Great Sage realm, had condensed into a single stronger being. This was an apex being with the strength of the Sacred King realm. The moment they formed, chaos erupted on these 10 planets as countless divine race members screamed and tried to flee. But what made them indefensible was that the teleportation arrays had already been destroyed by the well-disguised soul race. Be my nourishment, laughed the soul race member eerily. The black mist body suddenly dispersed, covering several miles and instantly swallowing all living beings within its range without leaving any trace. Soon, over a dozen planets fell silent. The soul race members floated back into space. This time, having reached the Sacred King realm, they traveled at several times the speed of light and arrived at nearby planets in just a few days. Several of them encountered divine race elders in a series of earth-shattering battles, after which the soul race members swallowed their opponents, significantly expanding their black mist bodies. Another dozen or so soul race members, after devouring several planets consecutively, also met divine race elders and swallowed them all. The soul race members' power surged. The divine race elders suffered heavy losses. However, due to the teleportation arrays being destroyed first in each battle, news of these battles spread slowly. By the time the divine race high command discovered this situation, most of the 30-plus ancestors who were dispatched had fallen. How could this be? Jensen dreads of soul race members have become just a dozen, yet their strength has increased so much? Could the soul race not only devour life but also merge with each other, thus becoming stronger continuously? If they really possess such terrifying means, why did the soul race never display it before? Among the remaining less than 10 ancestors, a quiet gathering took place on one of the planets to discuss the next move. Why don't we summon all the ancestors from other bases? It is now the true crisis for the divine race. The destruction caused by the soul race is far worse than what Amiri did. Especially since their rampant destruction has attracted everyone's attention, and no one fears the divine race anymore. We are seen as fish on a chopping board, waiting to be sliced up. If we do not swiftly destroy the soul race and intimidate others, the consequences will be unimaginable. Among the 10 people present, some were third base ancestors. They exchanged silent glances. At this point, we can only unite all forces to possibly overcome this crisis. As for Amiri's threat, let's set it aside for now. Since he hasn't shown up for so long, he must have left temporarily. Thus, the 10 ancestors went to the 4th base, convinced them to join, and then moved on to the 5th, 6th, 7th, until finally reaching the 9th base. A total of 180 ancestors mobilized to hunt down the soul race members. However, shocking news came back. The dozen Sacred King realm soul race members, after devouring various planets, split into another dozen equally powerful soul race members and easily exterminated several divine race elders. Apparently, not only could they merge and grow stronger, but also split into more numerous entities. With this realization, the 180 ancestors, struck with awe, hastily assigned tasks to each. heading towards different regions. Based on current information, with the constant devouring by the soul race, their strength would likely increase, and their numbers would multiply. If allowed to devour more planets, even a full-scale attack might not be enough to suppress them. Thus, a quick resolution was necessary. No chance should be given to them. The final 180 ancestors of the divine race divided themselves, approximately 5 per group, targeting a single soul race member to balance victory probability and efficiency. War was imminent. The soul race showed no caution typical before a great battle, sweeping through several planets as usual, then flying directly to nearby planets, seemingly unconcerned about the divine race's ambush. In the Clark Star Sea, on 10,000 Sol Star, the Alex sat quietly amidst black mist. Soul race members scattered throughout the Clark Star Sea returned one by one, calmly walking into the black mist, their bodies silently disintegrating and merging perfectly with the vast black mist. Even many who appeared as divine race strong ones secretly arrived in the Clark Star Sea, transforming back into soul race forms and bringing devoured powers from the divine race territory, integrating into the 10,000 Soul Star's black mist. As they continued to merge, the black mist rapidly expanded, gradually enveloping the entire 10,000 Soul Star, with the Alex growing increasingly powerful. On a certain planet within the divine race territory, 5 great ancestors were lying in wait at the divine temple and teleportation square to prevent hidden soul race members from destroying the teleportation array. Previously, they never knew the soul race could hide so perfectly, utilizing holy light rule force so flawlessly that they couldn't tell the difference. Therefore, they could only guard passively. Inside the divine temple, the teleportation hall was nearly sealed off. Every approaching divine race member needed strict verification before using the teleportation array. However, after one member was verified and entered the array, he suddenly burst with strong holy light. The nearby ancestor attempted interception at superluminal speed, but still too late. The teleportation array shattered explosively under the holy light. Furious, the ancestor slapped out, forming a white light curtain that encased the acting divine race member and disintegrated him into nothingness. Why could soul race members still infiltrate? Who was in charge of the verification? The elder barked angrily. An 8-winged divine race member flew over cautiously and replied, "I was responsible for verification, Your Eminence." "What about this person?" "He is called Alonso, stationed on this planet for over 50 years. His background is indeed clean, and his purpose for using the teleportation array was to deliver intelligence to Elder Mel on Rakastar. This task must be performed every 3 days, so after verifying his identity, I let him go." The divine race member answered miserably. "I knew him centuries ago, confirmed his identity during the review process, absolutely no fakes, but never thought he was disguised as a soul race member," he added gloomily. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression darkened even more. Chapter 444, The Dark Realm of the Soul Clan. "So, the Soul Clan has been infiltrating our divine race for at least several hundred years." The elder was shaken to his core. He asked a few more detailed questions and confirmed that his subordinate had not been negligent before letting him leave. To have such astonishing disguise capabilities, and to have plotted for at least several centuries, Amias, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Could it be that with your mere billion or so Soul Clan citizens, you wish to usurp our divine race's vast territory? The elder pondered deeply. Suddenly, he realized something. No. The Soul Clan must have more than just a billion citizens. After all, there are quite a few hidden within our divine race territory, perfectly concealed. Perhaps not only the divine race but also the Jensen Man race, demon race, and many other races have long been infiltrated by the Soul Clan. Besides the dozen billion openly residing in the Clark Star Sea, no one knows how many others might be hidden away. During these years of low-key development, the Soul Clan might have secretly grown into a top-tier clan on par with our divine race. Do they aim to plot against the entire Marisaquan star system? Realizing this, the elder shuddered violently. He never imagined that after so many years of calm, the Marisaquan star system harbored such a significant hidden danger. If not for the Soul Clan exposing themselves, even if the heavenly respecters of the main clan eliminated Amiri, we might soon face another wave of crises. This intelligence must be shared with the other elders as soon as possible. With that thought, the elder moved swiftly and soon appeared near the teleportation plaza. Seeing that everything was tranquil and the teleportation array intact, he felt relieved. He then found the other hidden elders, informed them of the situation, and returned to the divine temple to continue lying in wait. Before long, news came from the patrol airships soaring high above. Soul Clan members were spotted in the starry sky. The 5 elders immediately sprang into action, transforming into 5 streaks of white light heading toward the sky. Who would have thought the Soul Clan is so audacious, daring to invade our planet openly despite revealing their identities? Do they think we don't exist? It seems we've been too low-key for too long. Everyone has forgotten about the power of our divine race. In that case, we should completely exterminate the Soul Clan and show the other races our true strength. Kill him. As they flew, their soul powers rapidly communicated. Soon, the 5 divine race elders surrounded the opponent and simultaneously unleashed their holy light domains. The overwhelming pressure from 5 overlapping holy light domains enveloped the Soul Clan powerhouse, yet he seemed completely unfazed, instead breaking into a grin. 5 elders, looks like you're getting serious. A sinister smile was clearly visible on the blurry face formed by black mist. Suddenly, the Soul Clan powerhouse's body trembled. A hazy black barrier spread outwards. Instantly, the 5 holy light domains dissipated, replaced by a pure dark realm. What? The 5 divine race elders were stunned. They hadn't expected the opponent to have such extraordinary abilities, capable of directly dismantling their 5-layered holy light domain. Could it be he was holding back? This thought sprouted in each of their minds, taking root and growing rapidly. Everyone, be extremely cautious. His true intention might be to lure us out. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately. In the dark realm, they could see nothing, but soul power still allowed them to communicate and sense the Soul Clan powerhouse's position. The 5 elders, fully armed in holy light armor and wielding massive holy light swords, attacked the Soul Clan members simultaneously, like 5 formidable gods of light. But then, the Soul Clan powerhouse's body suddenly disintegrated into black mist, merging completely with the dark realm, vanishing from the 5 elders' soul senses. Immediately, the 5 elders lost sight and hearing, and their soul perception completely failed, making them feel blind. They halted their attacks instinctively. Everyone, stay alert. He's preparing to attack one of us. Launch a large-scale attack. The 5 elders simultaneously swung their arms. Vast amounts of light surged from their bodies, forming 5 luminous hands that flailed wildly in the dark realm. However, their power was rapidly swallowed by the dark realm, causing the glowing hands to shrink at an alarming rate. They had to continuously exert immense force just to maintain their attack. Moreover, their continuous attacks yielded no response whatsoever. It was as if each strike hit nothing but empty space. Suddenly, one of them screamed, "Ah, he's attacking me." Through their soul senses, the other 4 elders saw a significant part of their comrade's holy light armor disappear silently, as if melting in scorching heat. They hurried over to assist their comrade, but the Soul Clan member seemed to have left, rendering their efforts futile. Soon, another elder cried out, "He's attacking me. We need to leave quickly. This opponent is not simple. We need to gather more forces for enough assurance." After a rapid exchange of thoughts, the 5 elders decisively decided to exit the dark realm. At that moment, a massive black curtain appeared out of nowhere, enveloping one of the elders and forcibly dragging him into darkness. "Quick, help me." While struggling madly, the elder called for help using his soul power. The black curtain possessed an intense devouring ability, rapidly decomposing and absorbing the holy light armor covering his body, even swallowing the powerful force he released to resist. Then, his body began to dissolve. "Help me." The elder's soul call did not cease. To his horror, his companions seemed to have abandoned him entirely, showing no signs of rescue. "Impossible. Even if this black curtain obstructed my soul transmission, they should still have come to my aid. Why is there no response? Darn it, you've abandoned me and fled." The elder wailed in despair. Unbeknownst to him, when his body was enveloped by the black curtain, he vanished completely from everyone else's sight and could no longer be sensed by soul power. The 4 remaining divine race elders unleashed their glowing hands, attacking wildly in the dark realm. Still, there was no response. "Go. There's no time to rescue him now. If we don't leave, none of us will get out. There's something off with this Soul Clan member. We can't keep fighting him." The 4 elders ruthlessly abandoned their companion and hastily fled back toward the planet. Chapter 445. The 5 heavenly respects arrive. In the dark realm, for ancient ancestors of the divine race flickered, darting away like lightning. However, they soon realized that the dark realm clung to them relentlessly, enveloping them tightly and making it impossible to escape. Just then, another black curtain seemed to appear out of nowhere, engulfing one of the ancestors and dragging him into the darkness. "Stop!" The remaining 3 ancestors simultaneously roared, their light swords swinging to slash at the spot where their companion had disappeared, trying to rescue him. But their companion seemed to have vanished completely from this realm, leaving their 3 light swords slashing through empty space. "Run! Scatter!" Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 figures darted again, tracing graceful arcs in different directions. This time, it seemed the soul race was too busy devouring to pay attention to them, so they quickly escaped the coverage of the dark realm. Still shaken, they glanced back at the dark realm's position and immediately flew back to the planet's surface, arriving at the teleportation plaza. At this moment, the place was in chaos, with many buildings collapsed and people panicking and screaming. Seeing the completely destroyed teleportation array, the 3 ancestors were furious, grabbing a nearby guardian and demanding grimly, "What happened? Why is the teleportation array still destroyed?" The divine race guardian hesitantly replied, "Just now, another soul race member attacked, releasing an overwhelming force that destroyed everything here. We couldn't stop them." Ancestor angrily threw him aside. The other 2 ancestors hurriedly said, "Let's go. We will split into 3 groups, fly to nearby planets, and finally regroup on Windsor Star." The 3 transformed into beams of white light and reappeared in the starry sky, flying in different directions. Not long after, the powerful soul race member, having finished devouring the second ancestor, turned into a cloud of dark mist, sweeping over the planet and quickly consuming all living beings. At 30-some other battlefields, there were victories on both sides, but overall, the soul race emerged victorious more often, devouring several divine race ancestors and a large number of ordinary divine race members, causing their strength to soar dramatically. They even spawned over a dozen new Saint King-level soul race powerhouses. On the other hand, dozens of ancestors had perished in this battle, worsening the already dire situation for the divine race, drastically reducing their overall strength. The surviving ancestors quietly gathered on an ordinary life-bearing planet. All faces were grave. They knew in their hearts that the divine race had reached the most critical moment of survival. With only these 118 remaining ancestors, they had just one last chance. If they failed, there would be no way to turn the tide. Even if they won, they could not afford any mistakes moving forward, or else they would face total annihilation. One ambush by 5 ancestors caused such significant losses for us. From now on, we cannot afford any casualties, one ancestor suggested. For safety, let's form groups of 20, ensuring we can destroy the enemy without a single casualty. Another immediately disagreed. We can't just focus on winning. We also need efficiency because everyone knows the soul race keeps growing by devouring and splitting into more powerhouses. If we form groups of 20, our current manpower can only create 6 groups. Even if we successfully eliminate 6 soul race members, the remaining 40 odd of them, after devouring more divine race members, will likely produce far more than 6 new ones. This way, the enemy's strength increases while ours stays stagnant. our actions will be futile. The first speaker frowned, displeased. The soul race's power is astonishing. If we don't use an absolute numerical advantage to suppress them, not only will we risk danger but also lose any chance to contend with them in the future. From the previous battle, I believe each group should consist of 20 members to ensure absolute dominance. If you disagree, I'd rather not fight. He was one who barely escaped the soul race's grasp, deeply feeling the threat they posed, naturally unwilling to take any risks. If not for the importance of the matter, he wouldn't want to engage the soul race again. He preferred waiting for the heavenly respects from the main clan to arrive. As for how much territory or how many kin remained afterward, it wasn't something he cared about at the moment. Upon hearing his words, the other ancestors exchanged glances. More than one had narrowly escaped death from the soul race, and were similarly unwilling to risk anything. Someone voiced agreement. Honestly, with our current lineup, completely halting the soul race's assault is impossible. So, our goal should be to delay them as much as possible, focusing on safety rather than risking everything against the soul race. I think each group should have at least 20 members, avoiding any increase in the soul race's numbers. Based on timing, the heavenly respects from the main clan should arrive in about a month. We just need to hold on until then to see victory. Looking around seriously, this ancestor added, "Why take unnecessary risks?" After some discussion, everyone agreed with this opinion and began reorganizing into new groups. Over 100 ancestors dispersed once more, engaging in intense battles across various locations. Reality played out exactly as they anticipated. 20 ancestors were enough to overpower the soul race, eliminating them without injury. Meanwhile, other soul race members continued devouring and spawning more Saint King level powerhouses. Both sides seemed to have an unspoken understanding. Or perhaps the individual power of the soul race had peaked, maintaining peak Saint King level combat strength with no intention of multiple members combining forces to directly confront the opposition. Thus, they swept across countless planets, allowing themselves to be killed by the divine race ancestors after fierce battles when encountered. The divine race watched helplessly as their numbers slowly increased, without adjusting their strategy. Both sides waited for something. Over a month later, a spaceship abruptly appeared in the starry sky. Jaden, responsible for piloting, respectfully reported, "Honorable heavenly respects, we have arrived at the Xuanhuan star system." The 5 heavenly respects simultaneously opened their eyes. At this moment, Caden looked out the window, probing the surroundings with his soul power, casually asking, "Has the other group not arrived yet?" Jaden replied, "Our target is set here. I'm sure they'll arrive shortly." Caden nodded unconcernedly. He knew that even within the same rank of Saint Kings, there would always be slight differences in reaction and operation, making long-range instantaneous travel highlight these discrepancies. Therefore, the arrival of 2 spaceships in sequence was a normal occurrence. Chapter 446, Amiri in the Endless Void? Time ticked by slowly. The several Empyreans gradually sensed something amiss. What's going on? The other group hasn't arrived yet. Could there have been some delay along the way? Empyrean Henri slightly furrowed his brows and calmly said, "Let's wait one more day. If they still haven't arrived by then, we'll proceed without them. We 5 can act together." Upon his suggestion, the others nodded in agreement. The next day, the other space cruisers still hadn't appeared, so the group decided to leave promptly, heading for the territory of the divine race. Following the signal left behind by Hurley from their previous visit, it didn't take long for them to rendezvous with him. "Give me the latest intelligence on Amiri. Where is he now?" Owen came straight to the point. Hurley immediately handed over the latest intel and solemnly stated, "Amiri hasn't been seen for about half a year. It seems he has left the Xuanhuan star system, and no one knows where he has gone." The 5 Empyreans reviewed the intelligence one by one. Half a year ago, he was still relentlessly pursuing the elders, and then suddenly vanished? The group couldn't help but frown. Owen looked at Hurley and asked, "No leads at all?" The elder immediately responded, "We do have some clues. Half a year ago, when Amiri was chasing the various elders, he demonstrated an ability to precisely locate targets over vast distances. Combined with past intelligence, he likely possessed this capability for quite some time." Hurley remarked thoughtfully, "So I believe that since he hasn't appeared for such a long time, he might have already traveled to another star domain, perhaps even to the Baishan constellation." Owen paused momentarily before responding, "You mean he could be tracking us and has gone to the Baishan constellation?" Hurley immediately nodded. "Exactly. There's a significant possibility." Owen recalled the intel he had read. It did mention that Amiri had this extraordinary long-distance precision location ability. Even his discovery of the first base's location happened shortly after they returned there. Based on the speculations of the many elders in the Xuanhuan star system, Amiri used them as a target locator post-battle, leading him to the first base. Hold on. That means... Owen's mind raced as he glanced at the other Empyreans, who were looking back at him. One of the Empyreans transmitted, telepathically. Is it possible? Amiri, while en route to the Baishan constellation, sensed us heading to the Xuanhuan star system and intercepted the other 5 Empyreans. Owen said, "That was my immediate thought too, and it explains why the other group never arrived." Overestimating himself. Another Empyrean retorted somewhat indignantly, "A mere lowly human, daring to go to the Baishan constellation. Does he think he can challenge the entire divine race alone?" At this moment, Empyrean Henri smiled calmly. He isn't overestimating himself. Rather, he is bold yet cautious. Have you considered that if he could accurately locate you after battling you, why did he spend time pursuing our elders before setting out for the Baishan constellation? Owen hesitated. Perhaps his hatred for the Xuanhuan branch runs deep, so upon discovering their whereabouts, he couldn't resist pursuing them. As he finished speaking, he shook his head. For a being of Empyrean status like Amiri, those few elders were minor inconveniences at best. There was no need for him to chase them during such a critical time. If Amiri wanted to follow them to the Baishan constellation, every moment would count. There was no point wasting time on insignificant matters. Otherwise, with the speed of a space cruiser, Amiri wouldn't stand a chance of catching up with them. It would be akin to losing the forest for the trees. Empyrean Henri continued smiling serenely. That's because he is confident, completely unconcerned about us leaving first. Amidst the astonishment of the others, he added, after all, Amiri's objective might be to intercept us in the endless void, destroy our cruiser, and immobilize us. Owen nodded in realization. That makes sense. No wonder Amiri dared to venture into the Baishan constellation without haste. With his long-distance teleportation abilities, once our cruiser is destroyed, he can leave on his own. While we will be trapped in the endless void for at least a decade. But he didn't anticipate that our speed was too fast, allowing him only enough time to intercept the other group and miss us. Owen then looked at Empyrean Henri. So, Amiri may still be in the endless void. What should we do now? Empyrean Henri smiled calmly. Since that's the case, let's wait for Amiri here, and assist the Marisiquan branch in resolving their crisis. Owen nodded. Alright, leave the trivial matters to us. You, Empyrean Henri, can act freely and handle Amiri when he appears. Empyrean Henri gave a casual nod. The Empyreans then turned to Hurley and asked, give us the latest intel on this branch. Hurley, prepared in advance, handed over the latest intel on the Marisiquan star system. The Empyreans reviewed it sequentially. Has this branch reached such a dire situation? Surrounded by human and demonic forces, even the small Clark star C took advantage, and the internal sweeps by the Soul Clan. This sounds like the prelude to extinction. The Empyreans casually discussed the matter, seemingly unmoved by the numerous calamities facing the Marisiquan star system's divine race. One of them asked curiously, what exactly is this Soul Clan? With such remarkable abilities, has anyone heard of them? They resemble the Underworld clan in appearance, but their recent capabilities are entirely different. Is it a new race? Perhaps it's a hybrid species created over generations from a few mysterious races. Just as they were discussing, Empyrean Henri suddenly frowned, his expression turning cold. He sternly interrupted, enough! Simultaneously, the surrounding space abruptly trembled, enveloped by a formidable, abyssal pressure. The Empyreans felt immobilized, as if sealed within a massive amber, unable to move easily. Two elders nearby instantly broke into a cold sweat, their minds blank, utterly unable to think. The oppressive aura subsided just as quickly, and Empyrean Henri seemed to regain his composure, saying indifferently, why discuss this further? Amiri could return anytime. Before then, focus on resolving the crisis for this branch. Startled by his sudden anger, the others felt puzzled but didn't dare contradict him. Owen hurriedly said, understood, Empyrean Henri. Chapter 447. The unpredictable Shay Marisisan. The other Marisisan's expression was rather unpleasant. Just as he had been speaking, Marisisan Shay had abruptly interrupted him, releasing an oppressive aura. It seemed like a targeted move against him. This made the Marisisan, who had been at the top of the divine race for many years, feel both infuriated and humiliated. Although he didn't dare to defy Marisisan Shay's orders, he considered himself on the same level as the other major figures in the divine race. He didn't want to appear too meek or cowardly, so he managed to smile and said, Marisisan Shay, don't be angry. We were merely discussing the origin of the soul race, that is, but his words were cut short. Suddenly, a flash of black light zipped across the starry sky, and Marisisan Shay appeared before him, pressing down with a massive hand. No one expected Marisisan Shay to suddenly attack, especially not another divine Marisisan. However, the man reacted swiftly. In a mixture of shock and anger, he hastily put up his hands to meet the attack. Limitless white light enveloped him, forming a giant light shield in an instant to block the strike. In the next moment, Marisisan Shay's hand pressed through the light shield effortlessly and then landed on the man's face. The black glow from his hand flowed into the man's body, instantly wrapping him entirely. Under everyone's stunned gazes, the man's body disintegrated and merged into the black glow. The black glow then became even denser, flowing back into Marisisan Shay's body. Marisisan Shay. Marisisan Duncan spoke up laboriously, unsure of what to say. The others fell completely silent. They never imagined that Marisisan Shay would not only attack another divine Marisisan, but also show no mercy and kill him outright. Since inviting Marisisan Shay out of seclusion, he had always been very amiable. No one anticipated his temperamental and erratic behavior. His strength was terrifying. He could kill a fellow Marisisan in an instant without a second thought. At this point, Marisisan Shay glanced at them indifferently and casually said, let's proceed. Yes. The few Marisisans hurriedly responded. Only now did the two elders recover their composure, shifting their gaze away, too afraid to look at Marisisan Shay again, lest they enrage him. The group boarded the cosmic cruiser and left. Only after flying far away did someone dare to speak up. Why did Marisisan Shay suddenly become enraged? Could it be that he has some connection with the soul race? Another person shook his head. I don't know, but clearly Marisisan Shay dislikes us discussing this topic. We should steer clear of it. Otherwise, who knows if he might get angry again? Naturally, the group had grievances towards Marisisan Shay's actions. As divine Marisisans, they all held the highest status within the divine race. Even if Marisisan Shay deserved respect due to his seniority and power, it did not give him the right to attack them arbitrarily. It was a matter of dignity as Marisisans. Marisisan Duncan sighed. Marisisan Shay's strength is even more terrifying than we imagined. To be able to instantly kill another Marisisan level being like Gordon, such power truly puts him on a different level. No wonder he doesn't take us seriously. Hearing this, the others could not help but deeply agree. After some casual conversation, they shifted the topic back to the crisis facing the Heavenly Spring star system's divine race. The greatest threat they currently face should be the Jensen Man race, Demon race, and Soul race. Why don't we divide our efforts and directly exterminate them all? We only have 2 space cruisers, splitting forces into 3 groups would be troublesome. Better to eliminate them one by one. In that case, let's start by thoroughly wiping out the Soul race. Among these three factions, the soul race poses the most significant threat to the divine race, especially given their ability to constantly divide and devour. It's best to eliminate them as soon as possible. We can split into two groups. Two of us will clean up the soul race within the divine territory, while one goes to the Clark Nebula to directly kill the Alex. After discussing, they quickly came to an agreement. To them, helping the Heavenly Spring star system's divine race resolve their crisis wasn't a big deal. They didn't take it too seriously. With their Marissison-level cultivation, they could act recklessly and didn't need meticulous strategic planning. They parted ways accordingly. During the previous visit by the 5 great Marissisons to the Heavenly Spring star system, 2 space cruisers were dispatched, but only one returned with them. The other remained here with Elder Brock for emergencies, which now made their actions easier. Marissison Duncan boarded the cruiser piloted by Elder Brock, crossing the starry sky to the Clark Nebula. The other 2 Marissisons went to meet up with various elders. A few days later, on a regular life-bearing planet, several elders personally greeted the 2 Marissisons in a lavish palace. Greetings to the 2 honorable Marissisons. The elders greeted with joy. The arrival of the Marissisons brought much-needed hope, giving the divine race of the Heavenly Spring star system a chance to turn the tables, allowing them to regain their confidence. The 2 Marissisons got straight to the point. We've come to resolve your crisis. Since Amiri is temporarily out of touch, we'll first deal with the soul race. Provide us with detailed information on the soul race. One elder immediately offered a jade slip respectfully, containing all the intelligence on the soul race, particularly their recent movements and predictions of their next moves. A soul race at the Saint King realm has already divided into 50 individuals. Such capability is truly terrifying. Without any upper limit, they could rank among the universe's strongest races. The 2 Marissisons marveled, but their admiration was short-lived. In their eyes, mere Saint King realm beings, regardless of numbers, were insignificant compared to their own power. Soon, the 2 Marissisons departed via teleportation arrays, heading to 2 different planets to await action. They only had predictions of the soul race's movements, not precise locations, so they couldn't intercept like Amiri did in space. They could only wait for the soul race to come to them. If they acted swiftly enough, killing one soul race member and moving to the next location, they could still manage to eliminate all the powerful soul race members. Before long, one of the Marissisons received accurate information on a target and instantly flew into space, casually waving his hand. The powerful soul race member, feared by countless divines, was instantly killed. Simultaneously, dozens of Saint King realm soul race members spread across the divine territories halted their activities. Far away in the Clark Nebula, the Alex opened his eyes. It seems things are getting serious. In that case, let's play this game well. With a thought, the black mist covering the entire myriad souls star rapidly contracted, racing into his body. Dozens of soul race members inside the divine territories discreetly infiltrated divine planets, gradually teleporting to border worlds near the Clark Nebula. Then, turning into a vast cloud of black mist, they flew toward the myriad soul star. Chapter 448. Worried I might escape? In the starry expanse, a cosmic shuttle flickered in and out of sight. Each appearance lasted only an instant before reappearing billions of kilometers away. It moved so fast that it seemed like an illusory shadow, vanishing instantly even if a powerful being were nearby, leaving almost no trace of its passage. Finally, after countless ultra-long-distance teleportations, the cosmic shuttle arrived at its destination, the 10,000 Soul Star. Stay back and wait for me. Devlin Marissison spoke, then flew out of the shuttle at dozens of times the speed of light toward the 10,000 Soul Star. Just before he reached the atmosphere, he stopped. Be annihilated. Devlin Marissison spoke calmly. With a casual raise of his right hand, an infinite white light appeared around him within a radius of tens of miles, then shot straight down to the 10,000 Soul Star, forming a white pillar of light dozens of miles thick. It penetrated heaven and earth. Suddenly, a black mist spread out from the 10,000 Soul Star, blocking the white light completely. Devlin Marissison paused slightly, then said aloud. You can block my attack? You are definitely not merely at the Sage King level. Who would have thought that this small, heavenly spring star system harbors such hidden dragons? Besides Amiri, there is another hidden Marissison-level powerhouse. Come forth quickly. Let me see your true face. Though Devlin Marissison realized his opponent was formidable, he was not overly concerned. As a Marissison realm expert, his confidence made him unafraid of any enemy, except maybe Henri Marissison, and perhaps also Amiri. Anyone else, even other Marissison realm experts, he felt confident enough to deal with. After all, he was a late-stage Marissison, the 6th Marissison of the divine race. Under his watchful gaze, a black mist slowly emerged from the 10,000 Souls star and coalesced into a vague human shape a short distance in front of him. I am Soulmaster. May I inquire as to your identity? Soulmaster's voice was gentle and peaceful, without a hint of hostility. I am Devlin Marissison of the divine race. You invaded our branch race, slaughtered many of our citizens, and killed dozens of our elders. What punishment do you deserve? Devlin Marissison looked down at him indifferently and asked in a condescending tone. Soulmaster remained unperturbed, calm and collected, asking simply, what punishment do you think I deserve? Devlin Marissison frowned slightly. He had expected his provocative words to either enrage or provoke an attack from the other party. This reaction was entirely unexpected. Afraid to offend me? Or trying to probe for information about the divine race? Devlin Marissison sneered coldly and shouted, Death sentence. He immediately released a holy Fulton domain, enveloping both of them. A white holy light sword formed in his hand. In one fluid motion, he swung the sword horizontally. Soulmaster's body surged like black mist, lacking a fixed form. Without warning, he sidestepped, extending a giant black misty palm towards Devlin. Devlin's movements were incredibly swift. His sword met the black misty palm. The holy light attempted to penetrate and destroy the black mist, while dark power tried to consume the sword. However, neither could gain the upper hand, and they simply passed through each other. Even without using a domain, You match me equally? His strength is indeed formidable, Devlin mused inwardly but felt no fear. He had yet to use his full strength, and even if the opponent had some hidden cards, he couldn't be much stronger. They continuously crossed paths within the Holy Fulton domain, their powerful forces colliding, but the exterior remained undisturbed. At this moment, a soul signal echoed in his mind from afar. Save me. Devlin's expression changed. He recognized the fluctuation. It was Zhak Laozu's. In space, the cosmic shuttle quietly halted in a corner. Inside, Zhak Laozu watched the distant Holy Fulton domain with concern. Though unable to discern the details of the battle, he knew that since Devlin used the Holy Fulton domain without a quick resolution, the opponent must be a supreme Marissazan-level powerhouse. To Zhak, watching two adults fight felt as if a child was witnessing a brutal conflict, intense and perilous. Unnoticed by him, a large mass of black mist hurtled towards the shuttle at dozens of times the speed of light. Only when it blocked his view did Zhak finally realize the danger. He activated the shuttle and began to flee while sending a distress signal to Devlin. Save me! The next moment, black mist enveloped the shuttle, penetrating inside like a monstrous entity engulfing Zhak Laozu. He had nowhere left to run. I don't believe you possess Marissazan-level strength too, Zhak gritted his teeth, unleashing a Holy Fulton domain and endless laser cannons. However, his attacks were mercilessly consumed by the black mist. Watching the mist grow closer, Zhak became increasingly desperate, releasing even more powerful attacks. But in the next instant, the black mist swept past, completely devouring Zhak Laozu, leaving not a trace. The black mist grew faintly larger and sped towards the Holy Fulton domain near the 10,000 Soul Star. Inside the Holy Fulton domain, Devlin finally understood why the opponent hadn't reacted to his provocations earlier, but instead maintained a calm demeanor. It was to buy time. The opponent's plan was to silently kill Zhak Laozu first, and then engage him fully. Worried I might escape? Devlin laughed bitterly. So you're confident enough to keep me here? How arrogant. His holy light armor solidified further, the light sword in his hand shimmering intensely as powerful Tao energy flowed endlessly. Let's see my true strength then. Devlin seemingly teleported behind Soulmaster, slashing silently with his sword. At that moment, Soulmaster's body dispersed into a dense black mist that enveloped Devlin, ignoring his attack. Devlin's expression remained unchanged. He had no intention of dodging either. Chapter 449. The Soul Clan already annihilated? The light sword continued to swing. Wherever the sword tip passed, the black fog was swiftly dispelled. However, more black fog spread over and completely enveloped venerable Devlin. Jensen, do you think I'm a mere ant at the Holy King realm? Such tricks dare to try to engulf me? Venerable Devlin sneered coldly. The light sword in his hand smoothly swiveled, tracing an elegant arc around him in an attempt to disrupt the surrounding black fog. However, a flash of black light appeared. A strange sense of oppression suddenly engulfed him. The surrounding black fog grew thicker, spreading towards him like viscous liquid. When it touched the light sword, it instantly absorbed the holy light on its surface. Venerable Devlin's expression abruptly changed. The radiant force surrounding him expanded outward, forming a white light shield that protected his body as it tried to push through the black fog and rapidly fly away. But when he came into contact with the black fog, the outer white light shield vanished almost immediately, consumed entirely. Even the holy light armor on his body began to dissolve under the intense power of the black fog, like ice melting in sunlight. He has such overwhelming strength concealed within. Venerable Devlin gritted his teeth, forcefully resisting the omnipresent devouring force surrounding him, trying to break free from the black fog's embrace. Yet the black fog clung relentlessly. Seeing the thinning layer of holy light armor about to disappear, Venerable Devlin continuously channeled energy to compensate and attempted escape. However, no matter what he did, the black fog remained like a gentle breeze, always encircling his body. Finally realizing that mere evasion would not help, Venerable Devlin halted. Infinite beams of white light radiated from his body like countless sharp light swords striking endlessly at the black fog. Unfortunately, the absorbing capacity of the black fog far exceeded his expectations. The numerous light swords, upon contact, almost instantly dissipated. At this moment, his holy light armor finally vanished entirely under the persistent erosion of the black fog. Venerable Devlin's face turned pale with shock. Large amounts of black fog landed directly on his body. His skin vanished instantly, exposing the clear, jade-like flesh underneath, which began to dissolve rapidly, being devoured by the black fog. How could it be so strong? Aya! Venerable Devlin roared wildly, struggling frantically. Yet all his efforts were futile. Soon, a large mass of black fog flew from space, merging with the fog surrounding Venerable Devlin. The devouring ability of the black fog intensified once again. After a while, the black fog swayed, floating back to 10,000 Soul Star. Space had become nothingness. There was no trace left of Venerable Devlin. Within the Divine Clan territory, two Venerables found their elders once again. Since one Venerable killed a Soul Clan powerhouse several days ago, they noticed other Soul Clan powers seemingly ceased to appear. They followed intelligence reports, lying in wait for several days, but never encountered any attack by a Soul Clan powerhouse. These past few days, indeed no attacks have been launched on any planets. It seems that the two Venerables have already intimidated them. One elder said respectfully. The issue is, how did Soul Clan gather intelligence so swiftly within your territory? A Venerable frowned. He was Seth, the 18th Venerable of the White Mountain constellation. Though ranked later, he used to be the head of the main clan, possessing stronger analytical and thinking abilities than the Venerables who were in prolonged seclusion. He spoke solemnly. My act of killing that Soul Clan member was only known to the high-ranking guards on the planet and you few here. Soul Clan members are dispersed across dozens of locations, mostly moving through space. How could they receive information promptly to know about our existence? Combining previous intelligence. There's only one possibility. They can rapidly communicate among themselves, even across billions of miles, immediately knowing what happens to other Soul Clan members. Another venerable also frowned. If that's true, the Soul Clan indeed is quite troublesome. Not only can they grow stronger by consuming lives, they can split into more entities scattered everywhere, yet still communicate over great distances. Plus their formidable disguise ability allows them to hide immediately when encountering powerful enemies. To eradicate them might be extremely difficult. Venerable Seth shook his head. If that's true, it's not just difficult, it's practically impossible. But I don't believe in a perfect race. They must have obvious weaknesses. Otherwise, they would have ravaged the Marisaquan star system long ago. Why remain low profile for so many years? What do you think their weakness is? The other venerable nodded thoughtfully before asking. Venerable Seth replied seriously, their weakness should be their strongest, the Amias. I suspect the entire Soul Clan shares a common consciousness controlled by the Amias, or all Soul Clansmen are merely avatars of the Amias. So, when I killed a Soul Clan member, the Amias learned of my presence and immediately hid the other avatars. Even their splitting capability may simply mean creating new avatars after consuming enough energy. By killing the Amias, perhaps the entire Soul Clan would dissipate, or at least the avatar's strength would greatly diminish, or lose their synchronized communication. Hearing this, the other venerable felt something stir in his heart. So maybe Venerable Devlin already killed the Amias, which is why those avatars disappeared simultaneously, not hiding, but dying. Venerable Seth nodded. Considering the time, Venerable Devlin should have reached 10,000 Soul Star. Thus, the Soul Clan issue should be resolved. So our next target would be the Xuanhuan race. As they spoke, they didn't avoid the nearby elders, indirectly informing them of their speculations. Upon hearing the Soul Clan had been annihilated, the elders were elated. To them, the Soul Clan was their second deadliest enemy after Amiri, their hatred even surpassing that towards humans and demons. Xuanhuans and demons might cause significant loss of interest, but the Soul Clan directly killed dozens of elders, posing a severe threat to their safety. With the Soul Clan now eradicated, naturally they were happy. Although no definitive intelligence had been received, the fact that Soul Clansmen were no longer invading was obvious. Adding the direct statements from the two venerables of the main clan, they harbored no doubts. Chapter 450. Immediate retreat. Give me the information on the Xuanhuan race. We will go to wipe out their leadership first, said Venerate Seth. An elder immediately handed over a jade slip respectfully, saying, thank you for the assistance from the two venerates. Jensen. Venerate Seth casually responded, taking the jade slip and reviewing the information inside. Then he frowned slightly. The intelligence you have is at least several months, even a year old. Don't you have any up-to-date information? The elder replied with a bitter smile. Venerate, previously under Amiri's pursuit, we all went into hiding to preserve as much of our god race's manpower as possible. Almost all starseas were sealed off, both to prevent leaks of information and to make it difficult to gather the latest news. Venerate Seth tossed the jade slip back to him and calmly stated, merely wiping out one ancestor star will not cause the collapse of the Xuanhuan race. Don't expect us to spend great effort to slowly search for the whereabouts of the major elders of the Xuanhuan race. And do not hope that we replace the army's duties to help you retake planets on the front line. All we need to do is eliminate the leadership of the Xuanhuan race in a short time to create shock. The rest you need to fight yourselves. So, gather your intelligence properly first, and then we set off to take down a large number of the Xuanhuan race's leadership at once. Go. Once the intelligence is gathered, come find me. Several elders bowed repeatedly, yes. After they left, another venerate said, since this is the case, let's wait for Venerate Malachi to return before we act together. Elsewhere, the departed elders met other elders on another planet. The soul race has already been dealt with by the Venerate, and next are the Xuanhuan and demon races. But the Venerate requires more detailed intelligence. I think we should also lift the bands across various starseas, bring them back under control, and form new decision-making layers, and elect a new leader. But someone hesitated and said, however, Amiri is still not solved. He is our biggest threat. If he reappears someday, the newly formed decision-making layer could become his target again, leading to significant losses. After all, the last time 5 Venerates couldn't. Stopping there, this elder silenced himself, but everyone knew his meaning. The last time, 5 Venerates were unable to defeat Amiri. Although it was rumored they had stronger cards now, who knew if they could smoothly kill Amiri? They did not dare to relax too soon. A few of them silently shook their heads. They had developed psychological trauma towards Amiri. Without confirmed news stating Amiri's death, they would not be able to lower their guard. Another person added, but without coordinating the various starseas, many tasks will be hard to synchronize. Restarting the intelligence system will take a while. How can we collect the required intelligence as demanded by the Venerate? If the delay irritates the Venerate, that could be troublesome. I suggest we integrate the starseas once again, but ensure none of us show up personally. Let all decisions be made by the newly elected leader and elders. Among all elders now, Hartley Elder still held the highest esteem. He spoke now. The decision-making layer is the brain of the entire god race. Once re-established, its every move impacts the whole god race. If destroyed again, it would be devastating. But an earlier elder remained calm and said, if the central race's Venerate cannot stop Amiri, we won't stand a chance either. In such a case, worrying about loss is futile. Just surviving will be a triumph. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Next, they each went to various starseas, personally ordering the removal of lockdowns and announcing the reformation of the decision-making layer. Finally selecting a new leader among the elders, delegating intelligence collection. While the elders dispersed once more. Soon, days passed. Venerate Seth and his companion finally sensed something amiss. By the journey, Venerate Malachi should have returned by now. Why no news? Might some unexpected event have happened? Both Venerates exchanged glances, growing serious. Let's head to the planet of 10,000 souls. Done talking. They reached the starry sky. An awaiting elder instantly drove the space cruiser, carrying both towards the planet of 10,000 souls. After days of continuous teleportation, they arrived near the planet. Both venerates flew out simultaneously, becoming twin beams heading rapidly toward the planet of 10,000 souls. Without hesitation, Venerate Seth attacked. A massive white light beam shot towards the planet of 10,000 souls. This rapid wide-range attack could easily pierce through the core of a normal life-bearing planet. Even a Holy King Realm warrior wouldn't be able to withstand it. This moment, a black fog erupted from the planet of 10,000 souls, effortlessly intercepting the light beam. Indeed, he possesses Venerate-level strength. Might Venerate Malachi have sought to join forces against him and thus gone back? Let's fight him first. With serious expressions, the Venerates briefly communicated before advancing toward the emerging black fog. Their sacred light domains released almost simultaneously. In these sacred light domains, the Venerates moved gracefully, flanking the Alex on both sides. Two massive light swords slashed horizontally. Meanwhile, the Alex unleashed a dark domain, countering the two sacred light domains. From the black fog emerged two monstrous hands, facing the two Venerate deities. Holy white light swords met grotesque black fog hands, temporarily clashing, then passing through each other. Of the two Venerate gods, Seth was the 18th Venerate. The other, named Hanley, was the 7th Venerate, only slightly less powerful than Malachi Venerate, with little disparity between them. Together, they were considerably stronger than Malachi Venerate. Through the battle, they matched the Alex, making them even more serious. Venerate Malachi stands no chance. Either he fled or suffered misfortune. We can't kill him. Retreat immediately and seek help from Venerate Shay. After rapid soul communication, they decisively withdrew into the starry sky. The dense black fog continued to surge, like clawing devils, relentlessly chasing but never catching them. Just then, they saw another cluster of black fog flying toward them from the distant stars. Chapter 451. Amiri's target is us? Is that his avatar? The two Marissicin recalled the speculations about the Amias from a few days ago and felt a stirring in their hearts. Seeing the direction from which the black mist was coming, they instantly understood. He destroyed the cosmic cruiser? This was their last cosmic cruiser in the Marissicwan star system. If it was really destroyed, even if all tasks were completed successfully, they would need around 100 years to fly back. Though 100 years was but a blink of an eye for them, being tricked like this genuinely infuriated them. The two Marissicin unleashed their wrath with barely a thought. Dozens of meters, thick laser cannons blasted forth at once. They believed the black mist blocking their path must be an avatar of the Amias, whose strength could not be too formidable, likely only as powerful as when he previously swept through the divine race. Just at the Holy King stage, their casual attack would surely purify it instantly. However, to their surprise, the black mist surged wildly, forcibly blocking the two massive laser beams. This avatar is quite strong. Don't get entangled, we should avoid him first. Marissicin Seth urgently transmitted, telepathically. Without hesitation, the two shifted directions, each trying to dodge the Amias' avatar from either side. At that moment, a faint, eerie glow flashed. The bodies of the two Marissicin abruptly froze mid-flight, their eyes turning vacant as if they had completely lost consciousness. Taking advantage of this, the Amias caught up to them, and the black mist instantly enveloped both bodies. Under the intense devouring power, the St. Fulton armors on their bodies decomposed visibly, transforming into dark energy and merging into the black mist. When the two Marissicin regained consciousness, the St. Fulton armors on their bodies had vanished entirely, and part of their bodies had been devoured. What happened? Why did I suddenly get surrounded by black mist? Both were terrified. They hadn't realized how they lost consciousness, only noticing the scene before them changing instantaneously into one where they were encased in black mist. This made them lose their wits. Quickly flee. Now, the only thought in the minds of the two Marissicin was escape. They burst forth with renewed power, trying to protect their bodies while splitting up and fleeing in different directions. But under the overwhelming devouring power of the black mist, the holy light streaming out of their bodies was swallowed instantly, unable to form protective armor in time. Fortunately, they fled in entirely opposite directions, and the Amias, to maintain a sufficient strength advantage, couldn't split his body further, thus pursuing one of them. 7th Marissicin Hanley, who exhibited slightly stronger strength, became the primary target of the Amias' pursuit. Darkness Domain followed closely, a large mass of black mist always tightly enveloping Marissicin Hanley, continuously devouring his body. On the other side, after escaping the Darkness Domain, Marissicin Seth didn't spare a glance for his companion's safety and headed directly away. At this point, the black mist coming from space was not far from Marissicin Seth anymore. Another Darkness Domain opened instantly, enveloping Marissicin Seth within. What? How can this avatar also be so powerful? Marissicin Seth's heart shook. Though they hadn't yet clashed, the oppressive force brought by the Darkness Domain was almost as overwhelming as before. This immediately told him, this avatar's strength is firmly at the Marissicin stage. Absolutely cannot be dragged down. Marissicin Seth immediately shifted his course to evade to another side. Under the pressure of the Darkness Domain, his speed decreased slightly but remained dozens of times faster than light, easily avoiding the incoming black mist and fleeing into the distance. The black mist pursued relentlessly. The Darkness Domain always kept Marissicin Seth enclosed. Before long, Marissicin Seth sensed the black mist behind him getting closer, almost touching his body. Damn! Marissicin Seth clenched his teeth and released the St. Fulton Domain to counter the Darkness Domain. Neutralizing the suppression of the Darkness Domain, his speed fully released, becoming even faster than the Amias' avatar. In space, black and white orbs intertwined, speeding toward the divine race's territory. Gradually, the white orb pulled ahead, leaving the black orb far behind, disappearing into the distance. Outside Bernie Huang's star, After devouring Marissus and Hanley, the Amias perceive the situation on the other side. It seems the news will leak eventually. It's uncertain when I'll see Shay again. I'm still looking forward to it. The Amias grinned and returned to Bernie Huang's star. In the vast starry sky, after escaping the Amias' avatar, Marissus and Seth retracted the St. Fulton domain and turned into a streak of white light racing away. Only then did his mind fully calm down, beginning to reflect. The Amias' strength is probably top tier among Marissus's. With his various miraculous abilities, besides Marissus and Shay, no one would dare claim confidence in dealing with him. Marissus and Hanley is likely dead, and Marissus and Adrian has most likely perished. The entire Xuanhuan star system now only has me and Marissus and Shay left. Marissus and Seth took a deep breath. Initially, 10 Supreme Marissus immobilized, expecting this mission to be a sure success. Yet unexpectedly, a series of twists left 5 trapped in the endless void, 3 dead. It ended in such a tragic state, and the real mission hasn't even started yet. Thus, even if Amiri appears, without multiple companions to jointly trap him, killing him will be incredibly difficult. The Amias is also not to be underestimated. With 2 such terrifying Marissus in hiding in Xuanhuan star system, might they have any connection? Both are enemies of the divine race, and both actively provoked conflicts with the divine race. Marissus and Seth mused over more information about both. Amiri initially had only minor friction with the divine race but deliberately hid his strength, gradually escalating the conflict until he initiated war, leading to the current situation. Clearly, he aimed to magnify the issue. Otherwise, had he shown his true strength from the start, how could a branch of the divine race continue to offend him? His goal isn't just the Xuanhuan star systems branch. Otherwise, with his strength, there'd be no need for elaborate planning. Marissus and Seth's eyes grew brighter, his thoughts clearer. He knew about the existence of Baishan constellation from the start, deliberately revealing his strength bit by bit to logically draw us out, weakening us step by step. Marissus and Seth enlightened. Amiri's target has always been us. Chapter 452. The awkward situation of the divine race. With a clear line of thought, Barnaby understood the entire situation and comprehended the actions of the Alex. Alex has also been hiding in the Xuanhuan star system for many years. After the situation became completely chaotic, he also took the initiative to act against the divine race. He and Amiri both possess the peak strength of the Supreme Being realm, and their actions are no different from each other. These two are definitely a pair. As for why they were enemies of the divine race, Barnaby did not delve into it deeply. The divine race's territory was vast, and over 10 billion years, they had exterminated countless races. It was normal that many races harbored resentment towards them. Amiri and Alex were probably survivors from one of the races exterminated by the divine race. By chance, they achieved the Supreme Being realm and joined forces to seek revenge on the divine race. This kind of scenario was very common. The only difference was that Amiri and Alex could quietly break through to the Supreme Being realm. Over the past 10 billion years, among the countless divine race members, only 19 Supreme Beings had emerged. Roughly every 100 million years, one peerless genius would be born from countless divine race members. And even then, it was only possible under the supply of countless resources, guidance from various powerful figures, and policy support within the divine race. Thus, it could be seen how frighteningly talented Amiri and Alex were, who managed to quietly cultivate to the peak of the Supreme Being realm. Whatever, since you have chosen to oppose the divine race, your end can only be death. Facing the terrifying power of Henri Supreme Being, your assumed strength is nothing more than a bubble in a dream, easily shattered, Barnaby said with a cold expression. He thought of the incident days ago when Henri Supreme Being casually killed his companion. He felt both pride and a trace of fear at the memory. That was an almost transcendent performance above the level of a Supreme Being. After a long while, he calmed down and began searching the cosmos meticulously. Since he had rushed directly to the 10,000 Soul star via spaceship recently, he did not have the coordinates for any other planets in the Clark Sea, so he could only start by searching for the nearest life-bearing planet. Otherwise, without a teleportation array, relying solely on flying would take a considerable amount of time to return to the divine race territory. Half a month later, Barnaby finally found a life-bearing planet and flew straight towards it. He made no attempt to conceal himself, entering the planet at several dozen times the speed of light and floating arrogantly in midair. A vast and profound aura enveloped tens of miles around him. Numerous strong individuals from various races below showed looks of horror, barely able to move. Those with weaker strength fainted immediately. Barnaby's gaze landed on a Stephanon race warrior who was struggling to stand. In a flash, he appeared before the man. "Tell me, where is the teleportation array?" Barnaby hovered 3 feet off the ground, looking down at the man with calm and indifferent eyes. The Stephanon race warrior gulped, pointing weakly in a certain direction. "Feng Shui City, about 900 kilometers that way." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure in front of him vanished suddenly, as if teleported away. Everyone present breathed a collective sigh of relief. It felt like surfacing from deep water. The terrible pressure that had engulfed them instantly disappeared, making breathing much easier. They began discussing loudly. "Too scary. Is this also a member of the divine race? Why does he have such huge wings?" The strongest divine race members are Saint King realms with 16 white wings. Someone with just a pair of wings must be a mutated variety. But his power is genuinely terrifying. Even Lord Hagen had to bow before him. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. Many people looked oddly at the speaker. The Hagen Lord mentioned was the same Stephanon race warrior Barnaby had questioned, possessing Saint Realm strength. For an existence like Barnaby, Hagen was insignificant, but for ordinary people, he was a top-tier powerhouse they could only look up to. Hagen, already embarrassed and furious due to Barnaby's imposing aura, now glared fiercely at the speaker. An endless wave of wind blades abruptly formed out of nowhere, sweeping out like waves and turning the speaker into a mist of blood. Several others nearby were also inadvertently affected, meeting the same fate. Everyone immediately fell silent again. Hagen snorted coldly and turned to fly away. On the other side, after finding the teleportation array, Barnaby once again dominated the area and had them teleport him to the nearest border planet close to the Divine Race territory. Then he continued his journey through the starry sky back towards the Divine Race. Meanwhile, within the Divine Race territory, the previously independent star seas had been reorganized and various institutions rebuilt, especially the intelligence agency. Under the orders of the new clan leader Alan, the agency was rebuilt quickly and efficiently, gathering information on the high-level forefathers within the human territory. Due to the current heightened war state, the appearance rate of the human forefathers was relatively higher compared to peaceful times when they often secluded themselves, making information collection somewhat easier. After more than half a month of efforts, the intelligence on the human forefathers was roughly complete, awaiting verification from various intelligence networks before reporting to the few supreme beings. Alan reported this good news to a few forefathers, but to his surprise, they only paid casual attention and dismissed him after a brief acknowledgement. You've done well. Go on, continue gathering intelligence and report back when you have results. After Alan left, the few forefathers immediately looked worried. The two supreme beings went to the Clark Sea. So much time has passed, why haven't they returned? And the third one, Devlin's supreme being. 3 supreme beings all went to the Clark Sea and never returned. Could something have happened to them? They could not have imagined that just when things seemed to be improving and the divine race was about to see hope, their 3 life-saving supreme beings had vanished simultaneously. This put them in an awkward position. If they continued to abandon resistance like before, wouldn't it make a mockery of the newly reorganized leadership? Just as they were preparing internal adjustments and mobilizing forces to face the enemy and reclaim lost territories, would giving up again before even starting make sense? How would the human and demon races view them? What about the civilians and various levels of warriors within the clan? Not to mention the 3 supreme beings might appear again someday and witness their lack of confidence in the supreme being's strength. But if they were to fight the humans head-on, the 3 supreme beings were missing, and no one knew when they'd return. With only 100 or so forefathers left in the upper echelon, how could they possibly be the humans' match? Chapter 453, The Way of Heaven and the Way of Gentlemanity. Perhaps. Should we investigate the Soul Clan's intelligence first? One of the elders spoke up. At that time, the 2 celestial venerables said that the Soul Clan had been eradicated by Venerable Kelvin. However, it seems that the situation is far more complex than they imagined. All 3 celestial venerables disappeared because of the Soul Clan. It appears that the Alex's strength is not as simple as previously believed. It's possible he has also reached the celestial venerable realm, or even is among the top-tier powers within it. The elders sighed deeply. They all naturally guessed as much. And precisely because of this, they felt powerless. The current situation in the Marisaquan star system was completely beyond their control. They didn't even have the means to interfere anymore. Celestial venerable powerhouses, never heard of before, now seem to appear one after another. Amiri from a remote village turned out to be a celestial venerable. The Alex from the Clark Sea was also a celestial venerable. Ironically, one of the 3 dominant races in the Marisaquan star system, the divine race, had fallen to a state of being bullied at will, only passively waiting for support from the main clan. Another elder casually remarked, "Let the patriarch arrange for someone to gather intelligence first. We'll see what happens after the results are in. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first." After speaking, this elder left without further ado. The other elders looked at each other and, lacking enthusiasm for further discussion, left one by one. They were unaware of Venerable Henry's existence, still believing that only Venerables Kelvin, Hanley, and Dane had come to the Marisaquan star system for support. Thus, despair was beginning to settle deep in their hearts. Their lifeline, the reinforcements from the main clan, had let them down repeatedly. Now, with the disappearance of the 3 celestial venerables, they had lost all confidence. Even a celestial venerable from the main clan might not be Amiri's match, let alone turn the tide. Is the divine race truly on the brink of destruction? Several elders thought bleakly. Several days later, Venerable Seth returned to the territory of the divine race. However, he did not report to the elders, but instead directly teleported to the nearest Stephanth planet, close to Venerable Henri, then sped through the starry sky like a streak of light. After flying for about 40 minutes, he finally arrived where Venerable Henri was located. Feeling Seth's approach, Venerable Henri opened his eyes and looked at him indifferently. "How is it? Have you found specific information about Amiri?" Seth shook his head and replied solemnly, "Venerable Kelvin and Venerable Hanley have already perished." Venerable Henri merely frowned slightly, showing little emotional reaction, and asked, "What happened?" Seth immediately provided a detailed report about the Soul Clan, sharing his various speculations. He concluded gravely, "Amiri and the Alex must have targeted us from the beginning, which led to this series of actions. They've successfully killed Venerables Dane, Kelvin, and Hanley, trapped Venerables Jace and the others in the Endless Void, and confined us both to the Marisaquan star system. I've suffered tremendous losses, and our remaining elite forces are now isolated. They may have further plans to defeat us one by one." Venerable Henri listened silently throughout the explanation. Only after Seth finished did he speak, "Describe in detail what happened around the time you lost consciousness." Seth hesitated momentarily, recalled carefully, and described it in detail. "A semi-transparent spectral light flashed, and you all lost consciousness, correct?" Venerable Henri mused aloud. "Given the Alex's nature, this is likely the power of the Soul Way, a rare sight indeed." "The Soul Way?" Curiously, Seth asked, "The Soul Way?" Venerable Henri patiently explained, "In ancient times, the Tao principles were divided into the Way of Heaven and the Way of Gentlemanity. The Way of Heaven refers to higher cosmic laws, such as water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. The Way of Gentlemanity pertains to personal Taos, like law of heaven and earth, life, physical body, and soul, paths derived from inherent attributes. The way of heaven can be comprehended with external assistance and clear reference points, similar to having a teacher. Hence, it has always been more common and easier to grasp. However, the way of Jinsamanity relies solely on personal insight, making cultivation much harder, but not necessarily less powerful. It almost went extinct in ancient times, and is nearly non-existent today. Venerable Henri reflected on this. The soul way is exceedingly rare even among the few practitioners of the way of Jinsamanity. To think I'd encounter it here in the Xuanhuan star system. This reminds me of someone. Venerable Henri gazed into the distant Clark Sea direction and completed the thought. A friend. Seth watched him in puzzlement. While curious about Venerable Henry's past, he was more shocked by another revelation. So, the Alex masters two major paths, the dark way and the soul way? Is he just like Venerable Henri? Venerable Henri laughed and shook his head. Even if one masters two paths, the disparity in strength can be vast. Come, take me to meet this Alex. With that, Venerable Henri flew towards the nearby planet. Seth hurried to follow. Upon arriving at the divine race's border, they flew straight towards the Clark Sea. Meanwhile, after a long journey, Amiri was finally nearing the Xuanhuan star system. He relaxed slightly and sensed the locations of the two celestial venerables who had entered the system. It was then he realized with surprise that their signals had vanished completely. Could they have discovered my tracking ability and found a way to remove it? No. If they could do that, they wouldn't have waited so long to eliminate the signals successively. More likely, both have perished. Curious, Amiri pinpointed their exact locations when they died. One in divine race territory and another on the 10,000 soul star. It seems the Alex hid considerable strength earlier. Wonder how the other celestial venerables from the divine race fared. Could they have met the same fate under the Alex? After pondering for a moment, he continued his instant travels. A few days later, Amiri entered the Xuanhuan star system's vicinity and continued teleporting until reaching a nearby Stephanth planet. After several detours, he arrived at Renzu planet. Upon learning of his arrival, Patriarch Matt greeted him respectfully once again. Seated in the council chamber, Amiri came straight to the point. I've been away for some time. What changes have occurred recently? Matt promptly ordered subordinates to compile intelligence while briefly summarizing the recent events for Amiri. Wait, the divine race hasn't produced any celestial venerables? Amiri asked in surprise. Chapter 454, The Origin of Shay the Venerable. Upon hearing Amiri's question, Matt replied with a hint of confusion. Currently, there is no intelligence on the venerable of the divine race. The only thing possibly related to the venerable of the divine race is the news of the Soul Clan ceasefire. Amiri raised an eyebrow. Tell me more about it. Matt immediately gave a detailed account of the Soul Clan's invasion from start to finish. The Soul Clan's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. They swept across over 1,000 planets of the divine race and killed dozens of their ancient patriarchs. With the strength they displayed, they could have continued their rampage throughout the divine race. But for some reason, they suddenly stopped. We can't gather specific intelligence about this, but we speculate that the Soul Clan's devouring ability has a limit. After devouring a sufficient number, they may have chosen to cease hostilities voluntarily. Amiri listened quietly, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. Not only can they kill the venerable of the divine race, but they also possess the ability to grow stronger through devouring and division. The Soul Clan has been hiding deeply. However, the stronger you are, the better our chances will be in dealing with the divine race together. Just as long as you don't turn against me then. Otherwise, I won't fear your abilities. After a while, Matt's subordinate delivered a more detailed report. After reading it, Amiri left Renzu's star directly. He knew that the venerable of the divine race not appearing publicly might have something to do with the Ascari. Either the Ascari had killed them all or he had tied up all their energy, preventing them from acting freely. Regardless of either possibility, Amiri now needed to go to Bernuo Star and speak to the Ascari to understand the situation. At this moment on Bernuo Star, the Ascari sat cross-legged in the air, gazing up at the starry sky, his eyes distant and mysterious. Since devouring Elon Man the Venerable, he had remained seated, as if waiting for something. After a long time, the Ascari's gaze suddenly shifted toward a particular direction. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared in the distance, followed by a towering beam of light shooting towards Bernuo Star. The Ascari instantly moved forward, almost instantly appearing before the beam, his body dispersing into thick black mist, which perfectly swallowed the beam. Then he flew off into the cosmos. Outside Bernuo Star, two figures stood proudly with wings on their backs. One was tall and wore gleaming holy armor, with colorful wings behind him, looking solemn and deadly. The other had an ordinary appearance, resembling an average middle-aged man, with black and white wings gently fluttering, giving off an elegant charm. It's really you, Shay the Venerable said softly. As soon as the Ascari emerged from the planet, his gaze immediately fell on Shay the Venerable. Hearing the other party speak first, he was not surprised at all, merely sneering, "Didn't think you'd see me again, did you?" Hearing their conversation, Seth the Venerable glanced at Shay the Venerable in surprise. But the latter paid no attention to him, instead continuing to look at the Ascari. I truly didn't expect you to still be alive, and even to have greatly enhanced your power. You certainly live up to being my most capable subordinate. Black fog swirled around the Ascari, who still hadn't revealed his true face. Yet, the derision in his voice was clear. Subordinate? Not anymore. From the day you killed me, and slaughtered my entire clan and comrades, I ceased to be your subordinate but became your mortal enemy. For 1.3 billion years, I have lived on with infinite hatred for you, and in the coming long years, I will bring you endless nightmares. The Ascari spoke with a chilling tone. Shay the Venerable calmly replied, Is that so? It seems you've become quite confident after all these years. Seth the Venerable sneered. Do you think you have a future? With Shay the Venerable and me acting simultaneously, you won't even get a chance to escape. The Ascari glanced meaningfully at him. Shay the Venerable and I have history. Perhaps he will kill you first. Seth the Venerable laughed disdainfully. A mighty Venerable actually so naive. Before a major battle, attempting such low-level tactics to sow discord. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? Shay the Venerable is the paramount figure of our divine race, bringing forth the great unity of the Baishan constellation, subduing all external threats, and earning countless people's admiration. How could he help you, an outsider? You're delusional. He turned to Shay the Venerable respectfully. He has killed 2 Venerables from our side. There's no need to waste words. Shouldn't we kill him directly to avoid trouble? Shay the Venerable glanced at him coldly. Do you think I'm wasting words? Seth the Venerable was shaken, hastily apologizing. My mistake. My mistake. What I mean is that this humble Soul Clan member has no right to speak with Shay the Venerable. The Ascari laughed. What a fine lapdog. Ignoring Seth the Venerable's grimacing face, the Ascari continued to look at Shay the Venerable. You know you can't kill me, which is why you pretend to be so calm. In reality, you don't want to hear a single word from me, wishing to kill me the moment we meet. Because you fear me exposing your unmentionable past, a past for which you have slaughtered countless subordinates and rejuvenated the entire Baishan constellation, eradicating numerous races to bury it. The Ascari chuckled. How about that? Aren't you planning to stop me? Bastard dog. Uttering these 3 words one by one, the Ascari fixed his gaze on Shay the Venerable's face. Wasn't this the most humiliating name you gave yourself? Hearing me call you this, you feign indifference. I remember how you endured humiliation and bided your time, smiling and pretending to be unaffected by others' insults, until after achieving venerable status, just to cover up this trivial matter, you killed all those who knew about it. The Ascari then looked at the silent Seth the Venerable and smiled. You probably don't know Shay the Venerable's origins, do you? He is actually a hybrid of the divine race and demon race, tormented from childhood. Due to his powerful talent, many envied him and intentionally humiliated him. This is the darkest chapter he fears most. For this reason, he wiped out the demon race of the Baishan constellation, all high-ranking members of the divine race, and every friend and subordinate who knew his past. Do you think he'll let you leave alive now that you know this? Still hoping to join forces against me? What a joke. He'll kill you first. The Ascari laughed wildly. Seth the Venerable maintained his composure, not even glancing at Shay the Venerable's expression, showing unwavering confidence. Stop trying to cause division. Being a half-breed is common. If Shay the Venerable cared about these things, would he let you talk? He ignored the reaction and condensed a massive holy sword in his hand, bursting with battle intent, charging towards the Ascari first. Hashtag chapter 455, the strongest hybrid genius. Alex stood motionless in the air. Facing Riker's attack, he did not attempt to dodge at all. A flash of white light appeared. The Fulton sword descended upon Alex's head as if there were no resistance, effortlessly splitting his skull and then slicing through his entire body, piercing him from head to toe. It didn't stop there. Powerful holy light surged into Alex's body, rapidly dispersing the black mist that formed his form. Is he dead just like that? That's impossible. The last time I fought him, Alex wasn't this weak. But the soul fluctuation is undoubtedly his. His soul really has dissipated now. Riker looked at the thoroughly dispersed black mist, falling into confusion. That moment, another cloud of black mist emerged from 10,000 Soul Star. Haha, I have an immortal body. Even Heston knew he couldn't kill me. What can you do? Alex's voice rang out again. Let me tell you the truth. I have countless avatars hidden throughout the Heavenly Spring star system. As long as one survives, you will never be able to kill me. What does it matter if I stand here for you to attack? Can you destroy the entire Heavenly Spring star system in an instant? Alex flew straight to a point near Riker, arms wide open, looking at him without any defense, laughing maniacally. Come on, do you want to kill me? I can give you another 100 chances. Riker's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he swung his sword again, slicing Alex's body to dissipate into nothingness. He carefully sensed the process of his body dissipating, clearly feeling that his soul fluctuation flickered out like a candle in the wind, extinguishing silently. Soul dissipated. He must be dead. Riker couldn't help but mutter to himself, but in an instant, another cloud of black mist flew out from 10,000 Soul Star, appearing nonchalantly near Riker once more. What, burning it to try again? Alex continued to laugh loudly. Riker said incredulously, how could this be possible? How can someone have such an insurmountable ability? Alex sneered. Or else, why wouldn't Heston attack me? Why let me speak about his unspeakable past? Do you think he doesn't care? His gaze shifted to the silent Heston, and his tone became calm. It's because he knows he can't kill me and can't stop me from speaking, so he has to pretend it doesn't matter. This is like on some planet where there is something you cherish above all. If you protect it deliberately, the enemy sees it as your weakness and attacks it relentlessly. But if you act indifferent, even destroying it yourself casually, the enemy won't target that planet specifically. Alex stared directly at Heston. He wants to use this psychology to make me overlook this weakness, to downplay these past events, to prevent me from using them against him. But in fact, the calmer he acts, the more it shows how much he cares inside. Otherwise, he would have attacked me long ago. Riker fell silent too. He recalled when they first arrived at the Heavenly Spring star system, Heston inexplicably lashed out at his companions. Now, thinking back, it was probably because during their discussion about the origin of the Soul Clan, someone mentioned in passing, the Soul Clan could be a result of hybrid mutation. Some word had touched a taboo for Heston. How? Still going to keep up the pretense? Alex shrugged casually. Anyway, regardless of your reaction, I'll spread your past throughout the White Mountain constellation via countless avatars, making everyone know you're a hybrid, and know about your past of slaughtering countless clans. This moment, Heston, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Finished talking? If so, let's get to the main point. What's your relationship with Amiri? His expression remained calm and composed, seemingly unaffected by Alex's words. Alex was slightly taken aback. He was actually unsure why Heston killed so many people, including loyal subordinate races and other high-ranking members of the divine race. All his speculations after surviving came from insufficient information. Seeing Heston's response made him almost doubt his hypothesis. But Alex smiled immediately. Having known Heston for millions of years and being close companions for a period, he understood his character deeply. Reserved, proud, yet sensitive. Perhaps due to his childhood experiences, he regarded being a hybrid of the god and demon races as a lifelong disgrace. Even after Ifan grew into a powerful figure, whenever others kindly mentioned the hybrid nature, calling him the greatest genius of both races, Ifan would feign indifference. But he knew Ifan detested it internally. This led to his later pathological opposition, massacring various races and killing all high-ranking members of the divine race. Alex looked at the calm face opposite and said, Amiri and I are partners, planning to kill you together. All right, enough idle chat. Next, let me test your current strength. As he spoke, several clouds of black mist rose from 10,000 Souls Star and merged with Alex's body. Dozens of black mists fused, condensing into his form as if competing to enter him. The moment the fusion was complete, a pure black domain expanded across the starry sky. Simultaneously, a translucent ghostly glow flashed along with the expansion of the dark domain. Riker felt as if struck by a massive hammer, his consciousness momentarily blurred, his body stiffening on the spot. The next moment, he regained his senses, watching Alex standing still, filled with dread. After being hit the last time, he had prepared himself, but he hadn't expected to be caught off guard so easily again. The way of the soul is indeed so powerful. Riker glanced at Heston on the side, only to see him seemingly unaware, leisurely surveying his surroundings. Soul domain and dark domain haven't fully integrated yet. Such a you is far from my match. Heston said calmly. Alex hadn't expected his domain alone to do anything to him, so he remained unmoved. Instead, Ifan's words shocked him. So, your holy Fulton domain and dark domain have already completely merged? Indeed worthy of being called the strongest hybrid genius, Alex remarked thoughtfully. Heston seemed to finally lose control of his anger, his expression darkening, terrifying power sweeping the area. Bryson, it looks like you really want to die. Chapter 456, I will come for you again. In the dual domain, Emperor Henri moved almost instantaneously, traversing a vast distance to appear before the Alex. A dense black light enveloped his right hand, and with a single punch, it surged towards the Alex. The Alex neither dodged nor evaded. He raised his arms, forming a massive dark vortex in front of him that perfectly intercepted the incoming black light. In the next moment, the dark vortex was easily penetrated by the black light. With a half-meter diameter, the beam struck the Alex's body as if it were a sword slicing through thin paper, passing through without any resistance. The terrifying power spread within the Alex's body along the wound, acting like an intelligent life form, actively consuming his flesh. The black light released by Emperor Henri was a fusion of Holy Fulton and darkness, possessing both the disintegration power of Holy Fulton and the devouring power of darkness, making it more formidable than either singular force. Facing this, the Alex's ability to consume darkness seemed utterly ineffective, like meeting its natural predator, leaving it defenseless. Meanwhile, the offensive capabilities of the soul path were not strong enough to offer any meaningful resistance. A hollow space rapidly expanded from the center of the Alex's chest, created by the black light. In the blink of an eye, his entire chest vanished, leaving only the upper parts of his shoulders, which continued to dissolve quickly. In just a moment, the Alex was thoroughly defeated. He looked at Emperor Henri calmly. Indeed, I can never catch up to you. But, I who have fully mastered the origin of the soul path can create countless avatars. No matter how powerful you are, you can never kill me. Wait for me. I will come for you again. After speaking, the Alex's body was completely consumed. The dual domain silently dissipated. Emperor Henri also reigned in his power, standing silently. Seth the Exalted cautiously watched from afar, not daring to move. The words of the Alex instilled a hint of fear in his heart. He recalled the records of Emperor Henri within their clan. Besides detailing his contributions, there was no explanation regarding his identity or origin. No person of significance from Emperor Henry's era survived, as if history had been severed during that period. It seemed that the stabilization of the White Mountain constellation relied solely on Emperor Henry's efforts, which seemed impossible. With over 1,000 star systems and billions of planets in the vast White Mountain constellation, even a single individual, no matter how powerful, could not conquer them all alone. Where did the other high-ranking powers go before the divine race unified the White Mountain constellation? Why did they leave no trace? Seth had to admit he already believed half of what the Alex said. At this moment, Emperor Henri turned around and said indifferently, "Let's go. Since we cannot kill the Alex, let's ignore him for now." Seth hesitated but then nodded hastily, "Sure." Emperor Henri casually waved his hand, creating a black curtain of light that expanded rapidly across the sky, sweeping past 10,000 Soul Star. They prepared to depart. Minutes earlier, in the distant part of the starry sky, Amiri, continuously teleporting, suddenly sensed that the light point representing the Alex in his mind had vanished. His expression changed slightly. Is he dead? It seems the divine race still has exalted ones alive, including top-tier powerhouses. But in the next moment, he sensed the Alex's presence once more on 10,000 Soul Star. Jensen? What's going on? Can he avoid my detection? But why would he disappear and reappear like that? After pondering for a while, Amiri gave up thinking about it. When he resumed moving forward, he noticed the Alex disappearing again and ignored it. Until a few minutes later, as he neared 10,000 Soul Star, the Alex's position vanished from his perception again. This time, he reappeared on a planet within the territory of the divine race. Amiri furrowed his brows. To cross such a vast distance in an instant without a transmission array between the two places, how did he do it? It's at least several million times the distance I can cover in a single teleportation. Even if the Alex has teleportation abilities, it shouldn't be so extraordinarily powerful. How many trump cards does he have? For the first time, Amiri felt a hint of apprehension toward the Alex. Despite his thoughts, his teleportations didn't cease. Upon arriving at 10,000 Soul Star, he saw a huge black curtain flash across the starry sky. The entire 10,000 Soul Star silently disintegrated, vanishing into nothingness without leaving a trace. Amiri's gaze fixed on the two figures of Emperor Henri and Seth. The latter turned to look at the suddenly appearing Amiri. You are Amiri? You two are all that remain? Did the others die at the hands of the Alex? Amiri deliberately glanced around before focusing on the two, giving particular attention to Emperor Henri, or rather, his wings. Among the exalted ones of the divine race he had seen, all had iridescent wings except for Emperor Henri, who differed greatly. Unlike the splendid iridescent wings of other exalted ones, his appeared simple and somewhat peculiar. Noticing his gaze, Emperor Henri frowned slightly and transmitted telepathically to Seth, "Engage him." They instantly moved, streaking through the sky at speeds tens of times faster than light, approaching Amiri. From Amiri's perspective, the two divine exalted ones nearly vanished simultaneously, completely undetectable. Only when they entered his soul perception range did he barely sense their movements. By then, they were already blocking his path. One black and one white domain were simultaneously unleashed, instantly engulfing Amiri. Emperor Henri acted decisively. A black curtain of light shot from his hand, expanding rapidly to cover the entire domain, leaving no place to hide. Amiri reacted slowly, but he had no intention of dodging. The black curtain passed through him like water flowing through a cave. More accurately, like passing through a cave of flowing lava, causing searing pain. His skin vanished instantly, and some of his flesh was devoured. The powerful black light tried to penetrate further, clashing with the defensive field automatically generated by Amiri's body. Despite its strength, the black light, like water without a source, was eventually expelled by the constant defensive field and Amiri's rapid regeneration. To possess such power, could you be the legendary first exalted one of the divine race, Henri? Amiri's body instantly healed. He looked at the other party without concern. Chapter 457. Amiri and Ellsworth's intense battle. Amiri had fought with several Tenzins before, whether it was the initial Lord Tenzin or the second time when he faced the 5 Tenzins. None could breach his defenses. However, this middle-aged man from the god race, who had black and white wings, managed to visibly injure him. His strength, among Tenzins, was undoubtedly top tier. Such power immediately reminded him of the first Tenzin Yevgeny that the Alex once mentioned. At this moment, both Ellsworth and Seth Tenzin were in shock at Amiri's unscathed body. Indeed, his physique is formidable. Both couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No matter how much the intelligence emphasized Amiri's remarkable abilities, only by witnessing it in person did they truly understand the terror of his physical prowess, especially Ellsworth. In all these years, he had never encountered someone who could withstand one of his strikes. For over 1 billion years, he had been invincible. He never imagined anyone could endure his attacks. An opponent like this is worthy of my full strength. Ellsworth grinned, flashing to Amiri's back and striking out with a palm. A radiating black light erupted from his palm, rapidly expanding into a black light pillar hundreds of meters wide, enveloping Amiri and continuously devouring his body. Haha, not bad at all. A brazen laughter came from within the black light. Then, a towering figure emerged, breaking through the black glow. He hadn't escaped. Instead, his size had exceeded the bounds of the black light's reach. Simultaneously transforming, Amiri twisted his body, swinging a right fist toward the rearward Ellsworth. A violent spatial distortion wave emanated from his fist, capable of effortlessly destroying everything around it. Ellsworth caught sight of it, reacting instantly, but instead of dodging, he wanted to test Amiri's attack strength. With his left hand raised, a huge black shield appeared beside him, blocking Amiri's incoming punch. Seth Tenzin swiftly moved away due to Amiri's massive size and extended attack range. Even a casual punch covered thousands of miles in space destruction. His primary role was to prevent Amiri from escaping, not directly engaging in combat, so he merely circled the battlefield's periphery. Under Seth Tenzin's tense gaze, the giant fist silently collided with the black light shield. Both forces suddenly locked in place as if attracted to each other, with black light continually flowing onto Amiri's fist, trying to penetrate. The skin and flesh on Amiri's right hand were consumed and then twisted to grow back. The accompanying spatial destruction wave was fully absorbed by the black light shield, unable to affect anything outside. After absorbing so much force, the black light shield visibly strengthened and enhanced its defensive and absorptive capabilities. Indeed, very impressive, Amiri remarked casually. Your physique is indeed strong, Ellsworth commented nonchalantly. Then, at Amiri's mental command, countless golden dragons flew out from his palm, wrapping around the black light shield. His already chaos-level, heavenly law seal, had formidable sealing capabilities, capable of locking down any energy and prohibiting rule fluctuations. Under the constant impact of the golden dragons, the black light shield began losing its extraordinary characteristics and disintegrated bit by bit. Ellsworth's eyes flickered as he maintained the black light shield while launching his free right hand. An enormous black sword beam formed from the edge of his palm, slicing towards Amiri's colossal body. Amiri raised his left hand and captured the massive beam in his palm, squeezing it tightly. It remained steadfast under his immense strength, even absorbing most of his force, yet causing no real harm thanks to the passive effect of his chaos-level secret technique, Star Plucking Hand. This made his hands the strongest parts of his body, where ordinary attacks barely scratched the surface. This exchange stunned Ellsworth. Despite unleashing at least 80% of his power, his beam seemed ineffective against Amiri. Feeling truly astonished, Yevgeny saw the black light shield completely collapse under the golden dragon's assault, which then started wrapping around his own body. In a blur, Yevgeny appeared beside Amiri, materializing a 50-mile-long black light sword, almost invisible except for the pure black blade, cutting across the starry sky and landing on Amiri's waist. The defense field shattered instantly as the black light sword sliced more than 10 meters deep into Amiri's waist without resistance. However, Amiri ignored the wound, letting his recovery and defense field push the sword outwards. Swinging his right hand, he struck at Ellsworth holding the light sword end, treating him like an annoying fly. Meanwhile, Amiri released numerous golden dragons from both hands, rapidly forming a vast golden boundary encompassing them all. Seth Teensen's expression changed dramatically upon experiencing the overwhelming pressure of this golden boundary described heavily in reports. Not only did it suppress speed, but it also severely restricted rule operations, destabilizing the holy Fulton domain he emitted. I need to retreat further, Seth thought, swiftly flying away. Yevgeny's expression grew serious. He sensed his control over the environment being severed and his soul perception forcibly compressed by half. Flashing through the starfield, his 50-mile-long black light sword cut deeply into Amiri's waist without hesitation. Yet, Amiri paid it no mind, letting his body's self-recovery and defense field eject the sword. Raising his hand, he swatted Yevgeny like an irritant fly. Chapter 458. The Marisaquan star system is mine. How about that? Although the Supreme Being Henri seemed to have inflicted noticeable injuries on Amiri, his expression remained grave. After all, compared to Amiri's massive body nearly 20,000 meters tall, a wound over 10 meters deep was at most like a superficial cut. Moreover, the incessant resistance from within Amiri's body prevented him from expanding the wound further. When Amiri struck with his palm, Supreme Being Henri had no choice but to withdraw his light sword and quickly dodge to one side. This time, he learned from his mistakes and shortened the black light sword to normal size, circling around Amiri at high speed, delivering continuous strikes. Dense black sword auras rained down on Amiri, creating several meter-deep slashes one after another. Although the strength of these attacks was significantly weaker compared to direct strikes from the physicalized black light sword, they were more agile and faster. Since the strongest slashes were ineffective, he adjusted his strategy to maintain mobility while sustaining a certain level of damage. Powerful black light energy seeped into Amiri's body through the sword marks, though it was mostly repelled by Amiri's body, slowing down his healing process. Under the tens of times light speed movements of Supreme Being Henri, countless black sword auras rained down simultaneously from Amiri's surroundings, surrounding him densely like a tempest, making it impossible to dodge. All this happened in an instant. When Amiri regained his senses, his body was already covered in dense slash marks, with even more sword auras continuously raining down like a black curtain. He immediately shook his body vigorously. Violent space-crushing waves radiated out from his body, wreaking havoc on everything around him. After a violent tremor, the power of the black sword auras weakened significantly before landing on Amiri, now completely unable to penetrate his defenses. Supreme Being Henri, who was moving rapidly around him, couldn't evade in time and was engulfed by the space-crushing wave, causing his body to shudder violently. Fine tear marks appeared on his skin, and his attack was forced to halt. Amiri took the opportunity to reach out. Supreme Being Henri reacted swiftly and dodged Amiri's giant hand in an instant. Within this brief moment, Amiri's myriad wounds had already healed as if they never existed. Meanwhile, Supreme Being Henry's injuries were also rapidly recovering. At the realm of Supreme Beings, even without specializing in the body, their recovery ability far exceeded ordinary human imagination, so minor flesh wounds were insignificant. Seeing this, Amiri stopped and asked, "Did you just have a big battle with Alex? What was the result?" Supreme Being Henri also stood still. He realized that with his current attack intensity, he couldn't do anything to Amiri, and continuing the fight would be meaningless. Seeing Amiri's willingness to cease fire, he agreed to stop fighting and decided to communicate first. "Yes, we just fought with Alex, but he has fled." After speaking, Supreme Being Henri immediately asked, "Now it's your turn to answer. Did Supreme Being Landon die by your hands?" "Yes." Though not killed directly by him, Amiri nodded in acknowledgement and followed up, "How many Supreme Beings did you bring, and how many died?" 10 in total, 3 are dead. "Are the other 5 detained by you in the endless void?" "Correct." Amiri then grinned. "Since we can't get the better of each other, let's call it a day for now and schedule our next match. How about it?" Supreme Being Henri calmly replied, "Then we will meet again." With a smile still on his face, Amiri quietly watched him. "One more thing. Since your divine race's base is in the Baishan constellation, there's no need for us to contest the barren Marisaquan star system. What do you think?" Supreme Being Henri paused momentarily before calmly saying, "No problem. With your strength, you indeed have the qualifications to control a star system. But I might stay in the Marisaquan star system for a while. No one is allowed to attack my planet. Otherwise, I won't hold back." Finishing his words, he retracted his black light field and prepared to leave with Supreme Being Seth. At this moment, Amiri spoke again, coldly stating, "Bring all your people together. In a week, we will begin the slaughter." Supreme Being Henri paused, but said nothing, merely glancing at Supreme Being Seth before both turned to light and left. Amiri also withdrew his golden boundary and teleported to where Alex was located. In space, 2 streaks of light, one black, one white, flew side by side. Suddenly, Supreme Being Seth used soul force to transmit sound. Supreme Being Henri, what do we do next? Are we really just giving up like this? They have become equally powerful as us. Naturally, we can only put aside grudges and ignore their existence. But, Seth hesitated. He could see that Alex clearly had a feud with Supreme Being Henri and had threatened further retaliations. They were destined to be enemies. So what was the point of yielding now? After some thought, Supreme Being Seth chose not to voice his concerns aloud. Supreme Being Henri calmly remarked, "In this world, power is supreme. If one is strong enough, any inconvenience can lead to immediate death. But lacking sufficient power means that even with many grievances, one must temporarily set them aside. Go back and train well. A few days later, on a planet within the territory of the divine race, in a common residence, Amiri suddenly appeared before a seemingly ordinary middle-aged divine race individual. The man initially recoiled in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. I didn't expect you to find me. Alex's heart raced wildly inside despite his calm exterior. He had never imagined that after the death of his main body on 10,000 Soul Star, the new main body would be found by Amiri so quickly. Before this, his current main body was just a regular clone living a simple life on this planet for decades, with no possible flaws. This was why the divine race could never find his clones. Each clone was carefully planted from infancy, growing up naturally with ordinary lives and social circles. They even had completely independent consciousness and soul fluctuations, making it impossible to distinguish them from regular divine race members externally unless activated. In other words, apart from the changed consciousness, this current main body was just an ordinary true Chi realm dual-wing divine race member. Looks like Amiri can pinpoint my location using consciousness coordinates. This thought flashed through Alex's mind. Chapter 459. Only you can defeat Emperor Shay. Previously, in the Alex's mind, Amiri was a junior with an incredibly strong talent, possessing all sorts of miraculous abilities. His potential was astonishing, and his strength was decent enough. There was hope that he could help in revenge one day, and might be qualified to become a partner, but his current strength was only decent. But at this moment, the Alex suddenly felt a sense of unease arise within him. He had thought that after mastering the origin of the Path of Souls, he could create countless avatars and gain the means to traverse the universe, never fearing death. However, Amiri's mysterious tracking ability shattered his arrogance instantly. He knew that no matter how many avatars he created, the consciousness of his true self couldn't change and would ultimately be found by Amiri. Thus, what he deemed as never dying was merely an illusion. Moreover, if Amiri possessed this miraculous tracking ability, wouldn't other powerful figures also have similar skills capable of breaking through his avatar survival tactics? Never be blindly arrogant. Always remain cautious. The Alex sternly reminded himself internally. In a fleeting moment, numerous thoughts raced through his mind. Amiri, completely oblivious, simply smiled and said, I went to the 10,000 Soul Star, preparing to find you, but then I saw Emperor Shay destroy it. So I engaged in battle with him, and then came over here to look for you. I heard you killed 3 Celestial Tribes Emperors. It seems you've been hiding quite a bit of strength before. The Alex maintained his Celestial Tribe appearance, smiling faintly. I only killed 2 Celestial Tribe Emperors. As for hiding my strength, it wasn't intentional. When I survived from Emperor Shay, I had just reached the mid-stage of the Sovereign Realm. Afterward, with so many avatars, my original body's strength indeed weakened considerably. Amiri didn't dwell on whether it was 3 or 2. Seeing the Alex explain earnestly, he quickly nodded. Alex, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to blame you. Next, the two discussed the strength of Emperor Shay, revealing more of their trump cards to each other. This deepened their understanding and showed their sincerity. After mastering the origin of the Path of Souls, I can create countless avatars, significantly enhancing my ability to survive. However, my actual combat strength hasn't improved much. To defeat him, unless I break through again or fuse the 2 great Dao paths, there is only a slim chance. But I understand my talents well. Although they are much stronger than most, facing Emperor Shay, I am always slightly weaker. It's impossible to catch up to him. The Alex sighed and looked at Amiri. When I initially tested and collaborated with you, I was hoping you would eventually reach the peak of the Sovereign Realm, becoming the main force to defeat Emperor Shay. Amiri replied seriously, don't belittle yourself. Since you broke through to the Sovereign Realm and mastered 2 great Dao paths, your talent is definitely not inferior to anyone else's. As long as you maintain a steady mindset, perhaps one day you will surpass Emperor Shay. The Alex shook his head helplessly. You won't understand my feelings. Anyone from the same era as Shay has no confidence in competing with him. He was the absolute first prodigy of that era. It's like you now. Others of your generation certainly lack the confidence to surpass you. Amiri sighed somewhat disappointedly. You seem so lacking in ambition. It looks like you really can't take revenge personally, leaving it up to me. Once I have the confidence, I will kill Emperor Shay. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. Upon hearing this, the Alex felt awkward but saw Amiri preparing to leave, so he hurriedly asked, since you decided on a ceasefire with Emperor Shay, what do you plan to do next? Amiri replied, I will continue eliminating the higher-ups of the Celestial Tribes in the Marisaquan star system, helping the human race completely eradicate the Celestial Tribes. Then I will go into seclusion until I have the confidence to defeat Emperor Shay. Continue exterminating the Celestial Tribes? Does Emperor Shay agree not to interfere? That's right. Then, after a brief contemplation, the Alex said, I'll join in as well. With my many avatars, I can attack multiple planets simultaneously and provide substantial intelligence, accelerating the destruction of the Celestial Tribes. Amiri nodded approvingly. The two discussed the details of attacking the Celestial Tribes and then split up to act. Amiri's target remained the ancient ancestors of the Celestial Tribes. Before heading to the Baishan constellation, he had already pinpointed some of the ancestral locations. Now, with a slight perception, he knew the exact coordinates of over 20 ancestors. At this moment, these 20-plus ancestors were gathered on 3 different planets. Amiri changed his identity and silently rode a teleportation array to one of the planets, directly teleporting above a mountain range. Here was where several ancestral members of the Celestial Tribes were hiding. Without even looking at the scene below, Amiri casually punched down. A violent spatial rupture spread rapidly around. Vast swaths of the blue sky were torn apart. Dozens of mountains crumbled to dust. All vegetation, birds, beasts, insects, and fish vanished. This part of the world seemed to be abruptly gouged out, leaving behind only dark emptiness. In the next moment, air surged wildly, trying to fill the void, continuously pouring into the darkness. A fierce hurricane swept for hundreds of miles. Space gradually began to heal itself. In Amiri's perception, the light points representing those ancestors had already disappeared. Without even glancing at the massive destruction he caused, he teleported away once more, heading to the next planet. Due to Amiri's rapid actions, by the time he eliminated the 20-odd ancestors across 3 planets, the upper echelons of the celestial tribes had just received news. Other ancestors who were hiding separately still had no idea that Amiri, who had vanished for a long time, had reappeared. Fortunately, they had already guessed that Amiri possessed a tracking ability, so these ancestors who interacted with Amiri hadn't hidden together with others to avoid unnecessary repercussions. After killing the 20-odd ancestors, Amiri didn't continue searching for others, but returned straightforwardly to the planet where the Alex was located. Subsequent actions would be carried out by the Alex, while Amiri waited for intelligence. With the Alex's numerous avatars acting like sparks, swallowing and dividing continuously, they could easily ignite a widespread conflagration. If the ancestral members of the celestial tribes interfered, Amiri would immediately receive the news and personally eliminate them. If the ancestors allowed the Alex to sweep unopposed, the entire celestial tribes would soon collapse completely. Thus, Amiri and the Alex didn't need to rush. He arrived outside the star system, released dozens of ancestors from Seal, and began quietly cultivating. Translation complete. Please let me know if you have any additional instructions, or if further chapters require translation. Chapter 460, Abandonment. A few days later, the Soul Lord's avatars once again began to attack the major planets of the divine race. After continuous devouring, hundreds of black, mist avatars with holy realm strength quickly emerged and wreaked havoc even more frenziedly within the territories of the divine race. Thus, numerous elder ancestors gathered secretly once more. By now, they had learned of the news that over 20 of their companions had perished, naturally knowing that Amiri had resurfaced. Therefore, in the face of the soul race's renewed sweeping across multiple planets, they all hesitated. Previously, the Venerable Lord said the soul race was dealt with. Now it seems that was false news. With the soul race appearing again, what should we do? The soul race is unharmed, yet the 3 Venerable Lords have all vanished without a trace. It's probable that the Amias's power isn't simple either. Even the Venerable Lord couldn't handle them. What can we do? We can't even delay them. Moreover, there's still Amiri lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Given this situation, what else can we do? Everyone exchanged glances, and finally someone spoke up, uttering what everyone wanted to say. Then, let's give up. No one refused these words. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief and started discussing seriously. Let's all leave the heavenly spring star system, abandon everything we have now, and head into the unknown cosmos to seek a new future. Sages of the Sacred King Realm are powerful wherever they go. We don't need to stay here waiting to die. Let's gather some supplies as soon as possible and arrange 10 spaceboats without leaking any information. Fine, then let's divide our tasks and act immediately. Thus, these remaining 80-odd elder ancestors, according to their respective divisions, headed for different star seas or new ancestral grounds to plunder spirit stones wildly. After a dozen hours, they quietly piloted 10 spaceboats and flew off into the vast cosmos, gradually leaving the territory of the heavenly spring star system. Meanwhile, the divine race masses were still unaware they had been completely abandoned by their highest elders, continuing to operate according to the existing order. Gentlemanity and demons constantly attacked from the border regions, the Clark Star Sea pillaged everywhere, and the soul race swept through recklessly within the territory. Yet, no high-level forces of the divine race were seen. The entire divine race fell into complete chaos. Several days passed. 2 beams of light, one black, one white, flew into the divine race's territory. Upon entering the nearest planet, they encountered 2 raiding teams from the Clark Star Sea committing atrocities. The 2 individuals walked casually into the city where the teleportation array was located, effortlessly slaying a few rogue powerful beings from other races, and left via the teleportation array amidst awe and anticipation from onlookers. Neither paid attention to the turmoil within the divine race. In their eyes, as Empyrean realm powerhouses, a mere heavenly spring star system was insignificant. Besides, they had already come to an agreement with Amiri and didn't intend to intervene anymore. After teleporting to a certain planet, they flew to the starry region where Henri Venerable Lord had briefly stayed, waiting quietly. They had left coordinates here when they first arrived at the heavenly spring star system. If anyone from the White Mountain Constellation main clan came searching via a cosmic cruiser, they could follow the coordinates to find the duo quickly. After all, traveling back to the White Mountain Constellation themselves would be too cumbersome given their flying speed. Better to wait for another group of 5 Venerable Lords, or until the main clan noticed the anomaly and sent reinforcements, then return together. Days passed. The divine race's situation worsened day by day, gradually descending into full chaos. Seeing the Amias not arriving as planned, Amiri teleported back to the planet and inquired curiously, "Have the elder ancestors of the divine race not appeared?" The Amias recounted the recent developments and said, "During this time, my avatars have conquered over 1,000 planets, but none of the elder ancestors of the divine race have made a move. According to my intelligence, when I first attacked the divine race, the elder ancestors briefly surfaced to plunder a large amount of spirit stones before vanishing entirely, leaving even the divine race elite unaware of their whereabouts. Now, the divine race is collapsing into disorder, and many higher-ups have begun amassing wealth and fleeing toward the endless void or the Clark Star Sea. I suspect the elder ancestors might have already escaped." Amiri nodded indifferently. "If so, I will return to focus on cultivation and aim for breakthrough. Leave the mopping up of the divine race to you. Sound good?" He truly didn't care about the lives of those elders. What he wanted was the complete destruction of the divine race. Since these elders had disappeared voluntarily, Amiri saw no reason to pay them any mind, as they couldn't stir up any trouble anyway. The Amias nodded. "Rest assured, I will ensure the divine race faces endless calamities." Now, the divine race is cornered and doomed to total destruction soon. My avatars have all grown strong. Even if all the divine race elders revived, it would be too late. Amiri smiled calmly. Once I break through and have the capability to deal with Henri, Venerable Lord, I'll return to fulfill my promise. With that, I take my leave. With that, Amiri vanished abruptly. The Amias retracted his gaze, sensing hundreds of powerful black mist avatars sweeping across various planets. Aramali, the avatars he sent out acted like seeds, starting from infancy, following the original life paths of their targets and spreading across various layers of the divine race. When these avatars transformed into black mist avatars under the Amias' control, it was akin to the seed sprouting, acquiring not only their own abilities but also partial abilities of the Amias, such as devouring, fusing, and dividing. Black mist avatars had a closer connection with the core being, but the number the Amias could control was quite limited. For example, the current hundreds of black mist avatars all possessed Holy Realm strength, which was his current limit. For Divine Realm black mist avatars, he could control thousands simultaneously. Below the Divine Realm, the number he could control reached tens of thousands. As for ordinary avatar seeds, the number scattered by the Amias was already in the millions, considering only those still existing now. Of course, although this number seemed impressive, compared to the Amias' goals, it seemed insufficient. His target, the White Mountain constellation, was a vast star domain with billions of planets. The millions of avatar seeds mostly dispersed in the White Mountain constellation could barely cover some important planets. The remainder, a few million avatars, were mostly scattered across the millions of planets in the Heavenly Spring star system controlled by the Divine Race, while some were scattered on select Jensenman and Demon Race planets, bringing the Amias real-time updates from the Heavenly Spring star system. Over 13 billion years, the Amias hadn't maintained his peak state primarily because he spent much time recovering his soul injuries and comprehending the Great Tao to enhance his strength. Additionally, he spent considerable time planting numerous avatars in various locations and carefully recovering his soul power. Even now, the Amias wasn't fully deployed yet. Chapter 461. Return to Naming Star C. In the time that followed, the celestial race faced a total collapse under the onslaught of various forces. From the elite to the commoners, they crumbled one by one. Countless deities above the divine realm fled to the Clark Star Sea or the distant endless void. Ordinary celestials below the divine realm had no chance of escape and could only await their doom in despair on countless planets. Planets not yet invaded also experienced internal chaos and unrest. The order of the celestial race had completely disintegrated. Slaughter and destruction raged across millions of planets. For the celestial race, this was the darkest and most hopeless apocalypse in history. For other races, it was a carnival of rampant plundering. Xianxia and his companion continued their quiet cultivation in space, oblivious to the disaster befalling the celestial race. Alex, having consumed countless lives, now possessed hundreds of peak Holy King-level black mist avatars, with his true form fully restored to its prime state. In the endless void, 5 streaks of light sped through. These were the 5 celestial race Marissicans initially intercepted by Amiri, now racing toward the White Mountain constellation at maximum speed. Returning to the White Mountain constellation would take them several decades. Meanwhile, Amiri first visited Ranzu's star, briefly communicating with Matt, then after several months of continuous teleportation, returned to Naming Star C. He greeted Shift Elder Juan and quietly returned home on Stefanangi Star. Jacqueline, as always, practiced diligently at home. Seeing Amiri return, she smiled happily. You're back. So it seems the problems in Marissicwan star system have been temporarily resolved. Amiri gave her a brief overview of the current situation in the Marissicwan star system and his encounters with the few celestial race Marissicans. Shay Marissicin is indeed terrifyingly strong, but he can't do anything to me. We reached a mutual compromise, so there shouldn't be any more trouble for a long time. Jacqueline beamed. That's great news. Now we can stay home peacefully until Clyde grows up, and then we can travel together again. Agreed. Amiri nodded decisively. Elsewhere, in the vast White Mountain constellation, word of the events in the Marissicwan star system began to circulate widely. Initially, the Marissicwan star system was just one insignificant branch among many celestial race territories, and even terrible disasters would draw only passing comments. But the intense interest stemmed from a rumor that Lord Landindian, who went to support the Marissicwan star system, quietly perished there. Marissicans, supreme existences even within the entire White Mountain constellation, were invaluable assets to the celestial race. Never before in its 1.3 billion-year history had a Marissicin fallen. Now, Lord Landindian's mysterious demise in an obscure star system caused immense shock. At the headquarters of the celestial race, St. Kalen Star, after reporting routine matters, a subordinate casually mentioned the widespread rumors about Lord Landindian's death. Where did this news come from? Dubon clan leader asked casually. It originated from a tavern on Roland Star, though we haven't identified who exactly spread it, the subordinate replied respectfully. Dubon clan leader nodded nonchalantly. Understood. You may leave. While the death of a Marissicin was a major event for the celestial race, it wasn't classified as top-secret information, nor was it necessary to hide it. Instead, this could serve as an opportunity to instill a sense of crisis within the race, reducing complacency and increasing vigilance. The rumor about Lord Landindian's death grew wider without any denial from higher-ups, indirectly confirming its veracity. It caused an uproar throughout the White Mountain constellation. On an ordinary life-bearing planet, in a simple tavern, numerous celestials debated the matter of Lord Landindian's death. To think such an exalted figure could meet his end, truly regrettable. What makes the Marissicwan star system so special? Could there be someone stronger than a Marissicin? Impossible. Marissicins are already the strongest. Otherwise, why wouldn't our countless geniuses over billions of years have broken through to a higher level? Well, even among Marissicins, some are stronger than others. Just like how I'm stronger than you, both at Nirvana stage, right? That's true. Do you think a powerful being from the Xuanhuan star system might one day invade the White Mountain constellation? So what if they come? Even if they defeated Lord Landindian, we still have over a dozen Marisicans here. We fear nothing. Just as they chatted, an ordinary-looking 8-winged celestial in a corner spoke up, absolutely, our race is the dominant force in the universe. A mere Xuanhuan star system can never challenge our authority. Moreover, we've dispatched 10 Marisicans simultaneously to exterminate the mysterious strongman there. The bustling tavern suddenly fell silent as heads turned towards him. Curious voices emerged. True or false? Dispatching 10 Marisicans? Such information should be confidential. How do you know? Feigning profundity, the 8-winged celestial took a sip of wine and calmly explained. A close friend of mine manages the teleportation array on St. Kalen Star. The day the 10 Marisicans left, my friend was on duty. I saw it firsthand. Before the audience could digest this, he added, and? Among them is the legendary first Maricican, Xianxia. A collective gasp filled the room. My goodness, Xianxia? He hasn't appeared publicly in hundreds of millions of years, and now he personally mobilizes for the Xuanhuan star system? You almost made me forget about Xianxia. With him leading the charge, the mysterious power of Xuanhuan will be wiped out in an instant. Though everyone had only read about Xianxia in historical records, his legacy remained untarnished, inspiring awe. Discussions soon turned to Xianxia. The 8-winged celestial enthusiastically joined the conversation, further fueling the speculation. Hashtag chapter 462, Xianxia's past. This ordinary-looking 8-winged divine being was indeed one of Alex's avatars. The news of Lord Landon's death was also spread by Alex's avatars, who fanned the flames and gradually caused a sensation among the god race. Naturally, all this was done to destroy Xianxia's reputation. Xianxia had not been seen for hundreds of millions of years. Even if ordinary people knew he existed, they subconsciously pushed him to the back of their minds. If Alex directly spread Xianxia's past, it would neither be believed nor cause a stir. Instead, it would be swiftly suppressed by the upper echelons of the god race due to its suddenness. Therefore, Alex gradually dug out Xianxia from everyone's forgotten corners through a series of carefully crafted events, making them remember this ancient and glorious existence. Then, while everyone was discussing, the full disclosure of Xianxia's past would quickly create an uproar across the White Mountain constellation. Even if they didn't believe it, seeds of doubt would still be planted in their hearts. Even if everyone did believe it, it wouldn't directly impact Xianxia or shake his position. However, this was Xianxia's hard take. The more he didn't want these pieces of information exposed, the more Alex spread them. As Xianxia's enemy, Alex aimed to completely expose his most vulnerable, weakest, and most hidden side before everyone. For someone with unresolved issues, such a public attack might be even more terrifying than death. Thus, under the relentless efforts of Alex's numerous avatars, news that Xianxia was heading to the Heavenly Spring star system spread throughout the White Mountain constellation, reviving memories of this legendary first Maricican. St. Kellen Star, Council Hall. Chief Clem flew into a rage. The whereabouts of the great Maricican have been fully leaked across the entire White Mountain constellation. There has been a major breach in our confidentiality measures. Investigate the source immediately and severely punish all those involved. While the news of Lord Landon's death spreading was one thing, revealing the whereabouts of the 10 Maricicans was entirely different, especially when they were carrying out missions. This was a severe leak of confidential information. Following Chief Clem's orders, many suspected leakers among the god race, as well as several of Alex's avatars, were publicly executed for leaking and actively spreading the news. However, Chief Clem did not deliberately suppress the rumors about the 10 Maricicans mobilizing. After all, it wasn't classified as top secret. Only the nature of the leak itself was serious. Therefore, discussions around the 10 Maricicans only intensified. Just then, another set of news suddenly stirred up the entire White Mountain constellation. Xianxia was of mixed god-demon heritage and had once been called a half-breed in his Santiago. In adulthood, to hide his inferior origins, he orchestrated the slaughter of all the affiliated races that followed him in pacifying the White Mountain constellation, as well as all the god race's high-ranking officials. These revelations shook not just the common folk, but also the higher-ups. No one had ever known anything about Xianxia's background and past, including other Maricicans and many upper echelons, who only knew what was recorded superficially in history books. Now, quite a few people were earnestly spreading Xianxia's past. The upper echelons of the god race immediately understood that a mysterious force was pushing these rumors behind the scenes. In the council hall, nonsense. How dare anyone spread rumors about the great Xianxia? Chief Clem ordered sternly. Go to the elders' pavilion and ask an elder to come out of seclusion. Yes. Subordinates immediately withdrew. Soon after, an elder arrived at the council hall. Chief Clem said gravely, Elder Lee, recently there has been rampant spread of various rumors about Xianxia, which is surely driven by a power working in the shadows. You must investigate thoroughly, apprehend all those involved, interrogate them harshly, and find the instigator. You will have full authority over this matter. Report any developments to me immediately. Elder Lee responded promptly, yes. Under Elder Lee's lead, the White Mountain constellation began a large-scale crackdown, resulting in many suspected rumor-mongers being tortured and publicly executed. However, the more the higher-ups tried to contain the news, the more interest it garnered from the populace, especially since these so-called rumors detailed many aspects of Xianxia's past, filling in gaps in historical records, making logical sense. At least, many in the upper echelons believed that Xianxia being of mixed god-demon heritage was true. After all, although intermarriage between gods and demons was strictly forbidden, it was still witnessed occasionally in various branches. These mixed beings had some appearing like gods, others like demons, with wings that ranged from gray to black and white, differing in color. Xianxia's black and white wings matched the characteristics of mixed bloods closely. Thus, among those who had met Xianxia, though some did not believe he would commit such monstrous acts for trivial reasons, others began to believe the truth in these rumors. Many civilians firmly believed the rumors. Additionally, Alex had several avatars with saint-level strength serving as mid to high-level managers within the god race, who did not suppress the spread of these rumors but secretly fueled them. Consequently, negative information about Xianxia quietly spread everywhere, like sparks setting ablaze in countless places, silently burning. Heavenly Spring Star System, New Myriad Soul Star. Following Alex's mental command, his many avatars, thousands of light years away, ceased spreading the news and went back to low-profile lurking. Everything has its limits. He understood that once he overreached, the artificial nature of the spread would make people question the veracity of the news. So, having planted the seeds of doubt, it was time to step back temporarily. When the next opportune moment arrived, he could reignite the sparks into an inferno, making Xianxia a disgrace to the god race, cursed by countless people. Shay, you will not only die but also die bearing endless slander. Alex smiled. He was now on a certain planet within the realm of the god race, which he had transformed into the new Myriad Soul Star. Dark mist shrouded the sky of this planet. Alex mastered both the path of darkness and the path of souls. The path of darkness belonged to the way of heaven, requiring understanding of the universe, heavily influenced by external environments. The path of souls belonged to the human way, requiring self-reflection of one's soul. Based on Alex's experience, interacting with more souls would aid in enlightenment. To simultaneously understand both paths, Alex specifically modified this planet to have a dark environment with countless living beings for sensing the path of souls. Chapter 463. The Gods Martial Arts Competition. Naming Star Sea. In the starry sky outside Xianxia planet, within a massive golden barrier, the giant Amiri, nearly 200,000 meters tall, continuously battled the fully armed Jacqueline. Presently, Jacqueline possessed the cultivation of a heavenly sovereign realm and was equally matched with Amiri, thus naturally not holding back. Thus, both used every means at their disposal. White light constantly flickered within the barrier as spatial fragmentation waves swept in all directions. After a long while, both reined in their efforts simultaneously. Your strength seems to have improved further. Your cultivation progress has caught up with mine, if not surpassed it. Amiri withdrew the golden barrier, smiling. That's only natural. While you were battling the divine race in the xuanhuan star system, I didn't stop cultivating either, maintaining steady growth. Jacqueline also dissolved her holy Fulton armor and dispelled the holy sword she had formed in her hand. Ever since reaching the heavenly sovereign realm, even the casually condensed light swords were stronger than holy artifacts, making her original Digby-Light sacred lance obsolete, often left in her storage ring. At this moment, both turned their heads towards Xianxia planet. A figure appeared rapidly approaching them at an incredible speed. Soon, the newcomer stopped not far from them. Lord of the mansion, it's been a long time. Amiri greeted proactively. Jacqueline also nodded in acknowledgement. The newcomer was Hicks, the lord of the Taishui mansion. Laughing heartily, he greeted both separately before addressing Amiri. I heard you returned last month. Does this mean the issues in the xuanhuan star system are resolved? Amiri nodded. For now, there should be no more trouble for a while. That's good. With your strength, not many things can stump you. Amiri didn't mention the Bison constellation to avoid undue pressure on others, so Hicks still believed Amiri was just dealing with the divine race in the xuanhuan star system. If they knew there was another Bison constellation with billions of planets and over a dozen powerful heavenly sovereign realm beings waiting for Amiri, it would shock them beyond words. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Amiri asked proactively, Lord of the mansion must have come for something specific? Given our relationship, please be straightforward. Hicks's smile faded as he looked seriously at both of them. Recently, we're organizing a grand event called the Gods Martial Arts Competition. I'd like to invite you both to attend as presenters. Amiri glanced at Jacqueline, seeing her equally puzzled, then turned back to Hicks. Gods Martial Arts Competition? What is it? Hicks explained carefully. This is the top-tier competition we've called for across the entire Naming Star Sea, inviting strong deities below the true god realm from all races and planets, aiming to further ignite everyone's martial passion. Moreover, after years of focused cultivation, the elite strength has significantly improved, and I want to showcase their achievements through this event, displaying the power of the upper echelons of humanity. This is a crucial part of the human development strategy. As it's the inaugural edition, we aim to make a significant impact to promote the name of the Gods Martial Arts Competition. Hearing of your return, I thought of inviting both of you as presenters. With both of you attending, the Gods Martial Arts Competition will surely stir the entire Naming Star Sea. Finishing his speech, Hicks observed their reactions. Amiri exchanged glances with Jacqueline, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Jacqueline turned to Hicks. As the Grand Elder of the Taishui mansion, I should definitely take part in such an important event. Amiri also nodded. All right, I'll join as well. It's a perfect opportunity to evaluate the Elites Association's progress. The Elites Association had once received direct teachings from Amiri, barely considered half students. This being their first grand event representing humanity, Amiri felt obligated to support them. Hearing this, Hicks smiled again. Wonderful. With both of you attending, the Gods Martial Arts Competition is bound to succeed. I'll arrange publicity immediately. In 2 months, the competition begins officially, and I'll come to welcome you. You're too kind, Lord of the Mansion. Both Amiri and Jacqueline chuckled. You two continue your practice. I have many matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Hicks clasped his hands, and then teleported towards Xianxia planet. Just then, Jacqueline smiled. Nicholas Seoho doesn't know you've returned yet. Once Lord of the Mansion announces it, everyone will know. Do you think Nicholas Seoho will blame you? Amiri shrugged helplessly. He never comes home, and Nicholas Seoho isn't a child anymore. Teaching him a martial technique should make up for it. Jacqueline softly laughed. True. Over the past year or so, Nicholas Seoho has visited a few times, but is largely independent. And now, as a core disciple of Taishui Mansion, the resources provided by the mansion alone suffice for his cultivation. I needn't worry about his daily life. They chatted leisurely for a bit before resuming their practices. While Amiri and Jacqueline immersed themselves in cultivation, news shook the trillions of inhabitants across over 3,000 planets in the Naming Star Sea. Taishui Mansion invited all Flame Deity Realm and Heaven Deity Realm cultivators to participate in an unprecedented martial arts competition on Xianxia Star, a renamed life planet. Named the Gods Martial Arts Competition, any planet, any race, as long as one's cultivation qualified, was eligible to participate. Divided into two categories, the Flame Deity and Heaven Deity competitions, separate rankings and rewards were established. Each category's top 100 received generous rewards, increasing with higher ranks. Even participants could be chosen as disciples by observers, potentially soaring to prominence. All God Realm cultivators were enticed by the announced rewards. Ordinary civilians were equally astonished. Heaven, 1 billion spirit stones for the Heaven Deity Champion, 10 million for the Flame Deity Champion. Those rewards are outrageous. I'd need 100,000 years without food or rest to earn that Flame Deity reward. Forget the champion. Just being among the top 100 would make me incredibly wealthy. Amidst everyone marveling at the rewards, another piece of news emerged. Amiri and Jacqueline, husband and wife, would attend the Gods Martial Arts competition as presenters. Immediately, excitement erupted across the entire Naming Star Sea. Chapter 464. I'm going to watch the competition. For the average person, the various competition rewards announced by the Taishui Mansion were indeed tempting. Countless civilians wished they could enter the arena for a stroke of luck, and most Deity Realm experts immediately considered participating. However, for that small group of truly top-tier experts in the Divine Flame and Celestial Deity Realms, materials like spirit stones weren't as scarce as they were for the general public. Thus, while they felt interested in participating, it wasn't to the extent where they would go all out for it. Take some top-tier geniuses who were on important missions or at critical stages in their seclusion. They might directly give up on entering the competition. But when news spread that Amiri and Jacqueline were planning to attend, these top geniuses also went into a frenzy. What did material resources matter? With their strength and talent, they were already highly valued in the Taishui Mansion and lacked no spirit stones. Those rewards would be better to have, but even without them, their cultivation wouldn't be affected. However, with Amiri and Jacqueline as guests, it meant these top geniuses had a chance to catch the eyes of these two distinguished figures. If they were taken as disciples by Amiri and Jacqueline, their future prospects would shine brightly. Even if there was only a minuscule chance of being chosen, they were willing to spare no effort. As a result, almost all experts in the Divine Flame and Celestial Deity realms across the entire Southern Star Sea rushed towards Xianhuan Star to sign up for the competition. And even more experts from various races headed to Xianhuan Star ahead of time to catch a glimpse of the legendary Amiri and watch the matches between Deity Realm experts. For a moment, the entire Southern Star Sea was in turmoil. The host venue, Xianhuan Star, had already been specially modified long before. A huge city spanning hundreds of kilometers had been built specifically to accommodate participants and spectators from different planets. Somewhere on Stefanangi Star, 5 young men and women, looking tired, carried large bags and walked out from deep within the mountains, entering a nearby small town. After selling their loot, they sat down in a city inn, ordered a sumptuous meal, and indulged without any regard for etiquette. One burly hawk grabbed a large piece of roasted meat with his hands, ate heartily, and remarked with a sigh, "We haven't had such delicious dishes for over a month. The food was either too salty or too bland. This really satisfies my appetite." A pretty Xena beside him glared fiercely, "Fu Marasarui, do you think the meat I roasted isn't good? Burning at me to switch tasks next time and let you handle the roasting?" The robust Santiago Fu Marasarui awkwardly smiled and changed the subject, looking at another handsome Santiago nearby. "Brother Abelardo, this trip was a great harvest. Why don't we take a rest?" The Xena continued staring fiercely, "Don't change the subject on me, next time?" Suddenly, the handsome Santiago, known as Brother Abelardo, raised a hand to stop her words. The Xena obediently fell silent, pouting with resentment, and called out softly, "Brother Abelardo." Fu Marasarui was about to mock him when he saw Brother Abelardo listening intently and turned his head to look. The others at the table also focused their attention on a few diners at the adjacent table. Such a grand competition. I will even sell everything I own just to see it. After all participants are top-tier Deity Realm experts. Imagine how intense the matches must be. Not to mention, the legendary Master Amiri is supposed to make a personal appearance and might take a few direct disciples. Wouldn't it be a lifetime regret not to witness this firsthand? Exactly. I'm already prepared. Let's leave in 2 days. Why don't we go together? Several burly men enthusiastically discussed this while drinking. After listening briefly, the 5 young men and women felt shocked and exchanged glances. The Santiago called Brother Abelardo wore a delighted expression. "Father is back? He didn't even notify me when he returned and went straight to be a guest judge. How despicable." This Santiago was none other than Amiri's son, Clyde. He turned around and raised his cup towards the drinking burly men, saying loudly, "Brothers, please bear with me for a moment. Can you tell me more about the tournament you mentioned? And the information about Master Amiri being a guest judge, was that released by the Taishui Mansion?" The burly men, upon seeing the Taishui Mansion insignias worn by the 5 Santiagos, replied politely, "No problem, brother. This is the latest major tournament announced by the Taishui Mansion, named the All Gods Martial Tournament." He then elaborated on the details of the tournament. Clyde laughed heartily. "Thank you, brother, for explaining. This round of drinks is on me. Please eat and drink well, brothers." He drained his cup and chatted politely with the burly men for a few moments before turning to his companions. "The All Gods Martial Tournament is a rare grand event. I should go back and discuss with my parents whether we should go to Xianhuan Star to watch the competition. In the next 2 months, we will each rest and refrain from going on further expeditions." "Wait, The robust Santiago Fu Marisari interjected quickly. I also want to experience it. How about we all go together? Yes, we should all go. Are you going to follow your parents, or go alone? The pretty Xena also looked eagerly at Clyde. Well, Clyde hesitated for a moment. He hadn't met his parents in a long time, especially his father Amiri, who had been away from home for over a year. He naturally wanted to go with his parents. But then he thought, as guests, his parents would undoubtedly be under everyone's attention and wouldn't be able to stay with him the whole time. Otherwise, his identity would definitely be exposed. He didn't want people to think he relied on his father's legacy or be known as Amiri's or Jacqueline's son. What he desired was to gain recognition based on his own achievements and reputation before revealing his background. Alright, let's all go together. But since it's our first time leaving Stefanangi Star and Xianhuan Star is bound to be complex, go home and discuss with your families too. Clyde looked at his companions, speaking seriously. Although he was the youngest, his strength made him the leader of the small team, and his performance had always earned the trust of everyone. The companions promptly agreed earnestly. After dinner, the 5 of them dispersed. Mother, I'm back. Hashtag chapter 465. I am rather introverted. Kaylee almost instantly appeared in the courtyard. She smiled gently and said, Nicholas Seoho, why did you rush back home today? Clyde suddenly reined in his smile and gave an indignant hum. Why didn't father inform me that he was back? I only found out by chance from a passerby. Kaylee smiled with her lips pursed. Who made you stay away from home for so long? Clyde's tone faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and replied with excitement. I want to go to Xianxia Star too. I also want to experience such a grand event. Can I? No problem, you're grown up now and can make your own decisions. Kaylee said sternly while cautioning him. However, safety must be your utmost priority. Recently, Xianxia Star is filled with powerful individuals whose relationships are complex. If you unintentionally offend someone and get killed with one palm, even if your father and I are very strong, we might not be able to save you in time, understand? Clyde nodded seriously. I understand. Then he glanced at the sky. Father isn't meditating up there again, right? Kaylee nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. Do you think how your father achieved such immense strength? It's because of his relentless dedication to cultivation. You should look up to your father, alright? Yeah, I know. Clyde replied somewhat perfunctorily, then asked with anticipation. When will father come home? Can I go to Xianxia Star with you guys? Seeing the light in Clyde's eyes, Kaylee had no choice but to say, I'll go inform your father to return now. But when we head to Xianxia Star, you'll have to go on your own unless you're willing to reveal your identity now. Although Clyde was prepared for this, he still felt somewhat disappointed. Alright then, I'll go with my companions. In that case, wait here for a few minutes. With that, Kaylee vanished abruptly from the courtyard. A few minutes later, Amiri and Kaylee reappeared hand in hand in front of Clyde. Father! Clyde grinned happily. The family of 3 sat leisurely chatting in the small courtyard, enjoying a warm moment together. 2 months later, Xianxia Star. In the specially constructed city of Jaiswu City, from ordinary civilians to Shan Realm participants, tens of millions of various racial powerhouses from different planets gathered here. At the center of Jaiswu City, there was a vast plaza spanning several kilometers. 100 spacious platforms were situated within it, surrounded by tiered spectator stands. On one side, a large platform over 10 meters high was erected, leaving ample space around it. At this moment, under the guidance of Tai Sui Manor members, dense figures poured into the plaza through 10 entrances and orderly sat down on the tiered stands. As time passed, the spectators gradually filled the stands surrounding the plaza. Suddenly, the figure of Manor Lord Hicks appeared above the plaza, and his clear voice reverberated throughout the area. Hello, everyone. I am Manor Lord Hicks of Tai Sui Manor. It's a pleasure to see all of you. Today marks the official opening of the first Gods Martial Art Tournament. Thank you all for your attention and support towards this tournament, as well as Tai Sui Manor. The purpose of hosting the Gods Martial Art Tournament is to inspire all Shin Realm powerhouses, whether they are human, tiger, dragon, or any other race. They all have a chance to gain an abundance of cultivation resources, accelerating their cultivation in the days to come. At the same time, we hope that these intense divine battles will inspire more martial artists who haven't yet reached the Shun Realm to break through their cultivation levels. This tournament will significantly promote the prosperity of martial arts in Nanming Star Sea. For this reason, our Tai Sui Manor spares no effort in terms of manpower and resources, and we plan to host it every 10 years. We hope all fellow martial artists continue to reach new heights in cultivation. Hicks's impassioned speech stirred the blood of everyone present, causing many to cheer loudly in response. An ocean of cheers filled the arena. After finishing his speech, Hicks began introducing the guests entering the venue. Several senior elders at the Divine King level took turns appearing and seated themselves on the elevated platform beside the square. The crowd's applause continued unabated. Next, Hicks continued, Now, please welcome the great elder of Tai Sui Manor, the second strongest existence in Nanming Star Sea, the great sage level being, Great Elder Kaylee. As soon as the words fell, the cheering from the audience rose several decibels. Although Kaylee's reputation slightly lagged behind Amiri, she was still a legendary figure in everyone's eyes. Meeting her in person would be a once-in-a-lifetime honor. Most importantly, everyone knew that since Kaylee had already appeared, the next person must undoubtedly be the strongest, the final act, Amiri. In a corner of the stands, 5 young boys and Xenas sat side by side, feeling the feverish atmosphere around them. Each of them blushed from excitement. Even Clyde felt the same way. At just 10 years old, although he had seen quite a bit, this was his first time experiencing such a grand spectacle, naturally stirring emotions within him. His 4 companions subconsciously joined in the cheers and shouts alongside the crowd. Next, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, a graceful silhouette appeared above the plaza, standing beside Hicks. Her dress fluttered gracefully, white gown swaying. Sparkles of white light surrounded her body, making her appear like a celestial fairy from a dream. Ethereal and noble, pure and elegant. Countless people cheered at the top of their lungs. Clyde watched as everyone cheered for his mother and couldn't help but wear a proud smile on his face. At this moment, he felt a soft hand grasp his palm. Turning his head, he saw it was his companion, Xianxia. She was flushed red, shouting along loudly, as if holding hands wasn't something she had initiated. Curiously, Clyde asked, "Why are you holding my hand?" Xianxia's face turned even redder as she hurriedly withdrew her hand and turned to look at the other three companions. Noticing they seemed engrossed in the cheering and hadn't paid attention to what Clyde said, she felt somewhat relieved. She shot Clyde a glance and whispered, "I accidentally placed my hand wrong." "What? Need me to apologize?" Clyde waved his hand generously. "It's just a minor thing. No need to worry about it." Xianxia gritted her teeth angrily but found no reason to be mad, forcing herself to laugh. Hee hee. After speaking, seeing Clyde's relatively calm expression, she curiously asked, "Why aren't you excited at all?" "The one appearing is the legendary Sinclairin, the acknowledged second strongest person in Nanming Star Sea." Clyde smiled. "Of course I'm excited, but I'm rather introverted. I don't easily express my emotions." Kaylee was his mother who had raised him for 10 years. No matter how legendary she was, such prolonged companionship could hardly rouse him much excitement. Hearing Clyde's words, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Rather introverted, not expressing easily? Maybe he was happy too just now, but he was too nervous and deliberately reminded me to let go. Thinking this, Xianxia couldn't help but giggle inwardly. Chapter 466. The competition begins. In the sky above the square. After Kaylee appeared, she greeted everyone and exchanged some pleasantries before flying over to the guest seats on the side. The few elders who had already taken their places stood up quickly to greet her, then all sat down again. Hicks continued to announce loudly. The next guest is the savior of Southern Star Sea, the guardian deity of Tai Sui Mansion, and the strongest being in history, Amiri. As soon as his words ended, Amiri materialized beside him. An immense roar erupted like tidal waves across the entire 10-kilometer-wide square and for kilometers beyond, creating a visible shockwave in the air. "Since you're here, Amiri, why don't you say a few words to everyone?" Hicks said with a smile. The crowd below kept shouting Amiri's name, but their voices were drowned out by the overwhelming applause. Amiri scanned the audience calmly and spoke matter-of-factly. "Everyone, I am Amiri. Since Tai Sui Mansion unified the Southern Star Sea, each planet has seen remarkable development. Whether it's livelihood or martial arts, everything has advanced significantly compared to before. On behalf of the Tai Sui Mansion leadership, I sincerely thank everyone who supports our work. To those who seek to undermine unity and harbor ill intentions, I offer this warning. Do not try to obstruct the irresistible tide. Otherwise, you will be utterly crushed." From the moment Amiri began speaking, the crowd gradually quieted down. By the time he finished this sentence, the entire area was silent, and only Amiri's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Although his tone was mild, everyone felt an intense chill. "Well, let's get back to the main event," Amiri said with a faint smile, putting everyone at ease. "The Gods Martial Arts Competition is a highly regarded event within the entire Tai Sui Mansion. Please give your best effort. High-ranking competitors will receive generous rewards. Even if you don't rank high, there are many Tai Sui Mansion leaders observing. So if someone notices a particular talent or quality in you, they may still take you as a disciple. Remember, regardless of race or background, we value only talent and character." Amiri concluded, gave Hicks a nod, and was about to turn away when a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Lord Amiri, are you also taking disciples?" This voice, piercing through the silence, immediately drew everyone's attention. Unable to pinpoint its source, people turned their gazes toward Amiri in anticipation. Amiri paused, looked around seriously, and responded, "If I find a genius that satisfies me, I might take them as a disciple. Everyone, show your best." The crowd erupted into excitement. Many people were thrilled, especially those contestants yet to appear, who fell into a frenzy of enthusiasm after hearing Amiri's words. Afterward, Amiri flew to the VIP area. All the elders, except Kaylee, stood up simultaneously and respectfully greeted him. "You are too kind, elders. Please sit down," Amiri replied with a smile, taking a seat next to Kaylee. The other elders followed suit. "I see Nicholas Seoho is there, and that little Xena Xianxia is still with him," Amiri commented, a smile tugging at his lips. He communicated telepathically with Kaylee using soul power. Kaylee chuckled, recalling information about Clyde and Xianxia. They're adventure partners now, spending most of their time together. This Xena is quite devoted. I even saw her hold Nicholas Seoho's hand earlier, but he has no idea about such matters. Fate is fate. Let's see how things develop, Amiri added philosophically. While they conversed, Hicks was personally overseeing the proceedings and arranging others to enter the field. 100 judges and tens of thousands of contestants flew orderly into the sky above the square, hovering proudly under the watchful eyes of the spectators. To show his commitment to the inaugural Gods Martial Arts Competition, Hicks oversaw everything personally, explaining the rules in detail. The competition would last a week. The first 4 days would be for the Deity Fire Division matches, followed by 3 days for the Celestial God Division, with awards presented on the last day. After the draw, Hicks personally set up spatial barriers on 100 arenas and declared the competition open. 200 Deity Fire Realm warriors paired off to battle across the 100 arenas. Chi surged, and laws clashed. Yet the arenas seemed boundless. All shockwaves dissipated without affecting the outside area. Spectators had never witnessed such intense battles among Deity Realm experts, causing their blood to boil, cheering wildly while ignoring any formalities of saluting Amiri and Hicks. Match after match proceeded. Just the first day left everyone feeling it was worth every cent of the ticket price. However, Amiri and Kaylee weren't particularly interested. With their current strength, watching these Deity Fire Realm battles was like watching chickens pecking at each other. Boring. Nonetheless, some contestants were members of the Elite Association, whom both Amiri and Kaylee had personally tutored, so they paid attention momentarily. So far, the best performers are from the Elite Association. If nothing unexpected happens, the final champions will come from them. That's natural. Elite Association members are already top-tier experts in their realm, with talent and strength on par with anyone else. Add the mansion's vast resources, mentorship from senior elders, and guidance from you and me. If they lose, it would be odd. Do you think the tournament results might make non-human races suspect foul play? Amiri laughed casually. Unless all races arrange their own winners, rumors will spread. But so what? No one can cause real trouble. We control public opinion, so managing small-scale rumors isn't an issue. Actually, I hope to see that the top 100 in both divisions are all human. That would mean our middle and upper ranks have truly grown, making petty rumors irrelevant. As they watched leisurely, night descended. Tens of thousands of Deity Fire Realm contestants completed the first round eliminations. Hicks flew back above the square. Ladies and gentlemen, today's events have concluded. Please exit the venue in an orderly manner, guided by staff. We'll see you tomorrow. His clear voice resonated across the massive 10-kilometer square arena and the surrounding stands. Chapter 467. What a coincidence. I am also a core disciple. The spectators, like a swarm of ants, began to disperse from the 10 exits in an orderly manner, gradually spreading out across the entire Xuanhuan city. Hicks flew to the guest area and started chatting with a few individuals. How was it? Did you notice any particularly outstanding talents on the first day of the competition? That Efren Zisher from the Elite Club performed quite well. If he can make it into the top 10 in the next round, I'll consider taking him as my disciple. Cal also did well, but being a member of the Elite Club, he has already been taken as a disciple by Brodieu. The elders each expressed their opinions. Amiri also made a few casual comments before bidding farewell to Jacqueline and leaving together. The two arrived at a secluded spot and transformed into the appearance of Clyde's parents. Amiri's transformation ability was unmatched, and although Jacqueline's transformation technique was simple, it would be impossible for anyone to easily connect her identity to Jacqueline. They mixed into the crowd, strolling around Xianxia City. The city, aside from the 20-kilometer competition arena, also had numerous residential areas, dining spots, and entertainment venues, making it practically a tourist destination. Many contestants and spectators were also wandering around and enjoying themselves. Clyde and his 4 companions walked excitedly along a bustling street, constantly looking around, occasionally letting out exclamations of amazement. The city was already decorated with colorful red lanterns, the flickering candlelight casting a brilliant glow that made the whole city look like the morning star in the night sky. The hustle and bustle of vendors and pedestrians added to the lively atmosphere. Such a scene was something these 5 teenagers, who had never left Stefanong G-Star before, had never seen. Even Clyde momentarily forgot about his parents, immersing himself in the enjoyment with his friends. At this moment, voices of argument and curses came from not far away. Curious passers-by gathered around, and the 5 teenagers immediately squeezed forward through the crowd, only to see 2 people standing face-to-face in the center of the circle formed by the crowd. One of them, a burly man dressed in martial arts attire, had already drawn his sword, glaring fiercely at the other person. Fang Yu, you deceitful scoundrel. Since fate brought us together here today, only one of us will leave this street alive. Jammalding opposite him was a refined hawk in a long robe, who looked down upon the other man with disdain. Nicholasong Xuanhuan, less talk. If you have the guts, attack me directly. I'd like to see if you dare openly challenge the authority of Tai Sui Manor. Nicholasong Xuanhuan hesitated. Upon entering Xianxia City, everyone had been warned not to fight anywhere outside the arena. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by Tai Sui Manor. It was clear to everyone that Tai Sui Manor placed great importance on the first all-gods martial arts tournament. Once someone violated this warning and fought on the streets, the outcome would be dire. Nicholasong Xuanhuan glanced around and saw that most onlookers were watching with amusement. None seemed genuinely concerned, as if they all believed he wouldn't dare to make the first move. He took a deep breath and said sternly, Fang Yu, you despicable coward, have the courage to go with me to the arena and settle this once and for all. Fang Yu dismissed his provocation with contempt. Enough talk. In such good weather, I have no interest in spending time on the arena with you. You spineless dog. Get lost. You're just barking here. Show some guts and attack directly. Wait until the tournament is over. The moment you leave Xianxia City will be your end. Nicholasong Xuanhuan sheathed his long sword. They continued arguing verbally while the onlookers started booing. Some tried to incite them, while others dispersed in disappointment. Clyde also sighed in disappointment. I thought there would be a big fight. Let's go. However, when he turned to look at his companions, he asked in surprise, where's Kai Stefania? The other 3 companions also looked around in astonishment, searching the crowd carefully but found no sign of Kai Stefania. Clyde immediately became serious and said solemnly, according to our prior agreement, if we got separated, she should know to head back. We'll also go back and pay attention to our surroundings. The 4 retraced their steps, scanning the crowd sharply with eyes sharp as hawks. Although they were all at the myriad phenomena realm and possessed basic telepathic abilities, there were too many people present, causing significant interference. Clyde attempted using telepathy briefly, but had to give up due to the overwhelming noise. Instead, he relied on his senses to stay alert. Fortunately, after a short while, Clyde's ears picked up the familiar voice of Kai Stefania amidst the cacophony. Stop. He raised his hands to signal the others to stop and said sternly. He concentrated, listening intently. Soon, he confirmed the voice belonged to Kai Stefania and identified its source. Go. This way. Clyde led the 3 companions towards the sound. As they approached, they faintly heard Kai Stefania's angry rebukes, prompting them to quicken their pace. In the crowd, they saw Kai Stefania glaring at a hawk, her long sword tightly gripped, ready to draw it at any moment. The hawk smiled carelessly, slowly approaching while speaking. The 4 hurriedly reached Kai Stefania's side. Clyde stepped in front of her protectively, his expression grim as he stared at the hawk without turning back, asking, Kai Stefania, what happened? Upon seeing her companions arrive, Kai Stefania breathed a sigh of relief and angrily explained, I was at a small stall. When I realized you were gone, I planned to find you, but this man approached me, claiming you had gone down this street and offered to lead me. After walking for a bit, I felt something was wrong and tried to turn back, but he attempted to assault me. Even after I revealed my identity as a member of Tai Sui Manor, he wouldn't let go. Clyde produced his core disciple token and sternly demanded, I am Clyde, a core disciple of Tai Sui Manor, and this is my companion. Apologize to her immediately, or you won't be leaving here easily today. The hawk looked surprised at him and then laughed casually, pulling out a similar token from his storage ring. What a coincidence. I am Xianhuan, a core disciple and personal disciple of Elder Digby Nicholasrong of Tai Sui Manor. Make your companion apologize to me now, or she won't be leaving here easily either. Core disciples were symbols of talent. Each core disciple was a top genius of Tai Sui Manor, far surpassing ordinary disciples in status and position. Clyde knew that this core disciple Xianhuan was also a top genius, clearly older than him, likely more powerful. Chapter 468. Do you yield now? Far away, Amiri and Jacqueline strolled about while keeping their soul powers enveloping the entire city. The perception of a Saint Realm cultivator was akin to being on sight, yet when deliberately concealed, ordinary people could not detect it at all. When Clyde and his companions confronted the hawk, Amiri's expression flickered slightly as he asked Jacqueline beside him, what do you think Nicola Seoho will do in such a situation? Jacqueline sensed it briefly. Her soul power instantly detected that this hawk named Blaine was at the profound concealment realm, an entire major realm higher than Clyde and his companions. She smiled. Without external interference, both sides would definitely fight. Amiri frowned. Is Nicola Seoho usually so reckless? Does he have the confidence to win? Jacqueline casually replied, Nicola Seoho has quite a few trump cards. Not only can he defeat the other party, he can even directly kill them. But they won't be able to fight. On the bustling street, the confrontation between Clyde and his group and the hawk drew some attention, but since there was no sign of actual combat, people did not pay too much attention. Until both parties revealed their core disciple identity tokens, attracting many onlookers. To ordinary people, every core disciple was a top-tier genius. Regardless of strength, their status was not comparable to ordinary people. A confrontation between two core disciples was relatively rare for ordinary people. Within the gradually closing circle, Clyde took out his sword from the storage ring, unsheathed it, and said sternly, prepare for battle. His four companions were slightly taken aback, but then decisively drew their swords, entering combat readiness. Young man Blaine's expression turned cold. Arrogant and ignorant brat. He pulled out a large broadsword from his storage ring with a clang, and bellowed fiercely, die. It wasn't a problem for him, a core disciple of Tai Sui Mansion, to start a fight in public like this. Although the other party was also a core disciple, as long as he didn't act too harshly, the mansion wouldn't punish him for this incident. However, as he moved, a slim figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Blaine felt everything go dark before his eyes. An overwhelming force surged into his body from the top of his head. His whole body went limp, his knees involuntarily bent, and he fell helplessly to the ground on his knees. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. No one expected that just as the fight was about to start, it would be abruptly stopped like this. Moreover, the person who intervened seemed to teleport onto the scene, and most onlookers couldn't see any trace of movement. Such terrifying speed indicated equally terrifying strength. Even Clyde and his 5 companions stared blankly at the slender back before them, momentarily stunned. At this moment, the intervening person finally spoke. I am Jason Arvidjkiu, a 9-star member of Tai Sui Mansion. Since you initiated an attack in Xianxia City, I'll give you a little punishment. If you have objections, report it to your master after the fact. Now, do you yield? The icy voice echoed around the scene. Blaine's mind was still blank. He remained kneeling on the ground, head lowered. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. But he was still in pain and could barely lift his head to look at the plain-looking young Rena in front of him, gritting his teeth. My master is Elder Digby Nicholasrong of Tai Sui Mansion. Jason Arvidjkiu's figure flashed again. Appearing behind Blaine as if she had teleported, she kicked him down effortlessly, causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Do you yield now? Jason Arvidjkiu's icy voice rang out once more. Blaine finally realized that the other party had no fear of his master, and she might refrain from killing him only due to his status. But if he continued to argue, he would still suffer. Taking a deep breath, he finally said, I yield. Scram. Don't cause trouble in Xianxia City. Saying this, Jason Arvidjkiu's figure abruptly vanished. Clyde bowed to the crowd around him and said loudly, Thank you, senior sister, for coming to our aid. Having said that, he glanced at Blaine lying on the ground, calmly sheathed his sword, and turned away. Let's go. His 4 companions immediately followed. Many onlookers, still discussing the 9-star member Jason Arvidjkiu, stepped aside for Clyde and his group to leave. Frustrating. Blaine coughed up another mouthful of blood, remaining on the ground but secretly clenching his fists. He never imagined that preparing to teach a few juniors a lesson would provoke a 9-star celestial deity realm powerhouse to intervene so mercilessly. This shifted all his resentment towards Clyde and his group to Jason Arvidjkiu instead. However, given Jason Arvidjkiu's celestial deity realm cultivation, his strength was far inferior and might not catch up in a few hundred years, even less considering his core disciple status. He also knew clearly that his master would not make trouble for a 9-star celestial deity realm powerhouse over this minor incident, especially since he himself was indeed in the wrong. Looks like I'll have to accept this defeat. Blaine sighed in frustration. After a while, he gradually recovered his strength and stood up slowly, leaving the scene. Another street not far away. Amiri and Jacqueline walked side by side leisurely. Isn't that Jason Arvidjkiu, the one you arranged to protect Nicola Seoho? Yes. She has a good grasp of spatial laws. I specifically chose such a powerful protector for him, someone who can intervene at critical moments. And she knows a secret technique to change her appearance to prevent Nicola Seoho from recognizing her each time she appears. Amiri chuckled. Once Nicola Seoho reaches the heaven-penetrating realm and can perceive soul fluctuations, we won't be able to hide it from him anymore. No matter. By then, with his cultivation and experience, he probably won't need a bodyguard anymore. That night, several conflicts erupted in Xianxia City. With so many powerful martial artists gathered in the city, all with fiery tempers, despite the strong presence of Tai Sui Mansion, some people inevitably violated taboos and fought openly in the streets. But whenever a big fight broke out, senior members of Tai Sui Mansion would appear unexpectedly, severely punishing the instigators. In some cases, they would ruthlessly execute on the spot. Through multiple rounds of brutal suppression, everyone was finally intimidated. Impulsive martial artists had to restrain themselves. Even if they had conflicts with others, they dared not act rashly on the street. A calm night quickly passed. The tournament continued in the following days. Amiri and Jacqueline, like ordinary spectators, watched the matches in the VIP area during the day and strolled around at night. Until the fourth day. Only then did the Divine Flame competition finals spark their interest, and they watched the intense battles with excitement. Chapter 469. Conspiracy? Inside the vast competition square. On 100 stages, fierce battles were raging between top-tier Divine Flame realm powerhouses. The stands were filled with cheering spectators, roaring in support of their favored contestants. The crowd was deafening, the atmosphere electric. In the VIP section, Amiri and several elders lounged leisurely in their armchairs, chatting casually and occasionally commenting on the ongoing battles. It seems that our elite assembly program has achieved remarkable results. All 180 members have made it to the top 500 in the finals. Moreover, based on the current battle situation, at least half of the top 100 will be members of the elite assembly. This is thanks to Amiri and Elder Jacqueline's personal guidance. Otherwise, how could they have progressed so quickly? Upon hearing the elders attribute the success to him, Amiri hastily responded diplomatically. You flatter me. The elders are truly the greatest contributors, having driven the establishment and operation of the elite assembly, investing a great deal of effort and resources, leading to its tremendous success. While they were chatting, as the duels continued on the platforms below, the rankings gradually became clear. Among the top 100, 85 were human, while only 15 were from other races. Gentleman powerhouses firmly occupied the top 10 positions, whereas non-human combatants generally ranked lower. This outcome caused jubilation among many humans in the stands, some even shouting, "Long live humanity." However, some non-human spectators began discussing amongst themselves, believing there must be a conspiracy at play. After all, Gentlemans, while powerful, mainly relied on the overwhelming strength of their high-ranking elites, such as true God Realm elders and above, or invincible beings like Amiri and Jacqueline. All the true God Realm and higher powerhouses of the other races had been eradicated long ago, naturally making them no match for the humans. But concerning mid to high level Divine Flame Realm and Heavenly Deity Realm powerhouses, Gentlemans were indeed strong when compared to any single race, but still lagged behind the combined might of all non-human races. The present Pantheon martial arts tournament involved all races from the Southern Star Sea, with virtually all Divine Flame Realm and Heavenly Deity Realm experts participating. Under these circumstances, humans occupying 85 out of the top 100 spots was nothing short of astonishing. Even many humans privately suspected there might be a conspiracy, though they did not express it as openly as the non-human spectators. Once the rankings were confirmed, Hicks flew back into the air above the square and loudly announced, the first stage of the Pantheon martial arts tournament in the Divine Flame Realm has concluded. In 100th place is Stefan from the Giant Race, and in 99th place. He read out the rankings one by one, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs in the stands. The champion is Cal from the Human Race. These are the top 100 participants from the first Divine Flame Realm division. Please give them all a warm round of applause. As his words died down, thunderous applause erupted from the stands, reverberating across the area. Soon after, Hicks began organizing the dispersal of the crowd. Everyone left in an orderly manner, and news of the Divine Flame Realm ranking spread throughout the Jason Wu Star and gradually across the entire Southern Star Sea. At the same time, unharmonious voices began to surface. So-called Pantheon martial arts tournament is merely propaganda for human military prowess. Clearly, there's a conspiracy to suppress non-human powerhouses, possibly with prearranged outcomes. Just a grand performance. How can humans be stronger than all other races combined? Not only holding the top 10 spots, but also dominating the top 100 with 85 slots. Even if it's a staged show, this ranking is too unrealistic. In my view, the Divine Flame Realm division is already this transparent. The second stage in the Heavenly Deity Realm will surely have similar conspiracies, likely resulting in very similar rankings. What's the point of watching such competitions? I think in the next tournament, non-human powerhouses won't participate anymore. It's just hard labor to merely accompany humans in their act. However, no matter the discussions, the Taishui manner proceeded with the second phase of the Heavenly Deity Realm division as planned. All spectators returned to the stands, enthusiastically cheering. After all, in everyone's mind, even if the battles were staged, they still looked incredibly intense. 3 days passed quickly. Predictably, the results of the Heavenly Deity Realm division mirrored those of the Divine Flame Realm division, with humans firmly occupying the top 10 and taking up 79 out of the top 100 spots. When Hicks announced the rankings, the cheers from the stands seemed to almost part the clouds, drowning out all opposing voices. Once the cheers subsided slightly, Hicks continued. The rankings for both divisions have concluded. Next comes the eagerly awaited awards ceremony. Please welcome the winners to the stage. 200 participants flew into the sky above the square, forming two formations and floating silently. As Hicks read out the names and rankings, figures flew out from the formations, receiving awards from several elders. Third place in the Divine Flame Realm Division, Xianxia. Hicks personally presented a storage ring and a bronze medal. Second place in the Divine Flame Realm Division, Stefan Hai. Jacqueline flew to him, presenting a storage ring and a silver medal. First place in the Divine Flame Realm Division, Cal. From today onward, he shall bear the title of the strongest divine flame. Please welcome Cal to the stage. For a moment, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. It's said that among scholars there's no absolute first, but among martial artists, there's always a second. Today, the Divine Flame Realm powerhouses finally have their order decided. There are at least tens of thousands of Divine Flame Realm cultivators in the Southern Star Sea, with the qualified participants being at least late-stage Divine Flame Realm. To stand out among thousands of late-stage Divine Flame Realm experts and receive the title of Strongest Divine Flame directly from the Manor Lord, Cal is truly unprecedented. Strongest Divine Flame. Strongest Divine Flame. Amidst countless shouts, under the watchful eyes of the masses, a rather ordinary-looking hawk flew to the front of the formation, basking in the applause and cheers. Hicks continued, "Please welcome Amiri to present the award to the champion, Cal." A black shadow flashed. Amiri suddenly appeared before him, smiling gently, handing over a storage ring and a golden medal. Seeing Amiri's arrival, the audience became even more excited, their cheers louder. The hawk bowed and accepted the items, exclaiming with excitement, "Thank you, Sir Amiri. Keep up the good work." Amiri offered encouragement and then teleported back to the VIP section. Next came the awards for the Heavenly Deity Realm Division. Everything went smoothly as Amiri and the others again awarded prizes to the winners. By dusk, I hereby declare the first Pantheon Martial Arts Tournament officially concluded. Everyone please leave in an orderly manner. Hicks shouted loud and clear. As staff guided the crowds to leave, Hicks flew to the VIP section, bidding farewell to each person. Just as Amiri and another were about to take their leave, Hicks stopped them. Chapter 470. The Sea of People Tactics is the key. Inside a luxurious palace, Hicks and a few others were seated here. Amiri Sinclairen, I know both of you are usually busy with your cultivation responsibilities, so it was a rare chance for me to pull you two over for this meeting. Please bear with us. Amiri and the other responded politely. Hicks continued, the All Gods Martial Arts Competition has concluded successfully, validating the success of the Elite Club plan. Therefore, I want to expand the scale of the Elite Club. For instance, we could select members starting from the Nirvana realm, which would be like a reserve force for the Elite Club. Or we could further increase the number of members. What do you think about this? Amiri asked in surprise, if we only consider talent regardless of cultivation level, how is that different from selecting core disciples? Hicks explained earnestly, core disciples merely have an identity that comes with better benefits and greater attention from the manor. However, they tend to be more lax during normal times. The Elite Club, on the other hand, functions as a small organization within the manor. Not only does it offer better benefits than core disciples, but it also provides various privileges. Members are categorized by their cultivation level, making team formation and task execution easier. It facilitates communication among members and can be uniformly mobilized when necessary. In short, Elite Club members are an upgraded version of core disciples, with stronger cohesion. Amiri nodded. If so, I believe this is a good thing. It will help cultivate more top-tier powerhouses. Are there any concerns? Hicks replied somewhat awkwardly. Primarily, we lack funds. Previously, the manor allocated resources to support your and Sinclairen's cultivation, which depleted our reserves. Although the pressure has eased somewhat in recent years, rapid development of humanity, along with launching plans like the Martial Arts Academy and the Elite Club, continues to strain our resources. So, I'm at a loss on how to prioritize. I've discussed this with the elders multiple times, but we haven't reached a decision yet. This time, I thought it best to ask for your opinions. As he spoke, Hicks couldn't help but remark, most elders are often in seclusion, taking turns managing every 10 years. Their thinking is becoming rigid, and most people aren't even qualified to know such secrets. So, we could only consult you two. The other elders present exchanged glances and pretended not to hear. Jacqueline smiled. The elders' dedication to martial arts has led to their achievements today. If they had spent time managing affairs, they might have blended into the crowd long ago. Amiri added, we two are still relatively young and naturally more open-minded. Give it a few decades, and we may not measure up to them either. Then he changed his tone. As for the resource shortage you mentioned, that's something we can't resolve immediately. Choices must be made. In my opinion, expanding the Elite Club isn't urgent right now. Our high-level combat power is already strong, but what we truly lack is numbers. Therefore, promoting childbirth and increasing the population base naturally raises the probability of producing powerful individuals, from whom we can select our elites. This approach is more cost-effective than heavily investing in elite training. And with a larger population, human strength will grow significantly, aiding racial integration and purification of the management layers. Jacqueline nodded in agreement. You're right. There are still many non-human races secretly collaborating, inciting unrest everywhere. They can't hurt our core, but they constantly cause trouble. If the human population grows large enough, these issues will naturally resolve themselves. The Sea of People tactic is the most direct way to solve many problems. Hicks nodded thoughtfully. Another elder praised, brilliant. Who would have thought that Amiri excels not just in martial arts, but also in strategy? Amiri modestly declined the praise, then said, additionally, I obtained quite a few spirit stones from the Heavenly Spring star system and can contribute some for the manor's daily operations. Hicks quickly waved his hands. Amiri, don't misunderstand. I'm merely asking for your opinion, not asking you for spirit stones. Your previous willingness to reduce your salary already makes me feel guilty. Amiri laughed heartily. I remember well when everyone pooled spirit stones for my cultivation. Now I don't need them urgently, and I have plenty to spare. Contributing some shows my gratitude, please accept it. Jacqueline chimed in. Lord Manor, please accept it. I know that many elders voluntarily reduce their salaries and even strain themselves for the manor's development. We too are nearly retired and haven't contributed much to manor matters. Thus, we cannot enjoy special benefits alone. After hesitation, Hicks accepted the storage ring from Amiri. Thank you. They continued discussing for a while. Hicks decided to adopt Amiri's suggestion, temporarily shelving the elite club expansion and focusing on encouraging childbirth to increase the population. Amiri and Jacqueline bid farewell and left. The ranking details of the All Gods martial arts competition spread throughout the Southern Star Sea in a matter of days, sparking endless discussions. Speculations about behind-the-scenes manipulation surged. Regardless of how the rumors developed, Taishui Manor did not deliberately stop them but instead aggressively promoted the competition's winners. For example, the strongest Divine Flame user Cal, the strongest Celestial God Gustav, and other top-ranked human powerhouses. Not only did this elevate their fame, but also diluted the discussions of any underhanded tactics. Indeed, this strategy proved effective. Almost everyone in the Southern Star Sea knew these names, with countless Santiagos idolizing them. Before this, Amiri was the only acknowledged supreme powerhouse, with no official rankings in any other areas or stages. Now, there was finally an officially recognized authoritative ranking. Strongest Divine Flame Realm, Cal. Strongest Celestial God Realm, Gustav. From then on, the name of the All Gods martial arts competition became deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. They knew that victory would bring abundant resources and unparalleled glory. Meanwhile, many non-humans didn't notice that Taishui Manor announced a new policy regarding newborn humans. Every newborn, upon reaching 5 years old and entering the academy, would receive a reward of 50 taels of silver from Taishui Manor. If a family had 3 or more newborns, starting from the third one entering the academy, they would receive 100 taels per child, with previous rewards compensated retroactively. These rewards would continue until the child graduated at 13 or passed away before that age. Upon this announcement, excitement rippled through the human community. Many stopped paying attention to the martial arts competition and started discussing this new policy. Chapter 471. Welcoming the Venerable Heavens. For an ordinary family of 5, the annual daily expenses were around 30 taels of silver, averaging about 6 taels per person. Now, with the new policy from the Taishui Mansion, each childborn came with an annual reward of 10 taels of silver. After covering normal expenses, a family could net an additional 4 taels of silver per year. This wasn't a small amount for an ordinary household. Moreover, families with 3 or more children received double the rewards, making it easier and more profitable than farming. When children turned 13, even without martial talent, they were old enough to work and not be a burden on the family. Thus, most common households no longer had worries and wished to indulge in procreation daily. However, Amiri and his companion no longer paid attention to these matters. Amiri continued his cultivation in space, while Jacqueline sat quietly in the courtyard, meditating. Time slipped away unnoticed. 10 years passed quickly. During these 10 years, humanity further grew and prospered, with both strong individuals and population size presenting a thriving picture. The promotional phase for the second Divine Martial Arts contest was underway, and all Divine Realm experts eagerly awaited it. After 10 years of calm, the Southern Star Sea buzzed with activity once again. But this time, Amiri and his companion did not attend, remaining immersed in cultivation. Contrary to the tranquility of the Southern Star Sea, the 10,000 Spring Star System saw tremendous changes over these 10 years. Wars never ceased for a day. With the vast territories of the Divine Race spanning millions of planets, even if humanity and demons occupied 100 planets daily, it would take over 100 years to fully conquer them. So, in this decade-plus war, only a fraction of the planets have been occupied. Most unoccupied planets fell into chaos, their transmission arrays destroyed and isolated from the outside world, gradually decaying amidst endless internal strife. The Clark Star Sea, situated at the border of the 3 major races, didn't contest territory with humans or demons but ruthlessly plundered everywhere. The Divine Race became the fallen dog of the 10,000 Spring Star System, constantly fleeing under constant attacks. On the 10,000 Souls Star, since the great battle with Henri Marissizan, the Alex no longer concealed his strength. Combined with his previous reputation of sweeping through the Divine Race, he intimidated anyone who dared to disturb him. He quietly remained on the 10,000 Soul Star, attempting the integration of the Great Tao. Meanwhile, in the White Mountain constellation, St. Karin Star, Clan Chief Deliberation Hall, Clan leader Emile frowned deeply. It's been 11 years since Henri Marissizan left. Why hasn't he returned? Could there have been an issue with the cosmic cruiser? But including the 3 cruisers left behind in the 10,000 Spring Star System, 10 Venerable Heavens prowess should prevent total destruction by others, right? An ominous feeling crept into his mind, but he quickly shook it off. Impossible. With 10 Venerable Heavens, including a legendary figure like Henri Marissizan, something must have delayed them. Emile looked towards the door and shouted sternly, "Get someone to bring the 10 ancestors here immediately for an emergency meeting." Soon after, the 10 ancestors arrived simultaneously at the Deliberation Hall. Emile explained the situation and handed over an intelligence jade slip. The Venerable Heavens must have been delayed for some reason. Go to the 10,000 Spring Star System, gather relevant intelligence, and escort them back. Yes. The 10 ancestors responded solemnly. After understanding the situation, they departed via a transmission array to a border planet, then boarded 2 pre-prepared cosmic cruisers bound for the 10,000 Spring Star System. On board the cruisers, the 10 ancestors maintained serious expressions. They knew that losing contact with 10 Venerable Heavens simultaneously was a significant event, and their mission was crucial. One ancestor suddenly asked within one of the cruisers, "Do you think we need to report about Henri Marissizan?" His 4 companions exchanged uneasy glances. Over the past decade, the Alex's alter ego had revealed more details about Henri Marissizan's past, and extensive historical information led most to believe those rumors, including the ancestors present. They believed Henri Marissizan indeed killed countless upper echelons of the Divine Race, causing a gap in top-tier power and forcibly concealing history. Another ancestor opined, Who knows if Henri Mauricicin will get angry? Let's not be the first to speak up. We can pretend we don't know, and let him find out himself upon return. It makes sense. If he truly cares so much as the news suggests, leading him to kill many people to bury that past, mentioning it might lead to immediate death, they agreed and lapsed into silence. They weren't particularly resistant or repulsed by Henri Mauricicin's past actions. Too much time had passed, and those events were unrelated to them directly. Their main concern was whether Henri Mauricicin would resort to indiscriminate killings again due to similar reasons. Nonetheless, they held a glimmer of hope. Even if Henri Mauricicin had committed such atrocities 1.3 billion years ago, his mental knots should have long been resolved. Besides, no one now dared call him illegitimate in light of his revealed past. The cosmic cruisers zipped through the endless void. 4 months later, they finally arrived at the 10,000 Spring star system. Following the coordinates, the two cruisers teleported towards the star field where Henri Mauricicin and Seth Mauricicin were located. In the vast expanse of space, Henri Mauricicin and Seth Mauricicin, separated by hundreds of kilometers, opened their eyes almost simultaneously as two cruisers appeared from afar, swiftly approaching. Seth Mauricicin's eyes lit up with joy. Henri Mauricicin, maintaining his composure, stopped cultivating and waited for the cruisers' arrival. Minutes later, the two cruisers halted before them. 8 ancestors emerged respectfully bowing. Venerable Henri Mauricicin, Venerable Seth Mauricicin. One of our ancestors asked, where are the other venerable heavens? Seth Mauricicin glanced at Henri Mauricicin, then began recounting their journey upon seeing he had no intention to speak. Chapter 472. I do not Stefan to be deceived. The 8 venerable elders listened intently as Jarrett recounted his experiences. When they learned that 5 exalted ones had been intercepted in the endless void, their hearts skipped a beat. They understood just how fast a spacecraft traveling through continuous teleportation could be, and how short its stay in the starfield would be. Intercepting a spacecraft moving at full speed through teleportation was indeed a terrifying feat. Their expressions turned even more grave when they learned that 3 exalted ones had perished in the Mauriciquan star system. Jarrett wisely omitted mentioning that Henri the Exalted had personally killed one of them. He only stated that all 3 exalted ones had died there. This led the 8 elders to believe that the mysterious strongman named Alex had killed all 3 exalted ones. This is an incredibly formidable being. To kill 3 exalted ones and leave Henri the Exalted helpless, one elder remarked. Unbelievable that this Mauriciquan star system harbors such a powerful figure besides Amiri. Even Amiri himself can match the first tier Henri the Exalted, resulting in mutual compromises. The Mauriciquan star system is indeed not simple. The 8 exalted ones' thoughts were tumultuous, but they gradually regained their composure, suppressing their shock. Now then, should we head back directly, Your Excellencies? Let's go. Henri the Exalted said indifferently. His word left no room for objections. Everyone boarded 2 spacecrafts and began their journey back to the White Mountain constellation via teleportation. More than 4 months later. On a border planet of the White Mountain constellation, 2 spacecrafts landed under the guidance of local garrisons. 2 exalted ones and 10 venerable elders disembarked one after another. The nearby garrison soldiers immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Excellency. Greetings, venerable elder. Meanwhile, some peculiar gazes fell upon Henri the Exalted. A few garrison soldiers whispered silently among themselves. That exalted one with black and white wings must be the legendary Henri the Exalted, right? To think that such a great exalted one in historical records committed unspeakable massacres due to being called a bastard in his Santiago, truly unbelievable. Perhaps those great deeds in history were someone else's accomplishments, replaced by his. In reality, he might just be a sinister and ruthless man. Everyone knew how formidable exalted ones could be, so they dared only to glance briefly, fearing any further attention from Henri the Exalted. However, Henri the Exalted instantly sensed the unusual looks. Henri the Exalted suddenly halted his steps, causing everyone else to stop as well. The garrison soldiers who had just stared at him felt their hearts racing and muscles tensing, afraid that their glances had offended him. Why are you looking at me? Henri the Exalted's calm voice echoed in the air. Though he did not address anyone specifically, many knew he had detected their odd gazes. Immediately, hearts raced again. Breathing paused momentarily. Tension gripped their bodies, almost losing control. No one dared respond, fearing becoming the target. The leader of the garrison, also an elder, bowed deeply. We apologize, Your Excellency. We merely heard much about Henri the Exalted and couldn't help but take a second look. Henri the Exalted glanced at him. A flash of black light swept past. The elder's body crumbled into countless tiny particles, dissolving into the black light before quietly returning to Henri the Exalted's body. I do not like to be lied to, Henri the Exalted said calmly. Everyone fell silent. The garrison soldiers trembled in fear. The 10 elders and Jarrett dared not speak. Only Henri the Exalted's calm voice continued. Tell me why you were looking at me. His tone remained neutral, devoid of threats, yet every garrison soldier knew that if they didn't speak honestly, the outcome might be death for all. One garrison soldier stepped forward. Henri the Exalted, rumors have spread over the years that you once killed many high-ranking deities, causing a gap in their power and altered history. We naturally don't believe these rumors, but we hesitated to inform you, fearing your anger. His trembling voice steadied gradually. Henri the Exalted asked, any other rumors? The soldier replied, just those, but there are many details. For instance, many alien races once followed you to pacify the world, but you killed them all. Also, rumors about your origin and being called the first genius of the White Mountain constellation. Henri the Exalted glanced at him, then turned to Jarrett. You explain the mission's results to the Patriarch while I leave now. Understood, Jarrett nodded. They parted ways. Henri the Exalted left alone. Jarrett and the 10 elders returned to Sacred Kalen Star, entering the Patriarch's meeting hall. Dupont, the Patriarch, greeted them respectfully. After everyone settled down, Dupont, noting only one exalted one had come, realized the others must have left on their own accord. Dupont maintained a courteous smile. Jared, how did the mission go? Varian's words left Dupont speechless. You mean 3 exalted ones were killed by Alex? The news of the exalted one's deaths sent shivers down his spine, far overshadowing the loss of the Xuanhuan star system. Jared nodded. Yes, Alex killed 3 of our exalted ones and escaped from Henri the Exalted. Additionally, I heard rumors about Henri the Exalted spreading during my return, likely done by Alex's avatars. Hearing this, Dupont and the 10 elders paled simultaneously. Varian shared some intelligence about Alex. This Alex wields the origin law of souls and can create multiple avatars. Some are weak, equivalent to ordinary people, while others possess the strength of exalted ones. Avatar deaths don't affect the main body. Based on Alex's actions in Xuanhuan, his hidden avatars could easily blend in with ordinary deity races, possibly lurking for decades or centuries. Even memory interrogation cannot reveal them. It's highly likely that these avatars have been spreading rumors throughout the White Mountain constellation. Chapter 473, The Troubled Divine Race. Clan leader Clem took a deep breath. With a grave expression, he asked, Venerable Seth, if this is true, does it mean that these avatars of the Alex can never be eradicated? The ability to consume other living beings to grow stronger, continuously split into new avatars with completely independent lives, combined with an undetectable infiltration capability. Just thinking about it made it seem incredibly challenging. Venerable Seth shook his head. Even Venerable Shay couldn't do anything about it, so I naturally don't have any good ideas either. Clan leader Dubong pondered for a moment before asking again, could it be that this Alex has some grudge against Venerable Shay? Or does this have something to do with Amiri? To ensure the translation reads naturally and fluently in English, it is better to rephrase, has this Alex done all this because he has some grudge against Venerable Shay? To could it be that this Alex has some grudge against Venerable Shay? This makes the sentence flow more smoothly and retains the speculative tone of the original text. Seth had already decided not to reveal the truth about their grievances. He had thought through his response while on his way here. The Alex and Amiri are partners. Those rumors were likely fabricated to provoke Venerable Shay, hoping to create discord and even incite internal strife among us. It's merely a lowly tactic of sowing discord. Clan leader Clem nodded thoughtfully. The Alex's avatars have long been hiding within our divine race. It seems Amiri and the Alex have been plotting for a long time. All the conflicts in the Xuanhuan star system were designed to draw us out. This revision maintains the original meaning while improving fluency and consistency in English. The name, Dubong, was corrected to Clem for consistency with earlier translations of this name. Additionally, slight adjustments were made to sentence structure for more natural reading in English. Perhaps there's more to this story. He looked up and respectfully asked, does Venerable Seth have any other discoveries in the Xuanhuan star system? For instance, what exactly are the grudges between Amiri and the Alex and our divine race? With their formidable strength and incredible abilities, if we don't understand why they're against us and find a solution, days to come will undoubtedly be troublesome for the entire Baishan constellation. As he spoke, clan leader Clem sighed heavily. Note, Bong should be translated as Pont to maintain the proper name consistency. Just dealing with the Alex's avatars was giving him a headache. They had failed to investigate the previous rumors spread across the Baishan constellation. It wasn't until Venerable Seth explained that they understood the source. Even then, he couldn't think of any solutions to deal with the Alex's avatars. Matters would only worsen once they acted openly, bringing even more trouble to the Baishan constellation. Not to mention the equally dangerous Amiri who matched Venerable Shay in combat. Having such terrifying enemies lurking in the shadows was daunting. Seth glanced at him indifferently and said coldly, you need to investigate the grudges between Amiri and the Alex and our divine race, not ask me. Also, avoid provoking them as we currently can't handle them. Despite Seth's unfriendly tone, clan leader Dubong did not dare to show any displeasure. Instead, he hurriedly bowed and said, understood. Venerable Seth's figure transformed into light and vanished instantly from everyone's sight. Clan leader Clem stood up and turned to the 10 elders. Elders, did you uncover any intelligence in the Xuanhuan star system? Note, Bong is typically part of a name or place and should be connected as Clem in English for fluency and consistency. One of the elders shook his head. Fearing unexpected events, we went directly to the coordinates left by Lord Venerable upon arrival in the Xuanhuan star system and returned immediately after. Dubong smiled and gonged his hands. Thank you for your efforts, elders. Note, gongso is a traditional Chinese greeting gesture, which can be described as arched his hands, or simply translated as bowed politely. Here I chose to specify the gesture for cultural accuracy while maintaining fluency. For better fluency and cultural accuracy, it might be better to say. Dubong smiled and arched his hands. Thank you for your efforts, elders. The 10 elders bid farewell and left. Leighton's expression turned solemn. Note, Dubong should be consistently translated as Leighton to maintain consistency in terminology and style. So those rumors were true. Venerable Shay really killed all the senior members of the divine race back then, creating a power vacuum and breaking historical continuity, burying everything in the past. And the Alex, knowing so much, is very likely a survivor from 1.3 billion years ago. His current actions are merely revenge against Venerable Shay. Just relying on rumors won't defeat such a supreme being. Therefore, the Alex must have something else up his sleeve. We're in for a lot of trouble. Dubong sighed deeply. This appears to be a direct transliteration of the Chinese name, which may not be ideal for English readers. For better readability and consistency in terminology, it should be. Clan leader Dubang sighed deeply. If Dubong refers to a previously introduced character whose name has an established English version, you should use that instead. Please provide more context if necessary. Previously, he suspected the rumors were true. After hearing about the Alex from Venerable Seth, his suspicions were confirmed. He had also managed to piece together the timeline of events. From Seth's words, he guessed Seth also knew something but dared not offend Venerable Shay, so he deliberately shifted the topic away from it. Thinking this, Duke Bang felt increasingly troubled. Note, Dubong seems to be a partial translation or romanization error. It should likely be Duke Bang for consistency and fluency in English. Externally, we have the powerful enemies Amiri and the Alex, and Venerable Seth told me not to provoke them, yet they keep stirring things up, making their avatars nearly impossible to counter. Internally, Venerable Shay remains an unstable factor. He had the heart to kill so many people back then. Who knows what he'll do if provoked by these rumors now? The most crucial issue is strength. If we had enough strength, would we need to worry about all this? We could just strike out aggressively. After pondering for a long time, Duke Bang instructed one of his subordinates, send for Elder Li. A short while later, Elder Li flew into the conference hall. Leader, what do you need? Duke Bang said solemnly, regarding the rumors outside. What is the current situation? Elder Li replied in a deep voice. After prolonged strict suppression, the rumors have largely been controlled. However, occasionally, there are still people who spread the rumors fearlessly, adding fuel to the fire. As for the people spreading the rumors, we still haven't found any connection or the organization they belong to. Duke Bang raised his hand to stop him. Regarding the rumor mongers, we now have a lead. He detailed the information about Alex and said, although we cannot eradicate them, we must intensify our crackdown further. Once there's suspicion, execute without hesitation. Alex's avatars don't fear death, but others do. I don't believe countless lives won't cool down their enthusiasm for gossip. Lord Shay has returned. If these words reach his ears, neither you nor I will have an easy time. Elder Li nodded seriously. I understand. On the other side, after leaving, Lord Shay arrived alone at an ordinary life-bearing planet and entered a common city, attracting countless gazes. Most here were ordinary divine race members below the divine realm, with low strength and relatively poor mental fortitude. Seeing Lord Shay, besides excitement and agitation, some showed peculiar expressions. Lord Shay remained calm and looked at one of them, asking indifferently, I heard there have been some rumors about me recently. Tell me what you've heard. This was an ordinary young member of the divine race with 2 wings on his back. Upon hearing Lord Shay's question, he immediately went weak in the knees, collapsing to the ground, stuttering, my lord. I don't know. Any rumors? Lord Shay's gaze flickered. A black light flashed, and the Santiago's body instantly disintegrated into scattered black light. Shortly after, Elder Li flew into the meeting hall. Clan leader, what do you require? Clem clan leader sternly asked, what is the current situation regarding the rumors outside? This ensures that the translation accurately conveys the meaning of the original text, reads naturally and fluently in English, maintains consistency in terminology and style. Dubong has been corrected to Clem clan leader for clarity and consistency with earlier context. After prolonged suppression, they've mostly subsided, but there are still some fearless individuals who occasionally stir things up, Li replied gravely. As for those spreading the rumors, no connections or organizations have been found. Dubong should be translated as Duke for better fluency in English. Here's the corrected sentence. Duke interrupted him. However, if Dubong is a name, it should be transliterated to maintain consistency. For instance, Dupron interrupted him. Without additional context on whether Dubong is a name or title, I'll assume it's a title and translate it as Duke for natural reading in English. Duke interrupted him. Please provide more context if you need a different translation. There's progress on the rumor mongers. He detailed the information on the Alex and said, though we can't eradicate them, we need to intensify our crackdowns. Execute anyone suspicious without hesitation. The Alex's avatars may not fear death, but others still do. I don't believe countless deaths won't chill their enthusiasm. Venerable Shay has returned. If he hears these rumors, neither of us will have an easy life. Li nodded earnestly. I understand. Elsewhere. After leaving, Venerable Shay arrived at a common life-bearing planet, entering an ordinary city. Many people stared at him. Most were common divines below the god realm, relatively weak in both power and mindset. Upon seeing Venerable Shay, countless people grew excited, but their expressions also carried hints of unease. Venerable Shay, maintaining a composed expression, pointed at someone and calmly asked, I've heard there are recent rumors about me. Tell me more. A young winged divine trembled upon hearing Venerable Shay's voice, collapsing to the ground. Shaking, he said, Lord, Venerable? I don't know any rumors. Venerable Shay's eyes flickered. A dark flash appeared and disappeared. The Santiago's body disintegrated, transforming into black particles scattered into the wind. Hashtag chapter 474. The Great Breakthrough of Supreme Being Henri. Following the death of the young God Race member, everyone around them fell silent. Supreme Being Henri looked at another individual. With an unperturbed expression, he asked again, Speak. What were the rumors? Not a single word is to be omitted. The person immediately tensed up, his heart quaking. Seeing the miserable state of the previous young God Race member, he understood that if he did not speak, death was certain. But if he told the truth, there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival. He dared not hesitate for a moment and recounted the rumors in detail. When he mentioned Divine Demon Hybrid, Supreme Being Henri interrupted him and said, He said this? Not knowing who he referred to, the man still answered decisively, Yes. Supreme Being Henri shook his head calmly. No, he certainly didn't say it like that. As he spoke, he pressed his right hand downward. A black light curtain shot out from his palm, expanding rapidly as it traveled, sweeping over the land below. From space, one could see. A massive black curtain appeared on the planet's surface, cutting straight through the entire sphere. In an instant, the entire planet disintegrated into countless particles, disappearing into thin air. Countless lives on the planet died silently, jamming in the empty expanse of space. Supreme Being Henri murmured, You lied to me, so you must die. Actually, he knew that Alex had indeed spread news about his past throughout the White Mountain constellation, just as they had initially said. His origins were indeed a deep-seated knot in his heart. Being mocked and ridiculed by others during his Santiago, being called a mongrel, it was the most painful and unbearable experience of his life. As Alex had guessed, he buried these painful memories deep within himself, growing stronger with time, eventually leading the God race and some follower races to unify the entire White Mountain constellation. Back then, his status and honor reached unprecedented heights. But when he read historical records mentioning his divine demon mixed blood, an inexplicable anger welled up within him. Jin's humiliation and resentment surged together in his heart. The glory of that time starkly contrasted with his Santiago-ful humiliation, piercing his innermost self. Only then did he realize this had become a deep-seated knot. Thus, he set a trap, capturing all high-ranking officials of the follower races and all senior members of the God race. Under the guise of rebellion, he eradicated all races completely. Historical records were also altered under his command, forbidding any mention of his past or the bloody slaughter. Since then, his knot seemed to have disappeared. However, until 10 years ago, when he confirmed Alex's identity, Supreme Being Henri realized his knot hadn't vanished. It had merely been forcefully suppressed. He feared that Alex would expose his humble origins, but he knew he couldn't kill Alex, and thus couldn't prevent them from revealing his painful past. So, he tried to act indifferent, making it seem like he didn't care, hoping they wouldn't intentionally bring up his origin. Yet, his intentions were all seen through by Alex. During these 10 years of seclusion in the heavenly spring star system, he constantly pondered how to face the upcoming situation. He feared meeting strange gazes, being ridiculed, and especially hearing words like mongrel, or even similar terms like hybrid, which would stir up his inner pain. On the way back, he remained conflicted, until landing on that border planet, where some guards looked at him with unusual eyes. Supreme Being Henri felt as though he could hear them laughing inside, calling him a mongrel. Anger instantly surged within him, but he understood that since Alex had revealed his past, it had already spread throughout the White Mountain constellation. Even if he initiated another great purge as he did 13 billion years ago, it would be impossible to cover everything up given people's preparedness. Therefore, he endured the strange looks. It felt like he had returned to his teenage years, silently enduring endless ridicule and insults, until he entered this city. He gradually found himself able to face it calmly. Casually destroying the planet beneath his feet made the anger and humiliation dissipate. Past is past. Everything is ephemeral. Supreme Being Henri closed his eyes slightly, appearing to fall into a deep slumber. Black light enveloped his body, gradually rising like flames, spreading to an ever-expanding range. Deep down, he had always known that low birth did not mean contempt, especially given his current power and achievements, which would only increase respect from others. But once this became a deep-seated knot, he overreacted to others' comments, twisting their meanings. Even hearing the term hybrid normally would make him feel humiliated. That was why he unleashed such brutality back then. Now, Supreme Being Henri had truly let go of the past, as if his entire soul underwent a transformation. His deep-seated knot was truly untied. He finally showed signs of a significant breakthrough. Elsewhere, news of the planet suddenly going offline reached the ears of the elder guarding the Star Sea. He immediately dispatched a small team to investigate. 3 cosmic boats gradually approached the space where Supreme Being Henri resided. What is that? Black light? It has completely enveloped the space where Dune is located. Could Dune have been destroyed? Be careful, this black light is definitely problematic. Test it first to see if it's harmful. A powerful God race member flew out of the cabin, retrieving a large piece of crimson metal from a storage ring and tossing it toward the black light. After several seconds of rapid flight, the metal entered the black light's coverage area. They watched as the crimson metal was instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless black lights that merged with the original black light. Everyone's expressions turned grave. After several rounds of testing, they had to admit that this black light surpassed their ability to handle it. They couldn't even touch it. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed in everyone's mind. I am Supreme Being Henri. I am cultivating here. Pass the message along. No one is to disturb me. All were startled, but immediately bowed respectfully. Yes. The 3 cosmic boats hastily departed. Only after flying far away did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Who would have thought it was Supreme Being Henri here? No wonder the black light was so terrifying. Another added, that is the location of Dune. Now there's only black light. Could it be? Supreme Being Henri destroyed Dune. Everyone caught their breath, more thoughts swirling in their minds. For instance, Supreme Being Henri's cruelty contradicted historical accounts of the revered being. So, the killings of countless God race leaders and the extermination of many races might very well be true. Chapter 475. I am Emperor Shay. The news of the destruction of Dorne by Lord Shay spread and eventually reached Patriarch Burke, causing him to shudder inwardly. The destruction of Dorne was a minor issue. However, if Lord Shay lost control of his emotions, it would be a catastrophic disaster for the divine race. Lately, he had been worried about Lord Shay losing his composure and reason. Now that Dorne had been annihilated for no apparent reason, he instinctively imagined the worst-case scenario. The only fortunate thing was that after destroying Dorne, Lord Shay had ceased all further actions and remained quietly meditating in his place. It seems Lord Shay was only momentarily out of control. At least he still knew how to restrain himself, which isn't too troublesome. Relieved, Patriarch Burke sighed and called his subordinate. With a stern face, he instructed, inform Elder Devon to ensure his subordinates do not spread any news about Lord Shay nor let anyone approach his location. As for the destruction of Dorne, have him find an appropriate explanation for the public. Yes. The subordinate bowed and left. In the former space occupied by Dorne, A vast expanse of black light enveloped several 10,000 kilometers, swallowing everything like a black hole from which even light could not escape. The only difference was that it lacked gravitational pull, not actively drawing distant objects towards it. Once any celestial debris entered its black domain, it would instantly be swallowed and disintegrated. Time slowly passed as the black light gradually contracted into a small sphere. Suddenly, the black sphere shrank into a minuscule black, followed by a burst of faint gray light expanding in all directions, forming a vast gray domain stretching thousands of kilometers. Lord Shay appeared at the center of this domain. His eyes closed, he felt an immensely stronger power within him. An intuitive realization arose within him. This was the power of chaos. This is a whole new realm, a whole new dimension, a whole new force. Lord Shay murmured to himself, I am the first in all of eternity. From now on, I am Emperor Shay. As he finished speaking, the gray chaotic force suppressed the entire space, extinguishing all the ambient spiritual energy until nothing could exist within the chaos. With another thought, he vanished from the starry sky and entered a wondrous space filled with infinite chaotic power, resembling a misty ocean. Emperor Shay flew joyfully for a moment before exiting the chaotic space. He then realized he was trillions of kilometers away from where he had entered. Truly incredible, this chaotic space. Emperor Shay marveled and entered the chaotic space again to get accustomed to the differences between it and the outside world, attempting the new instantaneous traveling method. After repeated experiments, he discovered that travel distances within the chaotic space were magnified 100-fold in the real world. Moving 1 meter inside resulted in moving 100 meters outside. Therefore, with his current speed being 100 times the speed of light, amplified travel speeds could reach up to 10,000 times the speed of light. This was ideal for long-distance travel. However, during flights within the chaotic space, his senses of the outside world were completely blocked. Stefank, a blindfolded person walking, he could only memorize the direction beforehand and proceed blindly. Directional precision and distance accuracy could be easily compromised, leading to potential deviations. Nevertheless, Emperor Shay was quite satisfied with the chaotic space. Its boost to his speed rivaled that of the fastest interstellar ships, ensuring he wouldn't face the same predicament as before in the xuanhuan star system. Bryson, although you indirectly helped me resolve my inner conflicts, since you betrayed me, your fate will be death. Emperor Shay smiled lightly, turning his gaze toward a specific direction, where he used to meditate in the xuanhuan star system. Possessing the ability to manipulate the fundamental laws, he had left marks in the universe that served as coordinates, much like markings on trees. No divine sovereign could ever get lost in space unless all such marks were destroyed by other imperial-level beings. Clearly, his marks remained intact. Moving swiftly, he re-entered the chaotic space, following the direction of his memories. After some time, he exited the chaotic space, adjusted his course slightly, and entered again without stopping. A few months later, Emperor Shay arrived at the xuanhuan star system. Now, he had a better chance to eliminate Alex, but needed to find the entity's true form first. After flying through space for a few days, he found a life-supporting planet and confidently entered it. At his current 100-fold light speed capability, he didn't worry about detection by any guards. Besides, the planet had no guardians left. Hovering mid-air, he surveyed the ground, seeing ruins and remnants everywhere. A desolate, apocalyptic scene. A few common divine race members fought over resources, injuring and even killing each other. Frowning, he circled above once. Unfortunately, there were neither teleportation arrays nor any higher-ranked deities present. He landed in a dilapidated city, capturing a 4-winged divine race member. Facing Shay's calm inquiry about the teleportation array, the 4-winged member replied hastily. The teleportation array was destroyed 7 years ago. Why? The divine race faced invasions from multiple sides, while our leaders secretly fled. Higher-ups gradually discovered the truth and escaped with funds, leaving us commoners behind, he explained sadly. When we tried to flee, the teleportation array was packed every day, and we had no spots on the spacecrafts. Eventually, everyone decided to fight to the death, rather than allow others to escape. So, in the chaos, the teleportation array was destroyed. Only the common folk like us were left behind. Looking at Emperor Shay with hopeful eyes, he asked cautiously, My lord, I know you can leave this planet. Please take me with you. I am willing to serve you forever as a servant. I don't want to remain on this abandoned planet waiting to die. Please. Emperor Shay casually threw him aside and returned to the starry sky. Finding 2 more planets nearby in similar conditions, no teleportation arrays, no regular spacecrafts, he realized the situation was the same. All escape tools had been seized by powerful individuals, leaving only the lower echelons of the divine race behind. Chapter 476, The Chaotic Realm. Emperor Henri looked around. In the heavenly spring star system, he had left only 2 imprints. One was at the location where he had previously cultivated. The other was near the 10,000 Sol star in the Clark Nebula. Now that he needed to investigate the whereabouts of the Alex's true body, he had to enter a planet normally connected to the outside world to gather relevant information. However, neither of these 2 imprints could meet this requirement. It seems I have to find another life-bearing planet, said Emperor Henri. He randomly chose a direction and started flying at a speed 100 times the speed of light, searching through the vast cosmos. 2 months later, he finally found a planet occupied by humans. When he stood openly in the sky, it immediately caught the attention of the human legion. However, a vague gray light flashed. All the approaching spaceships and powerful humans instantly turned to ashes, leaving no trace as if they had never existed. Emperor Henri casually flew down to the ground, grabbing a human to ask for information about the Alex. Those who did not cooperate were killed on the spot. After asking several people from different places and combining the information he gathered, he confirmed the current location of the Alex's true body. After all, the Alex showed no intention of hiding his tracks. Instead, he boldly renamed a former godly race planet to 10,000 Sol star. Even his scattered avatars occasionally transported batches of living beings to the 10,000 soul star. Such arrogance. You think I can't do anything to you, so you expose yourself recklessly? Bryson, you are far more immature than before. Emperor Henri sneered. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that he did not have the coordinates for the new 10,000 soul star. In the vast expanse of space, finding an exact location with just the name of a planet was naturally impossible. Even if he went to the nearest planet to the 10,000 soul star and searched blindly, it would take him a long time even with his speed. At this moment, a towering figure rushed over from afar. This man was a deputy commander who had received an urgent distress call and hurriedly came to help. However, when he flew closer and saw Emperor Henri from the air, he was stunned. That's Emperor Henri? The God Race Emperor. The deputy commander gasped in shock and immediately turned to flee. After Amiri met the God Race Emperor, he shared some basic information with Matt, who then informed the higher echelons of the army. Understanding the enemy's strength was crucial to making the most accurate judgment of the situation and implementing appropriate strategies. Therefore, all commanders and deputy commanders were quite familiar with the basic information about the God Race Emperor. Seeing the unique large wings behind Emperor Henri, they could immediately identify him as an unrivaled power at the Celestial Emperor level. However, as the deputy commander turned to escape, a figure appeared right in front of him. Though the person looked ordinary and calm, the deputy commander trembled, his heart clenching as he dared not move any further. Do you have the coordinates for 10,000 Soul Star? Emperor Henri asked indifferently. The deputy commander immediately replied, yes. Give them to me. Yes. The deputy commander felt relieved inside. Planetary coordinates were replicable strategic resources, important yet not rare. As long as one had the original, it could be replicated infinitely. As members of the High Command, they kept several planetary coordinates and blank jade slips in their storage rings. Fortunately, he had the coordinates for 10,000 Soul Star. The deputy commander quickly took out a jade slip and respectfully handed it over. After receiving it, Emperor Henri used his soul power to explore it and immediately sensed the location of a planet clearly marked as 10,000 Soul Star. He placed the jade slip back into his storage ring and casually waved his hand. A gray light spread over the entire planet, disintegrating it into nothingness. The deputy commander was shocked and furious. Before he could react, Emperor Henry's eyes flickered, and another gray light disintegrated the deputy commander as well. Although he did not care much about avenging or protecting the interests of ordinary gods, Emperor Henri took pleasure in eliminating enemies of the godly race effortlessly. Having done all this, Emperor Henri entered the chaotic space to start his journey. With a clear target, the chaotic space was the fastest way to travel. A few days later, Emperor Henri arrived near the 10,000 Soul Star, deliberately suppressing his speed to approach at tens of times the speed of light. On the 10,000 Soul Star, Alex suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the sky in confusion. Why is Henri here again? Knowing he can't kill me, does he come to reminisce or beg me not to reveal his past? Unaware that Emperor Henri had already returned, Alex thought Emperor Henri was still trapped in the heavenly spring star system, waiting for the Xuanhuan constellation spacecraft. While pondering, Emperor Henri got closer and closer to the 10,000 Soul Star. Alex simply flew into the sky to greet Emperor Henri directly. The two faced each other in the void. Henri, why are you looking for me? What else? Of course, I'm here to kill you. I don't believe you can resurrect endlessly. With that, Emperor Henri sped up to 100 times the speed of light, reaching beside the Alex and slapped towards his body. The speed of Henri startled Alex's pupils, but he reacted instinctively, dodging sideways. At this moment, a faint gray light spread out. The chaotic realm instantly enveloped thousands of miles. Covered by the chaotic realm, a layer of gray light enveloped Alex's body. He felt like being encased in concrete, unable to move or even think clearly. All the laws of nature were restricted, immobilizing him completely. Alex was filled with horror. Besides these external influences, he lost all perception of the outside world. To him, he was just trying to dodge Emperor Henry's attack. Then everything turned black as if entering a completely dark space. Here, he couldn't see the distant stars or stellar ruins, sense Emperor Henri, or even feel his own body. It felt like his consciousness was adrift in complete darkness. Time, direction, everything, none of it existed anymore. Chapter 477. Emperor Henry's invasion. Outside world. After Emperor Henry's chaotic domain enveloped the Alex, he carefully observed his captive for a while. Seeing no reaction from the Alex, Emperor Henri waved his hand and lifted the Alex's body, which was encased as if in cement, and flew into the chaotic space. He knew that upon the death of the Alex's main body, it would instantly revive in one of its clones. This indicated that the Alex's consciousness had some mysterious connection with each clone. However, he was uncertain whether his current methods could sever this connection to prevent the Alex from reviving. What he was certain of was that the chaotic space's blocking ability was stronger than his chaotic domain. Therefore, the safest plan was to bring the Alex into the chaotic space before killing him, preventing other clones from receiving the signal of the main body's death, and thus avoiding the possibility of the main consciousness being reborn in a clone. Upon entering the chaotic space, Emperor Henri waved his hand and completely disintegrated the Alex's body, leaving not a trace behind. External world. In the Xuanhuan star system by Xianxia constellation, Naming star C, across different planets, millions of people who were actually the Alex's clones disguised as members of various races felt a slight, tearing pain in their heads. It was as though a central entity connected to countless clones had been forcibly severed by an external force, causing all clones to experience mild discomfort. The main body was like the trunk of a tree, and the clones were like roots. Thankfully, Emperor Henry's actions did not harm the foundation of these clones. A gifted teenager on a planet in the Naming star C grew solemn. My main body vanished in an instant? What terrifying means does Emperor Henri possess? I must inform Amiri immediately. The teenager stood up and quickly ran out of the academy. The Alex's clones were implanted into infants or soon-to-be-born babies in seed form to achieve perfect integration. The Naming Star C clones were created by a single clone that infiltrated a planet quietly when Amiri gained fame in the Marisaquan star system over a decade ago. There were only 9 clones, with the oldest being 13 years old. The original clone sent by the Alex died several years ago in an accident. Thus, now it was left to this 13-year-old boy named Armin to find Amiri. But Amiri's whereabouts were beyond what such an ordinary boy, despite his exceptional talent, was allowed to know. After going through various efforts, Armin finally reached the local branch of the Taishui mansion but was ignored and expelled. It seems I need to gain some strength or make a significant move, Armin sighed and turned away. He knew that even if they allowed him to teleport to the main branch, he wouldn't have the privilege to meet Amiri. Therefore, Armin began hunting wanted criminals, gradually absorbing their power and growing stronger. Though he was a prodigious Santiago, having practiced for only a short time, his strength was still average, and he couldn't act openly as he did among the divine race. Otherwise, there was no guarantee he would grow up successfully, let alone avoid making enemies with Amiri. Elsewhere. After killing the Alex in the chaotic space, Emperor Henri returned to the starry sky, took out a prepared jade slip, and probed it with his soul force. After sensing something, he entered the chaotic space and sped off as fast as possible. Amiri, next is your turn. Naming Star C. During these peaceful 10 years, the human race produced countless talented and powerful individuals, among whom the most brilliant was Clyde from Stefanangji planet. Now, he had grown from a naive teenager into a mature and composed hawk, advancing from the 10,000 realms realm to the heaven realm in just 3 leaps. Such cultivation rank made him a top-tier powerhouse on any ordinary life-bearing planet, especially with the trump cards left by Jacqueline. Even facing a deity realm strongman, he had a chance to turn the tables. Thus, Jacqueline stopped sending people to secretly protect him and allowed Clyde to adventure alone. Since then, Clyde left Stefanangji planet and embarked on various adventures with a few close friends, growing steadily. Meanwhile, Jacqueline abandoned all worldly affairs and retreated into the starry sky to cultivate diligently. In these 10 years, she only advanced once, from early-stage Emperor Realm to mid-stage Emperor Realm 4 years ago. At her current realm, even with the boundary-breaking pearl, her cultivation progress slowed significantly. Amiri's advancement also decelerated. From level 4 Saint Realm 10 years ago, he reached level 10 Saint Realm now, with a remaining potential point count of 178 trillion. Yet, he needed another 822 trillion to level up again. At his current full-speed cultivation rate, it would take about 2.5 years. Inside the Golden Barrier, dozens of ancient divine ancestors continuously attacked, while Amiri sat cross-legged, eyes closed, basking leisurely in the heavenly white light. His potential points soared rapidly. One early morning. On a border planet, in an ordinary small city, everyone started their day as usual, some practicing martial arts, others opening shops, and some strolling down the streets. Smoke rose from chimneys and slowly dissipated in the wind. The bustling noise of city life filled the streets. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared in the air above the city, unnoticed by those below. Before anyone could realize his presence, his right hand casually waved. A murky gray light flashed, and in an instant, the city along with everything within tens of miles, including all living beings, structures, and forests, disintegrated into nothingness. It was as if a piece of the planet had been erased, leaving no trace of matter. Even the air in that space vanished. In the next moment, air rushed in from distant areas due to the sudden pressure difference, creating a deafening sound like rolling thunder. This massive disturbance alerted the flying patrols high above. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! As warning signals spread from several patrol ships, they swiftly surrounded the intruder. However, upon sighting the target, the dozens of guards inside the ships tensed up. It's the divine race. There's a divine invasion. Transmit the highest alert signal. Seek help from Lord Amiri. Since the days of the Saint Realm strongman Aiden, subsequent invasions by divine race warriors had grown increasingly formidable, leading ordinary people in the Naming Star Sea to instinctively assume any divine race member must be at least a Saint Realm warrior, capable of only being dealt with by Lord Amiri. Chapter 478. The Power of Chaos. The Grand Headquarters of Taishui Mansion. The Meeting Hall. A figure flew in from the distance, shouting anxiously even before entering the main gates of the hall. Elder! There's a divine clan intruder on Xianxia Star. The current duty elder was named Alexei. Hearing the shout from outside, his heart jolted with surprise. He instinctively stood up and called out, "Someone go fetch." Halfway through, he remembered that an ordinary person wouldn't know Amiri's whereabouts, let alone find him easily in the vastness of space. Alexei quickly flew out of the hall to face the messenger who had just reported, speaking with a grave expression. "Tell me all the details about the target." The messenger responded breathlessly. "The intruder is just one member of the divine clan. No one knows how he appeared. It was only after he destroyed several cities that the guards noticed. We came to report immediately. He may have just one pair of wings, but he's certainly not one of the common divine clan members, as described by Lord Amiri. His wings are enormous and black and white. Most importantly, a single strike from him can reduce cities and countless mountains within tens of miles to ashes. He's definitely not an ordinary divine clan member." Alexei's expression grew increasingly grave. By the time the messenger finished, he had sucked in a sharp breath. Ordinary people had no right to know too much, but as an elder of Taishui Mansion, he was already familiar with the general knowledge about divine clan celestials. He knew that this visitor must be a divine clan celestial, a supreme existence beyond the Holy King realm. Without delay, he flew towards the teleportation array, personally using it to reach Stefanangji Star, then flew nonstop into space. Meanwhile, on Xianxia star, Emperor Henri floated quietly in the sky, his large black and white wings spread behind him, glancing in a certain direction. A flash of gray light erupted, and several human experts observing him from afar were instantly annihilated. Those further away scattered in panic, hiding farther off, no longer daring to look directly at Emperor Henri. This divine clan member is indeed powerful. A single glance could kill true God Realm experts over 10 kilometers away. Terrifying. He's likely not a simple Holy Sage Realm expert, but possibly the legendary Holy King. Now, we can only wait for Lord Amiri to handle this. The divine clan member doesn't seem intent on attacking at the moment, possibly waiting for Lord Amiri to appear. Don't approach, or you might provoke him. The defenders dispersed, occasionally sneaking quick looks at Emperor Henry's position to observe his movements. Emperor Henri continued to hover in the air, his face cold and aloof, making no further moves. Clearly, he was waiting for something. In space. After more than an hour of flying, Duty Elder Alexei finally approached the enormous golden sphere floating in space. Amiri, inside the barrier, sensed his arrival and opened his eyes, saying calmly, "Stop." Dozens of divine clan elders surrounding him immediately ceased their attacks and allowed themselves to be resealed by Amiri. Jacqueline, standing nearby within the golden barrier, also saw Alexei arrive and opened her eyes to watch. "Elder Hallam, what's going on?" Her cool voice echoed through the void. Elder Alexei hurriedly replied, "Sinclairin, there seems to be a strong divine clan celestial intruding on Xianxia star. I've come specifically to request Lord Amiri's assistance." At this moment, Amiri was putting away the golden barrier and heard Alexei's words, asking immediately, "Divine clan celestial? Does he match the characteristics I mentioned?" Alexei nodded repeatedly. "Yes. He has huge black and white wings, very powerful, and suddenly appeared on Xianxia star, destroying over a dozen cities with a single move." Amiri's expression turned serious. Upon hearing about the black and white wings, he immediately thought of Emperor Henri. Though stronger, Henri couldn't harm his formidable physique last time, which led to the compromise. But if Henri knew his body was so robust, why would he suddenly return to Nanming? Could he now have a way to deal with me? Or has his cultivation improved again? It was relatively easy for Amiri to break through his cultivation realm, reaching the current Holy Sage level in decades. Thus, he naturally considered this possibility first. However, the Alex differed. His cultivation hadn't progressed in hundreds of millions of years, and he knew that Emperor Henry's cultivation hadn't advanced either for over 1 billion years. Thus, when Henri visited the Alex recently, he assumed Henri merely acquired new abilities, posing no significant threat. He never imagined Henri had broken through. In the Alex's view, Henry's cultivation had already reached its peak. This perception influenced his thinking. Amiri activated the Infinite Star Map, Secret Art, trying to locate Henri, but found nothing. What? Impossible. If that's the case, he truly broke through. Otherwise, he couldn't bypass the Chaos-level Infinite Star Map. Beyond origin is chaos. That means Emperor Henri now wields the power of chaos, equivalent to the Infinite Star Map. Coupled with his higher cultivation, he can easily break through. Realizing this, Amiri immediately looked at Alexei and said gravely, "He's the strongest divine clan celestial. Prepare for an evacuation on Xianxia star, and I will head there." Turning to Jacqueline, he added, "His strength is extraordinary. This battle might not end quickly. Don't worry about me. Wait until I return." Considering Henry's possible breakthrough, Amiri prepared for the worst. However, his idea of the worst wasn't death but prolonged combat or guerrilla warfare while fleeing. Amiri was confident in his survival skills. Over the years, no matter the enemy, no one had ever pushed him to his limits, let alone severely wounded him. Even if Henri truly broke through, he could only incapacitate Amiri, not kill him. Jacqueline spoke seriously, "Be careful. Don't worry." Amiri nodded, placing a hand on Elder Alexei's shoulder and teleported several times to reach the branch on Stefanangi star, where he boarded the teleportation array and departed. On the other side of Xianxia star, as a flash of light emerged, Amiri appeared in the teleportation array. At the same moment, Emperor Henri sensed his presence and instantly unleashed a chaos domain, covering half of Xianxia star. Amiri was within this domain. What is this? An advanced version of a domain? Amiri was taken aback. He felt like a commoner buried alive, his entire body firmly restrained, his soul force suppressed, and all 5 senses stripped away. Everything he saw, heard, and felt was a void. Chapter 479. The strongest defensive jammels. At this moment, Amiri moved with a thought. Countless golden dragons flew out from his palm, instantly forming a massive golden barrier. His world restriction technique was also at the chaos level. Even when facing the domain of chaos, it had some resistance power. The moment the golden barrier took shape, Amiri's senses returned, and his soul force could Manchang extend several kilometers once more, allowing him to regain control of his body. Note, the word Manchang is not fluently translated into English as could. It should be interpreted as barely or with difficulty, but in this context, it's better to omit it for a more natural flow. Revised, Amiri's senses returned, and his soul force could once again extend several kilometers, allowing him to regain control of his body. It was like emerging from underground into deep water. Although still restricted, he could move freely once more. Just then, Emperor Shay flew over. Seeing that Amiri's barrier could resist the chaos domain, he was slightly startled. Amiri's methods are indeed extraordinary. Even the chaos domain, which suppresses all laws and principles, can only barely restrain him. This golden barrier is likely superior to any law or principle. Emperor Shay almost instantly flew beside Amiri, striking his chest before he could react. A gray light flashed. An immense amount of chaotic energy erupted from Emperor Shay's palm, enveloping Amiri completely. Terrifying devouring force acted upon every part of Amiri's surface, instantly decomposing his hair, skin, outer flesh, facial features, bones. all turned into pure energy and consumed entirely. Amiri's body seemed to shrink significantly. The outer layer was completely stripped away. He turned into an indistinct mass. Stefan a vague small ball of flesh. Countless flesh buds grew rapidly, restoring themselves. Amiri moved with a thought. Unlimited phantom body at full power. The small flesh ball expanded wildly, blood and flesh growing back, limbs recovering their form, and features reformed. In the blink of an eye, Amiri's body became a behemoth nearly 200,000 meters tall, the golden barrier expanding to cover the entire Xianxia star. Numerous native inhabitants fell into panic, bewilderedly looking at the now golden sky and the towering, terrifying giant in the distance. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Everyone fled in disarray. Members of the Taishui mansion and planetary administrators began flying towards the teleportation array, evacuating in batches. Others boarded shuttles to fly into space. Most people scrambled aimlessly away from Amiri like ants on a hot griddle. To everyone, Amiri was a savior, but the aftershocks of battle brought apocalyptic disaster to Xianxia star. In the face of such terror, both gods and humans showed equal helplessness. Shay, it looks like you've broken through to the celestial lord realm, greatly increasing your strength, truly a cause for celebration. Amiri laughed heartily. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing across the sky and clearly heard for hundreds of miles around. Amiri didn't rush into battle but deliberately delayed, allowing time for the inhabitants to evacuate and hoping to spread news of Shay's advancement, so that Jacqueline wouldn't recklessly come to help and get into trouble. Hearing Amiri's words, Emperor Shay calmly replied, I have transcended to the celestial lord realm, reaching an unprecedented new level. From now on, I am the heavenly emperor. Emperor Shay wore a look of arrogance, radiating an aura of superiority despite being tiny before Amiri. Amiri laughed loudly. The thunderous laughter shook the heavens, sound waves sweeping in all directions, tearing apart cloud layers for hundreds of miles. How arrogant! What if you've broken through? Celestial lord or heavenly emperor, it makes no difference to me. Shay glanced at him and said coolly, is that so? He raised his right hand, a murky gray light shooting forward like a physical spear, one end held in his hand, the other piercing Amiri's chest. Then he lifted his hand upwards. The light spear sliced upward, cutting through Amiri's upper body with some resistance. But as it cut upwards, the lower wounds were already healing. The light spear passed through, leaving Amiri unscathed. So this is your confidence? Foolish. Amiri sneered, swinging his hand forward. A terrifying wave of spatial fragmentation swept out. The air under his hand formed a destructive torrent, leveling cities and causing countless casualties. Yet, none of this mattered to Amiri. Battling the unprecedented heavenly emperor was far from easy. Now was not the time to hold back. Amiri struck repeatedly. Emperor Shay disappeared from view, only the gray trajectory remaining visible. His speed was unimaginable. Moving at 100 times the speed of light, images didn't even form in his vision, let alone leave after images. Soul force, the only way to sense his position, could barely extend for tens of miles, yet Amiri's brain couldn't react fast enough. As Emperor Shay continuously moved, the gray light spears landed on Amiri's body without pause. Realizing the initial spears, while piercing, were too concentrated and ineffective, Shay adjusted them to be a meter thick. Stefan a pillar of gray light. This ensured the maximum compression of chaotic energy and sufficient width. This was the limit of Shay's current control. The destructive power was formidable. Each strike left a wound a meter wide and hundreds of meters deep, obvious even on Amiri's 200,000 meter tall body. Paired with Shay's terrifying speed, in just a second, Amiri's body was reduced to a mangled mess. Xianxia star was instantly destroyed by the aftershocks. However, Shay's achievements ended there. Amiri, seeing he couldn't land a hit, abandoned offense and focused entirely on defense. He stood proudly in midair. His muscles tensed, Xianxia's aura running at full power, expanding his intangible defensive field to half a meter beyond his surface. This was Amiri's first display of his strongest defensive stance. Myriad Calamity Immortal Technique, Undying Golden Body, and Xianxia's aura, 3 chaos-level techniques, simultaneously ran at full power for the first time. Defensive power, already formidable, surged exponentially. Though unable to fully block Shay's light spears, he could withstand them head-on, preventing further injury. Because Amiri's recovery speed now surpassed the rate of injury. Chapter 480. No one can leave. The main headquarters of the Tai Sui residence. After Amiri departed for Xianxia Star, Elder Alexei returned to the council hall and ordered updates on the situation in Xianxia Star at all times. Not long after, someone flew over with an urgent tone, reporting, based on the information revealed during adult Amiri's conversation with the other party, the divine being's cultivation has already surpassed Heavenly Sovereign and has become a Heavenly Emperor. Alexei couldn't help but gasp. Back then, a mere ordinary Sage Realm powerhouse could devastate the entire southern Bright Star Sea, leaving it completely helpless. To him, the Sage Realm was already an invincible existence. Learning about the Great Sage and Sage King realms made him feel like an ordinary person looking up at a deity realm powerhouse. Then, upon hearing that the divine beings also had heavenly sovereigns, his mind was so stunned it became numb. Now, another unheard of realm, the Heavenly Emperor, had emerged among the divine beings? This completely surpassed his imagination. Just hearing about this being's existence made Alexei feel as if he had turned into a humble ant, while the other party was a towering deity. Taking a deep breath, Alexei tried to calm himself and was preparing to have someone inform Jacqueline of these developments. At that moment, another subordinate came to report, Elder Hallam, Xianxia Star has lost contact. It might have been destroyed. Alexei raised an eyebrow and sternly said, I know. You may go. After the subordinate left, he assigned a trusted aide who knew Jacqueline's residence to quickly report to Xianxia Star. Jacqueline had returned home, waiting for possible intelligence, practicing cultivation while waiting. Upon learning this information, She immediately understood that Amiri deliberately mentioned the enemy's cultivation to prevent her from coming to assist. This meant Amiri wasn't certain of victory. Indeed, a being stronger than a heavenly sovereign would probably be even more powerful than all their previous enemies combined. My cultivation is always one step too slow. Jacqueline sighed softly and closed her eyes, continuing her cultivation. Meanwhile, in the vast starry sky, a massive golden barrier encased the slightly smaller chaotic domain within it. In the overlapping area, Amiri stood proudly, his body hundreds of times larger than a mountain. Emperor Shay seemed to disappear, only his gray light spear continuously striking Amiri's body, causing numerous injuries. But in the next moment, all wounds healed instantly. Seeing his attacks become futile, Emperor Shay furrowed his brows. Since it's ineffective, I'll just have to drive him into the chaotic space. He suddenly stopped behind Amiri, pressing a palm against his back. Simultaneously, a gigantic entrance opened in front of Amiri into the chaotic space. Enormous power surged from Emperor Shay's palm, attempting to push Amiri's enormous body into the chaotic space. Amiri stumbled forward, almost falling into the mysterious entrance. He realized that entering it wouldn't be good. Steadying himself quickly, Amiri twisted backward and slapped towards Emperor Shay. Emperor Shay showed no intention of dodging. Maintaining such a huge chaotic space entry was already challenging. He didn't bother to defend or dodge, deciding to withstand Amiri's attack. When he was still a heavenly sovereign, he could handle Amiri's attacks easily. Now that his cultivation had advanced significantly, it was even easier to ignore them. As expected, a spatial destruction wave swept through. Emperor Shay, covered by a faint layer of chaotic energy, continued pushing Amiri without batting an eye. Suddenly, Amiri's massive hand descended. Emperor Shay had to dodge. Without his force, Amiri regained freedom and quickly retreated away from the chaotic space entrance. Emperor Shay frowned again. He realized it would be impossible to kill Amiri, and forcing him into the chaotic space wouldn't be easy either. After another brief struggle, Emperor Shay made a decision. Moving at high speed, he suddenly stopped in front of Amiri, pressing both hands on his chest, and opened the chaotic space entrance once more. This time, he used all his strength, not holding back at all, not even dodging Amiri's attacks. His entire body pressed against Amiri, crazily pushing him into the chaotic space. Amiri swung his large hand and grabbed Emperor Shay. To his surprise, the latter seemed stuck to his chest, impossible to pull off despite his full strength. Emperor Shay's relentless force pushed Amiri slowly backward. Amiri clasped Emperor Shay tightly with both hands. Yet, the enormous pushing force never ceased. Even when countless golden dragons appeared in Amiri's palms trying to seal him, it was completely useless. After a few minutes of stalemate, Amiri's immense body finally entered the chaotic space entirely, dragging Emperor Shay along with him. At this point, the chaotic space entrance closed. Amiri looked around, seeing nothing but gray mist floating everywhere. I thought you had some grand plan. It turns out you just want to trap me? Amiri sneered. Trying to sense Jacqueline's position, he found it impossible. Attempting to sense others yielded no results either. Even instant teleportation failed. He realized the severity of the situation. This mysterious space could indeed trap him. Lowering his head, Amiri looked at Emperor Shay, whom he tightly held, coldly saying, "And what if you trap me? Unless you stay here forever, none of us can leave." Emperor Shay struggled wildly. Gray light rays burst from his body in all directions. However, Amiri's hands were the strongest part of his body. Even chaotic energy couldn't penetrate them. Give up. You won't escape. Amiri calmed down. He laughed casually and said, "Join me in cultivating here. When I'm done, I'll take you out." He knew that Emperor Shay's mastery of chaotic forces was on par with his own cultivation level, making his many abilities fail. But, as time passed, accumulating enough potential points, he could upgrade his cultivation method and possibly break free from this strange space's bindings. The only drawback was that due to Emperor Shay's immense strength, or the high level of his chaotic energy, Amiri couldn't absorb his attacks. Thus, trapped in this space, Amiri could only rely on the passive effect of the devouring heaven creation technique to automatically acquire potential points. This pace was far too slow for the amount of potential points needed for his current upgrades. Chapter 481. The Unrest in the White Mountain Constellation. Emperor Henri struggled for a long time, but found himself truly unable to break free, so he momentarily ceased his movements. Amiri, do you think that dragging me along with you will make everything fine? Let me tell you this. The Alex has already fallen in the chaotic space. Now that I have trapped you here as well, your homeland, the Southern Star Sea, will be powerless to resist our divine race's many powerful figures. Not only the Southern Star Sea, but also the xuanhuan star system. Your family and friends, everyone will be wiped out. Emperor Henri shouted loudly. Amiri smiled indifferently, then let them come. The human race isn't just one strong person like me. After saying this, he ignored Emperor Henri and carefully observed the surroundings before attempting to fly in a certain direction. In any case, with the passive effects of the heaven-swallowing evolution technique, without large amounts of external energy intake, the speed at which potential points are gained remains the same regardless of whether one practices or not. Therefore, he planned to explore the chaotic space while waiting for potential points to grow automatically. The chaotic space had no reference points, making it impossible to distinguish directions. Amiri could only keep moving forward in one direction. Amiri's actions worried Emperor Henri greatly, who hurriedly shouted, "Amiri, if you keep flying around aimlessly, I won't be able to take you out either. Stop immediately." Previously, after multiple attempts by Emperor Henri, he discovered that the chaotic space was akin to the earth beneath the deep sea, with its entrance being the seafloor. That is, the intersection between the two. Entering the chaotic space usually felt like drilling into the earth from the seabed, but he only moved within the surface layer, allowing him to exit anytime. If he ventured too deeply without direction or reference points, even he might get lost. Trapped forever in the chaotic space, what difference would it make from death? Emperor Henry's words went unheeded by Amiri, who obstinately continued to fly forward. Do you really want to die together with me? I have lived for 1.5 billion years. How long have you lived? Trading your life against mine, do you think it's worth it? Emperor Henri roared impatiently. Amiri laughed. So, you mean to open the entrance of the chaotic space and let us both out? Emperor Henri fell silent. It took considerable effort to push Amiri into the chaotic space, and if he left now, there wouldn't be such a good opportunity next time. Facing Amiri's virtually invincible physique, he knew all too well that killing him was an impossibility. The chaotic space was the only effective method. Amiri sneered. I give you one last chance. Either go out now, or never leave. Upon hearing this, Emperor Henri was furious. Now the initiative is in my hands. Only I can enter and exit the chaotic space freely. If you want to go out, stop obediently. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the chaotic space forever. Without another word, Amiri continued to fly forward, ignoring Emperor Henry's shouts. Both had their own reasons, neither willing to back down, preferring to be trapped together in this endless chaotic space. Outside, a week had passed since Xianxia Star's destruction, yet Amiri still hadn't shown up. Elder Alexei on duty immediately sent people to investigate. When the investigators arrived at where Xianxia Star used to be, they found everything tranquil, leaving no traces behind. With this intelligence, higher-ups could only strengthen vigilance on nearby planets, fearing that Amiri and Emperor Henry's battle might shift elsewhere. Beyond this, there was nothing else they could do. On a certain planet, a hawk named Armin, after secretly consuming many people, saw significant growth and strength. However, he accidentally overheard news about the invasion by powerful divine race members, especially the mention of black and white wings, realizing instantly that the invader was indeed Henri. Furthermore, rumors mentioned Amiri personally confirming that Henri had broken through and reached the unprecedented status of Emperor Realm. This shocked him profoundly. So it's true. He really did break through. With such terrifying strength, Amiri absolutely cannot be his match. Clenching his fists angrily, he lamented, damn it. If I had hurried and informed Amiri beforehand, he wouldn't have faced danger. Now it looks like my hope for revenge is thoroughly shattered. Sighing for a while, Armin prepared to return to his original college, resuming his covert life on the regular path. As time continued to pass, the simultaneous disappearance of Amiri and Emperor Henri gradually became common knowledge in the Southern Star Sea. Naturally, Armin also learned about this. All the avatars of the Alex simultaneously knew about Emperor Henry's disappearance. Far away, on a planet in the White Mountain constellation, an 8-winged member of the divine race suddenly attacked a companion, turning his body into black mist, engulfing the other completely and swallowing them instantly. Meanwhile, similar incidents were occurring on different planets. With Emperor Henri missing, the divine race fell into unprecedented decline, and the Alex seized this golden opportunity to create some crises for the divine race. Tens of thousands of avatars rose up, secretly devouring divine race members, rapidly growing stronger. By the time the divine race headquarters noticed something was amiss, several dozen avatars possessing peak Holy King realm strength had appeared in various star systems, causing considerable unrest among the divine race. When this information reached Chief Dane's ears, it drew his immediate attention. Familiar with the Alex's background, he understood right away these were all Alex's avatars. People, go to the Elders' Pavilion immediately and ask 500 elders to come out of seclusion. Chief Dane sternly commanded. Shortly after, 500 elders arrived at the meeting hall. Everyone, please read this report first. Chief Dane handed out several jade slips containing reports for the 500 elders to review in turn. Once they finished reading, he solemnly said, your mission is to target the Alex's avatars. 10 of you form a group to handle one avatar. Although we outnumber them 10 to 1, don't underestimate them. The Alex's true body possesses celestial sovereign realm strength, beyond even Henry's reach. These avatars might also have powerful cards up their sleeves. If you're not careful, you may be swallowed by an Alex avatar and become their nutrients. Chief Dane gave thorough instructions. The 500 elders divided into dozens of teams, heading to different star systems to pursue peak Holy King realm Alex avatars. As for the weaker avatars, they had been handled internally by various star systems even before alarming the chief. After all, to cause this unrest, the Alex only mobilized a small portion of his avatars, so the scale wasn't very large. Chapter 482, Solve It Yourself. In the vast expanse of space, a mass of dark mist drifted slowly yet swiftly in a certain direction. After an indeterminate amount of time, the black mist gradually approached a life-bearing planet and quietly flew into its interior at several times the speed of light without catching anyone's attention. Subsequently, the black mist surged and silently split into two masses, each heading in different directions. Even after splitting, the two mists continued to move faster than light, arriving at their respective targets in the blink of an eye. Before the god race could mount a defense, the two dark masses abruptly descended on two teleportation arrays, destroying them instantly. In a moment, the entire garrison of gods on the planet was alerted. This familiar tactic immediately made everyone realize that Alex's avatar had invaded this planet. At this moment, 10 figures simultaneously flew out from a temple, surrounding the black mist. 10 domains enveloped the sky, as well as the black mist within. Various powerful divine light attacks poured down like a storm. The black mist retaliated fiercely. While emitting a dark domain, a semi-transparent shadowy light swept outwards. The movements of the 10 elders paused involuntarily. This was an attack capability of the soul path, which could momentarily cause enemies to lose consciousness, even if they were evenly matched with the attacker and well prepared. It would still create a momentary pause when struck. It was precisely during this pause that the other black mist flew over at superluminal speed and actively penetrated one of the god elder's domains, landing on his body. The black mist that initiated the attack also fell upon this elder. The two black mists instantly merged and rapidly began consuming this elder's body. At this point, the other 9 elders regained their senses. Seeing their companion ensnared by the Alex and being devoured, they were immediately filled with anger. Ancestor Dion. The 9 remaining ancestors immediately regained consciousness. Seeing their companion already enveloped by the Amias, seemingly undergoing absorption, they were instantly filled with shock and rage. In this section of the translation, Pakura has been corrected to Dion to ensure it reads naturally and fluently in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. This maintains consistency in terminology and style throughout the passage. Jinsenri attack, hold nothing back. Each unleashed all their might, showing no concern for Ancestor Pack's safety within the black mist. Ancestor Clark also regained consciousness. At this point, a portion of his body had already been devoured, and his soul clearly felt weaker. He urgently released his power, his body becoming like a sun, radiating countless beams of intense white light in an attempt to disperse the surrounding black mist. However, the resilience of the black mist exceeded his imagination. Not only did it not dissipate under the divine light, but it also encased his body, carrying him far away. Only then did Ancestor Park truly feel fear and frantically release more powerful attacks, struggling continuously within the black mist until he gradually went silent. Outside, the Alex seemed to have transformed into a black turtle with a heavy black shield on its back, dodging the overwhelming barrage of attacks. Whether it was lightsabers or laser cannons, all attacks against the black shield only caused a slight reduction in its form. The Alex not only remained unharmed, but also grew stronger, continuously devouring Ancestor Clark's power. After completely devouring Clark, the Alex once again unleashed the Soul Path's attack ability, the semi-transparent shadowy light he named Soul Impact. The 9 elders were plunged into temporary dizziness again. Back in the Marisiquan star system, even in dire straits, the Alex's avatar might not use such an attack to avoid revealing his ultimate trump card. Now, however, it was clear to Ifan Marisisan, so there was no need to hide it anymore. Though the attack ability of the Soul Path wasn't strong, its auxiliary function was highly practical. The avatar could greatly enhance its survivability. Soul Impact could induce brief dizziness in enemies. While this wouldn't be enough to kill an opponent with the Saint King Realm Defender's survival capability, combined with the devouring ability of the Darkness Path, it was simply extraordinary. With just a momentary pause, he could seize the opportunity to devour the opponent. Peers of the same realm could hardly escape. Taking advantage of the momentary pause in the 9 God Elders' actions, the Alex immediately moved forward and engulfed one of them. In the same battle, due to the short intervals between each soul impact, the effects became slightly weaker with each subsequent use. Consequently, they awoke faster this time. 8 elders were utterly terrified. Though intelligence had mentioned the Alex's mastery of the soul path, it never said how powerful a single avatar could be. Run. They acted decisively, glancing at each other before fleeing into the distance. The Alex, while devouring one, pursued another elder. After a fierce battle, the Alex devoured 3 elders, while the remaining 7 fled into space, disappearing. Meanwhile, dozens of other avatars of the Alex also devoured several god elders, further enhancing their strength. On St. Karen, upon receiving news of many elders falling, Angus, the clan leader, was furious. The Alex's avatars are so formidable. Facing numerous elders' attacks, they can not only handle them with ease, but have also devoured over 100 elders. It seems the Alex deliberately concealed his strength back in the Marisiquan star system. After taking a deep breath, Angus Manchang Pingjing managed to calm down. Manchang Pingjing is not correctly integrated. Let's make it flow naturally. After taking a deep breath, Angus managed to calm himself down. I cannot determine if this is the limit of the Alex's capabilities. If he has more trump cards, perhaps even more elders combined forces would be futile. To ensure success, we must ask Lord Marisisan for assistance again. He got up resolutely and found Seth Marisisan, who had previously engaged with the Alex. Seth frowned hearing Angus's plea and rebuked. Just a few dozen Alex avatars, merely at the Saint King realm, and you need me to intervene? Why do I need to step in for every minor difficulty? What are the numerous Saint King realm experts within our clan for? Go back and solve it yourself. With that, Seth waved his hand, sending Angus flying hundreds of kilometers away. What Angus didn't know was that Seth, having narrowly escaped the Alex, now harbored a psychological shadow towards him. Even if it was just an avatar, who knew if it wouldn't suddenly transform into the main body or use some incredible technique? Seth was unwilling to personally risk it for such minor disturbances within the clan. Far away, Angus dared not complain, bowing respectfully to Seth before turning and leaving. Currently ranked last among the 18 Marisisans, since Seth refused to help, Angus naturally wouldn't seek out other Marisisans, as that would offend multiple lords simultaneously. Angus sighed in frustration. He knew the next move could either involve dispatching more elders to eliminate all Alex avatars, or uncover all their hidden cards, at the cost of many elders' lives. Chapter 483, The Revival of the Alex. After returning to St. Caroline, Patriarch Clem immediately convened 5,000 ancestors. In the spacious council hall, Patriarch Clem looked gravely at the dense crowd before him and began recounting all the information on the Alex's avatars, while repeatedly cautioning everyone. The Alex's soul attacks are quite formidable. You must plan your tactics carefully. It's best to keep a certain distance from each other. If a companion falls into a daze, others should immediately come to their aid. Break through his defenses as quickly as possible, and try to avoid any casualties. Moreover, the Alex likely has other hidden cards up his sleeve. What we've seen in the reports may not be his full strength. Do not let your guard down. After Patriarch Clem's instructions, the 5,000 ancestors set off in grand procession. Every 100 formed a squad and headed to different planets for ambushes. When the Alex's avatar appeared, the 100 ancestors sprang into action, surrounding it. These 100 were divided into 10-person units, each maintaining a safe distance. Whenever the Alex's avatar unleashed a soul shock, the other groups would rush forward to encircle it, preventing it from devouring anyone. After a brief but intense battle, the The black mist form of the Alex's avatar dispersed under the onslaught of the divine ancestors. Seeing the easy elimination of the Alex's avatar, the 100 ancestors breathed a collective sigh of relief. It seems the Alex's avatar isn't much to worry about, just that soul attack is troublesome. Once we counter that move, with our strength, it's easy to destroy him. The other teams should have no problem either. Let's head back and report. Unfortunately, he destroyed the teleportation array, and there's no skyward boat here. We'll just have to fly back slowly. The 100 ancestors turned into beams of light and vanished into the sky. As they traversed the vast starry expanse, several other Alex avatars were engaged in battles or still flying through space. Suddenly, one of the black mists split into two, heading in different directions. Despite this split, both mists remained at the peak Saint King realm due to the many devoured divine warriors. Thus, after losing one avatar, the number of Alex avatars quickly replenished, suffering no real loss. In fact, hundreds of Saint Realm avatars could exist simultaneously, but to keep some cards hidden, the Alex maintained only 50 avatars. This small disturbance was insignificant compared to the massive by mountain constellation. Too many Saint King avatars might draw out an Empyrean, complicating things. Since the main body hadn't yet achieved Empyrean status, confronting the divine race's Empyreans wasn't wise. The 50 black mist avatars continued ravaging the divine territories, swallowing life from planet after planet. More than a month later, despite squads returning victoriously, Patriarch Clem noticed several planets going offline, causing him great anger. He summoned the returning ancestors again, sternly saying, "The reports clearly stated that the Alex's avatars can split and devour. Killing your assigned avatar doesn't mean the mission is complete. Remember, your task is to eliminate all avatars together, not just focus on the one in front of you." In the council hall stood over 3,000 ancestors, with another 1,000 still ambushing across various planets. Given that each target was randomly chosen near previously invaded planets, their success rate was only around 20%. This decreased further after some avatars intentionally targeted distant planets upon losing comrades. Despite repeated ambushes, some targets remained elusive. For instance, several squads had yet to encounter their targets. Patriarch Clem said solemnly, "Inform the other squads to confirm the destruction of all avatars before returning. Go." The ancestors left silently, understanding their mistakes even if they resented the rebuke. They redivided their targets and headed to different planets. However, unknown to them, among the surviving avatars, one had retained its full strength, growing even stronger with constant devouring. One day, after consuming all life on a planet, this avatar achieved a qualitative leap, reaching the Empyrean realm. "Finally, I am revived." Alex hovered high above the barren planet, laughing heartily. His consciousness had been planted in every avatar. When the main body died, it would revive automatically within one avatar. Trapped in the chaotic space by Emperor Henri, the connection between the main body and avatars had been severed, preventing automatic revival. However, when an avatar reached the same realm as the main body, it activated the main consciousness, completing the revival. This avatar became the new main body. Closing his eyes, Alex absorbed information from the avatar's minds, catching up on events during his slumber. The Heavenly Spring System war continued as the divine race's territory remained unclaimed, leading to peaceful coexistence among other major forces vying for resources. Learning of the South Star Sea's developments shocked him. Empyrean Henri ascended to the Celestial Emperor realm? Both disappeared after battling Amiri? No wonder my avatars dared to create chaos in the Bi-Mountain constellation. Checking more avatars' memories, he gained a comprehensive understanding. In that case, I will cause havoc in the Bi-Mountain constellation for your amusement. Alex grinned, transforming into black mist and soaring into the boundless cosmos. Meanwhile, the ancestors, filled with rage, re-established ambushes on various planets, awaiting the avatar's arrival. ####, Chapter 484. To summon the invincible Marissason. On a certain planet, the Alex quietly descended and destroyed the teleportation array. The 100 elders immediately surrounded the Alex in tightly packed groups of 10, leaving no space for escape. One group rushed forward first. Just as the elders of the divine race thought they could easily kill the Alex again, they were astonished to see that with a flash of black mist, the 10 elders in this group were silently devoured, offering no resistance whatsoever. Meanwhile, the black mist continued to spread towards the other elders. Numerous elders felt their scalps tingling, their bodies trembling almost uncontrollably, with only one thought in mind: he is definitely not just at the Sage King level. Escape! Someone shouted loudly. Everyone fled decisively in different directions. They all knew that only a celestial lord could instantly kill 10 elders. Facing such a terrifying powerhouse, even if their numbers were 10 times more, they would only be left scrambling to flee. Dozens of white beams scattered like petals falling from celestial maidens, radiating outward. A ball of black mist swept through, instantly devouring several of the white beams before chasing after the others. Despite dispersing, the numerous elders couldn't escape from his grasp. They were swiftly devoured one by one. Next, it was the turn of all living beings on the planet. After completing this, the Alex immediately flew off to the next target. Meanwhile, his dozens of avatars continuously rampaged across other planets. Even when occasionally annihilated by divine race elders, new avatars would emerge right away, like wild grass that could never be fully eradicated. This continuous slaughter finally caused localized chaos. Many divine races began distancing themselves from star systems where the Alex's avatars resided, to avoid encountering catastrophic destruction at any moment. The news of the disappearance of the 100 elders also reached Leighton, the clan leader, who took immediate notice. Out of contact for over a month, this situation must mean they have all perished. Could it be that the Alex's avatar has reached the Celestial Lord realm? Or perhaps he's actually the main body? Leighton pondered deeply. He knew that only a Celestial Lord could possess the strength to kill 100 elders without giving them any chance to escape. But without definite information, he dared not recklessly alarm Seth Marissazin, lest it anger him further. He summoned another 100 elders and explained the general situation, carefully instructing them. Your main task is to gather intelligence on the opponent, whether they are just ordinary avatars or the main body with celestial lord level strength. If it's the former, kill them. If it's the latter, take care of your lives. Upon hearing this, all the elders' expressions turned grim. After exchanging glances, one of them said, Clan leader, for an ordinary mission, we would naturally not refuse. But if the opponent is a celestial lord, you're essentially sending us to our deaths. We cannot agree. Leighton glanced at everyone, seeing their unhappy faces, as if silently protesting. He calmly replied, if you refuse, I can only invoke the clan leader's decree. There's no room for negotiation here. If you think it's unreasonable, you can report to the Elder Pavilion for verification and discussion on whether my arrangement is fair. But you must execute this mission. The elders' expressions grew even darker. Though their status was high, they could not refuse the clan leader's decree without risking death for insubordination. Leighton continued, rest assured. Although the opponent might be a celestial lord, the probability is very low since the true Alex remains in the heavenly spring star system. It's possible he used some strange method to defeat Hobart and the others. Just be cautious, and there won't be much danger. Although he said this, their faces didn't relax. After all, it concerned life and death. After a brief silence, one elder gravely stated, with the clan leader's decree, we dare not refuse. But regarding this mission, we will report to the Elder Pavilion. Let's go. 100 elders departed in grand procession. They first returned to the Elder Pavilion, reporting the mission to the pavilion leader, requesting a review of the clan leader's assignment. As elders and high-ranking officials of the divine race, even the clan leader couldn't demand unreasonable tasks from them. The clan leader's decree was irrefutable, but wasn't issued casually either. After reporting, the 100 elders set out for the vicinity of the planet invaded by the Alex 2 days ago. Pavilion leader Stephen arrived at the clan leader's meeting hall to understand the details of the task. Seeing the news about the 100 elders being long-term uncontactable, he angrily rebuked. 100 elders have already perished. You still send elders there blindly? Are you sending them to die? To issue a clan leader's decree in such a situation? Do you really think you can cover the entire divine race with your hand? Leighton remained calm. Pavilion leader Stephen, what do you suggest then? Obviously, summon the Marissazin. I've already tried. Seth Marissazin reprimanded me, saying such minor matters should not disturb him. Would you like to report personally? This? Stephen paused. Leighton sighed lightly. In the last incident at the heavenly spring star system, 10 celestial lords were dispatched, 3 of whom perished. Perhaps Seth Marissazin is upset about it. Only upon confirming the Alex has celestial lord level power, ensuring we can't resolve it, should I seek Seth Marissazin. Leighton's explanation eventually calmed Stephen's anger slightly. Several days later, having received no news, Leighton confirmed the disappearance of the 100 elders. He realized that even with precautionary measures, the elders all perished, indirectly confirming the opponent's celestial lord level strength. He approached the region where Seth Marissazin resided. Seth Marissazin. Leighton bowed respectfully. One of the Alex's avatars has been confirmed to possess celestial lord level power. Please assist Marissazin. Seth Marissazin's brows furrowed slightly. He had barely escaped from the Alex's clutches before, knowing full well he wasn't a match for him. This made him secretly grateful for not facing the Alex directly. Seth Marissazin sternly said, I am powerless in this matter. I'm not a match for the Alex. Go seek Shay Marissazin's help. Leighton did not hesitate, nodding promptly, yes, I will summon Shay Marissazin. Chapter 485. The mysterious space within chaos. However, when the Clem Patriarch arrived at the starry sky where the heavenly sovereign Shay was, he found that Shay had already vanished. After much searching, the Clem Patriarch could only seek out the second heavenly sovereign Colton. Heavenly sovereign Colton is the second strongest in the divine race and, as recorded in divine history, the second supreme powerhouse to break through to the sovereign realm after Shay, wielding immense prestige among the divine. In terms of battle achievements, he even outshone Shay. If Shay was seen as the king who pacified the world, the greatest leader who ushered in a golden age, brimming with incomparable honors, then Colton was the invincible war god, because he rose step by step in the eyes of all, an invincible powerhouse with countless shining battle records, sweeping away everyone of his time. Whether it was the divine realm or the sacred realm, he was peerless. Only after entering the sovereign realm did he gradually become more low-key, withdrawing from public view. After carefully reviewing the relevant intelligence on Amias, Colton's expression became serious. Even a powerhouse like Shay couldn't deal with this person. I'm afraid I can't kill him completely either. Don't have too high hopes. I understand. It's good enough for heavenly sovereign Colton to step forward, said the Clem Patriarch, his face full of respect. After Colton set off, the Clem Patriarch let out a slight sigh of relief. Hope everything goes smoothly. It seems that both avatars and the main body need to devour sufficient lives to achieve corresponding strength. This main body managed to evade so many ambushes, which gave it the chance to break through to its current level. As long as we can successfully kill him and continuously suppress other avatars with powerful beings to prevent them from breaking through to the sacred realm, no matter how many avatars Amias has, they won't cause much trouble. Meanwhile, after several ambushes, Colton finally confronted Amias directly. They fiercely battled on a planet. The aftermath easily destroyed the planet, killing any surviving divine race strongmen. In the end, without fully recovering his strength, Amias died at Colton's hands. In a desolate part of space, a large mass of black fog drifted at several times the speed of light. Suddenly, it stopped without warning. It looks like the divine race still has great reserves. This isn't the time for a direct showdown. Wait for my next return. The revived Amias murmured softly. He suddenly changed direction, flying toward more distant planets. In the days that followed, Amias's main body never appeared again. But his dozens of powerful avatars were still scattered across the White Mountain constellation, occasionally invading planets to devour, or hiding in space for months. Just these few dozen avatars kept several star systems within the White Mountain constellation in unrest. Thousands of elders had to chase them relentlessly, not daring to relax for a moment. Time passed quietly. In the chaotic space, Amiri tightly held Shay's body with both hands, aimlessly drifting. Here, there was no time, no direction, seemingly no material existence either. If Amiri hadn't been silently calculating, he wouldn't have known that nearly 2 decades had passed. On this day, Amiri flew as usual. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes opened up. He was now in a void space, surrounded by no longer omnipresent chaotic energy. Only deep darkness and emptiness remained. Amiri turned his head. He saw gray chaotic energy floating like mist ahead but seemed blocked by a transparent membrane, preventing it from entering the void space he was in. Amiri scanned around meticulously. He discovered he was in a spherical space surrounded by chaotic energy. The chaotic energy formed a slightly curved, gray arc wall extending to the horizon. Inside the spherical space, at some distance, Amiri vaguely saw 3 stars. A mysterious space surrounded by chaotic space? Looks like this place is extraordinary, Amiri thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, he released his grip, letting Shay slip out of his palm. Shay, I'll spare you this time, but I will come back for your life when my cultivation breaks through. Amiri knew he was not a match for Shay yet, and continuing to struggle was meaningless. Besides, in this void space, leaving Shay here was the best choice. With his teleportation speed, carrying Shay would be equivalent to helping him. Amiri didn't plan to do such a foolish thing. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished abruptly, reappearing far away. He then continued to teleport, steadily approaching the 3 stars. Unable to leave the chaotic space, he hoped to find a solution within those 3 stars. Worst case, he could find a vast empty star field to release the divine race elders for rapid cultivation. At this moment, Amiri noticed something. In this void space, his teleportation distance seemed significantly limited, with each maximum distance reduced to about 20 million kilometers, just 1/10 of the outside world. Strange. Although I can clearly feel some suppression in this space, it's not particularly strong. Why such significant restrictions on my teleportation? It seems other aspects might also be greatly restricted. Amiri pondered. Behind him, after escaping Amiri's grasp, Shay intended to unleash his chaotic domain but found Amiri had teleported away immediately. Frustrating. He gritted his teeth angrily. Originally planning to trap Amiri in chaotic space, he ended up being dragged into the depths with him. Now, after aimlessly drifting for over a decade, even Shay wasn't sure how to get out. They were essentially mutually exhausted. Now I have no choice but to check those 3 planets. Shay moved and followed Amiri. However, he soon realized his flight speed was halved in this void space, only slightly faster than during the Sovereign Realm period, around several tens of times the speed of light. And Amiri quickly vanished from his sight. What Shay didn't know was, Amiri's teleportation was more severely restricted, reduced to just 1/10 of what it normally was. But even so, Amiri's current speed was hundreds of times the speed of light. They proceeded towards the 3 stars. Despite their exaggerated speeds, it took Amiri 5 years to reach near the 3 stars. ##### Chapter 486, The Giant Green Planet. 3 stars came into clear view before Amiri's eyes. They were arranged in a straight line, with vast distances separating each one. From Amiri's vantage point, the star on the left glowed crimson like fire, while the one on the right shimmered as cold and white as frost. Between them lay a colossal green planet. As the distance closed, the green planet continued to expand in his vision until it occupied most of his field of sight. Yet, he had not yet descended upon its surface. Amiri was struck with awe. Even from a distance exceeding 10 million miles, this green planet still appears so massive. Its size must be at least 1,000,000 times larger than an average life-bearing planet. A planet of such enormity, with gravity that no ordinary person could withstand, he mused. If there are living beings here, they must surely belong to an exceedingly powerful race. Amiri continued teleporting. Several hours later, he finally arrived just outside the atmosphere of the green planet. However, unbeknownst to Amiri, and even Shay Marasati, there was a pair of eyes observing them from the shadows throughout their approach. Arriving silently near the atmosphere, Amiri noticed that the green planet had completely filled his vision, stretching out to the edges of his sight, confirming its immensity beyond his previous imagination. Within the atmosphere, intense white lightning coursed, interspersed occasionally with bursts of fiery winds and an overwhelming concentration of dense spiritual energy. With a single teleportation, Amiri found himself in the midst of a cloud layer, surrounded by bolts of lightning striking him directly. Instinctively, Amiri glanced at his personal interface. By comparing the potential points derived from the attacks of the divine ancestors, Amiri quickly analyzed that this cluster of lightning had approximately 10 times the attack power of the divine ancestors' assault. This realization alarmed Amiri. Although the divine ancestors posed no threat to his current strength, their power was formidable enough to be among the top tier in the Marisiquan star system and virtually unbeatable in the southern Bright Sea. For the mysterious green planet, just the cloud layer in its sky exhibited an attack strength surpassing the Sage King realm. It was evident that this planet was indeed extraordinary. Amiri lingered within the clouds for a while longer, observing how the lightning or gale-like attacks did not occur continuously but sporadically. After 9 consecutive teleports, he finally reached the upper atmosphere above the planet's surface. 10 teleports altogether, meaning the distance between the atmosphere and the surface is roughly 200 million kilometers. Amiri mused to himself. He then carefully gauged the gravitational force, estimating it to be about 10,000 times stronger than that of a regular life-bearing planet. Lifting his left hand, he flicked his finger forward. Immediately, space cracked into a web-like pattern of fissures that spread several dozen meters before healing itself. The spatial stability here is several thousand times stronger than outside, Amiri noted. With another flick of his finger, a dozen-meter-long streak of white sword chi shot forward, dissipating after a few hundred meters. The cohesiveness of such strong sword chi can still vanish so quickly in this space, Amiri remarked with astonishment. After testing the environment, he surveyed the landscape below. A vast forest that seemed to stretch endlessly, dotted with occasional birds and beasts flying overhead. Roars echoed from within the forest. Several gray birds spotted Amiri and flew toward him, issuing shrill cries. They possessed long, sharp beaks resembling spears, covered not in feathers but in dense, metallic gray scales that shimmered in the sunlight. Curious to gauge the strength of the planet's inhabitants, Amiri waited patiently as they approached. One bird lunged at him, fangs dripping with red meat fibers, looking particularly menacing. Amiri casually raised his hand. It expanded rapidly to shield size, intercepting the attack. A faint tremor traveled through his palm, which he easily absorbed. Too weak. Amiri shook his head slightly. He magnified his hand again, grabbing the attacking creatures and crushing them effortlessly. The immense pressure shattered the birds into nothingness without leaving a trace of flesh behind. Releasing his grip, his hand returned to normal, and Amiri rose higher, scanning the horizon until he spotted the edge of the forest. In an instant, his form transformed into a streak of light. During his journey, various strange bird beasts attacked him, all easily eliminated. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the forest below, rising swiftly towards him. As it approached, it grew rapidly until it towered tens of thousands of meters high, a massive golden-furred ape with muscular limbs and chest muscles resembling steel plates. Amiri decided against teleportation, choosing instead to fly slowly to observe more of this world's mighty beings. Clearly, this golden giant ape was one of them. Excited by the prospect, Amiri transformed into a towering behemoth nearly 200,000 meters tall. Boom! The rapid enlargement created a massive whirlwind that dissipated quickly, leaving the ground beneath him shaking only slightly. His head was far from reaching the clouds above, and the forest still appeared boundless. In this new form, he felt more at ease compared to his previous transformations where every slight movement risked destroying the surroundings. With a planet this large, I have much more freedom now. Amiri laughed heartily, throwing a punch at the golden ape. Roar! Unfazed by Amiri's superior size, the golden ape met his punch head-on. Bang! A fearsome shockwave reverberated in all directions, spreading for hundreds of miles, yet neither combatant flinched. Truly formidable. Amiri's eyes gleamed with excitement as he unleashed another punch, engaging the golden ape in a relentless fist-to-fist battle. Chapter 487. The Primal Chaos Realm. In just a few seconds, man and ape exchanged tens of thousands of punches, each strike growing more powerful, creating an increasingly spectacular spectacle. Shockwaves visible to the naked eye rippled like translucent rings, blossoming one after another in the air. The golden giant ape could not help but start retreating. Amiri, however, laughed heartily and said, "Keep going." He did not use instant teleportation or the heaven and earth prohibition barrier. He merely chased forward, continuously exchanging blows with the golden giant ape. Roar! The golden giant ape let out an enraged roar, trying hard to control his body mid-air as his fists blurred. However, his strength was ultimately inferior. Additionally, Amiri's every punch carried a peculiar oscillating force that penetrated his body, continuously disrupting his strikes, causing him to feel increasingly numb and powerless. This made his resistance increasingly difficult. At one moment, their fists collided. His right hand softened, losing all power, and Amiri's fist broke through his defenses, striking his chest. A massive force surged into his body. The golden giant ape spat blood, his enormous figure flying backward. Amiri moved, immediately chasing after him. He struck down with a punch. Boom! With a deafening roar, the golden giant ape's body plummeted towards the ground at incredible speed. Amiri caught up again. Punch after punch landed on the golden giant ape's body, forcing more blood from his mouth. At this point, the golden giant ape shouted loudly, "Spare my life, great immortal." Amiri stopped, momentarily stunned, his face full of shock. It wasn't because the giant ape could speak, but because the language it spoke was the same as the common language of his previous world, Water Blue Star. Could it be that this world has some connection to Water Blue Star? Such a thought sprang to mind. Seeing Amiri stop, the golden giant ape thought he had decided to spare him. Relieved, he flew aside and bowed, saying, "Thank you, great immortal, for your mercy." Amiri collected himself and asked calmly, "Tell me, where is this place?" The golden giant ape replied cooperatively, "This is East General Mountain Range. I've been in seclusion for too long. Give me a general overview of this world." The golden giant ape hesitated slightly before beginning to explain in detail. Along with Amiri's occasional questions, he gained a general understanding of the world. This world was called the Primal Chaos Realm. No one knew its size, not even the golden giant ape, as most people did not realize that their Primal Chaos Realm was actually a planet. The Primal Chaos Realm had three supreme beings, revered by all as the three saints of primal chaos, the legendary primordial sages. Of course, Amiri knew that the primordial sages here were not comparable to the sage realm experts outside, because the golden giant ape alone was stronger than a peak sacred king outside. The golden giant ape strength was at the celestial immortal level, two major realms below the primordial sages. If translated accordingly, the primordial sages would be equivalent to Emperor Henry's realm. Below them were golden immortals, celestial immortals, earth immortals, and Jinsenman immortals, corresponding to the Empyreans, sacred kings, grand sages, and sages outside. In reality, Amiri also knew this comparison was inaccurate, as his strength was clearly suppressed in the primal chaos realm, being about half as strong as his normal state. Conversely, the golden giant ape, though equivalent to a sacred king, was obviously stronger than a typical sacred king. Thus, based on actual combat strength within the primal chaos realm, external experts would be one tier lower. For example, While Emperor Henry's cultivation was equivalent to a primordial sage, he would definitely not be a match for the three saints of primal chaos. And Amiri's strength might be slightly inferior to a golden immortal in the primal chaos realm. How many golden immortals are there approximately? Amiri suddenly asked. The golden giant ape honestly answered, I don't know. The primal chaos realm is vast and boundless. Apart from the famous three saints of primal chaos, those ranked below can only dominate certain regions. No one knows how many there are. Amiri nodded and didn't ask further. Thank you for clarifying. Farewell. With that, he resumed his normal size and flew away. The golden giant ape breathed a sigh of relief, shrinking in size and returning to the forest below. Concerning the water blue star's common language, Amiri was unsure how to bring it up, planning to inquire slowly after gathering more information. Since the language was identical, the primal chaos realm and water blue star must have some connection. Amiri had ample time to investigate. Soon, Amiri reached the edge of the forest. He saw a small village beyond the forest, with people dressed in animal skins. As he drew closer, the villagers spotted him. Unexpectedly, after a brief commotion, they hastily retreated into decrepit stone houses, seemingly afraid of Amiri's presence. Seeing this, Amiri simply soared overhead. Flying a bit further, he saw a wide road. Groups of people slowly traveled on the road. Large beasts similar to rhinos pulling carts loaded with wooden boxes, proceeding under human direction. Amiri carefully examined the convoy. The wooden boxes bore intricate patterns, and the people carried weapons, some wearing animal skins, others wearing coarse linen. From these details, it was evident that this civilization existed. After a glance, Amiri ignored them, continuing along the road. Shortly, a city came into view. The towering walls built from huge stones stood tall, crowds flowing like a long river toward the city gates. Above the city gate, written in the common language of Water Blue Star, were the characters Xianxia City. The writing is exactly the same. Amiri's heart stirred. Looks like the primal chaos realm has had ongoing connections with Water Blue Star, otherwise, over time, the language would have evolved differently. Thinking this, Amiri felt an uncontrollable excitement. He knew finding Water Blue Star might be just a step away. Amiri smiled and flew straight into the city without stopping. When he landed on a bustling street, people around him gasped in surprise, bowing respectfully, chanting, Greetings, Great Immortal. Knowing from the golden giant ape that Great Immortal was a respectful title for transcendentals, Amiri said indifferently, Rise. People stood upright, but occasionally glanced his way. Ignoring their gazes, Amiri wandered around the city for a while before settling down in a tavern. Chapter 488. The Three Great Teachings of the Primordial Chaos. Not long after, a middle-aged man dressed in silk was ushered into the tavern by two servants. He walked briskly inside. Many diners stood up to pay their respects. Greetings, city lord. The middle-aged man in silk only nodded hurriedly at everyone, and then quickly ascended to the second floor, stopping beside the table where Amiri sat. I am Jonah, the city lord of Xianxia City. It's an honor to meet you, Great Immortal. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully. The surrounding diners were startled, immediately standing up and bowing as well. Greetings, Great Immortal. To ordinary people, even the most common Jensen man immortal was a lofty existence that demanded utmost respect. In a small and remote city like Xianxia, one might not encounter a passing immortal realm powerhouse for years. Not to mention having one dine here. The crowd peered at Amiri with both reverence and curiosity. No need for such formalities. Please sit down. Amiri said calmly. Everyone hesitated before sitting back down. City Lord Jonah and his two servants straightened their postures and stood respectfully beside Amiri's table. Do you have any business? Amiri asked again. Jonah responded humbly, hearing of your presence, I came especially to pay my respects as the head official of this city. Amiri took a calm sip of wine. The alcohol here was not too different from that on Water Blue Star, just much stronger and imbued with a special energy that gave a warm sensation when it went down. He said calmly, there's no need. I've been secluded in meditation for a long time and only emerged this time to live quietly for a while and experience the warmth of humanity. Jonah hurriedly bowed. If so, I shall not disturb you further. If you have any requests during your stay, please feel free to visit the City Lord Manor. Having finished speaking, Jonah prepared to withdraw with his two servants. Suddenly, Amiri called him back. By the way, since you have this intention, could you arrange a simple and clean residence for me? Jonah happily replied, certainly, I will arrange it right away. He instructed one of the servants, stay here and guide the Great Immortal to the residence after he finishes eating. However, Amiri casually waved it off, no need. I'll go there myself later. Jonah then bowed and retreated. Amiri leisurely finished his meal. As he prepared to settle the bill, the waiter politely informed him, Great Immortal, the City Lord has already paid. Amiri wasn't surprised, merely nodding before walking out of the tavern. Then, he soared into the sky, causing nearby pedestrians to exclaim in astonishment. Following Jonah's directions, Amiri instantly flew over a cluster of residences. In the world of primordial chaos, only those above the immortal realm could fly through the air with physical bodies. So, seeing Amiri approaching, the guards below were in an uproar, fearing ill intentions. City Lord Jonah soon emerged from one of the residences and bowed respectfully to Amiri in midair. Greetings, Great Immortal. The residence is being prepared. Would you like to rest for a moment? Amiri flew beside him. That sounds good. Seeing how agreeable Amiri was, Jonah was visibly delighted and respectfully led Amiri into a reception room, seating him in the main position while taking a lower seat himself. Your presence honors our entire Xianxia City. This humble official feels incredibly honored. Might I inquire about your revered title, Great Immortal? Jonah bowed, smiling obsequiously. My name is Amiri. Jensemble to meet you, Great Immortal Amiri. Amiri nodded, then casually asked, I've been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years and know little about the outside world. Could you tell me if there are any notable golden immortals currently? Jonah was taken aback, but then laughed bitterly. I'm just a mundane official and have no access to news about immortal realm powers, let alone top-tier golden immortals. He cautiously inquired, may I ask why great immortal seeks golden immortals? Amiri explained calmly, during my tens of thousands of years of seclusion, I broke through to the golden immortal realm but never had the chance to engage other golden immortals. I'd like to discuss matters with a few senior golden immortals. Upon hearing this, Jonah couldn't help but gasp. Although both immortal realms, the gap between Jinsenman Immortal and Golden Immortal was immense, making them incomparable. Golden Immortals were practically the pinnacle of the entire primordial chaos realm, especially when the three supreme chaotic saints seldom appeared. Even the Emperor of the Mountain Wing Empire would be insignificant compared to a Golden Immortal. Ingtai City was just a minor town within the Empire's 72 cities spread across 28 provinces. To share a conversation with an immortal power was already an incredible honor for someone like Jonah. Discovering that Amiri wasn't just any immortal power but a golden immortal far above even the Emperor caused both excitement and trepidation. It felt like a street beggar meeting an emperor. No matter how meticulously he served, he feared disrespecting him. Jonah instinctively stood up and bowed respectfully again. This humble official, Jonah, city lord of Ingtai City in the Mountain Wing Empire, greets golden immortal Amiri. He didn't doubt Amiri exaggerated because there was no need. Regardless, the ability to fly signified an immortal power, whose status wouldn't change whether exaggerated or not. Please sit, Amiri said calmly. To which teaching does the Mountain Wing Empire belong? The Mountain Wing Empire belongs to the Jonathan sect, Jonah replied. Amiri knew from the Golden Giant Ape that the three primordial saints each founded teachings, known as the three great teachings of the primordial chaos. The Imperishable sect, the Jonathan sect, the 10,000 Immortals sect. All empires in the entire primordial chaos realm belong to these three great teachings. Even wandering immortal powerhouses dared not provoke these human-led empires. These empires jointly occupied the greater part of the primordial chaos realm, controlled by the three great teachings. If there was indeed a connection between the primordial chaos realm and Waterblue Star, it likely fell under the jurisdiction of the three great teachings. Therefore, Amiri wanted to gather information on Waterblue Star and find a way to enter it without easily offending the three great teachings. Initially, Amiri planned to gain fame through duels, hoping it would attract higher-ups from the three great teachings. However, not wanting to offend them, random killings leading to golden immortal confrontations weren't ideal. Gathering information first and politely challenging would be the best approach. Now, finding golden immortal powers wasn't as easy as imagined. Amiri thought, I must find a way to contact the Jonathan sect, possibly even join it and become part of the upper echelons to naturally investigate Waterblue Star. Patience was crucial. Being too eager might prematurely reveal his intentions, giving others leverage against him. Thus, Amiri remained unrushed. Chapter 489. Urgent Secret Report. Amiri had made his decision. He looked at Jonah and said, since you've entertained me so warmly, I cannot owe you any favors. He deliberately paused for a moment before continuing, I can offer to help you once without charge. Whether the enemy is a Jinsenman Immortal or a Golden Immortal, it doesn't matter. This promise remains valid until I leave, he added. A smile involuntarily spread across Jonah's face. Though Amiri's promise had a time limit, it still filled him with immense excitement. For merely hosting a common residence, he had earned the commitment of a legendary Golden Immortal, a trade he could be proud of his entire life. The only dilemma was that he didn't have any enemies who were immortals. Would using this favor to ask Amiri to eliminate an ordinary mortal not be overkill? He might even anger Amiri because of it. But Jonah did not let this fleeting worry show and instead respectfully replied, thank you, Grand Immortal Amiri. At that moment, a somewhat hurried set of footsteps approached and stopped near the door. Lord Mayor, the residence has been thoroughly cleaned. A deep voice came through the door. Jonah stood up again, bowing towards Amiri. The residence is ready. Grand Immortal Amiri may enter whenever convenient. Amiri also stood up. Let's go then. Jonah quickly walked to the door, bowed, opened it, and gestured for Amiri to walk out first. He then closed the door gently and led the way beside Amiri. They arrived at a simple residence not far from the mayor's office. After entering and glancing around, Amiri calmly said, this will do. You may return now. Once Jonah left, Amiri sat cross-legged in the room. His spiritual power spread outward. In the primal chaos realm, all external abilities were suppressed by heaven and earth, and spiritual power was no exception. What once covered hundreds of miles now barely reached 10 miles, about half of Ingtai City. Under his spiritual influence, every word and action within this range was clearly perceived. Besides the common information gathered from the Golden Ape, he sought to understand more fundamental details of this world, including language and customs, to later disguise himself as a native of the primal chaos realm. Elsewhere, after returning to his office, Jonah began to seriously ponder Amiri's promise. He placed great importance on it. Amiri's deadline was before leaving Ingtai City. But how long would Amiri stay? What if he left soon, wasting this valuable opportunity? Therefore, Jonah decided to use this condition promptly for maximum benefit. While he didn't have immortal-level enemies, others did, like his superiors or even the Emperor. What reward would the Emperor give if he eliminated an immortal-level threat? It could mean a swift rise to glory. Thinking of this, Jonah's face flushed with excitement. He immediately retrieved paper and pen to draft a secret letter. Calling in a trusted subordinate, he handed over the letter and a token. Nicolai Seifeng, take this secret report to the capital on Red Lotus Crane immediately. Nicolai Seifeng understood the urgency. He knew that urgent secret reports were akin to major events like foreign invasions, and the Emperor would see them right away. The Red Lotus Crane was an extremely rare flying beast, the best mount in the Shani dynasty, and a strategic asset for cities. Ingtai City had only one, and it wouldn't be used lightly. After receiving the letter and token, Nicolai Seifeng rushed to a spacious courtyard. In the center, a giant bird beast taller than 3 men was leisurely grooming itself. Servants nearby were cleaning blood and bone fragments off the ground. A strong smell of blood permeated the air. Before getting close, Nicolas Feng realized the Red Lotus crane must have just finished eating. Each meal required hundreds of pounds of fresh meat, 5 times a day, more luxurious than the combined diet of all the servants in the city hall. Near the courtyard entrance, a tall middle-aged man lounged in a chair. Nicolas Feng walked up and handed him the token. "Steward Danny, the mayor orders me to use the Red Lotus crane. Could you please assist?" The middle-aged man immediately stood up. "Certainly." He guided Nicolas Feng to the Red Lotus crane, motioned for the servants to step back, and stroked its red feathers. "Da Hong, you'll accompany this friend today. I'll give you extra food upon return. Be well behaved, okay?" "GAA." The Red Lotus crane responded with a loud cry. "All right, climb up." Steward Danny told Nicolas Feng, carefully instructing, "Though everyone knows, just a reminder, if it gets angry, don't go against it. Let it eat until satisfied." With that, he fitted reins on the crane's neck and petted its back gently. Despite some initial discomfort, the crane eventually allowed Nicolas Feng to mount. "Steward Danny, I'll take my leave." As Nicolas Feng pulled the reins, the Red Lotus crane soared into the sky in a blink, vanishing into the horizon. Wind swept through the courtyard, kicking up dust like a sandstorm, choking the 2 servants nearby. The next day, Nicolas Feng flew thousands of miles and arrived above a majestic city, the capital of the Xianxia dynasty. Landing on a spacious plaza, he turned over the Red Lotus crane to the designated caretaker and hastened to the palace. With the token and the stamped secret letter, Nicolas Feng was soon admitted into a grand hall where he met the current emperor. In the primal chaos realm, the emperor had no harem, and there were no eunuchs. The service staff consisted of guards and maids. A towering guard took the letter from Nicolas Feng and passed it to the emperor. The emperor calmly opened it and read the enclosed message. His expression soon changed drastically. He looked down at Nicolas Feng and asked gravely, "An immortal appeared in Ingtai City?" "Yes, your majesty." Nicolas Feng hastily bowed. A grand immortal flew in from afar yesterday and landed on the street, witnessed by many bystanders. The emperor was overjoyed and immediately started contemplating. Chapter 490, Great Immortal Gary. In the Boundless Realm, there were actually quite a few immortal realm powerhouses. However, distributed across the seemingly boundless expanse of the entire Boundless Realm, they appeared rather scarce. These immortal realm powerhouses. Most were disciples of the 3 great sects and would not easily interfere in secular matters. The remaining few were itinerant cultivators. Although these itinerant cultivators did not openly offend the 3 great sects or disrupt the order of any imperial dynasty, this did not mean they feared secular empires. Instead, they would use various means to acquire resources from the different empires. This severely damaged the interests of the empires. However, these itinerant immortal realm powerhouses knew the bottom line of the 3 great sects and never crossed it. With countless empires in the Boundless Realm, the disciples of the 3 great sects had no interest in frequently intervening. Therefore, most empires actually faced troubles caused by itinerant immortal realm powerhouses. They could neither defeat them nor get their backers to intervene. Under normal circumstances, they could only endure. This was why, when the high-ranking officials of an empire encountered an immortal realm powerhouse, they would always try to cultivate relationships with them. The lofty 3 great sects could only do their best to prevent the empires from being destroyed by immortal realm powerhouses. As for wars among mortals, natural disasters, or covert disruptions by immortal realm powerhouses, the 3 great sects would not interfere. However, an immortal realm powerhouse who had a relationship with them could help deal with issues and avoid various other troubles. As the emperor of the Mountain Wing dynasty, he naturally had acquaintances among the immortal realm powerhouses. However, the trouble he recently faced involved a Earth immortal realm powerhouse, far stronger than ordinary Jensen-Man immortal realm powerhouses. The several Jensen-Man immortal realm powerhouses he knew dared not stand up to him. Now, Jonah's secret letter came at just the right time. A golden immortal powerhouse? I find that hard to believe. But since this person claims to be an immortal realm powerhouse and speaks so confidently, they must at least have the strength of a celestial immortal, the emperor thought. Facing a Earth immortal powerhouse should be effortless. The emperor thought for a moment, then said to a guard beside him, "Copy down all available intelligence on Great Immortal Gary immediately." The guard bowed and left. The emperor then took out paper and pen and wrote a confidential reply letter. Soon after, the guard quickly walked in and respectfully handed over a thin notebook. After carefully reviewing it for a while, the emperor combined it with the confidential letter and handed it to Nicolas Feng. "Take this back and give it to Jonah immediately." Nicolas Feng accepted the letter without delay, returned to the square, mounted the back of a red lotus eagle, and flew urgently toward Ingtai City. Another day passed before Nicolas Feng finally returned to the city magistrate's residence. Jonah suppressed his excitement and anticipation as he opened the letter and read it word by word. By the end, Jonah became elated, reciting aloud from the letter. "If Great Immortal Amiri successfully eliminates the target, I will confer upon you the title of King of a Province, bestow 10,000 spirit crystals, and grant you 20,000 soldiers." Having finished reading the letter, Jonah's face was flushed with excitement. The title of King of a Province was the highest rank second only to the Emperor, a position with actual power and military authority. In terms of status, it was second to none except the Emperor himself, although this was limited within the Mountain Wing dynasty. Even so, it was enough to make Jonah ecstatic. According to the administrative levels of the Mountain Wing dynasty, the smallest unit was a village or town, then came the city, followed by the province, and finally the entire Mountain Wing dynasty. The city magistrate was ranked just below a provincial king, seemingly only one level apart, but in reality, the difference in status was vast, let alone the fact that Jonah was merely the magistrate of a small city, a position possibly lower than even a regular steward in the royal family. Therefore, if he truly became a king, it would be like a sparrow soaring to the treetop, transforming into a phoenix flying to the sky. Next, he picked up another notebook. According to the Emperor's confidential letter, this contained detailed information about the target. Jonah flipped through the notebook carefully. The target was named Gary, a great Earth immortal powerhouse secretly controlling the heavenly spider trade union. Leveraging his almost invincible strength in the mortal world, he rapidly occupied the entire market of the Mountain Wing dynasty, monopolizing the trading of multiple goods. Controlling prices and profiting excessively, Gary amassed enormous wealth. While he did not directly oppose the Mountain Wing dynasty, his actions affected the livelihood of the people and hindered the development of numerous industries. In fact, Jonah had heard that Gary's control over the heavenly spider trade union extended beyond the Mountain Wing dynasty, having long occupied several neighboring empires. After all, cultivating at the Earth immortal realm required substantial resources. Moreover, managing the affairs of the trade union was impossible for Gary alone. Hence, besides Gary, the heavenly spider trade union was filled with countless strong cultivators below the immortal realm, requiring an immense amount of resources to sustain such a large workforce. The entire heavenly spider trade union, centered around the great Earth immortal Gary, was a monstrous entity spanning multiple empires. Jonah couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. In that case, offering a mere kingship is far from an exaggerated reward. He could imagine that if Amiri really killed Gary, regardless of the upheaval caused by the fall of a great Earth immortal powerhouse, the redistribution of the heavenly spider trade union alone would trigger severe turmoil among several empires. Though Amiri wouldn't provide additional help to the Mountain Wing dynasty, the Emperor's foreknowledge of Amiri's actions already gave him a tremendous advantage. With prior preparation and strategic planning, the benefits gained would surpass any rival force and far exceed the reward promised to Jonah. Even if Amiri's action failed, it wouldn't result in any loss for the Emperor. It would merely be wishful thinking. Taking a deep breath, Jonah dared not delay further and immediately headed towards Amiri's residence. At this point, Amiri had, after 2 days of clandestine observation, gained a clearer understanding of the boundless realm. Of course, Amiri understood that Ingtai City was just a small, ordinary city whose residents were lowly mortals. Their knowledge of higher-level realms was inevitably unclear or even erroneous. However, many common-sense issues, as well as living customs and linguistic practices, were things the golden giant ape hadn't explained comprehensively at the time. Now, combining the new intelligence, Amiri found it easier to maintain his disguise and avoid revealing any loopholes when interacting with powerful figures in the future. As Amiri pondered the next steps in his plan, Jonah arrived outside his residence. "I am Jonah, seeking an audience with great immortal Amiri," he bowed at the gate. "Come in." Amiri's indifferent voice echoed in his ears. Jonah gently pushed open the gate, entered, and carefully closed it behind him. Walking through the courtyard, he entered Amiri's room, acting cautiously throughout to avoid disturbing Amiri. Chapter 491. Have Gary come to me. Speak. What's the matter? Amiri kept his eyes half closed, speaking indifferently. Jonah had prepared his words in advance and now spoke shyly. "Great immortal Amiri, a few days ago you promised to help me once. I've been thinking about it, and indeed there is a great Earth immortal who is my enemy. Could great immortal assist me?" Amiri did not open his eyes, replying coolly, "Since I promised, I will certainly do as agreed. Provide me with detailed information on the target, and tell me where they are now. I have organized the intelligence on the target, but I am still trying to locate them. This is the intelligence. Please review it, great immortal." Jonah took out a booklet from his robes, held it in both hands, and approached Amiri step by step before bowing to present it. Amiri then opened his eyes and carefully examined the booklet Jonah handed over. Meanwhile, Jonah silently returned to his place, waiting patiently. Soon, Amiri finished reviewing the intel. "Without knowing where they are, how do you expect me to take action?" He closed the booklet and glanced at Jonah, making him shudder. Jonah quickly bowed, saying apprehensively, "Please do not blame me, great immortal Amiri. I am just an ordinary small city lord, unable to track down a superior Earth immortal. However, the Heavenly Spider Trade Association is very important to Gary. If we attack their headquarters, we can surely lure him out. Great immortal Amiri, if you are ready, I can arrange for people to suddenly assault the Heavenly Spider Trade Association's headquarters anytime, and then you need only appear to eliminate the opponent." Amiri remained calm. "No, I'll personally launch a surprise attack on the Heavenly Spider Trade Association's headquarters and wait for Gary there. Give me a detailed map, and I will go now." Jonah was startled by Amiri's decisive action. After all, this wasn't some petty adversary but a powerful Earth immortal. But he soon realized that Amiri claimed to be a golden immortal, far stronger than any Earth immortal. Naturally, he had the confidence to crush the opponent effortlessly. Jonah quickly retreated, ordered someone to fetch a detailed map marked with the Heavenly Spider Trade Association's headquarters, and handed it to Amiri. "After I destroy the headquarters of the Heavenly Spider Trade Association, I will wait for no more than 5 days. If Gary does not show up, I won't intervene further." With that, Amiri shot up into the sky, speeding towards a certain direction. Despite the speed of his physical flight being suppressed to 1/10 of its original speed in this chaotic world, he could still travel several thousand kilometers per second. Reaching the vicinity of the target indicated on the map, Amiri began searching meticulously. He didn't use teleportation, reserving it and the cosmic prohibition barrier as his trump cards to avoid revealing them easily. Soon, Amiri found the city where the target was located. He casually flew overhead, slowly descending onto a street, causing a commotion among the crowd. Many immediately bowed. "Greetings, great immortal." Amiri waved dismissively. "No need for formalities. Tell me where the Heavenly Spider Trade Association's headquarters is." People quickly pointed in a direction, warmly saying, "Great immortal, just that way. Turn left at the intersection, walk straight for a few hundred meters down another street, and the most luxurious 5-story building on your left is the headquarters of the Heavenly Spider Trade Association." Amiri moved instantly, rising up and gazing in the direction they indicated. A magnificent 5-story building stood out on a bustling street, bustling with passers-by at its entrance. He hovered outside the Heavenly Spider Trade Association's entrance and loudly declared amidst curious and surprised stares, "In 5 minutes, I will destroy the headquarters of the Heavenly Spider Trade Association. Everyone, get out now." Upon hearing this, silence fell. The crowd couldn't believe what they were seeing. Everyone knew the Heavenly Spider Trade Association was backed by an immortal. While commoners were unaware of the exact controller or their cultivation level, they understood the gravity of the situation. A confrontation between two immortals was inevitable. Soon, someone emerged angrily from inside the Heavenly Spider Trade Association. Seeing Amiri hovering in midair, they swallowed their harsh words. The leader, a middle-aged man in splendid robes, bowed stiffly, "Great Immortal, our Heavenly Spider Trade Association is controlled by the Earth Immortal Gary. Is there any misunderstanding?" Amiri glanced coldly at him. "No misunderstanding. I came here for Gary. Inform him to come see me quickly. Otherwise, the Heavenly Spider Trade Association will cease to exist." Hearing this, the man in the elaborate robe fell silent. He knew that even mentioning Gary's name hadn't intimidated this great power. Speaking more would only incur his displeasure. An immortal was beyond his reach. Now, he could only watch as the other acted freely. Thinking this, he swiftly led people back into the building, hurriedly salvaging valuable goods. Space rings were rare in this stable universe, unavailable below the immortal realm. So, they stuffed valuables into bags and fled. Seeing time hadn't elapsed yet, he sent more people back in, trying to save additional items. At that moment, Amiri mercilessly rose into the air, palm aimed downwards. Golden true chi burst forth from his palm, forming a colossal hand hundreds of meters wide, crashing down forcefully. Boom! Thunderous noise reverberated for kilometers. The Heavenly Spider Trade Association headquarters collapsed instantly. Dust billowed, and shockwaves swept through the surroundings. People running back inside were crushed instantly. Everyone panicked, fleeing, screaming in terror. Staff carrying bags also ran for safety. Only the middle-aged man in elaborate robes stood dumbfounded, mind blank. This universe had exceptionally stable space and energy, with durable materials. He knew the main building was made of Arvajkong stone, nearly as hard as high-grade metal. Immortals could certainly destroy it effortlessly, but a mere Jensen Man immortal wouldn't flatten such a building so easily. Thus, the Santiago before him was at least a Jensen Man immortal or higher. This thought flashed instinctively in the middle-aged man's mind. Chapter 492. It was you who provoked the Marisaju Commerce Draperilde? After destroying the headquarters of the Marisaju Commerce Draperilde, Amiri hovered above the ruins and shouted loudly once more, "Remember, tell Gary to find me. I am Amiri, and I will be waiting outside the city for a few days." Having said that, Amiri's figure moved, transforming into a black speck in the sky before disappearing from everyone's sight. Only then did the onlookers erupt into heated discussion. In the Xianxia Imperial Dynasty, the name of the Marisaju Commerce Draperilde was known by almost everyone. The guild had firmly established itself for many years, controlling numerous industries within the dynasty, proving its immense strength. It wasn't the first time they had faced challenges. However, no one had ever dared to openly destroy the headquarters of the Marisaju Commerce Draperilde as Amiri did. This was nothing short of a public slap in the face. Everyone knew that an earth-shaking battle between immortal-level powerhouses would soon erupt outside the city. A middle-aged man in a magnificent robe turned away with a group of staff members, his face as dark as a pot bottom. News of what happened to the Marisaju Commerce Draperilde gradually spread. The Ganon, who kept a close eye on the guild, received the news promptly. This great immortal named Amiri still dared to provoke so openly after knowing that Gary has Earth Immortal cultivation. This shows that his strength is indeed considerable. 8 out of 10 chances he's a true golden immortal powerhouse. Excitement mixed with some fear coursed through the emperor. As the ruler of a nation spanning several million square kilometers, he understood the vastness of the primal chaos realm all too well. Nations like the Xianxia Imperial Dynasty were countless. Within the entire primal chaos realm, an emperor was merely a humble ant. Golden immortal powerhouses, on the other hand, stood at the peak of the primal chaos realm. Their status could not be more different. I wonder if great immortal Amiri feels used. I hope he does not become angry over this. The emperor felt uneasy. Dealing with such beings made him nervous even though Amiri had shown mild temperament, and they had not directly interacted. Then, he thought about the vast assets left behind after the Marisaju Commerce Draperilde's downfall, as well as the large market vacated. He couldn't help but feel excited. After pondering for a while, the emperor urgently summoned a few people and issued a series of secret orders, preparing to seize the assets of the Marisaju Commerce Draperilde, even those in other major dynasties. Once everything was arranged, the emperor ordered the relevant information about the Marisaju Commerce Draperilde to be blocked, especially prohibiting its dissemination to other nations, to avoid alerting them. Meanwhile, on a towering mountain, near the summit lay a cave. Inside, a dignified middle-aged man sat cross-legged, eyes half closed, breathing deeply and steadily. While he was quietly cultivating, a middle-aged man in a splendid robe appeared at the foot of the mountain, dashing up to the peak like a phantom. Soon, this middle-aged man arrived at the entrance of the cave, bowing without showing any sign of exertion. Great Immortal E. The headquarters of the Marisaju Commerce Draperilde has been destroyed by an immortal powerhouse. He specifically asked to see you. Inside the cave, Gary slowly opened his eyes and calmly said, "Give me information on him." The middle-aged man in the splendid robe paused, speaking in a quieter voice. "We have found no information on him. All we know is that he calls himself Amiri. We don't know why he provoked you, Great Immortal." Gary rose gracefully, standing at the entrance of the cave, gazing at the middle-aged man with calm indifference, making him shiver and break into a cold sweat. He didn't leave much information, but his actions revealed something. The middle-aged man quickly recounted the scene of Amiri destroying the headquarters, sharing his speculation. Gary nodded. "I understand." With that, he floated into the air and disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight. Outside the city, In a vast open space, Amiri hovered high in the air. He had volunteered to help Jonah deal with an immortal powerhouse, not out of gratitude, but to have a legitimate reason to fight an immortal powerhouse and get him to scout suitable targets. All this was done to gain renown. His upcoming battle with Gary would be the starting point of gaining attention from the upper echelons of the primal chaos realm. Thus, Amiri had prepared. Not only did he intend to win cleanly and decisively, but also to create a sensation. As Amiri waited in the air with folded arms, a small black dot appeared in the sky, growing larger visibly until it became a graceful figure standing opposite Amiri. "It was you who provoked the Marisaju Commerce Draperilled?" The newcomer spoke indifferently. Amiri glanced at him. "Yes, I am Amiri. Are you Gary? The Marisaju Commerce Draperilled is my asset under protection. Why did you provoke them publicly? Could it be because you have a grudge against me?" "No personal grievances. I acted on someone's behalf." "On whose behalf? That's none of your business." Upon hearing this, Gary frowned and coldly said, "Since there's nothing else to discuss, let's settle it with strength." He pulled out a long, slender war saber from his storage ring. The blade glowed with golden light. In an instant, Gary slashed through the air with the saber, aiming at Amiri's neck. Amiri remained unmoved. Without looking away, he casually extended his right hand to meet the saber. At the moment of impact, Gary's expression changed dramatically. Such powerful defensive skills? Even my mid-grade immortal weapon couldn't penetrate? He saw a thin, invisible defense field around Amiri's palm, completely isolating the saber. His strike didn't even touch Amiri's skin, let alone harm him. Unbeknownst to Gary, Amiri was also surprised. The invisible defense field of the mystic True Chi was suppressed so strongly. My defensive capabilities seem weaker here. Typically, when Amiri encountered an attack, an invisible defense field would automatically appear on his surface. In the external world, this field was several centimeters thick and could thicken to over a dozen centimeters in its strongest form. Now, the thickness of the defense field was less than a centimeter. Clearly, its protective power had been significantly weakened. However, Amiri relied mostly on his physical body for defense, which remained unaffected by external conditions, keeping the overall weakening minimal. Facing golden immortals in the primal chaos realm, Amiri was still confident. Even against 3 supreme sages, he wouldn't hesitate. As for Gary, Amiri didn't consider him a challenge at all. Hashtag chapter 493. Amiri is a golden immortal. After withstanding the strike, Amiri calmly looked at his opponent and said coolly, "So this is the strength you're so proud of? It's nothing special." Enraged by such mockery, Gary roared, "You're just relying on your protective abilities. Let's see how long you can endure." With that, he darted forward, appearing behind Amiri to deliver another powerful slash. Amiri reacted swiftly, turning his body while raising his left hand to block the blade once again. A metallic clang echoed through the air. An invisible shockwave surged in all directions. Gary showed no sign of stopping, moving like a whirlwind as he relentlessly attacked around Amiri. The intensity of their battle grew increasingly formidable. Thunderous clashes resounded over several miles, and the gales caused by their movements turned into a raging storm. The place Amiri had chosen was not far from a nearby city, and many people had been eagerly awaiting this duel. Soon, a crowd began gathering to watch from a distance. The suppression in the primal world was extremely strong, so ordinary people were accustomed to its effects. But because of this, they rarely witnessed grand spectacles that spanned dozens of miles. This battle between Amiri and Gary had already given them a glimpse of something extraordinary. Too fast. The great immortal from the heavenly spider merchant Draperilled is moving like a phantom. It's impossible to track his movements. Amiri the great immortal is also incredibly strong. He stands still yet perfectly deflects every attack. Who knows which of these two immortals is stronger? Among the spectators were some of the strongest individuals below the immortal realm, known as demigods among mortals. Upon learning that a battle involving an immortal realm powerhouse could occur here, they hurriedly rushed to the city. Although they couldn't clearly see the details of the fight, it did nothing to dampen their excitement and awe. Immortal realm powerhouses are too strong. If I break through to the immortal realm successfully, I can gain such immense strength. In the sky above the wilderness, Amiri remained rooted in place, only defending without attacking. Gary's attacks were all deflected by Amiri's hands, causing no damage whatsoever. As Gary's expression grew increasingly grim, Amiri suddenly threw a punch, smashing it directly onto Gary's blade. A colossal force surged into Gary's body, spreading throughout him. His arm went limp, nearly dropping the celestial longsword, and his body felt like it had disintegrated, losing all strength. Without pausing, Amiri's fist continued and struck Gary's chest. With a sharp crack, Gary's chest caved in, and he spat blood, flying backward. Everything happened so quickly. By the time the distant spectators realized what had transpired, they saw a black shadow flash past, followed by Gary landing far away, spitting blood. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage. Didn't expect the outcome to be decided so quickly. Amiri the great immortal has won. The speed of immortal realm powerhouses is beyond our perception. What seems fast to us involves thousands of exchanges for them. At that moment, a golden glow flashed over Gary's body. Keen-eyed observers noticed that his caved-in chest was rapidly swelling back to its original form. This is a mystical ability. According to legend, those who master the Stephanth mystic ability can live forever, instantly recovering from any injuries. Judging by this, it's too early to declare an end. As the spectators discussed amongst themselves, Amiri looked at his opponent in surprise. So this is your mystic ability? It seems quite impressive. From what Amiri knew, the primal world's laws were stable, so immortal realm powerhouses here didn't cultivate the heavenly laws but focused on mastering mystic abilities. For example, the golden giant ape once mastered the mystic ability to transform based on celestial phenomena, or Gary, who possessed the Stephanth mystic ability. There were other abilities like six-armed form, indestructible body, and more, all centered around personal empowerment, rather than utilizing the laws of nature. To Amiri, compared to the natural laws outside, the mystic abilities of the primal world were more akin to his own methods, primarily focusing on physical prowess. Suddenly, Amiri moved, catching up to Gary instantly and delivering a crushing blow from above. Gary, who had just recovered, was caught off guard and slammed into the ground, sinking tens of meters deep. Dust billowed up and then dissipated like gray mist. Amiri waited silently in the air. Soon, Gary burst out of the earth, rushing towards the distance to escape. After these two strikes, he realized the gap between him and Amiri. Even with his Stephanth mystic ability, he could only survive momentarily, not triumph. Amiri extended his hand once more. His palm enlarged rapidly, blocking out the sky as it descended over Gary. Gary was shocked. Another mystic ability? The next moment, the giant hand closed, capturing Gary within it, rendering all struggles futile. Give up struggling. I am of the golden immortal realm. You're no match for me, Amiri said calmly. Hearing this, Gary immediately ceased struggling and shouted loudly, Great Immortal, please spare my life. Rest assured, I have no interest in killing someone who has no enmity with me. Gary, trapped in the giant hand, was speechless, thinking to himself, if being neutral results in this much trouble, imagine if we were enemies? But he dared not voice these thoughts and instead cautiously asked, then why did you punish me so severely, Great Immortal? I agreed to someone's request to kill you, but I don't want to create unnecessary carnage, so I let you live. Just stay far away from here from now on. Saying this, Amiri released his grip. Gary straightened up, bowed deeply to Amiri, and said, Thank you, Great Immortal Amiri, for your mercy. Go ahead, you may leave. Gary hurriedly flew away. The distant crowd watched in disbelief at the series of events. No one expected a seemingly evenly matched battle to turn into a one-sided victory so abruptly. The Great Immortal from the heavenly spider merchant Draperilde had shown his Stephanth mystic ability, giving hope of a turnaround, but he was captured without resistance by Great Immortal Amiri. Some top-tier spectators were more concerned with another point. With their acute senses and superior hearing, they heard Amiri's conversation clearly. Golden Immortal powerhouses? Heavens! This Great Immortal Amiri is actually a legendary Golden Immortal. Many ordinary people, who hadn't initially heard Amiri, now listened to these words from the experts and were stunned into silence. Chapter 494, the fourth-generation disciple of the Jonathan sect. After releasing Gary, Amiri left directly and returned to Ingtai City. However, the storm he caused was far from over. The public battle between two great immortal powers had already caught everyone's attention, but more so because Amiri revealed himself as a great golden immortal. Regardless of whether people believed it or not, the news spread like wildfire throughout the Xianxia imperial dynasty and quickly expanded to neighboring kingdoms. Furthermore, with Marisaju business Draperilde losing its backing, this massive entity was now being fought over by various factions, causing further upheaval and intensifying discussions about Amiri's battle with Gary. Deep within a secluded mountain, an old man opened his eyes after meditating. In front of him stood a young boy who respectfully provided information about Amiri. After Grand Immortal Amiri released Grand Immortal Gary, he left alone. According to our intelligence, 2 days before the Great Battle, Grand Immortal Amiri appeared in Ingtai City, staying at the residence arranged by Mayor Jonah. Prior to that, there is no other information on Grand Immortal Amiri. The elder waved his hand. Continue gathering information on Amiri without letting him know. Do not provoke him under any circumstances. Yes. The young boy bowed and exited. Once he left, the elder muttered to himself, a great golden immortal? Among the billion immortals in our Jonathan sect, only slightly over 100 are great golden immortals. How could an unknown individual be a golden immortal? Yet, he easily defeated Gary of the Earth immortal realm. His strength is indeed remarkable. After pondering for a long time, the elder rose and left his cave, flying off in a certain direction. Before long, the elder arrived above Ingtai City. He did not use his divine senses to scan the city, as it would be considered impolite if Amiri were inside, potentially offending him. Thus, he surveyed the surroundings, located the mayor's mansion, and descended, causing some tension among the guards below. Upon receiving the report, Mayor Jonah rushed out of his study. Seeing the elder immediately, he bowed and said, This humble one, Mayor Jonah of Ingtai City, greets Grand Immortal. The elder replied gently, I am Andreas, a fourth-generation disciple of the Jonathan sect. I have something to discuss with you. Jonah was instantly startled. The Jonathan sect's disciples were ranked into 4 generations, Golden Immortals, Celestial Immortals, Earth Immortals, and Jensenman Immortals, solely based on their cultivation levels. As a 4th-generation disciple, Andreas was of the Jensenman Immortal level. Though Jensenman Immortals were at the lower echelons among all Immortals, being a Jonathan sect disciple made his identity extraordinary. Xianxia Imperial Dynasty, which Jonah belonged to, fell under the jurisdiction of the Jonathan sect. Theoretically, even the lowest-ranked Jonathan sect disciple outranked the emperor of the Xianxia Imperial Dynasty. Regardless of cultivation level, Jonah, the mayor of a city and a future regional king, was nothing compared to Andreas. Knowing this, Jonah suspected that Andreas's courteous visit concerned Amiri. He hastily responded, Grand Immortal Yi, please come inside and have a seat. Any request you have, do not hesitate to ask. Andreas gracefully landed, entering the reception hall guided by Jonah, and sat down at the main seat. Jonah stood respectfully below. Without beating around the bush, Andreas said, I heard that recently, a golden immortal named Amiri has become widely known. Might you arrange a meeting for me? Jonah, unfazed, bowed slightly and responded, reporting to Grand Immortal Yi, Grand Immortal Amiri is temporarily residing here. Whether he wishes to meet is beyond my authority to arrange, but I will try to inform him. Please bear with me. Andreas nodded and smiled. Understood, please inform him. Please wait here while I return momentarily, said Jonah. Much appreciated. Jonah hurried back to Amiri's residence. Bowing outside, Grand Immortal Amiri, Jonah requests an audience. Come in. Jonah cautiously entered, stopping near Amiri. Grand Immortal Amiri, Andreas of the Jonathan sect, seeks an audience. What are your instructions? Let him come. Yes. Jonah then rushed back to escort Andreas to Amiri's residence. Upon arrival, he gently pushed open the door, allowing Andreas to enter, closed the door behind him, and waited outside. Inside the meditation room, Andreas greeted first. This humble one, Andreas, fourth-generation disciple of the Jonathan sect, pays respects to Grand Immortal Amiri. Grand Immortal Yi, please sit. Amiri nodded slightly. Andreas sat opposite Amiri and, sensing that Jonah had left the yard, smiled. I heard much about Grand Immortal Amiri and came to seek an audience. If I disturb you, please forgive me. Not at all. Amiri smiled, asking directly, what brings Grand Immortal Yi here? Andreas, originally intending to make small talk, instead said seriously, I heard that Grand Immortal Amiri is a great golden immortal. Are you interested in joining the Jonathan sect? I can facilitate an introduction. Amiri looked at him calmly. What benefits would joining the Jonathan sect bring me? You will have over 100 fellow golden immortal Taoists to exchange knowledge with, access endless spiritual chi resources for cultivation, and learn directly from the primal chaos sage without reservation. Fine, I accept. Amiri nodded decisively. Andreas didn't seem surprised and continued with a gentle smile. In that case, I will recommend you to the sect. Could you provide me with some basic information about yourself? Just the essentials, to help the sect understand you better. For example, when did you achieve the golden immortal realm? Who taught you? Indeed, Andreas had guessed that Amiri deliberately displayed his strength and stayed in Ingtai City to attract attention, aiming to join one of the 3 major sections. The allure of these sects was irresistible to any powerful figure, and many tried to join through various means after achieving their immortal status. Amiri calmly answered, I ascended to the golden immortal realm 500 years ago. There's nothing else noteworthy. Very well. I will report this to the sect first. Andreas stood up, took out a jade token from his storage ring, and handed it over. This is my communication jade token. Grand Immortal Amiri, leave your mark on it for easier contact in the future. Chapter 495, Heaven-Piercing Mountain. The communication jade token was entirely white, like translucent glass, with a green light flowing within it. Amiri calmly reached out to take it. Andreas was taken aback. Great Immortal Amiri, you are? Hearing this, Amiri also paused for a moment. Communication jade tokens had not been mentioned by the golden giant ape in the past. These past few days, there had been no mention of them among the civilians of Ingtai City. Seeing Andreas hand it over, he assumed it was an item given to him for communication. It seemed now that wasn't the case. Amiri could only say, my storage ring has been broken for a long time, so I don't have a communication jade token. Is this one meant for me? Andreas smiled. Apologies, it was my negligence. Saying this, he retrieved another semi-transparent white jade token from his storage ring, but this one contained nothing, clearly different from the previous token. He offered this new jade token again. This is a blank communication jade token. Yelkali, I carry a few with me. Then thank you. Amiri took it. Though he hadn't used communication jade tokens here before, he understood that for communication purposes, they would certainly require soul power. Binding them to oneself would definitely involve refining with soul power. Thus, Amiri began controlling his soul power to probe into the jade token, gradually forming a cluster of green light inside, slowly circulating. At the moment of completion, instructions on using the communication jade token surfaced in Amiri's mind automatically. In short, a communication jade token acts as a special kind of spiritual artifact. After refinement and binding, it can send messages to any fellow Taoist within a 100,000-kilometer radius. The prerequisite being that the recipient must have left an imprint on the jade token. The method to leave an imprint is by bringing 2 activated communication jade tokens close to each other. Understanding the operation methods, the 2 jade tokens were imprinted onto each other. Great Immortal Amiri, I will take my leave first. Andreas nodded, smiled, turned around, and walked out of the cultivation room. He soared into the sky from the courtyard and vanished almost immediately. Outside the courtyard, Jonah received Amiri's mental message. If there's nothing else, you may return. Yes. Jonah bowed towards the direction of the courtyard gate before turning to leave. In the high skies, Andreas frowned pensively. Amiri's reaction is as if he's never seen a communication jade token. Moreover, he doesn't even have a storage ring. Could he be an ancient relic who's been closed off for years? But without a storage ring, the amount of spirit stones he owns would be limited. What use is a long seclusion? Duncanering for a while, he eventually gave up. Forget it. We'll see once he joins. Not long after, Andreas's line of sight revealed a strangely shaped mountain. The entire mountain resembled a slender stone pillar. However, the mountain actually spanned thousands of kilometers and stretched nearly vertically upwards, piercing through the clouds. After all, the atmospheric layer of the primordial world was as high as 200 million kilometers. Even the lowest clouds were several million kilometers above ground. That meant the towering mountain before Andreas was thousands of kilometers wide and millions of kilometers tall. This was Heaven-Piercing Mountain, the location of the Jonathan sect, where the Jonathan sect leader permanently resided. Over 10 million disciples of the sect mostly lived here as well. As Andreas flew closer, the image of Heaven-Piercing Mountain grew larger in his vision. He directly flew into the white mist. The part of Heaven-Piercing Mountain visible through the clouds looked like a normal peak with lush vegetation and flowing streams. For the disciples of Jonathan sect, this part truly represented the essence of Heaven-Piercing Mountain, whether at the base or waist of the mountain, measured from where it entered the clouds. Below the clouds, it merely served as a supporting column. Soon, Andreas landed gracefully in an open square midway up the mountain and strolled towards a cave entrance tens of meters high. Above the cave entrance were the red characters, Celestial Palace. Upon entering, the space inside opened up dramatically. Dozens of fist-sized pearls scattered across the ceiling of the cave emitted soft white light, illuminating the spacious interior brightly. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged on a mat. Sensing Andreas's presence, he slowly opened his eyes and asked indifferently, "What is it?" The supreme existence within Jonathan's sect was the sect leader, the only grand sage in the sect. Except for occasional public sermons, the sect leader rarely intervened in worldly affairs. Next in line was the sect chief, responsible for managing everything within the sect. The current sect chief was Carson, a well-known disciple. Suspected golden immortal? Carson's interest was piqued upon hearing this. Andreas recounted Amiri's information in detail. Amiri? Carson frowned slightly. To someone of his caliber, every powerful golden immortal wouldn't remain unknown. After all, achieving golden immortal status requires extraordinary talent, showing remarkable abilities in Jinsaman immortal, Earth immortal, or heavenly immortal realms, emitting brilliance. It's impossible to remain obscure indefinitely. Having grown from immortal, he had interacted with most golden immortals. Even those he hadn't met personally, their names were familiar. Even newly ascended golden immortals were often already famous in the heavenly immortal realm, and Jonathan's sect would surely have relevant intelligence. Yet he had never heard of Amiri. Is he using a false name intentionally? What purpose does this serve? Just as Carson was contemplating, a distant voice echoed in his mind. If Amiri wants to join the sect, let him. Carson was shaken. Sect leader? Before he could inquire further, the sect leader's soul power quietly dissipated. Carson could only calm himself and replied to Andreas, "Invite Amiri over then." Andreas bowed slightly, "Yes, sect chief." Leaving promptly, Carson sat deep in thought. Who is Amiri? Why does the sect leader know of his existence and invite him directly? Moreover, since the sect leader knows Amiri, this name should be genuine. Why have I never heard of it? Could he be some ancient existence? After much deliberation, Carson left Celestial Palace and arrived at another grotto, reviewing ancient data jade slips to find records of Amiri. But found nothing. Chapter 496, Anton's two great mystical arts. On the other side, Andreas visited Amiri's residence once again. After a brief greeting, he walked into Amiri's cultivation room and sat down. Grand Immortal Amiri, the sect leader has agreed to your entry into the sect. If you are available now, we can head to Mount Jonathan together. Amiri smiled. Then let's go. As he spoke, his soul force swept out, swiftly locating Mayor Jonah. He sent him a mental message, "I'm leaving now. You can reclaim this residence." Upon receiving the message, Jonah was momentarily stunned. However, as he did not know how to send messages telepathically, he could only bow respectfully from where he stood. "Farewell, Grand Immortal Amiri." In reality, he felt extremely reluctant. The Emperor's promise of a princely title had yet to be fulfilled. Once the Emperor finished his current matters and bestowed upon him the title of prince, he would undoubtedly face immense pressure and challenges. After all, every prince needed their own territory. At the time of his enfeoffment, he would either receive territory from the Emperor or have to conquer it by force. If it were the former, it would inevitably infringe on the interests of other princes. If it were the latter, it would require dangerous wars. If Amiri stayed here, even without doing anything, he could be his trump card, making others wary. Only after securing his territory and overcoming the toughest initial period would his princely position stabilize. Unfortunately, the decision for Amiri to stay or leave was not up to him. Jonah sighed inwardly. On the other side, Amiri followed Andreas as they quickly flew through the sky toward Mount Jonathan. Soon enough, Amiri saw a distant, fine line stretching between heaven and earth. As they drew closer, he began to see the true appearance of Mount Jonathan, marveling at its grandeur. A towering pillar millions of miles high, which in the outer world could string together thousands of ordinary life-bearing planets like a string of beads. This was just the height from the ground to the cloud layer. The vastness of the Xuanhuan realm became evident. Soon, the two entered the clouds and landed at the waist of Mount Jonathan, entering the heavenly palace. Anton had already returned to his cushion. Seeing them enter, his gaze immediately fell on Amiri. "Sect leader, this is Grand Immortal Amiri," Andreas said, bowing slightly before introducing Anton to Amiri. "This is our current sect leader of the Jonathan sect and one of the top-ranking disciples of the first generation, senior brother Anton." Anton laughed heartily. "I've heard much about you from Brother Yi. It's said that you achieved golden immortal realm through solitary cultivation. Truly unparalleled talent and astonishing perseverance." Amiri smiled faintly. "Sect leader, you flatter me." Anton continued with a smile. "Our Jonathan sect welcomes the joining of all top geniuses, especially those who possess both extraordinary talent and determination like you. You are the type of powerhouse we yearn for. I will have Brother Yi help you complete the formalities for joining the sect. But, here," Anton paused. "Regarding your future status within the sect, we will need to verify your cultivation level through a duel. This isn't a sign of doubt about your abilities, but part of the standard process for joining the sect. Please don't misunderstand." Amiri nodded nonchalantly. "No problem. I look forward to a battle with other golden immortals." Anton smiled warmly. "Very well, then let us move outside for the duel. Your opponent will be me." Beside them, Andreas watched eagerly. Even as a Jonathan sect disciple, he had never witnessed a battle between golden immortals. Now having the chance to observe Amiri's battle up close was an incredibly rare experience. Watching Amiri and Anton fly out of the cave, he quickly followed. Shortly after, Amiri and Anton stopped in the sky several thousand miles away from Mount Jonathan, facing each other from several kilometers apart. Andreas remained a few hundred miles away, intently observing the two, unwilling to miss any detail. Suddenly, two black figures vanished simultaneously. Amiri and Anton disappeared from their original positions. Anton, wielding a splendid long sword, clashed directly with Amiri's fist. An observable shockwave spread outward. Anton's eyes narrowed. He clearly saw his attack easily break through Amiri's invisible protective field but failed to cause any damage to Amiri's fist. It didn't even cut through his skin. Body like Vajra, unbreakable. This is the Vajra unbreakable mystic art. Anton's mind involuntarily flashed with this thought. But this is far too powerful, isn't it? Before he could ponder further, Amiri appeared beside him, delivering another punch. Anton swirled his body, swinging his sword horizontally. After blocking Amiri's punch, Anton rapidly circled around Amiri, slashing continuously with his sword. Amiri, whose speed had always lagged behind during battles with deities in the outer realms, now found himself equally disadvantaged against a golden immortal. His offensive capability, originally comparable to a deity, was similarly suppressed in the Xuanhuan realm and inferior to Anton. Only his physique far exceeded Anton's limits. During this short 2-minute intense battle, Anton stood at a distance, staring intently at Amiri and said loudly, "Amiri, the warm-up is over. Show your true strength. Otherwise, you'll be in danger." With that, Anton transformed. His body rapidly enlarged, with his long sword enlarging proportionally. Simultaneously, muscles on his back and armpits began to swell and extend, forming 4 new arms. 2 identical heads quickly formed on the sides of his neck. At this moment, Anton became a colossal figure nearly 20 million meters tall. His 3 heads displayed different expressions, one grim, one calm, one excited. His 6 arms each held a massive sword. These 6 swords were all top-tier immortal artifacts, nearly exclusive to golden immortals in the entire Xuanhuan realm. And Anton possessed 6. "Amiri, if you don't reveal your trump card now, you won't have another chance," Anton said from the central head, brimming with fighting spirit. Amiri laughed heartily. The combat posture Anton exhibited genuinely intrigued him. The unique mystical arts of the Xuanhuan realm, focused on physical combat, seemed to be on par with his level. Throughout all the battles in the outer realms, he had never encountered such a formidable equal. If so, then come. Amiri stretched his arms wide, his body rapidly enlarging. In an instant, he became a terrifying giant 20 million meters tall. They faced each other in the sky, their combat spirits soaring. The surrounding air churned continuously, swirling around their colossal bodies like a tempest. Chapter 497, Great Magic Skills. Vajra Body and Heaven's Manifestation. You also possess 2 powerful magic skills. Indeed impressive. Xianxia laughed heartily. Even after transforming into his massive form, his speed had not diminished in the slightest. In an instant, he rushed in front of Amiri. 4 giant swords slashed down towards him. The phrase, 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands, was perfectly exemplified by Amiri at this moment. He knew it was impossible to block the opponent's attack, especially with the additional 2 arms ready to strike. Thus, Amiri decided to ignore Xianxia's assault completely and punched straight for Xianxia's face. He did not intend to reveal more of his hidden cards yet. The current displays of Boundless Illusory Body and Indestructible Golden Body would suffice as his standard techniques. Bang! The sound of impact reverberated continuously. Xianxia's 4 giant swords struck Amiri's body but failed to cause any harm. Amiri's punch also landed on Xianxia's chest. An immense force erupted like a drill penetrating deep into Xianxia's body, attempting to dismantle his defenses. However, despite not specializing in physical defense-type skills, Xianxia was not someone who could be easily injured by Amiri. It must be understood that Amiri's attack power, weakened by the chaotic world, only slightly surpassed that of the celestial immortal realm, far inferior to the typical power of a golden immortal. This punch only caused Xianxia brief discomfort without inflicting any real damage. His attack strength is nothing special. Feeling his body's condition, Xianxia felt somewhat relieved. He did not pause, revolving around Amiri while wildly swinging his 6 arms. The 6 supreme immortal-grade giant swords spun rapidly like fans, cutting across Amiri's body. His 3-headed 6-armed skill allowed each head to think independently, enabling simultaneous multitasking even during intense battles. Furthermore, these heads shared sensory information, allowing for effortless coordination, promptly informing each other about all directions. Therefore, even at top speed, every sword strike from Xianxia precisely targeted Amiri's potential weak points. Yet, Amiri's defense remained flawless. Their colossal bodies twisted and turned in midair, both disregarding defense and attacking fiercely. Thunderous clashes resounded densely. Violent shockwaves devastated a radius of hundreds of miles. Far away, Andreas stared wide-eyed at their battle. In fact, since the two began transforming, he had been in awe. While he had seen Heaven's manifestation before, he had never witnessed such exaggerated transformations. Judging by sight, both were magnified approximately 10,000 times. This level of Heaven's manifestation indicates an upgrade into a great magic skill after comprehending the essence of the magic. A great magic skill that can advance one to the golden immortal realm. Andreas watched them enviously. Mastering a great magic skill signified reaching the pinnacle of understanding in a certain bodily path and indicated the rank of a golden immortal. And being a golden immortal represented not just higher strength and status, but also differences in lifespan. In the chaotic world, apart from the 3 supreme primordial sages who were truly immortal, all other immortals needed to endure perilous heavenly tribulations. Jensenman immortals faced heavenly tribulations every 1,000 years, which could not be avoided or evaded. A single misstep meant immediate death. If one survived by chance, the next tribulation after 1,000 years increased in power by half. This pattern continued until the 9th tribulation, which was inevitably fatal. However, golden immortal tribulations occurred only every million years. This vast span free from disasters and tribulations was highly attractive to any immortal. Even further away, atop Mount Jonathan, a towering figure sat cross-legged, silently observing Amiri and Jinsengo's battle. This person was the Grandmaster of Mount Jonathan, one of the 3 supreme primordial sages in the chaotic world. Unaware of the Grandmaster's observation, Amiri and Jinsengo remained fully engrossed in combat. Haha, what exhilaration! Amiri roared joyfully, his fists striking like storms. Some blows hit Jinsengo's chest, others intercepted the incoming giant swords. His fists, harder than supreme immortal artifacts, remained undamaged through continuous collisions. After transforming, Xianxia's fighting style became exceptionally wild, never retreating while facing Amiri head-on. One punch against two strikes, they battled intensely for a short while. Finally, Xianxia felt pain in his chest, a powerful and peculiar force piercing his body, gradually affecting his entire defense. He sensed local paralysis and sluggishness in consolidating strength. Despite his high cultivation, Xianxia, lacking specialized defensive skills, couldn't endure indefinitely. Boss, let me handle the rest of the battle. You should have done this earlier, second brother. Your style isn't suited for such head-on combat, especially when your opponent has an even tougher body. So, I'll take over. After a swift mental exchange between the three heads, the central head took control. Without pausing, Amiri noticed a change in Xianxia's fighting style, from overwhelming aggression to measured calm. Two arms focused on defense, blocking Amiri's attacks, while the other four continued slashing fiercely, complemented by rapid movement. Although the frequency of attacks decreased, none of Amiri's strikes landed. After some time, seeing no end to the deadlock, both stopped and faced each other remotely in midair. Xianxia suddenly smiled. Amiri, welcome to Jonathan's sect as our first-generation disciple. With that, he returned to normal size, retracting the 6 supreme immortal artifacts back into his storage ring, exuding gentility, leaving no trace of his previous ferocity. Thank you. Amiri also resumed his normal size. They flew toward Mount Jonathan, with Andreas following closely behind. Soon, they reached the heavenly palace of Mount Jonathan. Our sect boasts over 100 golden immortals and countless immortals of various realms. Apart from the Supreme Grandmaster, everyone addresses each other as brothers to foster mutual respect and assistance. We have only 3 rules. First, do not betray your teacher. Second, do not maliciously kill fellow sect members. Third, always obey the Grandmaster's orders. Also, when encountering fellow disciples in distress during external travels, offer help if possible. Stephanquise, seek help within the sect if you are in trouble, Xianxia said solemnly. Chapter 498. The Celestial Holy Tribulation. After giving Amiri a general introduction, Xianxia instructed Andreas to guide Amiri through the formalities of joining the sect. They toured several important public areas on Jonathan Mountain, registered, and received an identity token. Additionally, they provided him with a set of superior-grade immortal class attire. This was exclusively for first-generation disciples, a high-quality immortal class garment that could change its design at will and be rapidly restored using immortal energy unless completely destroyed. Finally, they assigned him a private cave dwelling. In fact, from the moment Amiri entered Jonathan Mountain, he noticed the astonishingly rich concentration of primordial energy. The swirling white mist was not clouds but rather dense, materialized primordial energy. Moreover, in the unique environment of the primordial chaos realm, the primordial energy was at least 10,000 times purer than in the outside world. For the immortals practicing on Jonathan Mountain, the primordial energy was virtually inexhaustible, eliminating the need for additional cultivation resources like spirit stones. Therefore, most disciples spent their days in solitary meditation within their respective cave dwellings. Only those facing breakthroughs, like Andreas, ventured out to seek opportunities for advancement through various trials and tribulations. Amiri's cave dwelling was situated in a secluded area higher up the mountain where the concentration of primordial energy was even denser. According to Andreas, this region was exclusively for great immortals. After Andreas left, Amiri tried cultivating inside his cave dwelling. Judging by the growth rate of potential points, it was approximately 100 times faster than passive cultivation, roughly 1% of his maximum cultivation speed. While still not as efficient as being besieged by dozens of ancestors or consuming boundless spirit stones, it was still a better choice under the current circumstances. Ultimately, the storage ring Amiri had brought from the outside world remained sealed, making it impossible to access the spirit stones or the dozens of sealed divine ancestors inside. Amiri checked his personal panel. Remaining potential points, 178,900 trillion. In nearly 20 years since entering the chaotic space, his potential points had only increased by about 900 trillion through passive cultivation and absorbing some attack energies. For his current demand, this was barely scratching the surface. He needed another 820,000 trillion points for the next level, which would take around 225 years if he continued cultivating in seclusion on Jonathan Mountain. The efficiency is still too low. Amiri sighed inwardly. His swallowing heaven transformation technique was indeed powerful, with cultivation speed astonishingly fast. However, the potential points required for his upgrades far exceeded those of ordinary cultivators. After a few days of practice, Amiri went to a cave dwelling housing various documents and began examining jade slips one by one. These were all public records accessible to any disciple of the Jonathan sect. A 4th-generation disciple sat guard at the entrance, paying no heed to Amiri's activities within the cave dwelling. As the information from the jade slips blended in his mind, Amiri's understanding of the primordial chaos realm deepened. Specific divisions of cultivation realms, types and descriptions of magical abilities, enmities among the 3 major sects, renowned immortal events, and more. And the heavenly tribulation. At this point, Amiri's expression turned peculiar. In the primordial chaos realm, perhaps due to its unique environment, people were born with exceptionally high starting points. An average person here would be equivalent to a nirvana stage expert in the outside world. Coupled with the high energy density and strong natural talent, everyone cultivated much faster than in the outside world. Most martial geniuses reached the Jensenman immortal realm within 100 years, while some became immortals from mere mortals in just a few decades. The Jensenman immortal realm equated to the sage realm in the outside world. Before Amiri appeared, the Southern Star Sea's history spanning millions of years had never produced a sage. Even in the vast Marisaquan star system, sages emerged once every 1,000 years. Comparatively, the primordial chaos realm was akin to paradise for cultivation. However, there was a nightmare-like existence for all immortals in the primordial chaos realm, the heavenly tribulation. Jensen Man immortals faced a tribulation every 1,000 years. Most couldn't survive the first one. If they managed to survive, there were 8 more ahead. Failure to break through to the Earth immortal realm before the 9th tribulation meant certain death. Thus, even the longest-lived Jensen Man immortals couldn't live beyond 9,000 years, an unimaginable concept in the outside world, where such powerful beings usually live for centuries or even millennia. Outside, a divine stage expert could achieve immortality, let alone the immensely powerful sages. Compared to this, the fate of immortals in the primordial chaos realm was tragically dire. Yet, everyone was accustomed to it. Jensen Man immortals faced a tribulation every 1,000 years, Earth immortals every 10,000 years, heavenly immortals every 100,000 years, and golden immortals every million years. Only mixed-origin saints could escape all tribulations and enjoy true immortality. It was as if heaven urged everyone to cultivate swiftly, either forging ahead and improving rapidly or dying under the tribulations. There was no option to stagnate. Life outside has its benefits, as does life in the primordial chaos realm. But compared to each other, life outside seems more peaceful, Amiri reflected. Continuing his perusal, his brows gradually furrowed. His primary objective was to gather intelligence related to Blue Water Star. However, none of the materials mentioned anything about Blue Water Star, minor worlds, or alternate dimensions. This is strange. Is Blue Water Star in the same space as the primordial chaos realm, or is it classified information that only a select few can access? Amiri mused. It seems I need to find a way to connect with the core leadership of the primordial chaos realm. If the primordial chaos realm has any ties to Blue Water Star, the core leadership must know something. It might also be because my current display of strength isn't sufficient, and I'm not at the golden immortal level to be privy to classified information. In that case, I need to target saints. Or it could be because I just joined and have an unclear background, leading to lack of trust within the sect. Regardless of the reason, I must work harder to prove myself. Despite searching all the jade slips, Amiri found nothing directly related to Blue Water Star. Instead, another piece of information caught his attention. Apparently, upon successfully breaking through to mixed origin saint from the golden immortal stage, one would face the celestial holy tribulation. Only after surviving this tribulation could one achieve true immortality. This tribulation seemed extremely perilous, with a high mortality rate. Throughout the thousands of years of history, at least thousands had successfully broken through to the mixed origin saint stage, yet only 3 survived the celestial holy tribulation. These 3 now formed the 3 mixed origin saints. Reading this, Amiri felt a twinge of sympathy for the people of the primordial chaos realm, who had to endure countless life and death tribulations with such slim chances of achieving immortality. Stefan's comparisons led to envy, and comparing people inevitably led to resentment. With these thoughts, Amiri put down the last jade slip, turned, and left the cave dwelling. Chapter 499. We are just competing. On Mount Jonathan, inside the heavenly palace, Xianxia sat cross-legged on a mat, reviewing intelligence gathered from various sources over the past few days, and could not help but frown. Apart from Amiri's actions in the Xianxia Empire, there were also reports of suspicious activities resembling Amiri in different regions. However, after examining each piece of information, Xianxia found that only the intelligence from the Xianxia Empire was genuine. All other reports were essentially false. Well, since the sect master personally approved Amiri's entry into the sect, he must have his own considerations, Xianxia sighed in resignation. At this moment, a figure flew to the cave entrance and hurriedly walked inside, shouting anxiously, "Sect leader, the new senior disciple Amiri is fighting with several other first-generation senior disciples." Xianxia was taken aback. What happened? The newcomer was Andreas. Jammeling a short distance from Xianxia, he quickly explained, "I don't know the reason either. I just happened to pass by and noticed 3 senior disciples surrounding Brother Amiri. The battle was too intense for me to approach." "Come, let's go see," Xianxia said, rising to his feet and flying out with Andreas. 10 minutes earlier, after leaving the cave where he had stored the materials, Amiri returned to the area reserved for the first-generation disciples. However, he did not return to his own cave. Instead, he stopped at another nearby cave door and softly called out, "Brother, I am the newly admitted first-generation disciple Amiri. I would like to learn from you. Would it be convenient?" A moment later, the heavy stone door opened, revealing a tall and muscular middle-aged man who looked at Amiri with slight surprise. Seeing Amiri in the attire of a first-generation disciple and within Mount Jonathan, he did not doubt his identity. He calmly said, "You are a new first-generation disciple? Let's move outside to fight." They soon arrived tens of thousands of miles above ground. "I am Russell. Please enlighten me." The burly middle-aged man bowed slightly and then transformed into a terrifying giant 20,000 meters tall. "My name is Amiri. Please enlighten me." Amiri also promptly used the infinite phantom body technique. In the next instant, 2 towering giants larger than mountains suddenly moved. In Russell's hands were silver-gray metal-glowing boxing gloves which collided with Amiri's fists, unleashing a wild shockwave. Adamantine body? Truly formidable. Seeing Amiri unharmed, Russell's eyes widened before swiftly moving to Amiri's side and delivering another punch. Their movements were faster than lightning, continuously twisting and dodging in midair, with visible shockwaves crisscrossing, creating chaotic air currents. Moments passed. Seeing the deadlock, Russell suddenly retreated. However, he wasn't fleeing but transforming. On his left and right appeared 2 more massive figures, each equipped with silver-gray gloves. External body transformation. Amiri recognized the skill from the information he had reviewed. This divine ability, depending on mastery level, could produce varying numbers of avatars capable of independent thought and combat power nearly equal to the main body. When reaching the grand divine level, each avatar would match the main body in strength, a highly practical divine ability. This turned the 1-on-1 duel into a 3-on-1 brawl, but as long as they didn't exceed Amiri's defense limit, the number of opponents made no difference to him. Wait, it did make a difference. More opponents provided more potential points for him. Smiling, Amiri said, Seems you possess 2 divine abilities. Don't disappoint me. Russell frowned, feeling displeased. Initially, he agreed to teach his junior brother, only to resort to his second grand divine ability upon discovering Amiri's considerable strength. But he hadn't expected such audacity in Amiri's words. In that case, I'll show you there's always someone better. With that, Russell's body and 2 avatars simultaneously rushed toward Amiri. Seeing this, Amiri did not dodge but faced the central Russell, allowing the 2 avatars to flank him. Amiri's violent punch clashed with Russell's, while the 2 avatars seized the opportunity to attack Amiri's temples. Amiri remained unfazed, still focusing on the original Russell. 3 Russells whirled around Amiri like a tornado, their 6 iron fists raining down like a storm. Boom! Thunderous clashes reverberated hundreds of miles around. At that moment, a figure sped over, spotting Amiri's gigantic form through the clouds and approaching quickly. Identifying the battlefield, he was instantly alarmed. Brother Amiri? Why is he being besieged shortly after joining? The figure was Andreas. To him, Amiri seemed motionless, surrounded by several equally powerful senior brothers, completely outmatched and unable to retaliate. Upon closer inspection, he realized Amiri was encircled by 3 figures. Without much thought, Andreas hurried back to Mount Jonathan, fearing Amiri might die under the attacks of the 3 seniors. Covering tens of thousands of miles in a breath, Andreas reported to Xianxia and led him back to the battlefield. Upon arrival, Xianxia identified the 3 attacking Amiri as Russell's original body and 2 avatars. This indicated it was likely a sparring session rather than an internal conflict. Moreover, Xianxia knew Russell could at most match Amiri in a draw, posing no danger. After all, Xianxia was well aware of Amiri's formidable physique. Only the top few within the Golden Immortal realm might have a slim chance of breaking Amiri's defense, and Russell was not among them. Though thinking this, Xianxia still flew forward, loudly asking, Junior Brother Amiri, Junior Brother Russell, what's going on here? The 4 figures abruptly halted and separated. Amiri looked at Xianxia with a slightly apologetic smile. Sect leader, I merely sought to learn from Senior Brother Russell. Having been secluded for so long without encountering such a strong opponent, I couldn't help myself. Russell glanced at Xianxia and Andreas, guessing their thoughts, and explained, Junior Brother Amiri challenged me, and we're just sparring. There's no misunderstanding here. Xianxia nodded. All right, just be cautious. With that, he turned and left with Andreas. Chapter 500. More people make the battle more exciting. Master Yin truly lives up to his reputation as a top-tier expert of the Golden Immortal Realm. His power is extraordinary. But we haven't decided the winner yet, so let's continue the battle. Amiri moved, once again charging towards Russell on his own initiative. During the intense battle with Russell, his potential points grew rapidly. Even compared to when he was besieged by dozens of elders at full strength, it was only half as slow. At this rate of growth, he would need only about 5 years to level up again. Compared to meditating in Tranquil Mountain, the time required was shortened by several dozen times. By then, whether it was cultivating or improving his martial arts, his strength would surely leap forward significantly. Therefore, battle was the best way to cultivate. Moreover, if he wanted to gain a certain status within the Tranquil sect, becoming famous through battle was also an excellent method. For Amiri, this was a win-win situation. Of course, such a rate of potential point growth was only half of its peak. If I could find a couple more people to join in the attack, that would be perfect. Thinking of this, Amiri couldn't help but smirk. He struck a punch towards the real Russell before him. 3 figures dispersed and instantly surrounded Amiri. 6 fists fell mercilessly. Thunderous sounds rang out densely again. After nearly an hour of fierce combat, Russell's 3 figures suddenly retreated far away. Seeing Amiri about to pursue, he hastily shouted, Stop! Amiri stopped as instructed, looking puzzled at him. Russell had no choice but to say helplessly, according to the current situation, even if we fought for another 100 years, there wouldn't be a clear winner. Let's call it a draw. Amiri cautiously asked, How about inviting 2 more senior brothers? You all can attack me together? Russell's expression changed, his voice becoming grave. What do you mean? Are you saying that only a few senior brothers combined can fight you? Amiri waved his hand. That's not what I mean. I just crave an exhilarating battle. In terms of overall strength, I indeed match that of a senior brother, but my body defense is too strong. It seems only multiple senior brothers together can threaten me, making me feel the thrill and excitement of battle. Russell's expression slightly improved, but he still felt Amiri was belittling him. He said coldly, Go find others to spar with. I need to cultivate. I don't have time to keep battling you. With that, he retracted his 2 avatars, returned to normal size, and flew off toward Tranquil Mountain. Amiri stood there somewhat gloomily. It seems, without motivation, the opponent won't persist. He too resumed his normal size and flew back to Tranquil Mountain. Arriving at another cave entrance, he softly called out, Senior brother, I'm Amiri, a new disciple. I wish to learn from you. Is it convenient? Soon after, a handsome hawk opened the stone door and came out. After appraising Amiri, he nodded and said, Let's go outside to spar. But Amiri smiled and said, Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. However, please wait a moment. Having said that, under the bewildered gaze of the Santiago, Amiri went to another cave entrance, softly calling out, Senior brother, I'm Amiri, a new disciple. I wish to learn from you. Is it convenient? The Santiago frowned. Junior brother Amiri, what are you doing? Amiri still smiled. Senior brother, don't mind. I just think having more people makes the battle more exciting. The Santiago's face turned cold, feeling mocked. He said sternly, I have no interest in playing games. Goodbye. Just as he turned to leave, behind him, Amiri calmly said, Senior brother, you're not afraid because you heard about me, are you? As long as you loudly admit defeat to me, we can cancel our duel. What do you think? The Santiago halted, slowly turning around. Amiri's arrogant words completely infuriated him. The Santiago stared grimly at Amiri and said word by word, Whether you're serious or not, I will give you a lesson you'll never forget. That moment, the adjacent stone door opened. A slim Rena walked out. She glanced surprisingly at Amiri, who smiled, then looked at the grim-faced handsome Santiago and asked, confused, Senior Brother Jensen, what's happening? Amiri stepped forward, clasping his hands. Senior Sister, I'm Amiri, a new disciple. I want to learn from various senior brothers and sisters. If I disturbed, I apologize. The Rena caught his meaning and understood why Senior Brother Jensen looked furious. She raised her eyebrows. You mean to challenge us all at once? Amiri shook his head. Not just the two of you. I'm going to invite one more senior brother or sister. Only 3 people together can put some pressure on me. The Rena stared at him for a while, then glanced at Senior Brother Jensen beside her, suddenly laughing. Great. Since Junior Brother Amiri is so confident, let's give you a good fight. Just hope you don't cry when you lose. She walked beside Senior Brother Jensen and said with a smile, Senior Brother Jensen, since our junior brother has such interest, let's play along, okay? The originally grim-faced Senior Brother Jensen now suppressed his anger and said calmly, all right, let's play along. Though they didn't exchange words, both understood each other's intentions. Since this new disciple was so arrogant, they might as well grant his wish and teach him a harsh lesson. They silently followed Amiri, watching him arrive at another cave entrance, using the same words to call out a senior brother, seemingly humble but arrogantly expressing his desire to take on 3. Minutes later, the 4 reached the high sky tens of thousands of miles away. Jensen and the other 2 seniors surrounded Amiri in the middle, all with cruel smiles, ready to thoroughly teach Amiri a lesson. Senior brothers Jensen and Hallam, senior sister Marissa, if you lose this battle, remember to address me as Senior Brother Jiang. Don't hold back at all. Amiri grinned. Seeing him so arrogant even now, the 3 became vigilant while their fury burned fiercely. Come on. Amiri roared, his figure abruptly towering to a terrifying height of 200,000 meters. Upon seeing this, senior brothers Jensen and Hallam immediately transformed, each wielding a long sword to slash at Amiri. Meanwhile, senior sister Marissa vanished in a flash. Before Amiri could react, senior sister Marissa appeared before his house-sized eyes. A white jade-like fist suddenly fell. Underneath the delicate-looking fist lay unstoppable ferocious power. Amiri's intangible defensive field instantly shattered, the fearsome force directly surging into his eyeball. Simultaneously, a peculiar wave of energy drilled into Amiri's body along with the force, attempting to disintegrate him completely. Black cracks, starting from senior sister Marissa's delicate fist, radiated outward, enveloping Amiri's towering head entirely like a high-rise building. Hashtag Chapter 501. Either defeat me or surrender. Amiri's right eye instinctively closed due to pain, while his left eye continued to observe the opponent's movements. His soul power enveloped the entire area. The moment he saw the black crack, Amiri couldn't help but feel a sudden impulse. Space crack. In such a stable space as the Xuanhuan realm, it can still create such a large-scale spatial crack. Could it be that senior sister Marissa practices a strength-type divine skill? Having read through various materials, Amiri immediately thought of a strength-type divine skill recorded in the Jonathan sect, the dragon-subduing tiger taming skill. Once mastered, this skill could effortlessly suppress heavenly dragons and subdue white tigers purely by strength, and even allow one to transcend emptiness by force. The reason Amiri cared about this was because he felt that the dragon-subduing tiger taming skill had similar effects to his Great Annihilation of the Universe technique. Even some other divine skills mentioned in records had parallels with his techniques. As Amiri pondered this, Senior Brother Jensen and Senior Brother Hallam arrived beside him, their 2 massive long swords intersecting towards Amiri's body. Amiri's reaction was just a split second slower. The 2 swords sliced through his waist and chest. Thud. A sound like a dull knife cutting leather echoed. All 3, Senior Brothers Jensen and Hallam and Amiri, changed expressions abruptly. They were filled with anger, so they did not hold back, using at least 80% of their strength. Yet, they never imagined Amiri's defense would be so formidable. He endured the attack from 3 golden immortals without a single scratch. Before they could further contemplate, Amiri swung his giant hands, which were like mountains, slapping towards Senior Brothers Jensen and Hallam simultaneously. The air roared and clouds churned. Boom after boom resounded continuously. Use your full power. Senior sister Marissa shouted loudly. Her figure flashed again, appearing behind Amiri's head. Though her body was tiny, her speed surpassed that of the 2 senior brothers, and her attacks were incredibly fierce. She flickered around Amiri's head like she was teleporting, landing punch after punch. Senior brothers Jensen and Hallam also revealed all their trump cards, entangling Amiri in battle. For 3 days and nights, the 4 remained locked in combat. To Amiri, these 3 days of fighting equated to 30,000 days, nearly a century, of automatic cultivation. Or, it was equivalent to cultivating on Jonathan Mountain for 300 days. This unprecedented peak training speed made Amiri increasingly excited during the battle. In contrast, the other 3 lost their fighting spirit by the second day. If it weren't for Amiri's provocative words and their unwillingness to admit defeat, they would have turned and left long ago. Nevertheless, after 2 more days of fighting, the 3 decided to stop. Stefank a prearranged agreement. They simultaneously flashed away to a distance of 100 miles. Junior brother Amiri, we know you possess 2 protective great divine skills, making us unable to harm you. But you can't defeat us either, so let's call it a draw. Next time we'll have another battle. Farewell. After speaking, Senior Brother Jensen prepared to leave. Amiri immediately called out to him. Wait, didn't we agree to determine a clear winner? Only having a victor counts as a real match. There's no such thing as a draw. Do you surrender? The 3 exchanged glances. As mighty golden immortal adepts, they wouldn't acknowledge defeat to a new disciple, no matter what. Senior Sister Marissa said, Junior Brother Jiang, neither can we defeat you, nor can you defeat us, so it's obviously a draw. Why should we surrender? Amiri insisted, you won't admit defeat, and neither will I. The battle isn't over. Let's continue. Senior brother Hallam interjected. Junior brother Jiang? Amiri interrupted him directly. Do you admit defeat? The three grew dark-faced, finding Amiri obstinate, refusing to listen to reason. If you don't admit defeat, then retreat. Show the sect's members how you flee. Amiri laughed aloud, charging forward, his gigantic fists wildly swinging. After hesitating for a moment, the three had no choice but to fight back. Of course, they didn't want to admit defeat. If Amiri were truly stronger than them, they would reluctantly accept it, even if he was a new disciple. But the truth was that Amiri merely relied on his strong defense to wear them down. Being forced to admit defeat under these circumstances brought them shame, and fleeing was even more humiliating. Therefore, facing Amiri's relentless entanglement, they had no choice but to rally their spirits, fighting with all their might again, trying to break through Amiri's defenses with continuous attacks. Time continued to pass. Their battle lasted an entire month. On this day, senior sister Marissa finally lost all patience. She flew out of the battle circle and sternly said, I surrender, farewell. With that, senior sister Marissa turned and left without looking back. Senior brothers Jensen and Hallam also withdrew from the battle, exchanging glances before sighing deeply and admitting defeat. They too turned away, not even glancing at Amiri. In reality, they believed their strength was on par with Amiri's, but being tied down by him forced them into submission. This left them somewhat frustrated. However, they did not want to waste any more time on meaningless battles, delaying their cultivation. After all, although golden immortals faced heavenly tribulation only once every million years, their cultivation breakthroughs were incomparably more difficult. Precious time could not be wasted carelessly. Seeing the three leave one after another, Amiri, who hadn't had his fill, reverted to his normal size. He returned to Jonathan Mountain to challenge other seniors and juniors, continuing to engage in battles. Within half a year, Amiri challenged over 80 golden immortals. His reputation spread throughout the Jonathan sect. Almost everyone knew there was a new first-generation disciple who was an unreasonable fighting maniac, constantly challenging other first-generation disciples. Each battle involved at least 3 opponents, sometimes even 4 or 5. Relying on his invincible defensive capabilities, he relentlessly tangled with the seniors and juniors. Only defeating him or admitting defeat would end the confrontation. The former was impossible thus far. So within half a year, over 80 first-generation disciples had already admitted defeat to Amiri and started calling him senior brother. The previously quiet Jonathan Mountain became lively because of Amiri's presence. From the first-generation disciples in the Golden Immortal Realm to the fourth-generation disciples in the Jensenman Immortal Realm, many began discussing Amiri's deeds. Inside the Heavenly Palace, Jinsengo started feeling a headache. Recently, numerous first-generation disciples complained to him, wanting him to curb Amiri's wild behavior, believing that Amiri was delaying everyone's cultivation. However, since challenges within the same realm did not cause serious injuries, he couldn't forcefully intervene. All he could do was advise. Jinsengo had reminded Amiri multiple times, but Amiri ignored his advice, continuing his actions as usual. This left Jinsengo somewhat helpless. Chapter 502. The Supreme Golden Immortal, Aziel. Fear not, only by arranging for someone to defeat Amiri can we make him settle down. Jinsengo mused over the intelligence regarding Amiri. Amiri has already mastered 3 great divine skills that have been confirmed: Intangible Aura, Vajra Indestructible Body, and Emulate Heaven and Earth. He is already a top-tier golden immortal powerhouse. Unless it's a golden immortal at the peak who masters 4 great divine skills, no one can defeat him. And 2 of Amiri's divine skills are defensive. Only a peak golden immortal skilled in offensive techniques stands a chance. Divine skills embody the Tao of the physical body. This is what was referred to as humanistic enlightenment by Fan Marissan back then. Each new skill mastered not only adds a potent technique, but also deepens one's understanding of humanistic enlightenment and strengthens their base power. In Amiri's previous life's gaming terms, mastering an additional divine skill would provide not just a new ability, but also improve one's base attributes. Thus, among immortals in the vast primordial world, the number of divine skills mastered could represent strength to some extent. For example, elevating a single skill to a great divine skill indicates an elevation of understanding of the Tao of the physical body to the golden immortal realm. And among peers within the golden immortal realm, mastering 1 great divine skill represents a common golden immortal. Mastering 2 represents an advanced golden immortal. Mastering 3 signifies a top-tier expert. Mastering 4 makes them a peak golden immortal, one of the strongest beings below the 3 great primordial sages. However, different divine skills serve different purposes. There are offensive, defensive, auxiliary, and special types. So even among peak golden immortals, their strengths vary. Jinsengo knew well that to defeat a top-tier opponent like Amiri, who mastered 2 defensive divine skills, only a peak golden immortal skilled in offense had sufficient confidence. He did not consider involving any of the primordial sages. After all, sages stood far above all other immortals and rarely interfered with disputes among immortals. Besides, Jinsengo sought to merely calm Amiri down, not kill him. Hence there was no need to involve a sect leader. After pondering for a while, a name surfaced in his mind. Aziel. Perhaps only he within the entire Jonathan sect has enough confidence to defeat Amiri. With this thought, Jinsengo took flight from the Heavenly Palace, leaving Mount Jonathan, and flew tens of millions of kilometers in a certain direction. He eventually landed outside a remote small town. Upon landing, his attire turned extremely simple, and his aura became unremarkable. He looked nothing like the leader of the Jonathan sect, above myriad immortals beneath the sages, but more like a long-time farmer. He slowly walked into the small town, winding through narrow paths before stopping at a blacksmith shop. Inside the blacksmith shop, a robust man, shirtless, gripped an iron tong with one hand, clamping onto a red-hot sword blade, while wielding a large hammer with the other, focusing entirely on hammering. Sweat dripped from his body. The rhythmic clangs of metal resonated like pleasant wind chimes. Beside him, A sturdy-looking young boy watched intently, mimicking his movements subconsciously. After a long while, the man stopped his work. He looked at Xianxia outside the door and said to the young boy without turning around, "The rest is up to you. Finish forging this sword, and you will be ready to start your own practice." The sturdy boy responded in a coarse voice, "Yes." The man added, "Come inside if you have any issues." Understanding that these words weren't meant for him, the boy focused on finishing the sword. Xianxia followed the man into the backyard. "Leader, why have you come to find me?" The man asked calmly. Xianxia bowed and said, "Brother Yuan, I apologize for disturbing you." He summarized the details about Amiri and continued, "Amiri has been challenging others everywhere, causing dissatisfaction among many sect brothers. I cannot forcibly stop him and can only arrange for a stronger immortal to defeat him, making him settle down. After much consideration, it seems only you, as a peak golden immortal, have sufficient confidence." Aziel remained unperturbed. Why must he be made to settle down? The Mount Jonathan has been peaceful for so long, and many disciples spend all their time in seclusion. This monotony might numb their senses and hinder cultivation. Amiri's actions can invigorate the atmosphere, possibly aiding everyone in breaking through their limitations. Seclusion is beneficial, but constant isolation can stiffen the mind, leading to stagnation, which is also why I avoid returning to Mount Jonathan. Aziel, now serious, looked at Xianxia. Therefore, encouraging rather than suppressing Amiri's behavior might be better. Xianxia fell silent. While that's true, and I agree, Amiri is still new. If he easily defeats everyone, it may lead to arrogance and disrespect towards others, hindering his cultivation. Amiri is a prodigy. We must correct him and remind him of humility to aid his growth. Brother Yuan, please lend a hand. Xianxia earnestly pleaded. I beg of you. Aziel pondered, then nodded. You're right. A genius like Amiri has potential to become a pillar of the Jonathan sect. We must ensure he grows correctly. Wait here a moment while I instruct my disciple, and then I'll go with you. Soon, they returned to the cloud layer near Mount Jonathan. At this moment, Amiri was battling fiercely with 4 other sect seniors. Xianxia pointed at one of the towering figures. That is Amiri, Aziel observed calmly. You have other matters. You should return first. I'll wait until their battle ends. Xianxia nodded. Leave Amiri to you. Be careful with your approach. Give him a lesson without killing him. I understand. Then I shall take my leave. Xianxia glanced at the battlefield once more before flying back to Mount Jonathan. Aziel stood quietly on a cloud, his aura melding seamlessly with the cosmos, undisturbed. Chapter 503. The 9 Great Powers of the Primordial World. The battle between Amiri and his 4 senior brothers lasted an entire month. Long before facing Amiri's provocation, the 4 seniors had prepared for a prolonged fight and repeatedly warned themselves that they would never surrender as other fellow disciples did, no matter how long the battle continued. After all, as top-tier golden immortals standing at the peak of the entire primordial world, they had never felt so humiliated. Admitting defeat to a junior brother who wasn't necessarily stronger but was exceptionally arrogant was something they absolutely refused to do. As it turned out, humans, or immortals, never learned from the experiences of their predecessors. 1 month into the battle, the 4 senior brothers were left with no choice but to concede defeat to Amiri with grim faces, then swiftly departed from the battlefield without looking back. Amiri was just about to revert to his normal size when an expressionless burly man suddenly appeared in front of him. Senior brother, have you come to challenge me? A half-smile formed on Amiri's lips as he asked, somewhat mockingly. This burly man was Aziel. At this moment, his attire had transformed into the uniform of a first-generation disciple of the Jonathan sect, exuding a bold and valiant demeanor. His hands were already clad in green boxing gloves. I am Aziel. Let's test your strength, he said calmly. Ah, it's senior brother Yuan. I've heard much about you. Amiri greeted politely with a respectful bow. His praise wasn't entirely flattering. Indeed, while reviewing documents earlier, he had learned quite a bit about Aziel's information and combat records. Among all the golden immortals in the entire primordial world, Aziel's power was undoubtedly ranked within the top 10. 600 years ago, he had reached the pinnacle of golden immortal combat strength, mastering 4 great powers. To Aziel, newly ascended golden immortals could be wiped out with a mere wave of his hand. His most famous achievement was killing 5 golden immortals during a major battle with the 10,000 immortal sect, emerging completely unharmed. Facing such a renowned figure, Amiri didn't really want to engage in a confrontation. If even Aziel were forced to concede defeat, who else would dare challenge him? They might directly forfeit, leaving Amiri with no means to earn more potential points. Therefore, though he had been challenging various people over the past 6 months, Amiri had intentionally avoided the top few superiors. He knew he wouldn't lose, but if he won, it might deter others, which wasn't what he wanted. Well, I'll just see how this goes. By eventually conceding myself, I can demonstrate my limits, thus maintaining their motivation to fight. While these thoughts rapidly spun through his mind, Aziel's body shook, transforming into an enormous giant that touched the heavens. Prepare yourself, Aziel roared, his figure vanishing from the spot, only to reappear right in front of Amiri in an instant. A fist, massive like a mountain, slammed toward Amiri's face at faster-than-light speed. The surrounding air compressed into a visible wall of pressure, while the impending sonic boom seemed poised to explode. Amiri hadn't even time to react as the devastating punch landed squarely on his enormous nose. Amiri's gigantic body flew backward abruptly. Boom! The collision and explosion echoed like thunder across several thousand miles. Enormous waves of energy spread out in all directions like a tsunami, triggering chain reactions in the air that formed hurricanes tearing through the skies and shredding clouds. Rumble! A large amount of deep blue lightning descended abruptly from higher clouds, striking both Amiri and Aziel, yet vanished instantly without any impact. True thunderclaps started spreading outward. Amiri steadied himself. Raising his head slightly from the blow, he remarked with mild surprise, Indeed, you live up to the reputation of a legendary golden immortal peak warrior, truly impressive. Aziel's expression became grave. He saw clearly that despite taking nearly full force from his strike, Amiri showed not the slightest sign of injury. This defensive ability far exceeded what was expected from even top-tier golden immortals. Perhaps Amiri had been holding back. Apart from the 3 known great powers, Amiri might possess a 4th. Since you possess such strength, neither shall I hold back, Aziel declared seriously. He reappeared behind Amiri, delivering another powerful punch to his back. Instantly, space violently trembled, cracking into black fissures that spread around Amiri's body, slicing into him like razor-sharp blades. Fine wounds appeared on Amiri's skin, but were merely superficial, barely scratching his massive frame. In the next moment, all the wounds healed instantly. Aziel's eyes flickered with interest. Is this his 4th great power? If so, adding intangible energy and indestructibility, along with inexhaustible restoration and heaven-like form, he must fear death very much. Of course, Aziel knew these were preliminary speculations, unconfirmed by evidence. Superficial wounds healing quickly weren't enough to prove that Amiri possessed the everlasting vitality power. It could simply mean enhanced recovery, or merely reaching the power level. Just as Amiri turned to counterattack, Aziel appeared beside him again, delivering another punch, unleashing tremendous force once more, causing intricate spatial cracks to envelop part of Amiri's body. Again, Amiri hastily spun but still failed to capture Aziel's movements. Could this be near infinity? Amiri guessed immediately. Among the 9 great powers of the primordial world, 2 defensive, 3 offensive, and 4 auxiliary, near infinity was the sole movement-type auxiliary power. Of Aziel's other 3 great powers, Amiri identified 2, heaven-like form and subdue dragon-tame tiger. The former was versatile but primarily boosted attack range and force, typically considered an offensive power. The latter was purely offensive. Combining these abilities made Aziel's attacks virtually unmatched among golden immortals. Even Amiri's formidable defense was almost breached. Outside the primordial world, even Empyrean realm immortals couldn't achieve this, let alone Amiri, whose defenses improved during his seclusion on Nanxing Star Sea. Comparatively speaking, while the golden immortals of the primordial world were roughly equivalent to Empyreans outside, they were still somewhat stronger. Chapter 504. Do not interfere with him. Aziel's figure was like a phantom, circling around Amiri and flashing relentlessly, his fists landing without mercy one after another. Amiri had no time to react at all. He felt as if countless Aziel surrounded him. Fierce attacks surged from all directions. Dense, tiny cuts appeared on his body constantly, only to heal instantly. His fists struck wildly in every direction, but each punch missed its mark. The air around Amiri's rapidly swinging fists formed massive air blasts visible to the naked eye, blasting out in different directions. Large swaths of the surrounding cloud layers were torn apart. Wild hurricanes surged everywhere. Thunderous sound waves echoed across the sky and earth. The clash between Amiri and Aziel was awe-inspiring, turning the vast expanse for thousands of miles into a turbulent sea under a hurricane, with endless surging waves. Thrilling. This is what a battle should be. Amiri laughed heartily while attacking. Too slow. Show me your full strength, or you won't stand a chance against me. Aziel's voice seemed omnipresent, deep and resonant yet elusive. Is that so? Amiri smiled meaningfully. Then I'll show you my true strength. In the next moment, when Amiri's huge fist landed in the void, black fissures radiated crazily from his fist in all directions. Space cracks? It looks like his 4th major ability is also suppression of dragons and subjugation of tigers. Aziel's heart stirred instantly. However, what surprised him somewhat was that the space cracks caused by Amiri's attack extended only a few kilometers before rapidly healing automatically. Although it was a space crack, compared to Aziel's own attacks, Amiri's clearly seemed much weaker. This was similar to injuries on the human body. Aziel's attacks tore open wounds in space that were deep to the bone, not only large in area but also slower to heal. As for Amiri's attack, it was more like causing slight surface damage to space, recovering significantly faster. Why can he break space yet strike so weakly? Aziel couldn't help pondering. After another blow from Amiri, he deliberately delayed his evasion, intentionally allowing himself to be hit by the space crack. Sure enough, just as he expected, Amiri's so-called 4th major ability failed to cause him even a shred of harm. Aziel's 4th major ability focused on invincibility, but this outcome also highlighted how unusually low Amiri's offensive capabilities were. Coupled with Amiri's reaction speed during combat, Aziel began to deeply question Amiri's true strength. Simultaneously, he felt an urge to investigate. Amiri's defensive attributes exceed the limits of the golden immortal realm, but in any other aspect, he falls far below even an ordinary golden immortal. Yet, his abilities can't be fake. While evading and fighting, Aziel fell deeper into contemplation. But he could never imagine that Amiri's cultivation was merely equivalent to that of an ordinary Jensenman immortal realm, 3 major realms lower than his. It was only through relying on 11 chaos-level techniques that Amiri possessed such astonishing power to fight beyond his rank. After all, great abilities in the Hongmong realm only grasped the essence of corporeal paths, classified as origin level, a tier below chaos level. And the chaos level represented the supreme abilities comprehended by primordial saints. In other words, at present, Amiri was wielding 11 supreme abilities. Unfortunately, with the system, Amiri's cultivation path differed entirely from anyone else's. Otherwise, he would have long become a primordial saint, far surpassing the other 3 primordial saints. As the battle continued, Byron, located within the Tongsen Mountain, gradually realized that Amiri had hidden his strength previously. After personally visiting the battlefield and observing their battle, Byron was inwardly shocked. To think, even Aziel can't defeat him. It seems that no one else within the golden immortal realm stands a chance. But how could such an invincible warrior have remained unknown all along? Where did he come from? After a brief deliberation, Byron decided to consult Bradford directly. The stronger Amiri appeared, the more uneasy Byron felt, reluctant to let Amiri act freely. Flying back to Tongsan Mountain, Byron arrived directly at the peak. On a steep cliff, he saw a towering figure sitting cross-legged facing boundless clouds. Lord. Byron landed near the broad back, bowing respectfully. What is it? A calm, gentle voice echoed leisurely. Byron straightened up. That new disciple Amiri has formidable strength, yet we have found no information about him. I'm a bit uneasy, so I'm asking Lord about his background. Do not investigate his past, do not interfere with his present, nor worry about his future. Just treat him as a normal disciple. Without turning around, Bradford spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Byron felt even more puzzled, but since the Lord had spoken, he dared not argue further. He immediately bowed. Yes, Lord. With that, he turned and left. Back at the heavenly palace, Byron cast Amiri aside, no longer interfering. After all, the Lord spoke so directly, indicating he knew Amiri's background and wasn't concerned about potential harm. Or perhaps even if Amiri had problems, the Lord didn't take them seriously. Moreover, Amiri hadn't violated any regulations, so Byron saw no reason to meddle in his actions. Tens of thousands of miles away, Amiri and Aziel continued battling. Though Aziel appeared calm, his pride as a top-tier powerhouse wouldn't allow him to admit defeat easily. Seeing potential points skyrocket, Amiri hesitated to stop, instead striving to keep the fight interesting for the opponent. Gradually, other disciples noticed the commotion of Amiri and Aziel's battle. Soon, someone was astonished to discover that Amiri's opponent was none other than Aziel, the renowned golden immortal peak powerhouse who had long left Tongsan Mountain to cultivate outside. Furthermore, Amiri showed no sign of being overpowered in their fight. Even more surprisingly, the disciples familiar with the 9 great abilities observed Amiri using a previously unseen skill, suppression of dragons and subjugation of tigers. They understood what this meant. Originally thinking Amiri was at most a top golden immortal powerhouse, he had been holding back all along. Amiri was a golden immortal peak powerhouse. Chapter 505, The Statues on Towing Star. While Amiri was constantly battling many of the powerful golden immortals from the Jonathan sect, the heavenly Emperor Henri, who had been left behind, was still rapidly flying towards the direction of the 3 planets. Traveling at dozens of times the speed of light, the 3 planets remained as tiny specks in his vision as they were when he first saw them. Heavenly Emperor Henri understood that he was still an immense distance away from the 3 planets. Yet, he knew it was much more practical to head towards these planets than leave the chaotic space. After all, within this chaos there was no direction, space was distorted, and perception was chaotic. After aimlessly flying for over a decade with Amiri, getting out wasn't going to be easy. Comparatively, the 3 distant planets offered a clear direction and target. Plus, he had significant interest in these planets within the chaotic space, so naturally, he wouldn't easily give up. However, after several years of rapid flight, at one moment, he was startled to find his body beginning to age. His skin started to sag, muscles lost their strength, and his soul's perception grew fuzzy. His control over the chaos force became sluggish and numb. Though these changes were extremely subtle, given Henry's detailed awareness of himself, he could easily notice every change. Who is it? Heavenly Emperor Henri suddenly stopped mid-flight, his figure lingering in the void while he scanned the surroundings with a serious expression. He knew that some mysterious power must have manipulated something undercover. It might be some unique means specific to this space, or perhaps some unusual law force. In any case, there was an enemy targeting him covertly. Henri cautiously looked around for a long time but found nothing. Nothing within his line of sight, nothing within his soul's reach, and nothing detectable by his 5 senses. Only empty space. Then, a crazy guess surfaced in his mind. The power of this universe. Eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining conclusion, no matter how unbelievable, must be the truth. Since entering this mysterious space, besides Amiri, no other life form appeared within his perception range, and no power fluctuations were sensed. If anything affected him, it must be the unexplained pressure this universe exerted on him, hindering his laws, making his power cumbersome, slowing his movements. This could only be the work of this universe. Compared to aimless wandering, guessing that the entire universe was the enemy calmed Henri slightly. He sneered. If the enemy is this universe, then I will destroy this universe. With just a thought, a grayish glow radiated from him in all directions. As the light spread, space collapsed, and everything disintegrated into nothingness. The gray glow assimilated the expanding area, transforming it into his own gray domain. Within this domain, everything came back under Henry's control. Free from oppressive forces, his power returned. It felt like he was back outside, where he could easily manipulate the laws and reshape the world as he wished. Heavenly Emperor Henri once again became the unparalleled strongest being of the Baishan constellation, the first ever Heavenly Emperor. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. He felt a heavy oppression spreading across the entire universe. The gray domain ceased expanding and began contracting under this overwhelming divine authority. Indeed, something is wrong with this universe. Go away, he roared, using all his might to maintain the gray domain. For him, this domain was his world, his last line of defense against the mystery surrounding the universe. The erosion of this domain signified the destruction of his world. Once that happened, he would be even more vulnerable to the universe's oppressive power and the mysterious aging force. But the universe's oppression grew stronger. The gray domain kept shrinking visibly. Henry's expression drastically changed. He realized he couldn't resist this pressure. Even escape was impossible. He had already flown for 6 years, far too far from the edge. Leaving the gray domain would instantly expose him to the universe's pressure, weakening him further. Ah! Heavenly Emperor Henri screamed in madness, exhausting every ounce of his strength to resist the universe's oppression. But the gray domain continued its relentless contraction until it vanished completely. The next moment, the vast cosmic power enveloped Henry's body, encasing him in a solid shell. A mysterious force infiltrated his body, each bit causing him to age, slow down, and weaken. This force poured in faster and faster. Henry's body gradually stiffened, losing control. No. In despair, he screamed as the overwhelming energy rushed into him. His body froze in the pose of roaring towards the sky, motionless. Next moment, his body vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, over 2,000 light-years away, among 3 side-by-side planets, one white star was the surface of what people call Towing Star. Thousands of lifelike statues stood quietly here. Each statue emitted thin strands of gray energy which merged silently into the universe. Henry's figure suddenly appeared, maintaining the pose of roaring towards the sky. Thin streams of mysterious energy appeared out of nowhere and poured into Henry's body, rendering him immobile. Gradually, his body transformed into one indistinguishable from the surrounding statues. Unconsciously, another 2 years passed. Amiri's battle with Aziel lasted 2 years. Aziel's immortal power and physical endurance were endless. If he wanted, he could continue fighting indefinitely. Amiri mastered the chaos-level Swallow Heaven skill, allowing him to automatically recover any internal energy endlessly. Both of them held their ground, neither willing to concede. Thus the fight dragged on. One day, Amiri, as usual, checked his personal panel while fighting. Remaining potential points, 1,000,000 and 1,000,000,000,000. A smile unconsciously spread across his face. Finally, I can upgrade again. Chapter 506, Primordial Sage Amiri? After the initial excitement, Amiri fell into a dilemma. Long before this, he had seriously considered which aspect to prioritize for enhancement, once his potential points were sufficient. Logically speaking, advancing in cultivation was the most significant and comprehensive way to increase strength, especially by transcending a major realm. On the other hand, enhancing a specific technique only improved certain skills, with some techniques not contributing much to overall strength. Undoubtedly, advancing in cultivation was the best choice. If he were still in the outside world, Amiri would undoubtedly choose to advance his cultivation without hesitation. But now, he was trapped in the xuanhuan world, surrounded by vast chaotic space. Simply increasing his cultivation or strength wouldn't help him leave. Only by upgrading both the Infinite Star Map and Void Great Shift could he possibly leave smoothly. The former allowed him to locate the outside world even in the chaotic space. The latter granted him the ability to bypass the chaotic space barrier and teleport directly out. In other words, if Amiri wanted to leave, he must upgrade one of these techniques and maintain peak combat for over 3 years to ensure a successful upgrade, thereby potentially leaving the chaotic space. And this was merely a possibility. After a brief moment of thought, Amiri made his decision. He commanded in his mind, cultivation upgrade. In that fleeting moment, he clearly understood that there were unresolved matters on Water Blue Star. Even if he left, it definitely wasn't now. Even if he upgraded these 2 techniques and truly gained the ability to leave the chaotic space, he still needed to stay in the xuanhuan world for a while. Given this, postponing the upgrading of these techniques for a few more years was not an issue. At this stage, increasing strength was most important. The moment Amiri thought this, the system's crisp and melodious prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Consumed 1,000,000 trillion potential points. Cultivation advanced to the first level of the Grand Sage realm. Simultaneously, within Amiri's body, every muscle, every cell underwent unprecedented transformation. Muscles became increasingly robust. Bones grew ever stronger. Skin tightened perfectly. The comprehensive transformation from within brought Amiri an incomparable sense of relief. Unconsciously, he roared to the heavens. An overwhelming aura swept across the scene. Tangible sound waves surged in all directions. Aziel, who was battling him, instinctively paused nearby upon seeing Amiri's change. He actually broke through. Aziel couldn't help but stare dumbfounded. He broke through during our battle. I witnessed the birth of a primordial sage. Recovering, Aziel quietly retreated to a distance and watched silently. He and Amiri were not enemies but fellow disciples. It was unnecessary to interrupt Amiri's breakthrough at such a crucial moment. At this point, after his exhilarating roar, Amiri felt completely at ease, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted off him. His breakthrough had ended smoothly. Thank you, Senior Brother Yuan, for guarding me. Let's continue our fight, Amiri said with a smile. He understood that Aziel had retreated to a safe distance to protect him during the breakthrough rather than taking advantage. This goodwill needed acknowledgement. Aziel waved his hands urgently. You've already broken through to become a primordial sage. I am no match for you. Moreover, after your breakthrough, you will face the Heaven Saint Tribulation. You must be cautious. Hearing this, Amiri recalled that in the xuanhuan world, every golden immortal who broke through to the primordial sage immediately faced the Heaven Saint Tribulation. Only successfully enduring this tribulation meant being a true primordial sage and enjoying eternal life. Failure resulted in death and the dissolution of one's path. However, Amiri knew. He wasn't even a golden immortal. He wasn't even an immortal in this world. By comparing the cultivation levels between the xuanhuan world and the outside world, he was barely equivalent to a newly ascended Earth immortal. How could the so-called Heaven Saint Tribulation descend on him? Aziel, watching the unmoving sky, wondered aloud. Strange, why hasn't the Heaven Saint Tribulation descended? According to records, the tribulation clouds should have begun forming by now. He asked Amiri from a distance, Senior Brother Jiang, haven't you sensed any anomalies? He called Amiri, Senior Brother, acknowledging his new status. Though the outcome hadn't been decided, at the moment of Amiri's breakthrough, Aziel realized he was no match for Amiri. Golden immortals versus primordial sages were like fireflies compared to the moon. Entirely different levels. Trying to avoid the tribulation, Amiri replied quickly when Aziel inquired, I feel the pressure of heaven and earth. The heavenly tribulation should arrive soon and will be extremely formidable. I'll find a secluded place to welcome the tribulation. Don't come close, or you might get involved. With that, Amiri didn't wait for Aziel's reaction. He rapidly flew away and vanished from sight within moments. After several consecutive instant teleports, he appeared in an open mountain range, dug a moderate-sized cave, and hid inside. Stephank this. No one will know if I've undergone the tribulation. Amiri breathed a sigh of relief but then thought, now they see me as a primordial sage. But what exactly are a primordial sage's abilities? There's no detailed record in my information. Could it just be another supreme divine ability? If that's the case, my physique already has the power of a supreme divine ability, making it easy to fake. Or perhaps, I should meet a primordial sage to understand enemy capabilities and familiarize myself with their techniques. Meanwhile, Aziel returned to Jonathan Mountain and immediately reported Amiri's breakthrough to Jinsengo, shocking him. What? Amiri broke through? Jinsengo subconsciously stood up from the cushion, eyes wide open, and blurted out in disbelief. That was a primordial sage. In the billions of years of recorded history in the xuanhuan world, only thousands of primordial sages had been born, approximately one every 10 million years. Such a low probability. Of course, out of these thousands of primordial sages, only 3 survived the Heaven-Saint tribulation, the current 3 leaders of sects. Realizing this, Jinsengo hurriedly asked, did Amiri successfully undergo the tribulation? That's odd. If the Heaven-Saint tribulation truly descended, we should have sensed it here. Why is there no activity? Hearing Jinsengo's rambling, Aziel laughed. After breaking through, Amiri left quickly, saying he'd find a quiet place for the tribulation. Who knows how far he went? It's normal we can't sense it. Jinsengo nodded. I see. Please note, if you wish to translate further sections, let me know. ####Chapter 507. The Power of Tyson. Jinsengo's excitement slightly subsided as he regained his composure from the shock of hearing about Amiri's breakthrough. He was preparing to report to Tyson when he reconsidered. Heavenly Saint Tribulation, where death is but a breath away. If he fails to pass it, he will certainly perish, and reporting to the Patriarch now would only be premature rejoicing. Let's wait until he successfully overcomes the Heavenly Saint Tribulation before informing the Patriarch. Jinsengo looked at Aziel and said with a smile, since junior brother Amiri has already broken through, I believe he won't keep everyone waiting any longer. We owe this much to senior brother Yuan. Aziel shook his head indifferently. To break through to the mixed Yuan Sage realm is all due to Amiri's innate talent. I dare not take credit for it. Now that the mission is complete, I shall take my leave. With that, Aziel turned to leave. Just then, a faint voice suddenly resonated in both their minds. Do not tell anyone about Amiri's breakthrough. Aziel halted, turning his head instinctively. He saw Jinsengo also looking at him in surprise, clearly having received the same telepathic message. Both bowed toward the empty air simultaneously. Yes, Patriarch. The voice belonged to none other than Tyson. Though curious about how Tyson knew of Amiri's breakthrough, they dared not ask and could only bury their doubts deep within. Aziel left. Jinsengo remained seated on his cushion. At this moment, on the peak of Jonathan Mountain, Tyson, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. This outsider, who is not a golden immortal yet rivals one in power, has now achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. How does his strength compare to a mixed Yuan sage? His eyes shone with divine light, harboring some unique brilliance, but quickly returned to calmness as he spoke calmly. Please transport me there. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, millions of miles away. Amiri, hidden in a cave, pondered for a while and felt his changes before preparing to leave. At this moment, he sensed an unfamiliar soul fluctuation outside the cave. In the next instant, a vast and majestic soul force swept through the cave. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Amiri. A voice echoed in his mind. Amiri furrowed his brows. He never expected that after just breaking through, hiding in this unknown cave, someone would find him so quickly. This person's strength isn't simple. This thought flashed through Amiri's mind instinctively. He flew out of the cave and, upon seeing a bulky middle-aged man floating in midair, asked coolly, May I know who you are? I am Chance, known as Tyson, the middle-aged man replied unperturbed. Amiri asked with an unfriendly tone, Tyson, why did you know my whereabouts so quickly, and what do you want with me? I didn't know your whereabouts, but finding you within the Honghuang realm is no challenge. As for why I seek you, it is to test your strength. You love battles, don't you? Now, only the 3 patriarchs are worthy opponents for you. So by seeking you out, isn't this just what you desire? Tyson replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Amiri's frown deepened. He didn't understand the first part of what the other said. If he didn't know Amiri's whereabouts, how could he find him so easily? Moreover, even if he knew his location, chasing him down wouldn't be that simple given Amiri's teleportation abilities. Amiri gave the other a deep look. Since you wish to fight, then let's do it. Let's see what my strength is like now. Let's go. To the sky above. Finishing his words, Tyson rose into the sky, flying upward. Amiri immediately followed. Soon, they broke through the clouds, continuing their ascent without stopping. Several minutes later, they paused amidst thick clouds. Give it your all. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Tyson commanded lightly. His figure rapidly expanded into a towering giant, 20,000 meters tall. Meanwhile, muscles in his collarbones and armpits writhed crazily, extending 4 thick arms. His neck sprouted 2 more heads, and it wasn't over yet. Transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed giant, Tyson's figure shimmered, dividing into 5 identical massive incarnations. 6 fearsome giants, each 3-headed and 6-armed, with 16 house-sized eyes, looked at Amiri's position remotely, either calmly, excitedly, or darkly. To start with such grandeur, truly, you respect me. Amiri sighed and transformed himself. But I don't have as many flashy abilities as you do. Come and fight. The giant form of Amiri roared, charging towards the 6 Tysons. Tyson's figures moved, instantly surrounding Amiri with the original and 5 incarnations. 36 mountain-like fists simultaneously struck Amiri from all directions. These punches were hundreds of times faster than lightning. Wherever they went, the air was obliterated, offering no resistance whatsoever. When these punches landed on Amiri's body, space shattered directly, creating enormous craters as if black spheres had appeared around each punch, expanding rapidly. Even though Amiri's physique had been strengthened several times over, these terrifying attacks capable of crushing space still inflicted large blood wounds on him. These wounds were thousands of meters wide and hundreds deep. On Amiri's colossal 20,000-meter-high body, these injuries were highly visible. Not to mention there were 36 of them, covering his entire body. Meanwhile, Amiri's savage punch struck Tyson's main body. An incomparable force surged forth, twisting, warping, tearing, and shaking. This blow, not only incredibly powerful, but also contained various techniques to dismantle the opponent's defenses. Under this strike, space cracked and splintered, black spatial rifts spreading like spider webs. Yet, Tyson merely trembled slightly and resumed attacking effortlessly. Clearly, Amiri's strike caused no damage at all to Tyson. Boom, boom, boom. Another 36 punches rained down. Before Amiri's injuries from the last bout had fully healed, new wounds appeared under the assault of these 36 fists. Indeed worthy of being Tyson. Amiri mused inwardly. Though he had advanced to a higher realm, his strength had increased several times over. But his opponent had also changed from a golden immortal to a mixed yuan sage. Clearly, the gap in strength between golden immortal and mixed yuan sage far exceeded the enhancement brought by his own advancement. Therefore, in this battle, Amiri found himself at a greater disadvantage. Chapter 508. Indeed, you are from the outer world. The speed of Tyson's punches was astonishing. Every second, tens of thousands of punches landed on Amiri's body, creating a dense web of bloody wounds on his surface. The blood didn't even have time to flow before the wounds healed at an incredible rate. However, in the face of Tyson's terrifying speed and force, Amiri's healing rate was clearly insufficient. His injuries gradually accumulated, and within just a few seconds, Amiri looked like he had suffered countless wounds all over his body. Yet, he showed no sign of panic and instead shouted loudly, "Not enough. This is still not enough. As the greatest warrior of the Xuanhuan realm, if this is all you've got, I'm afraid I'll be disappointed." Amiri laughed heartily and then flashed out of the battle circle, appearing behind the main body of Tyson. His fists rained down like a violent storm. During this brief moment when he broke free from the 6 Tyson's encirclement, most of the injuries on Amiri's body had already healed, nearly completely restored. However, Tyson did not rush to attack again. Instead, they turned around together, looking at Amiri with a faint smile, saying, "Xianxia Marisia? And you can use Xianxia Marisia so fluently even as the surrounding space shatters into pieces. This is undoubtedly at the supreme level of divine skills. In your previous battles, you've hidden such a powerful divine skill all along. It seems you've been playing things close to your chest." "Don't tell me," Tyson mused. "You haven't exerted your full strength yet, right?" Just as he finished speaking, Amiri's injuries were fully healed, leaving no trace of any wounds or bloodstains. Even his torn clothes had returned to their original state, as if time had rewound itself to before he was injured. Amiri's fist continued without pause. He also shouted loudly, "Expecting your opponent to reveal information during a fight? Tyson, you're too naive. Burning it to ask me something? Defeat me first." His fists moved almost like illusions, surrounding Tyson's main body as though he had hundreds of arms. Tyson moved once more, and the 6 massive figures quickly surrounded Amiri again, their superluminal fists raining down. But this time, Amiri began moving tactically, occasionally teleporting around, both evading attacks and taking advantage of opportunities to heal his injuries, making Tyson struggle to keep up. The Xuanhuan realm's focus on physical prowess and mastery of various powerful divine skills indeed made its combatants stronger than similar-ranked martial artists from the outer world in pure combat ability. However, this also revealed a weakness. Tyson had no means to restrict Amiri's teleportation since the path of physical cultivation mainly enhanced the body itself, unlike the way of heaven and earth in the outer world, which allowed manipulation of cosmic laws for large-scale restriction, such as through domains. For example, an outer world celestial venerable could suppress Amiri with a domain, interfering with his teleportation. Even more so, a heavenly emperor realm practitioner like Henri could confine him with a chaotic domain, making it difficult or impossible for him to move or teleport. Now, while Tyson was powerful, he had no means to restrict Amiri's movement, thus only watching helplessly as Amiri teleported around, quickly recovering from any inflicted injuries. The two engaged in intense aerial combat. At this moment, the battle seemed exceptionally fierce. Yet, Amiri's brows subtly furrowed. Tyson appeared in my perception by teleporting. He should know Xianxia Marisia. Why isn't he using it now? Could he be hiding his true capabilities? But that doesn't make sense either. Since he teleported within my range, he must be aware that I know about his teleportation abilities. There's no need for him to hide them. At this thought, Amiri suddenly teleported miles away. Tyson's figures moved like lightning, reappearing around Amiri almost instantly and trapping him once more. He still didn't use teleportation. Seeing this, Amiri felt a sudden suspicion. A powerful figure capable of teleportation, choosing to fly through the air rather than use teleportation during such a close and intense battle, seemed peculiar. Amiri pondered for a moment but couldn't understand the reason. Nonetheless, he quietly noted it for future observation. What Amiri didn't know was that in the void, a mysterious presence was observing his battle with Tyson. More specifically, it was observing Amiri, analyzing every action and performance to evaluate his strength, defense, speed, reaction, and various other attributes. As Amiri continually teleported and engaged Tyson while recovering from injuries, the mysterious presence abruptly willed the surrounding space to solidify within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The thick cloud layers, under this mysterious pressure, hardened into solid masses, tougher than metal. Amiri, preparing to teleport, noticed the abnormality and found his teleportation failed. Space solidification? Amiri's heart raced as he looked at Tyson with surprise. Seeing the other's calm demeanor, it was evident that this was Tyson's doing. Just moments ago, Amiri had thought that Tyson lacked control over cosmic laws and thus couldn't restrict his teleportation. Yet, the space had now solidified, nullifying Amiri's teleportation. Furthermore, under this immense pressure, his movements became increasingly difficult, his speed visibly reduced. It felt like moving from air into solid ground, where each action met far greater resistance than before. In that case, I will turn your trick against you. Amiri extended his arms, and countless golden dragons flew out from his palms. Under the xuanhuan realm's suppression, these dragons began dissipating shortly after emerging. Amiri had to release more power to maintain their existence and control them as they intertwined and spread outward. In a blink, a vast golden barrier had formed, albeit smaller due to the cosmic suppression but still spanning tens of thousands of miles, easily encompassing both colossal figures. The moment the barrier formed, Amiri felt the oppressive force from the xuanhuan realm diminish by half, the space unsealed, and a sudden sense of ease overtook him. Meanwhile, Tyson, enveloped by the barrier, immediately sensed his soul's perception being forcibly dispersed by a powerful force. Although he released more soul energy, his perception range significantly shrank, and his energy expenditure greatly increased. Then came the physical sensation. He recalled practicing deep beneath the ocean in his Santiago, where an overwhelming pressure made every action excruciatingly difficult. With such unprecedented abilities, it seems you are indeed from the outer world. Tyson sighed meaningfully. Chapter 509, The Mastermind. Upon hearing the words of Tyson, Amiri's heart stirred. Looks like, indeed. From your words, it seems you had already guessed I came from outside, but only now are you certain? Seeing that Amiri did not deny it, Tyson didn't rush into battle, but instead smiled faintly. With such power, how could you remain obscure? Even the three great sects controlling half of the xuanhuan world have never heard any intelligence about your past, clearly hinting at a suspicious origin. Amiri raised an eyebrow. Has the xuanhuan world seen outsiders before? Tyson shook his head. No. Amiri replied with a half-smile. People only speculate based on their knowledge. Since there were no outsiders in the xuanhuan world before, why would you think I am one just because you can't find out my background? There must be other reasons. Since I'm not denying my origins, why hide the truth from me? Tyson laughed. I've said enough. If I delay any further, it will be difficult to give an account. Let's continue fighting. As he spoke, 6 massive bodies surrounded Amiri again, unleashing frenzied attacks. However, under the suppression of the Antoniacan Prohibition formation barrier, Tyson's explosive power and speed were noticeably weakened. Blood cavities over 100 meters deep appeared clearly on Amiri's vast body. These cavities were much smaller than before but still noticeable. Yet, given Amiri's regeneration abilities, they couldn't accumulate damage. Each blow healed before the next one arrived. On his personal panel, potential points surged wildly, with over 1 billion points per second, the limit of Amiri's potential gain. But Amiri was not focused on this. His attention remained on Tyson's previous words. Delay? Giving an account? Frowning, Amiri asked, who do you need to report to? Did the 3 sect leaders conspire to test my strength? Tyson fell silent, continuing his relentless assault without speaking. Suddenly, Amiri turned to look outside the barrier. Vast elemental forces pressed against the golden barrier, forcing Amiri to divert some energy to maintain its range. Yet the elemental forces grew stronger. The golden barrier began to shrink. Looking at the 6 Tysons surrounding him, Amiri pondered aloud, elemental forces aren't controlled by you. There's someone else outside. His statement was definite. Is it another sect leader or someone else? Is that person stronger than you, having arranged for you to fight me? Amiri questioned, probing for information. No nonsense. Defeat me first if you want answers. Only the strong are worthy of knowing everything. Tyson roared as punches covered the sky. Seeing this, Amiri stopped asking questions. If only the strong knew, then he should focus on strengthening himself until he could sweep across the xuanhuan world, solving all problems effortlessly, including news from Waterblue Star. Amiri sat cross-legged, focusing most of his mind and strength on maintaining the Antoniacan Prohibition formation against the growing elemental forces. Tyson's attacks were within his endurance and thus irrelevant. However, if the barrier broke, dealing with Tyson's attacks would be troublesome. Despite Amiri's resistance, the golden barrier continued to shrink until it vanished entirely. Terrifying elemental forces pressured down, obscuring Amiri's vision with countless fist shadows. Amiri's expression changed. Fine, let's go head-on. His muscles tensed, focusing all his strength on defense, enduring Tyson's storm of attacks, his strongest defensive stance. The elemental forces compressed space, limiting Amiri's movements and reducing the effectiveness of Tyson's attacks further due to equal pressure. Each move and attack became incredibly challenging, resulting in minimal damage to Amiri. It seems this won't work either. Relieved, Amiri smiled slightly. In the void, the mysterious observer finally frowned. Amiri was more difficult to deal with than expected, his physique almost invincible even against Tyson, who caused only minor harm. The mysterious golden barrier significantly weakened Tyson's burst power. If allowed to exist, the barrier would negate almost all damage. Suppressing it with elemental forces equally weakened Tyson. Still unable to subdue Amiri, the mysterious presence decided and whispered softly. Step back. A distant voice echoed in the sky. Tyson immediately withdrew, retreating far from the golden barrier. Amiri was startled. That voice's tone and Tyson's reaction resemble a subordinate obeying a superior. Is there an existence above the xuanhuan saints in the xuanhuan world? But if such a powerful being wants to deal with me, why not act personally? Amiri suddenly felt space around him violently tremble, a mysterious force attempting spatial relocation. However, with his mastery of the chaos grade, Great Spatial Shift, Amiri remained unmoved. Spatial manipulation compared him to a firmly rooted tree, unmovable unless uprooted. Neither teleportation arrays, nor any spatial shift abilities could affect him unless he willed it. Come out and fight me. These petty tricks won't work. Amiri smiled confidently. Larger areas of space began to tremble. With Amiri's massive body as the center, miles of space started slowly ascending. Farther spaces fragmented, akin to a tree being uprooted, tearing the ground apart. Chapter 510. Another Heavenly Emperor. Amiri looked around him. Everywhere his gaze reached was pitch black. External air, sound, light. All information and matter ceased to penetrate into this space. It was as if Amiri's current location had been completely isolated from the entire chaotic universe. Even when Amiri's soul power strained to extend outward, he could only barely sense this solitary void. The entire space he occupied seemed like a solid, transparent crystal, tightly encapsulating him, carrying him unwaveringly upward. And it was getting faster. As it passed, large areas of surrounding space shattered like mirrors. Burning it to expel me? Ridiculous. Amiri sneered. Spatial stasis indeed exerted tremendous pressure on him, but merely made movement difficult, not impossible. Using spatial stasis to forcibly move him was an absurd notion. Amiri's body sank and began flying in reverse. Steffank moving upstream against a powerful current, immense pressure instantly bore down on his body, causing the crystal-like stasis space to ripple. But Amiri's massive form slowly yet steadily moved. The stasis sphere halted its movement. Fragmented spaces far away automatically restored themselves under the power of heaven and earth. The mysterious existence continued manipulating the cosmos, applying continuous pressure to the spherical space. 10,000 miles. Several tens of thousands of miles. Several 100,000 miles. Across several 100,000 square miles, space collapsed, all things vanished, and the laws of the universe ceased to exist. All the power within this vast expanse was mobilized by the mysterious existence to compress the spherical space. It was like leveling the earth for a purposeful pile-up. Every available resource was gathered and fiercely compressed at the target area. Under such extensive use of cosmic power, the space where Amiri resided was crushed into a ball. Time and space no longer existed, laws collapsed. Amiri's senses were rendered useless, and the extended soul power was thoroughly crushed, leaving him without any perception of the outside world. But he still felt himself. In continuous attacks, wounds appeared on his body one after another. These were either cuts like sharp weapons tearing through or annihilation injuries caused by some mysterious energy. Yet they healed almost immediately. Amiri checked his personal interface. Potential points were increasing at their fastest rate. With this, I can rest assured. Focus on cultivation. Amiri decided not to worry about it, sitting cross-legged with a calm mind. Since he couldn't escape this space and the other party couldn't do anything to him, overthinking was pointless. Enhancing his strength through cultivation was most important. If he maintained maximum cultivation speed, improving a technique might allow him to break free. Outside, Tyson stood silently in the sky, watching the spherical space containing Amiri accelerate upward before halting. When large areas of space started collapsing, Tyson quickly retreated to a safe distance, never taking his eyes off the spherical space. Finally, the huge spherical space became a black hole, swallowing all cosmic essence. Fultoning occasionally striking from the clouds above also vanished into it. The surrounding space continuously shattered and repaired itself. He has been sealed. You may return. A faint voice sounded in Tyson's mind. All right, Tyson replied. With that, he turned decisively and sped off in a certain direction. Time passed slowly. For Tyson's many disciples, Amiri was like a fleeting meteor, dazzling for just 2 years before quietly vanishing from everyone's sight. Jinsengo and Aziel privately sighed. A genius of extraordinary talent had quietly fallen victim to the heavenly calamity. Of course, they didn't pay too much attention. No one cares about a fallen genius. Bylon star constellation. In the dark, void-filled starry sky, a cloud of black mist floated silently, ancient and eternal. At one moment, the black mist suddenly expanded rapidly, covering hundreds of thousands of square miles, then boiled like boiling water. Alex's heart remained unusually calm. Over 2 decades ago, when his true body was enveloped by Shay Heavenly Emperor's chaos field, his consciousness plunged into darkness, and his soul flickered like a candle in the wind, nearly extinguished. The sensation of near-death was vivid even now after reincarnation. Darkness, soul. Alex comprehended these 2 powerful laws over 10 billion years ago. He had long mastered the essence of the darkness law, which was the basis of his attainment as a heavenly venerable. Though he only understood the essence of soul law after being killed by Shay Heavenly Venerable, over the billions of years, it had surpassed others to become his strongest ability. After so long as a heavenly venerable, Alex had long reached his peak, needing only one step to break through. But he never found that final breakthrough. Until learning that Shay Heavenly Venerable had ascended to Heavenly Emperor and considering his own experience on the brink of death, he finally gained enlightenment. 20 years of secluded meditation. Now, Alex would finally ascend. Just days later, the vast black mist covering hundreds of thousands of square miles suddenly condensed into a graceful human figure. His eyes slightly closed, he stood silently for a moment. Now, Alex had become the second Heavenly Emperor-class powerhouse in the Bylon star constellation since Shay Heavenly Emperor. He silently felt the changes in his body, the power of chaos, and the transformation of the path of soul. Unlike Shay Heavenly Emperor, who controlled the celestial way, Alex's path was humanistic, meaning corporeal. He couldn't emit a chaos field. However, his control over chaos power wasn't inferior to Shay Heavenly Emperor. He finally understood the nature of chaos power and the existence of chaos space. So, initially, Shay sent me into chaos space, severing the connection between my avatar and true body. And after Shay and Amiri fought and both disappeared, it appears they also entered chaos space together. Alex pondered for a moment. They haven't come out yet. Could they still be entangled in chaos space? He deeply appreciated Amiri's formidable physique. Even Shay, who had ascended to Heavenly Emperor, wouldn't find it easy to kill Amiri. Considering Amiri forced Shay to use chaos space to try to trap him showed Shay's helplessness toward Amiri's formidable physique. Amiri's offensive capabilities made it hard to kill even a heavenly venerable, let alone Shay at the heavenly emperor level. Thus, their absence suggested they might still be entangled in chaos space. Chapter 511. I know Lord Amiri's whereabouts. Amiri and Henri have been unable to determine a winner for over 20 years. It seems I need to step in. The Alex smiled faintly, exuding confidence. Now, as an emperor of the heavenly emperor realm and having achieved the emperor status through the path of souls, his ability to create avatars has become even more powerful. In the past, he would either split into avatar seeds that gradually grew within infant bodies or divide his power in half, weakening both the original and the avatar, necessitating constant devouring to restore his full strength. Moreover, no matter what, the highest level of the avatar was always one notch below the original. Now, with just a thought, he can create two avatars equal in strength to his own. Thus, after breaking through to the heavenly emperor realm, the Alex effectively had two heavenly emperors assisting him, sharing thoughts at any time. His survival capability was unparalleled. As long as any one avatar remained, he could exist intact. The Alex's body slightly trembled, and two identical avatars appeared beside him. One avatar waved a hand, slicing through space to reveal a dim chaotic realm. So this is the chaotic space? Avatar 1 casually stepped in, surveying the surroundings. The original and Avatar 2 experienced everything he saw, and felt as if they were there personally. Then the entrance to the chaotic space closed, abruptly severing their connection. After several trials, the Alex gained deeper insights into the characteristics of the chaotic space, such as how it isolated those inside from the outside world, but allowed mutual sensing between avatars within. However, real-time communication was impossible, and greater distance blurred their connections further due to vast chaotic forces. After some contemplation, the Alex decided to send both of his strongest avatars into the chaotic space to search for Amiri and Henri while he prepared to cause chaos in the White Mountain constellation. As a heavenly emperor, he was fully capable of easily sweeping away the divine race. Meanwhile, in the southern Bright Star Sea, over the 20 years since Amiri's disappearance, Clyde had grown into a transcendent realm powerhouse, shining brightly across the entire southern Bright Star Sea. Known as Hicks's protege, he became a sought-after figure among many. But he wasn't the brightest star. Another genius named Armin rose to prominence over the past decade, catching the attention of the higher-ups at Tasway Mansion. Armin came from an ordinary rural background, once unremarkable, but beginning 20 years ago, he started displaying increasingly terrifying talent, advancing rapidly in cultivation. 20 years later, he now possesses the Divine Heaven Realm, a Divine Heaven Realm cultivator in his 30s. Clyde and Armin outstripped their peers significantly, earning the title of Southern Bright Twins. However, though they outshone others, the gap between Clyde and Armin was even greater. If all their peers' cultivation levels were represented by numbers, ordinary people being 1, average geniuses up to 10, Clyde 30, Armin stood at 100. Many believed Armin, who reached the Divine Heaven Realm in his 30s, possessed talent second only to the legendary Amiri and Jacqueline. When Armin began to show promise, numerous deity realm experts approached him, including renowned 9-star deities and true deity elders. Yet Armin resolutely rejected all offers, declaring only Amiri or Elder Jacqueline were worthy to be his mentors. This caused dissatisfaction among higher-ups, resulting in fewer mentorship offers and much ridicule. Only as Armin's cultivation skyrocketed, without bottlenecks did everyone re-evaluate and acknowledge this exceptional talent. Unbeknownst to all, Armin was merely an avatar of the Alex. When the Alex broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, Armin received instructions to contact Jacqueline. It seems I must reveal my identity early, Armin muttered, recalling the last time he attempted to find Amiri to report on Henri Heavenly Emperor, only to be rejected due to insufficient strength. Since then, he no longer hid, but accelerated his cultivation to ensure he could reach Amiri should urgent news arise. Achieving the Divine Heaven Realm in mere decades without chaotic slaughter was remarkable. Yet, despite his current strength and status, contacting Jacqueline still seemed beyond his reach. Can't help it, I'll try. Armin sighed, abandoning his task and teleporting to Tasway Mansion's main base, finding the on-duty elder. Bray, I have extremely important matters and wish to see Sinclairin immediately. In the council hall, Bray looked surprised, asking, You and Sinclairin are strangers with no affiliation. Why do you need to report to her? Armin said calmly, I apologize, but this concerns news about Lord Amiri. I can only convey this information to Sinclairin directly. Time is of the essence, so please facilitate this meeting. At the mention of Amiri, Bray's interest peaked, pressing, Are you saying you know Lord Amiri's whereabouts? Where is he? For over 20 years, Tasway Mansion had never stopped investigating Amiri's fate, yet found nothing. Normally, claims of knowing Amiri's location would be dismissed. But Armin, known as the third prodigy after Amiri and Jacqueline, held infinite prospects and renown. Such an outstanding talent wouldn't seek attention over this matter. So Bray couldn't ignore Armin's words. Still, facing his questions, Armin firmly replied, I apologize, Bray. I can only inform Sinclairin of this news. Please arrange a meeting. Hashtag chapter 512. The truth unveiled. I am the Alex. Seeing his determined attitude, Bray thought for a moment. Do you realize that if you dare to deliberately deceive me on this matter, no matter how talented you are, your fate will likely be death? Lord Amiri is the savior of Southern Star Sea. No one is allowed to joke about matters concerning him. Do you really know Lord Amiri's whereabouts? Bray looked at Armin with solemnity. I know where Lord Amiri is. I need to see Sinclairin immediately, Armin repeated firmly. Very well. Bray couldn't help but show a delighted expression. He understood that under his subtle threats, Armin still remained resolute, which gave at least an 80% likelihood that Armin truly knew Amiri's location. This was tremendous news for all of Southern Star Sea. Amiri was the cornerstone of Southern Star Sea. During his 20-plus years of disappearance, many top officials in the Tasway Mansion often worried about the potential of another invasion by the divine race. In their eyes, Amiri was the only one capable of directly resisting the divine race. Even the second strongest, Jacqueline, lacked enough combat experience to inspire much confidence in her ability to resist the divine race. Only Amiri's return could bring everyone peace of mind. Bray looked at Armin and said solemnly, "Follow me. I'll take you to see Xianxia." With that, they walked towards the teleportation array and were transported to Xianxia. "Don't resist. I'll take you there." Bray placed a hand on Armin's shoulder and, with a flicker of movement, carried him straight into the starry sky. They transformed into a streak of light, quickly breaking through the atmosphere into the vast, desolate expanse of space. At this time, Jacqueline was meditating in deep space. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of the celestial sovereign realm 3 years ago, just one step away from breaking through to the heavenly emperor realm. According to her own estimates, it might take another decade or so of cultivation before she could make that final breakthrough. She knew that with Amiri's incredible vitality, he wouldn't fall easily, even against formidable foes. Moreover, no new enemies had appeared either, indicating that Amiri and the heavenly emperor Henri were still fighting somewhere. Only if she also broke through to the heavenly emperor realm would she have a chance to rescue Amiri. To this end, she had long abandoned all trivial matters, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to cultivation in space, even neglecting to see her son, Clyde, for years. While Jacqueline was in deep meditation, she suddenly sensed 2 people approaching. Jacqueline frowned, but then, outside words made her expression change abruptly. Flying out of Xianxia, Bray and Armin traveled for nearly an hour before reaching a hazy white light. Bray spoke up first. "Xianxia, this junior named Armin, says he knows information about Lord Amiri and wishes to tell you in person." As he finished speaking, the large mass of white light suddenly dissipated, revealing a holy figure before them. "You say you know Amiri's whereabouts?" Jacqueline's gaze locked onto the hawk beside Bray, each word deliberate. "That's right." Armin spoke calmly and respectfully, glancing at Bray and politely adding, "The following matters can only be discussed with Xianxia. Please don't mind, Bray." Bray understood the hint and nodded, bidding them farewell before turning to fly back to Xianxia. Jacqueline watched silently until Bray flew a considerable distance away. Then Armin began. "Greetings, Xianxia. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Armin, my true name is Bryson, and you may also call me the Alex." Upon hearing Alex, Jacqueline's face changed slightly. Amiri had shared detailed information about the Alex with her. She knew about his ability to split into numerous interconnected avatars with synchronized consciousness, allowing him to revive in any avatar upon the original body's death. Combined with his dark law swallowing ability, weak avatars could rapidly grow as strong as the original body, making death inconsequential to him, an almost cheating-like existence. Jacqueline quickly regained composure and asked softly, "How do you prove your identity?" Armin pondered for a while and replied, "I believe Amiri told some high-ranking officials at Taisui Mansion about me, but details of our collaboration were probably only shared with you. Can this prove your identity?" Jacqueline nodded. "It can." Armin promptly recounted the entire collaboration process with Amiri, including demonstrating his black mist form to enhance credibility. Seeing Jacqueline finally believing him, Armin continued, "After the battle between Amiri and Heavenly Emperor Henri, both vanished. I suspect they simultaneously fell into chaos space." "Chaos space?" Jacqueline frowned slightly. "Yes, only those at the Heavenly Emperor realm can sense and freely enter and exit chaos space," Armin explained. Only chaos space could impede Amiri with his powerful teleportation skills from escaping. Heavenly Emperor Henri, who can also freely enter and exit chaos space, has not reappeared, suggesting they both delved deeply into chaos space during their struggle. They could either be lost deep within chaos space, or still entangled and unable to separate. Jacqueline gazed at Armin thoughtfully. "Does that mean you've also broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm?" Armin nodded. "That's correct. I've dispatched 2 avatars to search for Amiri in chaos space. Once found, my strongest avatars can assist Amiri and possibly counterattack Heavenly Emperor Henri. But they might accidentally emerge from chaos space, so I need Taisui Mansion to arrange personnel to monitor for any trace of either. Upon discovery, immediately notify me so my original body can provide support. Though the probability is low, we must remain vigilant." Despite being Southern Star Sea's brightest genius, Armin wasn't part of the high echelons. Without causing a sensation, news about Amiri or Heavenly Emperor Henri would never reach him. Hence, this was why he sought Jacqueline. Gaining attention from Taisui Mansion was crucial for obtaining first-hand information on Heavenly Emperor Henri. Jacqueline nodded without hesitation. "Agreed. If there's news, I'll inform you immediately. Additionally, if your avatars find Amiri in chaos space, please notify me as soon as possible." "No problem." Having come to terms, Armin resumed his original identity and continued his previous mission, while Jacqueline returned to her deep meditation. Chapter 5:13 Layton's Plan. In the chaotic space, the Alex's 2 strongest avatars explored every corner. Meanwhile, at the surface of the chaotic space, near the entrance, he left a regular avatar. This avatar only possessed the strength of an ordinary Marissa Zune and could barely maintain consciousness in the chaotic space, let alone move. Its sole purpose was to serve as a coordinate marker for the 2 strongest avatars, facilitating quick evacuation if needed. The 2 strongest avatars continuously explored the chaotic space while occasionally dividing their power to create more Marissa Zune-level avatars, which were scattered across various positions. Each time they created a new avatar, their own power noticeably weakened, but with the mastery of chaotic energy, they could swiftly recover within the chaotic space without any worry about depleting their energy. As the 2 strongest avatars ventured further, unprecedented calamity struck the White Mountain constellation. Although the 50 Holy King realm avatars had ravaged different star systems for over 20 years, their chaos was somewhat contained by numerous elders. However, one day, these 50 avatars suddenly surged in power and effortlessly slaughtered thousands of ambush-ready divine elders. At the same time, more avatars began attacking planets in various star systems, consuming life forms on each planet. Increasingly powerful avatars of the Alex appeared, shaking the entire divine race to its core. While the divine race had tens of thousands of elders, losing thousands at once was still an enormous loss. More importantly, this battle revealed that the Alex's avatars were far more powerful than mere holy kings. No one had ever seen such overwhelming prowess except in Amiri. Thus, only Marissa Zune-level entities could handle these avatars. Unfortunately, even the current 50 powerful avatars outnumbered the divine race's Marissa Zunes. The divine race had only 15 surviving Marissa Zunes. Under clan leader Layton's and various elders' invitations, these Marissa Zunes learned of the crisis and gathered on St. Elena planet. Only Marissa Zune Henri, whom Layton sought personally, remained missing. Didn't Marissa Zune Henri destroy Dun planet after returning from Heavenly Spring star system upon hearing rumors, and then enter seclusion there? Has he already left? Someone asked when they heard Layton didn't find him. They still didn't know Henri had become a Marissa D, or that he was pursuing Amiri and eventually fell in the desolate world. Second Supreme Colton said, since Marissa Zune Henri is deliberately hiding his trail, it means he's deeply cultivating. We shouldn't disturb him. Our task is to eliminate several dozen Alex avatars. One more or less doesn't make much difference. Colton's words made others stop mentioning Marissa Zune Henri. They started discussing the threat posed by the Alex's avatars. Based on intelligence, the Alex's avatars likely possess Marissa Zune level power. Even so, their strength can't be too far beyond initial Marissa Zune level. With our 14 people, handling them individually shouldn't be too hard. One Marissa Zune commented. Clan leader Layton nodded. Correct. According to reports, even if the avatars gain power through consumption, they advance gradually. Even if they break through, they would just be newly ascended Marissa Zunes, not stronger than us. The real issue is their numbers. If we can't eliminate them faster than they replenish, they'll be endless. Supreme Colton looked at him. So, we need to kill them quickly? Layton nodded. Exactly. Another impatient Marissa Zune asked, do you have a plan? Just say it. Layton responded seriously. We've been unable to accurately locate the Alex's avatars, ambushing them randomly. So this time, I propose using a massive manpower strategy, deploying many elders aboard space vessels to systematically comb the galaxy. Once any avatar is spotted, immediately inform the Marissa Zunes to act. Act proactively for maximum efficiency. He continued, some may slip past us due to their greater numbers. To prevent them from growing stronger, the Elder Scouts should destroy targeted planets before the avatars arrive, cutting off their growth potential. The 14 Marissa Zunes and senior elders considered this carefully. One elder nodded thoughtfully. Despite the immense human resources required, it's the most efficient method. Layton added, this strategy applies not only to the 50 Marissa Zune avatars, but also to the Holy Realm avatars. Preventing them from consuming life stops new Marissa Zunes from appearing. Supreme Colton agreed. Fine, follow your plan. Other Marissa Zunes nodded in agreement. Regarding the billions of lives on the doomed planets, no one seemed concerned, given the sheer number of planets and ordinary beings in the White Mountain constellation. One serious Marissa Zune reminded everyone, remember to instruct every elder involved. When destroying a planet, act decisively. Don't delay for sympathy or partial evacuations, giving the Alex's avatars a chance. If destruction is necessary, destroy everything, with no exceptions. Layton solemnly nodded. Understood. Chapter 514. The Collapse of the Divine Race. After further deliberation on some details of the operation, they began to act according to plan. 5,000 spaceboats were urgently dispatched from various locations to the star system where the Marissan Realm Soul avatars appeared. The Ancestral Hall quickly arranged 10,000 elders of the Divine Race into pairs, forming 5,000 teams. These teams were grouped into 50 squads of 100 teams each, conducting thorough sweeps around the 50 planets where Marissan Realm Soul avatars had been spotted. Apart from the 50 Marissan Realm Soul avatars, even more Holy Realm level avatars were searched for by a million great Holy Realm experts aboard Antoniacan boats in a similar grid-based search. Tens of thousands of elders would then encircle and destroy these avatars. In an instant, almost the entire upper echelon of the Divine Race was mobilized. Near the planets where soul avatars had been sighted, the vast starry sky was filled with one space boat or Antoniacan boat after another, starting meticulous investigations. In a certain region of space, in a space boat rapidly navigating, one elder was piloting while the other watched the starfield intently. Suddenly, the elder's eyes flickered. A cluster of black fog, seemingly moving slowly but actually very fast, blended almost seamlessly with the dark void at an immense distance. If not for the elder's keen eyesight and total concentration, it wouldn't have been so easy to spot. After observing closely for a moment, he said sternly, "Target identified." As he spoke, he immediately started manipulating the ultra-long-distance communication device on the boat, sending messages out. Through successive relays, news of the soul avatar's appearance reached the ears of the second Marissan Colton nearby on a planet. He promptly flew above the atmosphere, entering the waiting spaceboat, rushing toward the target location. Under this series of swift actions by the Divine Race, Colton indeed managed to intercept one of the soul avatars in space and easily slew it. Meanwhile, in other directions, many soul avatars were discovered as well, falling one after another under the sea of Divine Race numbers. Even if a few escaped successfully to nearby planets to devour life, the Divine Race predicted their targets based on the avatar's movements and preemptively destroyed those planets. On an ordinary life-bearing planet, after sensing the events happening to all its avatars, the Soul Master disguised as an ordinary divine being couldn't help but smile approvingly. Decisive action, sparing no expense, quite ruthless indeed. Pity, in the presence of my true self, all your struggles are in vain. With a mental command from the Soul Master, a translucent glow emanated from his body, spreading at superluminal speeds, instantly covering the entire planet. The next moment, all creatures large and small fell to the ground. The entire planet became a dead star. All beings besides the Soul Master instantly dissipated, souls extinguished. The world seemed to fall silent, only the gentle rustle of wind remained. The Soul Master half closed his eyes, seeming to savor this quiet atmosphere. Then, his figure vanished from the spot. A cloud of black mist silently crossed the atmosphere, speeding into the vastness of space at 100 times the speed of light, utilizing the chaotic space to accelerate to 10,000 times the speed of light. At such terrifying speed, the Soul Master soon arrived at where the surviving avatar was. At that moment, the Marisisan realm-capable avatar was fleeing frantically under pursuit by a divine Marisisan. One black and one white light chased each other in close succession across space. Emerging from chaotic space, the Soul Master sped toward the avatar at 100 times the speed of light. The avatar also moved towards the main body. Behind them, the divine Marisisan pursued fiercely, firing thick laser cannons from his hands repeatedly. He had chased the avatar for a whole day. To his surprise, after some soul avatars were killed first by other Marisisans, the remaining ones became much more cautious. Upon seeing him approach in a spaceboat, they turned tail and fled. Without a single chance for a direct confrontation, he could only disembark the boat and relentlessly pursue the opponent. Just then, before the divine Marisisan's eyes, a translucent glow flashed past, and his consciousness faded away. The soul avatar immediately turned back, enveloping the divine Marisisan's body in a black mist, soon completely swallowing him. The avatar's power increased significantly. A few spaceboats closely following far away also noticed the Marisisan's demise and turned to flee in horror. The Soul Master glanced briefly. Eyeing the fleeing spaceboats, he made no move to chase, instead turning without pause towards the location of another Marisisan realm avatar. This avatar, having devoured the divine Marisisan, proceeded as planned to the nearest planet to devour more divine race beings. There was no exchange of words. Due to synchronized thoughts, the avatar already knew the arrangements of the main body. With the Soul Master personally taking action, one divine Marisisan after another perished. The divine race's foolproof plan crumbled instantly. By the time the second Marisisan Colton faced off and instantly died at the hands of the Soul Master, 4 Marisisans had fallen. Upon receiving news, the remaining 10 divine Marisisans hastily fled, abandoning the vast white mountain constellation and its countless divine inhabitants. Stephanf was paramount compared to everything else. Without the support of Marisisan realm powerhouses, the divine race stood like lambs before the Soul Master. Rejuvenated avatars began sweeping everywhere, devouring all life on planet after planet. The upper echelons of the divine race were in complete disarray. Elders plundered resources without restraint before fleeing the white mountain constellation. Planetary administrators fell into chaos. They either sought escape or fought ruthlessly for power, destroying teleportation arrays to become absolute rulers. In the view of middle-tier powerhouses, with the huge territory and numerous planets of the White Mountain constellation, even if soul avatars were powerful, it would be years before they could arrive. Moreover, they couldn't escape the White Mountain constellation. Thus, in the absence of higher-ups, it was better to destroy the teleportation arrays and turn the planet into personal property, enjoying a taste of autocracy. Hence, one conflict after another erupted on planets as middle-tier powerhouses vied for control. Ordinary citizens could only helplessly await their fate on their respective planets. The entire divine race lost all order. Even before the arrival of the soul avatars, just showcasing unmatched power caused the once mighty divine race in the vast White Mountain constellation to collapse. Hashtag Chapter 515. The originating power of Xuanhuan. Days passed one by one. The various avatars of the Alex wreaked havoc continuously. Under the chaos and madness, the White Mountain constellation gradually began to establish a new order. Each planet destroyed its teleportation arrays on its own initiative, completely isolating itself from the outside world. Without teleportation arrays, though it made them unable to gather external intelligence, it also prevented the Alex's avatars from directly attacking through the arrays. Moreover, with the boundless expanse of space, there was always a chance that the Alex's avatars lacked coordinates and couldn't find their planets, thus allowing them to evade disaster. With this somewhat reluctant hope, all the deities retreated, leaving the Alex's avatars to rampage freely. Meanwhile, within the Chaos Realm, a spherical space surrounded by countless spatial rifts slowly moved through the void. Inside the spherical space, Amiri had maintained his massive form and had been in cultivation for 3 years. Having maintained the maximum growth rate for 3 years, his potential points once again reached 100,000 trillion. His cultivation method could finally be upgraded again. Following his previous plan, his top priority was to upgrade the vast space leap and the endless star map. Combining these two methods offered the highest probability for him to gain the ability to leave the chaotic space. Given his current predicament, Amiri unhesitatingly chose to upgrade Vast Space Leap. A mysterious, cool energy appeared inside his body and quickly circulated, thoroughly integrating with his physical form. Amiri checked his personal interface. The Vast Space Leap was now at the Xuanhuan level. Chaos is the void before everything came into existence, while Xuanhuan is the origin, creating all things. Xuanhuan is the originating power. This sentence flashed through Amiri's mind involuntarily, but he then sighed. Unfortunately, merely having my cultivation method reach the Xuanhuan level doesn't mean I can freely control Xuanhuan power. He had fully comprehended the essence of the new cultivation method, and he knew all its characteristics. First, the Vast Space Leap at the Xuanhuan level was higher than the Chaos level. Any restrictions below the Chaos level would no longer hinder his teleportation. Simply put, it came down to precedence. If one compared the entire world to layers of wooden boards stacked on top of each other, higher level abilities were like the upper boards. Using the Chaos level board could only suppress the lower boards, but would have no effect on the upper Xuanhuan level boards. Of course, the world wasn't as simple as layers of boards. Therefore, in normal Chaos level suppression, someone like Amiri, who was weak but had a high-level cultivation method, would still experience weakened teleportation. Amiri could clearly feel this. He could easily teleport out of this spherical space, but the distance would be much shorter than under normal conditions, and his teleportation wouldn't be as effortless. Regardless, he could leave now. He could escape this spherical space that had confined him for 3 years. However, Amiri didn't choose to leave immediately. He knew that even if he left this space, he couldn't return to the outside world, nor could he face off against the mysterious entity in the Chaos Realm. If the other party saw he could escape confinement, they might use even more powerful means to threaten his life, making it counterproductive. It would be better to continue cultivating for a few more years. Until he possessed enough strength to face the mysterious entity head-on, he'd go out and interrogate for information about the blue water star. Amiri closed his eyes again, dismissing all thoughts and re-entering deep cultivation. Another 3 years passed. Amiri successfully upgraded the Endless Star map to the xuanhuan level. With a thought, he clearly sensed the location of Bradford. Familiar figures like Jacqueline, Clyde, Hicks, and others emerged clearly in his mind. When he tried to sense Emperor Shay, he was surprised to find that the latter was currently staying somewhere in the Chaos Realm. Referring to other locations, Amiri realized that place was precisely the white planet known as Tyne Star in the Chaos Realm. Jensen? Why is he there? Amiri pondered. Could the Tyne Star have something special? When he initially flew near the 3 stars, he had seen that the red star and the white star were uninhabited, lacking any signs of civilization. Only the central star, enveloped by an atmosphere, seemed more mysterious and worthy of investigation. That was why he had entered the central star, which was the Chaos Realm. Afterward, he had focused on gathering intelligence, momentarily forgetting to investigate the Digby Star and the Tyne Star. Now it seemed clear that the Digby Star and Tyne Star must have peculiarities. To play it safe, Amiri decided to accumulate more potential points, aiming to upgrade the immortal body through 10,000 calamities cultivation method once more to ensure he could protect his life absolutely before exploring those 2 stars. Another 3 years flashed by. Upgrade immortal body through 10,000 calamities. Ding. Consuming 100,000 trillion potential points. Cultivation method derivation in progress. Please wait. Cultivation method derivation successful. Please name it. A flood of information rushed into Amiri's mind. A scorching heat appeared throughout his body, burning and reconstructing it into a stronger, more robust new structure. A mysterious, cool energy fused completely with his flesh. In the blink of an eye, Amiri's body had completed its transformation. As a cultivation method focused on physical development, upgrading the immortal body through 10,000 calamities to the xuanhuan level significantly boosted Amiri's overall strength, akin to a major realm breakthrough. His strength, physique, reflexes, recovery speed, all aspects had greatly improved, especially his physique, which more than doubled in strength. Amiri casually waved his arms, feeling both the strong binding force within the spherical space and the incredible power of his new body. 9 years have passed. It's time to come out of seclusion. Amiri smiled faintly. Suddenly, he appeared outside the spherical space. Then, he flashed continuously, teleporting toward the direction of Tyne Star at 1,000-fold speed of light. In the void, when Amiri suddenly broke free, the mysterious entity immediately sensed it. What? How did such immense cosmic forces fail to bind him? The mysterious entity felt surprise for the first time. He hurriedly controlled the cosmic forces, attempting to restrict Amiri's teleportation again. However, all his efforts were in vain. The mysterious entity furrowed his brows. His direct combat capabilities were roughly equivalent to the 3 lords, his only advantage being his ability to control parts of the entire Chaos Realm. Therefore, he was far stronger than the 3 lords. Yet, during the battle 9 years ago, Bradford couldn't kill Amiri, indicating that even he couldn't kill Amiri with his own strength. Now, not even the cosmic forces could stop Amiri. Killing him seemed impossible. Finally, he felt helpless. Chapter 5:16. Indeed, such a place exists. Under Amiri's consecutive teleportations, he was getting closer and closer to the star Tyne. The mysterious entity in the void finally realized that Amiri's target was the star Tyne. Why did he suddenly think of going there? Regardless, I cannot let him destroy those bodies. The mysterious entity shifted its thoughts. The thousands of statues with various shapes originally on the star Tyne were instantly moved to some distant void. However, what it didn't know was that Amiri could continuously sense the coordinates of Emperor Henri. After Emperor Henry's body was moved, Amiri was startled. I didn't think Henri also learned how to teleport, and over such a distance. According to Amiri's sensing, the current distance between him and Emperor Henri was as far as 3,628 light-years away, teleporting over 3,000 light-years in one go. Amiri immediately realized, impossible. For such a vast distance, even with his current instantaneous teleportation speed at the primordial level, it would take more than 3 years of continuous teleportation to reach. Even without the suppression of the primal chaos realm and increasing his speed tenfold, it would still take more than 3 months of continuous teleportation. How could Emperor Henri, who had never used teleportation before him, possess such an exaggerated teleportation speed? Amiri couldn't think about the details too much and immediately turned towards the current position of Emperor Henri. After he had teleported for some time, the mysterious entity in the void finally understood. Amiri could sense the location of those statue-like bodies. Specifically, it was the newly captured body, as only it had come into contact with Amiri before. Although it puzzled the entity why Amiri had previously ignored the body but now persistently chased after it, it could control the heavens and earth, moving these defenseless bodies anywhere within the primal chaos realm effortlessly. It did not fear Amiri pursuing them. Days later, Amiri also understood this. He reasoned that only the ever-hidden mysterious entity could monitor his actions and know his destination was the star Tyne, thus moving Emperor Henri away. Emperor Henri couldn't teleport so far, but the mysterious entity controlling the area might be capable of it. 9 years ago, during his battle with the master penetrating heaven, the mysterious entity intended to move him elsewhere. Although he resisted, it showed the ability to spatially relocate weak objects or individuals. Under normal circumstances, Emperor Henri would never allow himself to be controlled like that. Therefore, either Henri had already perished, or he was sealed by the mysterious entity. No wonder he stayed in place without moving, Amiri realized. But another question popped up. Why did the mysterious entity move Henri far away, not wanting me to contact him? He stopped teleporting and calmly addressed the void. What did you do to my companion? There was no response from the void. Vast forces of heaven and earth converged towards Amiri, trying to imprison him again. Sensing the increasing pressure, Amiri smiled disdainfully and teleported away. These minor tricks are useless against me. Earlier, I only pretended to be trapped to catch you off guard, and it seems you've been watching me all along. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Amiri's clear voice echoed in the air. After a long while, a faint voice spoke from nowhere. Amiri, leave my primal chaos realm. Outsiders are not welcome here. Amiri scoffed, then give me back my companion, and I will leave with him. He knew the mysterious entity deliberately hid Emperor Henri for some special reason. Since so, he decided to find Emperor Henri and see what had happened to him. The mysterious entity continued. The deity named Henri has already perished. There is no need for you to take him. Please leave on your own. If he has perished, why do you keep him? Amiri pressed. Such a powerful being, even if fallen, still holds research value and significant use to me, so I cannot hand him over to you. Amiri laughed. Previously, you refused to show yourself or converse with me, yet now you have become patient. It seems you truly cannot deal with me. So, are you trying to negotiate with me? The mysterious entity was silent for a moment. Amiri stood calmly, waiting for its response. Eventually, the faint voice returned. I indeed cannot kill you, but you can never find Henri's body nor harm me. Why should I negotiate with you? I may not be able to kill you, but I can destroy the primal chaos realm, slowly killing all its inhabitants. Amiri said indifferently. I don't care if you kill the beings or not, the entity replied. But the primal chaos realm is my domain, and I will not allow it to be destroyed. Since you possess strength equal to mine, I accept the negotiation. State your terms. Amiri knew the entity genuinely cared about the primal chaos realm but didn't bother exposing it. Instead, he thought about how to make demands. In truth, Amiri wasn't overly concerned about Henri's fate. He wanted to understand why the entity hid Henri and whether it was connected to the existence of the blue water planet. He wanted intelligence on the blue water planet, but couldn't seem too eager or directly reveal his goal. Considering this, Amiri said, when I was young, I had a teacher who taught me literacy and martial arts foundations, like my second parents, providing me opportunities to rise. My teacher instructed me to look after his family if I ever found his hometown. Now, in the primal chaos realm, I found clues to my teacher's origin because its language matches what my teacher used. Thus, my condition is, I want to know if there is a place using the same script as the primal chaos realm but devoid of martial cultivation, only a civilization called technology. In this fabricated story, Amiri made this place important but not threatening enough to coerce him. Hearing his words, the entity fell silent once more. There indeed is such a place, but you cannot go there, and I won't allow you to. Change your terms. Chapter 517. The Alliance of the Three Great Patriarchs. Amiri's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, since you lack sincerity, let it be. Can you teleport Shay away, and not an entire chaos realm? Having spoken, he no longer considered negotiating and instantly shifted direction, teleporting toward the chaos realm. At this moment, within the chaos realm, ever since his fierce battle with Amiri 9 years ago, Bradford had returned to Mount Jonathan and silently sat on the cliff edge as usual. Without breathing, without moving, he was like a lifeless statue. Suddenly, a mysterious voice entered his mind. Amiri is about to invade the chaos realm. Intercept him immediately. Simultaneously, the voice sent real-time coordinates and trajectory of Amiri into his mind. Bradford opened his eyes and calmly responded, all right. He moved and flew toward the sky. Meanwhile, the other two of the three supreme immortals in the chaos realm, Ike and Lord Bernician, also received instructions from the mysterious presence. There is a celestial visitor named Amiri who intends to invade the chaos realm. Immediately intercept him. Ike was a gold ape with 6 arms by nature, standing 5 meters tall with a robust physique that looked like an iron tower. Lord Bernician, on the other hand, was a middle-aged man whose upper body was human and lower body a serpent, exuding an elegant and calm demeanor. Upon receiving the message from the mysterious entity, they were shocked. They deeply understood the immense power of this mysterious existence. Given its strength, if there were indeed invaders, it should be able to eliminate them effortlessly. Yet now, they were being instructed to intercept rather than destroy. This indicated that even the mysterious existence could not stop Amiri's invasion, and it believed that the 3 patriarchs might also be unable to defeat him but only intercept him. Without hesitation, both patriarchs headed towards Amiri based on the real-time coordinates provided in their minds. Soon, the 3 great patriarchs met in space. They glanced at each other, saying nothing, and continued flying towards Amiri's position. After about an hour, both sides were about to meet in midair. Bradford successively cast spells to transform into various forms, such as heaven imitation and body projection, becoming 6 massive figures. Ike transformed into a terrifying giant 50,000 meters tall. 3 huge heads sprouted from his neck, along with countless thick arms growing rapidly from under his armpits and back, like carrying a huge round disc as tall as himself. This was known as the 1,000-armed Buddha, an enhanced form of the 6-armed great power. Each head possessed independent thought, while every arm maintained the original body's full strength, capable of attacking freely in all directions. As for Lord Bernician, his mastery of heaven imitation was just at the ordinary level, transforming into a 20,000-meter-tall giant, which appeared childlike compared to the others. His greatest skill was the one-breath trisection, an advanced form of body projection that allowed him to instantly divide into 2 bodies identical in strength to the original. He didn't need rare materials like Bradford did, and any surviving body could instantly split into new ones. Moreover, he could create thousands of weaker ordinary projections instantly, hence his name, Lord Bernician. When the three patriarchs prepared for battle, Amiri crossed the void and arrived. 6 Jonathan figures, 3 Bernician figures, and 1 Bummy figure formed a massive encirclement around Amiri. The fastest among them was Lord Bernician, due to his mastery of instant teleportation. A black shadow flashed, and 3 human snake-headed giants appeared on both sides and below Amiri. They did not attack right away but reached out to grab his hands and legs with their snake tails wrapping around him, trying to prevent further teleportation. During their journey, the mysterious existence had already shared all information about Amiri, warning them of his nearly indestructible vitality and unparalleled teleportation skills. Their goal was to intercept Amiri in the void and then attempt to kill or seal him. They had pre-planned the battle strategy, assigning Lord Bernician to restrain Amiri. However, when seized by Lord Bernician, Amiri's attempt to teleport failed. With Lord Bernician's strength, unless he agreed, anyone attempting to forcibly teleport him needed far superior power. It was like carrying a heavy iron ball and jumping off the ground. Amiri was pulled down by the counterforce. In the instant Amiri paused, Bradford and Ike appeared before and behind him. 6 enormous bodies blocked Amiri's view, and 36 fists smashed down ferociously. From his face to chest, down to his shins, the barrage of attacks engulfed him entirely. Behind him, over 1,000 thick arms attacked in a storm-like flurry. In a mere instant, Amiri endured tens of thousands of brutal strikes. Next moment, all 3 patriarchs were stunned. They had unleashed their full power upon receiving the intelligence and instructions from the mysterious presence. Yet under their combined assault, Amiri remained unscathed. Bradford, in particular, wore an incredulous look. Having battled Amiri before, he knew his strength well, but he couldn't believe that after 9 years, his formidable body had grown several times stronger. What once inflicted clear injuries now barely affected him. Were his abilities hidden last time, or did he drastically improve in these 9 years? Bradford pondered this question. Despite their shock, their attacks did not falter, still tightly surrounding Amiri with mountainous punches raining down continuously. Amidst the torrential assault, Amiri's gaze flickered, glancing at Lord Bernician gripping his arms and legs. With a nearly infant-sized 19,000-meter-tall figure before him, the other appeared frail and tender. Amiri's body trembled, and immense force erupted from his arms and legs. Initially, his attack power was equivalent to the lowest golden immortal tier, but with the upgrade of 10,000 Tribulation's Indestructible Heaven Art, his burst attack increased significantly. Now, apart from his physical defense, his other attributes matched top-tier golden immortal levels. Although still inferior to supreme immortals, he now had some retaliatory power. Hashtag Chapter 518. Lower tier small worlds. Under Amiri's attack, the great leader of the 10,000 immortals sect's body slightly staggered, feeling a peculiar force surge into his body. It swirled and twisted, attempting to dismantle his movements. Unfortunately for it, although the great leader was junior among the 3 great leaders, his strength was definitely not something to be taken lightly. He easily resisted the attack, continuing to tightly bind Amiri. Seeing this, Amiri could only helplessly continue launching one attack after another. In the void, 11 gigantic figures entangled in endless combat. After attacking for a while and realizing he still couldn't move the opponent, Amiri finally spoke up. Great leader Jonathan, and the other 2, who should be the 2 great leaders of the Xuanhuan realm, right? You are the strongest at the peak of the Xuanhuan realm. Why do you obey that mysterious person so readily? That person's strength is nothing special. What exactly are you afraid of? Seeing the 3 leaders remain silent, Amiri continued asking, who is that mysterious person? The trio continued to say nothing. Amiri sighed lightly. I didn't expect the 3 renowned great leaders of the Xuanhuan realm would turn out to be such cowards. Under the oppression of that mysterious person, you're too afraid to even speak. Disappointing. At this point, great leader Jonathan slowed his attack rhythm and calmly said, you don't need to use provocation tactics. Even if we reveal his identity, you wouldn't be able to do anything about him. I advise you to leave the Xuanhuan realm obediently. This is his territory. Amiri slightly shook his head. Do you really think this can contain me? Since you believe there's no need for communication, let's exchange on equal terms through combat. Speaking, Amiri tightened his whole body, starting to accumulate power. 2 seconds later, he suddenly vanished with the 3 bodies of the great leader of the 10,000 immortals sect from the encirclement of the 2 leaders, reappearing 10 million kilometers away. Great leaders Jonathan and Josh were both momentarily stunned. They truly hadn't expected Amiri, under their frenzied attacks, could still teleport away from their encirclement, while carrying the great leader of the 10,000 immortals sect. They simultaneously turned their heads towards Amiri. Even separated by 10 million kilometers, the massive silhouette of the opposing figure could still be clearly seen against the void. Moreover, their minds contained the real-time coordinates of Amiri transmitted by the mysterious existence. The 2 hurriedly pursued him. However, after another 2-second build-up, Amiri flashed again, moving closer to the Xuanhuan realm while simultaneously increasing the distance between them. The mysterious entity observing covertly immediately sent a message to the 2 leaders. Release your resistance. I will transport you there. In the next moment, the 7 enormous bodies of the 2 leaders flashed, abruptly appearing before Amiri. Just as they prepared to attack again, the mysterious entity instructed, don't attack, just grab him directly. Instinctively, the 2 leaders extended their hands, simultaneously grabbing Amiri's body. Amiri froze, then sneered. Knowing attacks are useless, you resort to such dishonorable methods? The esteemed faces of the 3 great leaders have been thoroughly disgraced. And you think this can trap me? Amiri started accumulating power again. About 10 seconds later, carrying the 10 bodies of the 3 great leaders, he appeared 10 million kilometers away once more. His teleportation ability had such high priority that even forcibly carrying top-tier experts like the 3 great leaders only made it somewhat difficult, not impossible. After several dozen consecutive teleports, the 3 great leaders finally couldn't hold on any longer. They had only acted together under the pressure of the mysterious existence, and now this cowardly tactic to delay Amiri was a disgrace to their reputation. Moreover, such delays were utterly futile. Great leader Jonathan shouted into the void, "Jinsaman ancestor, we can no longer contain him. Please try other methods." Seeing this, the other two leaders also opened their mouths. "Jinsaman ancestor, please come to our aid." Amiri sneered. "Jinsaman ancestor? Quite the grand title. Unfortunately, you're a timid turtle hiding its head." When he teleported again, the mysterious being called Jinsaman ancestor finally spoke. "Amiri, stop. I can agree to your conditions, but whether or not you can enter, and whether you wish to enter depends on yourself." Amiri halted. Upon seeing this, the three leaders all loosened their grips and retreated to a distance. Jinsaman ancestor said, "Go back." The three leaders exchanged glances, put away various supernatural abilities, and silently flew off into the distance. Only when they were far away did Jinsaman ancestor continue. "The Xuanhuan realm has thousands of lower-tier small worlds. I arrange for people to enter these realms and plant seeds of enlightenment, guiding them periodically. Therefore, the writing within these worlds is largely identical to the Xuanhuan realm. But the information you provided is too vague, and I cannot determine which specific small world it is. More importantly, these small worlds are very fragile. Any expert above the Nirvana realm cannot enter them without causing various chain reactions, leading to the destruction of the small world. So even if we identified the target, you wouldn't be able to enter it." Amiri pondered for a moment and asked, "If I seal most of an expert's power, can they enter?" Jinsaman ancestor firmly replied, "No. Even if the expert's power is sealed, the seal itself is a powerful force that will still cause the small world to collapse. I've tested this scenario. I know it well. A normal expert entering a small world is akin to a giant sea fish entering a stream. Any movement can cause the stream to run dry. Even if you fully seal the expert, turning them into an immobile boulder, it will still obstruct the stream. I absolutely won't allow any small world to be destroyed due to this." Amiri fell silent for a moment. He wanted to say his sealing ability was stronger than what Jinsaman ancestor imagined, and might even upgrade further. But if the small world collapsed as the other side said, that would be an unacceptable outcome. It seems best to first identify the target and find someone trustworthy to enter. Amiri thought deeply. The Taishui Manor has many trustworthy individuals, but the small world appears to be under Jinsaman ancestor's control, making it highly dangerous. If I break ties with Jinsaman ancestor, anyone inside would surely die. At this moment, a name popped into his mind. Yes, Master Soul. Master Soul can transform into countless forms, varying in strength. They're indistinguishable from ordinary life forms and don't fear death. Isn't this the perfect candidate? Thinking of the other party, Amiri instinctively probed their location. This probe instantly shocked him because over 10 million light points representing Master Soul appeared in his mind. Most of these points were concentrated in the Baishan constellation, some scattered in the Marisiquan star system, and a few located in the southern star sea. The sizes of the light points varied. Among the largest three, one was in the Baishan constellation, and the other two were moving freely in the chaotic space. Chapter 519. Leaving the chaotic space. Amiri knew very well that being able to enter and move freely within the chaotic space signified one thing. The Alex had also broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. At this moment, the Jinsaman ancestor continued, "Each minor world is my personal property, crucial to me. Therefore, I can only allow you to place a single life form below the Nirvana realm into one of the minor worlds. Either provide more detailed information to help me identify which specific minor world you are talking about, or choose one at random to enter." Amiri certainly wouldn't foolishly provide such detailed information, or randomly select a minor world as the other party demanded. Besides, he hadn't even decided on who would go in yet. He simply described it vaguely. That world has no extraordinary individuals, only so-called technological creations. Steel cars, steel airplanes using air currents for flight, bridges spanning rivers, skyscrapers over 100 meters tall, etc. The information I know is just these. However, the Jinsaman ancestor responded, "Thousands of lower minor worlds have all developed technology, almost all with the characteristics you mentioned. It's impossible to judge based on this alone. If you really only know this much, even if you entered personally, you wouldn't be able to determine which one is your target." Amiri calmly said, "My master's name is Suarvigian, living in Anjuan City. With this information, if you can identify the target, then I will arrange someone to enter. If you cannot determine it, then I can send people to search each minor world until we find my master's hometown." Seeing Amiri speak decisively, the Jinsaman ancestor began to believe that he was merely trying to locate his master's hometown, and thus abandoned any intention of using this matter to pressure him. This matter was indeed important. To fulfill his master's request would resolve a significant worry, but trying to leverage such an issue for blackmail would only force the other party into a corner. The Jinsaman ancestor clearly understood that Amiri wasn't someone he could easily manipulate. But minor worlds were critically important to him, and he couldn't risk letting Amiri's people enter multiple minor worlds, leaving potential hazards behind. The Jinsaman ancestor firmly refused. "You can enter only one minor world, no room for negotiation." Amiri coldly laughed. "If so, there's no need for further discussion. We won't visit the minor world, and the next time I come here will be the day of the primordial realm's destruction." His response was even firmer than the others. After saying this, Amiri instantly teleported away. He had recognized clearly that even if he used the safety of the primordial realm to threaten the other party, the most he could get was a slight concession from the Jinsaman ancestor. The root cause was still his inadequate strength. If he possessed power that made the Jinsaman ancestor despair, the other side wouldn't dare refuse his demands. Not like now, where they were bargaining back and forth, making it more complicated to find Waterblue Star's location and adding restrictions. It would be better to wait until he possessed overwhelming power, and then make the other side cooperate wholeheartedly. On the other hand, Amiri had been away from home for over 30 years, and should return to report his safety. After continuous teleportations, it took 2.5 years for him to reach the boundary of the primordial space. During this time, the Xuanhuan ancestor quietly watched Amiri leave, neither attempting to stop him nor reopening discussions. Only when Amiri's final teleportation disappeared completely from his senses did he retract his attention. The Xuanhuan ancestor moved with intent, shifting thousands of statues back to the Tian star. Within the chaotic space, Amiri continued teleporting for about a year before reaching one of the strongest avatars of the Alex. The avatar, always spreading soul energy, sensed Amiri's presence immediately and subconsciously asked, startled, "Amiri, how did you find me? I can sense your position, so finding you is easy." Amiri replied. Upon hearing this, the Alex avatar felt alarmed. He never expected that despite breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm and being only an avatar, Amiri could still accurately pinpoint his location. Did this mean Amiri could also sense all his avatar's locations? Such terrifying ability truly made him cautious and calmed down the arrogance after his breakthrough. "I entered the chaotic space specifically to find you. Now seeing you're fine is a relief." The Alex avatar smiled, looking around. "By the way, where's Henri?" Amiri's expression turned serious. Henri might have perished, but it's not convenient to discuss here. Let's leave the chaotic space first. Henri died. The Alex avatar was stunned. However, Amiri was already preparing to leave, so he had to suppress his shock and curiosity and quickly added, "I have another avatar in the chaotic space. If it's convenient, please come with me to meet him." "All right." Amiri nodded, grabbed his shoulder, and teleported away with him. Soon, they found the other avatar and together teleported towards the outside world. Several years later, Amiri and the others finally left the chaotic space. When the two strongest avatars of the Alex reappeared in the outside world, their main body far away in the Bisang constellation instantly received all the information in their minds, including the experiences of the past dozen years and the conversations with Amiri, etc. To be able to teleport freely within the chaotic space and even sense the position of my avatars, his abilities are too terrifying. Truly my nemesis. The Alex sighed deeply. And Henri actually died in the chaotic space? Thinking of this, the Alex immediately instructed the two strongest avatars to ask Amiri about what happened in the chaotic space. Amiri informed them of the general situation in the primordial realm. In the chaotic space, our powers are suppressed significantly. If the Xuanhuan ancestor really attacked Henri, he indeed had no chance to escape. Combining this with my mental sensation of him remaining motionless, it seems Henri truly fell at the hands of the Xuanhuan ancestor. Amiri was straightforward, aiming to demonstrate his sincerity. Moreover, entering the minor worlds in the future might require the Alex's assistance, so there was no need to hide anything. Hearing his words, the Alex murmured pensively, "Unbelievable, Henri actually died like this." Hatred buried deep in his heart for 1.3 billion years. During this time, he kept his identity hidden, focusing on cultivation. Finally, breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, he eagerly awaited the chance to take revenge personally. At least he hoped to participate in taking vengeance himself. Yet the outcome was that the enemy quietly died in another world. This left a hollow feeling in his heart. A mix of confusion over losing his target and a sense of relief from achieving revenge. Chapter 520. Heavenly Emperor Realm. Kaylee, now that you have avenged yourself, do you have any plans for what's next? Amiri asked. The Alex's avatar snapped back to reality and smiled at Amiri. Not personally killing Henri feels like a letdown, so my next goal is to conquer the White Mountain constellation and annihilate the entire divine race. Additionally, I want to visit the Primal Chaos world, which is such a wondrous place, to see if I can retrieve Henry's body, said Amiri, nodding in agreement. The Primal Chaos world's power cannot be underestimated. I plan on further enhancing my strength before dealing with the ancestor of Gensumanity. The Alex's avatar nodded. In that case, we can continue our cooperation. Great. At the same moment Amiri left the chaotic space. Somewhere in the southern bright star sea, Kaylee's entire body transformed into a holy white light, floating silently amidst the vast, empty cosmos. After more than 10 years of cultivation, her cultivation had finally broken through once again, from the peak of Heavenly Respect's realm to the Heavenly Emperor realm. As if instinctively, Kaylee grasped the power of chaos and sensed the existence of the chaotic space. So this is chaotic space? Kaylee casually swiped her hand through the air. Instantly, a massive fissure appeared, revealing mist-like energy within it. She knew that this was the power of chaos. I wonder how the search for Amiri is progressing. Just as she prepared to ask the Alex, something seemed to catch her attention, drawing her gaze toward a certain direction. A figure abruptly appeared in midair, flickering several times until it came face to face with her. Arvich Snow, I'm back. Amiri gently embraced her. I'm glad you're back. Kaylee returned his hug, her face brightening into a radiant smile, like a blooming peony. They held each other in silence for a while. Then, Amiri began recounting his experiences over the past few decades, from being dragged into the chaotic space by Henri to discovering the Primal Chaos world. When he mentioned the identical language and script of Water Blue Star, Kaylee shivered. That means the Primal Chaos world must be somehow connected to Water Blue Star, she exclaimed, looking excitedly at Amiri. Yes, Amiri nodded. So, I investigated in the Primal Chaos world for some time and interacted with its top-tier powers. The strongest known forces in the Primal Chaos world are called the Three Primal Saints, who are at the Xuanhuan realm, equivalent in strength to a heavenly emperor like Henri. However, when outsiders enter the Primal Chaos world, their power is suppressed, making them far weaker than they would be at the same level outside. For better fluency and clarity, it could be improved as the strongest known entities in the Primal Chaos world are referred to as the Three Primal Saints, each at the Xuanhuan realm, comparable in power to a heavenly emperor like Henri. However, when outsiders enter this world, their powers are significantly suppressed, rendering them much weaker than their levels would normally suggest. Please note Xuanhuan realm, seems to be a specific realm/level from the original context which should ideally be translated to fit the lore of the universe, if a fitting term exists. For now, I've left it transliterated. Therefore, within the primal chaos world, the three primal saints are stronger than even the heavenly emperors. Above the three primal saints, there is a mysterious and powerful being known as the ancestor of Xianxia. He has never shown himself but can easily control the primal chaos world's elemental power, commanding the three primal saints to obey him. While the exact strength of the ancestor of Xianxia cannot be clearly defined, it is clear that he is stronger than the three primal saints, but not overwhelmingly so since he could not subdue me. Amiri detailed the battle experiences he had with the ancestor of Xianxia, then looked seriously at Kaylee. Ultimately, I negotiated with the ancestor of Xianxia, who told me that Water Blue Star is one of thousands of lower realms under the primal chaos world. And these lower realms seem to be under his control. Given that he can control the elemental power of the primal chaos world, he might very well possess the ability to destroy those lower realms easily. Amiri sighed. Even if I try to pretend it doesn't matter, wanting to enter Water Blue Star ultimately gives him control over us, so I left first. Kaylee's expression of delight gradually faded as she pondered deeply. Water Blue Star is one of the lower realms under the primal chaos world, and the ancestor of Xianxia controls the elemental power of the primal chaos world, so it's likely under his control. Thus, there are only two paths. Either he willingly relinquishes Water Blue Star, or we coerce him with absolute overwhelming strength. She lifted her head and smoothed out Amiri's frowning brow. Your actions were right. In the current situation, no negotiation would work. Instead, it would give him leverage against you once he confirmed your goal. Since those lower realms are so important to the ancestor of Xianxia, nothing will likely happen to them easily. So, we need to keep cultivating until we surpass him in strength before dealing with him. Amiri nodded. There's no other way. Having a clear lead is always a good thing. Don't worry about it for now. Kaylee smiled. Oh, has anything major happened at home recently? How is Nicolaso Abelardo doing? Amiri suddenly asked. Not really, except that the Alex's avatar approached me and said it sent an avatar to the chaotic space to find you. As for Nicolaso Abelardo, I've been cultivating hard all these years and haven't seen him much, but I assume he has improved significantly. Listening to Kaylee's uncertain tone, Amiri said with a wry smile, Come on, let's go see our child after so long. All right. Kaylee gave a gentle laugh. Amiri took her left hand and instructed. We need to travel through the chaotic space, which is filled with chaotic energy. It might restrict your soul force, preventing you from sensing the outside world. But don't panic. I'm here with you. At that moment, Kaylee's lips curved up. With her free right hand, she casually swiped the air, creating a huge rift that revealed the grayish tendrils of chaotic energy. Is this what you're talking about? She asked with a teasing smile. Amiri was instantly surprised. You've also advanced to the Heavenly Emperor realm? Of course. Do you think my cultivation over the years was for nothing? Kaylee tilted her head back slightly, revealing her graceful, slender neck as she looked at him proudly. Amazing, amazing. You truly live up to being my partner. Amiri praised repeatedly, causing Kaylee to roll her eyes. Afterwards, the couple entered the chaotic space together to travel. Amiri's normal traveling speed outside the chaotic space was approximately 10,000 times the speed of light, but due to his inferior cultivation, he was suppressed to roughly 1/10 of that inside the chaotic space. However, the chaotic space amplified speed by 100-fold compared to the outside world. Therefore, now capable of entering and exiting the chaotic space freely, Amiri could travel at speeds reaching 1,000,000 times the speed of light. An ordinary Heavenly Emperor realm expert's normal speed outside the chaotic space was around 100 times the speed of light. Even after the 100-fold amplification within the chaotic space, they could only reach 10,000 times the speed of light, far slower than Amiri. With such incredible speed and precise navigation, Amiri quickly arrived at an ordinary life-bearing planet. The couple stepped out of the chaotic space, instantly appearing high above a city on the planet's surface. Chapter 521, Father and Son Meet. In a corner of the city, among a cluster of low, modest civilian houses, an elderly Tiger Clan man with a lean figure lounged on a recliner, his face wearing an amiable smile as he watched a group of young boys and Xenas playing and laughing. At that moment, a dark figure plummeted from the sky at an incredible speed, with another shadow hot on its trail. A boy noticed this scene by chance and exclaimed in shock, Something is falling down. Others turned to look. The elderly Tiger Clan man also sat up, turning his head in the direction they were looking. With his keen eyesight, he could see clearly. Two human figures appeared to be engaged in combat and pursuit. One was falling towards the ground, while the other pursued relentlessly. What made the elderly Tiger Clan man's expression change slightly was that the former's trajectory seemed to be heading straight for their area, specifically, the house behind him, which was his own residence. Jensen man's? Could it be that they're coming after me? Thoughts raced through the elder's mind. By this time, others began shouting in alarm. Run! They're going to fall here. Everyone, spread out. Get far away. People scattered in all directions. In the next instant, boom! A sound like thunder exploded beside them. The ground shook violently, causing some people to lose balance and fall over. The elderly Tiger Clan man's residence collapsed instantly, leaving only one wall standing. An air blast wave then swept outward in all directions, carrying dust and debris that quickly filled the area. Get lost! The shadow that had just hit the ground immediately surged out of the rubble, smashing through the last remaining wall and speeding toward the city center at low altitude. As this figure broke through the wall, he faced the elderly Tiger Clan man directly. With a casual swing of his long sword, a sharp sword cheese slashed through the air, reaching the elder almost instantly. Jensen man's, indeed still so cold-blooded and brutal. The elderly Tiger Clan man murmured, lowering his head slightly. Just before the sword cheese struck him, the elder's body abruptly trembled. His originally lean and frail old body suddenly inflated as if blown up by wind. Orange fur and black stripes covered a body as solid as steel, revealing powerful muscles. Beneath his cold gaze, there was a sinister intent. With a simple gesture forward, his palm, as large as a fan, instantly shattered the 2-meter-long sword chi. Just a mere Nirvana realm strength, yet you dare to be so arrogant just because you are a human. Today, I will give you an unforgettable lesson. You aren't the only ones who fear humans. The elderly Tiger Clan man grinned cruelly. His heart silently relaxed. Originally worried that the 2 humans might have been targeting him, he now saw that their attack power was far inferior to his own. However, as the elder moved to strike down the human Santiago with a single slap, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by dizziness. This moment, a cold, judgmental voice came from nearby. Draper Xiao, Tiger Clan Divine Flame Realm expert, skilled in transformation and concealment techniques. Within 3 years, you have killed 18 Taishui Mansion elites ranked 5 to 7 stars, and at least 382 innocent civilians. You are hereby sentenced to death. Do you accept this? As these words ended, the elderly Tiger Clan man's head fell to the ground, staring directly at his headless body. Behind the headless body, a handsome human Santiago shook off the blood from his sword and sheathed it. The other Santiago who had crashed into the ground earlier walked to the Tiger Clan head, pressing his hand on it, channeling a sealing technique. He remarked, "Brother Abelardo, my plan worked pretty well, didn't it?" We confirmed his identity quickly and ensured no collateral damage, solving everything neatly. Before the elder's consciousness faded completely, he finally understood. It was all an act to confirm his identity and catch him off guard. Anomaly, a battle between 2 Divine Flame Realm experts would destroy an entire city with its aftermath. This was why he had taken the risk of hiding within the city. The Santiago called Brother Abelardo smirked disdainfully. Still, it was my strength that played the major role. Otherwise, your amateurish skills might have really gotten us killed by the Tiger Clan elder. Soon, the sealing technique was successfully cast. The 2 chatted idly as they cleaned up the scene and showed their identification tokens, calming the surrounding crowd of civilians. When people learned that one of the Santiagos was Clyde, one of the famous Naming twins, several boys excitedly surrounded him. The tense atmosphere dissipated immediately. Clyde and his companion were accustomed to such reactions. After exchanging a few words, they flew up into the sky. High above, Amiri and Jacqueline watched the entire process of their mission from afar. Teleportation skills are quite proficient, Amiri commented. Not bad at all, true powerhouses now. Amiri chuckled and exchanged glances with Jacqueline. They simultaneously transformed into the appearance of Clyde's parents. With a teleportation, they suddenly appeared in front of Clyde and his companion. Who? The Santiago beside Clyde was startled, instinctively drawing his sword, his face serious. Clyde placed his hand on the Santiago's shoulder, exclaiming helplessly, "Father, Mother, you've finally come to see me." Hearing this, the Santiago hastily sheathed his sword, embarrassed. "Sorry, it's a misunderstanding." Amiri smiled. "It's okay, we did surprise you. I haven't seen you in years. I'll step aside for now, Brother Abelardo. Find me at the largest inn in the city when you're done," the Santiago said before turning back down. "Father, I knew you'd be fine, but why did you take so long this time?" Clyde asked casually. After being separated for over 30 years, father and son shared no trace of estrangement. Amiri briefly explained and chatted for a while before they descended into the city and found Clyde's companion at the largest inn. The 4 enjoyed lunch happily before parting ways. Watching Clyde and his companion fly away, Amiri sighed. In the blink of an eye, the little baby has grown up and has his own life. Time really flies. Jacqueline laughed. Not only has he grown up, but he's already in his 40s. On Waterblue Star, some might even be grandfathers. Hashtag chapter 522, the mysterious stone. Speaking of Aquamarine Star, both of them fell silent. Because they still had family on Aquamarine Star. Now that they had finally found a clue about Aquamarine Star, but it had been around 100 years since they came to this world. If the time flow rate was the same, all their relatives should have passed away by now. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Amiri changed the subject, saying, "By the way, that Xena named Kai Stefania used to be close with Nicola Seoho, but he didn't mention her just now. It seems they were destined not to be together. Nicola Seoho is already at the Divine Flame Realm, always maintaining his Santiago-full appearance, and will eventually ascend to the celestial deity and even the sacred realm, achieving immortality. But Kai Stefania's talent is far inferior to his. She will inevitably face aging and death," Jacqueline sighed as she shook her head. "The gap in talent is too great for them to come together." Amiri nodded in agreement. Among high-ranking martial cultivators in this world, few pursue love unless they possess matching talents and grow stronger together. Only then might they become lifelong companions. Jacqueline held his hand. "Our bond, like ours, can only be achieved through countless coincidences." Relieved that their son Clyde was living well and making smooth progress in cultivation, the two felt a weight lifted off their minds. After wandering around for a few days, they went to the headquarters of Taishui Mansion and met Hicks, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. "Amiri, you're finally back?" Hicks looked at the two who suddenly appeared, his face full of surprise. "Just got back," Amiri smiled. "It's good to see you safe. Speaking of which, how did that Celestial Emperor-level expert fare?" "He must have perished," Amiri replied without going into detail, and instead shifted to asking about the recent developments in southern Nova Sea. As senior members of Taishui Mansion, Amiri and Jacqueline had been semi-retired over the past few decades, never involving themselves in the daily affairs of the mansion. They only occasionally checked on the situation from time to time. During the 30-plus years Amiri was away, Jacqueline remained secluded in meditation, not bothering with worldly matters. Thus, both were somewhat out of touch with the current situation. Hicks gave a general overview of the significant events over the past few decades and the changes in the southern Nova Sea. Currently, Taishui Mansion had 5 Sacred Realm experts, including Hicks himself, Amiri, Jacqueline, and 2 more Elder Saints. There were 18 Deity King Realm Elders and 500 True God Realm Elders. Compared to before, the number of high-ranking powerhouses had grown exponentially. The mid-upper level Divine Flame and Celestial Deity realms saw even more impressive growth, marking an unprecedented era of prosperity. Hicks excitedly concluded his report and then looked at Amiri and Jacqueline. Most of these mid-upper level powerhouses originated from the Jinsaman Elite Association, showing the effectiveness of this initiative. Amiri nodded in approval. Indeed, very impressive. Rapid progress. Your son Clyde is also part of the Elite Association and shines brightly across the entire southern Nova Sea. Hicks continued praising Clyde's talent and diligence. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. However, alongside rapid development, some potential risks have started appearing within Taishui Mansion. Amiri raised an eyebrow. Oh, someone causing trouble? Hicks shook his head. Not exactly. With your reputation, no high-ranking official dares harbor any ill intentions. The main issue is that everyone's strength keeps increasing, resulting in more high-ranking individuals requiring more resources. The mansion's resources are becoming insufficient for distribution. At this rate, I fear internal conflicts will erupt within the mansion one day. Amiri thoughtfully nodded. The size of the southern Nova Sea pie was fixed, but more people were dividing it, reducing each share. Moreover, while every high-ranking official's strength increased, their gains diminished over time, naturally leading to conflicts. Casually, Amiri said, if so, simply reduce the number of officials eligible for resource allocation. Raise the bar, implement demotion or punishment policies, etc. As for specifics, you handle it. We don't plan to intervene, but we'll step in if there's internal strife. Jacqueline added, the southern Nova Sea has enjoyed peace for too long, and everyone's growing rapidly. Internal conflicts are inevitable. It's time for a reshuffling. Hicks nodded, knowing he already had a plan in mind. He consulted them mainly due to their status and their inquiry about the mansion's condition. After further discussion, Amiri understood the current situation and said, since everything's fine, we'll take our leave. Amiri teleported away with Jacqueline, soon returning to the outskirts of Stefanangi Star, their regular seclusion spot. They separated and began cultivating. However, when Amiri took out the storage ring hidden within his body, he discovered it had been damaged. Unbeknownst to him, the intense pressure inside the primordial space crushed the space inside the ordinary storage ring when he entered it, leaving it not just temporarily unusable. While losing a storage ring wasn't a big deal, the problem was that it contained dozens of divine ancestors he used as perpetual motion cultivation tools. Without these, Amiri lost his means for infinite cultivation. What a loss of dozens of hardworking and diligent tools, Amiri sighed. Seeing Jacqueline transformed into a light mass entering cultivation mode, he transmitted his thoughts, I've lost my cultivation tools and need to find more on Heavenly Spring Star System. Alright, Jacqueline responded calmly. On another front, the 2 strongest soul shards of Amias, after being brought out of the chaotic space by Amiri, hurriedly headed towards the original entity located in the White Mountain constellation. With the augmentation of the chaotic space, they flew at full speed for months before reuniting with the main body in some part of space. Upon meeting, one of the strongest soul shards immediately pulled out a palm-sized irregular stone. A mysterious aura radiated faintly from it. It was as if a grand bell resonated in the void, drawing Amias into a trance with its profound sound. When he regained his senses, he couldn't help but tremble in awe. What is this? A small stone, yet it can xuanhuan my heart. Should be edited to, a small stone, yet it can stir my heart. This reads more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. Chapter 522, The Mysterious Stone. Mentioning Waterblue Star caused both of them to fall silent. They still had family members on Waterblue Star. Now, they finally found clues about Waterblue Star, but it had been roughly a century since they arrived in this world. If there was no difference in the passage of time, all their relatives should have passed away. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Amiri changed the topic. Right, that Xena named Celia always stayed close to Nicola Seoho back then. I didn't hear him mention her just now, so it seems they were destined not to be together. Nicola Seoho has reached the Divine Flame Realm and will maintain his Santiago full appearance. He will eventually advance to the Heavenly Deity and even the Saint Realm, achieving immortality. On the other hand, Celia's talent is far from matching his. She will inevitably face aging and death. Kaylee shook her head and sighed. With such a huge gap in talent, it's impossible for them to be together. Amiri nodded in agreement. Among the high-level martial practitioners in this world, few seek love unless they have similar talents and can grow stronger together. Only then might they become lifelong partners. Kaylee held his hand. Our kind of relationship is only possible due to countless coincidences. The two saw that their son Clyde was living well and progressing smoothly in cultivation, easing a burden off their minds. After wandering around for a few days, the two went to the main headquarters of Taishui Mansion and found the long-unseen mansion Lord Hicks. Amiri, you finally returned? Hicks looked at the suddenly appearing pair with surprise. Just got back. Amiri smiled. It's good that you're safe. By the way, how is that Empyrean Realm powerhouse? He must have perished, said Amiri without further explanation, shifting the topic to inquire about the current situation in southern Bright Star Sea. As senior members of Taishui Mansion, Amiri and Kaylee had semi-retired over the past few decades, not interfering with the affairs of the mansion and only occasionally checking the overall situation. During the 30 years since Amiri left Taishui Mansion, Kaylee had been in seclusion, out of touch with worldly affairs. Neither of them was clear about the current situation. Hicks gave a brief overview of the major events and changes in the southern Bright Star Sea over the past few decades. Currently, Taishui Mansion boasted 5 Saint Realm powerhouses. Apart from Hicks himself, Amiri, and Kaylee, there were 2 more Saint Realms, Grand Elders. 18 Elders were in the Divine King Realm. 500 Elders were in the True Deity Realm. Compared to before, there had been a significant leap in the number of top-tier powerhouses. The The growth of middle and upper-level practitioners, especially those in the divine flame and heavenly deity realms, was even more astounding, marking an unprecedented era of prosperity. Hicks excitedly presented the data and then looked at Amiri. Most of these mid to upper-level powerhouses come from the Jinsenman Elite Association, proving the effectiveness of this program. Amiri nodded approvingly. Indeed, it's advancing very quickly. Your son Clyde is also a member of the Elite Association and is extremely prominent in the entire southern Bright Star Sea. Hicks introduced some details about Clyde, praising his talent and efforts repeatedly. Suddenly, Hicks turned serious. However, rapid development comes with potential risks within Tai Sui Mansion. Amiri raised an eyebrow. Oh, someone causing trouble? Hicks shook his head. Not exactly. With your reputations here, no one dares to harbor ulterior motives. The main issue is that as everyone's strength increases, so does the number of powerhouses. The resources required by the upper echelons have increased, while the available resources within the mansion are insufficient for distribution. If this rapid development continues, I'm afraid internal conflicts will eventually arise. Amiri nodded thoughtfully. The pie size of the southern Bright Star Sea is fixed, but with more people participating in the distribution, each person's share naturally decreases. Moreover, every top-tier member's strength is growing, yet their gains are decreasing or stagnant. Over time, conflicts will inevitably surface. Amiri casually suggested. In that case, why not reduce the number of upper echelon members who qualify for resource allocation? Raise the bar and set up demotion or punishment systems. But the specifics can be arranged by you. We have no plans to intervene, but if there's internal unrest, we'll step in to suppress it. Kaylee added, Southern Bright Star Sea has enjoyed peace for too long. Everyone grows so fast that internal conflicts will eventually erupt. It's time for a reshuffle. Hicks nodded. He already had plans for dealing with this. However, given Amiri and Kaylee's status and their inquiry about the mansion's condition, he sought their advice. After discussing for a while, Amiri felt he understood the current situation well enough and said, if there's nothing else, let's take our leave. Amiri teleported away with Kaylee and soon returned to the outer space near Stefanangi Star, where they usually secluded themselves for cultivation. They separated, beginning their respective cultivation. However, when Amiri retrieved the storage ring hidden in his body, he found it had been damaged. Unknown to him, the immense pressure inside the primordial space collapsed the storage space within the ring when he brought it there. Not only could it not be opened temporarily, the damage was permanent. A storage ring wasn't a big deal, but the problem was the dozens of immortal tribesmen Amiri used for perpetual cultivation were all stored within. Now, he lost his tools for infinite cultivation. These diligent and hard-working dozens of workers are all gone in an instant, Amiri sighed. Seeing Kaylee had transformed into a ball of light and entered a cultivation state, he transmitted a message. I've lost my cultivation tools and need to find more on Sky Spring Star System. Okay. Kaylee responded calmly. Elsewhere, two of the Alex's strongest clones, after being brought out by Amiri from the chaos space, rushed towards the main body located in White Mountain Constellation. With the enhancement of the chaos space, they flew full speed for months before reuniting with the main body in a distant starry space. After meeting, one of the strongest clones immediately pulled out a palm-sized irregular stone block. An inexplicable aura emanated from it, like a grand bell ringing out. Alex felt an overwhelming force resonating through the void, captivating his mind. When he came to his senses, his heart shuddered. What is this? Just a small stone can shock my heart. Please let me know if you need any adjustments or have additional text to translate. Chapter 523, a chance encounter in the chaos space. When the two strongest avatars were searching for Amiri in the chaos space, one of them accidentally discovered this peculiar stone and hid it within its body, enveloping it with chaos energy to bring it back. As they emerged from the chaos space along with Amiri, the Alex received the information from their minds and learned about the existence of the stone. However, when the avatar encountered the stone in the chaos space, the vast interference of chaos energy meant that the stone's vibrations weren't particularly remarkable. It wasn't until now, when extracted from the avatar's body, that the Alex faced the mysterious stone directly for the first time, feeling its true power. This left both the Alex and the two avatars simultaneously astonished. This stone is not simple. It might contain power beneficial for further breakthroughs. The Alex carefully took the stone, holding it in his hands as he scrutinized it closely. He probed it with soul energy, attempting to understand the mysterious force within. Meanwhile, the two strongest avatars re-entered the chaos space on the main body's orders, continuing their search for similar stones. After learning about the primordial realm from Amiri, the Alex had a deeper understanding of the phrase, there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond people. He knew that martial arts had no end. Above the Celestial Emperor realm, there were even higher realms, but he had always been unable to see the path forward. Although part of it was due to his recent advancement, not being able to find a direction indeed caused him some confusion at times. Now, discovering this magical stone offered a clue about his future path. Even if the probability was only 1 in 10 million, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Not long after, the Alex detected a faint thread of mysterious energy within the stone. This thread of energy seemed to encompass the characteristics of all laws: earth, wind, water, fire, light, darkness, space, and countless other unknown subtle vibrations. The Alex perceived all of these simultaneously. This is the path forward, a realization dawned upon the Alex. For a moment, the Alex set aside all worldly matters and devoted himself entirely to cultivation, immersing himself in the profound power contained within the mysterious stone. Meanwhile, the various avatars continued sweeping through the Bison constellation. On the other side, traveling at a speed 10,000 times faster than light, Amiri arrived at the Marisashan star system from Nanming Star Sea in less than a day. He knew that the divine race here had already been destroyed, with their elders either dead or fled. He directly went to the heart of the demon race, the demon ancestor star, transforming into his largest form using the boundless illusory body technique. Amiri teleported to the demon ancestor star and immediately cast the Heaven-Earth Prohibition barrier. Golden dragons danced wildly in the air. Instantly, an enormous golden barrier enveloped the entire demon ancestor star. All demon race warriors instantly lost their strength, standing still like statues. From among them, Amiri identified 200 demon elders, completely sealing them before tossing them into a new storage ring. He then teleported away. The massive golden barrier dissipated with his departure. The numerous demon warriors on the demon ancestor star only experienced a sudden blackout followed by a bright flash. They perceived no significant changes in the world around them. However, soon after, the demon patriarch Ethan received a shocking report. Several elders had suddenly vanished. Just a minute earlier, these missing elders were still interacting with others. Following the brief flash of darkness and light, they had disappeared. After verification, it was discovered that 200 elders had vanished. This news caused a huge uproar and panic within the upper echelons of the demon race. No one knew what had happened. Aaron, did anyone know whether a powerful adversary was secretly targeting the demon race and what actions might follow? Even Damon, the acknowledged strongest of the demon race, felt alarmed and fear-stricken because he too had experienced a period of disorientation. Had that unknown enemy decided to abduct him, he might have been powerless to resist. Ignoring the turmoil his actions caused within the demon race, Amiri returned to Xianxia Star after capturing 200 demon elders. He released the Heaven-Earth Prohibition barrier and retrieved the sealed demon elders from the storage ring, releasing each one from their seals. Through a combination of rewards and threats, Amiri sat cross-legged in space while the 200 demon elders surrounded him, constantly attacking. Potential points soared at an incredible rate. Time flew by, and 10 years passed in a blink. One day, the Alex's two strongest avatars were exploring the chaos space as usual. In the chaos space, even the celestial emperor-level soul energy was heavily suppressed, limiting the avatar's perception to just a few tens of thousands of kilometers. Beyond that range, they couldn't rely on vision or any other senses. Exploring here was almost like being blindfolded, relying solely on touch in the vastness of space. Given the immense scale of the chaos space and their limited sensing range, exploration was largely a matter of luck. Suddenly, an unfamiliar soul energy intruded into one avatar's perception. Who's there? Who are you? The two unexpected powerhouses cautiously communicated using their soul energies. My name is Bryson, and I wonder what your name is? I am Gerard, of the human race. Both understood that anyone capable of freely moving in the chaos space and probing with soul energy must be formidable. Therefore, neither dared approach recklessly nor distance themselves deliberately, but instead engaged in cautious probing. What a coincidence. I am also human, from the Bison constellation. I wonder which star domain you hail from. I come from the Xianxia constellation. These past years, this is the first time I've met another person in the chaos space and learned that others besides me can enter this place, the Alex's avatar said casually. Since he was just an avatar, life and death didn't concern him much. Instead, gathering intelligence was crucial. After some thought, he decided to offer ambiguous information to exchange for insights from the other party. As they conversed, another avatar hurried over as fast as possible, given that communication between the two strongest avatars was slow and fuzzy over great distances. To ensure the gathered intelligence was complete, he needed the other avatar nearby to receive it instantly. Hearing this, the human named Gerard asked, "So, you are the sole Imperial Realm expert in the Bison constellation?" "Yes." Seeing how straightforward the Alex's avatar answered, Gerard responded, "Our Xianxia constellation has dozens of Imperial Realm experts and several stronger beings. Martial arts thrive there far more than in Bison. Would you be interested in visiting our Xianxia constellation?" Chapter 523, A Chance Encounter in the Chaotic Space. While the two strongest avatars were searching for Amiri in the chaotic space, one of them accidentally discovered this special stone and kept it inside its body, wrapped with chaotic energy to bring it back. When they emerged from the chaotic space along with Amiri, the Alex received information from their minds and learned about the existence of this stone. However, when the avatar encountered the stone in the chaotic space, possibly due to the massive interference from chaotic energy, the stone's emissions were not particularly remarkable. Now, extracting it from the avatar's body, it marked the first time the Alex directly faced this mysterious stone's energy, which simultaneously shocked both the Alex and the two strongest avatars. This stone is not simple. The power within might be beneficial for further breakthroughs. The Alex carefully took the stone, holding it gently and examining it closely, probing its hidden mysterious power with soul force. Meanwhile, the two strongest avatars re-entered the chaotic space under orders to search for similar stones. After learning about the xuanhuan world from Amiri, the Alex gained a deeper understanding of the phrase, "There are heavens beyond heaven and people beyond people." He knew martial arts were boundless, and above the celestial emperor realm, there were higher realms. Yet, he could never see the path forward. While part of this was due to his recent advancement, the inability to find a clear direction had left him feeling lost. Now, discovering this magical stone gave him a clue about the future path. Even if the probability was minuscule, he had to try. Before long, the Alex detected a faint trace of mysterious energy within the stone, embodying all rule characteristics: earth, wind, water, fire, light, darkness, space, and various unknown mysterious fluctuations. The thought emerged in the Alex's mind, this is the way forward. He immediately set aside all trivial matters and dedicated himself to comprehending the profound power within the stone. Meanwhile, his avatars freely swept through the White Mountain constellation. On the other side, traveling at 10,000 times the speed of light, Amiri reached the Marisaquan star system from the southern brightness sea in less than a day. Knowing that the divine race here had been destroyed, with elders either dead or fled, he went straight to the demon clan stronghold, the demon ancestor star. Transformed into his utmost state as the immeasurable phantom body, Amiri teleported to the demon ancestor star and immediately deployed the Heaven-Earth Forbidden Law barrier. Golden dragons wildly danced, instantly covering the entire demon ancestor star with a massive golden barrier. All demon race experts lost their powers, standing like statues. From them, Amiri extracted 200 demon elders, completely sealing them before placing them in a new storage ring. Then he teleported away, and the giant golden barrier disappeared. The numerous demon race experts on the demon ancestor star only felt their vision darken momentarily before returning to normal. They sensed no abnormalities in the world around them. But soon, Demon Clan Chief Ethan received shocking news. Elders had suddenly vanished. Just a minute ago, some were still interacting with these missing elders. Following the momentary blackout, the elders were gone. After verification, it turned out that exactly 200 elders had vanished. This news immediately caused significant panic among the Demon Clan leadership. No one knew what happened or whether a super strong opponent was secretly targeting the Demon Clan, planning further actions. Facing someone capable of abducting 200 elders simultaneously, even Damon, the Demon Clan's acknowledged strongest, felt panic. For a while, he too had been in a blurred state of consciousness. If the unknown enemy wanted to take him, he might have been powerless. Ignoring the chaos his actions caused in the Demon Clan, after capturing 200 demon elders, Amiri returned to Stefanong G Star. Releasing the Heaven-Earth Forbidden Law barrier again, he removed each elder from the storage ring and lifted the seal. Using a mix of kindness and strictness, he trained diligently while the elders surrounded him, attacking continuously. Potential points increased rapidly. Time flew by, and 10 years passed. One day, the Alex's two strongest avatars were exploring the chaotic space as usual. Even at the Celestial Emperor realm, soul force was greatly suppressed in chaotic space, limiting the avatar's maximum perception distance to just a few thousand kilometers. Farther distances were invisible, sounds and scents could not travel. Exploration in chaotic space was almost like a blind person using hands to feel the cosmos. Faced with such vast space and limited perception range, exploration was essentially a matter of luck. At this moment, an unfamiliar soul force entered his perception range. Who is it? Who are you? The two unexpectedly encountered experts cautiously communicated via touching soul forces. My name is Bryson. What do you call yourself? My name is Gerard, of the Jensenman race. Both understood that anyone who could move freely and use soul force to explore in chaotic space was no ordinary being. Thus, they neither approached rashly nor distanced themselves, but probed cautiously. What a coincidence. I am also from the Jensenman race, from the White Mountain constellation. May I know which star domain you hail from? I come from the Jacinsu constellation. In all these years, this is my first time meeting someone else in chaotic space, the first time knowing there are other strong beings besides me who can enter here. The Alex's avatar deliberately spoke nonchalantly. As just an avatar, life and death didn't matter much. Information was more crucial. After thinking, he decided to release some vague information to exchange for the other's details. Meanwhile, alerted by communication, the other avatar hurried towards them. Communication between avatars over great distances was blurry and delayed. To ensure complete information transfer, he needed the other avatar nearby to receive the exchange details promptly. Upon hearing this, Gerard asked, "So you are the sole Celestial Emperor expert of the White Mountain constellation?"
Yes.
Seeing the Alex's straightforward response, Gerard said, "Our Jacinsu constellation has dozens of Celestial Emperors and several stronger experts. Martial arts flourish more here than in White Mountain. Is Maddox Daoist interested in visiting our Jacinsu constellation?" Chapter 524, Chaotic Spirit Objects. The Alex's avatar couldn't determine whether the other party was telling the truth. However, he was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of visiting the Jacinsu constellation. Even if the other party hadn't suggested it, he would have found a way to make such a request himself. But agreeing too readily would be unusual and might arouse suspicion. When encountering a powerful rival in the chaotic space who shared some trivial information, one could attribute it to straightforwardness. But agreeing to visit the other's territory without any precaution either indicated possession of formidable hidden cards or sheer foolishness. A heavenly emperor-level powerhouse should never be that foolish. Thus, the Alex's avatar deliberately said, "Friendy's Jacinsu constellation is indeed incredibly strong, which makes me quite envious. But I am alone and weak. If I go to your territory by myself, I'm unsure if it would be safe. So, let's exchange insights here and benefit each other, shall we?" Gerard didn't force the issue and readily agreed. All right. They maintained their distance, sharing their martial arts perspectives and insights into the laws of the universe. At a certain moment, the Alex's avatar suddenly asked, "Have you encountered items emitting mysterious waves while in the chaotic space?" Gerard paused for a moment before responding. "Has friend Maddox discovered such an item?" "Yes, I found one earlier and stored it in my secret treasure vault in the Baishan constellation. Do you know what this thing is called and what its function is?" "It's called a chaotic spirit object. Its specific function isn't clear to me. I only know that it has a very low probability of appearing in the chaotic space. Speaking of which, are you searching for chaotic spirit objects?" The Alex's avatar asked further. Gerard hesitated but did not deny it. "Yes, though I also don't know their use. They must be extraordinary as they appear in the chaotic space. They contain exceptionally strange energy, making them highly valuable for research." The Alex's avatar remained neutral, calmly replying, "I see. Thank you for clearing that up. Well then, let's part ways." Saying that, he attempted to retreat backward. Suddenly, Gerard sped forward towards the Alex's avatar. Both their soul powers simultaneously enveloped each other, allowing them to see each other clearly. Gerard was indeed a human, bald with thick eyebrows and large eyes, towering like an iron tower, his gaze calm and indifferent. "What are you doing, friendy?" The Alex's avatar stepped back steadily while questioning him. "I kindly invited you over as a guest, but you didn't show respect. So, I'd like to visit your territory instead. May I?" Though he spoke politely, his actions were anything but. With a wave of his hand, a gray sword made of primal chaos force shot out. Taking advantage of the Alex's avatar's dodge, Gerard swiftly closed the gap, unleashing 2 iron fists in rapid succession, trapping the Alex's avatar. They engaged in intense combat within the chaotic space. Meanwhile, the second avatar of the Alex maintained a distance, absorbing every detail of the battle, analyzing and gathering intelligence on the opponent. After a series of exchanges, the Alex's avatar admitted defeat, saying, "Please stop, friendy. I concede." Though prepared to concede, he had put forth full effort earlier to gauge Gerard's true strength. After fighting, the Alex's avatar had to admit that Gerard was indeed slightly stronger. Seeing the Alex's avatar concede, Gerard ceased his attack from a distance, calmly stating, "Hand over your chaotic spirit object, and I will spare you." "What exactly does it do? Tell me first. I'll tell you only after you give it to me." The Alex's avatar hesitated, reluctantly saying, "I've searched for years to find just one piece. If I give it to you, finding another might take even longer. Knowing its use won't change much for me." Gerard shook his head. "Chaotic spirit objects, while precious, aren't as rare as you think. They only become truly useful when accumulated in large quantities." The Alex's avatar thought for a moment. Gerard continued, "Only when you know how to use them can they be beneficial. Otherwise, keeping many of them serves no real purpose. If you hand over the chaotic spirit object, I'll spare your life and tell you its use. This deal benefits you." The Alex's avatar looked up seriously. "If I hand it over and you break your promise, there's nothing I can do. Thus, I cannot trust you. But I have a suggestion. I don't need you to agree to any conditions. I only want you to take me to the Xianxia constellation. If, as you say, there are numerous heavenly emperor level and higher powerhouses there, I stand a chance of advancing further. This means more to me than a single unknown useful chaotic spirit object. Then, I won't worry about you reneging. And you won't worry about me reneging, as I will remain in your sight and might even stay long-term in the Xianxia constellation, escaping none of your attention. The Baishan constellation is merely a dried-up pond that can no longer hold my aspirations. Hence, I am willing to trade the chaotic spirit object for a chance to enter the Xianxia constellation." Looking at the Alex's avatar's sincere expression, Gerard thought for a moment and agreed. He stood to lose nothing by bringing the Alex's avatar to the Xianxia constellation. With so many powerful beings there, a weaker one posed no threat. Our Xianxia constellation thrives because we welcome all fellow practitioners. For a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse like Friendmatics, we would warmly welcome you, Gerard courteously offered. "Please follow me and stay within my soul-sensing range to avoid getting lost." "I understand." The Alex's avatar nodded. He knew what lay between the lines. If he tried to escape beyond Gerard's soul-sensing range, he would face attack. However, he had no intention of fleeing, obediently following the other in the chaotic space. Meanwhile, the second avatar of the Alex turned and flew back. His explorations in the chaotic space used ordinary avatars as coordinates. Thus, he left part of his power as an avatar at intervals, limiting deeper exploration. Too many avatars reduced his own power below the heavenly emperor level, like being restricted to a certain depth in the ocean due to oxygen limits. Each time he needed to return to the surface of the chaotic space, recover all avatars, and delve deeper step by step. Chapter 525. 72 Emperors? As the two strongest avatars grew farther apart, their mutual sense of connection became increasingly vague. As long as we return to the outside world, no matter how far apart we are, the original entity can still detect the coordinates of the other. Alex Avatar 2 gradually flew to the boundary of the chaotic space and opened an entrance before flying out. White Mountain Constellation. The Alex's main entity, who was comprehending the chaotic spirit entities, received information actively sent by the strongest Avatar 2 and felt a stirring in his heart. So this is called a chaotic spirit entity. There are also more than one Empyrean realm powerhouses, and even those beyond the Empyrean realm, in distant constellations. If the Xianxia constellation truly possesses such strength, it might indeed be possible to find a way to break through to the next realm. The universe is truly boundless and immense. The Alex couldn't help but sigh with emotion. On the other side, Arvin led Alex Avatar 1 through the chaotic space for about 10 years before they crossed the chaotic boundary and entered an empty starry sky. Is this the Xianxia constellation? The Alex Avatar looked around, curiously asking. In his mind, consciousness had already established a mysterious link with the main entity. Whatever he saw and heard was experienced firsthand by the main entity. His location was clearly sensed by the main entity at all times. Arvin nodded. That's right. This is the Xianxia constellation. Let me take you to my Imperial Palace first. With that, he led the Alex Avatar towards a nearby green planet. With the Avatar's sharp eyesight, it could clearly see vast, dense forests and shimmering sea surfaces on the planet. It resembled a primitive planet yet to be developed. Soon, the two landed in a luxurious palace complex spanning several kilometers. This was the only place where people were found after the Alex Avatar scanned the surroundings. Some guards wearing standardized robes immediately bowed in respect, greeting the great emperor. Fetch some basic intelligence about the Xianxia constellation over here. My new Taoist friend needs to understand it. Arvin instructed. One of the guards quickly responded, bowing before flying off in a certain direction. Please have a seat for a moment. Arvin entered a palace hall with the Alex Avatar. They hadn't sat for long when the guard who had left returned to the hall, respectfully handing over a jade slip. Arvin took it and waved him off. Taoist Maddox, to show my sincerity, I've brought you to the Xianxia constellation and handed over the basic intelligence. I hope you will keep your promise. The Alex Avatar nodded. Rest assured. After taking the jade slip from him, the Alex Avatar injected spiritual energy into it. As a flood of information rushed into his mind, the main entity far away in the White Mountain constellation also received this information, allowing him to have a basic understanding of the Xianxia constellation. If the information wasn't intentionally falsified, the territory of the Xianxia constellation was several times larger than that of the White Mountain constellation, with overall strength far exceeding it. Speaking of what the Alex was most concerned about, top-tier powerhouses. According to the intelligence, the Xianxia constellation boasted 72 Empyrean realm powerhouses, and there were 3 known ancestor realm powerhouses above the Empyrean realm. Arvin was one of these 72 emperors. The Alex avatar sincerely remarked, 72 Empyrean realms, along with even stronger ancestor realms, truly makes one yearn for it. Arvin proudly smiled. To be honest, I've encountered powerhouses from other constellations within the chaotic space and exchanged knowledge with them too. But among the few major constellations I know, the Xianxia constellation's strength far surpasses any others. The Alex avatar praised. The martial culture in the Xianxia constellation is profound, with continuous warfare from top to bottom, always maintaining the greatest vitality. It is likely one of the reasons for its sustained prosperity. He learned from this basic intelligence that the entire Xianxia constellation was divided into several countries and had never stopped warring. Stephank raising venomous creatures, constantly battling each other day and night, made the emergence of powerhouses much higher compared to the White Mountain constellation, which had enjoyed peace for billions of years. Arvin nodded. That's correct. It has always been our belief in the Xianxia constellation to maintain vitality and competitiveness. Even at the venerable or Empyrean realms, we do not fear competition and instead encourage the emergence of more top-tier powerhouses. This increases the probability of breaking through to higher realms and guiding others forward. Arvin proudly added, therefore, for every unfamiliar top-tier powerhouse, we do not release hostility proactively but are quite eager to interact. The Alex avatar nodded. I understand. Arvin looked at him seriously. Since you have gained the knowledge you wanted, you should now fulfill your promise and take me to the White Mountain constellation for the chaotic spirit entity, right? Upon hearing this, the Alex avatar shook his head. What I currently understand is just the intelligence you provided, and no one can guarantee its authenticity, so I wish to personally verify it on other planets. Arvin's expression darkened. He coldly said to the calm-faced Alex, looks like you plan to renege on your promise. I speak as I act, but I must first confirm the authenticity of your provided intelligence. Do you expect me to personally accompany you bit by bit to confirm everything? Ridiculous. Arvin coldly stated. Since you don't appreciate the offer, don't blame me for acting harshly. A gray, misty domain instantly expanded, enveloping both of them in the entire palace complex. The Alex avatar immediately unleashed a powerful soul shockwave, causing Arvin's movements to pause momentarily. By the time Arvin regained his senses, the Alex avatar had already flown out of his chaotic domain, fleeing into the distance. This is the path of the soul? Arvin's expression changed slightly. In the Xianxia constellation, there were human cultivators similar to those in the primordial world, but very few had achieved significant cultivation. Because cultivating the human path was several times harder than the heavenly path and didn't necessarily yield stronger results. Instead, the overall performance was weaker. The human path is akin to continuously enhancing the physical body, while the heavenly path is like directly learning to use weapons. For ordinary people, a robust man who exercises daily can hardly withstand a weak Santiago's single stab. Among the few human cultivators, those specializing in the path of the soul were exceptionally rare. The strongest known practitioner of the path of the soul in the Xianxia constellation was merely an early middle Holy King realm. Yet even so, the ability to create avatars was incredibly challenging for cultivators of the same realm. Holy Kings can divide into hundreds of avatars that are hard to distinguish by peers. If the Bryson before me is only an avatar, Arvin suddenly realized. No, the path of the soul's avatar is at least one major realm lower than the main entity. Since the one before me exhibits Empyrean realm combat strength, it should be the main entity. Once his main entity is killed, all avatars naturally perish. Chapter 526. The Luxurious panel. After 20 years of intense training, Gerard's figure moved, and he immediately caught up with the Alex's avatar, which had not fled far. Under the suppression of the opposing chaotic domain, the Alex's avatar was severely restrained and could not quickly open the entrance to the chaotic space. Meanwhile, Gerard had already swung his sword. The gray long sword formed by the condensation of chaotic energy seemed ordinary, but possessed the miraculous ability to sever all matter, annihilate all energy, and destroy all laws. The Alex's avatar's face changed, seemingly filled with extreme terror as it hurriedly dodged the attack and also condensed the chaotic sword in its hand. Gerard sneered. Previously, in the chaotic space, I could defeat you without releasing my chaotic domain. Now that I'm using my full strength, you are no match for me. At this point, I give you one last chance. Hand over the chaotic spirit object in your hand, and you will have another opportunity to search for it in the future. Otherwise, today is your end. Though the Alex's avatar looked grim, it showed no signs of surrender, sneering coldly, you are indeed stronger than me, but you cannot kill me. The two rapidly flickered within the chaotic domain. The chaotic swords clashed silently again and again, causing no disturbances. However, the Alex's avatar's movements were ultimately a step slower. At one moment, the chaotic sword sliced through its side waist, cleanly dividing its body into two halves without any resistance. The chaotic energy seeped into its body through the wound, not only preventing recovery but also attempting to annihilate its body bit by bit. In the presence of such powerful chaotic energy, the vigorous vitality of high-ranking martial artists was utterly ineffective. If it were a warrior below the Imperial realm, they would certainly perish instantly under this sword strike, leaving no room for rescue. Even a powerful existence like the Alex's avatar began to weaken when struck by this sword. At this moment, the Alex's avatar's eyes hardened, and a semi-transparent shockwave spread out in all directions. Drenched by the shockwave, Gerard remained unmoved and took advantage of the opportunity to slash the Alex's avatar several more times. You think soul impact is omnipotent? The same trick won't work on me twice. Gerard sneered. His strength was inherently superior to the Alex's avatar, and after dealing several consecutive strikes, the disparity in their power became even more apparent. In the subsequent battle, the Alex's avatar retreated step by step, suffering severe injuries continuously. It started frantically dodging, and even attempted to escape from the coverage of the chaotic domain. However, Gerard no longer held back, directly aiming to kill his opponent, slashing decisively and cleanly with each sword strike, until the Alex's avatar fell. What stupidity! Just having barely broken through the Imperial realm, you really thought you were qualified to negotiate with me? Gerard snorted, dissolving the chaotic sword in his hand and withdrawing the chaotic domain. It's just a pity about that chaotic spirit object. By Shan Constellation, the Alex suddenly opened his eyes. Fortunately, I left coordinates in time. Hopefully, this powerful Xianxia constellation can truly lead me forward on the path of martial arts. The Alex took a deep breath, closed his eyes momentarily, and focused. Then, with a mental command, a complete avatar appeared beside him. A powerful fluctuation naturally radiated from within. This was the brand new and strongest Avatar 1. Go. Infiltrate the Xianxia constellation, gradually spread the Avatar seeds, and gather more intelligence. The Alex's thoughts echoed in the mind of Avatar 1. Avatar 1 extended a hand and drilled straight into the chaotic space, heading towards the Xianxia constellation. Meanwhile, his Avatar 2 continued exploring the chaotic space, trying to locate the chaotic spirit object. From Gerard's reaction, the chaotic spirit object seemed quite important to Imperial Realm experts. But during the battle with Avatar 1, after being angered, Gerard chose to directly kill Avatar 1 instead of trying to extract more information. This indicated that while the chaotic spirit object was important to Gerard, it wasn't something he absolutely must obtain. At least not as much as venting his anger. Thinking about these things, the Alex closed his eyes and continued to sense the mysterious power within the chaotic spirit object. Xuanhuan star system. Since the fall of the God race 60 years ago, their territory has been in constant warfare, trembling under the onslaught of various forces. The once dominant God race has endured decades of turmoil and hardship, becoming an easy target for everyone. In contrast, the human and demonic races, originally among the three major races, have seen their influence expand wildly. The previously tiny Clark Nebula, through continuous plundering, has quadrupled in size. It wasn't until a dozen years ago that the God race's territories were almost entirely divided. Everyone expected that regardless of whether it was the humans or demons, or the various races in the Clark Nebula, they would now rest and digest their gains, consolidating their power. The Xuanhuan star system was expected to enter a period of peace. After all, the numerous planets of the God race swallowed in the past few decades should suffice for major forces to digest for hundreds or even thousands of years. However, an unexpected event set all the forces in motion. The destruction of Demon Ancestor Planet. The upper echelons of the demon race were wiped out by a mysterious power. The few surviving elder demons did not dare to show themselves, fearing they might suffer the same fate. This was an unprecedented weak period for the demon race, presenting the best opportunity for other forces to eliminate them. Especially for the human race, another dominant force. If they could take this chance to wipe out the demon race, unifying the Xuanhuan star system would be a smoother path ahead. Thus, the Xuanhuan star system, just recovering from decades of war and undergoing a major reshuffle, was once again enveloped in the shadow of war. What nobody knew was that those missing demon elders were actually captured by Amiri. After years of cultivation, Amiri had upgraded his primary cultivation method, swallowing Heaven Transformation Art, to the primordial level, causing another surge in potential points. Even the first batch of 200 demon elders could not satisfy Amiri's cultivation speed despite their full-out attacks. So, he went back to the Xuanhuan star system, sweeping up the entire demon ancestor planet. As for the consequences of his actions on the Xuanhuan star system situation and the indirect casualties, Amiri didn't care. What mattered to him was, after 20 years of intense training, his strength had dramatically increased. Current personal panel. Host, Amiri. Cultivation. 8th stage of Great Sage Realm. Martial arts and techniques. Universal Great Annihilation. Chaotic. Void Great Shift. Primordial. J-San's True Chi. Chaotic. Antoniacan Banishment Technique. Chaotic. Reversion Technique. Chaotic. Primary cultivation methods. Swallowing Heaven Transformation Art. Primordial. Myriad Tribulations Indestructible Heaven Art. Primordial. Secret Techniques. Eternal Golden Body. Chaotic. Star Plucking Hand. Chaotic. Limitless Illusionary Body. Chaotic. Endless Star Map. Chaotic. Remaining potential points. 3,860,000 trillion. Apart from upgrading Swallowing Heaven Transformation Art to the 3rd primordial level technique, his cultivation had advanced through 7 small stages, reaching the 8th stage of the Great Sage Realm. His strength had significantly increased. Chapter 527. Cooperation with Amiri. Amiri was well aware that although his strength had greatly increased, he was still far from matching the capabilities of the ancestor who could manipulate heaven and earth, to say nothing of overpowering such an entity. Therefore, he remained immersed in cultivation, almost forgetting everything about the outside world. Meanwhile, Alex's first clone utilized the speed boost provided by the chaotic space to quickly head towards the Xianxia constellation. It took him 13 years of continuous flight before he finally arrived near the planet where Gerard's imperial palace was located. Taking a distant glance, he turned and flew in another direction until he found another planet far away. Only then did he enter it. Without any particular precautions, no one could detect the clone moving at 100 times the speed of light. Thus, the clone infiltrated this planet undetected. He first covertly planted clone seeds in various locations, then disguised himself and blended into a city to slowly gather information about the Xianxia constellation. Next, he traveled through multiple star systems and important planets, planting a large number of clone seeds everywhere. After some time, he discovered that the intelligence Gerard had given him largely matched what was publicly known. Especially regarding the legends of top-tier powerhouses, any martial arts enthusiast would be familiar with the tales of the 72 emperors and the 3 ancestors of Xianxia. Some fanatical admirers even knew these supreme powerhouses' growth experiences like the back of their hands. What surprised the clone even more was that although the Xianxia constellation appeared chaotic due to the constant warfare among its many countries, it actually had extremely strict order. Celestial sovereign realm powerhouses never participated in wars between nations. Even if one side in a bitter feud suddenly had someone break through to the celestial sovereign realm, they were forbidden from interfering in the war to avoid disrupting the balance. They could only resolve personal grievances. The battlefields between different realms were distinctly separated. Stronger beings were not allowed to slaughter weaker ones recklessly, nor were they permitted to cause widespread destruction or annihilate any planet. All these rules were established by an organization called the Xianxia Alliance. To put it simply, the Xianxia Alliance was a loose coalition of all the top-tier powerhouses in the Xianxia constellation, which set the rules for the entire region. The 3 ancestors of Xianxia, the 72 emperors, and all the sovereign realm powerhouses were members of this alliance. However, there were no subordinate relationships among them, no obligation to help each other, and even mutual enmity and battles among members went unimpeded. During the short month he spent gathering intelligence in the Xianxia constellation, the clone observed from various details that the entire constellation was filled with the concept of orderly combat, from the common farmer to high-level martial artists and the elites of major empires. Battle and slaughter permeated their lives. No wonder the Xianxia constellation is so powerful. Almost everyone grows up through battles, combined with abundant resources and top-tier powerhouses selflessly sharing their techniques and insights, the clone reflected. In such an environment, you either advance rapidly or fall tragically, without any room for mediocrity. He compared it to the much smaller Baishan constellation, which had over 200,000 Sage King realm ancestors, but only a dozen celestial sovereign realm powerhouses and just 1 emperor realm, Shay. In contrast, the Xianxia constellation, according to his gathered intelligence, had only about 100,000 Sage King realm powerhouses, but over 1,000 sovereign realm powerhouses and 72 emperor realm ones. Not to mention 3 ancestor realm powerhouses. The ratio of powerhouses between the 2 constellations was drastically different. 1 hero rises on the bones of 10,000 dead, a fitting analogy. In the Xianxia constellation, the death rate at every level was higher, but the probability of producing top-tier powerhouses was also greater. For ordinary people, the survival rule of the Xianxia constellation was brutal. For those who strive for excellence, the Xianxia constellation offered the best platform for growth. Having learned all basic common knowledge through various channels, the main body of the Alex received all the information. He began to ponder the next steps of his plan. Only the most basic intelligence can be obtained from the public. Information about chaotic spiritual beings or higher realm breakthrough methods probably only comes from the higher echelons. So, my next step should involve contacting an Emperor Realm powerhouse or infiltrating the Xianxia Alliance. Alex knew that 13 years ago, when his clone contacted Gerard, he was clearly at a disadvantage and was seen as merely a captive, with no standing to negotiate on equal terms. This time, to achieve his goals, the Alex planned to cooperate with Amiri. With Amiri as the leader and me as the assistant, we can capture an Emperor Realm powerhouse to extract information about chaotic spiritual beings and even methods to break through to the Ancestor Realm. There should be a reasonable chance of success. Alex made up his mind. Far away in the Nanming Star Sea, the clone Armin immediately headed to Stefanong G Star and found Amiri meditating in space. After resealing the over 300 demonic ancestors one by one, Amiri dispelled the protective boundary of the universe and asked directly, "What's the matter?" Armin told Amiri about the existence of the Xianxia constellation and shared all the intelligence he had gathered. After the Emperor Realm, there is a higher realm, the Ancestor Realm. The Xianxia constellation has 3 powerhouses who have broken through to the Ancestor Realm, meaning there might be methods for breaking through to this realm circulating among the upper echelons. So I came here to invite you to join me in the Xianxia constellation. Ideally, we'll capture an Emperor Realm powerhouse and ask how to break through. Although you don't need it now, you will eventually face this challenge, and it's better to prepare early. Hearing this, Amiri was intrigued. Ancestor Realm? He thought of the ancestor in the Xuanhuan world. The ancestor's strength was above that of a primordial sage, equivalent to being beyond the celestial Emperor Realm in the outer world. This suggested that the ancestor and the so-called 3 ancestors of Xianxia might be on the same level. He hurriedly asked, what abilities do the 3 ancestors of Xianxia have? Or are there any famous battle scenes involving them? Armin shook his head. Public legends are too numerous and too messy, making it hard to distinguish truth from fiction. Probably only the top-tier powerhouses know the true strength of the 3 ancestors. Amiri fell silent for a moment. His next target was the ancestor in the Xuanhuan world, but he couldn't gauge the ancestor's true strength, leaving him uncertain about what level he needed to reach to subdue the ancestor completely. If he continued to seclude himself, waiting until he broke through to the celestial Emperor Realm, he would undoubtedly have absolute confidence. But the required time was too long, and he wasn't sure if the small world where Water Blue Planet was located would remain stable, or if surviving relatives would wait indefinitely. That would be regrettable. Entering the Xuanhuan world prematurely without overwhelming strength would lead to a prolonged entanglement with the ancestor. Therefore, understanding the strength and hidden cards of Ancestor Realm powerhouses would allow him to better plan his entry into the Xuanhuan world. Chapter 528, A Diffier. I agree. Let's set out now. We'll capture an Imperial Realm powerhouse first, interrogate him for some information on the 3 ancestors of Xianxia, then we can test the real strength of the 3 ancestors. Amiri spoke calmly as if he was preparing to catch a powerless little chick, not a powerful being of the Imperial Realm. Armin was taken aback. Although his current strength was only at the Divine King Realm, he was in tune with his main consciousness and knew very well how terrifying Imperial Realm powerhouses were. They were absolute rulers who could dominate an entire constellation. Not to mention the level of the 3 ancestors of Xianxia. That was a tier that even his original body could only look up to. He never expected Amiri to act so casually and effortlessly, as if he did not take the other party seriously at all. Armin quickly regained his senses and said, "Then I will arrange for another clone to come over and guide you." Amiri waved his hand. No need. I can sense it. The farthest clone over 10,000 light-years from here should be in the position of the Xianxia constellation, right? Armin nodded. That's right. Then I'll go there myself. Amiri turned to look at Kaylee, who was still quietly cultivating. He communicated silently with her and received her response. Afterward, Amiri entered the chaotic space and headed toward the Xianxia constellation. The distance of more than 10,000 light-years was easily traversed in just over a year by Amiri traveling at 10,000-fold light speed. When Amiri appeared in front of clone number 1, the latter was startled. So fast? It wasn't because Amiri appeared suddenly, but because he arrived too quickly, completely exceeding clone number 1's expectations. Clone number 1 had struggled for 13 years, while Amiri only spent a short 1.5 years. This speed was roughly 10 times faster than his. Previously, they only knew that Amiri's teleportation was powerful and swift, but this was the first time Alex truly understood the extent of Amiri's speed. Brother Amiri's speed really exceeds my imagination. Perhaps the legendary 3 ancestors of Xianxia are also no more than this. Clone number 1 sighed in amazement. What he didn't know was that without considering the boost from the chaotic space, based on the normal movement speed outside, Amiri was at least 100 times faster than him. Even the unprecedented 3 ancestor-level powerhouses would not possess such exaggerated speed. You're too kind. Amiri smiled. By the way, have you determined the target? Talking business, clone number 1 became serious. While the 72 emperors of the Xianxia constellation are renowned, most of their whereabouts are unpredictable. The only one whose location can be determined through intelligence and whose combat record isn't overly brilliant is known as a diffier. He is also one of the younger among the 72 emperors, achieving his title of emperor only 80,000 years ago. Amiri nodded indifferently. Fine, let's start with him. Let's set out now. A diffier's imperial palace is on a separate planet, disconnected from the external world and not within this star system. So, we must use a portal to travel to the closest planet before flying over. No problem. I mean, using the portal requires an identity token. So, you need to obtain a matching identity token that resonates with your soul vibration first. Amiri smiled. This happens to be my strong point. Saying that, he teleported away in front of clone number 1 and reappeared shortly after. What amazed clone number 1 was that Amiri's soul vibration had changed entirely. If not for the familiar silent teleportation and their prior conversation, he would never believe the person in front of him was Amiri, even if they looked identical. To think you even control such miraculous soul methods. What is there that you cannot do? Clone number 1 marveled. The change in soul vibration is also one of the abilities of soul methods. Only after Alex mastered the origin and achieved heavenly venerable status with soul methods did he gain the ability to change his soul vibration. Previously, it was known that Amiri excelled in infiltration skills, assumably relying on ultra-long-distance teleportation. Now, it was clear that changing soul vibrations, along with the ability to alter his physical form, was the primary reason. Using their disguised identities, the two smoothly reached another planet billions of miles away after 2 transfers. Adifir's imperial palace is nearby this planet, but generally, people don't qualify to know the exact direction. So, we'll need to search separately. All right. Amiri nodded. You head this way, and I'll go that way. If you find the target, signal by flying back. I can sense it. They parted ways and began searching the vast starry sky. After continuous teleportations for half a day, Amiri finally discovered a large green planet. Once he picked up clone number 1, the two descended towards this planet together. Meanwhile, in a giant bluestone palace somewhere on the planet, a 10-meter-tall giant was sitting cross-legged in quiet contemplation. Seemingly sensing the arrival of Amiri and clone number 1, he abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm and composed. A stranger? Your strength seems decent. But, to dare enter my imperial palace rashly, do you want to challenge me? A smile of excitement spread across his face. I hope you can bring me some entertainment. He suddenly soared upward, breaking through the palace roof and flew towards Amiri and clone number 1. Outside the palace, the guards showed no panic and immediately began repairs in an orderly manner. On the other side, Amiri and clone number 1 simultaneously turned their heads toward a specific direction. Their soul powers remained expanded, covering the entire planet. As Lauer sensed them, they also sensed him. In an instant, a towering figure came into view. To the stars for battle. Lauer shouted and spun around, flying towards the starfield. Amiri and clone number 1 hurriedly followed. Soon, the three faced each other remotely in the starry sky. A grayish domain instantly expanded, encompassing all three. I'll test his strength first. Amiri bellowed, transforming into a majestic giant 20,000 meters tall. A mountain-sized palm slapped down. Lauer didn't dodge, clenching his right fist tightly. A massive amount of chaotic force formed a giant glove around his fist, meeting Amiri's terrifying palm. Facing a palm kilometers wide, Lauer's chaotic force-formed fist was pitifully small, like an ant confronting an elephant. However, when they collided silently, they were deadlocked for a moment. Amiri grinned. It seems your strength is nothing special. Under the suppression of the chaotic field, his strength was reduced by at least 20%, yet he was still evenly matched with the other. At least, it indicated that his seclusion and cultivation over the years had clearly improved his power. Chapter 529. A punch into the chaotic space. Facing Amiri's mockery, Cole was not at all angry. Instead, he bared his teeth and showed an unrestrained smile. Indeed, you do have some strength. Looks like you're really an outsider who is an Imperial Realm powerhouse. Cole's figure flickered, appearing beside Amiri at superluminal speed, raining punches down on him in rapid succession like a storm. The massive chaotic power enveloped his body entirely, making it seem as if it were clad in a thick layer of energy. His fists resembled enormous gray boxing gloves. Each strike would penetrate the invisible defense field around Amiri, hit his body, and then be silently blocked. This kind of attack is not enough. Amiri laughed loudly. turning his body while swinging his left arm, which was as sturdy as a pillar, towards Cole's body. Large areas of space shattered like a mirror falling from the sky. However, under this seemingly terrifying attack, the chaotic power covering Cole only rippled slightly, expanding in circles before quickly subsiding. What Amiri didn't know was that although Cole was a junior among the 72 emperors, his strength had already reached the mid-imperial realm, far surpassing Shay when he first broke through to the imperial realm. Although Amiri's cultivation had broken through 7 levels in succession, his current burst of attack power was merely equivalent to that of an ordinary imperial realm powerhouse. Coupled with the suppression from the chaotic space, this blow did not present a significant threat to Cole. If so, then I won't hold back. Amiri's mind made up its decision. He immediately used most of his remaining potential points. Boundless Universe Great Annihilation, upgraded to Primal Chaos level. Heaven and Earth Forbidden Technique, upgraded to Primal Chaos level. Immeasurable Illusory Body, upgraded to Primal Chaos level. A torrent of information instantly flooded his mind. Amiri's actions never paused. In the next moment, he unleashed the newly upgraded Heaven and Earth Forbidden Technique. A golden barrier expanded almost instantaneously, covering millions of miles of vast starry space. The oppressive sensation brought by the chaotic space suddenly disappeared. Moreover, his body magnified tenfold again, transforming into a formidable giant nearly 2 million meters tall. Seeing this transformation, Cole's expression changed dramatically. The enormity of Amiri's form was secondary. In battles of this caliber, having a larger body didn't provide much advantage. What Cole was concerned about was the powerful pressure emanating from the immense golden barrier. Initially, upon seeing that Amiri hadn't deployed the chaotic space, Cole had assumed that he was one of the rare human path cultivators unable to deploy the chaotic domain. But now, this golden barrier, although not a common chaotic domain, could counterbalance his own chaotic domain and even bring about pressure. What is this domain? This thought flashed through Cole's mind. At this moment, Amiri suddenly threw a punch, akin to a massive meteor streaking across the sky. Everywhere it went, space was utterly annihilated, forming a huge, gray tunnel revealing vast, mist-like undulating chaotic powers. With this punch, he directly shattered the boundary between the external world and the chaotic space, stirring up the chaotic power wildly. The external world was like the vast sky above the sea, while the chaotic space was like the seafloor below. Their boundary was an endless and profound ocean. Most powerhouses breaking through space merely stirred the surface of the sea to varying degrees, each displaying different powers. However, Amiri's strike was akin to piercing directly through the sea, causing slight tremors on the seafloor itself. Seeing the might of his attack, Cole's face turned grave. The chaotic power surrounding his body compressed even more densely. Come on! Cole roared, his relatively smaller body charging straight toward Amiri's fist. Vast sections of space disintegrated. Massive amounts of gray mist spilled out from the chaotic space, spreading outwards, shattering large areas of space. The chaotic power around Cole surged intensely, but eventually calmed down. Amiri paid no heed to this terrifying disaster. You're quite strong, Amiri said, looking down at him approvingly. Seeing his high and mighty demeanor, Cole was not angered but grinned again. You're pretty good too. They both swung their fists, colliding violently over and over. Large areas of space shattered, not even having time to automatically heal before being completely destroyed by their continuous attacks. They both fell into the chaotic space. But their attacks never ceased, stirring up massive chaotic powers repeatedly, creating tidal waves that surged endlessly. In the distance, clone number 1 didn't follow them into the chaotic space, but quietly flew toward Cole's imperial palace instead. During the flight, his figure gradually grew taller, his appearance changed, and his soul fluctuations altered. Gradually, he transformed into Cole's appearance. This was the division of labor they had previously discussed. In fact, Amiri was accustomed to solo combat, always fighting with bold and decisive moves. Joining forces with others felt constraining and uncomfortable. Furthermore, his main goal for this journey was to verify his own strength. Hence, he proposed to fight Cole alone, while allowing clone number 1 to transform into Cole's likeness and infiltrate the enemy's imperial palace to openly obtain intelligence or some top-level secrets. After circling in the air for a while, clone number 1 quickly found the imperial palace and landed at the entrance to a pavilion. Bring me all the information. He walked straight inside without looking at the guards, casually ordering them. Yes. The guard did not dare to ask questions and immediately turned to fly away. Soon, he returned carrying a small wooden chest and hurriedly entered the pavilion. Your Majesty, all the information is here. The guard respectfully handed it over. Clone number 1 accepted it, casually waved his hand. Leave now. Once the guard left, clone number 1 opened the box, retrieved several jade slips, and began checking them using his soul force. Soon, clone number 1 frowned. There is no mention of any high-level secrets, nor does it mention the function of chaotic spirit items or paths to higher realms. But after some thought, he became reassured. Heavenly Emperor realm experts long had perfect recall, so they did not need jade slips to record and preserve information, especially top-level secrets. Those known were stored in their minds. Those unknown would not exist in jade slips. Thus, what he viewed were mostly detailed information about the Xianxia constellation, such as how many planets there were, how many Holy King realm experts, how many Celestial Respecter realm experts, and who the top-tier experts were. These pieces of information actually held little use for Cole himself. To clone number 1, their primary use was likely to provide understanding for subordinates or friends about the entire Xianxia constellation, like the intelligence theory gave him before. It seems I still need to pry open his mouth. Clone number 1 put the jade slips back into his storage ring and left the palace. Hashtag chapter 530, captive. In the chaotic space, Amiri and Clifton clashed without end. Every punch and kick caused disturbances that stretched for thousands of miles. The chaotic power on Clifton's body, continuously impacted by Amiri's fists, surged and fluctuated wildly. Until one moment, the chaotic power used to shield him finally shattered. Amiri roared in laughter as he unleashed another devastating punch. A vast amount of chaotic power enveloped his thick arm like a towering mountain shrouded in mist, crashing down with extreme speed. An ordinary person would probably die of sheer terror just from witnessing such a terrifying scene. But Clifton showed no sign of panic. With just a flicker of movement, he easily dodged the attack, sidestepping to Amiri's side and retaliating with a punch. A gauntlet formed from highly compressed chaotic power slammed into Amiri's side with incredible force. This punch was powerful enough to obliterate any celestial sovereign-level expert. Even Shay, who was once known as the first celestial sovereign of the White Mountain constellation, would have met an instantaneous demise under such a blow. However, Amiri did not dodge or avoid it. He absorbed the impact head-on. Then, twisting his body, he swung his left arm, tearing through the swirling chaotic power around him and smacking towards Clifton with all his might. In the chaotic space, Amiri could no longer tear through space to attack over large areas as he could outside. He could only rely on his physical strength, which inadvertently reduced his range of attack. If this were before, with Amiri's reaction speed, he would have been unable to keep up with Clifton's extremely agile movements in a battle where wide area attacks were ineffective. But now, within the homing-grade cosmic restriction barrier, Clifton was significantly suppressed. His explosive power, protective chaotic power, and speed were all greatly weakened. Facing Amiri's assault, Clifton could no longer evade in time and was struck full force by the mountainous fist. Immense power surged into Clifton's body. His torso visibly caved inward before he was hurled away like a meteor. Amiri swiftly followed up, ready to land another punch. Clifton barely managed to regain control of his body and narrowly avoided the blow. Both at the Heavenly Emperor level, yet he is so strong, clearly surpassing even Shay back then. Amiri frowned. Though he had the upper hand, none of his moves had decisively crushed the enemy. Defeating Clifton would likely take considerable effort. Just this short battle made him realize how far his strength was from the Ancestor realm, let alone overwhelming the Xuanhuan ancestor. And according to Alex's intelligence, Clifton is merely a junior among the 72 great emperors, with relatively weaker strength. In other words, the other great emperors could be even stronger. For emperors to have such a broad disparity in power, how formidable must the three Xianxia ancestors be? Amiri couldn't help but recall the various ways the Xuanhuan ancestor manipulated cosmic power in the primal chaos realm. Although formidable and tenacious, it didn't make him feel much pressure. If the ancestor realm is truly so powerful, did the Xuanhuan ancestor not use full strength, or are there other hidden reasons? While lost in thought, Amiri's actions did not cease. Punch after punch chased after Clifton. Clifton remained undeterred. His form became a chaotic streak of light, darting around Amiri's massive body, landing punches like rain on every part of Amiri. Just as they reached a stalemate, a portal opened in the chaotic space, and Alex's clone number 1 quietly flew in, following the surging chaotic power waves to locate Amiri and Clifton. When he entered the golden barrier, Clifton immediately sensed his presence, instantly becoming wary. However, clone number 1 simply stood at a distance, silently watching the intense battle, seemingly with no intention to intervene. This only made Clifton more cautious, forcing him to divert some attention to guard against a potential surprise attack. With this divided focus, Clifton found himself increasingly vulnerable while already at a disadvantage. At a certain moment, clone number 1's eyes gleamed. A semi-transparent wave rapidly spread, enveloping both Amiri and Clifton. Clifton's movements paused as his consciousness briefly blanked, his body stiffening. Amiri, however, remained unfazed. Seeing the perfect opportunity, he quickly grabbed Clifton tightly. Infinite golden dragons coiled around Clifton's body, attempting to penetrate inside. By this time, Clifton had regained his senses. Realizing he was captured, he struggled fiercely. The chaotic power within him erupted into various attacks, bombarding Amiri's palm. Yet, Amiri's grip was unyieldingly firm. All of Clifton's attacks dissipated silently, though Clifton managed to shatter the golden dragons trying to seal him. Desperate last struggles. Amiri scoffed coldly. Enormous power erupted from his palm repeatedly, gradually breaking through the newly formed protective layer of chaotic power on Clifton's body, then invading its depths. Under relentless attacks, Clifton's body gradually went limp, suffering increasingly severe internal damage until he lost all resistance. Only then was he sealed by the golden dragons. However, Amiri only sealed most of Clifton's strength, leaving him with complete awareness. Carrying him back to the outer starry sky, clone number 1 closely followed. Amiri returned to his original size and said coldly, "I heard your name is Clifton, one of the 72 great emperors of the Xianxia constellation. Your strength is indeed commendable. Answer a few questions, and I'll let you go." Clifton sneered, "If not for your companion's sneak attack, I might not have lost to you." Amiri's expression remained calm. He replied coolly, "I heard the martial spirit of the Xianxia constellation is profound. It's amusing that a great emperor like Clifton cannot admit defeat. How pathetic. Even in single combat, I hold the absolute advantage. Winning is just a matter of time. I don't wish to waste my time. If you're not convinced, answer my questions, and I'll release you. Once you've recovered, we can fight again. Otherwise, you will die here. Tell me your choice." Without hesitation, Clifton replied, "Ask your questions." Amiri looked at him in surprise, expecting Clifton to hesitate out of pride after hearing those words. He hadn't expected such a quick agreement. Seeing Amiri's reaction, Clifton explained matter-of-factly, "Whether I agree or not, my life is in your hands. Merely answering a few questions, of course, I wouldn't dare resist." ####Chapter 531. The Secrets of the Ancestor Realm. What is the use of Chaos Spirit Objects? Amiri asked. Arnlai replied without hesitation, Chaos Spirit Objects contain the secrets to breaking through into the Ancestor Realm. The Ancestor Realm wields the power of creation. Within their bodies, they can open up a miniature world, a complete world with all laws in place. Great Ancestor Realm cultivators can harness this small world to control all laws and even channel its entire strength into their own body, unleashing unimaginable, terrifying power. Amiri couldn't help but catch his breath. Harnessing the strength of an entire small world within oneself? Such power was indeed far beyond his imagination. But then he thought about the Jinsenman ancestor of the primordial world. Even though he didn't directly attack him but used it for suppression and movement, Amiri could clearly feel that its power was only slightly stronger than that of an average Emperor realm. Far from the strength of an entire world. Could Arnlai be exaggerating? Amiri wondered inwardly. He then asked, have you personally witnessed any of what you're saying about the Ancestor realm? Arnlai nodded. Of course I have. The three ancestors of Xianxia sometimes spar with each other. I watched one such battle once. In that fight, any Emperor realm powerhouse who was caught in the struggle would have instantly perished. The Ancestor realm and Emperor realm are on completely different levels of power. Recalling that shocking scene, Arnlai sighed deeply. Amiri believed him half-heartedly. But instead of delving deeper into this topic, he asked, what does chaos spirit objects have to do with breaking through into the Ancestor realm? Arnlai regained his composure and continued. To break through into the Ancestor realm, one needs to open up a small world within the body, and for this, chaos spirit treasures must serve as the core. Without chaos spirit treasures, the small world would be like a desert, easily dissipating. When there's a chaos spirit treasure, it's akin to planting a towering tree in the desert, where extensive roots spread underground, solidifying the earth and gradually turning the desert into an oasis. So, chaos spirit treasures are one of the key elements for breaking through into the Ancestor realm, and a certain number of chaos spirit objects can be refined into chaos spirit treasures. Amiri pondered aloud. Are you saying that as long as I collect enough chaos spirit objects and refine them into a chaos spirit treasure, I can break through into the Ancestor realm? Of course not. Arnlai waved his hand. Chaos spirit treasures are just one of the prerequisites. One also needs to comprehend chaos power to a certain degree and master primordial force, sufficient for creation. One's avatar muttered, chaos spirit treasures? Primordial force? Arnlai glanced at him and nodded. That's right. These are the two most crucial conditions for breaking through into the Ancestor realm. What exactly is the origin of chaos spirit objects? Amiri asked again. Arnlai shook his head slightly. Despite our years of research, we still don't know their exact origins or how they form. We only know that there's a certain probability of encountering them in the chaos space. How does one refine chaos spirit treasures then? The method is actually simple, but it requires a certain level of cultivation, at least late-stage Emperor realm. This is because by late-stage Emperor realm, one's comprehension of chaos power is already quite strong. As long as one continuously infuses one's chaos power into the chaos spirit objects, they can gradually be refined and fused with the body. In the future, more chaos spirit objects can be refined bit by bit until they fuse into a complete chaos spirit treasure within the body. At that point, once primordial force is mastered, one can take the chaos spirit treasure as the core to gradually create a small world within the body. Arnlai sighed. The process sounds simple, but in reality, breaking through isn't easy. Whether it's obtaining chaos spirit treasures or mastering primordial force, neither condition is easy to achieve. Avatar 1 nodded in agreement. His main body had been trying to break through Emperor realm for decades, but remained at the initial stage of the Emperor realm. Without encountering any bottlenecks, it would likely take thousands to tens of thousands of years to reach late-stage Emperor realm. Let alone reaching the peak of Emperor realm and comprehending primordial force, something he hadn't even heard of before. Chaos spirit objects were similarly hard to come by. Avatar 2 had searched for decades in the chaos space and found only that first piece by sheer luck. How long would it take to gather enough material to refine a complete chaos spirit treasure? All depended on luck. Suddenly, Amiri asked, you mentioned that the small worlds opened within the body use chaos spirit treasures as the core. Does this mean the chaos spirit treasure remains intact after the world is created? Or put another way, if someone were inside this small world, would it be possible to find and destroy the chaos spirit treasure? Amiri asked this due to thoughts about the primordial world. Based on Arnlai's information, the Ancestor Realm Masters can create a small world within themselves and control world power, which matches some aspects of the primordial world. The only difference was, it seemed the Jinsenman ancestor couldn't perfectly control the primordial world, preventing the mobilization of its full power. Wait, there was another difference. The primordial world wasn't within the Jinsenman ancestor but somewhere in the chaos space. Upon hearing the question, Arnlai shook his head. This involves the weakness of Ancestor Realm experts, an absolute secret that only the Ancestor Realms themselves might know. Amiri wasn't surprised and simply nodded. Avatar 1 asked, can refined chaos spirit objects be seized? Arnlai looked at him warily. Of course not. Otherwise, do you think the 72 emperors could coexist peacefully? Avatar 1 sighed disappointedly. True. Amiri had no further questions and looked at Avatar 1. Do you have any other questions? If not, I'll release him. Avatar 1 considered it, prepared to shake his head, but suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, do you have a method to locate within the chaos space? Could you teach it to me? He recalled meeting Gerard, who flew back precisely to his imperial palace over 10 years, implying the Xianxia constellation knew methods to locate within the chaos space for easier searches of chaos spirit objects. Sure enough, Arnlai nodded. Correct. This is one of the common techniques among high-level members of the Xianxia alliance. He took out a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it over without hesitation. Amiri added, give me a copy too. Avatar 1 looked at him in surprise but didn't say anything. Arnlai also silently produced another jade slip from his storage ring and handed it over, indicating he had several in stock. Amiri casually slipped it into his storage ring, then removed the seal on Arnlai. Hasten to recover your injuries. Aren't you dissatisfied? Let's have another one-on-one duel. Amiri smiled eagerly. Chapter 532. You still have a hidden ace? Cole was not intimidated in the slightest, returning an equally combative gaze to Amiri. Wait for me for a moment. After speaking, he flew a little further away, crossed his legs in midair, and began to recuperate from his injuries. Avatar number 1 glanced at him, then turned to Amiri and said with a smile, "We owe it all to Brother Amiri for such a smooth journey. You're too kind. If it weren't for your intelligence, I wouldn't have found the Xianxia constellation, nor learned so much." Amiri also smiled. This trip had indeed been highly fruitful for him. Although he didn't directly interact with Ancestor Realm powerhouses, he did gain some crucial information and speculated on their possible weaknesses, boosting his confidence in dealing with the Ancestor. Since Chaos Spirit treasures are core components of pocket universes, they must be incredibly important. Finding a way to locate them would certainly make confronting these beings easier. In the primordial world, the most likely cores were those 3 planets, especially the colossal primordial world planet. He certainly didn't plan to destroy the primordial world. Instead, knowing this weakness allowed him to use it as leverage to force compliance with his demands. For instance, entering the small world where Water Blue Star is located. At this thought, another doubt arose in Amiri's mind. If the primordial world is truly a pocket universe, does that mean the world where Water Blue Star resides is an even lower level mini-universe? Moreover, the Ancestor once mentioned holding thousands of pocket universes in his hands. If these are truly comparable to the Ancestor realm body worlds, which he can freely control, there's no way he could be helpless against me. No wonder the Ancestor said back then that most of those pocket universes develop technology instead of martial arts. Could it be because those mini-worlds are too low level? While Amiri was deep in thought, Cole finished recovering. Although Amiri's consecutive attacks severely injured him, they did not affect his essence, allowing for a relatively quick recovery. "Come on, let's have a fair fight again," Cole roared excitedly. Amiri looked over without turning around and said, "If you have something urgent, go ahead and leave. This battle might last several decades." Avatar number 1 hesitated slightly before nodding, "Then I'll take my leave." Turning, he left. Amiri transformed once more into a terrifying 2 million-meter-tall giant, towering in space like a majestic mountain. "Come on," Amiri roared. With a casual palm strike, he aimed at Cole in front of him. This time, he didn't deploy the universe-sealing spell barrier. It wasn't due to forgetfulness or deliberately letting up, but rather for cultivation purposes. During the earlier assault by over 300 demon ancestors, his potential points growth rate never reached its maximum limit, increasing only by about 5,000 trillion per day, roughly half the theoretical maximum speed. During his brief battle with Cole, however, the average growth rate of potential points reached over 70 billion per second, significantly faster than before. Though still not at the peak, it clearly improved his cultivation speed. Unfortunately, his current cultivation level required far too many potential points, making it nearly impossible for ordinary opponents to meet his needs. Fortunately, Amiri could fight beyond his level, facing terrifyingly powerful opponents whose energy far exceeded planetary explosions, continuously providing him with substantial potential points. Otherwise, Amiri's cultivation speed would have already plateaued. The two fought fiercely, from outer space to the chaotic space, battling while moving, occasionally returning to outer space again. This battle lasted for months. Finally, Cole stopped the fight with a pained expression. Although he enjoyed battles, facing Amiri, whose formidable physique could withstand any attack, had dampened his enthusiasm long ago. He couldn't match him physically and couldn't win either. Months of continuous fighting merely resulted in stalemate, far from the intense and thrilling battles he imagined. "Stop. I concede," Cole said helplessly. Amiri checked his personal panel. His potential points had soared to 20,300,000 trillion. Seeing this, he let go and asked, "Do you know the whereabouts of the 3 ancestors of Xianxia? I wish to challenge them and witness the strength of legendary Ancestor Realm powerhouses." Cole was immediately alarmed and quickly responded, "Your strength is impressive, but you cannot possibly stand against the 3 ancestors of Xianxia, let alone withstand even one strike from them. Challenging them would be suicide." Despite being injured and captured by Amiri, Cole harbored no resentment. To him, Amiri's choice to fight fairly, even deliberately avoiding the golden barrier, demonstrated honor and integrity. Thus, after months of battle, Cole felt a newfound respect for Amiri and naturally wouldn't sit idly by watching him walk to his death. Amiri shook his head and swiftly issued mental commands. Upgrade, Xianxia. Upgrade, Immortal Golden Body. His newly accumulated potential points were almost entirely spent. A massive surge of heat materialized within Amiri, merging deeply with his flesh, making it stronger and more resilient. Simultaneously, an almost visible protective force field formed on his skin, rapidly becoming denser and tighter. These two skills reached the Hongming level. Both being defensive skills, this upgrade drastically increased Amiri's defensive capabilities. In reality, although Amiri hadn't directly confronted the 3 ancestors of Xianxia, he knew their power surpassed every previous enemy he faced. According to Cole, Ancestor Realm experts could empower an entire pocket universe. Believing even half of this claim, Amiri held the 3 ancestors in high regard. Therefore, he dared not recklessly provoke them until now. The new homing-level defensive skills boosted his chances of survival, prompting him to personally test how strong Ancestor Realm powerhouses really were. Having an accurate assessment of their strength would allow Amiri to accurately gauge the ancestors' true power. Additionally, Cole's attacks didn't meet his cultivation efficiency. Perhaps an Ancestor Realm expert would accelerate his training even further. After fully integrating all heat with his flesh, Amiri grinned and said, "How about now? Am I fit to barely hold my own against the 3 ancestors of Xianxia?" Cole was stunned. After months of combat, he believed Amiri was only marginally stronger. He never imagined Amiri had hidden significant power, especially that formidable physique surpassing his previous assumptions. "You actually still had hidden cards," Cole murmured in disbelief. Chapter 533, Martial Arts Exhibition and Teachings. Although I can't gauge your true strength, you must be aware that the power of the ancestral realm is absolutely beyond your imagination. Don't recklessly court death, Cole warned with a serious expression. Amiri waved his hand. Don't worry. Just take me there. Cole sighed helplessly. Since you insist, I won't try to dissuade you. However, the three ancestors Xianxia are unpredictable, and no one knows their whereabouts. Amiri's eyes widened immediately. Then why did you advise me just now? I thought you knew where they were. Cole gave an awkward smile. I was just worried that you might run into them by chance and challenge them, overestimating your abilities. Since we can't find the three Xianxia ancestors, then let's have another 50 years of battles between us. With that, Amiri waved his hand and sent another palm strike towards his opponent. Cole dodged repeatedly, shouting, I've already conceded defeat. Continuing this fight serves no purpose. Then help me capture 100 Empyrean Realm experts for training sparring partners, otherwise, don't leave. Amiri continued attacking while shouting, 100 Empyrean Realm experts? Cole was startled. There are only a little over 1,000 Empyrean Realm experts in the entire Xianxia constellation. Why do you need so many? Moreover, even if there were more Empyrean Realm experts, they wouldn't provide any real benefit for someone at your level. You don't need to worry about that. For me, any intense battle will help hone my skills. But I can't gather so many Empyreans immediately. Think of a way. For instance, you could announce a public martial arts exhibition, summon more Empyrean Realm experts, and on the day of the event, I'll attack and kidnap 100 of them. You can intervene, so others won't think it's part of your plan. Upon hearing Amiri's suggestion, Cole hesitated. Though he wasn't particularly concerned about the lives of weaker individuals, these people were still the backbone of the Xianxia constellation, his juniors, and 100 was a significant number. The thought of betraying them made him feel uneasy. While he pondered, Amiri's attacks relentlessly followed him, even deploying the golden barrier. Seeing this, Cole suddenly asked, You won't kill them, right? I can assure you that as long as they cooperate, I won't kill any of them, Amiri said firmly. In that case, I agree. Arrange it as soon as possible. Just notify me beforehand which day the martial arts exhibition will be held. Amiri stopped, returned to his normal size, and retracted the golden barrier. Cole sighed lightly. Rest assured, I'll make arrangements as quickly as possible. In 2 months, we'll hold the martial arts exhibition and teachings at my imperial palace. Amiri nodded and vanished instantly. Cole returned to the imperial palace and began organizing promotional efforts for the martial arts exhibition. In reality, renowned imperial realm experts like Cole would occasionally give public teachings. Any powerhouse from any empire within the Xianxia constellation could attend to learn. Each public teaching session was a grand event for the entire Xianxia constellation, drawing countless powerhouses upon announcement. This time was no different. When Emperor Cole's subordinates released the news of the martial arts exhibition and teachings, it created a tremendous buzz among top-tier powerhouses. Countless powerhouses flooded the planets near the imperial palace, personally led by Emperor Cole's subordinates. Giant flying ships carried everyone to the imperial palace. Respected Empyrean realm experts, whom ordinary people might never see in a lifetime, were abundant here, with countless holy realm experts. Each giant flying ship brought hundreds of powerhouses, landing on the square outside the imperial palace. Everyone who arrived waited patiently in the square for the day of the martial arts exhibition. That day, one of the 72 great emperors of the Xianxia constellation, Cole, appeared abruptly on a platform at the side of the square. The many powerhouses who were meditating on the square immediately opened their eyes, their gazes intensely focused on Emperor Cole. No one spoke. Despite the crowd, the square was completely silent. Cole glanced at everyone and began calmly sharing his martial arts insights, sometimes demonstrating in person. All the powerhouses below watched intently, lost in his words. At that moment, another figure appeared in the air above the square. Are you Emperor Cole? Dare you face me in battle? A clear voice echoed through the sky. The powerhouses who were fully engrossed in the teachings were jolted awake and immediately turned their gaze skyward. Who is this person? To openly challenge Emperor Cole? They wondered. Someone stood up to reprimand. Boldness. Who do you think you are to challenge Emperor Cole? Others also stood, ready to berate the intruder. But Cole called out loudly, Everyone, please sit down. Everyone fell silent instantly. Cole turned to the sky and said gravely, Let us battle in the starry sky to avoid injuring others. Saying this, he rose into the air, heading toward the starry expanse. Amiri likewise moved. In the blink of an eye, both disappeared from sight. The crowd began discussing in a tumult. Who is this person? It seems he's on par with Emperor Cole. Not one of the 72 emperors, and nobody recognizes him, so he must be a top-tier powerhouse from another constellation. But our Xianxia constellation has a solid tradition of martial arts. In terms of depth and actual combat power, no other constellation can match us. This person probably won't be a match for Emperor Cole. At this point, someone suggested, should we follow to observe their battle? Just as the crowd felt tempted by this idea, another figure appeared in the sky. Simultaneously, a massive golden barrier expanded, enclosing everyone present. Under the mysterious and powerful rules of the barrier, everyone froze like statues. Ordinary Holy Realm experts lost all consciousness. Even the Empyrean Realm experts could barely maintain awareness but couldn't move or sense anything, as if imprisoned in a void. Unknown to them, in the next moment, countless golden chains bound the Empyrean Realm experts and pulled them upward. A large hand reached down, capturing these over 100 Empyrean Realm experts. In the next instant, Amiri's figure, along with the captured Empyrean Realm experts, vanished within the golden barrier. The golden barrier then dissipated. Chapter 534. The location of the chaotic spirit treasure. The numerous powerful figures regained consciousness and immediately looked around in panic. Just in time, they saw Andrew descending from space with an intimidating aura. After surveying the area, he roared angrily. Where are they? Where is the person who was just fighting me? The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, the word, faint, flashing through their minds subconsciously. Earlier, that person had deliberately lured Andrew away before suddenly returning to attack them. But it seemed no one was harmed. As they looked at each other, they noticed something amiss. Someone's missing. On the other side, Amiri had already flown southward toward the bright star sea after capturing several Empyrean realm experts. With 100 Empyrean realm practitioners as sparring partners, Amiri's training speed finally reached its peak once more. This trip to the Xianxia constellation didn't give him direct experience with ancestor realm strength, but Amiri still gained much, especially learning the truth about ancestors and potential weaknesses. For Amiri, this was enough. Adding these new captives made his gains even more substantial. Over a year later, Amiri returned to the bright star sea. Sensing his presence, Jacqueline woke up from her cultivation and looked at him curiously. How did it go? Did you feel the power of an ancestor? Amiri had told her the basics before leaving, so she was curious about the specifics of ancestor power, especially concerning their return to Aquamarine. Shaking his head, Amiri replied, the 3 ancestors of Xianxia have unpredictable movements, making them hard to locate. According to local sovereigns, ancestors can create inner worlds and enhance themselves with all the power within. That level of power is far beyond my current capabilities. Jacqueline frowned. So, how long do you think it will take before you can confidently face Xuanhuan ancestor? Amiri thought for a moment. By his estimation, there was a significant gap between his current power and Xuanhuan ancestors. To have a chance, he needed to advance from his current 8th level Great Sage, through Sage King, to Empyrean Realm. Given the best case cultivation speed, it would take approximately 160 years. About 160 years, Amiri sighed. Jacqueline also frowned. My advancement is also uncertain and may take over a century to reach Ancestor Realm. After so many years, Aquamarine probably looks very different now. There's no need to rush, Jacqueline sighed deeply. However, Amiri added, in a few years, once I break through to Sage King, I'll re-enter the primal world. Though I might not be able to defeat Xuanhuan ancestor directly, I know about a possible weakness. If that doesn't work, I'll come back to continue seclusion. Anyway, I always have a fallback plan, avoiding any unexpected risks. Jacqueline looked surprised. A weakness? Yes. Amiri revealed everything about the ancestors, emphasizing the existence of the chaotic spirit treasure. The chaotic spirit treasure is the core of a microcosm, firmly rooted like a giant tree grounded in earth. Xuanhuan ancestor likely can't move it easily like other objects. This means the chaotic spirit treasure won't be exposed in the void and should be well protected. The entire primal world provides the best hiding spots, the 3 stars, Digby Star, Moon Star, and primal world itself. Especially primal world. Steffenving on this massive planet are countless powerful figures. Even if someone knows of the chaotic spirit treasure and attempts to destroy primal world for it, they'd face intense resistance from its inhabitants. The sheer size of primal world, its countless strong inhabitants, and the mysterious Xuanhuan ancestor together offer the best protection for the chaotic spirit treasure. Jacqueline nodded in agreement. If the chaotic spirit treasure can't be moved, then primal world indeed offers the best protection. Amiri smiled. Though I can't defeat him, using the entire primal world as leverage should force Xuanhuan ancestor into submission. That's great. Jacqueline smiled. Both then entered their respective cultivation states. Amiri released the cosmic prohibition barrier, freeing the 100 Empyrean realm captives and removing the suppression. Upon regaining awareness, they panicked, scanning their surroundings. Seeing the golden barrier, one of them exclaimed, "Golden barrier? That's what knocked me out last time." And it's been over a year. Empyrean realms can sense the passage of time accurately through their connection to the cosmos. Last they remembered, it felt like only moments ago they blacked out, but now over a year had passed. This realization told them they were under an incredibly powerful seal, both physically and mentally, by the composed human powerhouse before them. They cautiously watched Amiri. Though they had only met once, they recognized the Ancestor Realm practitioner who publicly challenged Andrew. One of them asked cautiously, "Elder, may we know why you captured us?" Amiri responded calmly, "I need some sparring partners. If you cooperate, I won't harm anyone." The group exchanged uneasy glances. They knew this man had openly challenged Andrew, clearly proving himself a sovereign. Moreover, capturing so many easily showed the immense gap in power. Unwillingly acknowledging their inadequacy, they remained silent. Not daring to resist or ask questions, they waited. Amiri said, "Then let's begin. Attack me together." Sitting cross-legged in midair, Amiri saw their hesitation and shouted, "All of you, attack with all your might, or I will kill one of you randomly." They shivered inwardly, intensifying their attacks to avoid Amiri's wrath. Knowing they couldn't escape, cooperating became their only hope of survival. ##### Chapter 535, Disagree, Then Fight. Under the assault of 100 heavenly sovereign realm powerhouses, Amiri's potential points indeed reached their current maximum growth rate. The numbers on his personal panel wildly fluctuated as time quietly slipped by. In the blink of an eye, 7.5 years had passed. Seeing his potential points finally reach the threshold for another upgrade, Amiri hurriedly issued a command in his mind. "Cultivation upgrade?" Amiri's body suddenly shook. A vast and profound aura naturally emanated from him, instantly sweeping over the entire area. The surrounding assailants were momentarily stunned. Is he angry? They wondered, exchanging glances with some panic. They weren't strangers to the scene of breakthroughs, but at that moment, it hadn't occurred to them that Amiri was about to break through his cultivation. Over these years, he had sat cross-legged quietly, letting them attack frenziedly, not behaving like someone engaged in serious cultivation. Initially, they felt puzzled. However, upon seeing Amiri remain unscathed and showing no signs of anger or retaliation under their attacks, they carried on calmly. Now, witnessing his sudden burst of aura, they thought he was preparing to counterattack, causing everyone to instinctively hesitate mid-attack. It was precisely during this hesitation that Amiri completed his breakthrough smoothly. He opened his eyes and glanced at the halted crowd, saying without blame but with a smile, "I thank all of you for your help over these years. However, I have something that needs attending to temporarily, so I must seal you all again. Don't worry, I'll release you next time." Someone summoned the courage to ask, "Sir, when can we be set free?" Amiri glanced at him. "As long as you cooperate, I won't imprison you forever. After about 100 years of training, I will safely send you back to the Xianxia constellation." The crowd remained silent. For such powerful individuals, 100 years might only be equivalent to one extended seclusion, so no one dared to voice opposition. With a mental command, Amiri intensified the pressure of the Antoniacan restriction barrier on everyone, and countless golden chains bound the immobilized crowd. In the blink of an eye, the 100 heavenly sovereign realm powerhouses were sealed. After storing them all in a storage ring, he handed it over to Jacqueline for safekeeping. In the Xuanhuan world, due to intense spatial pressure, ordinary storage rings would be difficult to open and risk severe damage. Thus, Amiri decided not to carry any items on this trip. Jacqueline, after receiving the storage ring, advised, "Be careful, don't force yourself." Amiri nodded. "I understand." Afterward, he decisively teleported away. With a mental command, precise coordinates of the Xuanhuan realm appeared in his mind. To his surprise, the Xuanhuan realm planet was moving at high speed. This seemingly contradicted his earlier hypothesis. If the Xuanhuan realm planet could move freely, its core might not be located within. Amiri frowned but continued teleporting toward the Xuanhuan realm at great speed. His current teleportation was significantly faster than before. If outside, each teleportation covered up to 500 million kilometers, and he could teleport 5 billion kilometers per second, approximately 16,000 times the speed of light. Even under suppression in chaotic space, he could still travel at 1,600 times the speed of light, which was 10,000 times faster than his initial physical flight. Therefore, it took him just a day to traverse the distant chaotic space and enter the Xuanhuan world. The moment Amiri entered, Ancestor Xuanhuan immediately sensed his arrival and was startled. "I've moved the Xuanhuan world so far. How did he find me? Last time, I thoroughly checked, finding no trace of him within the Xuanhuan world. How did he locate it?" Ancestor Xuanhuan was deeply puzzled. Regardless, now that Amiri re-entered his domain, he had to think of a way to deal with him. "Why are you entering the Xuanhuan realm again, Amiri?" A faint voice echoed in the void. Amiri slowed his teleportation and calmly said, "As I mentioned last time, I want to enter a small world to find my master's homeland. I also told you that I control thousands of small worlds. If you cannot confirm your target, I can only let you randomly enter one. To respect your strength, this is my greatest compromise." Amiri sneered. "I don't know what sets you apart from other Ancestor Realm powerhouses, but I do know the Xuanhuan world uses a chaotic spirit treasure as its core, located inside the Xuanhuan realm planet. If you don't comply, I will destroy the entire Xuanhuan world, making all your small worlds collapse, and possibly leading to your own demise." Ancestor Xuanhuan was completely shocked. He hadn't expected Amiri to know so much about Ancestor Realm secrets after leaving for only 30 years. Though he wasn't truly an Ancestor Realm powerhouse, the core of the Xuanhuan world was indeed within the Xuanhuan realm planet, as Amiri guessed. Ancestor Xuanhuan understood that Amiri was making an educated guess, but also knew that even without absolute certainty, Amiri would act on it and attack the Xuanhuan world. After a moment's thought, Ancestor Xuanhuan said, "Amiri, I don't know where you got this information, but my terms remain the same." Amiri sneered silently and sped towards the Xuanhuan realm. Ancestor Xuanhuan didn't try to stop him, knowing that his controlled partial cosmic powers couldn't hinder Amiri. Ancestor Xuanhuan mentally commanded 3 major sect leaders within the Xuanhuan realm, Jonathan, Bummy, and Bernishan, relaying instructions. Again intercepting Amiri? Jonathan frowned, recalling the recent battle and not wanting to face Amiri, an adversary as impenetrable as a turtle shell. Attacking was futile. His teleports were unrestricted, and holding onto him like a scoundrel barely slowed him down. As a revered figure in the Xuanhuan world, Jonathan had no desire to oppose Amiri again. But he had no choice, following Ancestor Xuanhuan's orders to avoid death. Sharing similar thoughts, the other 2 sect leaders reluctantly headed into the starry sky. Chapter 536. One punch sends 3 sect masters flying. When Amiri arrived outside the Xuanhuan world, the 3 sect masters were already fully prepared. The ancestor of Jinsumanity manipulated the forces of heaven and earth, abruptly pressing towards Amiri, causing his teleportation to momentarily pause. Is this Amiri? Why has his body grown so much larger than last time? Seeing Amiri, who was nearly 2 million meters tall, the 3 sect masters were puzzled. Yet they dared not waste this moment and immediately surrounded him. Just like before, the Burl's 3 avatars were the first to grab Amiri's body, while the Levi and the Yarden prepared to restrain different parts of Amiri. This moment, Amiri unleashed a punch. A mountain-like fist struck the void, utterly annihilating the space around it. The Burl's 3 avatars instantly shattered, loosening their grip on Amiri. The Levi's true body and 5 avatars were covered in countless wounds, resembling cracked and hastily reassembled clay dolls. Although the Yarden didn't sustain any injuries, he was visibly affected by the shockwave. This one punch left the 3 sect masters shocked. Actually, the power of this punch was at most on par with the 3 sect masters. What made them incredulous was that during the battle 30 years ago, Amiri had been defenseless in his attacks, relying solely on his formidable physique for defense and his unstoppable teleportation ability to barely hold them off. But now, Amiri's offensive capabilities matched theirs, combining his strengths in defense and teleportation, allowing him to pose a severe threat. This wasn't like last time when evasive tactics could counter him. There was a real risk of their downfall. This would be a true hard-fought battle. After forcing back the 3 sect masters with one punch, Amiri ignored them and continued teleporting into the Xuanhuan world. The ancestor of Jinsumanity, hidden in the void, was also stunned. When Amiri guessed that the Chaos Spirit treasures were hidden within the Xuanhuan world planet, the ancestor of Jinsumanity hadn't agreed to Amiri's terms because he was confident that although Amiri was troublesome, he wouldn't be able to destroy the Xuanhuan world planet while facing the resistance of the 3 sect masters. But now it seemed, Amiri truly had the capability to threaten the Xuanhuan world. Wait, The ancestor of Jinsamanity hurriedly called out. However, Amiri had already teleported continuously to appear on the surface of the Xuanhuan world. His colossal feet, covering hundreds of kilometers, crashed down silently, killing countless beings before they even had time to scream. Cracks spread from his feet like a spider web, shaking the earth. Mountains began to collapse, cities crumbled, and villages turned to ruins. Survivors screamed amidst the chaos. Powerful currents swirled, and simply standing with his feet on the ground caused immeasurable destruction and death. Of course, these losses were negligible compared to the vastness of the Xuanhuan world. Outside the Xuanhuan world, the three sect masters looked at each other in doubt, unsure whether to pursue him further. Knowing they couldn't stop Amiri, they initially only planned to delay him. But after witnessing Amiri's powerful strike, they realized this battle wouldn't be easy. Either they tied him up successfully or faced the risk of defeat. What purpose did such a battle serve? On the surface, the ancestor of Jinsamanity's voice rang out again. Amiri, wait. Ignoring the call, Amiri stomped his left foot, unleashing the primal level, world devastation, beneath his feet. Enormous force surged into the ground, completely annihilating a vast area of space along with its matter. A massive half-spherical crater appeared beneath his feet, several thousand kilometers wide. Moments later, subterranean currents rushed into the crater. Landslides cascaded into the bottom, mixing with the surging dark currents to form yellow mud like boiling water. Such a commotion quickly alarmed nearby secluded immortals. Upon seeing Amiri's towering figure, none dared to approach or criticize him. One immortal was a disciple of the Grand Ultimate Sect. He quickly recorded Amiri's actions using a recording stone and flew towards Mount Jonathan to report the devastation to sect leader Xianxia. Seeing the colossal figure in the recording, Xianxia exclaimed in disbelief, This is Amiri? Though decades had passed, the memory of Amiri breaking through to the Chaos Saint level but mysteriously perishing was still fresh. Could it be that Amiri didn't perish in the celestial calamity? Is he in hiding? Why is he wreaking such havoc now? Several questions raced through Xianxia's mind, but he didn't have time to ponder deeply. Realizing that only a sect master could stop Amiri, he rushed to the peak of Mount Jonathan. However, the Levi was already gone. Returning to the heavenly palace, Xianxia instructed several immortals to monitor Amiri's actions, record everything, and await the return of the Levi. On the expansive land, suspended above the crater, Amiri suddenly plummeted, unleashing another world devastation below, obliterating mud and more land. Had this been an ordinary planet, it would have been utterly destroyed by Amiri's attack. However, the Xuanhuan world was immense, with its own natural defenses and more resilient terrain, making it difficult for Amiri to easily destroy it all. Thus, Amiri planned to dig straight to the bottom, find the Chaos Spirit treasures, and then leverage this against the ancestor of Jinsamanity. Outside the Xuanhuan world, the ancestor of Jinsamanity's voice echoed in the minds of the three sect masters. Amiri wants to destroy the entire Xuanhuan world. Stop him, or you will all die. Faced with the ancestor of Jinsamanity's threats, the three sect masters abandoned resistance, letting a powerful force move them to the surface. Just as they prepared to engage Amiri, Amiri casually glanced at them and punched upwards, shattering large areas of space and stirring a monstrous hurricane. Under this terrifying attack, the three sect masters seemed powerless, their enormous bodies being hurled thousands of kilometers away. Distant onlookers, including some concealed immortals, gaped in astonishment. The Levi, and the Yarden and the Burl, all three sect masters together. Who was the enemy? How did he knock away all three sect masters with one blow? That person is Amiri, the top-tier powerhouse who once swept through most of the great immortals on Mount Jonathan. Unbelievable. He quietly broke through to Chaos Saint, and now possesses such terrifying combat strength. What these people didn't know was that the three sect masters were intentionally feigning weakness to avoid fighting Amiri. Chapter 537. Finding Water Blue Star. Amiri attacked repeatedly, obliterating vast tracts of land, his colossal 2 million meter tall body gradually sinking into the earth. He continued to descend deeper towards the planet's core. The three sect leaders were completely unable to stop him. Finally, the ancestor of Jinsamanity could no longer hold back. He ordered the three sect leaders to step aside and shouted to Amiri, Amiri, I agree to your conditions. Only then did Amiri cease his attacks. Let me search each of those thousands of small worlds one by one. Once I find my master's homeland, that small world will belong to me. How does that sound? I accept your condition, but you must not destroy any small world. Fine, then guide me through. The ancestor of Jinsamanity hesitated for a moment and replied, I said before, any strong individual above the Nirvana realm would cause the collapse of the small worlds. How do you plan to enter? Don't worry. My sealing ability is just as powerful as my teleportation skill. I can seal my cultivation to below the Nirvana realm without causing your small world to collapse. Hearing Amiri's confident response, the ancestor of Jinsamanity had no choice but to say, then come to the Great Een Star. Amiri's expression finally relaxed, and he teleported away from deep within the earth. A short while later, Amiri arrived at the Great Een Star. More than 3,000 lifelike statues stood on the surface of the Great Een Star in various poses. Amiri's sharp eyes quickly spotted a very familiar statue, asking in surprise, So Shay has been kept here as part of your collection? But he immediately understood. The ancestor of Jinsamanity had agreed to let him enter those thousands of small worlds, which was why he was brought to the Great Een Star. In other words, all the entrances to the small worlds were located here. And right before him were these more than 3,000 statues. Could these statues be the entrances? This possibility crossed Amiri's mind. The location matched, and the numbers seemed about right. Also, the ancestor of Jinsamanity had concealed Shay's body from him, indicating that it served an important purpose. This also suggested that these statues might be connected to the small worlds. The small worlds inside the human body? This isn't similar to the circumstances of the ancestor realm? Thinking of this, Amiri felt both astonished and puzzled. But Shay clearly broke through to the Emperor realm only recently. There's no way he could have reached the Ancestor realm. Moreover, if there were truly so many Ancestor realm powerhouses, the Ancestor of Jinsamanity wouldn't be able to suppress them. It seems the Ancestor of Jinsamanity possesses some method to create small worlds within the bodies of Emperor realm experts or miniature incomplete worlds without extraordinary properties. All these thoughts flashed through Amiri's mind as he observed the statues. The Ancestor of Jinsamanity's words confirmed his speculation. The small worlds are within these statues. Seeing that the Ancestor of Jinsamanity wasn't intentionally concealing anything, Amiri asked probingly, only those in the Ancestor realm can create small worlds within their bodies. How did you manage to achieve this with so many Emperor realm experts? The Ancestor of Jinsamanity remained silent. Amiri further inquired, what use are these incomplete small worlds without extraordinary properties to you? Which small world do you wish to enter? I will open the entrance for you, the Ancestor of Jinsamanity replied calmly. Amiri casually pointed at a statue. This one. As soon as he spoke, the statue depicting a human body with a snake tail began to emit a grayish light, which intensified gradually. Soon, a vortex composed of gray light appeared on the statue's surface. It's ready. The ethereal voice of the Ancestor of Jinsamanity echoed in the air. Oh, and how do I get out when it's time? I will constantly monitor the small world you're in. Just unleash your true chi to the utmost, and I will bring you out. All right. Amiri nodded. Golden energy flickered over his body, with countless golden dragons swirling on his skin before delving into his body. His aura weakened visibly, and his emitted soul force was also retracted inward. Soon, the ceiling was complete. At present, Amiri retained only the cultivation level of the innate realm, but his body's strength remained unchanged, merely weakening in power and other aspects by over 99%. After a moment's thought, Amiri used the infinite illusory body technique to alter his appearance and build. Well, I'll go in first. Amiri addressed the void before diving into the vortex. Throughout the process, the Ancestor of Jinsamanity showed no intention of interfering, nor did he take advantage of the situation to attack Amiri. Because he knew that even with his cultivation weakened, Amiri's bodily strength was still beyond his capacity to kill. Before long, the vortex on the statue gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Amiri's view shifted, revealing numerous towering buildings and bustling traffic far below, with him currently suspended dozens of meters above the ground. With no support points around and his cultivation sealed to the innate realm, he couldn't fly. Thus, he plummeted straight down. Boom! Amiri crashed heavily onto the asphalt road, startling several vehicles into swerving abruptly to avoid him. Two cars collided with roadside flower beds. Several other vehicles piled up consecutively. A large oil tanker, seemingly braking hard and sharply turning, slowly toppled over like a steel behemoth, moving toward Amiri. A cacophony of screams and cries erupted. While swiftly flipping to his feet, Amiri scanned the scene and decisively moved beside the oil tanker. Placing both hands on the tanker, immense force surged from his body, evenly exerting pressure on the massive vehicle, halting it in place. Then Amiri's figure flashed again. Swiftly rescuing all the injured from the accident vehicles, he ran off into the distance, merging into the crowd, then quietly altering his form in an isolated area. Without caring about the uproar caused by the appearance of an extraordinary being, Amiri disguised himself and started gathering basic information about this world. It was simple. In such a technologically advanced society, he just needed internet access to check if his previous nation existed, or if this planet's name matched. Unfortunately, this world didn't have the water blue star. So Amiri took a vehicle to the outskirts, found an open space, and unleashed his true chi to its full extent. Next moment, an unstoppable force acted upon his body, teleporting him out of the small world. Back in the vast universe world on the Great Een Star, Amiri's figure reappeared out of nowhere. Seeing the Ancestor of Jinsamanity's cooperation, Amiri felt slightly relieved. Though he relied on his formidable teleportation and positioning abilities and wasn't worried about getting lost in the small world, any intentional hindrance from the Ancestor of Jinsamanity would still cause him trouble. It seemed now that the Ancestor of Jinsamanity genuinely harbored no hostility toward Amiri. Subsequently, the Ancestor of Jinsamanity sequentially opened the small worlds, allowing Amiri to enter them one by one. Until the 100th and several more small worlds, Amiri finally found his target, the water blue star. Chapter 538, A Grand Wedding. In a slightly old-fashioned internet cafe, Amiri sat in front of the computer, his gaze scanning through the search results displayed below the screen, and a hint of excitement spread across his face. Water blue star, I have finally returned. However, when he noticed the current date, his smile gradually faded. It has already been 130 years, Mom and Dad. Amiri let out a soft sigh. He searched for more information about his hometown and discovered that the area where his home used to be had undergone 2 reconstructions and was now a large shopping mall. To an ordinary person, 130 years is a considerable span of time, during which the entire city had undergone drastic changes. This world is no longer my home. Amiri's expression returned to calmness. Years of obsession dissipated in an instant upon finding water blue star. His heart no longer harbored any lingering attachment. Amiri stood up and walked slowly towards the exit of the internet cafe. A loud-mouthed hawk with yellow hair rushed past him and bumped into his shoulder. What the hell? The yellow-haired Santiago stopped and began cursing. Amiri gave him an indifferent glance before suddenly pressing a palm against the Santiago's chest. An overwhelmingly powerful force erupted under Amiri's perfect control, unleashing unimaginable might beyond ordinary comprehension. The entire body of the yellow-haired Santiago, along with all his clothing and accessories, instantly vanished. To bystanders, it appeared as though Amiri had merely waved his hand nonchalantly, and the Santiago had disappeared. Ignoring the astonished cries from the internet cafe, Amiri continued to walk out calmly. With a sudden stomp on the ground, his figure shot upwards and in one step, leaped onto the roof of a residential building opposite that stood over 10 stories high. A surge of powerful true chi burst within his body, enveloped by an invisible air current that flapped his clothes loudly. Amiri did not intend to return to his hometown to seek out relatives because he knew his parents were no longer there. Even if other relatives had descendants, they no longer mattered to him. Moreover, he was unsure whether the ancestor could monitor his actions, so he did not want to do too much at this moment. Soon, the ancestor sensed the powerful true chi erupting from him and teleported him to Taiyin Star. I want to find this small world. Please hand it over, Amiri said coolly. Remember the conditions you agreed to. You must not enter the chaotic world again, otherwise, I will choose mutual destruction. The ancestor's voice echoed around him. Don't worry, I will keep my word. Amiri nodded seriously. Following this, he saw the gray vortex on the statue gradually dissipate, transforming into a thick gray mist that drilled into the statue. I have severed the connection with this small world. Now, I will transmit the method to activate the small world to you. Be sure not to resist. As the ancestor's voice sounded, a complex and profound piece of information entered Amiri's mind. So, this is how it is. Amiri's heart stirred. Through this information, he understood the origin of the small worlds. These thousands of miniature worlds were condensed from the life and chaos forces of Imperial Realm powerhouses by the ancestor into a strand of primal chaos energy, creating tiny micro-worlds using special methods. It was akin to a weaker version of the miniature worlds inside the ancestor realm. Due to their fragility, these micro-worlds could not accommodate powers above the Nirvana realm without causing a chain reaction leading to their collapse. As for the purpose these small worlds served for the ancestor, the information did not specify. Amiri lifted his seal, restored his full strength, and clasped his hands respectfully. Thank you greatly, fellow Taoist ancestor. Your generosity and magnanimity contrast sharply with my previous rash actions, for which I sincerely apologize here. If you ever need assistance in the future, I will do my best. Farewell. Amiri took the statue and teleported continuously towards the southern Bright Star Sea. 2 years later, Amiri returned to the southern Bright Star Sea with the statue. Jacqueline, learning that he had finally found Water Blue Star, rejoiced and entered the small world with Amiri. Following the address found online, they arrived at a bustling commercial street. Jacqueline felt lost amidst the completely unfamiliar surroundings. Here, this is my home. I remember that this used to be a beautiful neighborhood, and there was a very clean ramen shop that my parents loved to take me to. Now, nothing remains. My parents, my younger sister, all my family, they are all gone. Jacqueline murmured softly. Amiri held her hand tightly. They paused on the bustling street, attracting many gazes due to their striking appearance. Amiri and Jacqueline paid no attention. Let's go. Jacqueline took a deep breath, her expression returning to calmness. Do we visit our parents' graves? Of course. With their current abilities, they easily located their parents' graves and visited them together. In the following days, they changed their identities and fabricated new identification information using special methods, traveling throughout Water Blue Star. After more than a century, Water Blue Star had transformed entirely. Apart from the identical cultural background and familiar names on tombstones, there were almost no places they recognized. For the previous Amiri and Jacqueline, finding Water Blue Star had more to do with a psychological fixation. Having found Water Blue Star and their parents' graves, they had completed a significant chapter in their lives. Now, this unfamiliar Water Blue Star was only their private mini-world, a backyard garden for leisure and relaxation. After touring the entire world, they decided to properly develop their backyard. The first step was unifying the world. They gradually released their seals, enhancing their strength within the limits the small world could bear, eventually controlling their cultivation levels to the Myriad Phenomena realm. To ordinary people, the Myriad Phenomena realm was invincible superhuman. A single sword slash could sever rivers, a palm could crumble skyscrapers. Flying with swords, impervious to blades and bullets. Such extraordinary abilities would leave even a modern army in despair. Not to mention, they were originally Imperial Realm powerhouses, and even after sealing most of their strength, their physiques remained unmatched. Be it nuclear weapons, or the entire world collapsing, nothing could harm them. Faced with such absolute invincibility, all over Water Blue Star, over 200 major and minor forces quickly disintegrated, achieving unprecedented unification within just 10 years. After completing this, Amiri and Jacqueline held a grand wedding that shook the world. On the day of the wedding, at the open-air banquet site spanning several kilometers, crowds thronged, clinking glasses and celebrating. All top political figures attended, countless wealthy tycoons came to congratulate, dozens of helicopters hovered in the sky, and numerous news broadcast vehicles captured the scene from all angles. Every television station and major news website live-streamed the event simultaneously. Accompanied by the host's call, Amiri and Jacqueline, dressed in splendid red wedding attire, flew hand-in-hand under the spotlight, hovering over 10 meters above ground, like a pair of divine lovers. Amiri raised his hand to stop the host's words and spoke aloud. Today is my wedding day with Jacqueline. Thank you all, friends present and watching from home, for your congratulations. I also have an announcement to make here. From today, Jacqueline and I officially retire and relinquish all duties, handing power back to the people. Because we will transcend reality and become truly immortal immortals. His clear voice spread throughout the venue. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Amiri and Jacqueline ascended slowly into the sky, a hazy white light emanating from their bodies, making them appear incredibly sacred. Take good care of Water Blue Star. We will visit when we can. Amiri and Jacqueline flashed brilliant smiles. In the next moment, both of them vanished simultaneously. The end.